The teacher asked everyone to bring their pets to school, but I brought a stunning beast girl in black stockings, and during class, we were crazily showing off our affection. But the teacher not only didn't stop us, she encouraged the whole class to learn from me. This is because we live in an era where everyone has beast companions. Humans can form contracts with their pets to combat powerful monsters. Some encounter dragons with overwhelming power. Others meet insect-type creatures that can sing and dance. But I can't even find a single pet. This is because my awakened talent, the complete monster encyclopedia, allows me to see basic information about all monsters. But for a teacher or an intelligence officer, it would be miraculous. However, for someone like me who aspires to be a beast master, it's completely useless. Just when I was filled with despair about life, the divine evolution system was binding to me. This system can upgrade and evolve all talents belonging to the host, including bloodline skills and items. The host's talent, the complete monster encyclopedia, has successfully evolved. Congratulations to the host for successfully acquiring a divine talent. Complete Monster Encyclopedia Analysis. Complete Monster Encyclopedia Analysis. You can see all information about every monster. And every time the host forms a contract with a monster, it can be collected in the encyclopedia, and rewards will be given back to the host. Wow, this encyclopedia analysis is like opening the heavenly eye. From now on, any potential monster will be unable to escape my gaze. You should know that the most important aspects of a monster are its talents, bloodlines, and hidden information. If I can truly see a pet's hidden information, wouldn't that allow me to obtain the best pets at the lowest cost? Thinking of this, I ran straight to the pet shop without hesitation. Today is the day for seniors to awaken their talents, and the pet shop is already packed. Before long, I spotted a special pet in the corner of the display window. I saw a line of red text floating above a red fox, stating, Monster, Northern Red Fox, Combat Power, F Level, Bloodline, 99%. Ordinary Red Fox, 1% potential of the Nine-tailed Fox, SSS level. Wow, an ordinary Northern Red Fox actually has the bloodline of a Nine-tailed Fox. You should know that in the entire history of Beast Masters, the Nine-tailed Fox has appeared only once. It almost led to the extinction of humanity. And this Northern Red Fox before me has 1% of that bloodline. Thinking of this, I immediately called over a salesperson and bought the little red fox. After leaving the pet shop, I went straight home. I carefully placed the Northern Red Fox on the bed. The little guy was a bit timid, curling up in a ball and peeking around the unfamiliar environment with one eye. You're so good, I said, rubbing the little guy's head. Then I tried to communicate using the methods described in the book. Would you like to form a contract with me and become my pet? The little fox trembled, its fiery red fur standing on end as it quickly glanced around. It finally noticed me, a seemingly friendly human, and asked, Will I get good food if I become your pet? I smiled and nodded without hesitation. You can eat whatever you want. Upon hearing about good food, the little fox eagerly nodded. Okay, I agree. Congratulations to the host for successfully collecting the red fox. Entered the complete monster encyclopedia. Received a reward for collection. Low-level fire energy detected. The host's pet has the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox. Meets the conditions for purification and upgrading. Purification in progress. At that moment, the little fox's body suddenly erupted in flames, instantly burning my bed. Fortunately, the fire didn't spread but gradually became contained. Congratulations to the host for evolving into. As the flames slowly dissipated, a lazy yet charming voice floated into my ears. Ah, so comfortable. I immediately looked up to see a beautiful leg, like jade, stepping out from the fireball. As the flames receded, I was greeted by a fox girl with 2 fox ears. A beast-eared girl, the nine-tailed fox in weasel human form, combat power, SSS level, potential, SSS level. Just as I was finishing reading the data panel, the system's notification chimed again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully collecting the nine-tailed fox. You received a reward, Divine Fire, born from the control of heavenly flames, can suppress any fire in the world. At that moment, I suddenly felt a surge of heat within my body, and a pure flame appeared in my hand. Is this heavenly fire? Feeling the power of the flame in my hand, I couldn't help but gasp. This small flame was as powerful as a cannonball. I quickly extinguished it. At that moment, a stunning face suddenly appeared before me. Master, what are you doing? I'm so hungry. Her voice was intoxicating, and as I followed it, I saw 2 large headlights sparkling in front of me. I quickly took out a pokeball, ready to catch this fairy. But the nine-tailed fox immediately showed a look of disdain upon seeing the pokeball. Don't you like being in the pokeball? It helps pets recover and heal their injuries. The nine-tailed fox shook her head vigorously. No. I want to stay with my master. Take me to eat delicious food. After saying this, she leaned closer. Like a little cat or dog, she rubbed her soft face against the back of my hand. I swallowed hard, then calmly took out a clean school uniform from my wardrobe and dressed the little fox. The little fox instantly transformed from a mischievous sprite into a pure-looking college student, with only her snowy tail swaying behind her. You're a nine-tailed fox. Why do you only have one tail? Because I haven't grown up yet. Once I do, I'll have 9 tails. Do you have a name? The nine-tailed fox shook her head. Master, please give me one. Then I'll call you Xiaojiao. Master, Xiaojiao is hungry. I want to eat something delicious. I glanced at the fridge, which was completely empty. After thinking for a moment, I decided to take the little one out to eat. Once we reached the street, Xiaojiao immediately attracted countless gazes, as her fox ears and tail were too eye-catching. As we walked down the street, Xiaojiao occasionally rubbed against me, displaying a spoiled expression. Some parents with children quickly shielded their kids' eyes upon seeing this. Some conservative older women scoffed, saying, "These young people have no shame, playing dress-up on the street. Is it cosplay or a second mother?" Some experienced players gave me a thumbs up. Impressive, master. What are they talking about? I can't understand at all. It's nothing, they just haven't seen someone shopping with a spirit pet. Actually, there are spirit pets like Xiaojiao that don't like staying in their pokeballs. Many trainers like to keep their spirit pets by their side and only return them to their pokeballs when necessary. Soon, we arrived at a restaurant. Xiaojiao looked disinterested. Don't like it? Xiaojiao nodded in response. What do you want to eat? Before Xiaojiao could respond, a young man in a white suit walked in with 2 bodyguards. As soon as he entered, he headed straight over and plopped down next to Xiaojiao, saying in a greasy tone, "Beautiful girl. Are you free later? I'll take you for a joyride." Xiaojiao glanced at him, then turned away with a look of disgust, saying, "Master, he stinks." The greasy man was taken aback, then turned to me. "Which family are you from, master? Keeping a woman so openly at such a young age? Watch your mouth, he's my spirit pet." I slapped the greasy man away. He stumbled out, looking incredulous. "You dare hit me? Do you know who I am?" "I don't care who you are. If you ever think of hitting my spirit pet again, you'll regret it. I am Lu Chun, the eldest son of the Lu family. If you dare lay a hand on me, can you afford the consequences? You just insulted my spirit pet. How are you going to take responsibility?" "Responsibility? You want me to be responsible? Today, I'll make you understand the consequences of offending Lu Chun." Bulbasaur. A massive plant spirit pet suddenly appeared before me. Bulbasaur, teach him a lesson. Bulbasaur is one of the rare plant-type spirit pets with high attack and mobility. Not only is it expensive, but also very difficult to tame. Clearly, being able to contract with Bulbasaur means this Lu Chun is no ordinary character. Vine Whip. Bulbasaur charged at me without hesitation, but Xiaojiao suddenly stepped in front of me. Lu Chun was overjoyed at this. He never expected this beast girl would dare to withstand a spirit beast's attack with her human body. Isn't that like striking a rock with an egg? To his surprise, Xiaojiao reached out a hand and gently tapped Bulbasaur's forehead. Bulbasaur seemed to be hit by a hammer, flying out instantly. How is this possible? Lu Chun couldn't believe his eyes. In his perspective, Bulbasaur's impact could easily overpower not just a girl but even a car. At that moment, Xiaojiao slowly walked toward Bulbasaur, opened her mouth, and bit down on Bulbasaur's back. As Lu Chun screamed, Bulbasaur seemed to lose all vitality, slowly wilting away. After every trainer contracts with a spirit beast, their souls establish a connection. If the spirit beast suffers fatal injuries, the trainer will also face backlash, and vice versa. After Xiaojiao swallowed Bulbasaur, she rubbed her belly contentedly at that moment. I finally understood that Xiaojiao's food consists of spirit pets or magical beasts, which explains the exorbitant price of those spirit pets. Sighing, I realized that to satisfy Xiaojiao, I would have to risk hunting magical beasts outside the city. But I hadn't even taken the college entrance exams, let alone obtained the beast taming qualification certificate, so the guards wouldn't let me leave the city. At that moment, several lackeys next to Lu Chun angrily pointed at me. "How dare you do this to young Master Chun? Just wait for the Lu family's revenge." Saying this, they quickly lifted Lu Chun and hurriedly left. I shrugged off their threats and, upon returning home, took a comfortable bath. I intended to rest, but my bed had already been burned by Xiaojiao. At that moment, seeing my distressed expression, Xiaojiao rolled her large tail around and said, "Master, why don't you sleep in my embrace?" She even shaped her tail into a sort of lazy sofa. I took a glance, and it seemed quite comfortable. I must say, sleeping in Xiaojiao's embrace was indeed quite comfortable. At that moment, I finally understood King Zhou. The next morning, I hurriedly took Xiaojiao to the exam center and obtained the pre-sale certificate. With the certificate in hand, I took Xiaojiao outside the city, and soon 3 magical beasts fell to her. As I was about to start a fire to cook, a girl appeared, holding a round object, accompanied by a very agile spirit cat, sprinting through the woods right next to me. The girl casually tossed the object between Xiaojiao and me, then vanished in a flash. Less than half a minute after she left, 3 fierce-looking individuals chased after her. One of them was riding a spirit pet. Upon seeing Xiaojiao and me, they immediately stopped, having just spotted a woman and a cat. I pointed in the direction the girl had left. She ran past here just a minute ago. With an exclamation, they dashed after the direction I indicated. After watching them leave, I ignored them. Instead, I took out the round object, and sure enough, I recognized it at a glance. It was a spirit egg. The spirit pet, Peruvian beast, possesses the skill magical flame. At that moment, Xiaojiao stared at the Peruvian beast's spirit egg with a drooling expression and nodded, wanting to eat it. I twitched my lips. This spirit pet would likely sell for millions at a spirit pet shop. To my surprise, at that moment, a figure suddenly landed next to me, reaching for the Peruvian beast's spirit egg. I quickly pulled my hand back. I turned to face her directly after pulling back my hand. The girl stood there for a moment after missing her grab, revealing a curious expression. "You're quite alert, huh? You could see through my trick." I looked at her expressionlessly. Likewise. "You've been hiding there for a long time, haven't you?" Lin Chen would never think that this woman had just returned here. After signing a contract with Xiaojiao, he gained her feedback through the ability to analyze the complete Monster Beast Encyclopedia. In other words, his 5 senses were now sharper than many monster beasts. Yet, he hadn't noticed the woman's movements before she acted. The woman was not very old, probably just 2 or 3 years older than Lin Chen. "This spirit egg is very important to me. Return it, and I can agree to one of your conditions." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen shrugged nonchalantly and pointed at the small cat on the woman's shoulder, saying, "Sure. Give me your Tengu beast." The moment Lin Chen saw the woman, he recognized that the cat was not a cat at all, but the famous Tengu beast, an S-rank spirit pet, potentially a divine being in the future. The girl frowned slightly at his words, then revealed a hint of amusement. "The spirit egg in your hand is at most A rank. Do you really think you can trade it for a Tengu beast? Aren't you being a bit unrealistic?" After a moment of thought, the woman continued, "Forget it. I did throw the spirit egg to you earlier as a little ploy to distract those people. So, I will give you some compensation." Saying this, she took out a bag from her pocket and tossed it directly to Lin Chen. As Lin Chen caught the bag, a look of surprise appeared on his face, because the bag turned out to be a storage item. In this world, storage items are extremely rare. The method to create storage items can only be achieved through special spirit pets. The bag in front of him was made from the mouth of a big mouth tofu. Therefore, the value of any storage type equipment is far more expensive than D-rank or even C-rank spirit pets. "This bag is of no use to me anymore, so I'm giving it to you as compensation for using you as a shield earlier." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. He thought this was more like it, and then he was about to return the spirit egg to the girl. However, just then, whoosh, 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 3 sharp spikes flew out from the woods, heading straight for Lin Chen, Xiaojiao, and the girl. The 3 of them dodged simultaneously. With just one glance, Lin Chen could tell that the girl was quite skilled. Then, with a thud, a lion beast landed on the ground. The leader was riding on the lion beast, looking at the 2 with a mocking expression. "Damn it! I was wondering how I lost track of them earlier. Turns out this woman has backup." The girl was very surprised when she saw the 3 of them. She clearly remembered shaking them off. Then, she noticed a hunting dog-like spirit pet following behind the 3. Tracking hound? The girl finally understood why she had been found. It turned out the other side had a tracking-type spirit pet. The girl looked at Lin Chen and sighed, saying, "Wait, I'll hold them off. You and your companion hurry and escape." Lin Chen looked at the girl in surprise. "Don't worry, they are no match for me." Looking at the already agitated Tengu beast, he didn't want to get involved in unnecessary trouble. So, he handed the spirit egg back to the girl and was just about to leave. At that moment, the person riding the lion beast revealed a cold smile. "Want to run? You 3 will die here. Daring to steal the spirit egg that our Lu family has set its sights on, you all deserve to die." Upon hearing the mention of the Lu family, Lin Chen immediately frowned. He knew that their family's young master, Lu Chun, had just clashed with him and had been swallowed by Xiaojiao. "Let me tell you the truth. Our trip out of the city this time is to find a suitable spirit egg for young Master Lu Chun. You took young Master Lu's spirit egg and still want to run? No way. As he spoke, he ordered the other two to keep a close watch on Lin Chen and Xiaojiu. The woman then sighed and said apologetically to Lin Chen, "I'm really sorry. Because of my issues, I've dragged both of you into this." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen shrugged indifferently. The person riding the lion beast sneered again. "Now you know fear? Too late. Brothers, kill these three ignorant fools." With that, the three charged forward simultaneously. On top of the lion beast, there was a very peculiar spike, resembling a gun, continuously firing spikes at Lin Chen and the others. The hunting dog attacked directly, opening its massive jaws and lunging forward. At that moment, the third person took out a spirit ball, and with a flash of light, a spirit pet flew out. Bloodthirsty cactus. As soon as it landed, it threw a punch at the girl. Knowing she was outmatched, the girl quickly dodged. Her agility was impressive, and at that moment, the Tengu beast also faced off against the hunting dog. She hurriedly said to Lin Chen, "You run? Don't worry about me, they can't catch me." However, the lion beast had already set its sights on Lin Chen. It was clear that these three wanted to kill and silence him here. Horned impact. The leader immediately commanded the lion beast, targeting Lin Chen. Without needing Lin Chen to give the order, Xiaojiu instinctively shielded Lin Chen. Seeing this, the girl anxiously shouted, "Idiot! Get out of the way! That lion beast is a C-rank second-tier spirit pet. Even my Tengu beast wouldn't dare to confront it head-on. Both spirit pets and demon beasts can evolve. For example, the Tengu beast could potentially evolve into an angel beast. Each evolution represents a qualitative leap, and some spirit pets may even experience a rank increase." Hearing the girl's words, the leader laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. The little girl has quite the sharp eye, but it's too late now, you all will die." Bang! However, he hadn't finished speaking when a crisp sound rang out. His lion beast was sent flying back by a single punch from Xiaojiu. What the? What just happened? Everyone present, except for Lin Chen, looked on in confusion. Even the hunting dog, Tengu beast, and bloodthirsty cactus stopped their movements. Then they saw Xiaojiu step forward, grabbing one of the lion beast's legs and swinging it around like a sandbag, producing a series of bang, bang, bang sounds. Lin Chen observed this and then calmly said, "All right, Xiaojiu, stop playing. Finish this quickly." Xiaojiu nodded in response, "Got it, master." Then, her fiery red tail coiled, and a surge of intense flames erupted, enveloping the lion beast. No! Instantly, the leader felt a sharp pain in his head and collapsed to the ground, crying out in agony. Lin Chen showed no intention of sparing him, saying to Xiaojiu, "Leave no survivors." Xiaojiu nodded again, like a well-behaved child, narrowing her eyes. At that moment, the once charming Xiaojiu appeared terrifying in the eyes of the others. Then, Xiaojiu stepped forward and delivered a punch to the leader's head. She put all her strength into this punch, capable of smashing the beast tamer assessment machine to pieces. The power of the celestial fox is fully unleashed. Boom! Red and white, flying everywhere. A headless corpse fell to the ground. The other two, seeing their leader being tortured, immediately chose to flee without a word. Split up. Report back to the family. I hope we can all survive. However, Xiaojiu had already received Lin Chen's order to eliminate the threat completely, giving the two no chance to escape. Shaking her fiery red tail, she charged forward. The hot-blooded cactus and his master gasped in shock. "Don't come over here!" In the next moment, two corpses fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Lin Chen looked to the other side and found that the Tengu beast had finally revealed its fangs. The Tengu beast attacked with its sharp claws. Its attack speed was incredibly fast, quickly cornering the hunting dog. Then, the girl finally prompted the Tengu beast to unleash its ultimate move. Tengu Flying Claw. With a flash of blood, the hunting dog collapsed to the ground. Its master was clearly affected as well, spitting out a mouthful of blood. But facing the fear of death, he still forced his body to continue slowly fleeing into the distance. The girl approached him, looking at the hunting dog's master with disdain. "Your spirit pet is fighting the enemy, yet you, the master, ran away early. Your spirit pet is really unfortunate to have a beast master like you." As she spoke, after enduring a claw from the Tengu beast, the opponent also fell to the ground. She turned to Xiaojiu, her face filled with surprise. "Is she your spirit pet?" Lin Chen nodded and said, "That's right, a northern red fox variant." Upon hearing this, the girl exclaimed, "Oh," with a look of realization. "A variant. I knew it." After saying that, she walked up to Lin Chen and extended a hand. "Hello, I'm Su Su, a student at the Spirit Pet University of Yuzhou." Upon hearing the name Yuzhou Spirit Pet University, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This is known as the top academy of the Dragon Kingdom. Far away in the imperial capital of the Dragon Kingdom, getting admitted there means soaring to great heights. To his surprise, this girl was actually a student of Yuzhou Spirit Pet University. Lin Chen extended his hand as well. Lin Chen, a senior student. Senior? As she spoke, she looked at the clothes of Lin Chen and Xiaojiu. I thought you two were here for some kind of play. Hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Seeing this, Susu quickly flashed a carefree smile. Ha ha. Then you only have 2 days until the college entrance examination, right? Are you training with your humanoid spirit pet outside the city? Lin Chen nodded in response, not saying much. That's really good. But you have to be careful, the demon beasts on the outskirts of Magic City are not easy to deal with. My mentor and I came here for a study tour and encountered several high-level demon beasts. Also, you better go back and prepare in advance. I heard that this year's exam questions. At this point, she smiled meaningfully. In short, be careful during the college entrance examination. Lin Chen nodded, not taking it to heart. Just then, a red light point suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, with a bang, it exploded in midair, forming a special shape. Susu quickly said to Lin Chen, "Oh no, my mentor called for us to gather. If you go near Yuzhou Spirit Pet University, remember to find me." With that, she vanished into the forest with a few flashes. Lin Chen watched Susu's departing figure, but began to ponder her earlier words. This year's college entrance examination questions are quite special. A powerful demon beast has appeared in this area outside the city. Lin Chen then looked at the 6 corpses on the ground. This time's harvest was quite substantial. Not only did it provide enough food for Xiaojiu, but it also yielded a storage bag with a full cubic meter of storage space. Lin Chen handed over the bodies of the 3 spirit pets to Xiaojiu, who, after devouring the roots of the blood cactus, the long horns of the lion beast, and the nose of the hunting dog, finally let out a satisfied burp. Then, she turned to watch Lin Chen rummage through the bodies. From the 3 individuals, Lin Chen discovered over 20,000 in cash and 5 pokeballs. 3 of the pokeballs were empty, likely belonging to the spirit pets that Xiaojiu had already eaten. The other 2 pokeballs surprisingly contained unclaimed spirit pets. Due to their owner's death, they were now in a very lethargic state. D-grade spirit pet, Flying Mantis, possesses the skill Flying Scythe, Bite Attack. Seeing this, Lin Chen immediately stored the Flying Mantis away and looked at the other spirit pet. Blood-Eyed Rabbit, D-grade spirit pet, possesses the skills Rocket Headbutt and Mental Piercing. Hidden Bloodline, 1% Chimera. Chimera, top-tier magical talent, a remnant of the great magician Chimera's last will before death. Upon awakening, it can summon a projection of the Chimera for a limited time. Lin Chen's eyes lit up at this revelation. He never expected to have such a special find. As for what this Chimera was, he truly didn't know, but he could look it up later. After a moment's thought, he immediately extended his mental power towards the Blood-Eyed Rabbit. Moments later, a connection was finally established between the human and the beast. Lin Chen sent an invitation to sign a contract. The Blood-Eyed Rabbit was extremely weak at this moment, having nearly lost its autonomy due to its owner's death. This also indicated that without awakening its bloodline, its strength was not high, otherwise, it wouldn't have been left in the Pokeball instead of being sent out to fight. After receiving Lin Chen's information, the Blood-Eyed Rabbit showed no hesitation and immediately chose to sign the contract. Lin Chen then saw the information of the Blood-Eyed Rabbit appear in his complete Spirit Beast encyclopedia. At the same time, Lin Chen's mind suddenly spun. This was because his mental power was still not strong enough. He could barely manage to sign contracts with 2 spirit pets. This was not due to his weakness but because he had just awakened his talent and become a beast master, leaving him with few opportunities to train his mental power. On the contrary, at his age, being able to contract 2 spirit pets simultaneously was already considered genius level. Lin Chen was aware of this, but he didn't want to miss out on the Chimera's bloodline. After assessing his mental power, Lin Chen felt confident in his success and chose to sign the contract. The result was very satisfying. However, Lin Chen did not get overly excited, as more important matters lay ahead. System, evolve and upgrade the Blood-Eyed Rabbit's bloodline. Ding! Upgrading, please wait. Upgrading 1%, 2%, 3%, 98%, 99%, 100%. Upgrade successful. Then, Lin Chen saw the previously lethargic Blood-Eyed Rabbit's body enveloped in a white light. After an unknown amount of time, the white light finally dissipated. A perfect, flawless body appeared before Lin Chen. His eyes nearly bulged out. Although it wasn't as enchanting and sexy as Xiaojiu, it was a body full of youthful vitality, perfect and brimming with energy. As Lin Chen gazed at the Blood-Eyed Rabbit's face, a system prompt suddenly appeared in his mind. Congratulations, host, for successfully recording the Blood-Eyed Rabbit's variant Chimera form. Chimera, juvenile form. Combat power, SSS level. Bloodline, SSS level. Talent, magic enhancement, all magical attacks will be strengthened. Skills, magic missile combo, descent of the magic god. Upon seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel restless. Young spirit pets rarely possess magical attack capabilities. A few elemental spirit pets can unleash elemental attacks. However, this chimera can directly use spell attacks, which is simply a dimensional strike. Yet, the surprises the chimera brought to Lin Chen were not over. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully collecting the chimera in the encyclopedia, gaining encyclopedia feedback, mental power enhancement, and the Book of Chimera's legacy. Mental power enhancement. The host's mental power is permanently doubled. Book of Chimera's legacy. The great human magician Chimera, in the final stage of her life, burned her own life to create a new era for humanity. Her legacy should not be buried. Then, an illusory book appeared before Lin Chen. The information on it surged into Lin Chen's mind all at once. Soon, Lin Chen felt a wave of intense pain again. This time, it was even more severe than when he first crossed over and merged memories. Even at this moment, his mental power had already doubled. Without this enhancement, he felt he might have burst his head from the influx of information. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Chen finally opened his eyes. At the same time, two heads, one on the left and one on the right, were staring blankly at Lin Chen. Master, you're awake. Xiao Jiao and the chimera asked in surprise at the same time. Lin Chen slowly straightened up. How long was I unconscious? Xiao Jiao quickly replied, it's been a day and a night. Hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's not too late. If we hurry back now, we can just make it in time for the college entrance examination. Help me up. Lin Chen instinctively reached out his hand, wanting to rest it on Xiao Jiao's shoulder. But upon contact, he realized the sensation was slippery and elastic. He turned to look and found the chimera was supporting him, slowly helping him to stand up. Only then did Lin Chen notice that the chimera was completely naked. He instinctively wanted to retract his hand. However, his head was still a bit dizzy at that moment, causing him to almost lose his balance. I need to get you a set of clothes first. Then he remembered that apart from his school uniform, he had no other clothes. After thinking for a moment, he took out the storage bag that Su had given him. To his surprise, he found a few sets of girls' clothes, daily necessities, and skincare products inside. This girl actually forgot to take the things out of the storage bag. After saying that, he picked out 2 sets of training uniforms and changed them for the chimera and Xiao Jiao. It wasn't that he was reluctant to let Xiao Jiao wear the school uniform, but because the training uniforms were specifically designed for combat personnel, with good quality and defense. After the two changed into the clothes, even their demeanor changed. Xiao Jiao, who was already enchanting, exuded a sense of uniform seduction after putting on the training uniform. The chimera, with her petite appearance, looked even more youthful and vibrant in it. Lin Chen looked and looked again, then nodded in satisfaction. Let's go. Time to head home. After saying that, Lin Chen led his 2 spirit pets back toward the city. After a whole day of travel, the 3 finally arrived at the gate of Magic City. Since it was already midnight, there were not many people passing by at the gate. A few guards checking the entry and exit were chatting idly. Hey, have you heard? In the primary Beast Master assessment, someone scored full marks, and that person is only 18 years old, taking the college entrance exam tomorrow. No way. Is that true? Are young people really that crazy now? Not just that. I heard his spirit pet is actually a humanoid spirit pet, a variant of the northern red fox, incredibly powerful. At that moment, someone suddenly brightened up. I think I know who you're talking about. 3 days ago, a beast master walked out of our city gate, wearing a school uniform. I thought they were just a couple looking for some excitement. Ha ha ha. You really have a knack for this. Luckily, you didn't say it out loud. Such a genius must be a promising figure in the future. If they hold a grudge, you'd be in trouble. But, what if that beast master really was looking for excitement with their spirit pet? I saw their spirit pet, it was truly beautiful. Dude, you're really something. Listening to the crude jokes from a few rough men, Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He then cleared his throat forcefully. Ahem, ahem. Hearing the cough, the guards quickly turned to look at Lin Chen. Who? Lin Chen expressionlessly took out his identification. Enter the city. The guard glanced at it, found no issues, and then looked behind Lin Chen. What about those two? Don't think just because they look good they can slip through. Anyone not registered cannot enter. The reason for such a rule is that some spirit pets can parasitize humans and control them. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen revealed his face and said to the guard, who he had met once, "They are my spirit pets." The guard's expression froze, and only then did he recognize Lin Chen's identity. He quickly laughed and said, "Ah, I remember you, the one who went out with a humanoid spirit pet. How come there were 2 when you left, but now there are 3? Lin Chen then said with a serious face, "I have 2 spirit pets." The guard's mouth twitched at this. 2 spirit pets? And both are humanoid? Lin Chen nodded. Variant blood-eyed rabbit. As he spoke, Chimera's eyes glowed red, and the cute rabbit ears on her head wiggled. Then, the 3 of them swaggered into the city of magic capital under the envious gazes of the guards. Once home, Lin Chen remembered that his bed had been burned by Xiaojiu. Tonight, he would have to sleep in Xiaojiu's arms again. Lin Chen originally wanted to return Chimera to her pokeball. However, the little girl also showed signs of resistance. Lin Chen couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Do you all not like going back into the pokeball after evolving?" The 2 little girls quickly nodded like chicks pecking at rice. "It's not that we don't like going back into the pokeball, but we prefer staying by our master's side," Xiaojiu said with an expectant look. "And I'm very curious about this world, I want to see more," Chimera quickly added. Hearing this, Lin Chen could only helplessly shrug. "Looks like the 3 of us will have to squeeze together. But, I have to take the college entrance exam tomorrow, so you 2 must behave. Later, I'll take you shopping and to eat good food." Lin Chen used the method of luring children, and upon hearing this, the 2 girls nodded in unison again. After that, the 3 of them fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lin Chen began to get up and prepare. He now had over 20,000 yuan in his pocket, and there was also a D-grade spirit pet he hadn't sold yet. If he sold it, it would be another income. So, he no longer had to scrimp and save. He first bought breakfast, and after eating with the 2 little girls, he changed into his already washed and faded school uniform before heading out straight to school. When he arrived at the school gate, he found it bustling with noise, as almost all the parents of the students accompanied their children to take the college entrance exam. After seeing this, Lin Chen inexplicably felt a bit envious. Just then, 2 little girls, one on each side, cozily linked their arms with his. Lin Chen thought for a moment and couldn't help but say, "It seems like there are no parents accompanying the exam, which isn't too bad." At that moment, a voice called out to Lin Chen. "Lin Chen!" Hearing someone call him, Lin Chen turned his head and saw 2 girls walking towards him slowly. The newcomers were Yao Chuanxue and Li Haixia. Lin Chen was puzzled. When did he become so familiar with Yao Chuanxue? Why did this girl come over to chat every time she saw him these past few days? Yao Chuanxue walked up to Lin Chen and, noticing the 2 adorable beast-eared girls beside him, frowned slightly. "Lin Chen, is this your humanoid spirit pet?" Lin Chen did not deny it, merely nodding lightly. Unexpectedly, before Yao Chuanxue could speak, Li Haixia chimed in first. "Wow! Is this a humanoid spirit pet? This beast-ear is so cute. Can I touch it?" As she spoke, Li Haixia reached out to stroke Chimera's ears. However, Lin Chen swatted her hand away. "What are you doing? Are you feeling guilty? Are these beast ears fake?" Lin Chen sneered. "This is my spirit pet, my partner, and you have no right to touch them. You!" Li Haixia was taken aback by Lin Chen's words. Yao Chuanxue sighed, interrupting their exchange. "I came to find you just to say, don't think that just because you scored full marks in the Junior Beast Master Assessment, you can relax. This year's top scorer in the Magic City College entrance exam will definitely be mine." After hearing Yao Chuanxue's words, Lin Chen simply shrugged. Yao Chuanxue was very displeased with Lin Chen's attitude. Every time there was an exam, this guy was always like this, giving people the feeling of punching into cotton. "This time, I won't lose." With that, Yao Chuanxue turned and pulled Li Haixia away. Lin Chen watched Yao Chuanxue's departing figure, pinching his chin. This girl may always be strong-willed, but she's not the type to look down on others. She actually knows I have a humanoid spirit pet and that it's powerful, yet she still dares to make such bold claims. It seems she's come prepared, Lin Chen muttered to himself. Just then, the voice of Principal Lu Jiangwo suddenly echoed over the loudspeaker. "All accompanying parents, please leave the school premises by more than 500 meters. All candidates, please enter the designated area of the school. The school will arrange for you to enter the exam site together." Upon hearing Lu Jiangwo's announcement, the crowd at the school gate immediately dispersed in 2 directions. Lin Chen followed the flow of people into the playground and lined up according to the previous regulations. At that moment, a gigantic spirit pet bird suddenly appeared in the sky. That is the 4th-tier evolution of the flying pelican, the devouring beast, someone exclaimed. Lin Chen was also a bit surprised. This was actually a 4th-tier spirit pet. The flying pelican is a rare spirit pet that can be made into storage equipment, and the demand is very high, yet it is hard to come by. It can be said that the appearance of any flying pelican would attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, whether for their own spirit pet or to be made into storage equipment. It would be a considerable income. This has led to the current rarity of flying pelicans. However, at this moment, the fact that this flying pelican could survive and successfully evolve into a fourth tier shows how much its owner had invested in it. Just as everyone was marveling at the powerful aura of the fourth tier spirit pet, the devouring beast suddenly spiraled, and a fierce gale swept across the playground. Many candidates were blown off balance. Because Lin Chen possessed the innate ability of the celestial fox, he stood firmly in place, while the Chimera and Xiao Zhou were similarly unaffected. Then, the devourer beast landed on the podium. Its two wings were a full 20 meters long, and after slowly folding them in, it opened its mouth. Everyone was left dumbfounded as a middle-aged man in military uniform jumped out of the devourer's mouth. Before anyone could finish their astonishment, an elderly man, supported by others, walked out next. Following him were several bespectacled individuals who looked like old scholars. Finally, a dozen or so solemn-faced soldiers in military uniforms emerged. In just a short moment, more than 20 people had jumped out of the devourer's mouth. "Ha! This thing's mouth can actually fit so many people?" someone exclaimed. There are rumors that the devourer's mouth can hold the heavens and the earth. While that might be a bit exaggerated, one can imagine how vast the space inside must be, someone rationally analyzed. "I can't help but feel that this devourer beast was developed by Wuling Factory," someone joked. Lin Chen looked at the devourer beast and then at the storage bag at his waist. In an instant, he felt that the storage bag was no longer appealing. He secretly resolved to acquire a devourer beast in the future to use as a storage tool. The devourer beast on the podium suddenly sensed a chill and shivered. The leading officer, however, did not turn to look at it. He simply took out a pokeball, and the devourer beast immediately transformed into a wisp of white light before entering the pokeball. Upon witnessing this, the students in the examination hall gasped in amazement, marveling at the bond between the man and his spirit pet. Lin Chen, however, did not find it particularly impressive, as he could do the same. He glanced at the two girls beside him and suddenly felt a bit guilty. Lu Jiangwo, seeing the arrival of this group, immediately made way. The leading man in military uniform stepped forward and saluted all the candidates. "Hello everyone, I am the military district representative and the person in charge of this college entrance examination. My name is Li Guanjuan." His voice was firm and carried an air of iron-blooded authority. "I will now announce the rules for this examination. You will soon be teleported to a special space, and once inside, you will face attacks from various demon beasts. As long as you kill the demon beasts, you can earn points, and these points will be your college entrance examination scores. Note: in the space you enter, there will be an elite demon beast. If you kill it, you will gain a large number of points. If during the examination you can tame a demon beast and sign a contract with it, turning it into your spirit pet, you will receive double points. The points will be directly recorded on your examination permit. The entire examination is limited to 7 days. Upon hearing Li Guanjuan's words, all the candidates became excited. Finally, they could engage in real combat. Li Guanjuan glanced at the students below. "Is there anything you don't understand? You can ask now." Someone raised their hand and asked, "What if we are in life-threatening danger?" Li Guanjuan responded with a cold smile, "You can use your examination permit to call for help, or choose to withdraw in advance. The military has personnel specifically assigned to assist you." After Li Guanjuan answered this question, no one else raised any objections. "All right, I now declare the college entrance examination to begin." As soon as Li Guanjuan's words fell, the bespectacled old scholars all took out their own pokeballs. Then, a sound of whoosh, whoosh, whoosh echoed, and more than a dozen high-level spirit pets flew out from within, scattering around the playground. These high-level spirit pets surrounded everyone in the middle, and then they all pressed their hands on the ground simultaneously. Suddenly, a hidden symbol appeared on the playground, resembling a magical array. Lin Chen instinctively tightened his grip on Chimera and Xiao Zhou's hands. Soon after, he felt a flash before his eyes, accompanied by a sensation of weightlessness. When his vision returned, he found himself in a rugged wilderness filled with strange rocks. Looking at the scene before him, Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel at the peculiarities of the powerful beast masters in this world. However, before he could finish his thoughts, a group of demon beasts suddenly sprang out from behind a giant rock not far ahead. Unlike ordinary low-level demon beasts, this group was armed with weapons, either knives or swords. The complete Demon Beast Encyclopedia provided their information. Imitative gorilla, D-rank demon beast, named for its tendency to mimic humans. All their tactics stem from imitating humans. At that moment, 5 imitative gorillas stood opposite him, and upon seeing Lin Chen, they displayed hatred, emitting woo-woo-woo sounds from their mouths. Then, with red eyes, they charged forward. Just as the college entrance examination began, the entire Magic City TV station started broadcasting the live coverage of the exam. At the entrance of a high school, a giant screen was set up for the parents accompanying the students to watch. The person in charge, Li Guanjuan, along with other invigilators, sat around the live broadcast screen. Lu Jiangwo frowned upon seeing the imitative gorillas and asked, "Director Li, isn't it a bit inappropriate to start the exam with such high intensity for the candidates?" In previous years, the exam would only send 1 or 2 ordinary D-rank demon beasts to attack the candidates, allowing them to adapt to the intensity. However, this time, the appetizer was the imitative gorillas, whose greatest characteristic is their pack behavior. Moreover, due to their long-term imitation of humans, they had developed some cooperative combat strategies. Therefore, this was very unfriendly for ordinary candidates. Hearing this, Li Guanjuan shook his head. Survival of the fittest. If we don't give these young people some pressure, they won't understand the brutality of the future battlefield. Saying this, he turned to Lu Jiangwo. "Principal Lu, you should know that the person setting the questions this time is that esteemed individual." Lu Jiangwo sighed. "I just hope they don't get hurt during the exam." Lu Jiangwo actually knew that as long as they kept their distance from the imitative gorillas and took them down one by one, they could easily handle this group of beasts. However, the kids were all inexperienced novices, and it was already quite rare for them to remain calm. Just then, someone suddenly shouted, "Has someone already made a move?" On the leaderboard, a name suddenly appeared. First place, Lin Chen, total score 50 points. Li Guanjuan immediately said to the staff, "Bring up the footage of this candidate named Lin Chen." Upon hearing this, the staff quickly pulled up the footage of Lin Chen's recent battle. Soon, Li Guanjuan saw that Lin Chen was accompanied by 2 girls in training uniforms. Li Guanjuan couldn't help but frown and asked, "What's going on? Shouldn't the candidates be dispersed?" The staff nearby quickly took out Lin Chen's information and, after a careful review, replied, "Report, Director. This candidate named Lin Chen has a humanoid spirit pet. Humanoid demon beast? That's right." The day after he awakened the full beast mastery talent, he went to take the exam for the Junior Beast Master Qualification Certificate, and at that time, the spirit pet he used was a humanoid spirit pet, a northern red fox variant. As he spoke, the staff member handed Li Jun Champion the information on Xiao Zhou. After carefully reading the information, Li Jun Champion took a keen interest in the battle footage from earlier. He saw the 5 eager-to-learn gorillas charging at Lin Chen, and the chimera beside Lin Chen stepped forward slowly, then raised its hand towards the 5 eager-to-learn gorillas. Wasn't it said that he only had 1 humanoid spirit pet? How come there are 2 here? The staff member shook his head immediately, indicating he didn't know. Li Jun Champion then thought for a moment and said, "Compile all the information on this candidate and summarize it for me." At that moment, the 5 eager-to-learn gorillas had already approached the chimera. However, the chimera remained motionless in that position. What is she doing? Why isn't she reacting? If she gets surrounded by the eager-to-learn gorillas, she won't have a chance to escape. Sigh. It seems the young ones still lack experience. We must notify the staff ahead. We can't let anyone get hurt. Seeing the chimera not move in the face of the 5 eager-to-learn gorillas, someone couldn't help but voice their concerns. Suddenly, the chimera opened her eyes, and her fiery red eyes shone with a blood-red light. Then, a strange magic circle appeared in her hand, and within the circle, a burst of light flickered. A black energy ball condensed and shot straight towards the nearest eager-to-learn gorilla. Whoosh! The magic ball created by the chimera flew out quickly, giving the nearest eager-to-learn gorilla no chance to dodge. It let out a scream and was knocked to the ground. A one-hit kill. The other 4 eager-to-learn gorillas, seeing this, showed expressions of surprise and curiosity. Among them, one eager-to-learn gorilla even raised its hand, mimicking the chimera's action, but nothing happened. However, the chimera did not respond to their clumsy imitation. Instead, she condensed a second magic ball to attack. Once again, she knocked another eager-to-learn gorilla to the ground. The remaining 3 eager-to-learn gorillas finally realized the strength of the enemy they were facing. Without saying a word, they charged forward together, instinctively creating distance, hoping to kill the chimera through a combined attack. Witnessing this, the invigilators were all very surprised. Is this actually a humanoid beast that can use magic attacks? For a beast to use magic, it must be at least 2nd tier, or even 3rd tier? Not necessarily. It could be that his beast has undergone a mutation or has a special talent. However, the speed of his magic ball attack is too slow. Against one enemy, he can handle it with ease, but facing 3 eager-to-learn gorillas attacking together, such a magic ball attack is actually not very effective. Li Jun Champion listened to the discussions of the other invigilators without commenting, his eyes fixed on the screen, unwilling to miss any details. He saw the chimera, upon seeing the eager-to-learn gorillas attacking, showed no signs of panic. She quietly recited an unfamiliar incantation that others couldn't understand. Then, a phantom book appeared in front of her, and the book began to flip through pages on its own. Finally, the pages stopped on a certain page. Magic combo. A huge magic circle appeared behind the chimera, and many magic balls condensed from within it. Then, those magic balls were simultaneously launched at the eager-to-learn gorillas surrounding the chimera. The 3 eager-to-learn gorillas were dumbfounded upon seeing this, and then they were overwhelmed by the barrage of magic balls. When the attack ended, everyone was stunned to see the devastation around them. The 3 eager-to-learn gorillas had been completely smashed by the chimera. Wow! This humanoid spirit pet can actually use carpet bombing, one of the proctors exclaimed in shock. After witnessing the chimera's magical combo, Li Guanjuan immediately turned to Lu Jiangwo. Is this student from your school? Lu Jiangwo nodded and replied, his name is Lin Chen. His parents were also beast masters, but they died in the beast tide. Lin Chen's awakened talent is quite ordinary. It's called the Complete Beast Encyclopedia, a knowledge-type talent that isn't suitable for combat. Lu Jiangwo paused for a moment before quickly adding, however, he works very hard and has always been the top student in our school. Upon hearing this, Li Guanjuan couldn't help but smile meaningfully. Ordinary talent? I think his talent is anything but simple. Not simple? Otherwise? If he had a powerful humanoid spirit pet, one could say he was lucky, but now, with both of his humanoid spirit pets being so strong, it can't just be explained by chance. Are you suggesting he has hidden talent? Li Guanjuan did not answer the question directly but instead issued a command to the broadcasting station. Focus on Lin Chen's exam process, but don't give him too much direct camera time. Everyone understood this was a form of protection for Lin Chen. After his words, the broadcasting station immediately switched the live feed to the second-place contestant, Yao Chuanxue. At that moment, Yao Chuanxue was controlling an A-class Yagu beast to attack the eager-to-learn gorillas. However, she chose to create distance and take them down one by one, as Lu Jiangwo had suggested. Seeing her response, Li Guanjuan nodded in approval. Very good, young lady. Being able to tame an A-class Yagu beast is quite a talent. He then looked at several other candidates who were performing well and said with satisfaction, this year's candidates from your school are all excellent. Hearing such praise, Lu Jiangwo should have been very pleased. However, he had just received news that this year, schools like No. 2 and No. 3 were also producing outstanding talents, making the competition fierce, with even S-class spirit pets appearing, diminishing No. 1's competitive edge. Meanwhile, in the examination area, after the chimera killed the eager-to-learn gorilla, Lin Chen did not stay in place but leaped to the top of a large rock to survey the terrain. Thanks to Xiaojiu's nurturing, he now possessed the same physical qualities as Xiaojiu, making it easy for him to jump onto a large rock. He carefully discerned the direction and silently mapped it in his mind. Suddenly, he noticed a spire standing on a high ground ahead, faintly visible in the dim light, not easily noticeable. Then Lin Chen looked towards the spire and said, let's head that way. With that, Lin Chen led the 2 girls swiftly towards the spire. As the 3 walked, they arrived at a canyon. Lin Chen stopped at the mouth of the canyon and said to the 2 girls, be careful, this canyon seems a bit off. Although Xiaojiu and the chimera did not respond, they both heightened their vigilance. The chimera and Xiaojiu flanked Lin Chen on either side as they entered. Just as they reached the center of the canyon, suddenly, a massive rock fell from the sky, directly crashing towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen immediately reacted and dodged. The chimera fired a magical missile towards the direction of the falling rock. In response, another massive rock came flying back. Seeing this, the chimera also dodged alongside Lin Chen. Then, with a boom, 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 another dozen boulders, each half the height of a person, fell down. They sealed off all escape routes for Lin Chen and the others. Then, a boulder as large as a car rolled down from above the canyon, targeting Lin Chen's location. Boom! As the boulder fell, Lu Jiangwo quickly stood up. This is not something a monster can do. However, Li Guanjuan calmly watched the live broadcast. Sure enough, 2 students in No. 2 high school uniforms jumped down from above the canyon. Ha ha ha. I never expected to encounter someone from No. 1 high school here. The trap we set up is just perfect for this situation. Meeting us is their misfortune. I hope they can call for the invigilator in time, otherwise, they can only die here. Eliminate these 3 competitors, and let's go. After saying enough, the 2 were about to leave. Seeing this, Lu Jiangwo slammed the table in anger. How can the students of No. 2 High School act so lawlessly? To attack other candidates during the college entrance examination. I demand the cancellation of their scores and that they be sent to the tribunal. He was genuinely angry. Lin Chen was someone he had watched grow up, and he was the hope of No. 1 High School, yet he was trapped by such means. However, upon hearing Lu Jiangwo, Li Guanjuan waved his hand and said, "On the battlefield, there are countless cruelties and deceptions far worse than this. Can you protect for a moment, protect for a lifetime?" Lu Jiangwo was momentarily speechless. Nevertheless, he still indignantly said, "At the very least, Lin Chen is still my student. I have the right to seek justice for my student." Li Guanjuan shook his head helplessly and pointed to the live broadcast. How could this little guy die so easily? Just as Li Guanjuan's words fell, the live broadcast suddenly showed the boulder shaking. Then, with a loud bang, debris flew everywhere. The 2 students from No. 2 High School were startled by the sudden scene and quickly took a defensive stance, looking back. They then saw a man and 2 women slowly walking out from the dust. I was wondering who set the trap here. It turns out it wasn't a monster, but 2 beasts. Lin Chen did not hide his sarcasm and fixed a cold gaze on them. The 2 students from No. 2 High School looked at the 3 who were unscathed, their faces filled with surprise. "You didn't die? This is impossible. That boulder weighed at least 4 or 5 tons, even an armored vehicle couldn't withstand such impact. What did you do?" Lin Chen did not explain anything to the 2. The weight of that boulder was nothing compared to the power of the liberated Tianhu inheritance of Xiaojiu, which could unleash tens of thousands of pounds of force. However, since they had already tried to kill him, Lin Chen naturally would not let them go. "Since you're here, then don't leave." A killing intent flashed in Lin Chen's cold eyes. He then silently gave orders to Xiaojiu and Chimera. The 2 girls immediately charged at the 2 students from No. 2 High School. Seeing this, the 2 students sneered. "Do you think these 2 little girls can defeat us? You must not know our strength." Seeking death. As they spoke, both of them took out their pokeballs. A giant creature, 2 meters tall, suddenly appeared in the arena. Mountain Giant, B-Class Spirit Pet, possesses the strength of a giant, skill, boulder toss. At the same time, one of them had a fluffy mouse sitting on his shoulder. Scythe Weasel, B-Level Spirit Pet, extremely fast, possesses the innate ability for continuous attacks. When attacking enemies, there is a certain probability of triggering a combo effect. The higher the number of combos, the greater the attack power. Seeing this scene, even the proctor teachers watching the encounter were somewhat astonished. The 2 B-level spirit pets actually teamed up so early, which can be said to be very competitive. How would Lin Chen respond to 2 opponents of considerable strength? In the live broadcast, although Lin Chen reacted first, it was the Scythe Weasel that launched the attack first. It was evident that the students from Class 2 had very rich combat experience. The Scythe Weasel burrowed into the ground. Then, the soil on the ground began to churn continuously. The mountain giant stood in front of the 2 girls, raising its right hand made of giant rocks and smashing it down towards them. The 2 students from Class 2 simultaneously showed a mocking expression. 2 fools, thinking they can defeat us with their bare bodies without using their spirit pets? The mountain giant, true to its name, was immensely strong, its body entirely composed of hard rock. With this punch, it had destructive power of over a ton. If an ordinary person were hit by this punch, they would instantly turn into mush. However, the next moment, the 2 students from Class 2 witnessed the most unbelievable scene of their lives. They saw Xiaojiu step forward, raising one hand high and forcefully blocking the mountain giant's attack. What? How is this possible? Then, Xiaojiu slowly clenched her other hand into a fist, the power of the Celestial Fox gradually coalescing. The Celestial Fox clan inherently possessed a strong physique. When this punch was thrown, there was a loud boom, and the mountain giant's body emitted a tremor like an earthquake. Then, it collapsed with a crash. One of the students' bodies shook for a moment, but fortunately, he steadied himself and quickly gave the mountain giant a command to respond. Mountain giant, reassemble. The rocks and soil on the ground slowly began to coalesce, reforming themselves. Moreover, the shape changed from a humanoid form to a circular one. It seemed they were trying to encircle Xiaojiu and Chimera. At the same time, this student immediately said to the other student, "Damn, this woman is a problem. How can she be as terrifying as a beast?" Upon hearing the other's evaluation, Xiaojiu smiled charmingly and said to Chimera beside her, "Chimera sister, look for the mountain giant's spirit core." Chimera had already received Lin Chen's instructions and had been searching with her eyes, finally locking onto a glowing rock. She raised her hand, and the magic array gradually formed successfully. Magic missile. At the same time, right beneath her feet, the scythe weasel suddenly burst out of the ground, its sharp claws directly reaching for her back. Ha ha ha. Didn't expect that, did you? Everything is within our calculations. This claw was definitely a killing move. However, the two students from Class 2 never expected that at the critical moment, Chimera suddenly turned her head, and the magic missile did not attack towards the stone giant's spirit core. Instead, it was aimed at it. Oh no! The two students from Class 2 shouted in alarm, but fortunately, the scythe weasel was known for its agility. It managed to dodge just like that. However, it also sustained a moderate injury and then directly burrowed into the soil. At this moment, the flashing giant's body had successfully reassembled. Then, the flashing giant clenched its fists and smashed them down towards the two girls. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao couldn't help but sneer. Idiot! Do you think you can win against me like this? Just as Xiao Jiao was smiling charmingly, a sound of something breaking through the ground came from behind her. However, this time, the position of the sickle weasel was right in front of Lin Chen. Ha ha ha! Did you not expect this? My true target is your master. I really didn't expect to encounter a humanoid spirit pet here. If it weren't for my extensive experience, I would have been deceived by you two spirit pets, thinking you were candidates. To defeat humanoid spirit pets like you, the most effective and direct method is to attack your master. Go! Sickle weasel! Deal him a fatal blow. Upon seeing this scene, Lu Jiangwo, outside the screen, was instantly shocked. Oh no! Lin Chen has fallen into a trap. The other chief examiners also showed expressions of regret. It seems that even powerful spirit pets cannot compensate for the shortcomings of a beast master. Lin Chen's strategy was wrong from the start. He should have sent only one spirit pet to attack while keeping the other one by his side to protect him. Yes, with the strength of his spirit pets, he could easily crush the spirit pets of the two second-year students. Now, he has been ambushed. It seems he can only regret being eliminated. But fortunately, with his talent and the strength of his spirit pets, even if he is eliminated, he will likely be admitted to a higher institution through special consideration. While the other chief examiners were lamenting Lin Chen's situation, only Li Juinxiu was staring intently at the screen, for he did not see any panic on Lin Chen's face. Meanwhile, Xiao Jiao and Chimera, who had been somewhat worried, also relaxed upon noticing Lin Chen's expression. It really didn't look like their master was about to be attacked. The two second-year students then simultaneously issued attack commands to their spirit pets. The mountain giant's fists smashed towards Xiao Jiao and Chimera, while the sickle weasel's sharp claws reached for Lin Chen. At that critical moment, Lin Chen slowly raised his hand. His speed was so fast that he actually seized the sickle weasel's arm first. The sickle weasel was momentarily stunned by this sudden turn of events. Lin Chen, however, did not give it a chance to recover. He also raised his hand and slowly clenched his fist. Then, there was a loud bang. The sickle weasel was sent flying by Lin Chen's punch. Xiao Jiao and Chimera then launched their attacks simultaneously, completely defeating the mountain giant. The two second-year students, suffering from the injuries of their spirit pets, immediately collapsed to the ground, howling in despair. Lin Chen, however, showed no intention of letting them go. He coldly looked at the two second-year students and then issued a command to Xiao Jiao. Kill them! Outside the screen, Li Juinxiu and the other chief examiners couldn't help but gasp in shock. This was the first time they had seen such a decisive candidate. Xiao Jiao smiled sweetly, ready to give them a quick end. One of the second-year students, seeing this, hurriedly took out his examination permit and activated the protective mechanism. A barrier suddenly appeared, shielding the two of them. They looked at Lin Chen's icy gaze and Xiao Jiao, who was sharpening her claws, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. With the protection in place, they felt fortunate and shared the same thought. We are protected. What can you do to us? The chief examiners outside the screen, seeing that the second-year students were safe, also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is a protective mechanism in the college entrance examination. If it really led to a fatal incident, it would be hard to handle. One of the chief examiners said with a hint of dissatisfaction. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud boom echoed from the screen. It turned out that Xiao Jiao had no intention of letting them go, as she delivered another powerful punch, causing the ground to tremble. No way! The examiner couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat upon seeing this. After a single punch from Xiao Jiao, the protective barrier specially developed for the college entrance examination was shattered. The two students from the second high school were instantly exposed in front of Xiao Jiao. Xiao Jiao then showed them a look like a fox eyeing its prey, and raised his fist. The two, seeing this, were terrified to the core. Just then, a voice suddenly reached Lin Chen's ears. Hey! Stop! This candidate! As the words fell, with a gust of wind, the two students from the second high school were rescued by a spirit pet cloaked in black. They then landed beside a middle-aged man in a suit. Lin Chen looked at the middle-aged man with a blank expression. The man spoke in a calm tone. I am the chief examiner responsible for this area. My name is Li Feng. The other party has already admitted defeat. There's no need to go to extremes. Lin Chen, hearing this, sneered and replied, when they were trying to kill me and my spirit pet just now, no one stood up for us. Li Feng didn't care about Lin Chen's attitude and responded somewhat unreasonably. Although the traps they set were dangerous, you weren't injured, so why nitpick? Moreover, the college entrance examination has regulations. Candidates can compete against each other, as long as it doesn't lead to death. They didn't violate any rules. Seeing this scene, Lu Jiangwo couldn't help but slam the table in anger. Bullshit. This is so double standard. Do you have to wait for someone to die before you can hold anyone accountable? Li Jun championed with a gloomy face. He was originally a proud person, but to see such double standards in the examination he was responsible for made him feel quite disgusted. Meanwhile, Lin Chen on the screen revealed a meaningful smile. Suddenly, Chimera raised her hand, and a magic circle formed behind her, with magic missiles charging up. Boom! 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 The magic missiles targeted Li Feng and began to fire. Li Feng's first reaction was disbelief. He never expected Lin Chen would dare to attack him. But the next moment, a huge sense of crisis hit him. He quickly dodged, and the wizard beast beside him also moved to a safe distance. However, Lin Chen had no intention of letting Li Feng go. The magic missiles continued to lock onto him. Li Feng couldn't help but curse. Lin Chen, are you crazy? I'm the chief examiner. Lin Chen, hearing this, coldly snorted, Chief examiner? How can I be sure you're the chief? What if you're just a beast disguised as the chief examiner like these two students? Put. Both Li Feng and the onlookers outside the screen were momentarily stunned by Lin Chen's words. Was this guy really seeing red? Li Feng then became anxious, his face filled with anger as he said, if you keep making unreasonable trouble, I will fight back. After hearing this, Lin Chen revealed a meaningful smile. Alright, you dare to fight back. The college entrance examination has clear regulations. Any third-party interference affecting the examination will be held accountable. It seems you must not be the chief examiner. Chimera, kill him and see what his true form really is. Put. This time, Li Feng was truly about to spit blood. Lin Chen was using his own methods against him. But this kid's spirit pet had astonishing attack power, making him not dare to underestimate it. Li Feng gritted his teeth and said, I warn you not to make unreasonable trouble again, otherwise. Before he could finish, Xiao Jiu's fist swung in from the other side. With a bang, Li Feng was directly punched into a panda eye. Ah, Lin Chen, you. However, Lin Chen didn't care at all about Li Feng's words, and Xiao Jiu's fists didn't stop. The two students from the second school who witnessed this were dumbfounded. What kind of ruthless person had they provoked, to dare to hit even the chief examiner? Lu Jiangwo suppressed his laughter, watching Li Junxian's pale face. Li Junxian, with a cold expression, picked up a microphone and said, Lin Chen, I am Li Junxian, the overall supervisor of the college entrance examination. I am already aware of your situation. It was a negligence on the part of our invigilating team. After the exam, the invigilating team will compensate you, and Li Feng will also face disciplinary action for his inappropriate behavior. Li Feng, step out of the examination room immediately and accept the investigation. The voice echoed throughout the examination hall, and upon hearing that announcement, Lin Chen finally made Xiao Jiu and the Chimera stop. At this moment, Li Feng had already been beaten into a pulp. Lin Chen slowly turned around, not even glancing at the two students from the second school. With the matter settled, he left quietly, hiding his achievements and fame. The other candidates who heard Li Junxian's announcement were all unsettled. Lin Chen? What exactly did he do? Yao Chuanxue looked confused. She had already killed 15 low-level demon beasts, ranking first with a total score of 150 points. Moreover, the live broadcast camera was focused on her. Now, she had become a representative of the first school and even the entire Magic City. Wow, wow, wow. Goddess Yao Chuanxue is indeed a genius. She managed to earn 150 points so quickly, and her spirit pet, the Yagu beast, is so powerful, working seamlessly with her. Yeah, even Su Peng from the second school and Chen Feiyang from the third school are no match for her. Damn! Look at the leaderboard, someone has caught up. At that moment, they saw Lin Chen, who originally had only 50 points, suddenly jump to 190 points, taking the lead. What did Lin Chen do? How did he suddenly gain so many points? Could this guy be cheating? What a joke! How could there be cheating in the college entrance examination? I think he must have killed a high-level demon beast to gain so many points. Who knows? But why isn't the live broadcast showing Lin Chen? Everyone began to speculate. What they didn't realize was that Lin Chen had just eliminated 2 candidates from the second school. According to the rules, the points of these 2 candidates would all be credited to Lin Chen. That was why Lin Chen's score had increased so dramatically. At this moment, Lin Chen was heading towards the tower. Along the way, he encountered some other low-level demon beasts. Some of the beasts that hindered his progress were swiftly killed by Lin Chen, and his score soon reached 260 points. He felt that this college entrance examination was not as simple as he had imagined. With 3 days of assessment time and such a large map, it was indeed a challenge for the candidates to find that special demon beast. Just then, Xiaozhou's stomach growled with hunger, making an untimely grumble sound. Lin Chen couldn't help but look at Xiaozhou. Xiaozhou, looking a bit embarrassed yet with a hint of charm, said, "Master, Xiaozhou is hungry." Hearing this, Lin Chen sighed, then took a spirit pet's corpse from her pocket and started a fire on the spot. He began to cook. If that candidate from the second school were here, he would immediately recognize that Lin Chen was cooking his spirit pet, the weasel. Lin Chen skillfully skinned and gutted it, roasting it over the fire. Soon, the aroma of the weasel's meat wafted into the chimera's nose. Lin Chen handed the 2 thighs to the 2 little girls, who immediately began to feast. Soon after, Lin Chen leisurely began to savor the delicacies. Little did he know, at that moment, the 3 of them felt a slight unease simultaneously and quickly looked up. They saw a gigantic eagle soaring above their heads. Then, the eagle dove down, targeting Lin Chen directly. A crisis emerged again. Lin Chen quickly rolled to the side, narrowly dodging the attack. The eagle, failing its strike, landed on the ground not far away. Lin Chen looked at the eagle. Rather than calling it an eagle, it resembled a massive monstrous bird. The full Monster Beast Encyclopedia immediately provided information. Great Eagle, B-rank second-tier monster beast, a flying monster with a simple mind and strong limbs, known for its combative nature, possesses skills such as dive attack, rocket headbutt, and wind blade attack. When faced with life-threatening danger, it will choose to flee. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel surprised. There are actually second-tier monster beasts here? It should be noted that most of the current candidates were not even considered primary beast tamers, and their spirit pets were all at the first tier. A second-tier monster beast would undoubtedly pose a greater threat than 10 easily trained gorillas combined for these candidates. At that moment, the Great Eagle angrily charged at Lin Chen. However, it was strange that a flying monster was using its feet to walk and employing a rocket headbutt as its opening move. Outside the screen, the other chief examiners watched this scene with concern and asked, "Director Lee, isn't it inappropriate to deploy a second-tier monster beast? If any candidates get injured, we can't take responsibility." Director Lee, however, replied with a serious expression. "This is the directive from above. To create a gap between the candidates, we must use strong measures. Moreover, the eagle-type monster is relatively easy to deal with. The candidates we are targeting are all top-ranked. Ordinary candidates won't be threatened. As long as their fundamentals are solid and they coordinate well with their spirit pets, they can handle it. The real challenge will be on the last day." After hearing Director Lee's words, the other chief examiners felt relieved. Just then, someone pointed at the live broadcast screen and exclaimed in surprise, "Look! Yao Chuanxue. Her spirit pet has actually advanced to the second tier." In the footage, facing the Great Eagle's attack, Yao Chuanxue stood her ground, and the ancient beast in front of her suddenly emitted a glow. The ancient beast, originally about 1 meter tall, suddenly surged in size, transforming into a massive dinosaur over 3 meters high. Ancient Beast Evolution. Tyrannosaurus. As soon as the Tyrannosaurus appeared, it took the Great Eagle's rocket headbutt head-on. Then, the Tyrannosaurus executed a body slam, directly knocking the Great Eagle to the ground. Finally, the Tyrannosaurus opened its massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of blazing flames. The Great Eagle was completely engulfed by the flames, turning to ashes. Wow! Yao Chuanxue is so young and has already evolved her spirit pet to the second tier? A genius! Truly deserving of her A-rank talent in fire affinity. Naturally close to spirit pets with fire elements, and with innate resonance enhancement, she can advance with just a bit of training. I can already envision Yao Chuanxue becoming the top scorer in Magic City. What are you all talking about? Look at Su Peng from No. 2 High School. I didn't expect this guy's S-rank spirit pet to be so terrifying. In another live broadcast, Su Peng's S-rank spirit pet, the Crazy Tank, suddenly grew larger when facing the Great Eagle. Then, Su Peng jumped directly into the tank and personally drove it, bombarding the Great Eagle. I didn't expect this crazy tank could attack like this. Doesn't that mean he won't be able to beat others in the future? and can still hide inside this iron turtle? Ha ha ha. Even if he hides in there, it might not be useful. If he encounters a Tyrannosaurus, it will just flip your shell over, and let's see how you fight. Chen Feiyang has also made a move. This guy is hiding pretty deep. In another live broadcast, Chen Feiyang's spirit pet, Quick Blade Ghost, had been battling with the Great Eagle for several rounds, with no clear winner. Afterward, Quick Blade Ghost, panting, retreated to Chen Feiyang's side. Seeing this, Chen Feiyang couldn't help but sigh. I originally wanted to save my talent for the final stage of the competition. It seems I can only reveal it early now. After saying this, Chen Feiyang reached out and grabbed Quick Blade Ghost, who immediately understood and transformed into a wisp of soul, diving into his body. Chen Feiyang's body then grew larger, revealing the phantom of Quick Blade Ghost behind him. This is his S-rank talent, fusion of all things. Any spirit pet that resonates with him can merge with him. Isn't that just too cool? Look, Chen Feiyang is making a move. In the footage, Chen Feiyang's hand was held in a virtual grip, slowly forming an illusory long knife. Quick Blade Ghost behind him also drew its own knife. The two moved in sync, then quickly advanced, running faster and faster. The Great Eagle took to the air, diving in for an attack. Chen Feiyang swung his knife down, and with a clang, he cleaved the Great Eagle in half. So cool! Does Chen Feiyang have any weaknesses? As long as he merges with Quick Blade Ghost, he shouldn't be afraid of close-range attacks. I feel like even if the Tyrannosaurus makes a move, it might not be a match for Chen Feiyang. Isn't he invincible now? Everyone speculated, feeling that Chen Feiyang had become invincible. Suddenly, a comment flew across the screen. Hey! Look at the first place, why is it still Lin Chen? Meanwhile, on Li Jun's side, Lin Chen's exam situation was being closely monitored. The Great Eagle's rocket headbutt was charging straight at Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen calmly took a step back, with Chimera standing in front of him, gathering a magic circle. The magic missiles had long been prepared, unleashing all their firepower at the Great Eagle. At that moment, Xiaojiao also quickly dashed a few steps and leaped onto the back of the Great Eagle. Then, with a powerful stomp, she came crashing down. Boom! The Great Eagle was stomped down, letting out a painful scream. Following that, the continuous barrage of magic missiles left it battered and bruised. Lin Chen looked at Xiaojiao, "Stop playing around. Finish it quickly." Xiaojiao responded with ready to deliver a fatal blow to the Great Eagle. Just then, the Great Eagle's eyes suddenly glowed with a blood-red light. Its wounds began to heal, and its feathers changed from gray to blood-red. Lin Chen frowned at this sight, and at that moment, the Monster Beast Encyclopedia provided information about the current state of this eagle. Mad Great Eagle, a product of the Great Eagle after failing to evolve due to pain stimulation. It will burn its own life to launch a final attack. Lin Chen couldn't believe it, such occurrences were extremely rare. The only example he knew of was when the Tyrannosaurus failed to evolve and turned into a zombie Tyrannosaurus. He never expected to be so lucky as to encounter a Mad Great Eagle. The Mad Great Eagle wouldn't give Lin Chen time to be surprised. The attacks came one after another. The first move was a death headbutt. Xiaojiao, who had been pressing down on its back, was directly sent flying by the Mad Great Eagle. Then, the Mad Great Eagle delivered a headbutt aimed at Chimera. Chimera quickly dodged. After Xiaojiao was flung away, she leaped into the sky and exchanged a glance with the Chimera. The two little girls had developed a tacit understanding by this point. In front of the Chimera, an illusory book appeared, opening on its own and finally settling on a certain page. Entangle! Instantly, a black magic circle appeared beneath the feet of the crazy big owl. Subsequently, black tentacles began to emerge from the magic circle, binding the crazy big owl. The crazy big owl's speed and strength were enhanced. Therefore, when faced with the Chimera's magical control, it merely showed an expression of anger and began to struggle desperately. Just a few seconds later, the crazy big owl broke free from the Chimera's magical control. Then, a bloodthirsty glint appeared in its eyes as it charged towards the three people. Seeing this scene, Lu Jiangwo couldn't help but anxiously say, "How can it evolve in the heat of battle? This is almost a third-tier monster." Li Guanjuan also showed a serious expression and quickly took out his walkie-talkie to issue orders to the proctor still in the examination hall. Proctors near coordinates 118, 725, 37, please pay attention. Immediately head to this coordinate. A suspected third-tier monster is attacking the candidates. Please reach the scene quickly and protect the candidates. After a moment's thought, Li Guanjuan added, "Once you arrive, be sure to determine whether the candidates can handle it on their own. If there is no danger to their lives, do not intervene." Hearing Li Guanjuan's words, Lu Jiangwo looked at him in confusion. Li Guanjuan said expressionlessly. In situations of absolute danger, these young people's hidden strengths can often be triggered. After saying this, Li Guanjuan focused intently on the live broadcast. He always felt that Lin Chen was not as simple as he appeared. When the crazy big owl reached Lin Chen, it opened its mouth and let out a bone-chilling roar. Roaring attack! Lin Chen felt a wave of dizziness, but in an instant, he regained his composure. At this moment, Xiao Jiao was already on high alert. Her expression still carried a hint of charm, but her momentum was steadily rising. As the crazy big owl charged closer, Xiao Jiao finally moved. Her body had grown slightly taller, and her tail had lengthened a bit. Then, her eyes ignited with a fiery glow as she swung her fist heavily. The Celestial Fox Inheritance, Close Combat. Xiao Jiao's fists fell like raindrops upon the crazy big owl. The latter immediately let out a painful howl. At the same time, the Chimera's magical missiles followed in quick succession. Precise strikes landed on the back of the crazy big owl. While this fierce battle was underway, not far away on a hillside, Li Feng received Li Guanjuan's notification and hurried to the designated coordinates. Since there was not much of an issue between him and Lin Chen, after the investigation, the proctoring team did not want to cause major disruptions to the examination order and allowed Li Feng to continue proctoring. Just as he returned to proctoring, Li Feng was the closest and came directly over. However, it was clear that Li Feng no longer dared to act recklessly as he had before. Having just been beaten badly by Lin Chen, he was already quite frustrated, and now seeing Lin Chen being attacked fiercely by a third-tier monster, the crazy big owl, he naturally had some thoughts of taking the opportunity to punish Lin Chen. He turned his eyes and muttered to himself, without making any moves. Just now, Officer Li said that if the candidates are not in life-threatening danger, they can refrain from intervening, so I can naturally sit back and watch the show, and see what Lin Chen is made of. When he gets beaten half to death, then I'll make my move. With that said, even if something goes wrong, it won't implicate me. He then looked at Lin Chen. You little brat, you dared to set a trap for me just now, ambushing me when I was unprepared and making me lose face. This time, I will make you pay. At that moment, he saw the Chimera begin to condense the magic array again. Above the head of the crazy big owl, a gigantic magic array appeared. Following that, a powerful pressure emerged within the magic array, suffocating the crazy big owl. Then, with a flick of Xiao Jiao's tail, a strand of heavenly fire finally floated towards the crazy big owl. The crazy big owl sensed the strange energy contained within the heavenly fire. Its beastly instincts told it that this heavenly fire could kill anything. Unable to contain its fear and madness any longer, the crazy big owl began to rampage within the magic array. But no matter how it struggled, it could not break free from the Chimera's control, and the heavenly fire drew closer and closer. Thus, it no longer held back, igniting its last life force, intending to self-destruct. In the distance, Li Feng saw that the crazy big owl had actually begun to burn its life force, planning to perish together with Lin Chen, and he couldn't help but exclaim. From afar, Li Feng shouted, "Get away!" Saying this, he sent his beast, the Night Priest, charging forward, intending to stop the crazy big owl's self-destruction. He himself quickly flashed to Lin Chen's side, raising his hand to pull Lin Chen away. It was no joke. The self-destruction of a third-tier beast was not something to be taken lightly. Just as his hand was about to grasp Lin Chen glanced at him, and that look nearly made him lose his composure. It was a sense of danger he had never felt before, and his heart kept reminding him that this young man had 100 ways to kill him. However, as an invigilator, despite having some grievances with Lin Chen, his duty was to protect the safety of the candidates he was supervising. So, Li Feng gritted his teeth and said, "Hurry up. This beast is going to self-destruct." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud boom. He couldn't help but think, oh no, the crazy big owl really self-destructed. But when Li Feng turned around, he saw the crazy big owl in the magic array letting out a mournful scream. The heavenly fire was slowly burning away its last life force. Moments later, the crazy big owl was completely dead. Li Feng stood there in shock. What happened to the self-destruction? You're a third-tier beast. How could you just be burned to death like this? At that moment, Lin Chen turned to look at Li Feng. What did you just say, Invigilator? I didn't hear you. Upon hearing this, Li Feng's mouth twitched, and he forced a smile, saying, it's nothing. Nothing at all. If it's nothing, then don't disturb my exam. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Li Feng's mouth twitched again, and without saying anything more, he flashed away. Watching the signal from the front, Li Jun Champion looked at Lin Chen with excitement in his eyes. Good. Calm under pressure. Just this mental quality is enough to make him an excellent beast master. Lu Jiangwo's old face was nearly beaming with joy. Ha ha ha. I told you my students are top-notch beast masters. A mere third-tier beast is completely easy for him to handle. The other staff members looked at Lu Jianguo with a hint of disdain, all making sarcastic remarks. "You old coot, you weren't saying that just now." However, upon hearing everyone's comments, Lu Jianguo smiled even more brightly, making others want to tear his old face apart. Meanwhile, the audience watching the live broadcast had no idea what was happening in the examination room. The live feed had been focused on the seed contestants like Yao Chuanxue, Su Peng, and Chen Feiyang. At this moment, as the leaderboard continued to refresh, Chen Feiyang's score had surpassed Yao Chuanxue, taking the first place. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim, "S-class talent is truly extraordinary. It can actually keep ahead of second-tier monsters. I wonder if Yao Chuanxue and Su Peng have any tricks up their sleeves? Otherwise, this time the top scorer in Magic City will definitely be Chen Feiyang." Sigh. If it were previous years, Yao Chuanxue and Su Peng would still be quite competitive, but this year they seem lacking. After all, Su Peng's talent is just too outrageous. Not just talent, his spirit pet is also very impressive. Yeah, that Quick Blade Goblin, as an A-class monster, is a perfect match for Chen Feiyang. At this moment, on the leaderboard, Chen Feiyang had already scored a total of 410 points. Yao Chuanxue had only 380 points, with Su Peng closely following. However, Lin Chen, for some reason, suddenly found his score stagnant. Then, Lin Chen was overtaken from his previous first-place position. Therefore, everyone naturally assumed Lin Chen had lost his competitiveness. Little did they know, just then, Lin Chen's score suddenly jumped from 260 points to 560 points, an increase of a full 300 points. What? What did Lin Chen do to gain a whole 300 points? Did this guy kill a third-tier monster? No way. How could an ordinary high school senior possibly kill a third-tier monster? Could this guy be cheating? Why hasn't the director shown Lin Chen on camera? Yeah, let's see what's so special about Lin Chen. As a result, many viewers, especially the parents of students, began to leave comments under the video, eager to see what Lin Chen was up to. The director quickly forwarded the viewers' comments to Li Juanxiu. Li Juanxiu thought for a moment and said, "Alright, let them see what Lin Chen is doing." At this moment, it was already night, and the passage of time in the examination hall was the same as outside. Everyone knew that the dangers of the night in the jungle were doubled. Thus, everyone tacitly chose to find a place to set up camp. Moreover, both humans and spirit pets needed rest after a day of fighting. Yao Chuanxue had her own storage equipment. She took out a tent and a military bed that she had prepared in advance, ready to rest. Then, she also took out some dry food she had prepared earlier. While eating, Yao Chuanxue didn't forget to take a few pills to recover her energy. Seeing Yao Chuanxue's preparations, the viewers outside couldn't help but feel envious. This is what it means to be from a big family. She had storage equipment before even going to college, could sleep on a military bed in the wild, and even had food prepared in advance, along with pills to restore her spiritual and mental energy. In contrast, Su Peng and Chen Feiyang had it much worse. Each of them carried a backpack with only simple dry food, and they could only find a secluded corner, leaning against a mountain wall and a big tree, eating while vigilantly watching their surroundings. Eating in the wind and sleeping in the open was nothing compared to this. Just then, someone curiously asked, "I really wonder what preparations Lin Chen has made?" At that moment, the director happened to switch the live broadcast camera to Lin Chen. Everyone focused their gaze, and then someone emitted a series of blood-spitting emojis. What the hell? Is this guy really here for the college entrance exam? In the footage, two uniquely featured beast-eared girls, Chimera and Xiaojiu, were cutting pieces of meat from the crazy big owl. Then, they sharpened some branches and skewered the meat. Lin Chen also took out some seasonings from his storage bag. Then, in front of everyone's astonished eyes, they began their outdoor barbecue. Is Lin Chen here on vacation? Those two girls are really beautiful. How does Lin Chen have two such pretty maids? Isn't this the college entrance exam? Cheating. Lin Chen must be cheating. Haven't you heard? There's a young man named Lin Chen who scored full marks to become a junior beast master, and the spirit pet he used was a humanoid monster. Could that Lin Chen be him? Don't say that. I'm already feeling jealous. Look how delicious they are eating. At that moment, Chimera had already taken the grilled skewers off the fire and bounced over to Lin Chen. "Master, it's time to eat." Lin Chen took the skewers from Chimera, blew on them, and then began to chew. Just then, Xiaojiu also handed over her grilled skewers. "Master, try the ones I grilled too." Saying this, Xiaojiu offered her own skewers as well. Lin Chen took one from each side, taking a bite from each, leaving all the onlookers a bit stunned. "I'm so jealous. I want to report this guy for cheating." After a hearty meal, it was nearly midnight. Seeing this, the audience couldn't help but ask curiously, Doesn't Lin Chen have a tent or a military bed prepared? The place they are in isn't suitable for setting up camp. In the open wilderness, without good cover, it's easy to be attacked by monsters. I don't care about the monsters, I just want to know how those two beast-eared girls will rest at night. They won't be sleeping in the wilderness with Lin Chen, right? As a result, they saw Lin Chen yawn and then say to Xiaojiao, "It's getting late, let's rest." They were left dumbfounded as they watched Xiaojiao nod, her large tail curling into a circle, and Xiaojiao lay inside it, while Lin Chen actually lay in Xiaojiao's embrace. Damn! That bastard Lin Chen! How can he lie in the arms of a beast-eared girl? That's a humanoid spirit pet. You beast, let go of that spirit pet and let me have her. I won't accept this. Why is that humanoid spirit pet bigger than my mom's? To the netizen upstairs, I want to get to know your mom, can you introduce us? Just as the audience was filled with envy and jealousy, something even more blood-boiling happened. Lin Chen took out a blanket from his storage bag and handed it to Chimera. To everyone's surprise, Chimera kindly covered Lin Chen with it, and then she obediently snuggled in beside him. Chimera nestled in Lin Chen's arms like a cushion. Put! All the viewers who saw this scene had expressions of blood spitting. Even the originally spirited Lu Jiangwo felt a bit embarrassed and covered his face, saying, "Well, in the jungle, it gets quite cold at night. 3 people cuddling together can prevent heat loss." Li Junquan, however, said with a half-smile, "That's true, but sleeping in the open wilderness isn't a good choice. If a monster attack occurs, they won't even have a cover." The examiners nearby all agreed with this. After all, when camping in the wild, it's best to choose a spot where you can lean against something, so that in case of wild beasts or enemies, you can avoid being attacked from both sides. The night grew deeper. Lin Chen slept like a child, showing no signs of vigilance. At that moment, a few dog-like monsters slowly approached from not far away. Among the audience who were staying up late to watch the college entrance exam livestream, someone immediately recognized the identity of these monsters. This is a prairie wild dog. It's one of the most ferocious and troublesome demon beasts on the grassland. Look behind them, that's their leader, a second-tier demon beast, the prairie wild wolf. Oh my god, they're going to ambush Lin Chen. I said Lin Chen was getting a bit too cocky. Camping in an open area, isn't that just exposing himself directly to the demon beasts? This time, Lin Chen is probably in for a rough time, he might even get eliminated. At that moment, a prairie wild dog seemed to trigger some kind of restriction. Suddenly, a very inconspicuous magic array flashed and then disappeared. Meanwhile, the Chimera stealthily wriggled out from Lin Chen's embrace. Then, the Chimera slowly straightened up, her sleepy appearance evoking a wave of sympathy from the audience. Next, they saw the Chimera raise her hand and set up a magic array around Lin Chen, encompassing him and Xiaojiao, and even kindly covered Lin Chen with a blanket. This scene made everyone grit their teeth in frustration. After doing all this, the Chimera turned her head and looked at the group of prairie wild dogs that had already surrounded them with a fierce expression. "It's all your fault. You disturbed my master's sleep. I could have let him sleep until dawn." Although the prairie wild dogs couldn't understand what the Chimera was saying, driven by instinct, they couldn't wait to enjoy the flesh and blood of this humanoid demon beast before them. Woof woof woof. Oh woof! They howled and charged at the Chimera. Watching this scene unfold, the audience couldn't help but feel anxious for the Chimera. Prairie wild dogs are notorious for being pack animals. Individually, any one of them is quite weak, but once their numbers grow, their combat power increases exponentially. There were at least a dozen prairie wild dogs present, and with a prairie wild wolf overseeing them, their combat power was comparable to that of 2 second-tier demon beasts. In their understanding, the best way to deal with such an enemy was to flee quickly. However, the Chimera had already raised her hand and was reciting a spell expressionlessly. Soon, behind her, the magic array appeared, and countless magical missiles had already formed. At that moment, the prairie wild dogs had reached her front, and everyone was anxious for the Chimera. Who would have thought that the seemingly harmless girl before them would unleash such a powerful magical attack? The sound of explosions echoed through the night. The entire area was swept clean by the Chimera's magical missiles. What the hell? What was that just now? Magic ground clearing? Why do I feel a bit sorry for those prairie wild dogs now? Using a cannon to swat a mosquito, and it's a carpet bombing. Let's mourn for this pack of wild dogs. As the smoke cleared, there were more than a dozen wild dog corpses on the ground. The second-tier prairie wolf had already fled. The Chimera had no intention of pursuing it further. Instead, she turned back to look at the still sleeping Lin Chen. Fortunately, this magic array can block sound, so it didn't disturb my master's sleep. Hearing the Chimera's words, the comments on the screen became even more envious. Damn! Even when the enemy comes, Lin Chen doesn't have to get up to deal with it, his spirit pet handles it. Then, they saw the chimera thoughtfully adding some firewood to the campfire before burrowing back into Lin Chen's arms. This scene left many viewers speechless. In the morning, the chimera was already preparing breakfast. After a simple wash, Lin Chen noticed many corpses around him. The chimera quickly said, "Last night, a second-tier demon beast managed to escape." Hearing this, Lin Chen immediately reacted, "Is it a prairie wolf?" Chimera nodded in agreement. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, "Be careful while traveling today. Prairie wolves hold grudges. If you kill one of their kin, they will definitely seek revenge." Upon hearing that the prairie wolves would come for revenge, Xiao Jiao and Chimera's eyes lit up simultaneously, both eager for action. Lin Chen then realized that the two girls beside him were both warriors at heart. Is this the nature of spirit pets? He couldn't help but mutter to himself. After having breakfast, the three continued on their journey. Along the way, they encountered more and more second-tier monsters. Lin Chen assessed that if they kept going at this pace, they would likely reach the spire by noon tomorrow. While they were on the move, Lin Chen suddenly looked towards a large rock not far away. A prairie wolf was glaring fiercely at Lin Chen and his companions. Chimera immediately recognized it as the prairie wolf that had escaped last night. Once the prairie wolf noticed their gaze, it raised its neck and began to howl at the sky. "Oh whoa!" The melodious wolf howl spread across the wilderness, and soon another howl echoed from afar. Then came a third, a fourth. The howls continued in succession. Lin Chen frowned at this sight. Do these prairie wolves want to gather and attack me? However, Lin Chen was not afraid at all. With his current strength, he was confident he could kill all the prairie wolves that came at him. Not far away, in a patch of jungle, a slick-haired young man was arrogantly directing a few peers, saying, "Listen up. As long as I achieve a good score in this college entrance examination, our Lu family will definitely not treat you poorly." This person was Lu Chun. One of his lackeys quickly stepped forward to add, "You all better thank young Master Lu. One monster is worth 100,000, and a second-tier one is worth 1,000,000. Can you earn that much money in 5 or even 10 years? Even if you fail the exam, young Master Lu has promised you can work for the Lu family. Following young Master Lu, the future is bright." At this moment, Lu Chun glanced at his own score, which was only 290 points, a significant gap from Lin Chen's 700 points. But he was not worried at all. "Don't let me find you, otherwise, you'll know the consequences of offending our Lu family." Suddenly, Lu Chun heard a series of wolf howls. Then, one of the students he had bribed hurried over and said, "Young Master Lu, that's a prairie wolf. A lone one isn't very strong, and it has over 100 points. Why don't we go hunt it?" Lu Chun nodded in response. "Alright, let's go hunt this prairie wolf." On Lin Chen's side, he saw that 4 prairie wolves had surrounded them, but they did not seem to intend to attack immediately. Instead, they kept their distance from the 3. It seemed they planned to engage in a war of attrition. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, "Although these beasts aren't attacking us proactively, once we show signs of fatigue, they will definitely pounce on us like rabid dogs." Saying this, Lin Chen made a decision. If they won't come to attack us, then we'll go find them. Lin Chen did not like being watched with ill intentions. He preferred to crush all dangers in their infancy. Thus, the 3 of them charged towards the group of prairie wolves. The latter, seeing Lin Chen and the others rushing over, quickly hid behind a cluster of strange rocks. Lin Chen couldn't help but sneer. Do they want to lure us into a trap? As he spoke, Lin Chen gave a glance to Xiao Jiao and Chimera. The 2 women understood immediately and dispersed. They formed a triangular formation, surrounding the area. After a few quick maneuvers, the 3 arrived at an open space. Just as they stood firm, a dozen prairie wolves suddenly emerged around them. They stared fiercely at Lin Chen and the others. Among them, one prairie wolf bore a wound. It was the same one that had attacked Lin Chen the previous night. At that moment, in the broadcast room, Li Guanjuan looked at the images transmitted back on the big screen, revealing a serious expression. Lu Jiangwo was already sweating for Lin Chen. These are over a dozen prairie wolves, all second-tier demon beasts. Moreover, they are very skilled at coordinated attacks. Once they engage, their attack power is comparable to that of a third-tier demon beast. Lu Jiangwo then looked at Li Guanjuan beside him. Director Li, should we notify the chief examiner to come and oversee? After all, even the chief examiner might not be able to handle this pack of prairie wolves. Li Guanjuan pondered for a moment and said, "No. If we want to bring out Lin Chen's potential, we can only use this method. As for his safety, please rest assured, Principal Lu, our chief examiner will ensure the safety of every candidate." As he spoke, Li Guanjuan looked at Lin Chen. And look at Lin Chen's expression. Hearing this, Lu Jiangwo focused intently on Lin Chen in the footage. He soon noticed that Lin Chen maintained a calm demeanor in the face of the wolves, as if victory was assured. At that moment, the lead wolf of the prairie pack suddenly howled to the sky. Then, the dozen prairie wolves moved simultaneously. They circled around Lin Chen and began to run. In Lin Chen's mind, the complete demon beast encyclopedia slowly unfolded, providing information about the prairie wolves. Prairie wolf, C-grade second-tier demon beast. When gathered in a group, their combat power increases exponentially, possessing skills such as wolf bite, claw attack, and rocket headbutt. When the pack exceeds 10, they can unleash the combined attack technique Prairie Storm and Wolf Pack Charge. In the center of the Prairie Storm, all wolves' attack power is doubled. Lin Chen's eyes lit up upon seeing the information from the encyclopedia. In his understanding, skills that could assist others and buff teammates were quite rare. Skills like the Prairie Wolves' combined attack technique, which could double attack power, were even scarcer. Lin Chen then looked at Xiao Jiao and Chimera beside him. Pay attention. Don't give them any opportunities. The two women understood immediately. They knew what Lin Chen meant and were determined not to give the prairie wolves any chance to harm them. Thus, Chimera launched a series of magical missiles. Immediately, a wave of carpet bombing struck the pack of prairie wolves. Amid the explosions of boom boom boom, several prairie wolves were hit, but under the enhancement of the prairie storm, their defense and attack power were bolstered. After this wave of attacks, not a single prairie wolf was injured. Seeing this, Lin Chen immediately said to Chimera, "Attack the prairie storm, find a way to break out of here." As the top genius of the first high school, Lin Chen had a solid theoretical foundation. From the very beginning, he realized that the Prairie Storm skill was essentially a massive magic array. As long as the attack power was high enough, the magic array could be destroyed. Chimera nodded at his words, and then, as her fingertips danced lightly, a small magic array suddenly appeared. However, though small, the power of the magic missiles condensed within the array was terrifying. Even Lin Chen, who was in a safe zone, felt the power contained within. Wolves, as creatures, are inherently more sensitive to danger than other animals. Upon sensing the unusual nature of the magic missile in the Chimera's hand, the prairie wolves immediately chose to attack the Chimera. They aimed to deliver a fatal blow before the Chimera's magic missile could fully form. A dozen prairie wolves gradually gathered together and charged towards the Chimera. The wolf pack charged. This was the combined attack technique of the prairie wolves, powerful enough to rival a full-force strike from a third-tier demon beast. The momentum of the beasts was comparable to a cavalry charge. However, the Chimera seemed oblivious to such an attack, focused solely on forming its magic array. At that moment, Xiao Jiao suddenly stepped forward, standing in front of the Chimera. Then, Xiao Jiao charged towards the pack of wolves. One could see Xiao Jiao's fiery red tail igniting in flames, resembling a nimble fox transformed into a ball of fire. Meanwhile, the Chimera's magic missile had completed its charge. Subsequently, the magic missile shot directly at the prairie wolves. Boom! Boom! 2 consecutive explosions echoed through the area. The ground seemed to sink slightly as a result. Then, a dozen prairie wolves lay sprawled on the ground, looking as if they were on the verge of death. Lin Chen took a quick glance. Although the prairie wolves had not died, they had completely lost their fighting capability. With just a command from Lin Chen, Xiao Jiao would kill them all. However, at that moment, a group of figures suddenly appeared around them. Leading them was a young man with slicked back hair and a painted face, dressed in an expensive training suit. Beneath him was a fierce-looking bull-type spirit pet. Lin Chen immediately recognized the identity of the spirit pet. It was actually a C-rank spirit pet, the earth-shaking bull. Ha ha ha. What a coincidence. Lin Chen, I never thought you would fall into my hands one day. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen looked at the slick-haired young man and asked with a puzzled expression, "Who are you?" "Me?" The young man was instantly filled with rage upon hearing Lin Chen's words. "You actually forgot me. I am Lu Chun, the one whose spirit pet you destroyed." Lin Chen responded with an "Oh. So it's you. Humph. You dare to steal our demon beasts and our points. If you don't give us an explanation today, don't blame us for being rude." As he spoke, Lu Chun shouted to his lackeys beside him, "What do you guys think?" One of the sycophants quickly nodded. "That's right. Lu Xiao is right. We were just in a fierce battle with these prairie wolves, and then you came to reap the rewards." "That's not right. Lin Chen, you must give us an explanation." Hearing this, Lu Chun nodded in satisfaction. "Did you hear that? Hand over those prairie wolves to us now, or else my brothers and I will kill you right here." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, and his gaze towards Lu Chun grew increasingly cold. Meanwhile, the examiners watching the live broadcast remained expressionless, as if they had long been accustomed to such occurrences. Lu Jiangwo, in order to protect Lin Chen's interests, couldn't help but curse angrily. Which school's candidate is this? How can they be so shameless? Instead of fighting for themselves, they take advantage of others' misfortunes and speak so grandly. Li Guanjuan, however, spoke with an unchanging expression. In special circumstances, how to maximize one's own interests is something that beast tamers themselves should consider. You could say that Lu Chun's actions are disgraceful, but he hasn't broken any rules. Lu Jiangwo was left speechless by Li Guanjuan's words. Who would have thought that Li Guanjuan would continue? But taking shortcuts is not a long-term solution. To forge iron, one must have a strong body. I just don't know what method Lin Chen will use to resolve this crisis this time. Meanwhile, Lin Chen in the scene finally spoke up. A hint of mockery appeared in Lin Chen's eyes as he coldly looked at Lu Chun. Oh, the prairie wolves are right here, come and take them. As long as you have the strength, you can take them all. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Lu Chun felt a burning sensation on his face. Are you kidding? There are a full 12 prairie wolves, each one a second-tier beast. Although the intelligence of these beasts is inferior to that of contracted spirit pets, their combat power is no joke. Even though they are severely injured now, their strength is still formidable. At this moment, the prairie wolves slowly straightened up. This group of prairie wolves is not foolish, on the contrary, they are very intelligent and have a keen sense of danger. They looked at Lu Chun and the others with eyes full of hatred. Seeing this, Lu Chun was so frightened that he almost fell off the back of the earth-shaking bull. However, he quickly steadied himself. Then, one of Lu Chun's lackeys hurriedly reminded him, "Young Master Lu, quickly use that little beast." Upon hearing this, Lu Chun immediately reacted and quickly pulled out a wolf cub that looked like a small dog from his backpack. It was the cub of the Prairie Wolf King. When the prairie wolves saw the cub, they all showed expressions of hatred. Lu Chun quickly pointed at Lin Chen and shouted, "You beasts, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kill this person, or I will kill your cub." As he spoke, Lu Chun raised the Prairie Wolf King's cub, clearly indicating that he would smash it if things didn't go his way. Upon hearing Lu Chun's words, the Prairie Wolf King showed a pained expression. Then, it turned to look at Lin Chen, its eyes filled with complexity. Lin Chen, however, was unconcerned and said, "Oh? Lu Chun, do you really think this group of prairie wolves will be my opponents?" At the same time, Xiaojiao and Chimera stepped forward. One had flames burning brightly on its tail, while the other had already formed a magic array. The momentum was overwhelming. Lin Chen then looked at the prairie wolves. "Go and bite them to death, I promise to save your children." After hearing Lin Chen's words, the Prairie Wolf King pondered for a moment before making a decision, letting out a resolute howl to the sky. It had never felt so humiliated in its life, especially now, having to place its hopes on its enemy. The other prairie wolves were already at the end of their strength. At this moment, their combat power might not even match that of a first-tier ordinary spirit pet. However, after the Prairie Wolf King's howl, they still resolutely charged towards Lu Chun and his group. The people following Lu Chun were immediately frightened by the sight of so many prairie wolves charging together. Fortunately, someone reminded them, "Don't be afraid. These prairie wolves are severely injured and at the end of their strength. If we work together, we can definitely kill them." But the camel that dies of starvation is still bigger than a horse. It sounds easy, but it's hard to do. The prairie wolves, upon encountering them, quickly scattered Lu Chun's subordinates. At this moment, Xiaojiao had already transformed into a fiery red meteor and arrived beside Lu Chun. Looking at Xiaojiao's stunning face, Lu Chun immediately recalled the image of Xiaojiao biting his Bulbasaur. "Charge, Earthshaker Bull, and kill him." The Earthshaker Bull let out a loud moo. In response, then, it unleashed its strongest move, the Bull Charge. However, such a charge could not compare to the divine beast, the nine-tailed celestial fox. Xiaojiao stepped on the Earthshaker Bull's head and then applied a little force. With a loud boom, the Earthshaker Bull's scream followed. Then, Xiaojiao turned to Lu Chun and revealed a meaningful smile. At that moment, Lu Chun lost all desire to enjoy Xiaojiao's unparalleled beauty and hurriedly planned to escape in a panic. However, Xiaojiao had no intention of letting him go. She approached swiftly and grabbed Lu Chun. First, she snatched the Prairie Wolf King's cub away. Then, she raised one hand high, ready to smash Lu Chun. If that slap came down, it would be enough to turn Lu Chun into mush. Just then, Lu Chun shouted, "I give up. Let me go. Don't kill me." As he spoke, Lu Chun quickly activated the protective measures on his examination permit. A light shield instantly opened, protecting him within. Xiaojiao then looked at Lin Chen, who immediately shook his head, signaling that it was not the time to act. Seeing this, Xiaojiao relented. Meanwhile, the others in the arena also activated their protective measures one after another, waiting for the examiner's rescue. After bringing back the Prairie Wolf King's cub, Xiaojiao placed it in Lin Chen's arms. Lin Chen looked at the cub and couldn't help but feel very excited. He had already noticed that this Prairie Wolf King's cub was unusual. Prairie wolf cub, C rank, second-tier monster. Since both parents are second-tier monsters, it was born as a second-tier monster with a 10% natural spirit bloodline. When Lin Chen saw the natural spirit bloodline, he knew this Prairie Wolf King's cub was special, which is why he agreed to help the Prairie Wolf King rescue its cub. At this moment, the Prairie Wolf King's cub was barely hanging on. The Prairie Wolf King, battered and bruised, approached and looked at its child. "Oh whoa!" The Prairie Wolf King cried out in pain, and Lin Chen quickly took out medicine from his storage bag to treat the Prairie Wolf King's cub. After a moment, the cub slowly opened its eyes, looking at Lin Chen with gratitude. The Prairie Wolf King came over and licked its child. Lin Chen then said to the Prairie Wolf King's cub, "Are you willing to sign a contract with me?" Upon hearing this, the Prairie Wolf King immediately looked at Lin Chen, who met its gaze. "If it follows you, it will eventually be killed by humans. If it stays by my side, as long as I am here, no one will be able to harm it." Hearing Lin Chen's words, the Prairie Wolf King let out a sorrowful cry. Then, it helplessly nodded. The Prairie Wolf King's cub, however, was very affectionate towards Lin Chen, nuzzling against his hand. Lin Chen quickly extended his consciousness and communicated with the soul of the Prairie Wolf King's cub to sign the contract. As his strength increased, Lin Chen's mental power also improved under his intentional training. Before signing the contract, Lin Chen had already assessed his mental power. Just as he had evaluated, his mental power was sufficient to contract the Prairie Wolf King's cub, and it did not cause him any discomfort. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully obtained a Prairie Wolf cub. The bloodline of the Prairie Wolf can be upgraded. Would the host like to evolve it? Lin Chen heard the system prompt and immediately chose yes. Ding! Upgrading, please wait. 1%, 2%, 3%, 98%, 99%. 100%. Upgrade successful. Suddenly, the body of the Prairie Wolf King's cub emitted a dazzling white light, then slowly grew larger, its originally sharp mouth transforming into a gentle curve. The fur on its head turned into flowing hair. The wolf skin also devolved into a proper outfit. As the light faded, a long-haired girl draped in wolf skin appeared before everyone. She had an extraordinarily beautiful face, with large eyes that seemed to penetrate the soul. Strange markings adorned her face, adding a touch of wildness. Her wheat-colored skin looked full of vitality. Although her bare feet stood on the ground, they gave off an impression of purity, as if emerging from the mud untainted. Lin Chen was somewhat astonished at this sight. How is it that she just evolved into human form and already has clothes? As he spoke, Lin Chen looked towards Xiaojiao and Chimera. Xiaojiao and Chimera seemed to know what Lin Chen was curious about. They exchanged glances and decided who would answer Lin Chen's question. Then, with a smile, Xiaojiao said, "This sister is a second-tier demon beast, and her inheritance is different from ours." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided not to pursue the matter further. However, just as he turned his head, he felt a soft, fragrant warmth rush into his arms. "Master, thank you for saving me just now. Master, moi moi." As she spoke, the girl planted several kisses on Lin Chen's face. It was only then that Lin Chen looked at the little girl. Immediately, the complete Demon Beast Encyclopedia displayed the little girl's information. Demon Beast, Princess of the Underworld, second-tier talent, Nature's Power, SSS level, Nature Affinity, SSS level, Nature's Power, can grant buffs to all friendly units. The strength of the buff depends on the Princess of the Underworld's own strength, can heal friendly units, and even bring them back to life. Nature Affinity, can communicate with all sentient beings in Nature Bloodline, God of Nature, SSS level, God of Nature Bloodline, all things have spirits. In ancient times, the spirits of nature gathered to form a God of Nature, governing the life and death of nature, later hunted by humans, leaving behind a single bloodline. Skills, Wolf Fang Bite, One-Man Army, Gale, Storm Step, Healing Spell. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned upon seeing such an attribute panel. Is this the strength of a second-tier demon beast? It can heal, assist, and attack. Lin Chen had actually noticed earlier that Xiaojiao and Chimera's attacks had become somewhat monotonous. Yet the second-tier princess of the underworld possessed so many skills, making Lin Chen speculate whether Xiaojiao and Chimera would also enrich their combat methods after upgrading to the second tier. Lin Chen then rubbed the little princess of the underworld's head and said, "From now on, you will be called Ah Shan." Upon learning she had a name, the princess of the underworld became even happier, bouncing around and planting several kisses on Lin Chen's face. This scene made the Prairie Wolf King's mouth twitch, as if his precious daughter had been taken away by a scruffy boy. Just then, Ashan looked at Lin Chen with a pitiful expression. "Master, my father is seriously injured, but I can't heal him. Can you help my father too?" Lin Chen sighed upon hearing this, they had been deadly enemies before, but now, because of the little girl, they had become half a family. Forget it. Lin Chen then took out some healing pills from his pocket and fed them to the Prairie Wolf King and the other prairie wolves. You all should find a place to hide. This is a trial ground, and besides me, there are many powerful humans here. If you encounter them, they won't be as easy to talk to as I am. Upon hearing this, the Prairie Wolf King let out a howl. The other prairie wolves, somewhat unwillingly, followed suit and howled a couple of times. Then, they turned to leave. However, the Prairie Wolf King stayed behind. Lin Chen looked at it in confusion. To his surprise, the Prairie Wolf King slowly lowered its body, making its massive form shrink down. Lin Chen then looked at Ashen, who understood and explained, "Dad said he would give us a ride." Saying this, Ashen was the first to climb on. Lin Chen understood and followed Ashen onto the back of the Prairie Wolf King, with Ashen snuggling into his embrace. Xiaojiao, somewhat reluctantly, sat behind Lin Chen, the majestic form in front of him pressing against Lin Chen's back. Then, Xiaojiao tightly hugged Lin Chen. Chimera, however, did not climb on but instead conjured a magic circle beneath her feet, floating in midair. Lin Chen was surprised, this girl could actually fly. Chimera seemed to know what Lin Chen was curious about and quickly explained, "I just want to be with my master, so I chose to walk." Lin Chen turned his head nonchalantly and assessed the direction. Then, Ashen directed the Prairie Wolf King to start moving forward. As Lin Chen continued on, the audience became a bit restless. When they first saw Lin Chen single-handedly challenge over a dozen second-tier demon beasts, they all felt a sense of anxiety for him. However, the next moment, Lin Chen's two humanoid spirit pets crushed the prairie wolves with overwhelming force. Some speculated that after defeating the prairie wolves, Lin Chen did not choose to finish them off immediately because he was also at the end of his strength. Therefore, when facing Lu Chan and his group of opportunists, they all thought Lin Chen was doomed. After all, there were 8 of them, and they were all strong candidates. Everyone was worried for Lin Chen. Then, Lu Chen took out the Prairie Wolf King's cub to threaten it and force Lin Chen into a mutual destruction. At this point, they felt certain that Lin Chen was doomed. Who would have thought that Lin Chen still had the strength to fight back, even beating Lu Chen to the point of retreating, ultimately saving his life at the cost of ending the exam early. He can still be fine after all this? Lin Chen really has a strong fate. What strong fate? Brother Lin is just crushing them with strength. At this moment, some had already begun to idolize Lin Chen. Just as everyone was chattering, they saw Lin Chen preparing to take the Prairie Wolf King's cub as his spirit pet. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? After all, both of Brother Lin's beast-eared girls have very strong talents and unfathomable combat power. This Prairie Wolf King's cub seems a bit beneath Brother Lin. Yeah, although the Prairie Wolves are powerful at this stage, they are merely a C-rank second-tier demon beast, and they won't be of much use later on. Exactly. C-rank demon beasts become useless after reaching the 3rd tier. Brother Lin can't be planning to sign the Prairie Wolf for points, right? It would be better to just wipe out the wolf pack. Just as everyone was still feeling indignant for Lin Chen, they suddenly saw a flash of white light on the tiny Prairie Wolf King's cub. Then, it transformed into a little girl with wheat-colored skin, wearing a wolf pelt and sporting wolf ears on her head. What just happened? Lin Chen's Prairie Wolf King cub turned into a girl? I won't accept this. How is it possible? Why can Lin Chen's spirit pet turn into a beast-eared girl? Jealousy drives me crazy. Let's team up to rob Lin Chen. I don't want anything else, just Lin Chen's 3 humanoid spirit pets. Hey upstairs, do you really think you can beat Lingu? Ha ha ha. I'm wondering who will warm Lin Chen's bed tonight. Stop talking. I'm already imagining Lin Chen camping in the wild with 3 girls. Meanwhile, in the broadcasting room, all the examiners were dumbfounded, staring at the 3 humanoid spirit pets beside Lin Chen. Why do all spirit pets become anthropomorphized after signing a contract with Lin Chen? Someone immediately expressed their confusion about Lin Chen's beast girl spirit pet. Li Jun Champion then looked at Lu Jiangwo. Principal Lu, you wouldn't be deliberately misreporting information to protect your student, would you? Lu Jiangwo quickly waved his hand. Don't slander. When Lin Chen awakened his talent, there were teachers and students from the whole school as witnesses. It can't be fake. Hearing Lu Jiangwo's words, Li Jun Champion fell into deep thought. As the person in charge of the college entrance examination, he certainly knew that Lu Jiangwo couldn't possibly hide Lin Chen's basic information. Could it be that Lin Chen has a hidden talent? Li Jun Champion couldn't help but mutter to himself. It's not impossible. If Lin Chen has a hidden talent, it would explain why his spirit pets have all become humanoid. At this moment, Lin Chen was already riding the Prairie Wolf King, speeding across the wilderness. Some low-level demon beasts encountered on the way did not dare to disturb him because of the presence of the Prairie Wolf King. This left Lin Chen feeling both amused and helpless. The college entrance examination is about who can kill demon beasts to earn higher points. But now, low-level demon beasts weren't coming to trouble Lin Chen, making him unsure whether this was a blessing or a curse. What Lin Chen didn't know was that the outside world was in an uproar over his points. The reason was that Lin Chen wasted a lot of time fighting the prairie wolf but ultimately did not kill any. Meanwhile, Yao Chuanxue, Su Peng, and Chen Feiyang seized this opportunity, and their points were closing in on Lin Chen. The point gap was getting smaller, and it seemed that all three had a chance to surpass Lin Chen at this critical moment. As a result, Lu Chun and his 7 teammates came to give Lin Chen a wave of warmth. Lin Chen's points jumped from over 600 to 2030 points. It increased more than threefold. Instantly, the efforts of the three became futile. Some people immediately felt that the combined points of Lu Chun and his 8 teammates might not even reach 1,000, questioning how Lin Chen obtained so many points. Could it be because Lin Chen took that Prairie Wolf King's cub as his spirit pet, so his points doubled? Very likely. Otherwise, how can we explain Lin Chen having such high points? Sigh. Why does Lin Chen always get so many points whenever someone is about to surpass him? He really has the luck of the draw. Someone immediately raised doubts about Lin Chen's strength. Everyone, don't panic. It's only the second day of the college entrance examination, and all the candidates are still in the initial stage, not yet grasping the rules of the competition. Moreover, look at Yao Chuanxue, Su Peng, and Chen Feiyang. They have already discovered that tower and are chasing towards Lin Chen's position. When they arrive, it's very likely they will launch a siege against Lin Chen, and at that time, whose strength is stronger will be evident. That's right. Whether it's Su Peng or Chen Feiyang, both are very strong beast masters. Yao Chuanxue is the only candidate among all the examinees who has awakened an A-level affinity for fire elements and also possesses a second-tier spirit pet. Not only that, but the Tyrannosaurus beast is a second-tier spirit pet with an A-level talent. How could it possibly be compared to a C-level low-end monster like the prairie wolf? Lin Chen naturally did not know the external evaluations of him. Of course, even if Lin Chen knew, he wouldn't care. Their group arrived at a dense forest. Although it was already close to evening, it was not yet sunset. Lin Chen looked at the dense forest and always felt something was off. His intuition told him that there was a dangerous aura deep within the forest. Lin Chen then looked at the Prairie Wolf King. Aren't we going forward? Upon hearing this, the Wolf King let out a howl. Ashan quickly translated for Lin Chen. Master, my father says there is a very dangerous aura inside, and he doesn't dare to go in. Lin Chen nodded, thought for a moment, and asked, then ask your father if the aura on me is more dangerous or if the aura in the forest is more dangerous. Lin Chen was very curious about this question. If the Prairie Wolf King said his aura was more dangerous, it would prove that the Wolf King was likely hiding something. After all, if Lin Chen's aura was more dangerous, then the Prairie Wolf King had previously dared to lead the Prairie Wolves to confront Lin Chen, which would definitely be problematic. If the Prairie Wolf King said the aura in the dense forest was more dangerous, then Lin Chen would really have to consider whether to enter the forest. To Lin Chen's surprise, after pondering for a moment, the answer given by the Prairie Wolf King was unexpected. Ashan's expression also became somewhat strange after hearing it. However, Ashan still conveyed the meaning of the Prairie Wolf King. My father says he can't see through the master. He doesn't feel even a hint of dangerous aura on the master, which is why he dared to provoke the master from the very beginning. Lin Chen nodded upon hearing this. Although this was not the answer he wanted, Lin Chen knew that the Prairie Wolf King was not lying. There truly was no overly powerful dangerous aura on him. His strength, aside from his solid basic skills, came from the system's evolution of the 3 little ones and the feedback from the complete monster encyclopedia. Now, the skills Lin Chen had received included the power of the celestial fox, the inheritance of the chimera, heavenly fire, mental power enhancement, and the natural power he had just obtained from Ashan. Lin Chen felt that he was no longer someone any second-tier monster could deal with. This confidence made him feel that he could completely rely on his own strength to face the enemies he would encounter in this high-stakes examination. With this in mind, Lin Chen dismounted from the Prairie Wolf King. Then, Lin Chen waved goodbye to the Prairie Wolf King. The Prairie Wolf King glanced at Lin Chen, then took a deep look at Ashan. Although he was very reluctant, he ultimately turned away with a resolute expression. Following that, Lin Chen and the 3 young girls entered the dense forest. As soon as they stepped into the jungle, Lin Chen felt a chilling aura. This was a branch of natural power, specifically danger perception. In nature, many wild beasts survive by their keen perception of danger. Lin Chen glanced at Ashan, who immediately understood and walked at the front of the group. Little Nine also stood behind Lin Chen in perfect harmony, while the chimera floated in mid-air, overlooking the three of them. As they walked, a large number of bats suddenly flew out from the forest. Vampire bats, D-level first-tier monsters, prefer to live in groups, but both their attack and defense are very weak. Typically, after discovering their prey, they would swarm and attack. The sight of blood would ignite their ferocity, and they often abandon their lives for just a taste of blood. The complete bestiary immediately provided basic information about these bats. Just as Asha was about to take action, she suddenly saw the Little Nine, who was at the back of the group, summon a flicker of flame that lunged directly at the blood-sucking bats. In just one encounter, that group of bats was incinerated by heavenly fire, their bodies scattered across the ground. Little Nine then smiled at Asha. "These little things aren't suitable for you to handle." Little Nine spoke the truth, but with her enchanting expression and tone, her words seemed to carry a hint of sarcasm no matter how one listened. However, Asha didn't mind. Sister is right. After saying that, Asha continued to forge ahead. As they walked, the group passed by a cemetery. Before anyone could speak, Asha suddenly frowned and loudly warned, "There's danger." Just as Asha blurted that out, all the tombstones began to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Puff! A pair of withered arms suddenly reached out from beside a tombstone. "Return my life." Immediately after, countless voices demanding lives echoed. These sounds sent chills down their spines. Rotting zombies, D-class first-tier beasts. If bitten, one will be infected with an extremely dangerous zombie virus, which is incurable. However, they move slowly, have obvious weaknesses, and are very easy to deal with. Lin Chen paid no attention to the information provided by the complete bestiary, as he was unconcerned about these zombies. In his senior year textbooks, Lin Chen had encountered such zombie beasts. Although they moved slowly, they possessed immense strength and lacked pain receptors. Only by shattering their brains could they be completely killed. Therefore, as long as they weren't surrounded, there would be no life-threatening danger. But now, they just happened to be standing in the midst of this group of rotting zombies. At this moment, a large number of zombies had already crawled out of their graves. Asha had revealed the unique gaze of the Wolf Clan. She was eagerly anticipating an exceptionally thrilling battle. However, just as she was about to take action, the Chimera's magic array had already succeeded before her. Following that, the magical missiles bombarded the cemetery like a cannon brigade, unleashing a carpet bombing. Amidst the explosive sounds of boom boom boom, those zombies were blown to smithereens. Some luckier zombies, although not hit in the head, had lost their combat ability. Their bodies could no longer stand. On the other side, looking at the devastation on the ground, the viewers watching the live broadcast couldn't help but feel some sympathy for these beasts. Those blood-sucking bats were turned to charcoal by that northern red fox. Now these zombies have been blown to pieces. I hope they don't encounter Lin Chen in their next life. That guy Lin Chen is truly despicable. He actually trained such adorable girls to be so violent. Isn't it possible that they were always this violent? Impossible. Look how gentle they are with Lin Chen. Could it be that they are only gentle with Lin Chen? As the comments reached this point, everyone fell silent. Because the viewers realized it seemed to be true. Then, everyone couldn't help but despise Lin Chen even more. Looking at the scene around her, Asha reluctantly withdrew her hand. The chimera, hovering in the air, looked down and said, "These small fries aren't even worth Asha's effort." Upon hearing this, Asha didn't think much of it, but Lin Chen covered his face. "No way! No way! Even the spirit pets have a battlefield? Then do I have to get these spirit pets to nod before I can find a girlfriend in the future?" Lin Chen muttered to himself. "Forget it. After all, they are all my spirit pets, my companions." Lin Chen looked at the several little girls and said, "Let's move forward. The elite monster that Li Jun champion mentioned should be in this forest." As he spoke, Lin Chen gazed into the depths of the jungle where a spire seemed to beckon them like an invisible door. The three little girls immediately got ready and walked with Lin Chen towards the spire. The four continued deeper into the jungle. As they walked, Chimera suddenly let out a curious "eh?" Lin Chen couldn't help but look in the direction Chimera was staring at. Soon, Lin Chen discovered that there was actually a wooden sign there. It looked like a directional marker, and when Lin Chen approached it, he saw a line of blood-red characters written on it. "This is a dangerous area, please be cautious, candidates." Lin Chen couldn't help but sneer. The blood-red characters were clearly meant to create an eerie atmosphere, warning candidates not to venture further if they were not strong enough. However, due to the material, it didn't seem that eerie. "Next time you write such a sign, it's better to use real blood," Ashan said, her nose very sensitive. She wrinkled her nose and added, "It's not written in blood, but in paint. It smells so bad." Lin Chen chuckled at her words and said nonchalantly to the three girls, "Don't mind them. With that, Lin Chen strode forward towards the spire not far away. Soon, the three arrived at the location of the spire, which turned out to be a huge manor. The entire manor seemed to be shrouded in darkness. Even though the moonlight was bright tonight, there seemed to be no light inside the manor, relying only on basic torches for illumination. Lin Chen stood at the entrance of the manor, just about to push open the large door when suddenly, the manor's door opened by itself. Just as Lin Chen was about to step inside, a voice suddenly called out to him. "Excuse me, are you here to stay at our Neil Manor?" Lin Chen looked in surprise towards the direction of the voice, which came from just behind the door. It was a very neatly dressed maid, her expression blank, appearing lifeless. Although she had a beautiful face, there was no hint of a living presence, as if she were a finely crafted doll. Lin Chen's mind also registered information about the maid. Doll maid, B-rank second-tier monster, a very rare type of friendly monster. As long as her master is not harmed, she will harbor no malice. Once she recognizes a master, it will never change for life. At this moment, Ashan had already developed hostility towards the doll maid. However, the doll maid's face showed no sign of emotion, still staring blankly at Lin Chen. Lin Chen then patted Ashan's little head and said, "It's getting late, why don't we stay here for the night? Finally, we can avoid sleeping in the wind and rain." With that, Lin Chen stepped forward to the doll maid. "That's right. May I ask if you have guest rooms here?" The doll maid nodded and said, "Yes. The master has prepared a fine dinner and rooms for everyone, please follow me." With that, the doll maid walked in front. Seeing this, all the onlookers suddenly became a bit unsettled. What the hell? Why does this woman walk without making a sound? And she has no fluctuations at all, as if she's floating in the air. She can't be a malevolent spirit, right? Upstairs, are you stupid? What malevolent spirit dresses up as a maid? In my opinion, she's just a ghost. What are you guys talking about? This is just a second-tier demon beast doll maid. With Brother Lin's strength, he could probably kill her with a single slap. Then why doesn't Brother Lin kill her? He even followed her into the manor. He can't be thinking of doing something inappropriate, right? Wow, don't say that. I actually feel like Brother Lin might really do something like that. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Chen might want to fish for bigger prey. Didn't you notice that Li Champion mentioned there would be an elite demon beast in this exam? If we can kill it, we would gain a lot of points. After hearing this explanation, everyone couldn't help but nod in agreement. However, they also felt a bit anxious for Lin Chen. Lin Chen, along with the three young girls, followed the doll maid into the castle within the manor. What Lin Chen didn't expect was that the interior of the castle was decorated in a very luxurious manner. In the center, there was a huge painting hanging on the wall. It depicted a very handsome man. However, everyone found it hard to see his face clearly and could only judge from the outline that he should still be quite young. Lin Chen glanced at the signature of the painting and was surprised to find it dated 100 years ago. He couldn't help but ask the doll maid, "Hello, may I ask how old your master is?" The doll maid replied emotionlessly, 519 years old. Lin Chen was even more astonished by her answer. At 519 years, even a demon beast wouldn't live that long, right? Lin Chen felt that something was unusual. Suddenly, he felt like he had heard of such a demon beast somewhere before. However, due to the original owner's unclear memories, he couldn't recall it at the moment. The doll maid then spoke again, "Dinner has been prepared for everyone in the dining room. You can enjoy the food now." After saying that, the doll maid walked ahead, leading the four of them into a dining room that was as large as a basketball court. Lin Chen looked at the huge chandelier and couldn't help but exclaim, "What luxury!" Then, the four of them took their seats. After a moment, four more doll maids came from the kitchen. One pushed a food cart, while the other three distributed utensils to Lin Chen and the others, placing the food from the cart in front of them. Lin Chen looked closely. His brows immediately furrowed. Because the food in front of him was all demon beast blood and flesh. There were jumping frogs, fiery turkey legs, lightning fish, and even scholarly gorillas. However, all of this food was raw, or more accurately, sashimi. Lin Chen certainly couldn't eat these things, but the three young girls, being demon beasts themselves, were very satisfied with the food in front of them. They glanced at Lin Chen and found that he didn't give any special hints. So, they immediately began to feast. The doll maid who had brought Lin Chen to enjoy the food noticed that he wasn't eating and expressionlessly walked over to him. "This guest, are you dissatisfied with our manners food? Why aren't you dining?" Such behavior could harm the master's reputation. As the doll maid spoke, the other doll maids also approached. They surrounded Lin Chen, giving off a vibe that they might take action against him if he said something they didn't like. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but sneer, "Why should I dine? The master doesn't even show up when guests arrive. Isn't that neglecting the guests?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the doll maid who had spoken to him earlier immediately became flustered. She thought for a while and finally came up with a reason. The master will be here soon, so, guest, please enjoy your meal first. Upon hearing the doll maid's explanation, Lin Chen immediately threw his knife and fork into the plate. He used his actions to convey his dissatisfaction. One of the doll maids promptly left the dining room, leaving the others to watch Lin Chen and his companions. At that moment, Lin Chen turned to the doll maid who had spoken to him earlier and said, "I'm not satisfied with this meal. Do you have any other food in the manor?" The doll maid, upon hearing this, did not hesitate and immediately replied, "There is wine brewed from the blood of magical beasts, the back of a gibbon." She went on to list a whole bunch of magical beast meats. Lin Chen frowned upon hearing this. It was quite different from what he had imagined. Logically, these magical beasts should prefer human flesh, so why was there none? Realizing this, Lin Chen quickly reacted and revealed a knowing smile. This was an examination site, and all the magical beasts had been captured by the military from various battlefields, so how could they prepare human flesh for these beasts? Unless some unfortunate candidate had mistakenly ended up here. And now, he was the only one here, which meant he was the unfortunate one. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from outside the dining room. A man dressed in a suit, looking very gentlemanly and handsome, walked in. He politely bowed to Lin Chen. "I sincerely apologize. Esteemed guest, I was busy feeding my pet, so I couldn't attend to you in time. Please forgive me." Lin Chen looked at the man in surprise. How could this be? Because when the man appeared, the entire magical beast encyclopedia showed no reaction at all. This indicated that the man before him was not a humanoid magical beast, or rather, he was a true human. However, the doll maid had clearly stated that the master here was a full 519 years old. Even a centenarian should have been in a coffin by now. Yet, looking at him, he appeared to be a gentleman around 30 years old. The man then introduced himself. "My name is Charles III, but you can just call me Little Charlie." Lin Chen couldn't help but tease, "Little Charlie? The 519-year-old Little Charlie." Charles was taken aback and then smiled politely. "Titles don't matter, as long as the guest is happy. I've lived in this manor for so long that apart from these doll maids, I only have a little pet for company. I haven't communicated with a real human in a long time." Saying this, Charles snapped his fingers, "Go get some human food." However, Lin Chen waved his hand and said, "No need. It's already late, we should rest." Charles was not angry and immediately arranged for the doll maids to take Lin Chen and his companions to their guest rooms. Lin Chen sat in the room, with Xiao Jiu giving him a back rub, and Chimera massaging his legs. A Shan lay on Lin Chen, acting as a good luck charm. Initially, the audience was somewhat worried about Lin Chen's situation, but upon seeing this, they couldn't help but show disdainful expressions. Damn! Lin Chen is surrounded and hasn't figured out the situation yet. He still has the leisure to enjoy the support of beautiful women. I need to criticize this guy. Exactly. Clearly, that Charles prepared 4 rooms for them, so why are they still squeezing onto one bed? Lin Chen must have ulterior motives towards the 3 girls. So pathetic. Let go of Lin Chen, and let me take over. Hey, are you confused about your gender? Not confused. I'm here for Lin Gu. Ha ha ha. You're still jealous. Lin Chen is sitting with a beautiful girl, completely unfazed. Who among you can do that? Aren't you secretly cursing brother Lin for not making a move? Meanwhile, in the live broadcast control room, Lu Jiangwo wore a serious expression. Aren't the exam questions for this college entrance examination too difficult? Li Guanjuan shook his head dismissively. This is the directive from above. They want to widen the gap between students, so the design of this elite monster is more complex. Lu Jiangwo still felt some concern. But curse-type monsters are harder to deal with than any other monsters, and even high school courses haven't covered them. Only in college can students gain some theoretical knowledge. Isn't this too advanced for third-year high school students? Only in this way can we see the true caliber of outstanding students. Li Guanjuan's tone was very firm. Hearing this, Lu Jiangwo could only accept it helplessly. In the live broadcast, Lin Chen was already preparing to sleep. Just as he was dozing off, he suddenly opened his eyes, finally recalling where he had heard that name, Charlie. Or rather, it wasn't Charlie, but a type of monster. Immediately, Lin Chen jumped out of bed. At the same time, the 3 girls also opened their eyes. They followed Lin Chen to the door. However, just as Lin Chen opened the door, an arm blocked his way. Lin Chen focused and saw a doll-like maid standing at the entrance. "Dear guests, it's late. Please rest well and do not wander around the castle." Lin Chen did not respond but glanced at Xiao Jiu beside him. Xiao Jiu immediately understood and threw a punch. The doll maid was caught off guard and her head was knocked off. However, the decapitated doll maid did not die. Her head rolled on the ground for a few moments before floating back up, looking at Lin Chen and slowly speaking, "Dear guest, are you dissatisfied with my service?" After saying this, the dollmaid's teeth slowly transformed into serrated fangs and then lunged at Lin Chen, seemingly intending to bite off a piece of his flesh. Seeing this, Xiao Jiu quickly punched the dollmaid's body again. The dollmaid's body immediately shattered into pieces. But unexpectedly, yet logically, the shattered pieces floated back up. Then, the dollmaid's nails turned into long spikes, and serrated edges sprouted from her body, attacking the four of them. Just as Xiao Jiu was about to strike again to completely kill the dollmaid, Lin Chen stopped her. "Don't waste time with her. If the dollmaid's master isn't dead, then she can never be killed." Saying this, Lin Chen pulled the three girls and began to run downstairs. As the three ran, three more dollmaids emerged from other rooms, attempting to intercept Lin Chen and his group. Seeing this, Ashan waved her claws at them from a distance. An invisible gust of wind formed at her fingertips. It then slashed directly at the three dollmaids. The three dollmaids were immediately shattered. To prevent them from becoming monsters like the first dollmaid, Ashan extended her claws and sliced their bodies into pieces. However, these pieces slowly floated up and then reassembled into a creature that was neither human nor ghost. Puff! The monster opened its mouth and spewed a jet of flames, aimed directly at Ashen. Ashen was ready to strike back but was pulled away by Lin Chen. "It's useless. Don't get caught up in a fight." As he spoke, Lin Chen leaped around a corner and landed at the staircase. Then, he jumped down from the three-story staircase. This scene drew gasps from the audience. What surprised everyone was that Lin Chen landed steadily. Following him, Xiao Jiu and Ashen also descended, while the chimera floated in midair, fending off the attacks from behind. Lin Chen took 2 steps to the center of the hall, where a massive oil painting hung quietly. The figure that should have been in the painting, Charles III, had now vanished without a trace. In its place was a blank space. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "Just as I thought." At that moment, the 3 women arrived behind Lin Chen and saw the scene, each displaying a strange expression. "Xiao Jiu, use heavenly fire." Xiao Jiu immediately conjured a ball of flame at her fingertips and shot it towards the painting. Sensing the power contained within the flames, the nearest doll maid, as if driven mad, lunged at the fire. "Don't hurt the master." Then, with a poof, the doll maid that had pounced on the flames turned into a ball of fire. Heavenly fire is a divine fire born from the heavens and earth, capable of burning the life force of all things. Upon contact with the heavenly fire, the doll maid clearly felt her life force draining away. However, a strange energy continuously infused her with life, maintaining a bizarre and painful balance. Subsequently, she angrily pointed at Lin Chen. "You bad people dare to harm my master. Especially you, die." As she spoke, she opened her mouth. A gun barrel appeared inside her mouth, and she began to fire continuously at Lin Chen. Seeing this, Lin Chen immediately dodged. He then glanced at the chimera. The chimera instantly understood, and a magic array formed, causing countless black tentacles to emerge from the ground, directly restraining the doll maid in place. Then, Xiao Jiu unleashed the heavenly fire again, heading straight for the painting. At that moment, an angry voice echoed through the ancient castle. Heavy footsteps approached from afar. Charles III, draped in a robe, slowly came before Lin Chen. "Why? Why force me? I mean you no harm." Lin Chen looked at Charles III, his eyes filled with mockery. "No malice, huh?" As he spoke, Lin Chen glanced at the now empty portrait and then pointed at the 4 figures faintly visible in the corner of the painting, saying, "If I'm not mistaken, those painted figures should be us. If I had discovered this a little later, we would probably have ended up like you, neither human nor ghost." Upon hearing this, Charles III was momentarily stunned, then revealed a fierce expression. "Oh, you figured it out? Then you shall remain in the castle forever, becoming my food." As he spoke, Charles III's body suddenly transformed into a massive monster made up of various paints. The monster compendium finally provided his information. Undying frame, B-class tier 2 monster. Those painted by the undying frame will receive an eternal curse, living forever within the frame, neither aging nor dying. Lin Chen then sneered, "Just as I thought." He finally recalled where he had heard of Charles III before. It was a not-so-famous legend. In legend, there was a nobleman who sought out a very famous painter to create a portrait of himself. During this process, due to his extraordinary handsomeness, he developed feelings for the painter's daughter. However, because of the disparity in their social statuses, they could not be together, which led the painter's daughter to commit suicide by jumping into a river. The nobleman did not even attend the girl's funeral. This caused the painter to harbor a deep hatred for him, and he cast a curse upon the nobleman. From that moment on, the nobleman became neither old nor dead. Even in his 70s, he remained young and handsome, only to ultimately die at the hands of his best friend. The method used was to burn that very portrait. Thinking of this, Lin Chen said to Xiaojiu, "Don't pay him any mind, just burn that painting." Upon hearing this, Xiaojiu responded with an and once again summoned heavenly fire, directing it at the immortal portrait frame. Charles III could not help but let out a terrified roar, rushing forward to protect the immortal portrait frame. But it was too late. With a loud boom, the immortal portrait frame was immediately engulfed in flames. Charles III's already decaying body quickly began to wither, revealing his true form, and then he aged rapidly. It was as if he had lived an entire lifetime in just a few breaths. In the end, Charles III turned into a pile of bones. Meanwhile, the doll-like maids in the castle lost their vitality due to their master's death, collapsing to the ground like scattered parts. At the same time, the entire castle began to tremble, as if it were about to collapse. Lin Chen hurriedly led the three women out of the castle and into the courtyard of the manor. Once they confirmed their safety, Lin Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I almost got assimilated by that painting." Lin Chen looked at the collapsed castle, his expression one of surviving a disaster. He had only seen such curse-type monsters in some extracurricular readings. He never expected that this time, during the college entrance examination, one would actually appear. It was simply beyond the syllabus. Lin Chen silently complained in his heart. Not far away, in a large tree, Li Feng was watching the direction of the castle with a serious expression. "I never thought this little guy could discover the weakness of a curse-type monster." He had just been about to intervene to save Lin Chen, because if Lin Chen could not resolve the immortal portrait frame before dawn, he would be assimilated by it, becoming an immortal monster just like Charles III. Therefore, he had to eliminate the immortal portrait frame before dawn. Who would have thought Lin Chen would resolve it so easily? However, Li Feng knew that the college entrance examination was not over yet, as there was still an additional question. He could not help but show a serious expression. "So what will you do next?" As soon as he finished speaking, an angry roar echoed throughout the manor. Then, from the backyard of the manor, a black hunting dog with two heads sprang out. Lin Chen's natural power went into overdrive with warnings. The hunting dog glared fiercely at Lin Chen, and then it spoke with a mouth full of filth and hatred. "You actually killed my master. I will eat you to avenge my master." At the same time, Lin Chen's complete monster encyclopedia provided information on this two-headed hunting dog. Two-headed demon dog, B rank, tier 3 monster, a hunting dog raised by extremely evil individuals. A demon dog that escaped from hell, with two heads possessing different attributes, extremely murderous, with skills of hellfire, hell ice, frenzied biting, plague infection, and mind fear. Lin Chen looked at the information on the two-headed demon dog, revealing a serious expression. This was a tier 3 monster, and all its skills had magical attacks. Upon seeing this, all the spectators showed expressions of astonishment. What the? This year's college entrance examination is just too difficult. Last year's final exam question was only a second-tier demon beast, but this year there are not only cursed demon beasts but also B-level third-tier demon beasts. They want the candidates to die. B-level demon beasts are already extremely rare and have strong attack power, and now there's even a third-tier one. You have to know that demon beasts don't have human assistance to evolve like spirit pets do. Each evolution of a demon beast is a qualitative change, especially the process from second tier to third tier. I think even Lin Chen might not be a match for this two-headed demon dog. Lin, you should run. Quickly find a place to hide. Even if you do nothing, you'll still be the top scorer. The audience was complaining about the appearance of cursed demon beasts and B-level third-tier demon beasts in this college entrance examination. They only knew how powerful the two-headed demon dog was, but they didn't realize that this exam question actually had a purpose. It was meant to test the candidates' ability to cooperate with each other. Originally, according to Li Guanjuan's plan, strong candidates would arrive at this manor at the same time. If they could deal with the undead picture frame, they would face the two-headed demon dog together. Then, they could solve the two-headed demon dog through teamwork, and finally, the chief examiner would score and award points based on each person's performance. Who would have thought that Lin Chen would gain the favor of the Prairie Wolf King, riding it and charging forward alone to face the two-headed demon dog, leaving the examiners at a loss. Lin Chen's outstanding performance since the start of the exam had completely disrupted their plans. Lin Chen looked at the two-headed demon dog without fear, slowly curling the corners of his mouth. Since he crossed into this world, he hadn't tested his own strength limit and didn't fully understand his true power. Encountering a B-level third-tier demon beast this time was just right for him to showcase his skills. Moreover, even if he couldn't defeat the two-headed demon dog, he believed the examiners wouldn't let him fall into danger. Then, Lin Chen's expression turned cold as he pointed at the two-headed demon dog. Xiaojiu, Chimera, Ashan. Attack with all your might. Upon hearing Lin Chen's command, the most excited one was actually Ashan. By Lin Chen's side, Ashan felt the most awkward. During this time, whenever they encountered an enemy, it was always Xiaojiu and Chimera who took action, leaving Ashan with no chance to showcase her strength. The moment Lin Chen gave the order, Ashan was the first to charge out. Her eyes glowed green. She moved like a swift wolf, running on all fours through the ruins, directly pouncing towards the two-headed demon dog. The two-headed demon dog, seeing Ashan daring to charge at it head-on, immediately showed a disdainful expression. It opened its mouth, releasing a wave of cold air. Ice breath. In an instant, the entire manor turned into a chilling area. Ashan immediately felt her speed slow down, her body feeling as if it were frozen, but this did not affect her fighting spirit. The wolf clan never retreats. Ashan howled, and suddenly a gust of wind appeared out of nowhere. Under the cover of that wind, Ashan's speed increased again, and in an instant, she was in front of the two-headed demon dog. The two-headed demon dog immediately opened its mouth and lunged at Ashan. Ashan's claws suddenly elongated and grew larger, and with a swish, they caught the two-headed demon dog by the chin. Thus began a close-quarters struggle between one person and one dog. At the same time, the wolf skin that Ashan had draped over her began to grow larger and thicker, as if it were a hard armor, protecting her body. At this moment, the Chimera's magic circle was successfully formed. Black tentacles reached out towards the two-headed demon dog. The Chimera needed to fully cooperate with her companion to launch an attack. Just then, Xiaojiu charged forward. Empowered by the power of the celestial fox, Xiaojiu resembled a valkyrie, landing punch after punch on the two-headed demon dog. The two-headed demon dog howled in pain. However, the two women soon realized that their fierce attacks were unable to break through the demon dog's defenses. Even though their occasional strikes caused some wounds, it was futile. The wounds on the two-headed demon dog healed rapidly. Give up! You can't kill me! Soon, I will make you accompany my master in death. The two-headed demon dog then revealed a frenzied expression. Saying this, it opened its other mouth. Hellfire! With a whoosh, a torrent of scorching flames, like lava, was spewed forth, turning the entire manor into a scene reminiscent of a hellish purgatory. At the same time, the two-headed demon dog broke free from the Chimera's control. Ashan landed on a pile of ruins, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she looked at the two-headed demon dog. Xiaojiu covered her nose, her face twisted in disgust. It stinks. You humans, all of you should die. With that, the two-headed demon dog lunged at Lin Chen. In the demon dog's eyes, Lin Chen was the culprit behind the death of Charles III. Seeing this, a surge of anger suddenly welled up within Xiaojiu. She immediately felt her power surging within her. Then, Xiaojiu looked coldly at the two-headed demon dog and shouted, "Anyone who dares to harm my master shall die." With that, Xiaojiu's body suddenly ignited with scorching flames. The temperature of this fire was at least 10 times higher than the hellfire. The flames then slowly grew larger, eventually reaching a height of 3 to 4 meters. Then, the flames dissipated. A fiery red fox appeared in the arena. Behind this fox, two tails emerged. Looking at the two-tailed fox before him, Lin Chen's mind echoed with the voice of the complete beast compendium. Nine-tailed celestial fox, two-tail state, bloodline, SSS level, talent, celestial fox inheritance SSS level, skills, heavenly fire manipulation, heavenly fire descend, enchantment power. Heavenly fire manipulation, can create and use heavenly fire. Heavenly fire descend, can brew a heavenly fire in a designated area and location, causing a massive explosion that deals great damage to the target area. Enchantment power, a unique talent of the celestial fox that can enchant any person or beast, with the strength of the enchantment related to the target's mental strength and intellect. Lin Chen was astonished. He never expected Xiaojiu to evolve to the second tier like this. Unfortunately, each target could only undergo system evolution once. Then, the system's voice sounded again. Because the nine-tailed celestial fox has evolved into the two-tail state, the complete beast compendium has reactivated the function to nourish the host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining enchantment power and heavenly fire descend through nourishment. Lin Chen did not expect an unexpected reward. The skill heavenly fire manipulation was actually the skill Xiaojiu had at the first tier, so Lin Chen already possessed it. He quickly opened the skill description for enchantment power. However, Lin Chen discovered that because he was not a member of the Celestial Fox clan, he could not unlock the full power of all skills, only increasing his charm value. As for heavenly fire descend, he could completely utilize the Chimera's inheritance to modify it, thereby increasing the skill's power. As Xiaojiu revealed her true form with the two tails of a celestial fox, Ashan also displayed a smile filled with battle intent. She let out a howl, and immediately, the sky was filled with fierce winds. These winds gradually converged around Ashan, and then with a loud bang, they exploded. Ashan transformed into a massive gray-white wolf, standing a full 3 meters tall. The wolf's fur was sleek, exuding a wild beauty that contrasted sharply with Xiaozhou's form. Then, the fox and the wolf charged simultaneously at the two-headed demon dog. One was enveloped in fierce winds, while the other was ablaze with celestial fire. The two-headed demon dog clearly did not expect things to turn out this way. It sensed an unprecedented aura of danger from Xiaozhou and Ashan. However, it was too late to escape now. The two-headed demon dog could only brace itself and opened its 2 mouths. Before it could unleash a magical attack, Ashan's fierce winds blew it apart. Following that, Xiaozhou's celestial fire descended, exploding above its head and leaving it bloodied and mangled. Its hide could no longer withstand the attacks from the 2 girls. Just as the two-headed demon dog prepared to flee, Ashan bit down on its neck. Once bitten by a wolf on the neck, no amount of struggling could help it escape. Then, Ashan forcefully tossed the two-headed demon dog to the ground, producing a loud thud. Even through the screen, everyone could feel the earth tremble. At the same time, Xiaozhou rushed up, biting onto the other head and tearing off a chunk of flesh, swallowing it whole. Finally, Xiaozhou disdainfully remarked, "So disgusting." This completely enraged the two-headed demon dog. "Ah! Ah!" It cried out twice in shock, but Ashan's teeth were firmly locked onto its neck. Then, Ashan stepped on its head with one foot while vigorously shaking her neck from side to side. The two-headed demon dog's throat was torn open by Ashan. Black blood gushed out continuously, and the two-headed demon dog felt its life force ebbing away. Yet, it could do nothing but endure as Xiaozhou and Ashan continued to chew on its body. Lin Chen then looked at Chimera and asked, "Aren't you going to join them in enjoying the feast?" Chimera shook her head and replied, "Sister Xiaozhou and Sister Ashan can enhance their strength by eating, but I cannot. If they don't eat enough, their cultivation will stagnate or even backfire." Upon hearing Chimera's explanation, Lin Chen immediately understood and thought, "Oh." He realized that Chimera was subtly reminding him. Fortunately, he had already made preparations in this regard. It seems that supporting powerful beast-eared girls is truly not an easy task. Lin Chen silently complained to himself. In contrast to Lin Chen's calm demeanor, the viewers watching the livestream were utterly shocked. What? The spirit pets can evolve during battle? What? Lin Chen's beast-eared girls can turn into wild beasts? Look how delicious they are eating. But when they transform into human form, they are so cute and beautiful. I finally understand why Ning Kaichen likes Nie Xiaoqian. Is this the feeling of pain and pleasure? Upstairs. Nie Xiaoqian is a ghost, not a beast. Whether human, ghost, or beast, I want a spirit pet that can turn into a human. What are you all discussing? Doesn't anyone realize the main point? Lin Chen can actually crush a B-rank tier 3 demon beast at just 18 years old. Such strength, even a college student might not be able to achieve it, right? At this point in the comments on the screen, everyone fell silent. Because everyone could judge Lin Chen's strength, which made many older beast tamers feel a bit embarrassed. After all, third-tier demon beasts are not so easy to deal with for intermediate beast tamers. It seems we underestimated this little guy's strength. Li Guanjuan looked at Lin Chen on the screen with a beaming smile. At this moment, Lu Jiangwo's face was already beaming with joy. Ha ha ha. I said our school's top student wouldn't be a fluke. I have great confidence in our first high school's teaching quality. Li Guanjuan then said with a smile, "Today is already the 3rd day of the college entrance examination, and there are less than 24 hours left until it ends. If nothing unexpected happens, Lin Chen is already the top scorer of this exam. I just wonder if the other elite candidates can accept this outcome." Originally, the final challenge was prepared to widen the gap. But now, Lin Chen single-handedly defeated the undying picture frame and the two-headed demon dog, leaving the other talented candidates to catch some small fish and shrimp for points. Meanwhile, in the scene, Yao Chuanxiu suddenly sensed a strong energy fluctuation from a distance. That direction was exactly where she was going to search for the spire. Has someone already gotten there first? She immediately made a judgment. No! Tyrannosaurus, we need to hurry over and see what happened. We can't waste any more time. Meanwhile, Su Pang and Chen Feiyang, who had already encountered each other, were testing each other's strength. They also sensed the energy fluctuations coming from the direction of the spire. It seems there are powerful demon beasts over there. Could it be the final question of this exam? Let's cease hostilities for now. We should check the situation first. After discussing, the two hurried towards the spire. At the same time, Lin Chen was sitting idly in the ruins, waiting for Xiaozhou and Ashan to finish eating. This was the first time Xiaojiao and Ishan had tasted the flesh of a third-tier demon beast, so the two girls were enjoying their meal immensely. Watching the satisfied expressions of the two girls, Lin Chen felt his mood lighten. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance. Lin Chen turned to look and found it was Li Feng. Seeing Lin Chen's wary gaze, Li Feng quickly waved his hand and said, "Lin Chen, I'm Li Feng. You should remember me, right?" Lin Chen remained cautious and kept a safe distance from Li Feng, saying, "Of course I remember." Seeing that Lin Chen was not too hostile, Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He had witnessed Lin Chen's combat power firsthand. Therefore, if he were to face Lin Chen one-on-one now, Li Feng felt a bit lacking in confidence. Li Feng then showed a friendly smile and said, "The thing is, you have already defeated the final elite demon beast, so just now, Commander Li Guanjuan spoke with me and said you have passed all the exam questions. He asked me to see if you want to leave the examination room early." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen deliberately elongated his tone. "Oh, I see." This was similar to submitting the exam early before his transmigration, and he didn't have to worry about any mistakes in his calculations. After all, even the final elite demon beast had already been eaten by Lin Chen's spirit pet. Lin Chen then asked, "What will happen to the other candidates after I leave?" Li Feng did not hide his intentions from Lin Chen. "They will complete the college entrance examination as originally planned, but because you single-handedly eliminated the final elite demon beast, we will activate the last emergency plan, allowing them to engage in the final battle within this forest, thus creating a gap to evaluate their respective scores." Lin Chen nodded upon hearing this. He roughly understood the underlying meaning of Li Feng's words, which was to let the other candidates cultivate their skills in this dark forest. At that moment, Lin Chen looked towards the direction he had come from. He could sense several powerful auras approaching from that way. This was due to Xiaozhou's evolution and Ishan's natural power feedback, which had significantly enhanced Lin Chen's perception. Suddenly, Lin Chen had an unrealistic thought. He took a step forward, and just that simple step allowed him to cover a distance of over 10 meters. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen was beside Li Feng. "Teacher Li, Officer Li." Li Feng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, sensing that Lin Chen had ulterior motives. He quickly interrupted Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, if you have something to say, just say it directly. There's no need to butter me up with flattery." Lin Chen patted the latter's shoulder and, in a calm tone, leaned close to Li Feng's ear to whisper something. The more Li Feng listened, the wider his eyes grew. By the time Lin Chen finished speaking, he looked at Lin Chen in disbelief and said, You madman." Lin Chen patted Li Feng's shoulder again, as if he were an old friend who had been lost for many years. "Teacher Li, I'm just trying to ensure your work goes smoothly." Upon hearing this, Li Feng couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "For me? Just don't make things worse. No matter what you say, I can't agree to this." As he spoke, Li Feng was about to shake off Lin Chen's hand. However, he suddenly realized that two strong auras were staring at him from both sides. Li Feng looked up and found that, he didn't know when, Xiaojiao and Ishan had finished devouring the corpse of the two-headed demon dog, their lips stained with blood, fixated on him. Their appearance made Li Feng feel as if he were a delicious meal. He couldn't help but swallow hard, and when he looked back at Lin Chen, he found Lin Chen's arm was firmly draped around his neck. Moreover, Lin Chen still wore an innocent smile on his face. "Teacher Li, I advise you to listen to my suggestion. After all, we know each other, and helping me won't pose any danger to you. Besides, I have no ill intentions, I just want to test my true strength." Upon hearing this, Li Feng showed a conflicted expression, and after a moment, he couldn't help but sigh. It was unclear how much time had passed, but night had fallen, and there were less than 10 hours left until the end of the examination. Yao Chu and Xue burst out from the jungle, finally arriving at the final trial location. At the same time, Su Peng and Chen Feiyang also revealed themselves from another direction. "Yao Chu and Xue? I didn't expect you to be here too." Yao Chu and Xue frowned and asked, "Have you seen Lin Chen?" "Lin Chen? Who is that?" "I've never heard of him," Su Peng replied, puzzled. "I heard he's a beast master with a humanoid spirit pet, but in my opinion, he's just a fake. It's been so long, and he still hasn't arrived here, he must not be that impressive." Yao Chu and Xue felt that things were not as simple as Su Peng and Chen Feiyang had said. At that moment, Chen Feiyang looked at the ruins of the abandoned castle and said, "It seems like there has just been a fierce battle here, and the strength of both sides seems very formidable. We need to be careful." "Exactly. From my observation, this seems to be an arena for third-tier demon beasts, with strange energy fluctuations lingering everywhere." Just as Su Peng finished speaking, a wolf howl echoed from the other side of the ruins. Then, a silver-gray prairie wolf leaped out from the other side of the ruins. Following that, flames erupted from another part of the ruins, gradually coalescing into a two-tailed fiery red fox. Both demon beasts stood over 3 meters tall, and judging by their aura, they possessed at least the strength of third-tier demon beasts. Seeing the two demon beasts emerge simultaneously, Su Peng immediately furrowed his brows. These two demon beasts are so strong. Yao Chuanxue also showed a tense expression. I've never seen such demon beasts in textbooks. Could they be elite demon beasts specially arranged by the chief examiner? Chen Feiyang threw out a pokeball, and then the quick blade goblin flew out, landing directly on his shoulder. Humph, what are we afraid of? Are we scared of these two beasts? Let's find a way to take them down one by one. Yao Chuanxue, you hold off that fox for us while Su Peng and I deal with this prairie wolf. Yao Chuanxue knew that among the three, only her Yagu beast had evolved into a second-tier Tyrannosaurus. Only she had a way to deal with that fox. So, Yao Chuanxue immediately agreed. However, just as she was about to make a move, she saw the two-tailed fiery red fox yawn lazily and then lie down in the ruins, starting to doze off, showing no intention of attacking. Meanwhile, the prairie wolf suddenly lunged at the Tyrannosaurus. The Tyrannosaurus sensed the danger and quickly dodged. Seeing this, Chen Feiyang couldn't help but curse. Damn it! These two beasts look down on us. They think they can defeat us with just one demon beast. Upon hearing Chen Feiyang's words, Su Peng also reacted at that moment. I've lived for so many years and have never seen such arrogant demon beasts. Well, now you have, Chen Feiyang said, filled with fighting spirit. Since these two beasts look down on us, let's all attack together and show them we're not to be trifled with. With that, Chen Feiyang and the quick blade goblin immediately fused, transforming him into an armored warrior wielding an illusory great sword. Su Peng's crazy tank also rushed out from the pokeball. Aiming at the massive prairie wolf, the crazy tank fired a shell. Yao Chuanxue was even more furious. She was not only angry about Lin Chen's no-show but also infuriated that the fox looked down on her so much. So, she pointed at the prairie wolf and shouted, Tyrannosaurus, claw attack. The Tyrannosaurus's originally short forelimbs suddenly grew larger, its muscles becoming more developed. Following Yao Chuanxue's command, the Tyrannosaurus pounced directly at the prairie wolf. The prairie wolf howled in response. Suddenly, a fierce wind rose in the sky, blowing the shell fired by the crazy tank off course. The shell landed right at Chen Feiyang's feet. Damn! Su Peng, are you settling personal scores? Su Peng helplessly shouted, stop talking nonsense. This guy is tough, take it seriously. Meanwhile, the Tyrannosaurus, though in a difficult position, managed to run to the opposite side of the prairie wolf, just about to grab its body. However, the prairie wolf opened its mouth and unleashed a breath of the wild wolf. Puff! Countless gusts of wind erupted from the prairie wolf's mouth, blowing the Tyrannosaurus back repeatedly, looking quite disheveled. At this moment, Lin Chen was held in the embrace of Chimera, looking down at the scene with satisfaction as he nodded. It seems that Ashan's strength is not inferior to Xiaojiu's. She just needs a stage to showcase her abilities. Chimera then made her suggestion and tightened her hold on Lin Chen a little more. Master, actually, both Xiaojiu and Ashan have improved their combat abilities under your training. In the future, you can let them complete tasks on their own. They already have the strength to handle things independently. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen pinched Chimera's nose. You're the only one who knows how to talk. Chimera's smiling face turned slightly red. Don't you want to complete tasks on your own? Chimera wrinkled her little nose as she spoke. Master, Chimera doesn't want to leave you. Chimera wants to stay by your side, taking care of your daily needs. Lin Chen, pleased with this response, gently rubbed Chimera's little head. After witnessing this scene through the screen, all the viewers couldn't help but grit their teeth. That beast Lin Chen. Why does he have such an obedient beast-eared girl? Why does that beast-eared girl listen to Lin Chen so well? It's not fair. I'm so jealous. My Psyduck just knows how to act silly in front of me all day. You upstairs, just be content. I have a hunting dog that can tear the house apart like a husky. I'm afraid to let it out of its pokeball, or else I'm done for. Everyone was criticizing Lin Chen, but only a few pointed out, hey, aren't we missing the point? Lin Chen could have left the exam room early, but look at his current situation. Is he really planning to take on the top geniuses from 3 schools by himself? Hitting the nail on the head. It was then that everyone realized Lin Chen's true intention. Wow! If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have thought that Lin Chen is so ruthless. He wants to challenge Yao Chuanxue, Su Peng, and Chen Feiyang by himself. That's too harsh. If he really does that, how will the 3 geniuses survive afterward? If this gets out, the whole country will say that our Magic City's college entrance exam results are inflated, that 3 people can't even beat one top scorer. Poor goddess Yao Chuanxue, she'll have to live in Lin Chen's shadow for the rest of her life. Meanwhile, in the broadcasting room, Li Junquan watched the live feed with a blank expression. At this moment, Li Feng was looking down, his face filled with frustration, not daring to look at Li Junquan. Director Li, you saw it too. That guy Lin Chen doesn't play by the rules. If I don't agree to him, he might really capture me and feed me to the wolves. Upon hearing this, Li Junquan immediately shot him a glare, and Li Feng instantly fell silent. Lu Jiangwo, however, sat back with a relaxed demeanor, even humming a little tune. After all, Lin Chen was his student. Having a Lin Chen in the first high school was enough to bring him pride. This was a true top scorer. One person overshadowing an entire magic city. Even on a national scale, it was unlikely anyone could match Lin Chen's astonishing feats. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast, the battle had reached a fever pitch. Su Peng had already started personally driving the Crazy Tank. Crazy Tank, launch heat-seeking missiles. The hatch on the top of the Crazy Tank suddenly opened, revealing a cannon that seemed completely out of place with the tank's body. Then, the cannon began to slowly gather energy, and after a dozen breaths, with a loud boom, it fired a massive missile directly at Ashan. At the same time, the blade light of the Quick Blade Ghost suddenly brightened. Quick Blade Slash. Swish. 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 Continuous slashes struck towards the prairie wolf, perfectly coordinating with the heat-seeking missile. At that moment, the Tyrannosaurus beast opened its mouth to the fullest. Flame Breath. Pooh. The geniuses from the three schools simultaneously commanded their spirit pets to unleash their strongest attack skills. The goal was to take down the prairie wolf in one hit. However, the prairie wolf was ashen. How could it easily be defeated by them? Immediately, Ashen began to take things seriously. As the princess of the underworld, Ashen had no compassion whatsoever. She knew that everyone standing in front of her master was an enemy. Her emerald eyes glimmered with a ghostly light. Then, Ashen slowly raised her paw and forcefully struck the ground. Power of nature. As a descendant of the nature god, she was calling upon the power within her bloodline for the first time. A fierce wind suddenly swept through the land. The ground, which had been in ruins, began to wildly sprout all kinds of vegetation. Thorns twisted and coiled, forming a wall that blocked the heat-seeking missile. Although the quick blade goblin slash cut through a few thorns, it ultimately vanished amidst the layers of obstruction. The Tyrannosaurus beast's flame breath, while naturally effective against thorns, was countered by the fierce wind that was its nemesis. In an instant, the fierce wind dispersed the Tyrannosaurus beast's flame breath. Not only that, but the thorns also quietly grew around the three of them, entangling Yao Chuanxue, Su Peng, and Chen Feiyang. At first, the three wanted to struggle, but when they looked up, they found that their spirit pets were also unable to escape misfortune. This is bad. What should we do? Chen Feiyang was the first to ask. He had merged with the Quick Blade Goblin and initially wanted to break the fusion to let the Quick Blade Goblin act independently to help everyone escape. However, as soon as he tried to do so, he was surprised to find that the Quick Blade Goblin had already become listless. It was only then that Chen Feiyang realized something was off with the thorns and quickly asked Yao Chuanxue and Su Peng. These thorns are absorbing our life force and spirit power. Yao Chuanxue was the first to identify the problem. The Tyrannosaurus beast also became listless. In just a few breaths, it shrank back from a second-tier spirit pet to the form of a prehistoric beast. The other two were not faring any better, losing their combat effectiveness as well. Gradually, they even lost the strength to struggle. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Enough already! Following that, a series of slashes fell from the sky with a whoosh. Yao Chuanxue, Su Peng, and Chen Feiyang felt their bodies lighten and then landed on the ground. They gasped for fresh air, greedily trying to recover their spirit energy. Yao Chuanxue picked up the prehistoric beast, her face filled with concern as she asked, "Prehistoric beast, what's wrong? What happened to you?" Li Guanjuan descended from the sky. He had come personally for Lin Chen. He glanced at the prehistoric beast and said, "Don't worry. The prehistoric beast just needs to rest for a while to recover into the Tyrannosaurus beast." Hearing Li Guanjuan's words, Yao Chuanxue finally felt relieved and quickly took out a pokeball to return the prehistoric beast inside. Su Peng and Chen Feiyang were not fools either. They promptly did the same to let their spirit pets rest. Yao Chuanxue then asked, somewhat puzzled, "Director Li, why is the last hurdle of the college entrance examination so difficult? Even if all the candidates combined, they wouldn't be able to defeat this wolf, right? Not to mention, there's still a fox behind it. Yeah, this is completely beyond our capabilities." Chen Feiyang was even more indignant. Upon hearing this, Li Guanjuan helplessly rubbed his forehead and then looked into the air. "Lin Chen, how much longer do you plan to hide? Are you not going to explain to your classmates?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen revealed a meaningful smile in midair. Then, in the embrace of the chimera, he slowly descended to the ground under the backdrop of the bright moonlight. Seeing Lin Chen land, Yao Chuanxue immediately widened her eyes in disbelief. She looked at Lin Chen with a face full of incredulity. You actually. Yao Chuanxue couldn't help but become somewhat incoherent. The one who just fought us was you all alone? Su Peng exclaimed in surprise. Lin Chen shrugged in response and then snapped his fingers. Xiao Jiao and Ashan immediately transformed into adorable beast-eared girls. However, Xiao Jiao had changed from her previous training outfit into a classical beauty draped in a red cloak, her fragrant shoulders exposed, with hints of spring colors peeking through her front. As soon as she landed, she ignored everyone's gaze and dove straight into Lin Chen's arms. Master, I've evolved to the second tier. I want a reward. Saying this, Xiao Jiao burrowed into Lin Chen's embrace. Lin Chen couldn't help but soothe Xiao Jiao, saying, "What reward do you want? I'll prepare it for you when we get back." Of course, Lin Chen understood that Xiao Jiao just wanted something delicious to eat. Master is so good to me. Seeing this scene, even Li Junxian couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Why do I want to beat this guy so much? Showing off in front of so many people, doesn't he see what kind of occasion this is? After landing, Ashan, however, carried a wildness that only those living on the grasslands would possess, saying, "So weak. So weak. Master's opponents are all too weak. Ashan wants stronger opponents, this is just not satisfying." Lin Chen, hearing this, helplessly replied, "There's nothing I can do. Next time, I'll find you stronger opponents." Upon hearing Lin Chen and Ashan's conversation, Yao Chuanxue, Su Peng, and Chen Feiyang immediately showed expressions of dissatisfaction. "What did you just say? That we're too weak?" Chen Feiyang gritted his teeth. Ashan shot a sideways glance at Chen Feiyang. "What about it? You don't accept it?" Chen Feiyang was momentarily speechless because he couldn't deny it. The three of them had teamed up and still weren't a match for this humanoid spirit pet. "You just wait. One day, I will surpass you and defeat you." Su Peng also had a look of gritted teeth. For the three of them to team up and still be unable to defeat Ashan, this was truly a great humiliation for Su Peng. At this moment, Yao Chuanxue, however, felt a bit dazed. It's here. This feeling. The familiar Lin Chen has returned. She had spent her 3 years of high school under the shadow of Lin Chen's invincibility. Originally, she thought that in this college entrance examination, she could make a stunning comeback and completely rid herself of the nightmare that was Lin Chen. But in the end, Yao Chuanxue realized that this was simply impossible. Lin Chen was so powerful that she saw no hope of overcoming him. Yao Chuanxue's little mouth pouted, as if she was about to cry. However, at this moment, Li Junxian spoke up, "Everyone has their own path. Although Lin Chen has an advantage at the starting point, this is also a good thing for you, because you now have a clear goal, so in the future, your efforts won't be in vain." After hearing Li Junxian's words, Su Peng, Chen Feiyang, and Yao Chuanxue all fell into deep thought. That's right. Although Lin Chen is currently powerful, he can also serve as their goal for the future. Lin Chen can defeat them countless times, but as long as they achieve a comeback once, it can prove that they are not inferior to Lin Chen. Yao Chuanxue immediately looked at Li Junxian with a grateful expression. "Thank you, Director Li. I will do my best." Upon hearing this, Li Guanjuan nodded and then looked at Su Peng and Chen Feiyang. The two of them had clearly adjusted faster than Yao Chuanxue, their expressions showing much more confidence than before. "Although the three of you can't compare to Lin Chen, your performances were actually quite good. Our chief examiner will score you accordingly." After saying this, Li Guanjuan turned his gaze to Lin Chen. "You did well. You actually dared to threaten the chief examiner." Lin Chen rubbed his head innocently and said, "I was just doing it for Teacher Li Feng, okay?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Li Guanjuan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "Very good. A real firebrand. I wonder if you would be interested in coming to our military academy." Lin Chen was taken aback, feeling that there was a bit of a twist in Li Guanjuan's words, but he didn't give a direct answer. "Let me think about it." After Lin Chen spoke, Li Guanjuan fell silent. At that moment, the sun finally rose. A golden sunlight illuminated the land. Li Guanjuan's voice then boomed like thunder, resonating in every area and corner of the space. "I announce that the college entrance examination is over. In 1 minute, everyone prepare to return." The countdown began, and some candidates who were still desperately fighting the monsters showed expressions of frustration upon hearing Li Guanjuan's words. They hadn't earned many points in the exam and were now going to end it with regrets. Some had gained quite a few points, knowing they would achieve good results and be able to attend good schools, and they became spirited. Others, despite not having high scores, were not disheartened because they had gained their own opportunities in this area. 1 minute later, everyone was enveloped in a burst of white light and then disappeared from the examination hall. When everyone returned to the playground, Lin Chen was surprised to find that the devouring pelican had actually opened its mouth wide. He saw the pelican continuously spewing white light from its mouth. Each light orb that landed turned into a candidate. We actually took the college entrance examination inside the mouth of the devouring pelican. At this moment, Lin Chen couldn't imagine that the mouth of the devouring pelican could contain an entire world. While everyone was still shocked by how much space was inside the pelican's mouth, the outside world had already erupted over the final results of the examination. Look! I told you Lin Chen couldn't be a fluke, taking on the geniuses from 3 schools alone and winning in a crushing manner. If he were to guard the final checkpoint, no one would be able to defeat him. You up there, stop trying to curry favor at the last minute. You were just kneeling to Yao Chuanxue, calling her the goddess of spring snow. Is there a conflict between liking goddess Chuanxue and admiring Lin Chen? Wow! Lin Chen's looks are so high. I want to have a monkey with him. Ha ha ha. This time, the top scholar of Magic City must be Lin Chen. Moreover, his feat of overpowering everyone by himself will probably become well known. Be more confident, it's already trending. Even the click rate of the live stream clips of his exam has surpassed 100 million. What nonsense are you talking? I didn't see that. What the heck? Why was it deleted? Lin Chen's topic was also deleted. What they didn't know was that Lin Chen's exam results had long been classified as confidential by Li Guanjuan and were being protected. Now everyone only knew that a genius named Lin Chen had emerged in the Magic City during the college entrance examination, overpowering everyone with his own strength. But no one knew about his spirit pet and the battle process. Looking at the prominent second place on the leaderboard, Yao Chuanxue clenched her fists. Humph! I won't lose to you. This time, Yao Chuanxue once again secured second place, solidifying her long-standing title of being the eternal second. Su Peng and Chen Feiyang sighed as they looked at the rankings. He really is strong. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Chen Feiyang looked at Su Peng in surprise. The two had known each other since before the college entrance examination, so Chen Feiyang was very familiar with Su Peng's character. For Su Peng to say he accepted his defeat like this showed just how great the psychological shadow Lin Chen had left on him was. Unexpectedly, Su Peng spoke again. But I won't be discouraged. Sooner or later, I will return today's humiliation. Su Peng still remembered how Xiao Jiu looked at him as if he were garbage. He recalled the unmatched aura when Lin Chen descended from the sky. Chen Feiyang then patted Su Peng on the shoulder. Then let's work hard. At that moment, Lu Jiangwo walked past the main figures in the education sector of Magic City with a smug expression, then suddenly stopped. He looked at the principal of No. 2 High School and said in surprise, "Oh my, isn't this the principal of No. 2 High School? I heard your school did quite well this time." Su Peng actually got 3rd place. Then he turned to a balding middle-aged man beside him. "Isn't this the principal of No. 3 High School? Last time at the meeting, I heard you say your school had some genius, and you told me he would definitely take the top spot. I wonder how the results of this college entrance examination turned out." The principals of No. 2 and No. 3 high schools looked at Lu Jiangwo with disdain. "Don't look at me with that expression. Your schools did quite well this time, at least one got 3rd and the other got 4th, ha." Lu Jiangwo couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth and burst into laughter. "So, you must work even harder for next year's college entrance examination. Ha 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 ha." With that, Lu Jiangwo laughed wildly and left, leaving the 2 principals of No. 2 and No. 3 high schools looking at each other with disdain. At this moment, Lin Chen was about to leave. After all, 3 days of roughing it was something a clean person like him needed to wash up from at home. Just as he was about to leave, he was called by Li Junxian. Lin Chen looked at this powerful chief examiner with some confusion. "Have you thought about which university you plan to attend?" Upon hearing Li Junxian's words, Lin Chen asked back in confusion, "Do you have any suggestions?" Li Junxian, being a military man, never beat around the bush. "If there isn't a suitable university, you can come to the military district to find me anytime. I can guarantee you that the military academy will provide you with the best resources." Lin Chen nodded at this but then shook his head. "Thank you, Officer Li. However, I have thought about going to Yuzhou Spirit Pet University." Li Junxian smiled, not at all surprised. Yuzhou Spirit Pet University, that's the top academy in the Dragon Kingdom, with the best resources and the most elite teachers in the country. With your results, going to Yuzhou Spirit Pet University shouldn't be a problem, but Li Junxian deliberately drew out the last word. "Forget it. Going to Yuzhou Spirit Pet University is also good, but I advise you not to reveal your intentions. Waiting for them to extend an olive branch to you will be more beneficial." After hearing Li Junxian's words, Lin Chen realized there was clearly more to it. However, the other party had no intention of explaining and turned to leave. Lin Chen felt somewhat baffled, and just then, Lu Jiangwo suddenly walked over from a distance. "How did you end up here? I've been looking for you for a long time." Lin Chen looked at Lu Jiangwo with some confusion upon hearing this. "Does Principal Lu have something to discuss with me?" Lu Jiangwo shook his head in response. "It's not me who has business with you, but the leaders of the admissions office want to see you." Moments later, Lin Chen and Lu Jiangwo arrived at a very impressive office. As soon as they entered, Lin Chen saw Yao Chuanxue, Su Pang, and Chen Feiyang sitting inside, along with a few students of similar age, while across from them sat a group of middle-aged individuals. Lu Jiangwo pointed to a chair beside him and said, "Sit down and talk." After Lin Chen sat down, Lu Jiangwo and the principals of the second and third schools began to speak. "We called you here because your exam results in this college entrance examination are quite outstanding, and the leaders of the admissions office want to hear your opinions on applying, given your strong capabilities." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately understood what they were trying to do. They wanted to admit him early. After Lin Chen sat down, Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Ishan all stood behind him. The room soon became crowded, and everyone's gaze was focused on Lin Chen. The first to speak was an elderly man with white hair. "Lin Chen, young friend, I wonder if you would be interested in sharing how you obtained your humanoid spirit pets?" Lin Chen couldn't help but sneer at this. He knew this group of old folks would be interested in his secret, so he had long prepared an answer for this question. He put on a puzzled expression and asked, "What do you mean by how I obtained them?" "I just bought the spirit pets, signed a contract with them, and then they turned into humanoid forms." Lin Chen's words left everyone momentarily speechless. They couldn't help but think, "Come on, don't be so pretentious." The elderly man then organized his thoughts and said, "What we mean is, how did you manage to make these spirit pets transform into humanoid forms? Is there some trick to it?" To protect his secret, Lin Chen then displayed a confused expression while remaining exceptionally calm inside. He certainly couldn't reveal the secret of having a system. If discovered, he might really be captured and subjected to dissection by some ill-intentioned individuals. Yao Chuanxue and the others also focused their attention on him, eager to know how Lin Chen had obtained these powerful spirit pets. Lin Chen looked at Xiaojiu, then at Chimera, and asked, "When you signed the contract with me before, did you notice anything special about me?" Upon hearing this, Xiaojiu's face, which could cause chaos, immediately showed a look of doubt, making one feel quite sorry for her. "Master, Xiaojiu remembers that you were very gentle with me, and I felt a kind of intimacy from you, so I wanted to serve you well, and then I turned into a humanoid." As soon as this was said, the faces of the old men immediately became uncomfortable. "What do you mean you wanted to serve your master well, so you turned into a humanoid? Are you saying you transformed voluntarily?" Then, Chimera, dressed in training gear, also wore a reminiscent expression on her collagen-rich face. "That's right. After I signed the contract with my master, I thought about becoming someone like my master, and then I turned into a human." Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. "Do you think we're children? You think such a simple lie can fool us?" However, the elderly man who spoke first did not think so. He pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "Perhaps there is some special talent in Lin Chen that has yet to be discovered." As he spoke, he delivered the final verdict to Lin Chen. "However, this matter is not important. The reason we called you here is for another purpose. Everyone present is a talented individual who performed excellently in this year's college entrance examination, so we would like to ask if you have a preferred university?" At this moment, Lin Chen recalled what Li Jun Champion had told him, so he did not take the initiative to speak. On the other hand, Yao Chuanxue was the first to respond. "I want to go to Yuzhou Spirit Pet University. That is my target university and my dream." Upon hearing Yao Chuanxue's words, the representative from Yuzhou Spirit Pet University immediately showed a satisfied expression. However, just as Yao Chuanxue finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a suit with a conservative hairstyle quietly interjected. "Young lady, don't jump to conclusions just yet. I believe your talent and spirit pet are very suitable for our Central Plains Spirit Pet University." Yao Chuanxue was about to refuse, but the representative from Central Plains Spirit Pet University smiled and interrupted her. "Please don't be in a hurry to reject us. Although our Central Plains Spirit Pet University is not ranked as high as Yuzhou Spirit Pet University, we have the #1 research results in the country for fire element spirit pets. Moreover, our school ranked in the top 10 for fire elements in the last World Element Competition, which is among the best of all participating schools in Manhwa." After explaining his school's advantages, the representative finally revealed his trump card. "If you are willing to join our Central Plains University, I can promise on behalf of our school that not only will your tuition be fully waived for 4 years, but you will also receive a national-level scholarship every year, and we will provide you with an opportunity for a government-sponsored exchange student program. Additionally, regarding the trials for Fire Element Spirit Pets, we will give you a free spot every year. The conditions offered were incredibly tempting. After thinking for a moment, Yao Chuanxue nodded and said, "Okay, I accept your invitation." Next, Su Peng also received an invitation from Northern Spirit Pet University. His spirit pet was a mechanical creation, and Northern Spirit Pet University was famously favored by science and engineering students. He and Northern Spirit Pet University hit it off immediately, leaving no opportunity for the other schools. When it came to Chen Feiyang, his choice surprised everyone. Chen Feiyang did not choose any school. "My dream is to become an honorable soldier, so I have decided to enlist." Upon hearing his words, the representatives from Jingzhou Spirit Pet University, who had been very interested in him, showed expressions of surprise. "Chen Feiyang, I know your conditions are not very good. If you join the military, you will not receive any subsidies, nor will anyone provide you with better training. Your fate will depend solely on yourself. Have you thought this through?" Chen Feiyang replied resolutely, "I decided this when I was very young. Enlisting has always been my dream." Hearing Chen Feiyang's response, the representatives from various universities did not attempt to dissuade him further. Soon, several other students with good exam results were recruited by various universities. However, their benefits were all inferior to those of Yao Chuanxue. Finally, it was Lin Chen's turn, the main event. Lin Chen remembered Li Jun Champion's reminder, so he thought for a moment and said, "I haven't decided which school to go to yet." No one expected that the first to speak would be a middle-aged woman wearing glasses. "Lin Chen, have you considered our Kyoto Women's University?" Everyone looked at the middle-aged woman in disbelief. "Our Kyoto Women's University may not have much else, but we offer excellent benefits. I can promise on behalf of my school that as long as you join us, all the resources of the school will be unconditionally directed towards you alone. We will build a separate dormitory and bathroom for you at our school, and there will be dedicated teachers to nurture all your subjects. As for your humanoid spirit pet, we will also have someone specifically arranged to take care of their daily needs. Moreover, in addition to providing you with the standard scholarship and full tuition waiver each year, our school will also grant you an additional 1 million in scholarships annually." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp in shock. This Kyoto Women's University actually wanted to make an exception to recruit Lin Chen. A university that only admits women was now scrambling to admit a male. How absurd. The middle-aged woman's words were not yet finished. "You should know, our school has no shortage of beautiful women. I believe you won't refuse, right?" Hearing the last sentence from the middle-aged woman, someone finally couldn't sit still. Ahem, ahem. I say, Zhao Jia, isn't this a bit deceptive for a child? The speaker immediately turned to Lin Chen. As a representative of Northern Spirit Pet University, I must remind Lin Chen not to listen to this old hag. She loves to deceive people. Haven't you heard that the prettier the woman, the more she lies? Once you go there, you'll definitely be ostracized by that group of beautiful girls, and their school doesn't have any good majors. Why not come to our Northern Spirit Pet University? We have world-class programs open to you. Not only that, but on top of all the basic welfare benefits being met, we will also provide you with a separate laboratory. You should have heard of our Northern Spirit Pet Laboratory. It can simulate various battle scenarios for your spirit pet. This technology is among the best in the world. After hearing the representative from Northern Spirit Pet University, Zhao Jia immediately sneered. Go to your Northern Spirit Pet University to be a monk? It's full of a bunch of engineering guys, all thinking about machines. Lin Chen isn't cut out for research. His spirit pet's combat power is so strong that it must be developed to its fullest. As soon as Zhao Jia finished speaking, another representative wearing glasses spoke up. That's right. So our Magic Spirit Pet Academy is the most suitable for Lin Chen. Don't underestimate our Magic Spirit Pet Academy just because it's a small institution. We are the national leader in the development and research of magic spirit pets. Just right, this also suits Lin Chen's humanoid spirit pet. At this point, the other party looked at Chimera. As long as Lin Chen comes to our academy, I guarantee that under the condition of meeting basic welfare benefits, we will grant Lin Chen an additional 2 million in scholarships, and our principal, known as the Encyclopedia of Magic, will personally provide one-on-one instruction to Lin Chen. Having lived 2 lives, Lin Chen remained composed and did not show much emotional fluctuation. He never expected that the other side would directly bring out their academy's principal. If he agreed, his status at the Magic Spirit Pet Academy would be equivalent to that of a closed-door disciple of the sect leader in a martial arts novel. Such an offer was undeniably generous, but Lin Chen couldn't muster any interest. The reason was simple: he held the legacy of the human law god Chimera. At this moment, the representative from Yuzhou Spirit Pet University finally spoke up. Lin Chen, I am the representative of Yuzhou Spirit Pet University. My name is Zhou Beihai. Our school is very satisfied with your performance in the college entrance examination. Because we know your original family situation is not very good, we will waive your tuition and provide you with a generous scholarship each year. Zhao Jia, hearing this, couldn't help but curl her lip. I thought the benefits would be more substantial. It sounds like our school can't provide that. Who would have thought? Zhang Beihai then added, 5 million a year. Zhao Jia was completely taken aback by this figure. What does 5 million mean? It could directly buy a B-class spirit pet. It could ensure a normal family would never have to worry about food and clothing for a lifetime. Yet Zhang Beihai casually presented this as a basic benefit for Lin Chen. And Zhang Beihai's words were not finished. Not only that, if you want to continue your studies, whether it's for graduate school here or studying abroad, our school will waive all tuition and research expenses. Moreover, if you achieve any research results at our school, we won't take a share of it. In addition, we can promise you an opportunity to compete in the International College Spirit Pet Competition. Bang! Several representatives from other schools stood up immediately upon hearing Zhang Beihai's words. The International College Spirit Pet Competition? That's the most important competition for our dragon country. It concerns the fate of our nation. Exactly. And the competition, held every 4 years, is less than a year away. Lin Chen is just a prospective freshman, and you plan to let him participate in such an important competition? Are you crazy? Lin Chen, don't listen to this old fool. Even their principal doesn't have the authority to confirm participation slots for the International College Spirit Pet Competition. This guy must be lying to you. Lin Chen then looked at Zhang Beihai, who smiled without a hint of guilt and said, I just said, I'm only giving you a chance to compete for a slot. Whether you get it or not depends on your own strength. After all, this slot is decided by the country, not the school. Normally, freshmen don't qualify, but for you, we can provide this platform. As for whether you can obtain it, that depends on your fortune. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but ponder deeply. He understood the significance of this competition. The International College Spirit Pet Competition is an event organized by the World Alliance for College Students. The top 100 universities in the world can each send a representative to participate. The final results will determine the spoils, and if a contestant is eliminated during the competition, their school and country will also bear corresponding losses. Many schools have suffered greatly because of this, and some countries have even been affected, leading to a significant decline in national strength. Dragon Country has not achieved much in the last 3 competitions and has even suffered considerable setbacks. Therefore, this year, Dragon Country is taking the International College Spirit Pet Competition very seriously, mandating that participating schools must conduct fair and just elections for their contestants, who must also undergo national political review before they can compete. Just as Lin Chen was about to speak, Zhao Jia interjected first. Lin Chen, don't listen to him. That competition is a place where people eat each other. You don't need to gamble your life on it. Yes. Lin Chen, this old man has no good intentions. You're only 18 years old and don't have much combat experience. It's better to focus your energy on improving yourself. Lin Chen smiled upon hearing this. Thank you all for your concern, but as a fine young man of Dragon Country, why shouldn't I strive for an opportunity and platform to showcase myself? With that, Lin Chen turned to Zhang Beihai and said, Thank you, Teacher Zhang. I accept your invitation. Zhang Beihai laughed heartily upon hearing that Lin Chen agreed to join Yuzhou Spirit Pet University. Good. Young people have spirit. Meanwhile, Yao Chuanxue looked at Lin Chen with a very complex expression, ultimately turning her head away. I have lost completely. Even the welfare benefits of the university are not on the same level. Like Yao Chuanxue, others looked at Lin Chen with varying degrees of envy and jealousy. After signing the enrollment agreement with Zhang Beihai, Lin Chen left directly, walking on the streets of the Magic City, with 3 girls chattering beside him. Although Xiao Jiu had spent the longest time by Lin Chen's side, she had never had the chance to explore the human living space. Chimera, though naturally steady, looked at the things on the street with wide-eyed curiosity. As for Ashan, she was even more restless, looking around and touching this and that, showing no signs of hiding her curiosity. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile and said, I'll take you around the Magic City later. Back at his residential building, Lin Chen comfortably took a bath. Xiao Jiu was serving him by the side, which made Lin Chen feel a bit uncomfortable. He originally wanted to refuse such indulgent behavior, but seeing Xiao Jiu's pitiful expression, he couldn't help but soften and passively accepted the service. After a very fragrant bath, just as Lin Chen stepped out of the bathtub, he heard a series of drum beats and gongs from outside. Lin Chen couldn't help but ask in surprise, "What's happening outside?" Ashan, who was peeking out the door, glanced outside and shook her head, saying to Lin Chen, "I don't know. But there are people coming." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen didn't pay much attention. However, not long after, the noise at the door grew louder. It seemed that many people had gathered, and soon, someone knocked on the gate of Lin Chen's small courtyard. The house Lin Chen lived in was a small bungalow nestled among several dilapidated farmer houses. In the precious land of the Magic City, it could be considered very rare. However, it was just right for Lin Chen, as he could still afford the low rent. Lin Chen stepped out of his door and slowly opened the gate to the outside world. As soon as he opened the door, he heard a series of loud bangs. Then, colorful paper bags fell from the sky. Ashan, standing nearby, almost thought someone was attacking, her hair and tail standing on end. Lin Chen looked at the group of people at the door and couldn't help but frown, because not only were his neighbors standing outside, but there was also a group of vaguely familiar strangers. Even with Lin Chen's experience and memory, he couldn't recall where he had seen these people before, they just felt somewhat familiar. Then, an elderly man at the forefront stepped forward. His expression towards Lin Chen was warm, mixed with a greedy look as if he had found a treasure. This made Lin Chen feel very uncomfortable. Lin Chen looked at the old man with confusion. "Who are you? What do you want with me?" The old man, upon hearing Lin Chen's words, spoke without any formality. "Oh, grandson, don't you recognize me? I'm your grandfather. You are my grandson." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's frown deepened. He didn't ask who the old man was, nor did he inquire further about why the old man addressed him this way. He simply said in a flat tone, "Sorry, I don't know you." After saying that, Lin Chen slammed the door shut with a bang. Of course, Lin Chen already had a rough guess about the identity of this group of people. Then, someone knocked on Lin Chen's door again. This time, the voice outside belonged to a neighbor with whom he had a good relationship. "Lin Chen, open the door. It's Aunt Wang, they're not bad people, they really are your relatives." Lin Chen felt grateful towards his neighbors. When he was young and orphaned, he relied on the meals from the neighbors to grow up. Although in this big city, everything is driven by self-interest, the neighbors, despite their harsh words, still extended a helping hand when they saw Lin Chen living alone. Over time, Lin Chen understood that they were just ordinary people striving to survive. Each act of kindness made their already difficult lives even harder. At first, he felt some resentment towards their sharp tongues and soft hearts, but later, he genuinely thanked these neighbors. He looked at Aunt Wang, smiling sincerely, and asked, "Aunt Wang, why are you off work so early today?" Aunt Wang replied with joy, "Isn't it? Everyone heard that your college entrance exam is over and came back to ask about your results. Just now, I heard that your relatives from your hometown came and said you topped the exam. Is that true?" Lin Chen did not deny it, but he also did not answer directly. "The reason I have achieved this result today is because of the help from the neighbors." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Aunt Wang couldn't help but smile from the heart, her eyes glistening with tears. "That's wonderful. I've watched you grow up since you were little, and I knew you were destined for greatness." At that moment, the old man who had spoken earlier quickly interrupted Lin Chen and Aunt Wang's conversation. "Lin Chen, do you remember? When you were 3, your mother brought you back to the family to recognize your relatives, and I was the one who welcomed you both. I am your second granduncle, Lin Xiaotian." "That's right. Lin Chen, do you remember me? I am your second uncle. When you and your mother left home, I was the one who saw you off. Lin Chen, didn't your mother want to bring you back to the family? Now we are here to take you back. Your grandfather is waiting for you in the family." Seeing this group of relatives so enthusiastic, Aunt Wang also showed a sincere smile. "Lin Chen, you've suffered alone all these years, now you finally have a home. Aunt Wang is truly happy for you." Lin Chen looked at the relatives who were dressed in designer clothes and drove luxury cars, revealing a sarcastic smile. "Second granduncle, I certainly remember how you welcomed us. I heard you say my mother was a worthless woman, a country bumpkin from outside, and that she was the one who caused my father's death. It was you who made this so-called second uncle drive us out. It was this so-called second uncle who pointed at my mother and said she could never return to the family and that my father was a disgrace to the Lin family." While speaking, Lin Chen pointed at the so-called second uncle, Lin Hai, but his gaze was fixed on the so-called second granduncle, Lin Xiaotian. "You didn't even give me a chance to meet my grandfather. Why do you want to take me back to the family now? Is it just because I topped the college entrance exam in the Magic City?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Lin Xiaotian's face turned pale and then flushed. The second uncle, Lin Hai, lowered his head, making it hard to see his expression. Then, Lin Chen turned to Aunt Wang and the other neighbors. "Thank you all for taking care of me all these years, thank you for your contributions. I know it's not easy for everyone living here. When I was young, I didn't understand why everyone always quarreled and was so calculating. But as I grew up, I finally understood everyone's difficulties. I, Lin Chen, also want a home, but my home is here, with all of you uncles, aunts, grandfathers, and grandmothers who raised me. It has nothing to do with the Lin family. Saying this, Lin Chen bowed deeply to the neighbors in front of him. Thank you all for your care over the years. Without you, there would be no today's me. Every word Lin Chen spoke felt like a slap, striking Lin Xiaotian's face. Lin Xiaotian's eyes darted, and he quickly stepped forward to play the victim. Lin Chen, I know you've had difficulties over the years, and you have grievances against our Lin family, but that's all due to misunderstandings. It's because of your mother. Shut up. Lin Chen's voice suddenly rose. You don't deserve to mention her. Lin Chen's mother was a beast master from another region, who met his father during a mission. Lin Chen's father was one of the top beast masters in Magic City, the most likely to become a deity. However, the Lin family rejected the marriage on the grounds that Lin Chen's mother was of low status and unworthy of the Lin family. Thus, Lin Chen's father could only elope with his mother. But who would have thought that Lin Chen's father would die during a mission, and Lin Chen's mother was severely injured at that time. In the end, Lin Chen's mother had to bring Lin Chen to the Lin family, hoping to give him a home. However, mother and son were later driven out by the Lin family. Shortly after, Lin Chen's mother's condition rapidly deteriorated, and she passed away, leaving young Lin Chen to live alone. Lin Chen then looked coldly at Lin Xiaotian. Why are you here to acknowledge me now? Is it because of my status as the top scholar of Magic City? I think with the Lin family's power, you shouldn't be lacking a small high school top scholar like me, right? The sarcasm in Lin Chen's words was evident to anyone. Lin Xiaotian's old face turned red, unsure of what to say. At that moment, Lin Hai suddenly spoke up. Lin Chen, don't be so shameless. Do you think being the top scholar is something special? Hearing this, Lin Xiaotian quickly stopped Lin Hai. Lin Chen, I admit that I was wrong to you and your mother before. But that was not the family's intention. I hope you won't blame the Lin family. I know I have no face to see you, but the one who came to find you this time is actually your grandfather. My grandfather? Lin Chen asked, somewhat confused. That so-called grandfather, Lin Badian, was once a powerful beast master in Magic City, who single-handedly established the vast Lin family. Lin Chen had only heard of him but never seen him. However, this meant nothing to Lin Chen now. When he and his mother were driven out of the Lin family, everything had already ended. Lin Chen sneered, do I have a grandfather? The ones who raised me since childhood were Grandpa Zhang from the neighbors and Grandpa Li from this farmer's house. I have no relation to the lofty head of the Lin family, Lin Badian. Lin Xiaotian sighed upon hearing this. Lin Hai, however, changed his previously friendly tone and shouted directly at Lin Chen, Lin Chen, you said this, don't regret it. Lin Chen responded with silence. Lin Xiaotian looked at Lin Chen's resolute expression, as if there were words left unspoken, and could only sigh. Let's go. After saying that, Lin Xiaotian led Lin Hai and the others away. Lin Chen didn't even glance at them. Aunt Wang seemed still in shock and uncertainly asked, Lin Chen, did you really become the top scholar of Magic City? Lin Chen nodded in response. Yes, Aunt Wang. The neighbors all showed expressions of joy upon hearing this. Lin Chen could feel that they were genuinely happy for him. That's great. Everyone come to my house for dinner tonight, let's celebrate properly. Lin Chen nodded again. I love Aunt Wang's cooking the most. On the other side, Lin Xiaotian and Lin Hai were sitting in a stretched Lincoln. Lin Hai, with an angry expression, was puffing on a fine cigar. Dad, that little brat is too ungrateful. Should we find someone to teach him a lesson? Lin Xiaotian looked at his son Lin Hai and said, no need. This outcome is most advantageous for us, let him fend for himself. Do you think I'm happy after being insulted by him today? But, as long as he doesn't return to the family, the Lin family will be ours. Lin Hai said got it but felt a bit indignant inside. After all, he had never suffered such humiliation growing up. Little brat, you better not fall into my hands. Lin Hai muttered to himself. Early the next morning, Lin Chen got up, rubbing his forehead. Last night, he had drunk a bit too much out of sheer joy. Fortunately, there was Xiao Jiao and the other girls taking care of him. After getting up, Lin Chen had a simple breakfast and then headed to the Beast Tamer Guild's registration office. He didn't want to waste time on meaningless things. From Li Guanjuan, Lin Chen sensed the gap between them. Even someone as strong as Li Guanjuan could make his spirit pet swallow a world, yet in the college entrance examination, he could only be an examiner. Thus, Lin Chen felt he couldn't view this world too simplistically. He planned to use this holiday to improve himself. At the registration office of the Beast Tamer Guild, there were not only many guilds recruiting newcomers but also many beast tamers like him seeking tasks to earn some extra money. Lin Chen went straight to the task hall and looked at the public task board. Seeking to purchase a space storage equipment or a beast that can create space equipment, price negotiable. 90 kilometers outside the north gate of Magic City, there is a beast cave, seeking a 4-person team to explore. Team members must be at least intermediate beast tamers, rewards distributed based on contribution. Looking for a tutor to help a prospective senior high school student improve grades, price 1,000 yuan per lesson. Lin Chen looked at the various bounty tasks and for a moment didn't know which task to accept. Just when he was at a loss, his eyes suddenly brightened. In the corner of the task board, there was a very inconspicuous task. Seeking a shell from a water arrow turtle, a gallbladder from a clear river python, and a lightning rod from a thunderstrike fish, price 1 million, contact for enquiries. Upon seeing this commission, Lin Chen couldn't help but show a contemplative expression. First of all, the value of this commission wasn't high. Although 1 million seemed enough for an ordinary family of 3 to live comfortably for 10 years, the clear river python was a B-level first-tier beast, and just its live offspring could sell for several million. Moreover, even a dead body could be sold for hundreds of thousands in the trading market. The water arrow turtle was also a sea-level beast with very strong combat power, making it extremely difficult to capture a live one. Although the thunderstrike fish was a fish, it had lightning attributes, making it very hard to obtain. Yet the seller only offered 1 million, either they didn't know the value of these items, or they were truly in need of money. Unless they didn't want anyone to accept this task. So, Lin Chen decided to negotiate with the seller. After thinking it over and considering how to contact them, he took out his phone, dialed the number based on the information on the commission task. Moments later, a crisp female voice answered the phone. "Hello, who is this?" Lin Chen pretended to be indifferent and said, "I took a look at the tasks you posted, and the price is a bit low." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the other party's tone suddenly became serious. "How much do you intend to ask for?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen replied straightforwardly, 10 million. The other party fell into deep thought upon hearing this. "Do you really have a way to obtain these 3 items?" Lin Chen did not answer directly but calmly stated, "I will complete your task within a month." The other party fell into prolonged contemplation again after hearing Lin Chen's words. "A month is too long. 15 days, I will only give you 15 days. Once you obtain the 3 items from the commission task, contact me immediately, and I will send someone to meet you." After receiving a positive response, Lin Chen hung up the phone. He was not afraid of the other party going back on their word because he had recorded the call from the very beginning. If the other party reneged, Lin Chen only needed to send the recording to the task registration office, and someone would come to handle it. Before making this call, Lin Chen had been considering how to protect his interests. After all, accepting such an obviously unreasonable commission task required some caution. Lin Chen collected his thoughts and then returned home. After tidying up, he prepared to complete the commission task. He then set off with Xiaojiao and the 3 beast-eared girls towards the city gate of Magic City. At the city gate, several guards were gathered together chatting. "Have you heard? The top scorer of the college entrance examination in Magic City seems to be a guy named Lin Chen from No. 1 High School. I heard he has several humanoid spirit pets. Is that true? Humanoid spirit pets are really rare. The last time I heard about them in the news was when the angel beast appeared. Why is it the top scorer of Magic City and not the national top scorer?" An older guard, hearing the last speaker, couldn't help but slap the person's head. "Are you stupid? The difficulty of the exam varies from state to state, even city to city. For example, in our Magic City, this time the military district set the questions personally, and I heard they even used Commander Lee's sky-eating pelican." "Damn! Is that true? I heard Commander Lee's sky-eating pelican has a unique bloodline and has a chance to become a deity. Is there any doubt? I just wonder what this Lin Chen's humanoid spirit pets are like. Are they cute beast-eared girls?" The older guard muttered to himself. Meanwhile, the younger guard, upon hearing the name Lin Chen, suddenly froze. He remembered a young man who had passed through the checkpoint with a humanoid spirit pet a week ago, and that young man was named Lin Chen. Just then, a light cough interrupted everyone's thoughts. They turned to see a handsome boy in his school uniform standing in front of them, accompanied by 3 adorable beast-eared girls. The older guard frowned upon seeing this. "What's up? Want to leave the city? Show your Beast Master qualification certificate for registration. Don't think that just because you cosplay as the top scorer, you can get through. If your paperwork isn't complete, you can't leave the city." Lin Chen, hearing this, casually took out his Beast Master qualification certificate. The guard took it and looked. "Lin Chen, Spirit pet. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at him expressionlessly. The guard immediately burst into laughter. Ah ha ha ha, so it's the top scorer in person. Alright, it's all registered. The three behind you are your spirit pets, right? Truly extraordinary. You may go now. With that, the other party quickly opened the gate. Lin Chen then led the three girls out of the city gate, leaving behind a group of guards who watched them leave with various envious and jealous expressions, staring at Lin Chen and his beast-eared companions. As soon as they arrived outside the city, Lin Chen took out a map. The first thing we need to find is the water arrow turtle. According to its habits, it prefers to live by the river, so we will go to. Lin Chen's finger pointed directly to a natural lake over 200 kilometers away from the demon city, Bamboo Leaf Lake. However, even by car, it would take 2 hours to cover that distance. But driving in the wild is the most dangerous thing. Since there is no way to determine a safe route, there are no long-distance vehicles in this world of beast tamers. Flying creatures can attack those in the air, and boats can be ambushed by aquatic and flying monsters. The safest option is land travel, as there are specialized explorers who create relatively safe routes, but there are still unexpected dangers. Helpless, Lin Chen could only sigh. It seems we can only walk there. Just then, Ashan let out a howl, a woo. She then slowly lay down on the ground. Seeing this, Lin Chen thought of something and asked in surprise, Ashan, do you want me to ride you there? Ashan nodded at his words, letting out a beastly panting sound. I want my master to ride me. It is an honor for Ashan to have her master ride her. Please ride Ashan, master. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Why does it feel off? Did he think too much? However, Lin Chen didn't hesitate and stepped onto Ashan's back. Xiaojiao, seeing this, didn't hold back either and directly hugged Lin Chen from behind, climbing on as well. Lin Chen felt something soft pressing against his back. Fortunately, he had good self-control. Otherwise, he might have lost his composure. Ashan looked at the chimera, which did not sit on her but floated slowly in the air, signaling Ashan that she could go. Immediately, Ashan began to run. As the only wolf in the Snow Wolf clan with natural power, her speed was much faster than that of prairie wolves. Some monsters they encountered on the way, upon sensing the natural power emanating from Ashan, quickly made way. After an unknown amount of time, Ashan suddenly leaped and landed on a small hill. She lowered her head and sniffed the ground, then showed a vigilant expression. Lin Chen, seeing this, couldn't help but ask in confusion, what's wrong? Is there danger? Ashan shook her head at his words. No, I smell human scent. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately frowned. It should be noted that this area is outside the safe route of the city. Moreover, they were not far from Bamboo Leaf Lake. The monsters here were mostly aquatic ones. But aquatic monsters are quite useless to ordinary people. Therefore, adventurers wouldn't come here to collect the spirit eggs of aquatic monsters. So why would there be humans appearing here? Lin Chen was very puzzled. He and Xiaojiao immediately dismounted from Ashan, who then transformed back into her human form. Lin Chen looked around the environment and said, let's go check it out. With that, Lin Chen led the three girls toward Bamboo Leaf Lake. After walking for about 10 minutes, the lake's surface came into view. Suddenly, two figures appeared in front of them. Bling, bling, bling. The other party emitted the sound of mechanical creations. Lin Chen's mind then revealed information about them. The Clockwork Man, a sea-level second-tier mechanical beast, is a mechanical creation of the devil inventor Benjamin, possessing powerful defensive capabilities, skills such as Clockwork Claw, Flame Breath, and Targeting Rocket. Lin Chen's expression immediately became serious. He hadn't expected the opponent to be a second-tier beast. And its master stood right behind it. Where did you all come from? Get lost. Get lost. Get lost. This place has already been claimed by the Liu family. Leave immediately, or don't blame us for being rude. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. Why was it the Liu family again? It seemed that wherever he went, the Liu family was always lingering like a ghost. Claimed? According to the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, no one can monopolize any area except for the authorities, right? The Beast Master sneered upon hearing Lin Chen's words, showing no concern. What do you know? In the wild, strength is paramount. Our Liu family has the power to monopolize Bamboo Leaf Lake. Even if the authorities find out, what can they do? Can they do anything to our Liu family? An A-level beast has appeared here. Once our Liu family captures it, you can come in. After saying this, the Beast Master looked at Lin Chen and his group with disdain, as if they were trash. However, after hearing the Beast Master's words, Lin Chen suddenly realized the key information. The Liu family had discovered an A-level beast here. According to market value, the listed price of an A-level beast in the spirit pet trading market would be over 10 million. If this A-level beast had some special bloodline or talent, its value would be even more incalculable. However, this held no attraction for Lin Chen. Not to mention the 3 little girls beside him, each of whom was an SSS-level beast with SSS-level talent and bloodline. Moreover, Lin Chen had a feeling that as these 3 little girls continued to evolve, they might have already broken through the constraints of SSS level and become higher-level existences. Thinking of this, Lin Chen spoke. I have no interest in A-level beasts, so please step aside and do not interfere with my mission. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the Beast Master immediately showed an incredulous expression. No interest in A-level beasts? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? The man couldn't help but show a mocking expression, saying, I've seen many beast masters like you who want to take advantage. Get lost. Get lost. Get lost. Hurry up and get out, or I'll kill you right now. The man's expression grew increasingly hostile. The clockwork man beside him immediately entered a combat stance. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. I'll say it again, I came to Bamboo Leaf Lake to complete a mission, and it has nothing to do with any A-level beasts. Moreover, you have no right to monopolize the resources here. Upon hearing this, the Beast Master burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, didn't you hear what I just said? It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Saying this, he looked at the clockwork man beside him. Clockwork man, kill him. The clockwork man, upon hearing this, raised one hand without hesitation. That hand did not have 5 fingers like a human palm but was a strange claw made of 3 circular hooks. After aiming at Lin Chen, it immediately launched the strange claw. Clockwork claw. Lin Chen's reaction was very quick. As soon as the opponent made a move, he responded. Without Lin Chen issuing any commands, Ashan, who had long been on high alert, was the first to charge forward. The clockwork man showed no hesitation upon seeing Ashan. Flame breath. With a puff, a large burst of flames erupted from the mouth of the clockwork man, forming a curtain of fire right in front of him. It seemed that the opponent intended to block all of Ashen's attack routes with this method. But Ashen was no ordinary being, she was one of the few combative entities among second-tier demon beasts. How could she possibly retreat from such a trivial attack? At the same time, Ashen swung her claws, creating gusts of wind, and engaged the opponent head-on. The flames spewed by the clockwork man were no match for Ashen's winds, which dispersed them in an instant. The remaining gusts struck the clockwork man directly. Ashen then landed in front of him, launching a claw attack. After a series of clang, clang, clang sounds, the clockwork man's body suddenly began to crack. Then, with a sound of parts falling to the ground, the clockwork man shattered into countless pieces, scattering across the floor. The opponent let out a reluctant sound, and in the end, even his core fell silent. Meanwhile, his master immediately felt a sharp pain from deep within his soul. The opponent then collapsed to the ground, rolling in agony. Seeing this, Lin Chen stepped forward and placed his foot on the opponent's head. Then, Lin Chen coldly asked, Speak. Where did you find that A-rank demon beast? The man wore a pained expression but showed no intention of yielding. How dare you offend someone from the Lu family? Just wait for our revenge. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile coldly at this. He was no saint, he had already killed someone from the Lu family before the college entrance exam, so he felt no psychological burden this time. Subsequently, Lin Chen gathered a ball of heavenly fire in his own hands and threw it directly onto the Beast Master. The opponent immediately felt a bone-deep pain. This was not an ordinary burn but an attack that struck at the soul. Unable to endure any longer, the opponent begged for mercy. I'll tell you, it's in the center of Bamboo Leaf Lake. The family had ordered us to surround the lake and capture all the water arrow turtles inside, not leaving a single one behind. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression turned to one of confusion. Shouldn't it be an A-rank demon beast? Why capture all the water arrow turtles? After all, water arrow turtles were only C-rank demon beasts. Even in a spirit pet shop, they were worth only a few 100,000. Lin Chen felt that this matter was not simple. I've told you everything I know, can you let me go now? Seeing that the opponent truly had no more information to provide, Lin Chen nodded lightly. Alright, I'll give you a quick end. Ha! You! The opponent clearly did not expect Lin Chen to be so decisive and was about to scream for help. However, Ashen immediately took action. With a single claw, Ashen ended his life. Looking at the opponent's corpse, Lin Chen felt no ripple of emotion. He then calmly searched the body. The first thing Lin Chen found was a badge of a mid-level beast master hidden on the opponent, not exposed to the outside. Instantly, Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. If the opponent was a mid-level beast master, he should have quite a few good items on him. It seemed this time he would reap a lot. After a short while, Lin Chen discovered over 100,000 in cash, some healing pills, and a D-rank spirit pet on the opponent. Looking at his haul, Lin Chen couldn't decide whether to scold the opponent for being poor or for being a big spender. The fact that the opponent only had one spirit ball was indeed a bit unworthy of the title of mid-level beast master. In the opponent's pocket, there was unexpectedly over 100,000 in cash, which truly caught Lin Chen off guard. A rich dog, let me rob the rich to help the poor. After saying this, Lin Chen placed the spoils into his storage bag. Inside his storage bag, there was also another D-grade monster. Selling 2 D-grade monsters would definitely yield an income of several 100,000, which was a considerable sum for Lin Chen, who had grown up in poverty. At that moment, Chimera descended from the sky. Master, someone is coming in our direction. Lin Chen also sensed someone approaching. He glanced in the direction and then pointed to a path that was unoccupied, saying, "Let's go to the woods over there." After that, Lin Chen led the 3 young girls into the lush forest. Just a few minutes after they left, several figures appeared at the place where they had fought. The leader of the group wore a badge of a high-level beast master on his chest. He looked expressionlessly at the corpse on the ground. One of his subordinates immediately stepped forward to check the situation. After a moment, the subordinate reported, "Report, Lord Liu Yao, Asan was killed by a monster. Preliminary judgment indicates it was at least a second-tier monster with very sharp claws and a large attack range." Upon hearing this, the man named Liu Yao couldn't help but raise his head, murmuring in confusion, "Oh, was it just one person?" After thinking for a moment, Liu Yao felt something was off and pressed further. "How many people were there?" The subordinate looked around at the signs of battle and then said uncertainly, "It's unclear. Maybe 3, maybe 4, but what can be confirmed is that only one person made a move." After hearing his subordinate's assessment, Liu Yao narrowed his eyes. "Oh, just one monster was able to defeat Asan? It seems the opponent's strength is not weak." The subordinate then leaned close to Liu Yao's ear and said, "The opponent is strong and has accomplices. Could they be from the Lin family?" Liu Yao shook his head at this. "This matter is not for you to worry about. Report it to the family head immediately. Everyone else, increase vigilance. If the intruder cannot be found, find a way to lure them out." "Yes." After saying this, the subordinate immediately went to carry out the orders. Once they entered the woods and reached a safe area, Chimera decisively flew into the air. After surveying the surrounding terrain and checking for enemies, Chimera said to Lin Chen, "Master, there are no defenses here, most of them are near Bamboo Leaf Lake. It seems they are trying to catch water arrow turtles." Lin Chen nodded upon hearing this. He couldn't help but feel that this mission was somewhat strange. First, there was the opponent's erroneous task information, and now there was the Liu family's monopolistic fishing here. This made Lin Chen connect the two matters. He didn't dwell on it. After observing for a while, he noticed that the movements of the people in front of him were clearly patterned. Moreover, the entire area of Bamboo Leaf Lake was large enough for him to avoid these people and then go catch water arrow turtles. Thus, Lin Chen did not act impulsively but patiently waited for the Liu family's people to rest before making his move. It was only after nightfall that Lin Chen opened his eyes from his meditative state. Then, he took Xiao Jiao and the two of them headed to Bamboo Leaf Lake. Chimera was on guard, while Ashan coordinated with Lin Chen on the periphery. Once they reached the lakeside, they immediately began searching for the traces of the water arrow turtles. Soon, they discovered 2 water arrow turtles hiding in a cave on a small island in the center of the lake. Lin Chen was just about to step onto the island when he felt something was off. Logically speaking, with the Liu family's capabilities, it was impossible for these 2 water arrow turtles to escape capture. Moreover, these 2 water arrow turtles were hiding in such an obvious place. Looks like there's a trick here. Xiao Jiao watched Lin Chen from the side, knowing he must have his own way. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen immediately used his powerful mental strength to communicate with Chimera and Ashan. Once they understood each other, Lin Chen boldly approached the small island in the middle of the lake. Just as he got close to the 2 water arrow turtles, the surroundings suddenly brightened, and then dozens of figures appeared around him. There were at least 20 spirit pets that quickly surrounded Lin Chen. Additionally, there was a huge magic array on the ground that suppressed Lin Chen within it. "Ha ha ha! Finally caught you!" Liu Yao stepped out from the crowd, a hint of mockery on his face. "I thought you were someone important. Turns out you're just 2 kids who haven't even grown hair yet." At this moment, Lin Chen still looked like a high school student, while Xiao Jiao had hidden her ears and tail. She appeared to be just Lin Chen's companion. "Speak! Who sent you here?" Lin Chen coldly looked at Liu Yao, saying words that couldn't be more truthful. "We are just high school graduates, here to do a task and earn some pocket money." One of Liu Yao's subordinates, upon hearing Lin Chen's words, immediately showed a disbelieving expression. "High school graduates? Do you really think we're fools? Do you know who this is?" "This is Liu Yao, a senior beast master of the Lu family. He is one of the most prominent figures in Magic City. Do you think your little tricks can fool him? Not long after, Lu Yao sneered. Speak, did the Lin family send you? Lin Chen frowned upon hearing this. How did the Lin family get involved again? Seeing Lin Chen's expression, Lu Yao thought he had guessed correctly and laughed wildly. Looks like I hit the nail on the head. It must be that old fossil Lin Badian who sent you here. Let me tell you, someone informed us of the Lu family's situation, and no matter what, we cannot let that old man Lin Baishan's plan succeed. After saying this, Lu Yao looked at his subordinates on both sides. All together. Kill these two little brats, there's no need to leave any survivors. However, one subordinate then said, Mr. Lu Yao, that little girl looks so tender, why don't we capture her, and send her to young Master Lu Chun? Upon hearing this, Lu Yao turned to look at him with a sinister smile. The subordinate quickly changed his words. No, capture her first and send her to you, Mr. Lu Yao. Let you have a look first. If it's possible, then send her to young Master Lu Chun. If not, then just let the brothers deal with her on the spot. Lu Yao laughed heartily. Well said. Let's do it. After that, many beast masters immediately took action. Only one beast master remained in place, controlling the magic array. Kid, let me tell you, this magic array is famously known as the Killing Trap Array. It is formed from the blood of over 100 C-class monsters, and these monsters are the water arrow turtles. So, all the water arrow turtles in this lake have already been killed by us. You can't complete any damn task. After the other party finished speaking, Lin Chen felt as if his body was trapped by some invisible pressure. He began to feel heavy all over. He had an impulse to kneel on the ground. However, Lin Chen still stood there with a resolute expression. The power of the Fox clan within him was running wildly. Every cell was screaming. At that moment, the beast tamers, each accompanied by their own magical beasts, charged forward. Lin Chen looked over and found that there were no high-level magical beasts, most were only second tier. Then, Lin Chen glanced at the little girl beside him, Xiaojiu. She smiled at Lin Chen with a flirtatious look. Seeing this, Lin Chen realized that the little girl was completely unaffected. So, he smiled and said, Go ahead. Xiaojiu, just leave one alive. Xiaojiu was already prepared. She stepped forward, and her entire being suddenly transformed into a blaze of fire. Under the heavenly fire, all the demons and spirits would turn to ashes. In just one encounter, most of the magical beasts were burned to nothing by Xiaojiu. Occasionally, one or two powerful second-tier magical beasts managed to resist. After witnessing this, Lu Yao suddenly realized that something was wrong. He quickly issued an order. Activate the trapping and killing formation with full force. This girl has a problem. She seems to be a humanoid magical beast. Upon hearing Lu Yao's command, the beast tamers controlling the trapping and killing formation all showed expressions of surprise. Then, without hesitation, they immediately began to channel their mental energy. At the same time, their spirit pets all let out a cry of despair. Their pets' blood was instantly drained, transforming from lively and adorable creatures into mere corpses. They never expected that their most trusted master would sacrifice them like this, turning them into cannon fodder. Before long, Lin Chen felt the pressure on him increase even more. Even Xiaojiu's little face looked somewhat grim. Lu Yao then finally took out his pokeball. You can be proud, because you forced me, a high-level beast tamer, to take action personally. Go! Blood Knight! As Lu Yao finished speaking, a surge of blood energy erupted from the pokeball. The blood energy slowly formed into a knight wielding a broadsword. Lin Chen's mind immediately filled with basic information about the Blood Knight. Blood Knight, B-rank 4th tier magical beast, was a knight who died on the battlefield. After death, due to a strong obsession, he came back to life and feeds on flesh and blood. Skills, broadsword slash, blood absorption, night charge, berserk. Talent, blood energy assimilation. The denser the surrounding blood energy, the stronger the Blood Knight's power. Characteristics, afraid of light-type enemies. Lin Chen couldn't help but be surprised. This was the first time he had seen the complete magical beast encyclopedia provide such detailed information. It was clear that the enemy's strength was not ordinary. Lin Chen then looked at Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu no longer hesitated and immediately transformed into flames, charging forward. However, after flying a short distance, she felt the flames on her body becoming heavier. Soon, the flames were directly absorbed by the trapping and killing formation. Seeing this, Lu Yao couldn't help but laugh heartily. Didn't expect it, did you? The second phase of the trapping and killing formation can absorb all magical attacks. So, to defeat me, you can only rely on brute force. And brute force is precisely the Blood Knight's specialty. Moreover, with the blood energy so dense here, the Blood Knight's power is enough to double, so I cannot lose. Lin Chen looked at the smug smile on the opponent's face and couldn't help but reveal a meaningful smile. Really? After saying that, Lin Chen snapped his fingers. Then, a gust of wind blew through, scattering the surrounding blood energy. Lu Yao exclaimed in surprise. Who? Suddenly, a massive magic array appeared in the sky, enveloping the entire trapping formation. Magic condensed. Magic missiles struck in rapid succession. The sound of explosions, boom boom boom, erupted in an instant. The entire island in the middle of the lake was nearly blown into Bamboo Leaf Lake by the Chimera. As the explosions subsided, Lin Chen felt that the island had sunk slightly. It seemed that the most violent one was this little girl, the Chimera. At that moment, the trapping formation was completely destroyed by the Chimera. Those beast tamers who had been controlling the trapping formation were either dead or injured. Lu Yao had just narrowly escaped a disaster thanks to his own strength. When Lu Yao looked at Lin Chen again, he couldn't help but show an expression of disbelief, and then suddenly thought of something, exclaiming in surprise, You are Lin Chen, the top scorer in the college entrance examination with a humanoid spirit pet." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen did not deny it but instead looked at Xiao Jiao, who immediately understood. However, this time Xiao Jiao did not transform into flames. "I heard your spirit pet is very skilled in close combat." Saying this, Xiao Jiao approached the Blood Knight and directly threw a punch at him. Xiao Jiao's fist aimed straight for the Blood Knight's face. Seeing this, Lu Yao couldn't help but feel overjoyed. He had great confidence in the Blood Knight's strength. How could the opponent dare to fight a fourth-tier Blood Knight barehanded? Wasn't that just asking for death? The Blood Knight raised his broadsword, intending to clash directly with Xiao Jiao's flesh and blood. However, Xiao Jiao had no intention of dodging. Instead, she struck her delicate fist against the blade of the Blood Knight's sword. Yet, with a clang, the Blood Knight's broadsword was actually shattered by Xiao Jiao's punch. Meanwhile, Xiao Jiao's fist was completely unharmed. How is this possible? Lu Yao could hardly believe his eyes. Lin Chen couldn't help but sneer at this. Impossible? How could it be impossible? Just now, Lin Chen had keenly sensed that the Fox clan heritage within Xiao Jiao was operating at full capacity. The power of the celestial fox had reached its peak, achieving a state of copper skin and iron bones. In such a state, even a nuclear bomb might not be able to break through Xiao Jiao's defenses. However, Xiao Jiao's current strength was limited, and she couldn't maintain this state for too long. Nevertheless, for dealing with the Blood Knight in front of her, a moment's time was more than enough. Then, at the moment the Blood Knight's sword broke, Xiao Jiao swung her fist again. She directly punched the Blood Knight in the head. The Blood Knight's head, which had been forcibly pieced together by blood energy, was instantly shattered by Xiao Jiao's punch. Blood splattered around like a scene from a hellish nightmare. At the same time, the Blood Knight fell to the ground, turning into a pool of blood. Lu Yao's mind suddenly throbbed with pain. However, as a high-level beast tamer, Lu Yao did not scream in agony like others. He merely broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead, his expression turning extremely pained. But soon, Lu Yao had already composed himself. At this moment, Lin Chen had come before him. "Speak! What are you plotting here?" Lu Yao looked at Lin Chen with disdain. "Lin Chen, stop pretending. I advise you to let me go. Otherwise, the Lu family won't spare you. I am a direct descendant of the Lu family and a key training target." As a high-level beast tamer under 30, Lu Yao had the qualifications to say such things. The Lu family would definitely take action against Lin Chen for him. However, Lin Chen did not take Lu Yao's words seriously at all. "I'm giving you one last chance to tell me what conspiracy the Lu family has here. Otherwise, your fate will be as miserable as theirs." Lin Chen then glanced at the beast tamers around him who were still barely alive. Ashan immediately understood and gave each of them a claw, sending them off to reunite below. Upon seeing this, Lu Yao's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Was this a rookie who had just graduated from high school? The decisiveness in killing was something even those seasoned beast tamers might not be able to achieve. However, Lu Yao's pride would not allow him to bow his head and beg for mercy from Lin Chen. Therefore, even in a disadvantageous position, Lu Yao's tone remained tough. "Lin Chen, I advise you to give up. Otherwise." However, before Lu Yao could finish his sentence, a fierce flame ignited on his body, burning deep into his soul. The pain of the soul was something ordinary people could not endure. I'll talk. Spare me. It hurts too much." Lin Chen then snapped his fingers, and the heavenly fire was instantly extinguished. Some time ago, news spread that the Lin family's old patriarch, Lin Badian, was critically ill, poisoned by fire, and urgently needed 3 types of extremely aquatic monsters as medicinal ingredients to be saved. Now, the entire Lin family is in a state of panic. The reason we, the Lu family, came here to monopolize is to prevent the Lin family from collecting aquatic monsters. As long as Lin Badian dies, the Lin family will collapse, and we, the Lu family, will then have the chance to enter the ranks of super families. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. He was very familiar with the name Lin Badian. His mother had mentioned this name several times in front of him. By generation, the other party was Lin Chen's biological grandfather, Lin Xiaotian's brother. Not long ago, Lin Xiaotian had just come to find Lin Chen, saying that Lin Badian wanted to see him. Could it be? However, Lin Chen had no intention of returning to the Lin family. After all, Lin Chen had never considered himself a part of the Lin family. He didn't dwell on the matters concerning the Lin family, as he had completely severed ties with them. Then, facing Lu Yao's pleas for mercy, Lin Chen paid no mind, and with just a glance, he signaled Ashan to send Lu Yao and his subordinates to reunite in the same way. First, look for any corpses of water arrow turtles nearby. Lin Chen then began to continue with the task he had commissioned. Ashan immediately sniffed the air. Soon, she covered her nose and said, "It smells terrible. It's all the smell of blood." Lin Chen couldn't help but rub her little head helplessly and said, "You've worked hard. Once we complete the task, I'll buy you something delicious." Upon hearing this, Ashan immediately nodded and rubbed against Lin Chen's hand. "Master is the best to Ashan." At that moment, Lin Chen felt like a pervert luring a little girl with a lollipop. Soon, Ashan caught a suspicious scent. "There's a special smell over there." After saying this, Ashan immediately acted and ran towards the direction of the unusual smell. Lin Chen and the others quickly followed Ashan. After turning a corner, they came upon an unknown area ahead. It was a huge pit, inside which lay dozens of corpses in disarray. All of them were water arrow turtles, as well as the former forms of water arrow turtles, Squirtless. Upon seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The scene was truly horrific. Little Jiao then burrowed into Lin Chen's arms, burying her head tightly, not daring to look at the tragic situation inside. Ashen scolded angrily, "Why? Why must you go to such extremes?" Chimera seemed to be used to such scenes and did not react much, merely shaking its head helplessly and turning its head away. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. This must be the result of human greed. However, Lin Chen squatted down and picked up a turtle shell from the giant pit. The flesh and blood of the water arrow turtles had already been sacrificed by Lu Yao, so their bodies were devoid of flesh, leaving only the shells behind. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said to all the water arrow turtle corpses in the pit, "I'll borrow your shells for a while, I will avenge you." After saying that, Lin Chen turned and left with a blank expression. Then, he took out the map again. This map was one he had purchased at a high price from the spirit pet shop earlier. It marked the distribution of all spirit pets in the surrounding areas of the Demon City. Although there were still some inaccuracies, it was quite accurate. Lin Chen then found the distribution of the Thunderstrike fish. However, he was surprised to discover that the Thunderstrike fish only appeared over 100 kilometers away. Moreover, the Thunderstrike fish itself was very rare, and whether he could find it depended entirely on luck. Ashen then transformed back into her original form, continuing to carry Lin Chen and Xiaojiao towards their destination. Chimera still floated behind them as before. After about an hour, Lin Chen finally arrived at the place where the Thunderstrike fish appeared. It was an inconspicuous small river that looked quite ordinary. If one had to say what was different, it was that it was relatively close to the mountain peak. Additionally, there was very little vegetation around, offering no hiding places. Lin Chen recalled the descriptions of the Thunderstrike fish from his books. The Thunderstrike fish was a very reclusive beast, usually hiding among the rocks at the bottom of water sources. Unless it was a thunderstorm, they would actively surface and use the lightning rod on their heads to attract lightning. Lin Chen looked at the weather around him. The sky was clear with no signs of thunder. At this moment, Lin Chen felt a bit troubled. How was he supposed to find the Thunderstrike fish? He didn't know how to fish. Moreover, Xiaojiao, Chimera, and Ashen, the three girls, couldn't swim or dive, so it was impossible for them to go into the river to catch fish. Lin Chen thought for a moment and suddenly remembered that Chimera's inheritance contained records about lightning. He could completely use lightning spells to simulate thunderstorm weather and lure the Thunderstrike fish out. Without hesitation, Lin Chen immediately summoned an illusory book in front of him, opened its pages, and began to slowly chant the incantation. Not far from there, a group of 4 people was sitting around a campfire. It seems there won't be any thunderstorms in the next few days. Without thunderstorms, no one will be able to find the Thunderstrike fish. Ha ha ha. Since it's that simple, as long as we can ensure that no one can obtain the Thunderstrike fish within this month, we can complete the mission. I really hope it won't rain here. Let's wish for clear skies together. They were all wearing matching uniforms. If someone from the Demon City were here, they would recognize that the uniforms belonged to the Lu family. I heard that this time, the young master is personally leading the team to hunt the Qinghe venomous snake. Yeah, the young master had a beast killed during the college entrance examination. I heard he plans to take revenge, which is why he is personally leading the team to capture the Qinghe venomous snake. That Qinghe venomous snake is no simple matter, even a high-level beast master might not be able to handle it. It requires several beast masters to cooperate to have a chance of capturing it. Just as the four were chatting, a sudden rumble of thunder echoed from the downstream of the river where they were. What's going on? There isn't a single dark cloud in the sky, so how can there be thunder? Could it be that someone is trying to attract the thunderfish using simulated lightning? The four of them casually speculated, and after saying this, they couldn't help but exchange glances. Let's go take a look. The four of them immediately made a decision and ran together towards the downstream of the river. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, looking somewhat disheveled, was continuously reciting incantations. He had originally vowed to use a lightning-based spell to attract the thunderfish. However, he was not yet proficient in the Chimera's inherited cultivation and couldn't summon lightning strikes. Beside him, the Chimera looked at Lin Chen and silently thought, summoning lightning strikes is a rather advanced spell. If the master wants to master it, his mental strength will bear a heavy burden. With the master's current strength, he is not yet capable of practicing such an advanced spell. Lin Chen felt that his mental strength was nearly exhausted. So, he chose to sit down and rest. At the same time, he looked at the Chimera. Can you use lightning-based spells? The Chimera shook its head and said, I am still just a first-tier beast. To use lightning spells, I need to evolve to at least the third tier. Upon hearing the Chimera's words, Lin Chen realized that the Chimera's level was somewhat lagging behind. Xiao Jiu and Ishan were already second-tier spirit pets, while the Chimera was still a first-tier spirit pet. However, the advancement of spirit pets was not simple. Lin Chen couldn't immediately help the Chimera to advance. Moreover, the advancement of the Chimera was different from that of Xiaojiu and Ishan. For instance, Ishan was a spirit pet with strong innate talent. She was already second tier when she signed the contract with Lin Chen. Xiaojiu, being a carnivorous and combative creature, had experienced many battles, large and small. Additionally, Xiaojiu had consumed countless beast blood and flesh, including that of third-tier beasts. Therefore, Xiaojiu was able to advance smoothly. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but ask, Chimera, what conditions do you need to advance? Upon hearing Lin Chen's question, Xiaojiu and Ishan also looked at the Chimera, curious about how it could advance. Most beasts gain strength primarily through consumption. The simplest way for a beast to gain more power is to devour the blood and flesh of enemies to absorb their strength. However, since the Chimera signed a contract with Lin Chen, it hadn't consumed much beast blood and flesh. Most of the time, the Chimera ate human food with Lin Chen. Aside from the two adorable rabbit ears on its head, the Chimera's behavior was more like that of a human. The Chimera then smiled and unabashedly said, if I want to advance, I need to practice diligently. Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback, feeling that the response was both an answer and not a complete one. However, he didn't dwell on it. He was completely at ease with these three little ones. The reason he asked the Chimera this question was out of curiosity and a desire to help it evolve faster. At this moment, Lin Chen's mental strength had mostly recovered. He then stood up, focused his mind, and began practicing the lightning-based spell again. He continuously recited the incantation. Just then, he suddenly felt a spark of inspiration. It seemed as if his mental strength was connected to the heavens. He felt he had grasped a certain principle of the universe. Then, a dark cloud slowly formed in an area above his head. Following that, Lin Chen recited the incantation again, aimed it towards the river, and used the spell. Thunder rumbled. The rolling sound of thunder echoed above the river. Chimera was shaken by this earth-shattering power. She immediately stood up from the ground, looking at Lin Chen with disbelief. Master, he really did it. At that moment, Chimera felt her worldview collapsing. To use this thunder attribute magic, one needs to have a strong mental power to control it. I really wonder just how powerful Master's mental strength is. In such a short time, he has just started learning magic, yet he can already use such advanced thunder attribute magic. Chimera still remembered that when Lin Chen signed the contract with her, he couldn't even use a bit of magic. Yet, how long has it been? Lin Chen could directly master thunder attribute magic. Chimera was utterly shocked. It is known that thunder attribute magic is different from the other 5 basic elemental magics, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Yet Lin Chen could bypass these 5 basic elemental attributes and directly cultivate thunder attribute magic. If Lin Chen wasn't just a reincarnated soul who hadn't fully consumed the Mangpa soup, and was actually a great mage in his past life, relying on his previous experiences to cultivate in this life, then he must be an extraordinary magical genius. Thinking of this, Chimera couldn't help but smile. It seems my judgment is quite good. Choosing Lin Chen really might fulfill my wish. At the same time, Lin Chen's face was also beaming with a smile. He was seen controlling the lightning in the air, continuously whistling above the river. At that moment, a glimmer appeared from the water. A strange, pointed-headed big fish surfaced. A sharp spike slowly grew from the top of the fish's head. That was the lightning rod of the thunderstrike fish. It was waiting for the thunder from the sky to strike its lightning rod, thus charging itself. Without Lin Chen's reminder, Chimera and Xiaojiao moved simultaneously. Xiaojiao first summoned a ball of flame from her tail, directly blocking the thunderstrike fish's escape route. Meanwhile, Chimera's magic circle successfully condensed in the river. At this moment, the thunderstrike fish realized it could not move. It was completely controlled by Chimera's control magic. Then, Ashan summoned a gust of wind, blowing towards the thunderstrike fish. At this point, the thunderstrike fish could neither move nor retreat, only watching as the gust of wind struck its body. Then, the thunderstrike fish was directly blown away. As the thunderstrike fish landed on the ground, Xiaojiao hurriedly moved to pick it up. However, Lin Chen suddenly called out to her, "Don't pick it up!" At the same time, several whoosh 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 sounds of something cutting through the air suddenly appeared from the jungle. Hearing this, Xiaojiao quickly dodged. Soon after, 4 figures and 4 spirit pets landed on the ground together. Lin Chen saw their clothes and realized they were identical to Lu Yao's, immediately recognizing them as members of the Lu family. Lin Chen looked at the 4 people and asked expressionlessly, "Lu family members?" The leader couldn't help but sneer. "Since you can recognize us as Lu family members, then get lost. This is not a place for you. This thunderstrike fish is not something you can take away." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen frowned. "What if I want to forcefully take it?" The leader revealed his high-level Beast Master badge upon hearing Lin Chen's words. He looked coldly at Lin Chen. "Do you see this? Let me tell you, if you don't know your place, we will kill you right here. After all, in this remote wilderness, it's normal for someone to die, no one will care." He spoke as if killing was the most ordinary thing in the world. Lin Chen finally understood why the Lu family would go to such lengths to exterminate those water arrow turtles. Whether it was a monster, a spirit pet, or a human life, none of these were considered important by such a large family. Lin Chen couldn't help but smile self-deprecatingly. "Almost forgot. I still need to take revenge for the water arrow turtles." The leading high-level beast master looked puzzled, as he hadn't clearly heard what Lin Chen had just said. However, seeing that Lin Chen didn't seem to intend to leave, the high-level beast master made up his mind to kill Lin Chen directly. Quick and decisive. After we take him down, we still need to report back to the young master. The 2 lackeys behind him immediately laughed upon hearing his words. "Today, he messed with our Lu family. Talk about bad luck for this kid." Exactly. Of all the people he could provoke, he had to pick our Lu family. After saying this, they pointed at Lin Chen and sent their own monsters charging at him. In Lin Chen's mind, their information immediately surfaced. Bulbasaur, B-rank 2nd-tier monster, evolved from a Bulbasaur after absorbing enough solar energy, with all the solar energy stored in the butt on its back. Skills: Solar Flare, Rocket Headbutt, Vine Whip. Mercury Beast, C-rank 2nd-tier monster, a spirit pet that naturally loves water elements. Although it is a mammal, it dreams of becoming a fish, with combat power in water twice that on land. Skills: Water Gun, Rocket Headbutt, Claw Attack, like a fish in water. Flamingo, C-rank 3rd-tier monster, said to be a descendant of the phoenix, actually a close relative of the turkey. Skills: Flame Burn, Fire Breath Attack, Bite Attack, Gale. Rocket Foot, C-rank 2nd-tier monster, a mechanical creation with strong aggression. Skills: Reload, Rocket Barrage, Barrage Impact. The 4 spirit pets then pounced towards Lin Chen simultaneously. However, what Lin Chen didn't expect was that they actually had a 3rd-tier monster. It seemed this was the spirit pet of the high-level beast master. Lin Chen didn't even glance at them, casually snapping his fingers. Xiaojiao and Ashan immediately charged forward. "Ha ha ha, are you stupid? You actually let your companions come up and fight with spirit pets?" But the next moment, as the gust of wind blew, the Bulbasaur was directly blown away. Not just the Bulbasaur, even the mechanical Rocket Foot was pushed back several steps by the gust. At this moment, someone exclaimed, "Boss, I remember who he is. He's the top scorer from the college entrance examination in the Demon City, a young beast master with a humanoid monster, named Lin Chen." The leading high-level beast master burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Ha ha ha, great. Truly, it's like finding something after searching everywhere, and it comes without effort. Today, young Master Lu even told us that if anyone sees Lin Chen in the wild, they must not hold back and just kill him. Whoever kills Lin Chen will be rewarded with 100 million cash by young Master Lu. Looks like this immense fortune is ours. Boss, don't forget about us brothers. Don't worry. I won't forget. When the time comes, we'll split the reward and go to the spirit pet shop to buy an A-rank monster. With an A-rank monster, we'll naturally have a chance to challenge high-level beast masters. Everyone laughed heartily at this point. Don't hold back, everyone charged together. After saying this, Rocket Foot raised the rocket launcher on its back high and aimed it at Lin Chen, firing a rocket straight at him. Meanwhile, the Mercury Beast dove into the river without hesitation. Then, the river surged, slowly forming a massive water sphere. An upgraded version of a water gun, a water cannon. Meanwhile, the flower bud behind the Bulbasaur began to glow slowly. It looked as if a blazing sun had appeared in the pitch-black night. Sunlight blaze. 3 attacks struck simultaneously at Lin Chen. Xiaojiu charged towards Bulbasaur without hesitation, transforming into a ball of flames, directly colliding with the sunlight blaze. Although the sunlight blaze was a geometric form of solar energy, it couldn't compare to the temperature of heavenly fire. In contrast, the temperature of heavenly fire was much higher. With a loud boom, Bulbasaur was sent flying, howling as it landed far away. As for the Water Star Beast, just as the water cannon was forming, Ashan jumped into the river with a splash. Then, Ashan swam towards it with a dog paddle. It quickly adjusted the water cannon's direction, aiming at Ashan. However, Ashan did not dodge and took the hit from the water cannon head-on. As a result, Ashan's swimming speed momentarily paused. After that, Ashan continued to charge towards the Water Star Beast. At this moment, Ashan's speed had noticeably increased, much faster than before. The Water Star Beast suddenly felt that this seemingly harmless little girl was looking at it like prey. Its innate danger instinct as a monster told it to flee quickly, or it would be eaten. But now, it was clearly too late to escape. Ashan was already drooling and pounced forward. Then, Ashan took a bite in the water. The Rocket Foot's rocket projectile, although aimed directly at Lin Chen, inexplicably changed its flight trajectory due to a mysterious force. Upon closer inspection, a magic circle had appeared on the rocket. Seeing that its rocket did not hit the target, the Rocket Foot immediately raised its other weapon and aimed at the Chimera in the sky, pulling the trigger without hesitation. The Rocket Foot was determined. With so many projectiles, how could the Chimera change their direction? Barrage attack. Dozens of small rockets were launched simultaneously, targeting the Chimera. The Chimera, upon seeing those fist-sized rockets, showed no signs of panic. Is that all the firepower you have? After saying this, the Chimera mimicked Lin Chen's gesture and snapped its fingers. Then, magic missiles were launched in rapid succession. Now, each of the Chimera's magic missiles was as large as a basketball. Hundreds of magic missiles were simultaneously launched, aimed directly at the Rocket Foot. The next moment, the area where the Rocket Foot was located turned into a hell on earth. It was as if the battlefield had been washed by cannon fire. When the smoke cleared, the Rocket Foot had been reduced to a pile of parts. In this way, Lin Chen had neutralized the simultaneous attacks from the 3 opponents. But just then, a flicker of flame suddenly appeared in front of Lin Chen. The flamingo's wings had begun to burn. At the same time, the high-level beast master pulled a dagger from his pocket. Lin Chen, your 3 humanoid monsters are all away from you. This time, let's see where you can run. The flamingo opened its mouth and spewed forth a torrent of intense flames. Meanwhile, the high-level beast master approached Lin Chen, dagger in hand. Upon seeing this, Xiaojiu, the Chimera, and Ashan showed no signs of worry, watching the scene unfold as if it were a show. In the eyes of the high-level beast master, Lin Chen was already a dead man. However, Lin Chen merely smiled, completely unconcerned about the impending attack. He reached out and snapped his fingers. Soon, a flame capable of burning the souls of others appeared at his fingertips. The moment the fire was formed that day, the flamingo's fire attack in front of Lin Chen seemed to be suppressed by heavenly fire. It appeared as if it had encountered some terrifying creature and weakened instantly. Lin Chen then gently flicked his fingers, and the heavenly fire shot directly towards the flamingo, causing its fire attack to dissipate in an instant. Subsequently, the entire flamingo was engulfed in heavenly fire, letting out a painful wail. The senior beast master, witnessing this, could hardly believe his own eyes. He never expected Lin Chen to defeat his 3rd-tier beast, the flamingo, in such a simple manner. How? How can he summon flames? Does he know magic? The senior beast master gritted his teeth against the pain in his head and asked seriously. However, none of this mattered anymore. As long as he plunged the dagger into Lin Chen's body, this battle would be over. He stepped forward again, aimed at Lin Chen, and drew his dagger. Although he was a senior beast master, his close combat skills were not weak either. He had once relied on hand-to-hand combat to kill a 2nd-tier beast. Die! Lin Chen! The senior beast master shouted. But at that moment, Lin Chen slowly turned his head. In his hand, he held a fish. A big fish. An extremely furious big fish. It had a lightning rod on its head, but the rod no longer absorbed the power of thunder. Instead, it was desperately releasing the thunderous energy it had accumulated over the years. Ah! How is this possible? The senior beast master screamed as he was struck by the lightning attack of the thunder fish. Then, he fell to the ground like a piece of charred coal. A single strike to kill. Lin Chen then looked at the corpse of his opponent. It's better not to go out on a stormy day. He then tossed the thunder fish aside, letting the already finished little Gio handle it. The reason he had warned little Gio to be careful was that the attack method of the thunder fish was quite special. The thunder fish would not engage in a struggle with its opponent. Once it sensed danger, it would unleash all the thunderous energy within its body. If this full-force strike could not defeat the enemy, it would end up as fish meat on the chopping board, waiting for death. Once little Gio finished eating the fish, Ashan began to deal with the flamingo's corpse. The two gluttons started to eat without a care in the world. Lin Chen approached the senior beast master's side, looking at the charred corpse, and couldn't help but sigh. Sigh. Everything on him has turned to charcoal. Having lived a hard life before, Lin Chen always thought of looting the corpses after hunting beasts and people in the wild. Even if he couldn't loot, he would find ways to maximize his gains, but everything on this senior beast master had been reduced to ashes by the lightning attack of the thunder fish. This made Lin Chen feel it was a bit of a loss. A senior beast master should at least carry tens of thousands of dollars, he thought. Just then, he suddenly noticed a strange glow on the body. Lin Chen quickly crouched down and picked up the glowing object. It was a button. Or rather, something shaped like a button. What is this? Lin Chen crouched down and examined the button carefully, feeling a bit puzzled. Saying this, Lin Chen tried to use his mental power to probe inside. To his surprise, he felt his mental power enter an extremely vast space. Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "This is actually a spatial equipment." Inside this spatial equipment, there were over 500,000 in cash, a few pieces of clothing from the Liu family, the identification of a high-level beast master, and a membership card for a spirit pet shop. Lin Chen took out the membership card and examined it closely. It turned out that the high-level beast master was named Chao Wang, a guest elder of the Liu family. A membership card for the spirit pet shop? That could be quite useful. Lin Chen thought for a moment and then put away the membership card along with the other items. At this time, there were still 2 tame spirit pets in his backpack that he hadn't sold. It wasn't that Lin Chen didn't plan to sell these 2 spirit pets, but because they were obtained through his own self-defense. Lin Chen didn't want to attract trouble for himself, so he had never had the chance to sell them. Now, with Chao Wang's identification and the spirit pet shop's membership card, Lin Chen could easily sell the 2 spirit pets under Chao Wang's or even the Liu family's name. It seems I can only maximize the benefits from your corpse, Lin Chen murmured as he looked at Chao Wang's charred body. At this moment, Xiao Jiao and Ashan had finished eating, and Ashan was patting her belly with a satisfied expression. Lin Chen then stood up and noticed the parts of the rocket foot scattered on the ground, feeling puzzled as he inquired, "Why are you not interested in the core of mechanical creations?" Lin Chen understood that Xiao Jiao and Ashan had eaten because they could absorb energy from the blood of spirit beasts, allowing them to recover and evolve. Xiao Jiao glanced at the pile of parts and wrinkled her nose in disdain. Too dirty. Lin Chen was even more confused upon hearing this. Too dirty? Ashan also felt somewhat repulsed by the pile of parts, but she couldn't articulate why. Fortunately, Chimera spoke up to explain, "Master, when demon beasts first appeared, there were no mechanical creations." Lin Chen was taken aback by Chimera's words and asked in surprise, "Oh?" He truly didn't know this, as in the textbooks he studied, mechanical creations were merely a branch of demon beasts and spirit pets. Chimera continued, "A long, long time ago, when humans had not yet mastered the taming of spirit pets, there was a doctor named Benjamin who thought of a way to control demon beasts. That was to combine demon beasts with mechanical creations and use human technology to manipulate them. However, human computers could not control so many mechanical creations at once, so he thought of using artificial intelligence to control the demon beasts. But what he didn't anticipate was that one day, the demon beasts would resonate completely with the artificial intelligence, leading to total chaos. The demon beasts controlled by artificial intelligence no longer obeyed human commands and developed their own consciousness. Thus, a new species emerged, which is the mechanical creation. As for the current mechanical creations, their origins can no longer be traced. Some have said that it was because the initial artificial intelligence established a special factory for mechanical creations, continuously producing them. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. In his 2 lifetimes, he had watched many movies about artificial intelligence in his previous life. The most classic was I, Robot, which told the story of artificial intelligence gaining its own consciousness and enslaving humanity. Although the emergence of mechanical creations hadn't reached the irreversible level of I, Robot, it still sent a signal to Lin Chen. That is the development of mechanical creations with autonomous consciousness. Once it reaches a certain scale, the plot of the movie I, Robot could very well play out in reality. But Lin Chen, at this moment, does not care about such things. Because when the sky falls, there is someone tall to hold it up, he only needs to ensure his own safety. Thus, after gathering his spoils, Lin Chen took out the map again. He still had one last item to retrieve for his mission, which was the Qinghe Viper. The Qinghe Viper is different from other demon beasts, it does not have a specific distribution location. Moreover, the Qinghe Viper has a characteristic of being extremely cruel and highly aggressive. Therefore, every appearance of the Qinghe Viper is accompanied by a bloody storm. Fortunately, this time, the appearance of the Qinghe Viper could be traced. Before leaving the city, the person who issued the task had already communicated with Lin Chen. Lin Chen glanced at the map and found that the destination was very close. Just as he was about to set off, he saw the bodies of several beast tamers lying on the ground. Lin Chen couldn't help but think carefully. Could that area also be blocked by the Lu family's beast tamers? Especially since the Qinghe Viper is highly valuable, the defenses there are likely to be even stronger than here. Moreover, the strength of the beast tamers there should also be greater. If I go over recklessly, I might just be delivering myself to them, Lin Chen muttered to himself. Then, he suddenly remembered that among the clothes he had just obtained, there were several outfits from the Lu family. So, Lin Chen quickly took out the clothes and dressed Xiao Jiao and the others. Xiao Jiao's original outfit was already very alluring. After putting on the Lu family's training uniform, she surprisingly gave off a sense of uniform temptation, making Lin Chen blush a little. It must be said that after her evolution, Xiao Jiao's charm had increased even more. If one didn't have a bit of self-control, they might not be able to handle it. As for Ashan, after putting on the training uniform, she looked even more capable, but paired with her expression that seemed ready to chop someone at any moment, it appeared somewhat mismatched. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh helplessly. This girl was still more suited to wearing animal skins. As for Chimera, her temperament was already quiet and more human-like, so any clothing looked very appropriate on her. Lin Chen then waved his hand, and the 4 of them hurried towards their destination. As they walked, Lin Chen suddenly sensed the fluctuations of a battle ahead. Something's happening. Lin Chen immediately reacted. The 4 of them quickly rushed towards the direction of the battle. When they arrived at the scene, they saw more than a dozen beast tamers surrounding a poisonous snake, constantly maneuvering and attacking. Lin Chen took a glance at the besieged demon beast, and information about it appeared in his mind. Qinghe Viper, B-rank tier 3 demon beast, possessing characteristics of both pythons and venomous snakes, is a highly toxic creature. Its venom is extremely potent, and it is highly aggressive, holding grudges fiercely. Once angered, it will not rest until its enemy is dead, comparable to the king of snakes, possessing A-rank talent in water element affinity. It has the skill to change form, able to switch freely between python and viper forms. In viper form, it is very small and adept at hiding. If not carefully distinguished, it is nearly impossible to detect, yet it can always deliver a fatal strike to its prey. When in python form, its size can be determined by its strength, possessing extremely strong biting power. Once it bites its prey, it will never let go. Attack skills include rocket headbutt, frenzied bite, strangulation, tail attack, poison mist, and lethal bite. When in water, its attack power increases, and it gains a faster recovery speed. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised to see the information about the Clear River Viper before him. This was actually a 3rd-tier demon beast, not the 2nd-tier Clear River poison snake. This was a creature comparable to Yao Chuanxue's Tyrannosaurus. If placed in a spirit pet trading shop, such a 3rd-tier demon beast would be priceless, and no one would be foolish enough to sell it for money. At that moment, the Clear River Viper in front of him was completely enraged. It transformed into a python form, using its massive tail to continuously swing around, driving away the attacks from other spirit pets. Surrounding it were a dozen or so demon beasts, either 2nd-tier or 3rd-tier, constantly attacking it. Several high-level beast tamers were directing their companions to coordinate their attacks. Pay attention, all of you. Don't kill it. This is my spirit pet for battling at the university. The speaker was none other than Lu Chun, the sole heir of the Lu family. After being humiliated by Lin Chen in the college entrance examination, he realized that it wasn't his strength that was lacking compared to Lin Chen, but rather that his spirit pets were simply inadequate. Thus, upon seeing this clear river viper, Lu Chun decided to use it as his spirit pet. Originally, their purpose for coming here was to kill all the clear river poison snakes to complete a task for a certain big shot. However, after seeing this third-tier demon beast, Lu Chun decided that he must obtain it at all costs and then seek revenge on Lin Chen. Even though it's just a third-tier demon beast, why is its vitality so strong? Lu Chun cursed angrily. He then pointed at the several high-level beast tamers beside him. Damn it! You useless fools, how come you still can't handle it? Hurry up and wear it out. Otherwise, you all can go back and face punishment. Don't forget how much money our Lu family spends on you every year. The high-level beast tamers quickly explained, Young Master Lu, it's not that we can't defeat it, but the wild nature of the third-tier demon beast is too strong. If you want to tame it and sign a contract, you must use this method to exhaust its energy. Only when it is completely worn out can we take advantage of the opportunity to sign a contract with it. However, the combat power of a third-tier demon beast is too strong. The Clear River Viper is an aggressive demon beast. If it were a second-tier Clear River Poison Snake or a first-tier Clear River Python, it wouldn't be this troublesome. The high-level beast tamer had explained very clearly, but Lu Chun couldn't take it in at all. How can you still have the face to say that? You 5 high-level beast tamers, 5 third-tier demon beasts, and after such a long time, I still can't catch a single Clear River Viper? Useless! Do you believe I won't shoot you right now? With that, Lu Chun pulled out a handgun from his clothes. Although the handgun had almost lost its effectiveness in battles between spirit pets and demon beasts, it was still more than enough to deal with an ordinary person. Seeing this, the beast tamer quickly shut his mouth. I'm sorry. We will capture this Clear River Viper for you as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Lin Chen, who was hiding, pressed his hand down, signaling the 3 girls to conceal themselves and observe the situation. Just then, 3 third-tier demon beasts simultaneously launched an attack on the Clear River Viper. All those attacks struck the creature's body, and immediately, the Clear River Viper let out a painful cry, curling up its body. However, its eyes were filled with hatred. Especially when it looked at Lu Chun, the hatred in its eyes was completely unmasked. Then, its body suddenly sprang forward, heading straight for Lu Chun. Seeing the Clear River Viper, Lu Chun quickly shouted, "Oh my god," and began to retreat. The 2 high-level beast tamers beside him immediately shouted, "Protect young Master Lu." 2 third-tier magical beasts quickly positioned themselves in front of Lu Chun, forming a defensive formation. However, the Qingha Viper opened its mouth and spewed out a cloud of purple mist. It's poisonous mist. Young Master Lu, quickly dodge. Although Lu Chun was a pampered second-generation heir, he was not a fool. He quickly rolled away to avoid the poisonous mist attack. Unfortunately, the other beast tamers were not so lucky. While they were not killed instantly, the effects of the poison were indeed severe. They coughed several times, with some even coughing up blood, clearly injured. Hurry! Don't stop the attack. Increase the consumption. It's already at the end of its strength. Lu Chun paid no mind to his subordinates' injuries, focusing solely on issuing commands. He knew that once the Qingha Viper began using poisonous mist attacks, it meant it was at its last gasp. Just as he thought, his subordinates unleashed their full firepower, avoiding the vital points of the Qingha Viper, and began their final round of attacks. The Qingha Viper's eyes showed determination, ready to perish together with this group. Thus, the Qingha Viper began to burn its life force and charged at the group of beast tamers. A body slam attack. The Qingha Viper no longer had the strength to use venom again. It could only resort to this most primitive method to crash into the enemy's formation. The destructive power of the body slam was also its strongest attack method. Lin Chen, seeing this, couldn't help but snap his fingers. The time has come. After saying that, he shouted loudly, "Young Master Lu, be careful, I'm here to help you." Lu Chun was taken aback at first, then saw 3 people in Lu family uniforms appear behind him. Moreover, Lu Chun felt that they looked somewhat familiar. Instantly, Lu Chun relaxed his guard and cursed, "Damn it! Which team are you from? Why did you only arrive now?" However, Lin Chen did not answer Lu Chun's question and charged directly into the crowd. Xiao Jiao and Ashan followed closely behind. Then, Xiao Jiao's celestial fox power was fully unleashed, crashing directly into the crowd. Ashan's gale did not spare anyone either. Lu Chun's subordinates were all seriously dealing with the body slam attack, and no one expected that someone would ambush them from behind. Even more terrifying than the ambush was the Qingha Viper, which was now determined to perish together, charging directly at them. With a loud bang, everyone saw the Qingha Viper curl its body into a ball and crash into the crowd. Then, chaos ensued. The tremendous impact caused many to lose their lives on the spot. Their spirit pets, upon their owners' deaths, also let out a cry and died instantly. Although some were slightly luckier and avoided fatal attacks, they were still severely injured. Before they could even see who their opponent was, the Chimera's magical missiles had already landed on them, instantly erupting in brilliant sprays of blood. After one round of attacks, out of a team of 15 beast tamers, including 5 high-level and 10 mid-level beast tamers, 14 had already died. Only Lu Chun remained alive, as he was not at the center of the battle. The Qinghe Viper, having completely exhausted its life, lay on the ground, waiting for death to arrive. Lu Chun looked at the 4 people in front of him, his eyes wide in disbelief. Who are you? Who are you really? Then, Lu Chun saw Lin Chen's unforgettable profile. You are Lin Chen. Why do you want to be my enemy? The Lu family will not let you go. Lu Chun's words were already incoherent. Lin Chen didn't even glance at him and directly approached the Qinghe Viper. The current Qinghe Viper had taken the form of a python, its body as thick as a water barrel and measuring 30 to 40 meters in length. Lin Chen then slowly spoke, "Do you want to live?" The Qinghe Viper did not answer but blinked its eyes. Beside them, Ashan helped translate. It says it wants to personally slaughter that human. As she spoke, Ashan pointed at Lu Chun. Ashan had the bloodline of the nature god and could communicate with anything in the world. Although Lin Chen had also gained natural power through reciprocity, he still couldn't communicate with all living things. Lin Chen then glanced at Lu Chun and directly said to the Qinghe Viper, "If you sign a contract with me, I can guarantee that you won't die, and I will help you take your revenge." The Qinghe Viper's eyes suddenly flashed with a glimmer of light. Ashan sensed it carefully and quickly told Lin Chen, "It agrees." Hearing this, Lin Chen smiled and quickly extended his mental power to sign the contract with the Qinghe Viper. In an instant, the system's voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully obtained the spirit pet Qinghe Viper. Qinghe Viper, B rank tier 3 monster. Host gains reciprocity, basic poison resistance. Upon hearing the system's reward prompt, Lin Chen couldn't help but nod. He felt the reward was quite good. Then, Lin Chen looked around and spotted a still living dogtail grass. He plucked the dogtail grass and placed it on the Qinghe Viper. Then, he began to close his eyes and chant a spell. The natural power within Lin Chen began to operate at full force, desperately drawing life force from the surroundings. The flowers and plants around them began to wither instantly. The dogtail grass went from thriving to maturing, then flowering and bearing fruit, and finally withering, all in just a few breaths. At the last moment of its withering, a surge of immense life force suddenly flowed into the Qinghe Viper's body. The Qinghe Viper suddenly became lively, straightening its body. Then, it lunged directly at the fleeing Lu Chun. Lu Chun was instantly entangled by the Qinghe Viper, his face turning red from the immense pressure. He struggled to say, "Let me go. I am the young master of the Lu family. Help me." Just then, something suddenly jumped down from a nearby large tree. This thing was colorless, tasteless, and formless. If it weren't for Lin Chen and Ashan possessing natural power to perceive all movements in the forest, they would have never discovered the hidden spirit pet. The spirit pet struck the Qinghe Viper in one blow. The Qinghe Viper cried out in pain and involuntarily loosened its grip on Lu Chun. Lu Chun managed to escape. Then, it was as if he were being dragged by some invisible force, running off into the distance. Lin Chen then looked at Ashan. Chase! Without needing Lin Chen's reminder, Ashan tore off her training suit, revealing the beast skin underneath. Then, she first revealed her true form and directly chased after it. Xiaojiu transformed into flames, blocking the path of the fleeing creature. If it were just that invisible, transparent being escaping, it might have had a chance. However, dragging Lu Chun along made it impossible to leave. The target was simply too large. With a loud bang, Xiaojiu crashed into the creature, which let out a terrible scream. Then, the creature finally revealed its true form. It was a chameleon. In Lin Chen's mind, the information about the opponent finally emerged. Chameleon evil creature, D rank, 4th tier monster beast, possesses a powerful invisibility ability, can transform into any shape while invisible, has keen eyesight but poor hearing, has very strong defense against physical attacks, and harbors deadly poison within its body. In life and death situations, it can sever any part of its body to save itself. Skills include venom attack, tongue projection, devouring, stealth, rocket headbutt, and memory fragments. After seeing the information about the opponent, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. This was actually a 4th tier monster beast. Moreover, its invisibility and escape abilities were exceptionally strong. Could this be a monster beast serving as a bodyguard for Lu Chun? Lin Chen suddenly realized something. The monster beast should be Lu Chun's bodyguard. After all, it was a 4th tier monster beast. Lin Chen quickly shouted to Xiaojiu and the other girls, "Go all out. This guy is very tough to deal with." Ashan had long been eager to try and immediately charged at the chameleon evil creature. The opponent, known for its defensive capabilities as a fourth-tier monster beast, was not afraid of Ashan, and the two immediately began to tear at each other. Meanwhile, Xiao Jiu was constantly moving around but had yet to find a good opportunity to use the heavenly fire. At that moment, Lin Chen looked at Chimera. Chimera understood immediately, and the book in front of her began to flip through pages rapidly, finally stopping on a certain page. Magic circle. Seal. Strangle. A massive magic circle appeared above the chameleon evil creature's head. The power of this magic circle made even Ashan retreat in fear. Ashan quickly released the chameleon evil creature and moved outside the magic circle. Chimera's hair floated in the air as if blown by an invisible wind. From the magic circle emerged several black, viscous creatures resembling wild dogs. These dog-like creatures immediately pounced on the chameleon evil creature, tearing into it with abandon, and in one bite, they ripped off a chunk of its flesh. In an instant, the chameleon evil creature was left in a bloody mess. It wanted to cry out in pain, but most of its flesh and blood had already been consumed. Finally, the chameleon evil creature fell to the ground, its face filled with unwillingness. Seeing this, Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief. Finally resolved. After the chameleon evil creature fell, Lin Chen cautiously observed his surroundings, wary of any new developments. However, the area was very calm, especially since the owner of the chameleon evil creature had not appeared. Lin Chen couldn't help but open his mental power to check the surroundings. Yet, he still found no other suspicious individuals. Lin Chen exchanged a glance with Chimera, who understood and immediately flew into the sky, looking down at the ground from above. After a moment, Chimera returned. There are no other people around. Upon hearing Chimera's words, Lin Chen frowned. Could it be that this chameleon evil creature was only here to protect Lu Chun? Lin Chen pondered for a moment and approached Lu Chun. The moment Lu Chun saw Lin Chen, he instinctively shrank back. "You! What do you want? Don't come over." Lin Chen grabbed him by the collar and questioned, "Where did that chameleon evil creature come from?" Lu Chun, with a face full of terror, said, "I don't know." Lin Chen then punched him in the face. "I'll give you one last chance to think it over. Will you tell me or not?" Lu Chun covered his face, looking miserable as he said, "I really don't know." Then, as if recalling something, he hurriedly added, "It might be my father's spirit pet. My dad once said he would always protect me. At that time, I didn't understand what he meant. Now it seems that he actually arranged for a spirit pet to protect me." "Where is your dad now?" Lin Chen asked again. "I don't know. This time I came out to train, I led the team myself." "That makes sense now." Lin Chen thought for a moment and roughly understood the origin of the transformed evil object. Lu Chun's dad specifically sent his spirit pet to protect his son, but unexpectedly, even a fourth-tier spirit pet couldn't keep Lu Chun safe. Then Lin Chen asked, "What is your purpose for coming here this time?" Lin Chen didn't believe that there could be such a coincidence in this world, that his needs would be exactly the same as Lu Chun's. Lu Chun quickly shook his head, "I can't say." Hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but sneer. He then grabbed Lu Chun and brought him in front of the Qinghe Viper. The moment Lu Chun saw the Qinghe Viper, he was so scared that he lost control. "Don't! I don't want to die." The Qinghe Viper immediately coiled around Lu Chun. Lu Chun showed a pained expression and quickly begged for mercy. "Let me go. I'll tell you. I'll tell you." Lin Chen gave a signal to the Qinghe Viper, which then released its hold on Lu Chun. Lu Chun hurriedly said, "It's the Lin family. It's Lin Hai, the second in command of the Lin family, who sent us here." "Oh?" Lin Chen immediately thought of his second uncle, Lin Hai, who had once driven him and his mother out of the Lin family. "What is his purpose?" "I don't know. But my father suspects it's because the old head of the Lin family, Lin Badian, doesn't have much time left. Recently, there have been rumors that Lin Badian has been poisoned by a fire toxin and needs several extremely herbs to detoxify. Lin Hai wants to send Lin Badian off early, so he sent us to secretly eliminate the threat." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded. Then he thought of his grandfather Lin Badian, whom he had never met, and the matter of Lin Xiaotian coming to find him yesterday. Connecting these events together, Lin Chen suddenly felt a sense of conspiracy. "It seems my second uncle doesn't want me to return to the Lin family." Lin Chen had reason to suspect that he had already caught Lin Xiaotian's attention. If his suspicions were correct, then the conspiracy against him had already begun. "I've told you everything I know. Can you let me go now?" Lin Chen glanced at Lu Chun and immediately revealed a cold smile. "When did I say I would let you go?" After saying that, the Qinghe Viper coiled around Lu Chun once more, tightening its grip. "You! Lin Chen!" With the sound of cracking bones, Lu Chun completely lost his life. The Qinghe Viper was about to eat Lu Chun, but Lin Chen quickly stopped it. This guy must have a lot of treasures on him. If you eat him like this, I would be at a loss. Upon hearing this, the Qinghe viper stopped insisting on devouring Lu Chun's corpse. After taking Lu Chun's body, Lin Chen began to search him. Sure enough, Lin Chen found 3 storage items on Lu Chun. One was a storage bag made of the same material as Lin Chen's big mouth tihua, another was a storage bracelet, and the last was a storage ring. Inside the storage bag, there was actually over 10 million in cash, which completely surprised Lin Chen. Wow! I hit the jackpot this time. Lin Chen had never seen so much money in his life. Even though he had seen such large sums in many films, being able to touch so much cash with his own hands was a first for him. Lin Chen once again infused his mental power into the storage bracelet. The items inside opened Lin Chen's eyes. It was filled to the brim with materials. A preliminary estimate suggested that these materials were worth tens of millions. Lin Chen then opened the 3rd storage ring. Inside the storage ring, it was all potions, ammunition, and spare equipment. Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel at the Lu family's foundation. An ordinary second-generation heir had so much wealth. Just the materials and potions in Lu Chun's hands could allow a small to medium-sized family to rise rapidly. Lin Chen felt that if he had such good resources, he might have become a beast master 3 years earlier. He then took a deep breath to calm his emotions. Let's just consider it as robbing the rich. After saying that, Lin Chen distributed the 3 storage items to the 3 young girls. After Xiaojiao, Chimera, and Ishan received their respective storage items, they were all very happy. Wow! Master, this is a rare item. Are you really giving it to us for free? Xiaojiao said with a charming expression. Lin Chen helped Xiaojiao put on the bracelet, instantly making her delicate hands look even more exquisite. He then gently pinched her little nose. You're the most talkative. Xiaojiao quickly pouted. Chimera was more low-key, so Lin Chen helped her put on the storage ring. Ashan, not fond of jewelry, chose the storage bag and wore it at her waist, which matched her temperament perfectly. Lin Chen then looked again at the Qinghe viper. As an ordinary B-level Tier 3 spirit pet, the Qinghe viper's strength was quite average. However, it had a very good talent, affinity for water elements. The elemental affinity of demon beasts is different from that of humans. Human talents mainly affect spirit pets, allowing for a natural closeness to certain elemental spirit pets. In contrast, the elemental affinity of demon beasts allows them to thrive in their familiar elemental domains, enhancing their attributes. For example, Yao Chuanshua's fire element affinity allows her to easily control the fire element spirit pet, the Yagu beast. The Qinghe viper's water element affinity enables it to gain stronger attack and recovery abilities in water. After careful consideration, Lin Chen silently asked in his heart, System, can I upgrade the Qinghe viper's talent? The system's voice then emotionlessly echoed in Lin Chen's mind. Ding! Of course, you can. After receiving confirmation from the system, Lin Chen chose to upgrade without hesitation. Ding! Evolving and upgrading, please wait a moment. 1%, 2%, 3%, 98%, 99%, 100%. Evolution upgrade successful. Then, the Qinghe viper's massive body emitted a burst of white light and slowly shrank. In the end, it transformed into the size of an ordinary person. As the white light dissipated, a classical beauty dressed in a blue gauze dress, with graceful steps, appeared before Lin Chen. Upon seeing this girl, Lin Chen was almost mesmerized. She was simply too beautiful. Beautiful beyond compare. The key was that she was neither as enchanting as Xiaojiao nor as wild as Ishan. She resembled a fairy stepping out from a mural, utterly captivating. Then, the system's voice rang out again. Congratulations, host, for obtaining an SSS-level spirit pet, the Millennium Green Snake. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect the system to evolve the bloodline of the spirit pet along with the demon beast's talent. The system's prompt sounded again, providing an explanation for Lin Chen's confusion. Ding! After the talent upgrade of the Qinghe viper, it became too powerful, and its original body could no longer bear such talent. Therefore, by a stroke of luck, its bloodline also evolved and upgraded. Lin Chen nodded and quickly looked at the talent of the Millennium Green Snake. Millennium Green Snake, SSS level spirit pet. Talent, call wind and rain, SSS level. The Millennium Green Snake can summon wind, rain, floods, and other water-based magic in any location and area, with power comparable to natural disasters. Bloodline, Jiao Dragon Bloodline, SSS level. Inside the Millennium Green Snake, because it possesses the Jiao Dragon Bloodline, it governs all the waters of the world. Once it takes root in a location, it can bind itself to that water area, and as that water area grows, its strength will rise accordingly. Skills, Green Snake Explosion, Poison Attack, Call Wind and Rain, Water Domain Expansion, Floods. Hiss! Lin Shen truly did not expect that all the skills of this Millennium Green Snake were at the level of natural disasters. Just imagine, if an inexplicable flood appeared on the battlefield, how terrifying that would be. At the same time, the system's prompt sound rang out again. Ding! Detected that the host's complete beast encyclopedia has collected a new member, thus gaining immunity to all poisons, bone contraction, and mastery of water attributes. Immunity to all poisons means the host will be immune to all toxic substances in the world. Bone contraction, locking and freely adjusting the position of one's bones and joints. Mastery of water attributes, the host can move freely in any water area in the future. Lin Chen felt numb today. Especially the abilities gained from this feedback completely exceeded his expectations. Not to mention mastery of water attributes and bone contraction, just the immunity to all poisons was already a divine skill. Then, the Millennium Green Snake slowly approached Lin Chen, looking like an ethereal fairy, and gracefully bowed to him. "Greetings, Master." The voice of the Millennium Green Snake was soft, making Lin Chen feel somewhat unreal. Coming back to his senses, Lin Chen thought for a moment and said to the Millennium Green Snake, "From now on, don't call yourself the Millennium Green Snake, just call you Xiao Chang." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Xiao Qing couldn't help but show a look of surprise and bowed to Lin Chen again. "Thank you for the name, Master. Xiao Qing greets you." At this moment, Xiao Jiu rushed over and grabbed Xiao Qing's arm. "Wow, is this the new sister? So beautiful." Xiao Qing smiled at the words. "I will still need the care of my elder sisters in the future." Ashan then walked over, looked closely at Xiao Chang, sniffed, and finally frowned. "What a dangerous feeling. Fortunately, you are our companion, otherwise, it would be very troublesome." Hearing Ashan's words, Lin Chen fully realized, this seemingly harmless Millennium Green Snake was considered dangerous even by Ashan, a descendant of the nature god. One can imagine how strong Xiao Qing's power must be. Thinking this, Lin Chen looked at Xiao Chang. "Xiao Chang, can you prepare some venom from the Qingha viper for me?" Lin Chen always felt that the venom from the Qingha viper should be an easy task for Xiao Chang now. However, Xiao Qing shook her head. "No, my current toxicity is already much stronger than that of the Qingha viper." Lin Chen was at a loss. "However, Master can rest assured, I can help you obtain some venom from the Qingha viper." "Oh, how?" Xiao Chang brought her two fingers together, forming a sword-like shape. Then, she made several hand seals in front of her chest. "Collect!" Suddenly, a strange power surged around her. Xiao Qing reached out and grabbed, and a small blue snake flew out from a distant thicket. That was the Qingha viper. Xiao Qing grabbed the little snake by its 7 inches. The latter trembled as if it had encountered a natural enemy. Lin Chen quickly took out a test tube from his storage space and handed it to Xiao Chang. He didn't see any action from Xiao Qing, but the Qingha venomous snake obediently crawled to the test tube and began to spit out venom into it. After a moment, a tube of venom was successfully collected. The Qingha venomous snake then fell weakly to the ground. It was evident that such a large amount of extracted venom was a heavy burden on its body. Xiao Qing ignored the Qingha venomous snake and handed the test tube to Lin Chen. "Master, the venom you wanted." Lin Chen sealed the test tube and placed it back into his storage bag. Suddenly, Lin Chen remembered something. "Xiao Chang, I haven't given you a welcome gift yet." After saying that, Lin Chen took out a button-shaped piece of spatial equipment from his storage bag and handed it to Xiao Chang. "This is a spatial equipment that can store items. Wear it on your body." After receiving the button, Xiao Qing quickly expressed her gratitude to Lin Chen, saying, "Thank you, Master." Since Xiao Qing was wearing a plain blue outfit without any fasteners, she pinned the button to her waist, looking very elegant. Xiao Chang then smiled and asked Lin Chen, "Master, do I look good?" "Very good." Lin Chen nodded in response. "Thank you for the compliment, Master." At this point, Lin Chen had successfully collected all 3 items needed for the task. Therefore, he chose to head back home without hesitation. Lin Chen had been away from Magic City for over a week, and there was only a month and a half left until school started. According to Lin Chen's investigation, it would take about a month to travel from Magic City to Yuzhou. Lin Chen could easily take on tasks while on the road. After all, with Ashan as his mount, Lin Chen's speed would definitely be much faster than that of an ordinary merchant convoy. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at the city gate. At the city gate, several guards were chatting idly. "Have you heard? The Lin family is in complete chaos now. I really don't know how old Master Lin Badian, who has fought all his life, ended up in this situation. I've heard, now all the major news sections and trending topics in Magic City are about the Lin family. Everyone is guessing who the next head of the Lin family will be. No need to say, the most influential person in the Lin family now is old Master Lin's brother, Lin Xiaotian. But this Lin Xiaotian isn't very capable." "What do you mean he isn't capable?" Didn't Lin Xiaotian and his son Lin Hai contribute a lot to the Lin family? Don't you know how Lin Xiaotian rose to power back then? How did he rise to power? Just as the guards were gossiping, Lin Chen walked in. The leading guard immediately recognized Lin Chen. Oh, isn't this our Magic City's top scholar? Out on a mission again? Lin Chen nodded in response and entered the city gate with the 4 beautiful women behind him. Moreover, Xiao Qing did not exhibit any characteristics of a spirit pet, appearing just like a normal person. The guard clearly recognized Lin Chen and also knew about his 3 humanoid spirit pets. He looked at Xiao Qing and asked, "Who is this?" Lin Chen replied expressionlessly, "My humanoid spirit pet." The guard's face immediately showed an expression of disbelief. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing smiled, opened her mouth, and her tongue, which had originally looked just like a human's, suddenly forked and transformed into the shape of a snake's tongue. Her face, which had originally looked like that of a celestial being, instantly became strange and eerie. Then, it changed back to its original appearance. The guards were so frightened that their hands trembled, and they quickly said, "Okay." Then, the guard hurriedly registered Lin Chen. Seeing that the other party's attention was focused on the registration, Lin Chen casually asked, "Senior, what exactly happened to the Lin family? What's wrong with Lin Xiaotian?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's inquiry, the guard opened up. "Young brother Lin, you may not be aware of some gossip from years ago. Lin Badian of the Lin family is a tough man. He participated in the National Defense War and is a true hero. However, his brother Lin Xiaotian is different. He has been very close to our archenemy, the Sakura Nation. There were even rumors that he was a spy sent by the Sakura Nation, but there has never been any evidence." After hearing this, Lin Chen nodded. However, these matters had nothing to do with him anymore. He had no interest in the fate of the Lin family. The guard sighed again, saying, "What a pity, the only son of Lord Lin Badian died for the country. And for the past few years, Lord Lin Badian has been searching for his only grandson, but there has been no news." Lin Chen frowned upon hearing this. Then, with a puzzled expression, he asked, "Lin Badian is looking for his grandson?" "Yes. It has been published in major newspapers. Many people have tried to claim kinship over the years, but they were all frauds hoping for a stroke of luck." As a student, Lin Chen rarely read newspapers. His phone was an old brick model that could only browse some academic networks. He couldn't access gossip or news sections at all. So, he had never come across this information. Lin Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. Then, he took the 4 girls and left the city gate. Watching Lin Chen and his group leave, the guard couldn't help but feel envious. Damn! Look at them! They went out twice and came back with 2 humanoid spirit pets. Why don't I have such luck? I should go out and train too. What if I can find a humanoid spirit pet? I could take it home and raise it as a beast-eared girl. Ha ha ha. Just you? Don't bring back a female tiger, a mountain giant would be good enough. The crowd laughed uproariously, tearing each other down. Back in the Magic City, Lin Chen did not delay in what he needed to do. After preparing, he took out his phone and dialed the number of the client who had posted the task. When the other party received Lin Chen's call, they asked with some confusion, "What happened?" Lin Chen replied calmly, "I've gathered what you wanted." The other party fell silent for a moment, then asked in surprise, "Gathered it?" Lin Chen responded with a "Where do you want to trade? At the task registration office?" Generally, tasks published through basic task postings must be traded at the task registration office. This is because the office can authenticate the authenticity of the task items. Additionally, the task registration office takes a certain percentage as a commission. This is done to protect the interests of both parties. The other party thought for a moment and said, "Where are you now? I'll send someone to collect the goods." Lin Chen then looked at his current location and reported his coordinates. The other party quickly hung up the phone. Not long after, a business car drove over. Lin Chen glanced at the car's license plate and found it to be a luxury business vehicle, though it looked very low-key. The other party then honked the horn at Lin Chen. Lin Chen got into the car, where a young woman wearing sunglasses was sitting inside. This woman exuded an aura that clearly signaled no entry. She looked at Lin Chen and said, "Take out your task items." Without hesitation, Lin Chen retrieved 3 items from his storage space. The woman made no move. Someone beside her immediately took the items and began the appraisal. "No problem." After a moment, once the items were confirmed, the other party handed over a box. Inside the box was nothing but cash. The woman then said without any pretense, "After you get the money, you'd better find a place to hide for a while. Once you're sure no one is looking for trouble, you can come back." Lin Chen, upon hearing this, looked at her in confusion. "This is just a piece of advice. If there are any tasks in the future, I will seek your cooperation again." After saying this, the woman dismissed Lin Chen. He was somewhat dazed, completely unsure of what she meant. After Lin Chen got out of the car, the woman immediately told one of her subordinates, "Go check this person's background, see if he's reliable." In the capital city, at the Lin family mansion, Lin Xiaotian and his son Lin Hai were sitting across from each other. "Dad, I just received news that Lin Chen and we secretly met with Lin Chen." "What?" Lin Xiaotian exclaimed in surprise. However, from the looks of their meeting, it seems they don't know each other. Of course, we can't rule out that they were just putting on a show. Should we send someone to investigate their specific relationship? Lin Xiaotian pondered for a moment and then said, "There's no need. Just find a way to get rid of Lin Chen." As he spoke, Lin Xiaotian's expression turned fierce. "Lin Chen, I was going to let you off the hook, but since you want to wade into the Lin family's murky waters, you're asking for death." Meanwhile, at another location in the capital, at the Lu family mansion, Lu Zhan looked at the grotesquely distorted corpse of Lu Chun and couldn't help but cry out in anguish. Who did this? Who is responsible? A butler-like figure stepped forward, his face filled with sorrow. "It's unclear. When we arrived outside the city, we found that all the beast tamers we sent out were killed. The enemy's strength is formidable. Could this be a retaliation from the Lin family? Doesn't seem like it, but we just received news. Lin Xian and we secretly met someone a few days ago, and since then, she has obtained what she wanted. It's very likely that person gave her what she wanted." Upon hearing the butler's report, Lu Zhan couldn't help but curse in anger. "No matter what, we must find that person. The things Lin Xianhui wants are related to my son. Since it's possible that this person gave Lin Xianhui what she wanted, he is very likely the murderer of my son." After hearing Lu Zhan's orders, the butler hurriedly went to make arrangements. After receiving his payment, Lin Chen returned home. Now, he had nearly 20 million in cash in his pocket, which meant he could do anything he wanted. He watched as 4 girls busily moved around his house. Xiao Jiu was giving him a back massage, Xiao Qing was cooking in the kitchen, Chimera was cleaning the house with a rag, and Ashan was at the door acting as a good luck charm. Lin Chen suddenly felt as if he were in a different world. Once upon a time, in this cold home, he was all alone, spending his days talking to the ceiling. Occasionally, neighbors would come by to check on him, but they had nowhere to stay. Now, it felt unreal to him. It was too lively, and he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to it. After a while, Lin Chen took out his storage bag again. Now, everything he needed to sell was on him. Inside, there were 2 pokeballs, each containing a D-level first-tier monster. There were also some materials and herbs from the monsters. However, Lin Chen did not plan to sell these items right now. After all, these materials and herbs might be worthless when not needed, but when they were, they could be worth a fortune. What if they were useful in the future? Especially if he could turn them into equipment. Lin Chen was quite interested in that. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen stood up without hesitation and said to the 4 busy young girls, "Ladies, let's go out for a bit." Upon hearing this, the 4 girls immediately put down their tasks and excitedly followed Lin Chen out the door. It should be noted that none of them had ever lived in the human world. Even the first to arrive in this world, Xiaojiu, would show a face full of excitement and curiosity at everything she saw. Only Chimera remained calm, observing everything around her. However, there was no excitement in Chimera's eyes, only a complex feeling of reunion after a long separation. Lin Chen walked ahead, with the 4 girls following behind, chattering and laughing, drawing the attention of passers-by. Many onlookers stopped to watch this group, especially those familiar with Lin Chen. "Is that the top scholar of this year's Magic City?" "Yes. I heard he has 3 humanoid monsters, all stunning beast-eared girls. Look, why are there 4 girls with him, and one of them isn't a beast-eared girl? Ha! Damn! This guy is really playing around. So envious." Everyone began to gossip excitedly. However, Lin Chen didn't care about such remarks at all. As for the 4 girls, they didn't take their words to heart either. They were eager to get even closer to Lin Chen. Soon, Lin Chen led the 4 girls to the spirit pet shop. As soon as they entered, a sales assistant came over to greet them. "Dear customers, are you here to purchase spirit pets or equipment?" But when the sales assistant saw Lin Chen, her eyes lit up. "Oh, it's you, Lin Chen. How may I assist you? You can discuss in our VIP reception room over here." Saying this, the sales assistant began to lead Lin Chen to a nearby VIP reception room. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel surprised as he looked at the sales assistant. "When did I become a VIP of your spirit pet shop?" Upon hearing this, the sales assistant quickly smiled. The spirit pet shop has a rule that every year, the top 3 of the Magic City College entrance examination receive a VIP reception card from us. However, as you know, this year's second place is Miss Yao Chuanxue, so her VIP card was given to Chen Feiyang. Lin Chen responded with an "oh," inwardly marveling at how the Yao family's spirit pet shop was so adept at business. What Lin Chen didn't know was that this rule had not existed in previous years. At most, they would offer some discounts or perks to the top scholar. However, this year was different. Lin Chen's performance was outstanding, and even the owner of the spirit pet shop, Yao Yu, couldn't help but feel that Lin Chen had a bright future ahead. Moreover, since Lin Chen had the opportunity to participate in the International College Spirit Pet Competition, Yao Yu planned to invest in Lin Chen ahead of time. This was why the events of today unfolded after Lin Chen arrived at the spirit pet shop. Following the sales assistant, Lin Chen and the 4 girls entered the VIP reception room. As soon as they stepped inside, Lin Chen felt a sense of understated luxury. The overall decor of the VIP reception room was very low-key and elegant. However, every piece of furniture and decoration is very exquisite. Whether in terms of material or rarity, they are all top-notch. After Lin Chen sat on the sofa, a servant quickly approached and asked him, "Would you like tea or coffee?" After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen replied, "Tea." The other 4 women had no strong feelings about tea or coffee, so they didn't order anything and just sat quietly to the side. Moments later, a pot of fine green tea was brought in. In his previous life, Lin Chen was someone who enjoyed tasting tea, especially green tea. After all, as a man, who doesn't love green tea? Coincidentally, the servant from the Spirit Pet Trading Company brought green tea, which heightened Lin Chen's anticipation to try this tea. Just as Lin Chen picked up the teacup and took a small sip, his eyes immediately lit up. What a good tea! It's smooth and rich, not bitter or astringent, but rather has a long-lasting sweetness. Just as he finished speaking, a loud laugh echoed from outside. Ha ha ha! This pot of Longsho Jian was specially picked by our Spirit Pet Trading Company from the valley where 4th-tier demon beasts roam. Because the tea tree of Longsho Jian resembles a dragon, and the tea leaves look like dragon claws, it got its name Longsho Jian. I didn't expect you, young man, to be able to discern the subtleties of this tea at such a young age. That's quite impressive. Soon, an old man with a white beard walked in. Lin Chen looked at the old man's expression and did not show any particular change. This tea, once brewed, has no fragrance. Only by drinking it can one taste its subtleties. It seems you are also someone who understands tea. Although Lin Chen didn't dare to claim he was a master of tea, he could at least tell the quality of the tea. The old man then cupped his fist towards Lin Chen and smiled as he asked, "I am the manager of the Spirit Pet Trading Company. Young Lin Chen, is there anything you need help with?" Lin Chen did not doubt the old man's identity. He then directly took out some items from his storage bag. First, he produced 2 pokeballs. "These are 2 unowned D-tier demon beasts, please help me sell them." The manager glanced at the 2 pokeballs and did not find anything inappropriate due to their low level. "No need to be so troublesome. I'll buy them for 400,000 each," the manager said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel surprised. The starting price for a D-tier demon beast is around 300,000. Moreover, that is the market price. If it were the trading company buying, they would typically lower the price by at least 40%. This price reduction would be between 180,000 to 200,000. Yet now, the other party opened with a price that was 30% higher than the market price, which was clearly abnormal. When things are unusual, there must be something amiss. The manager's actions made Lin Chen cautious and suspicious, pondering whether there were other intentions behind this. As if sensing Lin Chen's thoughts, the manager smiled and said, "Compared to the company's interests, we value the feelings of quality customers even more. Especially someone like you, a top scholar from the Magic City." After hearing the manager's response, Lin Chen couldn't help but reveal a meaningful smile. "Indeed, there's no such thing as a free lunch." The manager continued, "I judge people by their tea. I feel that you, young Lin Chen, are quite straightforward, so I won't beat around the bush. As long as our Yao Family Spirit Pet Trading Company can establish a long-term stable cooperative relationship with you, we will have a mutually beneficial situation in the future." Lin Chen pondered for a moment after hearing this, then picked up his teacup and took a sip. Indeed, it is good tea. If Lin Chen, my young friend, likes it, you can take a pound when you leave later. Respect is not as good as obedience. After saying this, Lin Chen continued to take out his items. They were the skin of a gender-changing lizard, the bones of a blood knight, the water cannon of a water arrow turtle, and the horn of a ground-shaking bull. Some of these were hunted by Lin Chen, while others he obtained from others' storage equipment after examining their bodies. "I hope your trading company can make equipment from these 4 materials for me." The manager glanced at Lin Chen's items and nodded. "Sure. The price will be deducted from 2 D-level spirit pets." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded as well. Then, Lin Chen took out Chao Wine's identification from his pocket. "Please register under this name." The manager was clearly surprised by Lin Chen's request and looked at him in confusion. However, the manager quickly seemed to understand something and agreed directly. Alright, no problem. Lin Chen did not explain further, and after finishing his last sip of tea, he stood up and left the VIP reception room with the 4 women. After Lin Chen left, the manager sat alone in front of the sofa and poured himself a cup of tea. A moment later, the door opened, and Lin Chen's acquaintance, Yao Chuanxue, walked in. Grandpa, why did you give that guy so many discounts? He's just a junior beast master. In fact, the elderly manager was the actual head of the Yao family's spirit pet business, Yao Lan. Hearing this, Yao Lan couldn't help but smile. Why do I value Lin Chen so much? You just heard the reason, why ask again? Earlier, Yao Chuanxue had been hiding outside, checking the secret surveillance of the VIP reception room. Upon hearing this, Yao Chuanxue hurriedly stepped forward, hugged Yao Lan's arm, and playfully pouted, saying with a smile, "But I just don't understand. Those top scholars from a few years ago didn't receive this kind of treatment from you. Is it just because he has humanoid spirit pets?" Yao Lan nodded and shook his head at Yao Chuanxue's words. "You're overthinking it. What I value is actually his potential for future growth, and those humanoid spirit pets of his are not as simple as he claims." Yao Lan didn't finish his thought. During his conversation with Lin Chen, those humanoid spirit pets had given him a strong sense of pressure, meaning that just the humanoid spirit pets Lin Chen currently possessed were worth Yao Lan's investment. Hearing this, Yao Chuanxue immediately felt a bit unconvinced and said, "Grandpa still won't say the reason." "Forget it, I won't ask anymore." After saying this, Yao Chuanxue turned to leave. Seeing this, Yao Lan couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Chuanxue, why do you care so much about Lin Chen?" "I don't. I'm just unconvinced. Why can he always win against me? Ha ha ha." Yao Lan pointed at Yao Chuanxue with his finger. "With such thoughts, you should be careful. Our Yao family's young lady seems to be developing feelings." "Grandpa, what nonsense are you talking about?" Before she could finish her words, Yao Chuanxue pouted and quickly left. Behind her was Yao Lan's even more unrestrained laughter. After Yao Chuanxue left, Yao Lan clapped his hands, and another person who looked like a manager walked in from outside. "Go check what has happened with the Lu family recently." After leaving the Yao family's spirit pet business, Lin Chen did not choose to go home but went directly to the guild registration office. The last time he came here, he was there to take on a task. Now, this time, he genuinely wanted to find a guild to join, not for any other reason, but to make it easier to take on tasks in the future. In this world, if one wants to become strong, they cannot avoid these organizations, whether official or unofficial. Otherwise, apart from becoming a wild beast master, anyone would find it difficult to make any progress. The Dragon Kingdom's officials, for the sake of social stability, have to register all beast masters' information, ensuring that every action can be traced back. This has been earned through the blood and tears of several generations. Otherwise, just look at those beast masters abroad. One day they casually kill someone, the next day they pick a fight with whoever displeases them, and in the end, only the lower class suffers. When Lin Chen arrived at the registration office, he revealed his identity. The moment the staff saw the name Lin Chen, they looked at him with shock and admiration. "College entrance examination champion. Welcome, welcome." The first words from the staff made Lin Chen feel a bit awkward. He didn't like being the center of attention. "Which guild do you plan to join? Our Magic City's largest jungle guild, or the second-ranked Tianzhou guild, or perhaps?" Lin Chen shook his head and said, "I'm heading to the imperial capital of Yuzhou soon. The local guilds in Magic City aren't suitable for me right now." After hearing Lin Chen's words, the staff immediately began to jot down notes. Then, after a moment of thought, they said to Lin Chen, "Mr. Lin, please wait here. I'll check which guilds are suitable for you." With that, the staff left Lin Chen alone at the registration desk and dashed off without a trace. Lin Chen was left puzzled. Is the registration office this casual now? Shouldn't they directly recommend guild information and let him go for interviews? At that moment, in the interview hall, dozens of junior beast masters were nervously shuffling their resumes among the interview booths of various guilds, anxiously handing their documents to the review staff. They awaited the staff's feedback, some even being asked to summon their spirit pets for practical demonstrations. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. Isn't this just like a job fair from his past life? Nearby, a few beast masters who hadn't joined any guild yet were huddled together chatting. "Hey, I really don't know when I can join one of those top guilds." The speaker had just finished when they glanced towards the innermost part of the interview hall. That area housed the most prestigious guilds in Magic City, which typically wouldn't consider the resumes of ordinary people. At that moment, the door to the innermost interview booth suddenly swung open. "Hey, someone is coming out from inside. Did someone manage to pass the interview? Wait, I didn't see anyone go for an interview in the innermost room today. Could it be someone got in through the back door? How is that possible? Do you want to die trying to go through the back door here? What if it's an internal member of the guild? As they were discussing animatedly, a group of people suddenly surged out from inside. These individuals were dressed in uniform Shangyun attire, looking as if they were in a hurry, and they rushed straight towards the registration hall. Wow! It's the Shangyun Guild. Are they heading out to fight? As soon as they finished speaking, two more groups of people rushed out from the innermost interview booth. Those are the Flamingo Guild and the Eternal Night Chamber of Commerce. Why are they in such a rush? Did something major happen? Then, several top guild members also ran out, all heading towards the registration office. Let's follow them. Driven by curiosity, several junior beast masters also made their way to the registration hall. Just as they were wondering, they saw the heads of several guilds all gathered around a young man. Lin Chen, having nothing to do, noticed dozens of people rushing towards him with urgent expressions, thinking that his incident with Lu Chun had been exposed. Instinctively, I wanted to let Xiao Jiao and the four girls protect themselves, and then we would fight our way out together. Just then, a person wearing a cloud pattern coat stepped forward and approached Lin Chen, saying excitedly, "You must be Mr. Lin Chen, right? We are from the Shangyun Guild, and we would like to formally invite you to join our guild. Our guild is currently ranked first in the Lianghuai region, with branches across the country. We not only have dedicated team leaders responsible for task assistance, but we also offer corresponding benefits for members like you who have just become beast tamers." He paused as he spoke, originally intending to say college students, but then he suddenly remembered that Lin Chen had just finished the college entrance examination and was the top scorer in Magic City. Before Lin Chen could respond, someone nearby objected. "First in Lianghuai? You really know how to flatter yourselves." As he spoke, a person wearing a flame pattern coat stepped forward. "What first in Lianghuai? You're just a big fish in a small pond. Outside of Donghuai and Shihuai, you're nothing. Your national ranking is over 50. When did you Flamingo Guild start talking so confidently? You've been suppressed by us in Lianghuai for 5 years and couldn't lift your head, so why are you so loud now? Bah! Isn't it because your Shangyun Guild has concentrated all resources in Lianghuai? Why don't you compare your overall strength with our Flamingo Guild?" The Flamingo Guild member said, looking unconvinced. "But today is not the time to bicker with you." Then, the other party quickly changed from their previous defiant demeanor and approached Lin Chen, becoming respectful. "Mr. Lin, we have seen your performance in the college entrance examination. Our president has said that you are the prodigy he has been searching for many years, and we must invite you to the guild headquarters. A few days ago, we even visited your home. Unfortunately, you were not there at the time. Today is truly my honor to meet you. Please come with us to the headquarters in the imperial capital of Yuzhou. The president is waiting for you." Upon hearing this, the Shangyun Guild members immediately shook their heads. What a smooth talker. Why don't you just say you'll take Mr. Lin to meet the elders of the Dragon Kingdom? With such sincerity, why didn't that old man Xiefengli come to Magic City himself to invite Mr. Lin to join? Xiefengli is the president of the Flamingo Guild. The person in charge of the Flamingo Guild in Magic City, upon hearing the other party's words, immediately changed his expression. "Shut up. If you're not convinced, let's have a one-on-one duel." After saying that, he turned to Lin Chen. "Mr. Lin, our guild has many benefits, let me introduce them to you." Just as the Flamingo Guild member finished introducing, another guild leader stepped forward to invite Lin Chen to join. Gradually, the entire registration area seemed to transform into a talent recruitment market. No, it should be said it was a large guild interview site. Lin Chen, the job seeker, was interviewing various guilds. Seeing this, all the beast tamers present who were there for interviews were instantly dumbfounded. What's going on? How did these usually high and mighty guild leaders suddenly turn into sycophants? And what about that high school-looking young man inside? Why are these big shots valuing him so much? At that moment, someone recognized Lin Chen and realized he was this year's top scorer in the Magic City College entrance examination. Once they knew Lin Chen's identity, they became even more bewildered. Among the onlookers, many were previous year's prodigies, and some were even top university graduates looking for jobs. In their impression, being able to enter a top-tier guild was equivalent to having an excellent springboard. The reason they worked so hard was to get into a good guild. As a result, now those unattainable guilds were wagging their tails and begging in front of a high school student who had just finished the college entrance examination. Yet they didn't even have the opportunity, or the qualifications, to talk to the leaders of these guilds. No more to say, it's too hurtful to my pride. Someone covered their face and couldn't help but sigh. It gave off a feeling of being too embarrassed to show one's face. Lin Chen finally understood the purpose of these guild leaders. He smiled, straightened his clothes, and then coughed twice. Cough! Cough! Upon hearing Lin Chen was about to speak, the guild leaders immediately fell silent, all looking at Lin Chen as if waiting for a lecture. First, I am someone who is going to university in the imperial capital of Yuzhou, so if you don't have a guild with a national presence, please leave. After hearing Lin Chen's words, the guild leaders suddenly looked dejected. Their guilds were all local to Magic City. Then Lin Chen continued, I am a student, and I don't like being managed, so if you need regular attendance and performance assessments, please leave. One of the guild leaders quickly said, it's fine. Mr. Lin, our guild can offer you privileges. However, Lin Chen shook his finger upon hearing this. Don't paint me a picture. You are just the leaders of Magic City, not the presidents of your guilds, and you can't make decisions. I don't believe in these so-called privileges. From his past life experience, the more privileges you have, the more hatred you gain in the workplace. Lin Chen didn't want to waste his precious time on these power struggles. After he finished speaking, several more guild leaders left the registration desk. In the end, only 4 guilds remained, the Flamingo Guild, the Shangyun Guild, the Exploration Guild, and the Rhino Guild. Lin Chen then looked at the leaders of the Rhino Guild and the Exploration Guild. Please tell me what benefits your guilds offer? Upon hearing this, the people around couldn't help but gasp. It was truly a job seeker interviewing the boss. This guy was really not holding back. The people from the Rhino Guild were not wearing a uniform. One person, standing at nearly 2 meters tall with a dozen pokeballs hanging from his waist, stepped forward and said, Mr. Lin, our Rhino Guild doesn't have many other benefits, just that we pay well. You don't have to worry about compensation. As long as you ensure a high success rate when completing tasks, your earnings will definitely be the highest. As for attendance and performance, we don't have any strict requirements. The only mandatory requirement is that our Rhino Guild may assign you some special tasks from time to time. Special tasks? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. The leader of the Rhino Guild nodded and said, that's right. These tasks are often confidential and are designated by the guild. If you fail to complete a task, you will be penalized, and may even be expelled. Lin Chen nodded. He roughly understood what kind of existence the Rhino Guild was. Then, Lin Chen looked at the leader of the Exploration Guild beside him. The equipment on the other person was very plain, and there was a noticeable scar on their face. The person looked at Lin Chen and said expressionlessly, our Exploration Guild doesn't have special requirements, but our guild's tasks are quite unique, which is to explore the unknown areas of this world. You just need to hand over a portion of what you find during each exploration to the guild. Unknown areas? Lin Chen asked, puzzled. Upon hearing this, the other party revealed a smile. That's right. The purpose of our Exploration Guild's existence is to reclaim humanity's living homeland. However, due to the threat of monsters, humanity has hidden away in relatively safe zones and has lost track of the changes happening outside. Therefore, exploring places that are not yet recorded by humanity is the very meaning of our guild's existence. After listening, Lin Chen nodded again. Human civilization nearly faced extinction 1,000 years ago. If it weren't for the taming of spirit pets and the emergence of beast tamers, humanity today would likely be the fodder for monsters. Over the years, Blue Star has also undergone tremendous changes. Many places no longer resemble the historical records of human civilization and need to be explored and discovered anew. Moreover, Lin Chen learned from the head of the Exploration Guild that they are only responsible for exploration. This means that behind their guild, there must be a larger organization dedicated to organizing the findings from each of their explorations. If conditions allow, they might even dispatch powerful beast tamers to newly explored areas to gather resources. This organization is very likely the official government of the Dragon Kingdom. As for the Rhino Guild, Lin Chen felt it was probably a special organization disguised as a guild. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain how their special missions came about. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but reveal a meaningful smile as he looked at the head of the Exploration Guild. Great! I am very interested in the Exploration Guild and would like to join. Upon hearing Lin Chen's response, the cold expression on the head's face finally broke into a smile. This smile appeared surprisingly sincere. Welcome aboard! Saying this, both of them extended their hands and shook. Witnessing this, the people around couldn't help but be surprised. Ha! Lin Chen actually joined the Exploration Guild? That's a guild with very high casualty rates. Their fame comes from the support of an official background. Yeah, I didn't expect Lin Chen to join the Exploration Guild. Although the people there are very free, once they take on a mission, they have to endure hardships like cattle and horses, sleeping outdoors, and risking their lives. I can already envision a rising star meeting a tragic end in the wilderness. Lin Chen paid no attention to the discussions around him. He simply exchanged a few pleasantries with the head of the Exploration Guild, during which he learned that the other party's name was Luo Chang. Afterward, Lin Chen took his documents to complete the membership procedures. Soon, the procedures were successfully completed. Then, seemingly in casual conversation, Lin Chen asked Luo Chang, "Our guild shouldn't collaborate with any major families, right?" Luo Chang succinctly replied, "Other guilds do collaborate with major families, but the Exploration Guild does not." "Not at all?" "That's right. There is no need for shallow cooperation. However, deep or strategic cooperation will never happen." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded and then tentatively asked, "Why are other guilds willing to collaborate with major families?" "Because of money." The other party was straightforward, and Lin Chen had anticipated this answer, so he wasn't surprised. The reason he inquired about this topic was merely to confirm his suspicions. Then Lin Chen asked, "Do the children of major families also join the guild?" "They do. Some guilds actively invite experts from major families to join them, as they still rely on the support of these families economically." After listening to this, Lin Chen nodded, and then he and Luo Chang discussed some matters related to reporting to the headquarters in the imperial capital. Luo Chang suddenly said to Lin Chen, "In a few days, we will have an exploration team entering the dark forest in the north. Do you want to join?" After saying this, Luo Chang, fearing that Lin Chen might worry, quickly added, "This exploration is not dangerous, and I will be leading the team myself." Lin Chen thought for a moment and then nodded in agreement. After confirming the specific time and place to meet with Luo Chang, Lin Chen took the initiative to say goodbye and left. Once back home, Lin Chen rarely enjoyed life properly. During this time, he strolled around with 4 girls and played mahjong, living quite comfortably. This kind of life lasted for less than a week before it was interrupted by a phone call. Lin Chen picked up the phone and found it was an unfamiliar number. After answering, he realized the caller was the woman who had previously entrusted him to find 3 water attribute items. "Do you have time?" Lin Chen casually replied, "What do you want to entrust me with?" "Wait a moment, I'll come pick you up, and we can talk in person." After saying this, the caller hung up. Lin Chen was somewhat puzzled and muttered, "What's going on?" being all mysterious. Less than 10 minutes later, the woman arrived in a luxury car. After honking twice at Lin Chen's door, he finally went out and got in the car. Xiaojiu followed Lin Chen and sat beside him. The woman glanced at Xiaojiu and revealed a meaningful smile. "Indeed, the top scholar is different, even the spirit pet is treated like a maid." After hearing her words, Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, "They are not my spirit pets, they are my partners." Lin Chen felt no curiosity about her revealing his identity with a single sentence, as his information was basically known by everyone in the Magic City. Moreover, there were trending topics about him online, although most of his battle footage had been blocked. The official explanation was that it had not been authorized, but Lin Chen suspected it was likely related to Li Junwei. Realizing she had misspoken, the woman did not dwell on it and changed the subject, saying, "No one has come to trouble you these days, right?" Lin Chen thought for a moment and replied, "Are you reminding me? In the Magic City, although no one is causing you trouble, you need to be careful when you leave the city, especially on your way to school." Lin Chen nodded upon hearing this. "Thank you for the reminder." The woman then looked at Lin Chen and extended her hand to introduce herself. "Let me introduce myself. I am Lin Xianhui from the Lin family. In a way, you can call me sister." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's hand, which he had intended to shake, suddenly froze, and his expression became somewhat complicated. However, Lin Xianhui, seeing Lin Chen's reaction, did not mind and continued, "I know you have some prejudice against the Lin family, but I can tell you that all the prejudice is actually caused by the internal division of the Lin family." As Lin Chen listened to Lin Xianhui's explanation, his expression gradually turned cold. He really did not want to think about the past anymore, nor did he want to remember how humble his mother had been when she sought a way for him to survive, or the difficult times he faced living alone after his mother's death. Lin Xianhui continued, "I am the granddaughter adopted by Grandpa Lin Badian, and I have been by his side since I was a child. 20 years ago, a division occurred within the Lin family. One faction adhered to the master's philosophy and continued to uphold the Lin family's beliefs. However, the other faction became more obsessed with the theory of maximizing benefits proposed by the second branch, and they also used the achievements of Lin Xiaotian over the years to suppress the older generation of the Lin family. So, the tragedy of you and your family is, to some extent, not just because of the stubbornness of the Lin family, but more due to the internal conflicts within the Lin family." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "Really? If it weren't for these past 10 years, during which I've never seen a single relative from the Lin family, I might have actually believed your reasoning. Lin Xianhui was not surprised by Lin Chen's response at all. For the past 20 years, Lin Xiaotian has claimed that you were dead and has deliberately blocked the news. It wasn't until you became the top scholar that he realized he could no longer hide it, which is why he visited you a few days ago, hoping to mend the situation. However, based on my understanding of that old fox, when he shows you kindness, it means he is about to take action against you. The purpose of this visit is to explain why the Lin family has ignored you and to remind you to be cautious. Lin Chen, hearing Lin Xianhui's warning, asked expressionlessly, "Do you have anything else?" Lin Xianhui nodded. "I have another task I want to entrust to you. If you can complete it, I will give you an S-rank spirit pet." After hearing her words, Lin Chen remained unfazed and said, "Sorry, I don't need it." With that, he was about to get out of the car. Lin Xianhui did not stop him but directly handed him an envelope. "I advise you to take a look at the task details. It will be beneficial for you." However, Lin Chen completely ignored Lin Xianhui and got out of the car. A look of anger appeared on Lin Xianhui's delicate face. Really? A bit annoyed, she threw the envelope onto the seat beside her, muttering complaints but unsure of what else to say. Soon after, the luxury car drove away. Lin family villa. As soon as Lin Xianhui returned to her room, a doctor-like person approached her. "Miss, the old master has woken up." Hearing this, Lin Xianhui was overjoyed and rushed into the hospital room. Seeing Lin Badian had opened his eyes, she quickly grabbed his hand and said, "Grandpa, you're awake." Lin Batian's complexion had improved significantly, and he smiled as he said, "You've worked hard during this time." Lin Xianhui shook her head in response. "Grandpa, I have good news for you. I found Lin Chen, but he doesn't want to see you yet." Upon hearing this, Lin Badian was first delighted, then somewhat relieved as he said, "Over the years, that child has suffered too much. It's only natural for him to have grievances. He needs some time. Come, tell me what he has experienced over the years and what has happened in the Lin family recently." Lin Badian had been in and out of consciousness for a long time due to a fire poison attack, and now that he was awake, he was particularly eager to know what had happened during his unconsciousness, especially regarding Lin Chen. "Yes." Lin Xianhui quickly agreed and began to recount to Lin Badian. On the other side, shortly after Lin Chen got out of Lin Xianhui's car, his phone rang again. On the other end was Yao Lan, who communicated with Lin Chen as if they were old friends. Yao Lan informed Lin Chen that the equipment he wanted was ready and asked him to come over to sign for it. Lin Chen snapped his fingers, then released Chimera, Xiao Chang, and Ishan from their pokeballs, taking them along with Xiaojiu to the spirit pet shop. Although the four girls did not like staying in the pokeballs, Lin Chen would not gamble with his safety. If someone saw that Lin Chen had no humanoid spirit pets around or only a few, they might see an opportunity and ambush him, which would be problematic. Lin Chen arrived at the spirit pet shop and was immediately greeted by a sales assistant who led him into the VIP reception room. Yao Lan had already prepared tea and was waiting for Lin Chen's arrival. Upon seeing Lin Chen enter, he quickly called out, "This is the new tea we just procured for the shop. Would you like to try some?" Lin Chen, a tea lover, especially fond of green tea, naturally accepted. After sipping a couple of cups, they got down to business. "Where's the equipment I ordered?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's question, Yao Lan took out 4 exquisite boxes and handed them to Lin Chen. Lin Chen first opened the first box. Inside, a finger tiger emanating a faint dark glow caught his eye. This was crafted using the horns of the earth-shaking bull you provided, along with some unused monster teeth we had in stock. Since the materials themselves are toxic, I named this finger tiger Stormwind Venom Fong. Lin Chen nodded in response and then opened the second box. Inside was a beautifully crafted glove resembling snakeskin. At this moment, Yao Lan smiled and said, "This glove is made from the skin of a C-rank 3rd-tier monster, the shape-shifting lizard. It has extremely high defense, although its attack power is average, it possesses certain confusion attributes. It's a pity that its grade is still a bit lacking. If it were B-rank or A-rank, its capabilities would definitely be elevated. I named it Confusion Gloves." After hearing the evaluation, Lin Chen felt that this old fellow was being a bit pretentious. After all, a weapon with confusion attributes, once in the hands of someone who primarily uses magic attacks, could easily become a devastating weapon. Next, Lin Chen opened the third box. "This is the piece I am most satisfied with among the 4, crafted from the rib of a blood knight," Yao Lan said proudly. Lin Chen looked inside the box and found an ancient ring. Its only attribute is that it can automatically absorb blood energy in areas rich in blood aura, increasing attack power. As for its name, it shall be Red Moon. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Indeed, equipment that can enhance attributes, especially attack power, is quite rare. No wonder Yao Lan claimed this was his most satisfactory piece among the four. Finally, Lin Chen opened the last box and was taken aback. He never expected that Yao Lan would turn the water cannon of the water arrow turtle into a Gatling gun. Yao Lan then smiled and said, "Because the water cannon of the water arrow turtle has a rather unique property, after discussing with the craftsman, we decided to make it resemble a Gatling gun. I've also thought of a name for it, Gatling water cannon." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. All of them are great. I wonder how much it costs to make these pieces of equipment in total. Yao Lan was prepared for this question and replied directly, "The 2 D-rank spirit pets you gave me earlier perfectly cover the cost of making this equipment." Hearing Yao Lan's answer, Lin Chen was immediately astonished. To get 4 such excellent pieces of equipment for 800,000 was truly a bargain. Lin Chen found it hard to believe, even though Yao Lan confirmed that the cost of the 2 D-rank spirit pets he sold just covered the equipment's production cost, he still felt it was somewhat unbelievable. Seeing Lin Chen's astonished expression, Yao Lan was quite pleased and smiled at Lin Chen, saying, "With these 4 pieces of equipment, I believe that even in the imperial capital, a place full of hidden talents, you will be able to thrive." Lin Chen was very satisfied with Yao Lan's arrangements. These 4 pieces of equipment were perfectly balanced for defense, support, melee, and ranged attacks. Lin Chen understood that Yao Lan wanted him to achieve something on his own, aside from relying on his humanoid spirit pet to enhance his combat power. However, Lin Chen didn't need any of these equipment. He already possessed the power of the celestial fox, the force of nature, and the inheritance of the chimera, and now he also had the attribute of being immune to all poisons. It could be said that his own strength was comparable to that of a third-tier demon beast. Therefore, he had no need for these items. With this in mind, Lin Chen picked up the Gatling water cannon and directly tossed it to the chimera. "Thank you, master." The chimera happily received it and then, very satisfied, stored the Gatling water cannon in her storage ring. Next, Lin Chen thought for a moment and handed the red moon ring to Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu quickly put the red moon ring on her index finger. Instantly, her already charming demeanor gained a hint of wicked allure. Seeing this, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. "It suits you very well." Upon hearing this, Xiaojiu immediately linked her arm with Lin Chen's and began to act coy. "Thank you, master. You treat Xiaojiu the best." Lin Chen then picked up the bewildering gloves and handed them to Xiao Chang. "Xiao Chang, I think you are more suited for them than anyone else." Xiao Chang smiled gratefully upon hearing this. "Thank you for the gift, master. Xiao Chang will cherish it." After saying this, Xiao Qing did not put on the bewildering gloves in front of everyone. Instead, she smiled and stored them in the button-shaped space equipment on her green attire. Xiao Qing's demeanor was already that of a very graceful classical beauty. Lin Chen was not surprised at her reaction at all. Just as Lin Chen turned his head, he saw Shan eagerly picking up the tiger claw. "Master, I really like this tiger claw, please give it to me." Lin Chen nodded directly upon hearing this, as he had the same intention. After Shan put on the tiger claw, her already wild nature became even more pronounced. It could be said that her aura matched perfectly with this tiger claw. Yao Lan, who had witnessed the entire process, had a fascinating expression. At first, he thought Lin Chen was going to arm himself. Until now, he had never seen a spirit pet that could use equipment. But he forgot that Lin Chen's spirit pets were all humanoid and could use equipment just like humans. Later, Yao Lan thought that after Lin Chen gave away the offensive equipment, he would keep a defensive one for himself. But who knew Lin Chen didn't even want the bewildering gloves and directly handed them to Xiao Chang. This gave Yao Lan a deeper understanding of Lin Chen. However, what astonished Yao Lan the most was that Lin Chen's humanoid spirit pets actually had their own storage-type space equipment. Even the Gatling water cannon was casually stored by the chimera in her storage ring. This left Yao Lan even more puzzled about Lin Chen. Giving storage equipment to spirit pets was something he had never seen in his life. Then, Yao Lan remembered that with Lin Chen's current rank, he couldn't use equipment yet, because ordinary beast tamers at the beginner stage couldn't learn spell-type attacks, and they wouldn't even be able to cooperate with their spirit pets in battle. Could it be that he intended from the very beginning to make equipment for his spirit pets? Yao Lan couldn't help but mutter to himself. However, being well-versed in the world, he quickly calmed his emotions. After chatting with Yao Lan for a few more moments, Lin Chen took the initiative to take his leave. After Lin Chen left, Yao Chuanxue came in from outside again. "Grandpa, why did you give that guy a discount again? Those 4 pieces of equipment cost us over $1 million to make. We really took a big loss this time." Upon hearing this, Yao Lan looked meaningfully at his granddaughter and said, "This investment is guaranteed to be profitable. Don't worry." After that, Yao Lan asked with some confusion, "What about your classmate's family situation? Yao Chuanxue, curious, replied, don't you already know? He's an orphan, has always lived in the old city, and his house is a dilapidated one that's about to be demolished. He usually saves a lot and often works part-time. Whenever Yao Chuanxue mentioned Lin Chen, she became quite talkative. However, Yao Lan looked puzzled. How did Lin Chen manage to acquire so many storage items? From Yao Lan's observation, Lin Chen had a storage bag at his waist, and his humanoid spirit pet also carried storage equipment. The value of these storage items was immeasurable. How could an ordinary student afford such things? Interesting little guy, Yao Lan thought to herself, narrowing her eyes. After leaving the spirit pet shop, Lin Chen returned home. Early the next morning, he packed his luggage and placed it in his storage bag. Then, Lin Chen left home with the 4 girls. Their destination was the city gate of Magic City. Today was the day Lin Chen and the Exploration Guild had agreed to explore the Dark Forest together. As soon as Lin Chen arrived at the city gate, he saw a group of over a dozen beast tamers in matching uniforms waiting there. The leader was Luo Chang. Luo Chang still wore a poker face, but when he spoke, he gave off a simple and honest vibe. Upon seeing Lin Chen arrive, Luo Chang smiled and stepped forward to greet him, then said to his team, everyone, meet our new companion who just joined the guild, Lin Chen. A younger senior beast tamer next to him glanced at Lin Chen and said with a smirk, oh, this guy has been quite the sensation lately. Boss Luo, even if you don't introduce him, we all know him, after all, he's the top scholar. Lin Chen immediately detected a tone of disdain in the other person's voice. He couldn't help but size up the speaker. The person was named Sun Chang, looking to be around 24 or 25. At this age, becoming a senior beast tamer was already considered a genius. Understanding this, Lin Chen realized why Sun Chang harbored such hostility towards him. Clearly, this was the arrogance of a genius, feeling threatened by Lin Chen's presence. Just as Sun Chang finished speaking, a loud-voiced beast tamer approached. He laughed heartily, clapping Lin Chen on the shoulder, and said, ha ha ha, I've heard about you. These girls behind you must be your spirit pets. Wow, they're really beautiful. After saying that, he unabashedly scrutinized Xiaojiu, the Chimera, Ashan, and Xiao Chang. Lin Chen shook hands with him but didn't say much. Then everyone exchanged handshakes. However, when it came to Lin Chen and Sun Chang shaking hands, an unpleasant incident occurred. As Sun Chang extended his right hand to shake Lin Chen's, he suddenly exerted force and looked at Lin Chen with ill intent. As a senior beast tamer, he had already mastered some special skills. His strength far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Upon seeing the junior beast tamer badge on Lin Chen's chest, Sun Chang intended to assert dominance. However, Lin Chen showed no sign of discomfort. On the contrary, he gave Sun Chang a meaningful smile. Naturally, Lin Chen wouldn't hold back against Sun Chang's provocation. Then, the power of the celestial fox began to operate, and Lin Chen suddenly exerted force. Sun Chang let out a painful ah and crouched down, clutching his right hand, his face contorted in pain. Lin Chen looked at Sun Chang with a half-smile. Senior, what's wrong with you? Did a wasp sting you? Sun Chang glared fiercely at Lin Chen upon hearing this. Beside him, Luo Chang also struggled to hold back his laughter. One of the exploration team members, witnessing this, said to his companions, not bad. He's a tough one. His vengeful nature is perfect for our guild. Luo Chang then walked to the front of the group with a big smile and said, alright, everyone, no need to wait. Let's go together. After that, the group began to line up at the city gate to register before leaving the Magic City. This time, their destination was the Dark Forest to the north of the Magic City. They set off northward, chatting and laughing. Along the way, Lin Chen began to understand the personalities of the Exploration Guild members. Having spent years exploring unknown territories, everyone was quite open and carefree. This was mainly because they needed to stay mentally focused in the wild, which created a lot of pressure, thus cultivating their laid-back personalities. Moreover, most of the members of the Exploration Guild were either very strong or experienced veterans. Weaker individuals would become a burden in the wild. Sun Chang was also an outstanding graduate this year, which allowed him to join this team. We don't need to rush this exploration, after all, everyone has explored the Dark Forest many times, and we all have a general understanding of the situation. The main goal is to give the two newcomers some experience, Luo Chang kindly reminded. Ha ha, boss, don't worry. The Dark Forest is practically our backyard. Do we really need to be so cautious? Don't be complacent. Although we always manage to return unscathed from the Dark Forest, new situations arise every time we explore. I feel there are definitely secrets in there that we haven't grasped yet. The speaker was a girl wearing glasses named Anna. Anna, don't worry. The beasts in the Dark Forest are at most tier 4, and we have 10 beast masters here who have entered the star level. It's definitely possible to push through the dark forest, someone replied. The ranks of beast masters are divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. Above advanced is the star level, with each rating increase adding a star. After 10 stars, one becomes a general level beast master, and beyond that is what is commonly referred to as becoming a deity. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, there are only 7 beast masters who have reached deity status. These 7 guard the 4 borders of the Dragon Kingdom, fighting against external invasions and confronting powerful beasts. Currently, Lin Chen could only look up to the deities. The group finally distanced themselves from human cities and stopped in an open grassy area. Luo Chang then looked at Anna. Understanding his cue, Anna took out a spirit ball from her backpack and threw it onto the ground. Suddenly, a loud "awu" echoed as a massive beast, resembling an ancient carriage, appeared before them. Lin Chen's mind then filled with information about this carriage. D-rank Tier 3 beast, bull horse driver. This is a mechanical creature with a bull's head and a horse's body. The rear compartment's capacity for passengers depends on its owner's strength. Lin Chen looked at the rear compartment of the carriage, estimating it could seat 7 or 8 people. This indicated that Anna's strength was not to be underestimated. Anna then signaled for everyone to board the carriage. At that moment, Luo Chang looked at Lin Chen. "Shaolin, you should get on too." Lin Chen was puzzled. The carriage could hold 8 people, and there were 12 in total, meaning 4 would have to walk. We few have spirit pets that can serve as transportation. After speaking, Luo Chang took out a pokeball and threw it on the ground. Subsequently, a ground-shaking cow ran out from the pokeball. At this moment, Sun Chang looked at Lin Chen with disdain and took out his own pokeball from his pocket. While throwing the pokeball on the ground, he mockingly taunted Lin Chen, "Kid, do you want to ride my 4-legged ostrich? Of course, you can also take a carriage, but there isn't much room inside. You better put all your humanoid spirit pets into the pokeball, no need to flaunt them outside." As soon as Sun Chang finished speaking, a beast that resembled a mythical creature appeared on the ground. It had the body of an ostrich, but its limbs were very developed, with 4 legs firmly on the ground. Lin Chen was not unfamiliar with this type of ostrich. In fact, he was quite familiar with it, knowing it was a C-rank 2nd-tier beast. The 4-legged ostrich was one of the few spirit pets that humans could raise and had completely tamed. However, this type of spirit pet was very expensive, and its combat power was not high, which had always been criticized. Lin Chen did not take Sun Chang to heart but looked at the others and said, "I don't need to take a carriage. My partners don't like pokeballs, they prefer to breathe fresh air outside." After saying this, Lin Chen glanced at Ashan. Ashan understood immediately and transformed into her original form without hesitation. Then, Ashan came in front of Lin Chen and slowly lowered her body, obediently lying on the ground. Seeing this, Lin Chen directly climbed onto her back. Xiao Chang followed and climbed onto Ashan, then snuggled into Lin Chen's arms. Meanwhile, Xiao Jiao also climbed onto Ashan, choosing to lean against Lin Chen's back. Seeing Xiao Jiao's alluring figure pressed tightly against Lin Chen's back, many people in the group were momentarily stunned. Wow! Is this some kind of benefit? Now I want to raise a humanoid spirit pet too. Ha ha ha. If you raise a humanoid spirit pet, it might just be a foot-picking big guy. Look at that classical beauty. How dare she curl up in Lin Chen's arms? Oh my. This is truly a waste of talent. I'm envious. Many people immediately felt envious but could only envy. Thus, under the pressure of Xiao Chang and Xiao Jiao, Lin Chen commanded Ashan, "Stay close to everyone." Upon hearing this, Ashan let out a loud "awo," indicating she understood. Meanwhile, the chimera floated in mid-air, always following behind Lin Chen. Everyone looked at Lin Chen with envious expressions. One in front, one behind, one flying in the sky, and one riding below. This is the kind of carefree life only a deity could have. Seeing Lin Chen so carefree, Sun Chang couldn't help but snort coldly and attempted to climb onto the 4-legged ostrich. However, the 4-legged ostrich was quite tall, and Sun Chang's height was somewhat limited, making it difficult for him to get on. "You better lie down too." However, the 4-legged ostrich completely ignored him and turned its face away. "You!" Sun Chang was so infuriated by his 4-legged ostrich that he couldn't speak, secretly vowing to stew it when he got back. With no other choice, he found a large stone to stand on and finally climbed up. Then, everyone began to head towards the dark, dense forest. However, their speed was not fast. Since there were a total of 8 people riding the ox and horse drivers, they naturally couldn't go quickly. To showcase the performance of his transportation, Sun Chang directly rode the 4-legged ostrich, leading the group at the front. After seeing this, Luo Chang couldn't help but shout worriedly, "Sun Chang, fall back a bit. We're in the wild, and there are many unknown risks. Your experience is limited, let me take the lead." Sun Chang said nonchalantly, "Boss, don't worry. I'm a high-level beast tamer, nothing will go wrong." However, before Sun Chang could finish his words, a gust of wind appeared ahead of his path. Luo Chang, seeing this, quickly shouted, "Be careful." Sun Chang was caught off guard by the sudden wind, but it was too late for him to react. Nevertheless, as a high-level beast tamer, he didn't just sit back and wait. He immediately rolled off the four-legged ostrich. Sun Chang looked like a rolling gourd, appearing quite awkward. However, his strong physical condition allowed him to adopt a crouching position to absorb the impact. Then, Sun Chang patted his chest and said, "That was close. I almost fell for it." Just as he steadied himself, a large bird suddenly swooped down from the sky, heading straight for him. Luo Chang, seeing this, quickly took out a pokeball from his pocket, ready to throw it. "Get down!" Luo Chang shouted, hoping to prompt Sun Chang to react in time to avoid danger, allowing him to save Sun Chang without harming him. But Sun Chang was already stunned by the imposing presence of the large bird. At that moment, a whoosh sounded. A magical missile suddenly flew past Sun Chang's ear, and then with a bang, it collided with the large bird. The bird was caught off guard by the magical missile, causing its body to veer slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Chang released his spirit pet. It was a massive white tiger. As soon as the white tiger landed, it unleashed an indescribable aura. After a roar, the entire forest trembled. The large bird seemed startled by the tiger, and with a swift grab, it snatched up the four-legged ostrich and flew away. Only then did Sun Chang manage to save his life. Subsequently, Sun Chang plopped down on the ground, still shaken, watching the direction in which the large bird had left. Luo Chang hurried over and asked Sun Chang, "Are you okay?" Sun Chang shook his head in response, still too startled to speak. Then, Luo Chang earnestly advised him, "In the wild, you must not be reckless. At any time, in any corner, there could be threats to your life." As he spoke, Luo Chang looked up at the black dot that had already disappeared into the sky. "I didn't get a good look at what that beast was. However, I estimate it was at least a fourth-tier beast. Moreover, it seemed to be hunting for food and appeared quite timid, only grabbing your ostrich. If it were to pursue you relentlessly, then right now." Luo Chang didn't finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. Seeing that Sun Chang didn't respond, Luo Chang then turned to Lin Chen at the back of the group. "Your response just now was very good. You didn't act rashly but instead interfered with the target's trajectory, giving me the opportunity to act." Lin Chen remained silent. In fact, he didn't want to get involved in this matter. He only knew from the system's alert that the beast they had just encountered was not a fourth-tier beast. It was a powerful beast, about to advance to the fifth tier, a sabali. When the sabali first appeared, the beast encyclopedia had already issued a warning to Lin Chen. This creature was a very brutal carnivore and preferred to eat intelligent beings. The higher the intelligence, the more power they gained, becoming even stronger. If Sabali really took Sun Chang away, Lin Chen was afraid that Sabali would truly advance to the fifth level, and at that point, this entire expedition team would be wiped out here. He did have a way to escape, but these teammates he had just met and gotten along with fairly well would be in grave danger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to save Sun Chang. Sun Chang looked at Captain Luo Chang, who was praising Lin Chen right in front of him, and suddenly felt a burning sensation on his face. Then, Luo Chang said to Sun Chang, "There's just enough space in the car for you. Go sit in the car. Don't disrupt our journey." Upon hearing this, Sun Chang immediately protested, "That beast took my four-legged ostrich. Aren't we going to get it back?" Luo Chang shook his head and said, "We can't let such a minor incident affect our mission. But we can't just let it go." The usually honest and simple Luo Chang's expression suddenly turned stern after hearing Sun Chang's stubbornness. The scar on his face became somewhat menacing at that moment. "This is an order. Don't let this small loss delay the team's progress." Startled by Luo Chang, Sun Chang immediately fell silent. He then obediently climbed onto the cart driven by the oxen and sat in the farthest corner of the carriage. Anna and the other team members saw this and did not approach to comfort Sun Chang. Because outdoor adventures are different from ordinary tasks, if everyone cannot unite, they will be killed by the unknown. Therefore, Sun Chang's mindset had to change on its own. No one could help him forever. "Continue on." Luo Chang glanced at the team and then issued the command. The team moved forward, with Luo Chang now taking the lead. The pace of the team became much steadier. Lin Chen could see that Luo Chang was always paying attention to the movements around them. Lin Chen took out the map he had bought earlier and found that the information about this area was already very sparse. The sky had darkened, and they were still about 12 hours away from the dark forest. The team reached a sheltered valley, and Luo Chang signaled everyone to stop. Then, as if performing a magic trick, he lifted a door from a small mound. Inside the door was a cave of moderate size. Although the space inside the cave was small, it was enough for the group to rest. Luo Chang then smiled at Lin Chen and said, "This cave was dug when we explored the dark forest before, used for temporary rest. Otherwise, resting in the wild at night in this area would be too dangerous." Lin Chen nodded in agreement upon hearing this. After everyone put away their spirit pets used for traveling, they crawled into the cave. Although the cave was spacious enough, it became very crowded with more than 10 people squeezing in at the same time. Moreover, with Lin Chen having 5 people on his side, the cave became even more stuffy. After seeing this, Sun Chang immediately expressed his dissatisfaction with Lin Chen, saying, "Can't you put away your humanoid spirit pet? Do you have to keep it with you? The space inside is so limited. Do you want everyone to make room for your spirit pet?" Lin Chen did not argue with Sun Chang but said to Luo Chang, "Captain, I won't rest in the cave. I'll keep watch alone." He didn't want to squeeze in with so many people in the cave, and he was indeed prepared to camp in the wild. Moreover, Lin Chen didn't want to rely on others for his safety. However, Luo Chang directly shook his head upon hearing this. "That's against the rules. At night, everyone took turns keeping watch, in pairs, and I was assigned to keep watch with you. You should go rest now." After hearing Luo Chang's words, Lin Chen didn't insist any longer. He found a spot at the entrance of the cave and sat down. Xiaojiu then kindly leaned over and placed her tail behind Lin Chen's back as a cushion. This scene made the other team members feel a bit envious. Seeing Lin Chen and Xiaojiu like this, the straightforward Anna couldn't help but say, "Young people really know how to enjoy themselves. We old folks can't come up with such tricks. Ha ha ha. Sister Anna, why don't you find a man to cushion yourself with? Get lost. Your little frame isn't even enough to fill my gaps." It was clear that this group often joked like this, and their crude humor didn't affect the team's atmosphere at all. Lin Chen wasn't embarrassed, having lived 2 lives, he was already quite experienced. At this moment, Captain Luo Chang had already lit the campfire. Everyone took out their prepared rations and began to eat. "Cherish this, everyone. This is the last time we can eat something warm before we enter the dark forest." Hearing this, Sun Chang asked in confusion, "Why do you say that?" Luo Chang explained, "Because in the dark forest, some monsters are very attracted to light. If you light a campfire, it will draw their attention." Sun Chang nodded, understanding. Lin Chen didn't care about this. After finishing his food, he simply closed his eyes to rest. When it was the middle of the night, Anna and the already sleepy Sun Chang finished their watch, and it was Lin Chen and Luo Chang's turn. Anna went to wake up the resting Luo Chang, while Sun Chang approached to wake Lin Chen. Just as Sun Chang got close to Lin Chen, he suddenly felt 2 terrifying killing intents. Sun Chang's body trembled, and when he looked towards the source of the killing intent, he found it was the little girl who could turn into a wolf and the classical woman in a green dress. The way they looked at Sun Chang was like beasts observing their prey. At that moment, Sun Chang felt that any unnecessary movement on his part would likely lead these 2 girls to really eat him. Soon, Sun Chang realized Lin Chen's 2 spirit pets were transformed from real monsters. If they really wanted to eat him, it wasn't impossible. Although he was scared, Sun Chang forced himself to appear calm and said indignantly, "It's his turn to keep watch." However, Sun Chang's mouth was suddenly wrapped by a snake tail without him realizing it. The classical beauty in green was now very close to him. Xiao Chang lowered her voice and made a shushing gesture. "Shoo, don't wake the master. I'll keep watch." After saying that, the snake tail suddenly disappeared, and Xiao Chang transformed back to standing on 2 feet. Sun Chang almost gasped in surprise. Fortunately, Xiao Chang didn't continue to scare him. Otherwise, it might have caused a real blunder. Luo Chang had already been prepared and couldn't help but smile wryly at this scene. However, he didn't stop it. He and Xiao Chang went to sit by the campfire outside. Xiao Chang sat there steadily, like a classical fairy stepping out of a painting. Luo Chang initially wanted to chat with Xiao Chang for a bit. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he saw Xiao Chang pull out some food from who knows where. Then, she wrapped it with her snake-like tongue and swallowed it. In this scene, even Luo Chang, who had grown accustomed to the storms of life, couldn't help but shiver upon witnessing it. How does Lin Chen endure living with a group of beast-like beauties? Is there not a single normal person by his side? Luo Chang couldn't help but mutter to himself. The little girl draped in wolf fur seemed to have endless energy, constantly bouncing around. The woman with rabbit ears always gave off a sense of vague emptiness. And the humanoid fox-tailed beast, even with just a few glances, could ensnare Luo Chang with her enchanting abilities. However, the most terrifying of all was the woman in green before him. Luo Chang, who had licked blood from the edge of a knife for many years, had a very keen intuition when facing danger. He sensed that this woman in green was the most dangerous among the 4 beast girls. Thus, the night passed in silence. Luo Chang felt that this night watch was more exhausting than any he had ever experienced before. He always felt that danger was lurking nearby. He had a delusion that if he wasn't careful, he would be swallowed whole by the little green one. Just as Luo Chang was about to wake the next person on watch, suddenly, the little green one stood up. Following her, a Shan also crawled out from the cave. Luo Chang looked at the little green one with some confusion. Although her expression showed no change, her gaze was fixed intently on the distant sky. At that moment, Lin Chen, Xiaojiu, and Chimera also emerged. As Lin Chen stepped out, he casually triggered the alarm they had set up in advance, and everyone quickly became alert. Then, they all rushed out of the cave, ready for battle, but found nothing amiss. Sun Chang had just finished his watch and was startled by the little green one. He had finally managed to doze off lightly, only to be awakened by Lin Chen. Unable to contain his displeasure, Sun Chang said, "What's going on? Who triggered the alarm? Isn't nothing happening right now?" Lin Chen did not answer him but looked towards the distant sky and said, "That thing has returned." "What thing?" Luo Chang frowned and gazed into the distance. With his mental strength, he had not detected any danger nearby. Just then, a gust of wind swept through. Just like during the day, this hurricane was very strong, and its target was clearly their group. Everyone quickly reacted, scattering to prepare for the enemy. Then, the massive wings of Sabali flapped in the sky, continuously swinging and using wind blades to attack the members of the exploration guild below. Sabali, a B-rank 4th-tier beast, possessed powerful wind control abilities. Its speed was not fast, but its endurance was exceptional. When hunting, it often relied on its stamina to wear down its target's strength, ultimately killing its prey at the least cost. The opponent had a very high combat IQ. The best way to defeat it was to rely on the strongest attack for a one-hit kill. They must not engage in a war of attrition. Lin Chen's mind immediately recalled the information provided by the previous beast encyclopedia. This was his first battle against a B-rank 4th-tier beast. Moreover, the opponent could fly. Luo Chang had already released his white tiger spirit pet, Garrula Beast, at the first opportunity. This was also a 4th-tier B-rank spirit pet, but it couldn't counter the airborne enemy. Fortunately, Garrula Beast had long-range attack capabilities, which could effectively limit Sabali's harassment. This is going to be troublesome. Sabali has excellent patience. It won't give up until it achieves its goal. If the 12 of us here can't kill it, then this exploration will definitely be affected by it, and it might even threaten our lives. We must find a way to get rid of it. Luo Chang then took out a pokeball. "Come out. Battle helicopter." As the pokeball landed, a helicopter about the size of a basin flew out from it. Lin Chen's mind was soon filled with detailed information about the battle helicopter. Battle helicopter, C-grade tier 3 mechanical creature, is an excellent auxiliary spirit pet. It can combine with other spirit pets, granting them the ability to fly, with the flight speed related to the specific stats of the other pet. Skills: fire support, aerial barrage. Lin Chen looked at Luo Chang in surprise, not expecting that while having a tier 4 spirit pet, he could also cultivate a tier 3 auxiliary spirit pet. Moreover, both were of very high quality. This made Lin Chen regard Luo Chang, the team leader, with newfound respect. The energy of a beast master is limited, and cultivating spirit pets requires significant resources, making it difficult to train multiple pets simultaneously. Normally, aside from exceptional cases like Lin Chen, ordinary beast masters would typically only cultivate one spirit pet at the beginning. Without certain opportunities and support, they could easily be ruined by a single spirit pet. Therefore, most beast masters start by training just one pet, and only when they become star-level beast masters, or even high-star beast masters, with more capabilities, do they consider training one or two auxiliary spirit pets. Yet Luo Chang, merely a 2-star beast master, possessed a tier 3 auxiliary spirit pet, and a rare flying one at that, indicating his strength was certainly not to be underestimated. After the battle helicopter appeared, it immediately fused with Garuramon. Moments later, a massive propeller appeared above Garuramon's head, spinning continuously, and it truly lifted Garuramon into the air. Meanwhile, the carriage behind the ox-horse driver began to slowly transform, eventually taking the shape of an anti-aircraft gun. Then, the ox-horse in front started to run. As they ran, the anti-aircraft gun behind began firing shells at the flying saber. Once Garuramon was airborne, it also launched an attack on Saber. Its flying speed wasn't very fast, but just enough to keep up with Saber. With the artillery support from the ox-horse driver, Saber's flying speed noticeably slowed down. After closing the distance, Garuramon immediately opened its mouth to unleash a breath attack on Saber. Saber barely dodged the attack. Then, the battle helicopter atop Garuramon also transformed. 2 heavy machine guns extended from the side doors of the helicopter, unleashing a barrage at Saber. Caught off guard, Saber let out a cry of pain. the nearby team members cheered. Ha ha ha, the captain is amazing. In this team, only Captain Luo Chang had a flying spirit pet, highlighting the rarity of flying spirit pets. At that moment, Saber's body tilted. Seeing this, Anana quickly instructed the ox horse driver to fire at it. After a series of explosions, Saber fell from the sky. Although it's a bit troublesome, thankfully this Saber isn't too hard to deal with, Anana said excitedly upon seeing Saber hit. However, Lin Chen had a bad feeling. He then fixed his gaze intently on Saber. Suddenly, he saw a hint of human-like disdain in Sabali's eyes. Lin Chen quickly shouted, "Be careful!" Upon hearing Lin Chen's shout, Sun Chang immediately showed a face of disdain. "Did you not see that the captain has already defeated Sabali? Why are you so nervous? Do you not trust the captain?" However, as soon as Sun Chang finished speaking, Sabali's body suddenly flipped in midair, regained its balance, and then charged directly towards the team members below. At that moment, a white light slowly began to glow around Sabali. Then, Sabali's body grew larger. A word suddenly flashed through Lin Chen's mind. Evolution. Gabrochi, a B-rank Tier 5 monster, possesses a super high IQ. It is rumored to be a subspecies of the Wing of Wisdom, adept at harnessing wind abilities. Skills include wind control, claw attack, rocket headbutt, and wing defense. Lin Chen thought, just as I expected. The worst outcome has indeed come to pass. Previously, the complete monster encyclopedia had warned him that this Sabali was about to evolve, and after devouring the four-legged ostrich, it indeed evolved. Especially since this bird's IQ had risen to the point where it could pretend to be weak and actively suppress its evolution, deliberately leaving a flaw for Luo Chang during the battle. Now, with a Tier 5 monster so close, even Lin Chen felt a bit overwhelmed by the pressure. However, Lin Chen quickly readjusted himself. The others, upon seeing that damn Sabali evolve right above their heads, also couldn't help but show expressions of surprise. Oh no! It's a Tier 5 monster! Get away! Sun Chang was so frightened that he froze in place. If someone hadn't pulled him, he might have been caught and killed by the newly evolved Gabrochi. Quick, take cover! Luo Chang hurriedly directed everyone to evade while giving orders to the battle helicopter and Garalu Beast to cover them. The other team members also didn't sit idly by. They took out their pokeballs, releasing their spirit pets, preparing for battle. Although the opponent was a Tier 5 monster, they still had some advantages on the ground. Just as their spirit pets were released, Sabali flapped its wings forcefully, and a massive gust of wind sent their spirit pets tumbling in all directions. At that moment, Gabrochi extended its claws. It grabbed two team members, one of whom was Sun Chang. Captain Luo Chang, seeing this, immediately shouted, "It's over. Are we really going to be wiped out this time?" He had been leading explorations in Magic City for over a decade without any mistakes, and now it seemed he was about to lose his life here? With Gabrochi's high attack power and intelligence, how could they escape? Just then, two magical missiles struck Gabrochi's claws simultaneously. Gabrochi, in pain, had to release the two humans it was holding and flew back into the air. Well done! Everyone quickly attacked the sky at the same time. Anana also directed the other team members to rescue Sun Chang and another team member. Gabrochi, facing the attacks, did not rush to counterattack but circled in the sky, looking for an opportunity. Lin Chen hated the feeling of being constantly watched. He then looked at Chimera. "Can you handle this?" Chimera smiled at the words, then slowly floated up and flew straight towards Gabrochi. Seeing this, Luo Chen quickly shouted to Lin Chen, "Lin Chen, don't act impulsively. That is a 5th-tier demon beast. No matter how powerful your humanoid spirit pet is, there is still a gap compared to it." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately shook his head. He knew that Chimera was not a fool. On the contrary, she should be the calmest and wisest among the four girls. Since Chimera dared to face the 5th-tier demon beast Gabrochi alone, it meant she must be capable of dealing with Gabrochi. In the sky, before Chimera even approached Gabrochi, the magic circle behind her had already begun to take shape. Subsequently, countless magic missiles were launched towards Gabrochi as if they were free. Gabrochi was somewhat surprised by Chimera's attack. The power of these magic missiles did not seem like something a 1st-tier demon beast could possess. Moreover, the firing rate of these magic missiles was incredibly fast. Although Gabrochi was caught off guard, as a highly intelligent aerial predator, it quickly reacted. Gabrochi swiftly performed 2 somersaults in mid-air, stabilizing its form and creating a safe distance between itself and Chimera. Then, Gabrochi hurriedly used a wind control technique against Chimera. A fierce wind immediately began to blow around Chimera, causing her to sway. But at that moment, a gust of wind suddenly surged up from the ground, dispersing the fierce wind and protecting Chimera's form. At the same time, Garalu Beast quietly approached Gabrochi from behind and launched a sneak attack. Gabrochi was instantly caught in a pincer attack. Lin Chen looked at Luo Chang and realized that Luo Chang and the other members of the Exploration Guild had been diligently doing their part nearby. Luo Chang was coordinating with Lin Chen's attacks, while Anana was restricting Gabrochi's movements. The others, limited by their spirit pet's abilities, had been on alert. Lin Chen then realized how insignificant the Academy's children were in front of truly experienced beast tamers. He thought back to the opponents he faced during the college entrance examination. Which one of them didn't back down when confronted with a powerful enemy? This made Lin Chen feel a bit wistful. However, these thoughts were fleeting. Lin Chen quickly looked back at Chimera in midair. At that moment, Chimera had taken out the Gatling water cannon from her storage ring. Dressed in training gear and holding the Gatling water cannon, Chimera's demeanor transformed from that of a pure girl to a violent lowly. She gripped the Gatling water cannon and suddenly pulled the trigger. Then, the sound of bang bang bang, gunfire echoed in the air. Upon witnessing this, both Luo Chang and the other members of the Exploration Guild nearly dropped their jaws. They looked at Lin Chen, and a single thought appeared in their minds. This madman Lin Chen actually let his spirit pet use the equipment. This thought was utterly unbelievable to them. Responding to their thoughts was the almost frenzied sound of Chimera's shooting. With the support of the Gatling water cannon, Chimera's attack range and frequency increased dramatically. This caused Gabrochi to scream in agony in the air. However, such an attack was still somewhat insufficient for a 5th-tier demon beast. At this point, Chimera's Gatling water cannon finally reached its limit and entered cooldown. Although Gabrochi was somewhat disheveled, it was not severely injured. However, it hadn't sustained such heavy damage in a long time. At this moment, Gabrochi's beastly instincts made it somewhat reckless, and its anger gradually caused it to lose its rationality. Seeing Chimera stop its attack, Gabrochi quickly seized the opportunity and charged forward, intending to deal a heavy blow to Chimera. It wanted this human who could use magic to understand the consequences of provoking it. Witnessing this scene, Luo Chang hurriedly shouted to Lin Chen, "Quick, call your spirit pet back." Gabrochi is furious. However, Lin Chen remained silent, watching Chimera. He knew that Chimera was not one to act recklessly. Knowing the situation was hopeless, she would not sit idly by. Sure enough, a magic circle appeared beneath Chimera's feet in the void. At the same time, Chimera's aura began to slowly fade away. Of course, it wasn't disappearing entirely, but rather being enveloped by some strange power, gradually being replaced. Then, Chimera's body began to change, her height increasing from about 1.60 meters to nearly 3 meters tall. The training uniform she wore transformed into a black robe, and the Gatling water cannon in her hands became a staff shimmering with starlight. At that moment, she looked both majestic and mysterious. The god of magic descends. Chimera's strongest move, she summoned the primordial god of magic, Chimera, to descend into her body. The god of magic merely glanced at Gabrochi, and the latter's body suddenly froze mid-air, as if trapped by some invisible force. Then, the staff in the god's hand merely flickered with starlight, and a large rift opened in the sky. A meteorite seemed to be squeezing through that crack. This scene shocked not only Gabrochi but also the members of the Exploration Guild, who stared wide-eyed in disbelief. They never expected that Chimera's casual move would result in such a grand spectacle. In this apocalyptic-like scene, no one could withstand such immense pressure. A single thought appeared in all their minds. If that meteorite really fell, the entire blue star would likely cease to exist. In the Demon City, Lord Bai was reviewing the documents that had been submitted that day. As the lord of the city, he had to address many issues regarding city defense. Moreover, the Demon City was a coastal border city, always facing the covetous eyes of enemy nations. Fortunately, under his governance, the safety index of the Demon City had risen sharply. However, at that moment, he suddenly felt something and quickly looked up at the distant sky. He sensed that something catastrophic was about to descend from above. Even Bai, a dignified 5-star beast master, could not escape unscathed from this turmoil. What's going on? Why do I have a bad feeling? Is a great demon about to emerge? Faced with such world-destroying power, Bai had no idea how to resist. On the coastline, Li Guanjuan was gazing out at the sea. After completing his duty as an exam proctor, he had come here to guard the national borders. Recently, it seemed that the Sakura nation across the ocean had been making many small moves, even crossing the sea to harass the Dragon nation's borders. This time, if you dare to come over, I will make sure you Sakura nation's little mules go and never return. Li Guanjuan muttered calmly to himself. Suddenly, a massive aura of danger emerged from behind him, enveloping him and sending chills down his spine. Not good. A great demon has emerged. With that, Li Guanjuan slapped his pokeball, releasing his sky-eating pelican from within. Then, he rode the sky-eating pelican and soared into the sky. Li Guanjuan wanted to see where that terrifying aura was coming from. Outside the Dragon Kingdom Strait, on an inconspicuous lonely island, a short and lewd man, standing at only 1.60 meters, was gazing at the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. Ha ha ha. This time, our surprise attack will definitely catch the Dragon Kingdom off guard. When the time comes, we'll seize the resources and leave immediately, making sure they can't catch us. The short lewd man then laughed as he spoke to his subordinates behind him. Hi, Mr. Matsushita. The group of subordinates responded in unison to Matsushita. Suddenly, Matsushita felt as if something terrifying had already set its sights on him. Has the Dragon Kingdom discovered us? Confusion and fear filled Matsushita's face. Run! Run! Matsushita immediately summoned his flying spirit pet, wanting to leave the area as quickly as possible. At first, his subordinates were puzzled by Matsushita's actions. But when they saw their leader, Matsushita, was about to flee, they panicked and followed suit, fleeing in a hurry. The entire team was thrown into chaos. Some tried to catch Matsushita's beast to escape with him, but Matsushita didn't care about the lives of his subordinates at all. Baka! Get out of my way! Saying this, Matsushita drew a handgun from his waist and aimed it at the subordinates blocking his escape, pulling the trigger. Meanwhile, Luo Chang and the others were frozen in shock by the overwhelming force emanating from the meteorite. Some even lowered their heads, not daring to look up. However, when the meteorite touched the spatial rift, it mysteriously vanished. Yet, its residual power spilled out slightly. This spilled power directly crushed the 5th-tier beast Gabrochi on the spot. Gabrochi's massive body was instantly torn into dozens of pieces, falling to the ground. Then, the chimera's height began to shrink, returning to its original size, as if it had experienced nothing at all. Subsequently, the chimera, as if exhausted, floated down from mid-air. Lin Chen hurried forward to catch the chimera, cradling it in his arms. Looking at the chimera, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel worried. Xiao Chang then came over to check and smiled, saying, "She's evolving. It will take some time for her to complete this process." Seeing the chimera's tightly closed eyes, Lin Chen quickly took out a pokeball and stored the chimera inside. For any spirit pet, the pokeball was the best recovery item. At this moment, Luo Chang walked over and looked at Lin Chen, asking, "Is your humanoid spirit pet okay?" Lin Chen nodded in response. "It's fine. She's just exhausted." Hearing Lin Chen's words, Luo Chang nodded, then patted Lin Chen's shoulder, praising him, "Very good. This time, it's really thanks to you. Otherwise, we wouldn't know if we could survive this." Lin Chen smiled but did not answer the question. He could tell that among the people present, except for Sun Chang, the others were seasoned beast masters. Although they had fallen into a disadvantage earlier, they were still methodically defending themselves. Lin Chen believed that with Luo Chang and his group's experience and combat power, even if they couldn't defeat Gabrochi, they could still defend themselves and find a way to retreat safely. At that moment, Anana bounced over, slapping Lin Chen's shoulder. "Ha ha ha. You're quite impressive, young man. You even managed to kill a 5th-tier beast. It seems I underestimated you." Lin Chen shook his head in response. "It's everyone's good cooperation. If it hadn't been for Anna and Luo Chang's teamwork just now, the first wave of the chimera's attack wouldn't have posed such a threat to Gabrochi. At such a young age, why do you speak like an old hand? What we did just now was merely a drop in the bucket. Compared to you, it's really not worth mentioning. So stop being modest. Luo Chang will commend you to the president later." Upon hearing Anna's words, Lin Chen simply smiled and did not respond further. At that moment, the other team members also ran over to greet Lin Chen, and he responded to each of them. It was at this moment that they truly recognized Lin Chen as a partner they could trust. Only Sun Chang, nursing his injured body, watched everything with gritted teeth. After a fierce battle, the sky gradually brightened with the first light of dawn. Luo Chang organized everyone to sit by the campfire and have breakfast. Then, he began to assign tasks. "Today we will enter the dark forest, but since someone is injured, we need someone to escort the injured team members back." Luo Chang then called out 4 more mature and steady team members, saying, "You will escort Sun Chang and the others back to the headquarters in Magic City to recuperate, while the rest will accompany me into the dark forest." The 4 called upon, though a bit disappointed that they couldn't continue exploring the dark forest, did not question Luo Chang's decision as veteran members. However, at that moment, Sun Chang stood up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Captain, I'm fine. I can continue fighting. That's an order." Luo Chang's words carried an undeniable tone that reached Sun Chang's ears. "Your current condition is not suitable for exploration. Whether it's your strength, temperament, or combat ability, you are not fit to blindly venture into the wild." When Luo Chang said this, it was equivalent to denying all of Sun Chang's pride. Then, Luo Chang's tone shifted. However, this is all due to your lack of experience. Later, I will assign you a special task for you to complete on your own. As long as you can complete the task perfectly, I will take you on the next expedition. After hearing Luo Chang's promise, Sun Chang's previously fallen face regained vitality. Lin Chen, upon hearing Luo Chang's words and looking at his honest face, couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. He didn't expect this honest man to be so meticulous. He could take care of every team member and choose the most suitable path for each person, arranging their development accordingly. It could be said that Luo Chang was a born leader. Then, Sun Chang and the other injured team members left the camp under the escort of the 4 selected team members. Lin Chen, Luo Chang, Anna, and the others then entered the dark forest. As soon as they stepped into the dark forest, Lin Chen felt a peculiar chill. The sunlight here seemed much dimmer than outside. The dense branches and leaves had completely obscured the sky. Luo Chang put away the earthshaker and released Garuramon to lead the way. Garuramon's sense of smell was very keen, able to detect the presence of monsters from far away. Meanwhile, Anna had already put away the bull-horse driver. Although the bull-horse driver had strong combat power, it made a lot of noise while moving, which was not suitable for this kind of environment. A beast master named Lu Chi then released his spirit pet to scout for danger. Lu Chi's spirit pet was a C-rank, 3rd-tier monster, the sunflower beast. Although this beast is called the sunflower beast, it is not a plant-type spirit pet but rather a cat-like spirit pet that resembles a sunflower. Due to the sunflower beast's keen senses, it has become a favorite among many adventurers. Lin Chen surveyed the surrounding environment and then exchanged a glance with Ashan. Ashan immediately understood and jumped onto a branch. In such an environment, there was no need to worry about flying beasts, but one had to be extra cautious of beasts hiding in the trees. Fortunately, Ashan possessed the power of nature, allowing her to sense the natural world to the fullest. Any danger would not escape her perception. After walking for a while, they came across a pile of ashes from a fire that had burned out. Luo Chang immediately crouched down to examine it closely. There were probably about 10 of them. The ashes of the fire haven't been blown away by the wind, but the ground has completely cooled. It seems they left no more than 24 hours ago. Moreover, they lack experience in outdoor exploration. Under normal circumstances in the wild, a fire source is a crucial tool for warmth and survival. However, they were currently in a very dangerous dark forest, where normal logic for survival could not apply. Especially since most beasts in the dark forest are phototropic, experienced adventurers would not light a fire for warmth in such a place. After assessing their direction of travel, Luo Chang said, "It seems their path is close to our destination. We need to be cautious in our actions." Lin Chen wholeheartedly agreed. Even if the other party were novice humans, he would not actively approach them for cooperation in the wild. After all, the incident with Su Su was still fresh in his mind. In the wild, there was no shortage of murder and robbery. The group continued on their way. As they walked, Luo Chang educated Lin Chen about some situations they might encounter during outdoor exploration and the potential dangers in the dark forest. In the dark forest, the most numerous beasts are actually the night cat demons. For some reason, these night cat demons have been guarding the dark forest, preventing us adventurers from entering deeper areas. Next are the bullhead clan beasts, but they move very slowly and are much easier to deal with compared to the night cat demons. Lin Chen immediately recalled the basic information about these 2 types of beasts. Night cat demon. C-rank, tier 3 beast, possessing very high agility, quick movements, skilled in close combat, and preferring to live in groups. They have skills such as poisoning, claw attack, pounce, and frenzied bite. Each attack from a night cat demon carries a random negative effect, with the strength of the effect determined by the specific circumstances at the time of the attack. Bullhead clan beasts come in various types, including bull warriors, great axe bullmen, and flame bullmen. C-rank, tier 3 beasts, also preferring to live in groups. Even without a complete beast encyclopedia, Lin Chen could recall the knowledge taught in his school textbooks. However, these were all tier 3 beasts and posed no threat to a team equipped with tier 4 spirit pets and multiple tier 3 spirit pets. Yet, when Lin Chen looked at Luo Chang, he sensed that the other seemed somewhat apprehensive. As they walked, a rustling sound suddenly came from the bushes ahead. Luo Chang quickly signaled everyone to stop. Ashan, however, twitched her little nose and said, "There's a smell of blood." At that moment, Luo Chang suddenly appeared on high alert, pulling out a machete used for clearing paths and pushing aside the bushes in front of them. As a result, everyone saw 3 dark night cat demons gnawing on a human skeleton. Moreover, the human bones were clearly still fresh. As the 3 dark night cat demons were eating, they suddenly lifted their heads and looked at Luo Chang. Seeing this, Luo Chang quickly dodged back. Just as he left his position, one of the Dark Knight Cat demons swiped at him with a claw, missing completely. Then, the 3 Dark Knight Cat demons emerged from the bushes, their expressions turning exceptionally greedy as they looked at Lin Chen and the other 6. They seemed like a group of starving ghosts who had not yet had their fill. At this moment, Anna let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there are only 3. However, Lin Chen's expression was grave as he looked around and said seriously, "No. We are already surrounded." Just now, Ashan had sensed the unusual movements in the area. Soon, dozens of Dark Knight Cat demons either climbed down from the trees or emerged from the bushes. Each Dark Knight Cat demon had blood dripping from the corners of its mouth, as if it had just had a hearty meal. The sight was terrifying. "Oh no! We've encountered a horde of Dark Knight Cat demons." As soon as Luo Chang finished speaking, several Dark Knight Cat demons lunged at him simultaneously. Garuru Beast quickly stood in front of Luo Chang, opening its mouth to unleash a breath attack. A cloud of treasure-colored mist surged toward the densest cluster of Dark Knight Cat demons, and the few that were at the front were immediately knocked back by the breath attack, crashing to the ground. The Dark Knight Cat demons behind them, however, showed no concern for their fallen companions and continued to attack. The few Dark Knight Cat demons that had been hit rolled on the ground for a moment before quickly getting back up and resuming their assault on Garuru Beast. Seeing this, Anna immediately released her bull horse driver. "Help the captain. We must not let the Dark Knight Cat demons complete their encirclement, otherwise, we will all die." Lin Chen looked at Anna and the others in surprise. When they had encountered the 5th-tier beast Gabrochi earlier, they had not seemed so alarmed. Curious, Lin Chen continued to observe the battle with the Dark Knight Cat demons closely. It was then that Lin Chen realized something was off. After lunging at them, these Dark Knight Cat demons showed no regard for their own lives, seemingly only focused on devouring their opponents. Suddenly, Lin Chen remembered another attribute of the Dark Knight Cat demons. They could recover from their injuries by gnawing on the flesh and blood of their enemies. This meant that the Dark Knight Cat demons before them had the strength to leave all 6 of them here. At this moment, Ashan had also jumped down from a tree, directly pouncing into the horde of Dark Knight Cat demons. With 1 claw for each, she killed every Dark Knight Cat demon she attacked. However, upon smelling the blood, the remaining Dark Knight Cat demons became even more frenzied. Lin Chen noticed that many more Dark Knight Cat demons were rushing toward them from a distance. "No! We must find a way to eliminate all the Dark Knight Cat demons at once. Otherwise, this group will not let us off easily." Seeing several severely injured Dark Knight Cat demons starting to recover by gnawing on the corpses of their kind, Lin Chen realized he had underestimated these 3rd-tier beasts. With this in mind, Lin Chen looked at his teammates. Although their spirit pets were all 3rd-tier or even 4th-tier, they all lacked the ability for group attacks. Thinking of this, Lin Chen turned to Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang understood and gracefully bowed to Lin Chen. Then, Xiao Chang slowly walked towards the center of the battlefield. It seemed that Xiao Qing was completely unconcerned about the dangers within. When Anna saw Xiao Chang approaching, she quickly advised, "Lin Chen, have your humanoid spirit pet cover us from the outside. There are just too many Night Cat demons here. We need to find a way to break through and get back outside the dark forest. This exploration has really been too unlucky. We've barely entered the outer area of the dark forest and already encountered a swarm of Night Cat demons. We can only wait for them to disperse before looking for a chance to enter." However, Xiao Cheng paid no attention to Anna's words. Her watery eyes suddenly transformed into terrifying vertical pupils. Her head morphed into a green snake's head, complete with flicking tongue. Then, the green clothing on Xiao Qing's body directly turned into green snake scales, tightly adhering to her skin. Xiao Cheng's entire body began to elongate and grow. Soon, a massive green snake, 50 meters long, appeared before everyone present. Without hesitation, Xiao Cheng coiled her snake body around all the people there. Then, her voice resonated in everyone's ears. "Everyone, get in the middle. Stay close." Upon hearing Xiao Qing's words, some people hesitated, feeling uncertain. After all, the thought of being surrounded by such a large snake was somewhat frightening. Seeing this, Lin Chen quickly reacted and stepped into the circle formed by Xiao Qing's body, wanting everyone to trust her. Noticing that Lin Chen had complied, Luo Chang immediately followed suit. As the team leader, he completely trusted his teammates. Seeing Luo Chang set an example, Anna and the other 3 team members also stepped inside. Then, Xiao Qing's 50-meter-long body began to coil layer by layer, protecting the 6 of them in the center. At first, everyone was a bit scared, fearing that Xiao Chang might accidentally squeeze them to death. After all, this was the hunting method that pythons excelled at. At that moment, the Night Cat demons charged forward. They leaped onto Xiao Qing's body, biting incessantly. Since ancient times, cats and snakes have been incompatible. The battle between them is a shorthand for the struggle between dragons and tigers. These two species have fought for over 10,000 years without a clear victor. When the night cat demons saw Xiao Qing, their eyes were filled with bloodlust, and they launched even more frenzied attacks than before. However, no matter how hard they clawed and bit at Xiao Qing, they could not inflict any damage, not even displacing a single scale. Once Xiao Qing noticed that most of the night cat demons in the jungle had gathered, she felt the timing was right. Suddenly, Xiao Qing opened her snake mouth and emitted a strange note. At the same time, her scales opened, releasing a deep green gas that enveloped all the surrounding night cat demons. Initially, the night cat demons did not sense the danger. Seeing the scales suddenly open, they thought Xiao Qing's defense had been broken. Thus, they became even more frenzied in their biting. But the next moment, a large number of night cat demons began to collapse from poisoning. Their skin started to rot, and their bodies convulsed. Some night cat demons couldn't even let out a scream. The remaining unpoisoned night cat demons, witnessing this, were instantly filled with fear. Realizing that the poisoned bodies of their companions could not help them recover, they immediately abandoned their poisoned comrades and scattered in all directions. At this moment, Xiao Qing finally opened her body. The members of the Exploration Guild stepped out one by one. They looked at the hellish scene before them, unable to believe their eyes. Even Luo Chang couldn't help but furrow his brow. Just now, it seemed like we were the victims, and now I find myself feeling a bit sorry for these night cat demons. One team member commented, accustomed to making sarcastic remarks. Anana swallowed hard. Only Luo Chang, maintaining his composure, said to Lin Chen, "Thank you. You've saved the team once again." Then, Xiao Qing took action once more. Suddenly, she opened her mouth wide and forcefully inhaled, sucking in all the corpses of the night cat demons, swallowing them in one go. After that, Xiao Qing's body began to change slowly. Her snake scales transformed back into that beautiful green attire, and her eyes turned into human-like black. This time, even the steady Luo Chang was momentarily taken aback. After taking several deep breaths, Luo Chang finally calmed his emotions. Then, as if to make a sarcastic remark, he said, "That's a bit brutal." To avoid focusing solely on Xiao Chang, Luo Chang turned to the team members beside him and asked, "Is anyone injured?" Aside from Lin Chen, everyone had some injuries, but they were not severe. Luo Chang instructed everyone to help each other bandage their wounds. During this process, Xiao Chang wanted to help but felt that the other team members were very afraid of her, so she refrained from joining in. After a while, everyone regrouped and prepared to continue their journey. After this battle, Luo Chang and Anana completely accepted Lin Chen as one of their own. After all, Lin Chen had saved the team twice now. Of course, Lin Chen also understood that, prior to this, both Luo Chang and Anana must have held back during the fight. They were likely considering the safety of the other team members, which is why they had been looking for opportunities to cooperate rather than recklessly attacking or escaping alone. However, Lin Chen's performance had earned Luo Chang's full recognition. As they walked, Luo Chang took out a map and said to Lin Chen, "Our destination this time is here." He pointed to an unknown area deep within the dense forest. Along this route, we've already discovered several locations that are suspected to have mines or strange beast nests. Luo Chang pointed to several marked spots on the map. Lin Chen's eyes lit up as he looked at the map. It must be said that the value of Luo Chang's map was immeasurable. If a wild beast tamer team came here to explore, having this map would at least reduce casualties by more than half, provided they didn't overpower their opponents. However, Lin Chen was puzzled about Luo Chang's purpose in doing this. Why was he so intent on exploring these unknown areas? Fortunately, Luo Chang explained, "Our purpose this time is to determine the source of the strange fluctuations in this area deep within the forest. If it involves powerful beasts, we must report it to the authorities in a timely manner to avoid large-scale casualties." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen understood the purpose of the Exploration Guild. It was a large expedition organized by official beast tamers. Externally, it was declared as a guild, but in reality, it was merely a cover for an official organization, which also allowed them to earn some extra income. Lin Chen nodded, grasping Luo Chang's intent. He then continued to follow the team deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, in the sky, two figures flew in. Li Junquan sat on the back of a sky-swallowing pelican, landing heavily at the edge of the dark forest. Bai Yi also arrived, riding a crane-shaped beast. The two landed simultaneously at the spot where Gabrochi had just died. They saw each other and exchanged a glance, as if greeting one another. "Did you feel the power fluctuations here just now?" "Indeed. That fluctuation is comparable to the emergence of a great demon. No, it might even surpass the kind of apocalyptic momentum that a great demon could bring." Upon hearing this, Li Guanjuan nodded. Right now, the magic city seems calm, but in reality, it's a storm brewing. The Sakura country to the east has always been coveting our development of the unknown lands. I've heard they've sent high-ranking beast tamers over. If a great demon were to appear at this time, the magic city would be caught in a pincer attack, and it could lead to another disaster." The two exchanged the information they each knew. Then, Bai Yi, somewhat puzzled, said, "Strange. I clearly sensed a powerful beast presence here, but why can I not feel even a trace of it now?" He then looked down at Gabrochi's body. This fifth-tier beast was torn apart by a powerful force. If my perception is correct, dealing with this fifth-tier beast was like using a cannon to swat a mosquito. After saying this, Bai Yi lowered his head to examine Gabrochi's wounds. Upon seeing them, Bai Yi was immediately taken aback and quickly stepped back. This is a magical attack. What destructive power! Just moments ago, while Bai Yi was inspecting Gabrochi's wounds, he distinctly sensed a force within that he could not bear to look at. It felt as if he were facing a true deity alone. Even glancing a few more times or feeling it for a moment made him feel as if his soul would be torn apart. He then looked at Li Guanjuan. "Find a way to check what happened nearby. I see signs of human activity here. There might be witnesses." Meanwhile, Lin Chen's 6-member exploration team had ventured deeper into the dark forest. As they walked, they came across a patch of poisonous miasma. Luo Cheng pointed at the miasma and said, "Beyond this poisonous miasma, we might encounter the lair of the night cat demon, so everyone be careful." Someone quickly replied, "Captain, are we still afraid of the night cat demon? At that time, we can just let Miss Qing eat them all, right?" Hearing this, Luo Cheng shook his head and said, "No, the night cat demon will mutate in such an environment. Moreover, there are also fourth-tier beasts here, so we must not let our guard down." After saying this, Luo Cheng looked at Anana. Anana immediately understood and summoned the ox horse driver. However, the cart behind the ox horse driver then underwent a transformation, turning into a fortress. Anana then said to everyone, "Everyone, get on the cart. My ox horse driver, after the transformation, has very strong defensive and observational abilities, capable of detecting enemies to the greatest extent." Upon hearing this, everyone climbed aboard without hesitation. However, among Lin Chen's 3 humanoid spirit pets, one did not have a place to sit. Seeing this, Xiao Cheng proactively said, "I don't need to ride. I'm not afraid of the poisonous miasma." Lin Chen nodded in agreement. He also wanted Xiao Qing to stay outside. Of course, there was another reason for Lin Chen wanting Xiao Qing to remain outside. The fact that Xiao Qing was not afraid of the miasma allowed her to better guard the surroundings. After all, snakes in the wild have a strong sense of danger. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to startle the grass and alert the snake. Lin Chen always felt that there were very dangerous beasts nearby, and having Xiao Qing inside the ox horse driver would undoubtedly weaken her perception of danger. "Let's go," Luo Chang said after ensuring everyone was settled, prompting the team to continue their journey. The ox and horse driver walked steadily on the road, emitting a continuous creak, creak sound. However, due to the terrain here, the procession moved very slowly. Fortunately, with the isolation of the ox and horse driver's carriage, no toxic miasma seeped inside. Suddenly, the cart came to a halt. Luo Chang quickly asked Anana what was happening. Anana shook her head anxiously, "I don't know. The ox and horse driver seems very afraid of the road ahead." Hearing this, Lin Chen immediately communicated with Xiao Qing using his mental power. At that moment, Xiao Cheng was also very alert, looking ahead. Just then, a flicker of fire appeared in front, slowly approaching them. Through the observation hole, Luo Chang discovered that there seemed to be a woman within the flames. Could it be other adventurers, or a wild beast master? Luo Chang muttered to himself. However, Lin Chen's mind had already received the basic information about the woman. Humanoid demon beast, elemental mage, fire attribute, A-level 4-tier demon beast, fire elemental mage, a powerful being evolved from fire elementals, possessing a very high IQ after taking on human form. Talent S-level, transformation. After becoming humanoid, she gained numerous enhancements, mastering language and commanding some demon beasts in nature to submit to her. Bloodline, elemental bloodline S-level, a bloodline very close to nature, enhancing her combat power and recovery speed in the wild. If lucky enough, she can communicate with heaven and earth. Relying on her elemental bloodline, she developed the magic of the fire elemental clan, gaining even greater power. Skills include lava fireball technique, aerial explosion, firebird, and flame transformation. After seeing the information displayed in the Demon Beast Encyclopedia, Lin Chen immediately shouted to everyone, "Bad news! Get out of the carriage!" At that moment, the fire elemental mage had already raised her hand, aiming at the ox and horse driver, and began to chant a spell. Suddenly, a fireball resembling lava appeared in the sky and crashed heavily onto the ox and horse driver. As soon as Lin Chen shouted, Anana reacted. By then, everyone had no time to open the carriage door and jump out. So, Anana simply transformed the back of the carriage again, turning it into an open carriage, allowing everyone to fend for themselves. In this situation, Anana's choice was clearly the most accurate judgment. As soon as the carriage became fully open, Lin Chen and the others quickly rolled out. Then, with a loud boom, the lava fireball struck the ox and horse driver. The latter let out a mournful cry. The ox and horse driver was merely a three-tiered demon beast, and now, under the scorching of the lava fireball, it emitted a heart-wrenching scream. If this continued, the only outcome for the ox and horse driver would be death. Fortunately, at that moment, Xiaojiu slowly raised her hand. A flame of heavenly fire appeared in her palm. Immediately, the intensity of the lava fireball began to diminish, eventually disappearing. The ox and horse driver was now on the brink of death, and seizing this opportunity, Anata quickly took out a spirit ball to summon the ox and horse driver back. The fire elemental mage looked at Xiaojiu with a surprised expression. Then, she began to speak in a language that Lin Chen could not understand. Lin Chen immediately looked at Ashan beside him. Ashan listened for a moment and then said, "That's the language of the elves. She is asking about Sister Xiaojiu's origins?" Lin Chen did not expect that Ashan, with her natural bloodline, could even understand the elven language. Xiaojiu heard Ashan's translation and coldly replied, "I am just an ordinary servant of the master, and she dares to block the master's path, damn it." Upon hearing Xiaojiu's words, Shan couldn't help but chuckle, then quickly helped translate Xiaojiu's words to the fire spirit magician. The fire spirit magician immediately showed a very disgusted expression after hearing Ashan's words. Then, a series of incomprehensible sounds came from the fire spirit magician's mouth. Upon hearing this, Ashan's expression suddenly turned angry. "You dare to insult the master. Die!" As she spoke, Ashan's nails elongated, and she summoned a gust of wind that blew directly towards the fire spirit magician. Seeing this, the fire spirit magician waved her hands, and a wall of fire appeared on the ground, blocking Ashan's path. Ashan, seeing this, immediately changed direction, intending to go around. At the same time, a dozen dark night cat demons suddenly appeared from the poisonous miasma nearby. They immediately pounced on Ashan. Upon seeing these dark night cat demons, Shan did not slow down. She swiped at them with her claws. In fact, she had wanted to engage with those dark night cat demons earlier, but had to hold back her offensive due to the need to protect Luo Chang and the others. Now, she could finally unleash her full strength. Seeing Ashan now fighting with those dark night cat demons, the fire spirit magician quickly used magic to attack Xiaojiu from behind. Luo Chang saw this and quickly shouted, "Everyone, go support." As he spoke, the other members of the exploration team took out their pokeballs and released their beasts. Among them, Garuraman charged to the front. The other spirit pets provided support from the side. As the only fourth-tier beast in the exploration team, aside from Lin Chen's unpredictable humanoid spirit pet, Garuraman was the strongest combat force in the team. However, the fire spirit magician looked at this with disdain, not taking Garuraman seriously at all. Just then, a howl echoed, and everyone saw another Dark Night Cat demon jump down from a tree. But unlike the Dark Night Cat demons they had seen before, this one had pure white fur. Lin Chen's mind immediately filled with the basic information about this Dark Night Cat demon. Toxic Dark Night Cat demon, C-rank 4th-tier beast. Dark Night Cat demons that survive in toxic environments for long periods become assimilated by the environment, leading to mutation and evolution, resulting in toxic attributes. Upon seeing the information, Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. Wasn't it said that Dark Night Cat demons were hard to evolve? Before Lin Chen could figure it out, the toxic Dark Night Cat demon had already targeted Garuraman and began its attack. Although Garuraman was caught off guard, it quickly reacted and dodged. As Dark Night Cat demons are social animals, if you see one, it means you are already surrounded by them. Soon, a large number of Dark Night Cat demons jumped down from the trees, surrounding Garuraman in the center. Garuraman was caught between enemies and was being beaten quite badly. At this moment, the fire spirit magician began to chant. She summoned another fireball, hoping to take Xiaojiu out in one go. However, just as the fireball reached Xiaojiu, it was suppressed by Xiaojiu's heavenly fire. The fire spirit magician couldn't help but show a surprised expression, unable to understand why her fire magic was ineffective. At this moment, Xiaojiu revealed a very charming expression. "Little sister, don't play with fire in front of your elder sister." After saying this, a large amount of heavenly fire suddenly erupted from Xiaojiu, surrounding her completely. Then, Xiaojiu transformed into a giant fireball. Immediately, this fireball charged directly at the fire spirit magician. Upon seeing this, the fire spirit magician revealed a look of disdain. Although Xiaojiu couldn't understand the fire spirit magician's language, she could roughly guess the meaning from the magician's expression. It was clear that the fire spirit magician did not believe that Xiaojiu could harm her. After all, the fire spirit magician's true form was a spirit made entirely of flames. It was just that this spirit had taken on a human shape. Logically, the fire spirit magician was not afraid of being burned by fire. All flames would be assimilated by her. But heavenly fire was an exception. Because heavenly fire is the ancestor of all fires, it can even burn flames themselves. So, the next moment, when the fire spirit came into contact with the heavenly fire on Xiaojiu, she began to scream in agony like a prisoner being executed by fire. Upon witnessing this, everyone present was so frightened by the piercing screams that they dared not make a sound. Moments later, the fire spirit magician had turned into a wisp of blue smoke and vanished, leaving not even a corpse behind. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side had reached a fever pitch, with Garurumon displaying tremendous combat power under Luo Cheng's command. It fought fiercely against dozens of Dark Knight cat demons, with neither side gaining the upper hand. Lin Chen glanced at the time and then said to Xiaojiu, "Alright, stop wasting time. Let's finish this quickly." Xiaojiu responded with an and began to act. "Get your spirit pet to retreat quickly. Otherwise, it might get hurt." Upon hearing Xiaojiu's shout, Luo Cheng felt that something bad was about to happen, so he hurriedly called Garurumon back and returned it to its pokeball. Then, Luo Cheng saw a massive fireball engulfing the entire area. The huge fireball burned away even the poisonous miasma, let alone those Dark Knight cat demons. Just moments ago, when they had just entered the dim forest, Lin Chen had refrained from letting Xiaojiu use a wide area attack because they were surrounded by Dark Knight cat demons. After all, that would risk harming their companions, but now, Lin Chen no longer needed to worry about such things. A large area of heavenly fire directly executed all the Dark Knight cat demons. After the heavenly fire passed, the bodies of the Dark Knight cat demons were everywhere. Xiaojiu, however, ignored these corpses, feeling they were too dirty. Only the highly poisonous Dark Knight cat demon still sparked her appetite. So, without hesitation, Xiaojiu swallowed the highly poisonous Dark Knight cat demon whole. The onlookers couldn't help but show a complex and strange expression as they watched the beautiful and enchanting Xiaojiu devour the highly poisonous Dark Knight cat demon. Lin Chen could guess the thoughts of the crowd, and to accommodate their feelings, he quickly changed the subject, informing everyone about the appearance of the highly poisonous Dark Knight cat demon in the miasma. Soon, everyone's attention was focused on the highly poisonous Dark Knight cat demon that Xiaojiu had consumed. They were as astonished as Lin Chen, wondering how a highly poisonous Dark Knight cat demon had appeared here. Was it no longer difficult for Dark Knight cat demons to evolve? Luo Cheng then walked up to Lin Chen, patted him on the shoulder, and expressed his gratitude. "I have to thank you again. If you hadn't discovered that fire spirit in time, we might have ended up being roasted in the cattle and horse driver's carriage." The driver of the ox and horse just now was in full defense mode. If that huge fireball had really hit, everyone would have suffocated to death in the carriage. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately shook his head. "It wasn't me who discovered it, it was actually my humanoid spirit pet." Of course, Lin Chen was not lying. First, it was Ashan who gave the early warning, and then it was Xiaojiu. After all, Xiaojiu possessed the heavenly fire, an extraordinary existence, and was very sensitive to fire elements, so she sensed the danger before the opponent appeared. "Really? Impressive. I didn't expect your humanoid spirit pet to be so useful." Just as this was said, Luo Cheng suddenly started coughing. After he began to cough, the others also showed painful expressions. "What happened? Why am I in so much pain?" And Nana suddenly remembered something and hurriedly covered her throat in panic, saying, "Oh no, we're inside the poisonous miasma. We were so focused on fighting that we forgot we were in the poisonous miasma. Normal people will suffer like this if they inhale too much of it. Everyone, hurry and escape." After saying this, Nana summoned the somewhat weak ox and horse driver again, urging everyone to get on quickly. Then, the ox and horse driver hurriedly started moving forward. Meanwhile, Xiao Chang was still outside, following the ox and horse driver and keeping watch for everyone. On the way, apart from Lin Chen and his 3 humanoid spirit pets, everyone else had a purple complexion. Only Lin Chen and his 3 humanoid spirit pets were unaffected. Lin Chen and Xiao Chang were immune to all poisons, so the poisonous miasma was actually nourishing for them. As for Xiaojiu's heavenly fire, it could burn everything. The toxins from the miasma turned to ashes under the flames. As for Ashan, she simply had a good constitution, and the miasma had not reached a level that could poison her. However, the others were different. They were all ordinary people and had no way to resist the miasma. Moreover, having inhaled the miasma, they were all crowded in the carriage. The cramped environment made their poisoning even more uncomfortable. Luo Cheng quickly rummaged through his pockets and took out some detoxification potions to distribute to everyone. However, these detoxification potions were completely ineffective. Luo Chang couldn't help but be very surprised. Why aren't they working? We used this kind of potion last time we came here. And Nana thought for a moment and then speculated, maybe the concentration of the miasma has increased, or the composition of the miasma has changed. After all, the last time we encountered the Dark Night Cat Demon, there weren't as many, and there were no highly toxic Dark Night Cat Demons. At this point, Luo Chang also realized the key to the problem. The miasma here could nurture and evolve a highly toxic Dark Night Cat Demon, so it was not surprising that there were changes. Luo Chang anxiously muttered to himself, "What do we do now? All the detoxification potions are ineffective. How can we help everyone detoxify?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen thought for a moment and then gave Ashan a look. Ashan immediately understood and quickly took out some detoxification potions from the storage bag hanging at her waist. "You all try this detoxification potion. I believe my detoxification potion should be able to cure the poison in you." After hearing Ashan's words, Luo Chang was momentarily stunned and then looked deeply at Lin Chen. As the team leader, he had previously looked at Lin Chen's profile. He knew Lin Chen was an orphan, so he probably didn't have much money. Even Lin Chen managed to get through high school by working hard and saving money. The detoxification potion in front of them, however, was no ordinary item. Luo Chang immediately recognized that the detoxification potion handed to them by Ashan was a very precious high-grade detoxification potion. This was something only the children of prominent families could afford. Now, Lin Chen had suddenly produced so many high-grade detoxification potions. Moreover, he had placed them on his spirit pet and even prepared a storage bag for his spirit pet to keep them in. It seemed that Lin Chen didn't take this matter seriously at all. This completely caught Luo Chang off guard. Of course, it wasn't just Luo Chang. The other team members were also shocked by Lin Chen and Ashan. They were unfamiliar with Ashan and had never imagined that the bag at her waist was actually a spatial storage item, thinking it was just a regular decoration when she transformed into human form. Especially when they realized that the detoxification potion Ashan provided was indeed a high-grade one, their thoughts became even more complicated. Who exactly was Lin Chen? How could he be so extravagant? Giving his spirit pet storage equipment was one thing, but to entrust such valuable high-grade detoxification potions to his spirit pet for safekeeping was an act of immense wealth. They had no idea that Lin Chen truly didn't regard these high-grade detoxification potions as anything significant because he had no need for them. As someone who was immune to all poisons, using these high-grade detoxification potions would be a complete waste. In fact, these high-grade detoxification potions were all looted from Lu Chun. Since they were easy to obtain and not particularly useful to Lin Chen, he casually gave them to his spirit pets. Among them, Ashan and Chimera had the most high-grade detoxification potions stored. After all, Lin Chen and Xiao Chang were immune to poisons and had no fear of them. Xiao Jiao had the heavenly fire that burned everything, so he received fewer potions. Only Ashan and Chimera had much lower resistance to toxins. Originally, Lin Chen planned to wait for a suitable opportunity to sell these high-grade detoxification potions to a merchant for money, but he didn't expect to use them today. Subsequently, as the team leader, Luo Chang did not hesitate and directly took a high-grade detoxification potion from Ashan's hand and consumed it. In a life-and-death situation, Luo Chang wouldn't delve into the origins of the high-grade detoxification potion, especially since his team members were now poisoned. At this moment, he had to set an example. Otherwise, knowing that this high-grade detoxification potion could cure the poison, if Luo Chang refrained from taking it due to its origins and his team members hesitated to take the potion and ended up dying, he would clearly be letting down the team members who had always followed him. Moreover, Lin Chen was also one of his team members. Luo Chang believed in his team. After Lin Chen had repeatedly saved the team, Luo Chang had already recognized him as a trustworthy partner. If Lin Chen wanted to explain the origins of these high-grade detoxification potions, Luo Chang would listen attentively. If Lin Chen chose not to say anything, Luo Chang wouldn't pursue it either. Soon, when the others saw that their captain Luo Chang had already consumed the high-grade detoxification potion given by Ashan, they couldn't help but follow suit, taking a high-grade detoxification potion from Ashan's hand and consuming it as well. After giving out the high-grade detoxification potions, Ashan saw that she still had a lot left, so she also took one for herself. Although the poisonous miasma had not yet reached a level that could poison her, it still made her body feel somewhat uncomfortable. Just then, she took out a high-grade antidote, and Ashan also took a dose to alleviate the discomfort. Moments later, everyone couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. The poison in their bodies had finally been expelled. Truly worthy of being a high-grade antidote. It works really fast. Anna couldn't help but exclaim. She then looked at Lin Chen. I never expected you to have such a treasure. The implication in Anna's words was clear. She was subtly inquiring about the origin of these high-grade antidotes. Lin Chen did not hide it, smiling as he replied, "It's nothing. I just encountered a bunch of blind fools during an adventure, and after killing them, I looted their bodies." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Anna, however, boldly patted Lin Chen's shoulder in praise. "Ha ha ha. I love your personality of robbing and pillaging at the slightest disagreement." Lin Chen merely smiled at Anna's joke, not taking it too seriously. At that moment, the ox and horse driver finally left the range of the poisonous miasma. Subsequently, everyone hurriedly exited the driver's carriage. They breathed in the fresh air while checking their bodies for any other hidden dangers or injuries. After confirming that everyone's injuries were not serious, they finally relaxed. By this time, it was almost nightfall. Everyone sat down in place, preparing for dinner and a resting spot. However, this time, they did not light a bonfire. They simply sat together, illuminated by the moonlight, eating simple rations. After finishing their meal, Luo Chang looked at everyone. "We currently have a total of..." At this point, Luo Chang paused, glanced at Lin Chen and his humanoid spirit pets, and then continued speaking. "We currently have 9 team members. However, Lin Chen's humanoid spirit pets are quite special. So, for tonight's watch, we'll still rotate with 6 people. In pairs, Lin Chen, you and Anna will be one group." Luo Chang then continued to assign the watch rotations for the others. Lin Chen had no objections to Luo Chang's arrangement. After confirming his watch schedule, he began to rest. The others also had no objections to Luo Chang's plan. Their attitude made Lin Chen realize that the members of this expedition team had fully accepted him and his Beast Girl spirit pets. Not only Lin Chen, but his Beast Girl spirit pets were now regarded as part of the team by the expedition members. During this time, Lin Chen also took a moment to check the evolution progress of the Chimera. He found that it was almost fully evolved. This made Lin Chen very happy. He had always been worried about the Chimera's condition. After all, the Chimera was the most mysterious among all of Lin Chen's humanoid spirit pets. Her behavior was actually no different from that of a human. Aside from the Chimera's rabbit ears and the fluffy tail on her backside, she was essentially a quiet little girl. Then, Lin Chen noticed that Luo Chang was not resting. Instead, he had taken out a map and a pen, diligently writing and drawing. Feeling Lin Chen's gaze, Luo Chang looked up and smiled, saying, "Every time I go on an adventure, I have to record all the details so that it's easier to report back." Lin Chen nodded and continued to examine the map. This was the first time Lin Chen had looked at Luo Chang's map up close. At first, Lin Chen only thought that this map was quite detailed and of great value to adventurers. However, upon a closer and more careful look this time, Lin Chen discovered that this map recorded not only the monsters encountered in each location but also detailed the specific processes of each exploration, analyzing the potential minerals or hidden attributes of the monsters in the area. It even included records of changes at the same location during different times of the year, allowing one to determine the habits of each monster and whether they would migrate with the changing seasons. One could say this was an encyclopedia of exploration. Lin Chen couldn't help but praise Luo Chang. "Captain Luo, it would be a shame if you didn't become a teacher at a university." Upon hearing this, Luo Chang smiled with a simple-hearted expression and said, "I'm just a rough man. I can't handle such detailed work, but I can do my best to record what I've seen and heard. That way, when I'm not around, this can still help my team." Lin Chen, upon hearing this, said nothing. He admired Luo Chang's dedication and couldn't help but feel respect for him. Such a person shouldn't be buried here. However, Lin Chen also felt that perhaps it was only at the very bottom that someone as diligent as Luo Chang would appear. Lin Chen then lay back down and began to rest his eyes. Although it was still early, the sky had completely darkened in the dim forest. Lin Chen could only meditate to help him fall asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Anna wanted to come over and wake him. However, she was stopped by Xiao Chang. Anna, knowing what had happened earlier, didn't mind Xiao Chang's interruption too much. She just lowered her voice and said, "What? Are you going to keep watch with me tonight?" Unexpectedly, Lin Chen's voice suddenly rang out. "No need. You all rest. Tonight, I'll keep watch." Lin Chen stood up directly from Xiao Zhou's embrace and said. Lin Chen was not a pretentious person. On the contrary, he could endure hardship very well. He also knew that as long as he wanted to sleep, Xiao Chang and the others could easily take over his watch. However, Lin Chen felt that since they were all part of a team, he should fulfill his own responsibilities. Otherwise, over time, he would drift further away from the other team members. Lin Chen and Anna then sat facing each other on a large rock. The moonlight here was very bright, allowing them to observe the condition of each team member. Lin Chen thought of something and looked at Anna, asking with some confusion, "Logically, a fire source is very important at night in the wild. But Luo Chang said not to use fire in the dim forest. Did something happen before? After hearing Lin Chen's question, Anna couldn't help but sigh, then revealed a look of painful memories. If it weren't for our group, Captain Luo might have already gone to the headquarters. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately raised his eyebrows. Just as he thought, there was indeed a story behind this. Anna then glanced in Luo Cheng's direction, noticing that he had already fallen asleep, and began to recount the events that had happened back then. We have come to this dim forest 5 times now. Each time we enter, we make different discoveries. During our second visit to the dim forest, having the experience of the first time, we felt that this forest was nothing special, so we were quite relaxed along the way. Thus, on the first night of our entry, while setting up camp, we boldly chose to light a bonfire next to a small stream. Not only that, but we also hunted a few demon beasts as game for dinner. That night, while on night watch, nothing happened. However, who would have known that a group of demon beasts would come following the firelight? Moreover, this group of demon beasts was very cunning. They actually hid their bodies in the dark corners of the firelight. Human eyes have a strong adaptability. Once accustomed to the illumination of the fire source, they become less sensitive to things in the darkness. By the time we realized we were surrounded, it was already too late. That battle was extremely brutal. In our exploration team, there were a total of 20 people, but in the end, 11 of them died. Even our team leader, who was the branch leader of the Exploration Guild in the Magic City, sacrificed himself. Originally, our Exploration Guild was the top guild in the country. Among the guilds in the Magic City, it was also a top existence. Yet, due to this incident, it was downgraded. At this point, Anna seemed somewhat melancholic. Lin Chen could understand her feelings. So, he couldn't help but offer a symbolic comfort. Don't worry. With Captain Luo around, the Exploration Guild will soon return to being a first-class guild. At this point, Lin Chen suddenly changed the subject and continued to ask, did you manage to kill the demon beasts you encountered that time? Or do you know what kind of demon beasts they were? Upon hearing this, Anna nodded. They were A-rank, 4th-tier demon beasts, the vertical-mouthed night demons. Immediately, the basic information about the vertical-mouthed night demons appeared in Lin Chen's mind. The vertical-mouthed night demons are very powerful demon beasts in the darkness. After the sun sets, their speed, attack power, recovery ability, and senses are all more than double that of the daytime. Moreover, they have a strong phototropism, gathering in places with light sources, not out of preference, but to destroy everything that creates light. Their dream is to plunge the entire world into darkness. But they do not only rely on light sources to find their prey, they actually seek prey by heat. They determine the location of their prey based on its body temperature. They instill fear. Once an opponent falls into fear, it causes a strong debuff, even leading to a complete loss of combat awareness in front of the vertical-mouthed night demons, walking towards their own demise. They possess skills such as psychological intimidation, darkness descent, claw attacks, and biting. Lin Chen looked at the basic information of the vertical-mouthed night demons, and his expression became somewhat serious. A 4th-tier A-rank demon beast. No wonder there were such heavy casualties. Knowing the basic characteristics of the vertical-mouthed night demons, Lin Chen understood that he needed to be cautious, especially since these vertical-mouthed night demons could determine the specific location of their prey based on body temperature. It was akin to an infrared detector. If their team was unlucky enough, they might have already been targeted by the vertical-mouthed night demons. Thinking of this, Lin Chen suddenly realized something. He quickly looked behind Anna. There, a vertical crack had inexplicably appeared. Lin Chen hurriedly grabbed Anna and pulled her hard. Anna let out a startled cry. Hey! What are you doing? The next moment, she heard it crack. Immediately, a large vertical mouth bit down on the spot where Anna had just been sitting. Even the stone beneath Anna was crushed. At this moment, Anna had already seen what was behind her. That creature was a vertical-mouthed night demon. A true A-rank, 4th-tier demon beast. Then, the vertical-mouthed night demon let out a series of roars directed at Anna. Anna was about to react when she felt an evil force had already invaded her body. She was a first-hand witness to that incident, and the deaths of her teammates were still vivid in her memory. In that moment, a wave of fear washed over her mind. A voice echoed repeatedly in Anna's head. You worthless piece of trash, you could never defeat this monster in front of you. If it weren't for your burden, everyone might have escaped in the last battle. Just go die. Use your body to feed this demon, it might spare your companions. Because of the tormenting voice in her mind, Anna stood frozen in place as the vertical-mouthed night demon attacked again. Let it be. Dying might be more useful than living. As she watched the demon's mouth draw closer, Anna slowly closed her eyes, as if preparing to embrace her final fate. However, at that moment, Lin Chen pushed Anna away once more. "What are you doing? Get moving! Wake everyone up!" Upon hearing Lin Chen shout, Anna suddenly remembered something. That's right. The vertical mouth night demon never acted alone, it always led the beasts that submitted to it. So even if she died, she couldn't save any of her companions. Anna felt she truly deserved to die. How could she lose her composure at such a critical moment? She had been intimidated by the demon's psychological warfare. Once she cleared her mind, Anna quickly released the bullhorse driver. The bullhorse driver was a mechanical creation, and each appearance was accompanied by a loud noise. Upon hearing the sound of the bullhorse driver, the other teammates immediately stood up from the ground. Suddenly, several bull-headed beasts appeared around them. One of the red, savage bull-headed beasts charged towards a teammate with earth-shaking steps, crashing through countless sturdy trees along the way. Fortunately, that teammate was prepared and quickly dodged the bull-headed beast's attack. Meanwhile, another bull-headed warrior swung its two hooves directly at Luo Chang. At that moment, Garurumon appeared and attacked the bull-headed warrior, forcing it back with a single blow. Then, Lin Chen and the others finally saw the full figure of the vertical mouth night demon behind the bull-headed beast. It was a demon with wings growing from its back. However, it had no nose. Where its nose should have been was a mouth that grew vertically. Its teeth were serrated, and two nostrils were positioned on either side of its mouth. The sight was extremely eerie. Upon seeing the vertical mouth night demon, hatred instantly filled Luo Chang's eyes. At that moment, he thought of his old president and those fallen teammates. They had all died because of this detestable creature. And now, fate had brought them face to face once more. Everyone, gather around immediately. Find a way to break through. Luo Chang had previous experience fighting the vertical mouth night demon and knew that when it launched an attack, its minions would definitely be nearby, possibly already forming an encirclement. Therefore, after realizing this, Luo Chang's first choice was to break through. In this way, it can be ensured that their exploration team would not find themselves in a situation of being attacked from both sides. On the other side, Ashan had already charged ahead. She lunged directly at the vertical mouth night demon. The demon's green eyes merely flickered, and a very dangerous aura enveloped the entire area. He unleashed his mind terror once again. However, this time, the vertical mouth night demon miscalculated. Ashan was not affected by the mind terror at all. This left the demon confused. How could there be someone without psychological shadows? What he did not know was that Ashan, as a descendant of the natural bloodline, held only thoughts of closeness to nature in her heart. Due to her affinity for all things, Ashan felt no fear towards anything. In her eyes, there were only enemies and allies. Unfortunately, the vertical mouth night demon was the enemy. In an instant, the human and the demon were locked in combat. Meanwhile, a large number of minotaur beasts were gathering more and more. Although they moved slowly, their strength and defense were immense. Some of the minotaur beasts even wielded weapons and tools. This led to the members of the exploration guild on Luo Chang's side, just as he had feared, falling into a situation of being attacked from both sides. "Oh no! We can't get out!" someone exclaimed in panic. "Stay calm! Don't panic! Find a way to break through!" Luo Chang understood that they were already too late to break through, and the team was in crisis, likely facing annihilation. But as the captain, he still fulfilled his responsibilities, stabilizing the morale and directing the team to escape the peril. Just as everyone was in a state of panic, Xiao Jiao and Xiao Qing suddenly stepped forward. The two girls transformed, one into flames and the other exhaling toxic gas. They both possessed area of effect attack skills, which were very effective against the minotaur beasts that were clustered together and moving slowly. In just a moment, they turned the situation around. A large number of minotaur beasts were either burned by flames or poisoned and fell to the ground, quickly losing their combat effectiveness and nearing death. The people on this side then escaped the danger. Seeing that everyone was no longer in danger, Luo Chang quickly said, "Everyone hurry to help Lin Chen. The vertical mouth night demon is very difficult to deal with." As he spoke, Luo Chang looked towards Lin Chen's direction. To his surprise, he saw Ashan's crimson wolf eyes suddenly brighten. Then, Ashan's body grew taller and larger, the beast skin draped over her covering her entire body. Subsequently, Ashan transformed into a giant wolf over 3 meters tall. She let out a howl to the sky, raised one of her paws high, and directly slammed the vertical mouth night demon to the ground. The demon tried to struggle, but Ashan's paw was firmly pressed against him. Then, Ashan lowered her head, bit the demon's neck, and forcefully flung him into the air. The vertical mouth night demon flapped his wings twice, trying to stabilize himself. However, a gust of wind swept by, hitting the demon and causing him to immediately lose his balance. Subsequently, the vertical mouth night demon fell into Ashan's mouth as if he were under control. Ashan immediately bit down hard, tearing off the demon's 2 wings and swallowing them whole. After that, Ashan consumed the demon's body. The entire process was very swift, taking less than a minute. Once Ashan let out a satisfied burp, she transformed back into her human form, displaying a look of great contentment. Watching the entire process, Luo Chang and the others were somewhat numb. After all, it was truly shocking. After seeing the vertical mouth night demon being devoured by Ashan, the other bull-headed beastmen immediately scattered in all directions. Luo Chang did not expect them to escape the encirclement of the vertical mouth night demon and its subordinates so easily, and even kill the night demon, which made him feel a bit unreal. Looking at the chaotic battlefield, Luo Chang thought for a moment and finally asked Lin Chen, does your humanoid spirit pet eat people? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen looked at Ashan. At that moment, Ashan let out a big burp, and seeing Lin Chen's gaze, she understood and casually said, the flesh and blood of humans is not tasty. Moreover, there's no energy for me to absorb. Her implication was that eating people was not worth the effort. However, Ashan did not reveal the whole truth. The reason Ashan thought this way was that she was not an ordinary beast, so eating people was not worth the trouble. But for ordinary beasts, the flesh and blood of any animal, beast, spirit pet, or human was a rare prey. After burping several times, Ashan looked at Lin Chen and said, Master, I want to rest for a bit. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow upon hearing this and then asked, Are you going to evolve too? Ashan nodded in response. Hearing this news, Lin Chen immediately smiled with joy. After Ashan had consumed so much high-level beast flesh, she finally showed signs of evolution. However, in the dark forest, without Ashan's natural power to assist, the upcoming exploration would be quite strenuous. But compared to Ashan's evolution, that was hardly worth mentioning. Lin Chen then took out a pokeball and recalled Ashan into it. This also meant that the remaining team consisted of only 5 members of the Exploration Guild, along with Lin Chen, Xiaojiu, and Xiao Cheng. After the earlier ambush by the vertical mouth night demon and its beasts, everyone had lost the desire to continue sleeping. Naturally, they all gathered around, waiting for dawn. Anana then walked over, patted Lin Chen on the shoulder, and said, Thank you. If it weren't for you just now, I might have been eaten by that beast, the vertical mouth night demon. Lin Chen smiled at her words but did not respond. Not long after, the sky began to lighten. After everyone finished breakfast, they started moving forward. Luo Chang continued to take out the map and led the way. Lin Chen followed closely beside Luo Chang, listening to him explain and impart various outdoor survival and exploration knowledge. As they walked, they arrived at the base of a cliff. Luo Chang pointed at the cliff and said, Once we pass this cliff, we will enter the most dangerous area of this dark forest. Everyone must be careful, let's rest here for a bit. Lin Chen looked at the cliff and fell into deep thought. Because the surface of the cliff had been smoothed out by something, and some obscure and unclear characters were inscribed on it, Lin Chen looked at these characters and felt they were somewhat familiar. But for a moment, he couldn't recall where he had seen them before. Just then, Lin Chen's heart suddenly stirred. He quickly took out the pokeball and summoned Chimera from inside. Chimera was still wearing the training outfit Lin Chen had given her, with a Gatling water cannon resembling a machine gun slung over her shoulder, looking just like a violent female agent. Lin Chen then asked Chimera, Have you successfully evolved? Upon hearing this, Chimera nodded. Yes. Thank you for your care and concern, Master. I have finally evolved successfully. Following that, Lin Chen's mind was filled with Chimera's current basic information. Chimera, an SSS level 2nd tier demon beast, is the reincarnation of the mage god Chimera, and can simultaneously become the power of the mage god's descent. After evolving to the 2nd tier, it has gained new magical attributes, elemental magic amplification, and the ability to set up teleportation magic circles. Upon seeing the information about Chimera's evolution, Lin Chen was overjoyed. He never expected that after Chimera's evolution, there would be no changes in its physical form, but rather a deeper transformation in its control over magic and the types of magic it could wield. In other words, the Chimera at the 1st tier was merely a magic apprentice. Now, however, the Chimera had already become a qualified magician. Soon after, the system's voice echoed again. Because Chimera has evolved to the 2nd tier, the host receives a feedback boost, enhancing mental strength once more, unlocking basic elemental magic, and allowing the study of basic magic circle arrangements. In an instant, Lin Chen felt as if something had been unlocked in his mind. The illusory book slowly opened within his consciousness. The magical knowledge that Lin Chen had not yet had the chance to learn was now directly acquired, requiring no effort on his part. Moreover, he started at a mastery level. Lin Chen was even more ecstatic about this, as it completely compensated for his shortcomings in magic. Now, whenever he wished, he could cast basic elemental magic such as gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. As for the lightning magic he had used before, it had also seen further enhancement. However, what Lin Chen did not know was that lightning magic belonged to a higher level of elemental magic, requiring the next stage of evolution to learn. Yet, due to his talent, he had mastered it directly. If it were the ancient times, Lin Chen would likely have been dissected for research, as such comprehension was truly extraordinary. Lin Chen then looked at Chimera and asked curiously, "Why don't you have your own clothes after advancing to the second tier?" Because whether it was Xiaojiu, Ashan, or Xiao Chang, they all had their own outfits after reaching the second tier. Xiaojiu wore an ancient woman's cloak, which, although still vacuum inside, looked very fitting for her temperament from the outside. Ashan wore a wolfskin outfit, which would cover her body every time she transformed. Xiao Chang wore a green dress typical of ancient women, looking ethereal. Chimera smiled and said, "That's because I like wearing the clothes my master gave me." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but pinch Chimera's little nose. "Only you can talk." Chimera rubbed her nose, which had turned red from Lin Chen's pinch. "Master is too rough. Master is too strong." Lin Chen then affectionately patted Chimera's little head. She turned to look at the text on the stone wall, revealing a surprised expression. "What's wrong? Do you recognize it?" Lin Chen looked at Chimera in astonishment. Chimera nodded in response. "This is a very ancient custom. It records a sacrificial activity related to magic. However, this sacrificial activity has been eliminated throughout the long river of history." Lin Chen was somewhat puzzled upon hearing this. "Eliminated?" Chimera nodded again. As she spoke, she looked towards the end of the stone wall and found that nothing had changed there, or rather, it had been destroyed by someone. Chimera said flatly, "If I remember correctly, there should be a mural here." Luo Chang and the others then gathered around, listening to Chimera recount the content of the text on the stone wall. It turned out that in the early days of the new era, when demon beasts had just entered this world, they continuously used their abilities to encroach upon the living space of humans. Human technological civilization had completely turned into scrap metal. Thus, some humans discovered that they could resist demon beasts through other means. Among them, some learned magic. Among those who learned magic were the people recorded on this stone wall. They obtained miraculous powers through sacrificial rituals. Later, because each ritual required a human sacrifice, which was too cruel, they were eliminated by the forces of humanity itself. What is recorded here is the process of human sacrifice. Hiss. Luo Chang and the others couldn't help but gasp. "I really can't imagine what it would be like to use a living person for sacrifice." As he spoke, Luo Chang took out paper and pen, intending to record what this chimera had said. Unexpectedly, the chimera waved its hand, and a small fireball the size of a palm appeared. The little fireball bounced down to the base of the mountain wall, and then with a boom, it exploded, shattering the entire mountain wall into pieces. Luo Chang couldn't help but ask in surprise, "What are you doing?" "This is valuable data from the early new era." The chimera replied flatly, "Such evil magic does not deserve to exist in this world." Hearing the chimera's response, Luo Chang fell into deep thought and nodded after a moment. "You are right. If such power were to fall into the wrong hands, some unscrupulous individuals might take risks and bring disaster to the world." Saying this, Luo Chang put down his pen, no longer intending to record anything. It was better for the secrets here to vanish into thin air. After resting for a while, the group continued forward. Lin Chen suddenly noticed strange sounds ahead. He quickly stopped, and everyone stood ready. As a result, they saw two people running out in a panic from a distance, shouting loudly as they ran. "Help! Help!" The man was a high-level beast master, while the woman was a mid-level beast master. Seeing this, Luo Chang quickly prepared for battle. Then, they saw several night cat demons appear behind them, charging straight at the two. Luo Chang and Anna exchanged glances, feeling some confusion about the appearance of these two. Then, Luo Chang released his Garuramon. As soon as Garuramon appeared, it leaped over the man and woman, and after a few breaths, defeated the night cat demons. The man and woman sat on the ground, still shaken. They both turned to Luo Chang and said, "Thank you. Thank you." The woman had a beautiful complexion but gave off a very uncoordinated feeling due to her heavy makeup. The man, however, was clearly seriously injured. Luo Chang then stepped forward and asked the two, "Who are you? Why are you here?" The man, still a bit shaken, replied, "My name is Zhou Haiyang, and I am from the Falling Flower Guild in Magic City." He then looked at the woman beside him and said, "She is our temporary team member, named Li Jing. Not long ago, we accepted a task to go deep into the dark forest to collect some medicinal samples for our client. Who would have thought that just now, we first encountered a vertical mouth night demon, suffering heavy casualties. In the end, only the two of us managed to escape, and after barely saving our lives, we encountered the night cat demons. Upon hearing the name Falling Flower Guild, Luo Chang quickly examined the clothing of the two. When he noticed that Zhou Haiyang indeed had the Falling Flower Guild's insignia on him, Luo Chang's tense expression relaxed considerably. Of course, the most terrifying thing in the wild was not the monsters, but humans. Therefore, Luo Chang still kept some distance from the two. Then, Luo Chang asked, "So what do you plan to do now?" Zhou Haiyang sighed and said, "My spirit pet has already been eaten by the night cat demon. Whether I can walk out of the dark forest now is still an unknown." After hearing Zhou Haiyang's words, Luo Chang thought for a moment and said, "Our destination is the ruins deep within the dark forest. If you want, you can come with us." Zhou Haiyang, upon hearing this, thought carefully and replied, "I think I'll pass. The journey inside is just too dangerous." Zhou Haiyang's meaning was clear, he intended to give up on this mission. Luo Chang did not insist further but instead had the other team members take out some rations and healing potions to hand to Zhou Haiyang. "These rations should be enough for you to get out of this dark forest. I believe you know the way out." Zhou Haiyang nodded in response, then took the supplies and thanked them, saying, "Thank you." Luo Chang actually did not want to take them along. One reason was his lack of trust in them, and the other was that Zhou Haiyang had no spirit pet, making his combat ability almost zero. Even if they brought Zhou Haiyang along, he would just be a burden. Soon, the two groups planned to part ways. However, before Lin Chen and the others had taken a few steps, someone suddenly called out to them from behind. Luo Chang turned around and saw that it was a woman named Li Jing. Immediately, Li Jing pulled Zhou Haiyang and said, "Please take us with you." Upon hearing this, Luo Chang couldn't help but frown. Weren't they planning to leave on their own? Li Jing, looking a bit embarrassed, said, "I know you don't want to take me along, but we have no choice but to ask for your help. The dark forest is full of dangers. Zhou Haiyang's spirit pet is already dead, and my spirit pet is a bewildered bird." Saying this, Li Jing took out her pokeball and released a bird-type spirit pet. Lin Chen then learned the basic information about this bird-type spirit pet. Bewildered bird, C rank, second-tier demon beast, a very keen demon beast that can sense surrounding dangers to the maximum extent and has a strong sense of direction, useful for scouting in the wild. It has the skills, malicious perception, beginner, rocket headbutt, and compass. Li Jing continued, "My bewildered bird can help you find your way in this forest, especially when you enter unknown areas." Luo Chang and Anna exchanged glances, still a bit hesitant. As a result, when Li Jing saw that Luo Chang did not agree, she continued, "Isn't it a clause in the guild treaty that we should help each other when encountering distressed people in the wild? Do you really want to violate the guild treaty?" The so-called guild treaty was a set of regulations established by the official authorities to govern the guilds. It specifically stated that regardless of the situation, if one encounters someone in distress, no guild could stand by and do nothing, otherwise, they would be penalized. Hearing that the other party even brought up the guild treaty, Luo Chang, with no other choice, could only agree. Li Jing immediately bowed to Luo Chang, looking apologetic, and said, "Thank you. We have no choice, we are just trying to survive." At this moment, Lin Chen looked at the badge hanging on Li Jing's chest, which indicated her status as a mid-level beast master. However, Lin Chen felt a bit puzzled. He clearly sensed a strong mental power from Li Jing. Such mental power was not something a mid-level beast master could possess. The mental power of a beast master required long-term training. A beginner beast master could at most sign contracts with one or two first-tier demon beasts. Each time a beast master leveled up, their mental power would increase with their own training and the evolution of their spirit pets. A typical intermediate beast master can tame a second-tier spirit pet, along with one or two first-tier spirit pets. However, someone like Lin Chen, with his exceptionally strong mental power, cannot be explained by common logic. Yet, from the woman before him, Lin Chen sensed a tremendous mental force. Such mental power is something even a star-level beast master like Luo Chang does not possess. If Li Jing did not have a specialized method for cultivating mental power, one could only explain it by saying, Li Jing is a genius. After receiving Luo Chang's approval, Li Jing and Zhou Haiyang joined the team. Along the way, the two maintained a safe distance from everyone. Occasionally, Li Jing would run over to communicate a few words with the group. Her bewildered bird flew not far away, helping everyone observe their surroundings or find directions. The journey was relatively harmonious. Along the way, they encountered two groups of night cat demons, but they easily resolved both encounters. After that, they did not face any further dangers. However, Luo Chang's expression grew more serious. Seeing this, Lin Chen approached Luo Chang and curiously asked, "What's wrong?" Luo Chang frowned and replied, "Something's not right. Deep in the dark forest, there are many powerful 4th tier and even 5th tier demon beasts. This should be the most dangerous area, yet we haven't encountered a single formidable demon beast so far." After hearing this, Lin Chen fell into deep thought. Luo Chang continued, "This calm is very unusual. I have a feeling that something bigger is about to happen." Lin Chen understood that Luo Chang was making this judgment based on his years of adventure experience, and he became even more cautious. Just as the two finished speaking, Li Jing said, "Once we cross this mountain ahead, we will reach the ruins." Upon hearing Li Jing's words, Luo Chang's frown deepened. It was too smooth. Something unusual must be afoot. This was the message Lin Chen read from Luo Chang's expression. Nevertheless, Luo Chang led everyone forward. After turning a corner, they saw a strange building appear ahead. It was a dilapidated ancient castle. The structures inside had already collapsed. The entire castle was shrouded in a dark atmosphere. Upon closer inspection, strange plants were growing on the castle's floor. Seeing those plants, Luo Chang quickly said, "Found it. It's this kind of plant." One of the purposes of their expedition was to explore this castle and investigate its origins, as well as why its former owner had mysteriously disappeared. The second purpose was to collect samples of these plants to take back for research. Anana quickly took out the prepared sealed bags and sampling tools, put on gloves, and began to collect the plants. To Lin Chen's surprise, Li Jing was doing the same thing. However, Li Jing was not wearing gloves. Seeing this, Luo Chang kindly reminded her, "You should wear sterile gloves. If these plants are toxic, it won't be worth the risk." Li Jing paused for a moment, then quickly smiled sheepishly, "Sorry. I'm not a professional. I didn't prepare gloves before setting out." Upon hearing this, Anana shook her head, then took out a pair of gloves from her pocket and handed them to Li Jing. After receiving the gloves, Li Jing quickly thanked her. Just then, a scream suddenly rang out from behind the group. Lin Chen turned his head at the sound and saw Zhou Haiyang pierced through the body by a spear. Behind him stood a tall bull-headed demon beast. The bull-headed demon beast emitted a snorting sound from its nostrils. It forcefully threw Zhou Haiyang forward. Zhou Haiyang's body then fell heavily at Li Jing's feet. At this moment, Zhou Haiyang was surprisingly still alive. A faint gasp escaped from the corner of his mouth. Li Jing quickly crouched down, her face filled with concern as she asked, "Haiyang, brother Haiyang, how are you? Are you okay?" Then, in a panic, Li Jing called out for help to Luo Chang and the others. "You all hurry and save brother Haiyang. He's about to die." Lin Chen, as the inheritor of natural power, although lacking the bloodline of the nature god, was very sensitive to the feeling of life force. He had just used his mental power to scan and discovered that Zhou Haiyang was actually not in any life-threatening danger. As long as Zhou Haiyang was not harmed further, he should be fine. However, what surprised Lin Chen was that during his mental scan, he found that there were actually more than a dozen faint life forces hidden within the ruins. At first, Lin Chen thought they were some hidden demon beasts, but upon closer inspection, he realized these life forces were very weak. It was as if these life forces would completely dissipate with just a gust of strong wind. Lin Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows, pondering the reason behind it. At that moment, several bull-headed demon beasts appeared from around. Lin Chen roughly counted the number of these bull-headed demon beasts, estimating there were about 70 or 80. The bull-headed demon beasts were different from other demon beasts. They had a strong ability to mimic, but unlike curious gorillas, they did not adopt human imitation as their survival method and instinct. Ordinary bull-headed demon beasts could use tools or weapons to hunt, while powerful ones could even use magic. However, this was not their survival instinct. Generally speaking, bull-headed demon beasts learned these skills as if someone was teaching them from behind. Just like the bull-headed demon beasts attacking Lin Chen's exploration team now, their methods of attack were varied. They raised their stone axes, spears, and even bows and arrows high, charging recklessly towards Luo Chang and the others. Seeing this, Luo Chang immediately shouted to everyone in the exploration team, "Everyone, find cover right now. We must ensure we won't be attacked from both sides." Faced with so many bull-headed demon beasts, breaking through was a very difficult task, so Luo Chang quickly made the judgment to engage in a defensive battle. Anana quickly summoned her bull horse driver. As a C-rank 3rd-tier demon beast, the bull horse driver could only transform into a fortress when facing so many demon beasts of the same level. The other team members saw the fortress and immediately, without hesitation, took cover behind it with Luo Chang and Anana. The entire process was swift, giving a sense of being well-trained. Lin Chen could see that even though these team members had not experienced too many such dangers, they had at least practiced multiple times. The Garaloo beast stood at the thinnest part of the fortress. The other members' spirit pets also found their advantageous positions. At this moment, Lin Chen realized that the spirit pets left by Luo Chang were all capable of long-range attacks. It seemed that from the very beginning, Luo Chang had prepared a contingency battle plan. That was, once surrounded, they could use the Bullhorse Driver's fortress transformation ability to engage in a defensive battle. Now, the Bullhorse Driver had become the strongest wall. The others and their spirit pets were like snipers within the fortress, simultaneously launching their skills in all directions. Behind them was the expansive ruins. At this moment, Li Jing was holding Zhou Haiyang, desperately moving towards the fortress. "Help! Don't leave us behind!" Seeing Li Jing like this, Luo Chang had no choice but to retreat from the fortress. Then, Luo Chang ran towards Li Jing, wanting to help her drag Zhou Haiyang over. At that moment, two Minotaur beasts had just set their sights on Luo Chang. They simultaneously launched their rocket headbutt at him. The boom 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 of their footsteps shook the ground as if an earthquake were occurring. Luo Chang shouted, "Oh no! How could he be targeted at this moment?" In Luo Chang's impression, the Minotaur beasts did not react this quickly. Just then, a burst of intense flames flashed by. Little Geo darted past and directly stood in front of the two Minotaur warriors. Without hesitation, Little Geo used heavenly fire to burn the two Minotaur beasts to ashes. Luo Chang couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and thanked Lin Chen, who was rushing over. "Thanks. You should hurry into the fortress. It's better to fight these beasts in a defensive position." Lin Chen nodded in response. "Okay. You go back first, I'll cover you." After saying this, Lin Chen looked around warily and did not move directly towards the fortress. Instead, he maintained a safe distance from Luo Chang. As long as Luo Chang was threatened, Lin Chen could react immediately. Luo Chang quickly understood Lin Chen's intention and nodded gratefully. Although they had faced several waves of attacks along the way, they had all been resolved by Lin Chen. Thus, Luo Chang finally brought Li Jing and Zhou Haiyang into the fortress. Just then, a large number of Minotaur beasts suddenly charged towards Lin Chen, as if they were determined to keep him behind. Seeing this, Luo Chang couldn't help but shout, "Lin Chen, be careful!" Immediately, Luo Chang directed his team to provide fire support for Lin Chen. However, behind them, a chilling presence suddenly appeared. A blue demon with bat wings emerged. Luo Chang wanted to react, but his Garuru beast had already been sent out to rescue Lin Chen. The other team members' spirit pets had not yet reacted and were intimidated by the psychological terror of the vertical mouth night demon. They felt fear facing the ugly creature. Even the Bullhorse Driver couldn't maintain its own state under the opponent's skill. In an instant, the Bullhorse Driver transformed back into its original form and began to flee in panic, wanting to escape from there. Seeing this scene, Li Jing suddenly revealed a charming smile. "I really didn't expect you to hold on for so long. Fortunately, I was prepared, otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to kill you." Li Jing then looked at Luo Chang and the others, her tone icy. Luo Chang, upon hearing this, looked at Li Jing in disbelief. Then, Zhou Haiyang surprisingly got up from the ground. "Didn't expect it, right? This was all part of our plan." Zhou Haiyang sneered at Luo Chang. "You ungrateful wretches, what exactly is your goal?" Luo Chang shouted angrily. Zhou Haiyang replied mockingly, "Do you want to know our goal? Don't worry. You'll find out soon." After saying this, Zhou Haiyang looked at Li Jing. "Make your move." Li Jing nodded in response. The vertical mouth night demon activated its psychological terror skill again. However, this time, the negative effect shifted from intimidation to deterrence. The five of them suddenly felt dizzy, and then they collapsed to the ground, unable to move. Following that, with a gust of wind, strange flames inexplicably rose above the ruins behind them. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that those flames were actually torches being held up, and those holding the torches were all bull-headed beastmen. They followed Zhou Haiyang and Li Jing as if they were the two servants. At the same time, some bull-headed beastmen were also carrying several beast tamers who had been kidnapped. Zhou Haiyang then looked at Lin Chen. "Once we deal with him, our sacrifices should be enough." Upon hearing this, Luo Chang looked at Zhou Haiyang in disbelief. "Sacrifices? Are you planning to?" Meanwhile, on the other side, the vertical mouth night demon, having subdued the five of them, charged towards Lin Chen, who was still outside the fortress. This vertical mouth night demon looked completely different from the one Lin Chen had encountered before. Its gaze was more ferocious and greedy, resembling that of a ruthless human. Although Luo Chang was on the ground and unable to move, he still had the strength to speak. He immediately shouted anxiously at Lin Chen, "Lin Chen, run! These people have been plotting for a long time." At the same time, many dark night cat demons appeared in the trees around the ruins. After they appeared, they all obediently gathered around Li Jing and Zhou Haiyang. Clearly, they all followed the orders of Li Jing and Zhou Haiyang without exception. When Lin Chen saw this scene, he did not panic, he merely smiled slightly. Have they finally revealed their true colors? Saying this, Lin Chen looked at the three girls beside him. Ladies, go all out. Xiao Qing gracefully bowed to Lin Chen. Yes, master. Xiao Jiu playfully said, okay, master. But do you really not need me to protect you? Only Chimera remained silent, but she was already eager to try, her eyes shining as she stared at the Dark Knight cat demons. Then, Chimera snapped her fingers. Suddenly, a small fireball appeared out of thin air beside her. The little fireball had a pair of eyes and brows that looked both human and beast-like, making it extremely cute. However, its gaze was very fierce. Seeing a Dark Knight cat demon leap over from a distance, it immediately let out a sound that was not human-like from its throat. Then, the little fireball, looking even more like a wildcat than the Dark Knight cat demon, pounced towards it in a frenzy. The two collided, and with a poof, they both turned into burning flames. Seeing the Dark Knight cat demon instantly reduced to ashes, Chimera snapped her fingers again. Then, at her feet, a small snowman appeared out of thin air. The snowman was only the size of a palm, resembling a small figurine on a tabletop. The little snowman opened its mouth and began to bounce around on the ground, making ee-ee sounds. Although it seemed to be bouncing aimlessly, it was gradually getting closer to a bull-headed beastman. The bull-headed beastman, seeing this weak little thing, impatiently lifted its foot and stomped down on the snowman. Originally, the bull-headed beastman intended to squash the snowman flat. However, just as its foot came down, the snowman immediately emitted an extremely cold aura, freezing the bull-headed beastman's foot in place. Startled by the bone-chilling cold, the bull-headed beastman quickly stepped back a few paces. It glanced at its feet, relieved that it was merely frostbite and nothing serious, and thought about continuing its attack. However, just as it lifted its head, it was horrified to see a swarm of little snowmen charging towards it. Instantly, it let out a terrified scream. As soon as it made contact with a snowman, the area around it would freeze. In the blink of an eye, the bull-headed beast had turned into an ice sculpture. Then, with a crack, the ice sculpture shattered into crystals. Witnessing this, Zhou Haiyang couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "Damn! What's up with those three women? Why do they have magic?" At that moment, the flames transformed by Xiao Jiu were weaving through the bull-headed beasts. Xiao Qing moved gracefully, and wherever she passed, a deadly poison mist appeared. The toxicity of this mist was far greater than that found in the dark, dense forest. Even the night cat demon, known for its strong adaptability, would die instantly upon contact. Seeing this, Zhou Haiyang seemed to realize something and angrily pointed at Lin Chen, shouting, They are your spirit pets? Human-shaped spirit pets? You are Lin Chen." Zhou Haiyang had certainly heard of Lin Chen's great name, but he had always looked down on him, believing that Lin Chen's reputation was merely inflated by the media in the Magic City. After all, such things had happened before. There was once a student from a low-tier school who, in a national competition, ranked 12th and competed alongside top students from various universities. This incident even attracted the attention of high-ranking officials in the Dragon Kingdom, and even a god-level beast master broke protocol to take that student as a disciple. However, after some investigation, it was discovered that the student was merely a product of hype. The competition organizers had used that student to gain fame, and the student had also profited from it. But in the end, they never expected that even the official channels could be fooled, noticing the student and promoting him for free. This led to the situation escalating until it was finally exposed. Therefore, Zhou Haiyang initially did not pay much attention to Lin Chen. The same went for Li Jing. In the short time since they joined the exploration team, although they had heard Lin Chen's name, they hadn't thought much of it. Moreover, even if they knew Lin Chen was the one promoted by the Magic City media, they wouldn't have thought his strength was anything remarkable. They still believed his abilities were just media hype. It was only after witnessing Lin Chen's human-shaped spirit pets that they realized how narrow-minded they had been. Lin Chen looked at the three girls and helplessly said, "Alright, stop playing around. Let's finish this quickly." Chimera was the first to respond. "Okay, master." Chimera then took the Gatling water cannon from her back. After that, she infused her spiritual power into the Gatling water cannon. Snowman magic, fire, bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots echoed in the area. What was fired from the Gatling water cannon was not bullets, but little snowmen transformed by magic. All the beasts hit by the Gatling water cannon turned into ice sculptures. A defensive battle had turned into a tower defense game. The beasts charged forward one after another, only to fall in succession. This scene made Zhou Haiyang's scalp tingle. Vertical Mouth Night Demon, go! The vertical mouth night demon then flapped its wings, carrying its clumsy body into the sky. Suddenly, its entire body changed from deep blue to black. Then, the vertical mouth night demon unleashed its strongest skill. Darkness descends. In an instant, the sky transformed from noon to deep night. The sun turned into the moon. It's the darkness descending. This is the vertical mouth night demon's strongest skill, capable of elevating it to the 5th tier in a short time. Lin Chen, run! This is an A-level demon beast at the 5th tier. Its combat power is unimaginable. Luo Chang was taken aback by the sight. However, Lin Chen seemed unfazed by the warning. He then looked at the vertical mouth night demon soaring in the sky and couldn't help but smirk. Master, can I take care of this guy? At that moment, Chimera surprisingly spoke up to Lin Chen and made a request. Oh, Master, I just evolved successfully and haven't had a proper chance to showcase my abilities. Hearing Chimera's words, Lin Chen nodded and directly agreed to her request. Go ahead. Keep an eye on the time. Don't play around for too long. After Lin Chen's words, Zhou Haiyang's anger intensified. Lin Chen, it seems you look down on the abilities of a 5th-tier demon beast. Let me tell you, I've seen many young people like you. They all ended up dying a miserable death. Lin Chen did not respond to Zhou Haiyang's words. At this moment, all his attention was on Chimera. He was carefully observing her, wanting to know what changes her abilities had undergone after evolution. Then, Lin Chen saw Chimera raise the Gatling water cannon high and pull the trigger. What a live target! Chimera coldly remarked, then aimed at the vertical mouth night demon and pulled the trigger. This time, what shot out from the gun was not a snowman, but fireballs. The fireballs flew directly toward the vertical mouth night demon. Before the demon could react, it was already hit by the fireballs. Bang! 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 One spark after another exploded on the vertical mouth night demon. The demon couldn't even resist against Chimera's fireball attacks. This scene left the onlookers in shock. Wow! Chimera then called out loudly, seemingly intoxicated by the firepower suppression, very pleased, and continued to attack the vertical mouth night demon. This is so exhilarating. After Chimera had no idea how many fireballs she had shot out, with another massive explosion, the vertical mouth night demon turned to ashes. Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the sight of Chimera in battle. This girl didn't evolve into a violent loli, did she? Shooting without a word? Meanwhile, Zhou Haiyang was left dumbfounded. His 5th-tier demon beast was unexpectedly taken down in one wave by Chimera. Zhou Haiyang looked at Lin Chen in terror. How can she be so strong? Are humanoid spirit pets this powerful? Luo Chang was also very shocked after witnessing this. However, recalling the strength Lin Chen's humanoid spirit pet had shown earlier, Luo Chang couldn't help but smile in relief. I see. No wonder this guy was completely unconcerned just now. He was truly fearless. Yeah, it seems the world will belong to the young from now on. Anna echoed Luo Chang's sentiment. Captain, you've picked up a treasure. Yes. With Lin Chen around, our branch might really be able to regain its rating. I didn't expect this newcomer Lin Chen to be the true backbone of our guild. The other team members also chimed in, feeling the same way. With the death of the vertical mouth night demon, the intimidation effect on them completely vanished, allowing them to move freely. However, their bodies were still very weak. Therefore, they could only escape as far as possible from Zhou Haiyang and Li Jing. Without the hostages to restrain them, and with Lin Chen's terrifyingly powerful humanoid spirit pet, the situation began to tilt in favor of Lin Chen and his group. Zhou Haiyang quickly looked at Li Jing, asking how they should respond now. Do you have any other methods? If not, we might have to activate that early. Li Jing thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Alright, for now, we can only do this. If we activate that, with our combined strength, we can definitely handle this group. Yes, we must not let them take our secret out. After saying this, Zhou Haiyang ordered the bull-headed beast to throw the living people they had captured onto the ground. He then instructed the nearby bull-headed beasts to gather around him, forming a circle. Subsequently, Zhou Haiyang began to dance like a shaman, chanting incantations. At the same time, the spot where Zhou Haiyang danced was illuminated by a strange, rule-defying light. Those lights seemed to form a magical array. Upon seeing this, Luo Chang suddenly realized something and shouted, "Oh no! He's going to perform a live sacrifice." Chimera also recognized the other party's intention and immediately turned the gun towards Zhou Haiyang. Zhou Haiyang had anticipated this. He had ordered the bull-headed beasts to form a circle around him precisely to use them as meat shields to block the attacks. Once I complete the ritual, you will all die. Ah! Zhou Haiyang sneered at Lin Chen and the others. However, before Zhou Haiyang could finish his words, he let out a scream. At that moment, he was pierced directly through the heart by a dagger stained with bright red blood. Li Jing stood behind Zhou Haiyang, wearing a wicked smile as she looked at him. I'm sorry, Brother Haiyang, thank you for helping me complete the ritual. The sudden change in this moment left everyone present stunned. Then, a burst of bloodlight suddenly illuminated the magical array. When the bloodlight dissipated, all living beings around the array vanished, including Li Jing. Where did everyone go? Lin Chen and the others were very surprised. Suddenly, Luo Cheng pointed to the sky and shouted, "Over there." They saw a woman with wings floating in the air. From her appearance, it was Li Jing. At this moment, her body was enveloped in blood energy. Two bat-like wings were flapping behind her, and she had two goat horns on her head, with flames filled with an evil aura burning atop them. "I did it! I did it! I really gained the power of the divine." Li Jing then howled to the sky. Lin Chen looked at Li Jing with a serious expression, his brows furrowed. He realized that Li Jing's information did not appear in his mind. Warning! Warning! This creature's information has not been unlocked. This surprised Lin Chen. Could there still be hidden content in the Beast Encyclopedia that was not unlocked? However, Lin Chen had no time to think about that now. Li Jing was already flying towards them. However, Luo Chang and the others had almost no combat capability at this point. Of course, Lin Chen did not plan to rely on them for battle. He then looked at Chimera. Chimera immediately understood. She stowed her Gatling water cannon, then waved her hands, and the power of the elements began to coalesce instantly. Soon, the weeds on the ground started to grow wildly, dragging Luo Chang and the others away from the battlefield. Only by ensuring the safety of others could Lin Chen fight with all his might. At that moment, Li Jing had already arrived in front of Lin Chen. She was not a fool, nor was she a mindless beast. She knew very well that the simplest way to deal with a powerful spirit pet was to kill its master. Once the beast master died, all spirit pets would follow suit. Therefore, Li Jing chose to attack Lin Chen directly. With her current abilities, no beast master could stop her. "Die for me!" Li Jing opened her mouth wide and shouted at Lin Chen. Skill, Soul Tier. A howl echoed out. Even Luo Chang and the others, who were already at the edge of the battlefield, were shaken to the point of agony by that howl. However, Lin Chen remained unfazed as he looked at Li Jing. "Are you stunned? Then I'll send you to meet the King of Hell." Li Jing did not expect Lin Chen to be immune to her attack, and she immediately extended a claw, aiming directly at Lin Chen. At that moment, Lin Chen's 3 humanoid spirit pets had been held back by other beasts and could not come to his aid. Li Jing was waiting for this opportunity to kill Lin Chen alone, which was why she approached him to strike. After seeing Li Jing's triumphant expression, Lin Chen revealed a mocking smile. With his mental strength, no matter how loud Li Jing's voice was, it couldn't harm him in the slightest. Li Jing instinctively felt something was wrong, but with Lin Chen's head so close, she couldn't back down. Her outstretched claw continued to attack Lin Chen. "You're about to die, yet still trying to bluff. Accept your death." Ice Wall. Just as Li Jing's claw reached Lin Chen, he looked at her calmly and coldly spoke. Then, Li Jing saw a thick ice wall appear in front of Lin Chen. With a loud bang, the ice wall sent Li Jing flying. Next, Lin Chen and Chimera snapped their fingers simultaneously. Instantly, the ground beneath Li Jing transformed into lava. The lava was so hot that Li Jing screamed in pain, and it melted one of her feet. Li Jing couldn't help but let out a painful wail, relying on her wings to fly away from the spot. After that, Li Jing saw Lin Chen still holding the gesture of snapping his fingers, as if a spell had yet to be cast. However, Lin Chen smiled and said to Li Jing, "I'm sorry. This time it's not magic, but..." Lin Chen elongated the last word. Heavenly Fire, Ignite. A strange power gathered in the area where Li Jing was. This was a skill bestowed upon Lin Chen by Xiaojiu, but because Lin Chen took too long to activate this skill, he rarely used it. In this battle, Lin Chen had predicted the opponent's movements early on, released the skill in this area ahead of time, and set up a magic array. As a result, Li Jing really did step into the area Lin Chen had anticipated, entering his encirclement. Immediately, Lin Chen activated the magic array, sealing Li Jing within that area, and then ignited the heavenly fire. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Li Jing instinctively wanted to dodge. But it was already too late. She realized she couldn't fly out of this area at all, as if she were trapped by Lin Chen. "Let me out! Let me out!" Li Jing frantically crashed back and forth in that area, but she couldn't break through the invisible barrier. At that moment, Li Jing finally realized she was truly on the brink of death. "Let me out! I have an important secret to tell you. Just spare me, give me a way out," Li Jing begged frantically. However, Lin Chen did not listen to her at all. For a woman as venomous as Li Jing, especially one who betrayed her own companions, Lin Chen would never show mercy. "Goodbye." Boom! The energy of the heavenly fire then gathered together and suddenly exploded in the small area where Li Jing was located. In an instant, there was no trace of Li Jing left in the sky. Everything about her had been erased by Lin Chen. Seeing Li Jing completely killed by Lin Chen, the bull-headed beastmen and the night cat demons that had surrounded them seemed to awaken and scatter in all directions. They were like ancient foot soldiers who had lost their general. Lin Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. He then approached Luo Chang and the others, only to find that they had fainted due to the shock. There is no danger to their lives. However, for a period of time in the future, they are likely to have some after effects because of this, Chimera said after descending from the sky. Lin Chen nodded upon hearing this. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly realized that Chimera understood medicine. It seemed that Chimera knew what Lin Chen was curious about, and then smiled as she said, ancient magicians need to learn many things, such as biology, chemistry, medicine, physics, mathematics. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen quickly interrupted. Stop. 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 Learning so many things, are you going to take a graduate exam? Chimera stifled a laugh and stopped talking. Lin Chen had Chimera's magical inheritance in his hands, so he understood the importance of this foundational knowledge. However, an external aid is just an external aid. Chimera's inheritance merely distilled all the key points, allowing Lin Chen to save on his own learning costs to the maximum extent. But if he were to study carefully, Lin Chen clearly needed to delve deeply into each of the things Chimera had just mentioned. Lin Chen then took out a bottle of special smelling salts from his storage bag. It was a high-grade potion specifically for treating mental trauma caused by demon beasts. He then crouched down and let each member of the Exploration Guild smell it. Soon, they all opened their eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, Luo Chang immediately rolled over and crawled up. Then, Luo Chang cautiously observed his surroundings, and after realizing that there were no enemies in sight, he carefully looked at Lin Chen, the only one still standing. You are Lin Chen? Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement. However, just as Lin Chen was about to walk up to Luo Chang quickly kept his distance and asked with a serious expression, when did you join the Exploration Guild? Hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. This is an old hand, always remaining vigilant after encountering a situation. However, Lin Chen was not angry about this. After all, such a captain was undoubtedly a very trustworthy leader. Lin Chen then smiled and replied, you still have a little helicopter, an auxiliary spirit pet. Lin Chen did not answer Luo Chang's question but instead pointed out a spirit pet that Luo Chang had not yet revealed to indicate his identity. Upon hearing this, Luo Chang finally breathed a sigh of relief. The continuous battles had left him somewhat exhausted. Of course, Luo Chang's main issue was the severe mental trauma. Continuous psychological intimidation and a complete soul-tearing had taken a toll. Even a battle-hardened man like Luo Chang found it hard to cope. Once everyone had finished resting and could move normally, Luo Chang announced to continue exploring and complete the mission. Due to the previous battle between Lin Chen and Li Jing, all the monsters in this area had scattered and fled, making the next actions of the group quite safe. This couldn't help but make Luo Chang sigh. This adventure is more dangerous than any before, but it's also smoother than any before. Anana then boldly patted Lin Chen on the shoulder and said, isn't it thanks to Lin Chen that we turned danger into safety? Otherwise, our lives would have been lost several times already. Luo Chang laughed in agreement. That's right. Once we get back, I'll be sure to inform the president right away and commend Lin Chen. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel curious about who this president was. The person had so many capable subordinates and was connected to the authorities, clearly not an ordinary individual. At that moment, Anana curiously asked, by the way, Lin Chen, do you know what Li Jing actually did? How did she suddenly become so terrifying? Hearing this, everyone became curious, and their gazes immediately focused on Lin Chen. Lin Chen wasn't very clear about it, so he looked at Chimera. Seeing Lin Chen's gaze, Chimera understood and immediately spoke up, drawing everyone's attention to her. Chimera smiled and said, that's an ancient sacrificial method, where offerings are made to corresponding mysterious entities, some of whom are benevolent supernatural beings. There are also strange evil spirits, and some are deities that have existed for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. As for the one Li Jing sacrificed, I feel like. Chimera didn't finish her sentence at once but thought for a moment before saying, this is just my guess and may not be accurate, but I feel like the one Li Jing sacrificed is a powerful monster. A monster? Ha ha ha. Miss Chimera, you really know how to tell jokes. If monsters were really that strong, able to grant power to humans, then wouldn't we humans have been wiped out long ago? You can't deny it, Miss Chimera really has a knack for humor. I also think it's unlikely. The other team members clearly did not agree with Chimera's explanation. Upon hearing this, Chimera didn't continue to explain but smiled and returned to Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen then rubbed Chimera's little head and smiled. Alright, let's take a break and continue with the mission. Lin Chen understood that Chimera wasn't joking. He had fought with Li Jing and knew that the skills she displayed were simply an enhanced version of the vertical mouth night demon. Saying that Li Jing was a monster even more powerful than the vertical mouth night demon was completely accurate. In other words, there might really be monsters in this world that exist like deities. With this topic discussed and no answers found, the group continued on their way. Luo Chang remained at the front, leading the exploration. They reached the depths of the ruins, and along the way, whenever they encountered flowers and plants, Luo Chang would carefully pick them with specially made gloves and place them in sealed bags, preparing to take them back for research. As for the vegetation that couldn't be taken, he would take photos first, then collect some leaves, roots, and other materials, preserving them to take back for study. Not only that, but Luo Chang also recorded and extracted information about the surrounding environment and soil to some extent. This made Lin Chen feel the gap between him and the professionals. If it were him, he might have just fought his way through and returned directly after passing through, at most recording what he saw and heard along the way. As they walked, Luo Chang suddenly stopped. The others followed his gaze and looked ahead. They discovered a vast square had appeared, and in the center of the square was a lake. The lake was clear and transparent, as if it were a pure land amidst the world. It formed a stark contrast with the surrounding ruins. Just as Luo Chang was about to approach the lake for a closer look, he was stopped by Chimera. "Miss Chimera, is there a problem ahead?" Chimera looked at the lake with a serious expression and said earnestly, "It's very dangerous ahead." Xiao Jiao and Xiao Chang also looked tense as they gazed at the lake. The others, seeing the expressions of the three women, felt something was off. After thinking for a moment, Luo Chang took out his camera and snapped several photos before saying to everyone, "Let's go." However, just as they turned around, they heard a sound coming from the lake behind them. The lake, which had been as calm as a mirror, began to ripple for some unknown reason. Seeing this, Chimera immediately shouted, "Run!" Luo Chang and the others were experienced veterans. They understood the importance of heeding others' advice during action, especially a sudden warning from a powerful spirit pet like Chimera. Plus, they had sensed something was amiss earlier. Without hesitation, they quickly accelerated to leave. Anan summoned her ox horse driver and immediately switched it to the fastest racing mode. Luo Chang and the others hurriedly jumped into the back of the carriage, and Lin Chen did not hesitate either. Without Ashen, Lin Chen was not as fast as the ox horse driver. Chimera could fly. Xiao Cheng sat beside Lin Chen, while Xiao Jiao stood atop the carriage. At that moment, they looked back and were horrified by what they saw. Numerous tentacle-like things emerged from the lake, desperately chasing after Lin Chen's exploration team. Soon, those tentacles were closing in on them. Lin Chen shouted, "Xiao Jiao." Upon hearing this, Xiao Jiao responded with a "hey," indicating she had received the command. Then, she lightly spread her hand, and heavenly fire shot from her fingertips, heading straight for the tentacles. At that moment, Lin Chen realized that those tentacles were actually tree roots. As soon as the roots came into contact with the heavenly fire, they exploded with a loud bang. Fire is inherently strong against wood. No matter how powerful those roots were, they were no match for the heavenly fire. Even a small spark could ignite a vast blaze. With a loud boom, a large number of roots were set ablaze. From the center of the lake came a sound that made one's teeth ache, as if it were a scream or a roar of anger. Then, they saw the roots near the lake break apart, preventing the heavenly fire from spreading to the water. Seeing the remaining roots still burning, Lin Chen exchanged a glance with Xiao Jiao. The two had a tacit understanding, and Xiao Jiao immediately understood Lin Chen's intention. With a forceful wave of her hand, the heavenly fire dispersed. Then, Chimera flew over, picked up some roots that had not been completely burned, and flew back. Following that, Chimera quickly left with the ox horse driver. Lin Chen took the roots from Chimera's hands, examined them closely, but could not discern anything, and then handed the roots to Luo Chang. "Captain Luo, take a look at these tree roots and see if they have any research value. I think the monster in that lake must be something extraordinary." Luo Chang nodded, then took the tree root from Lin Chen's hand and began to examine it closely. After a while, Luo Chang pulled out a very exquisite short knife. When Lin Chen saw the knife, he knew it was not an ordinary item. It was likely specially crafted equipment. Luo Chang used the knife to cut forcefully at the tree root. However, the tree root remained intact, not even a scratch appeared. Seeing this, Luo Chang quickly made a note in his small notebook. Then, he took out a lighter and began to burn it for a long time. Yet, even though the lighter was heating up, the tree root remained unharmed. Luo Chang thought for a moment and said, "Lin Chen, the research value of this tree root is immense. Even the special knife made from a second-tier demon beast couldn't harm it at all. It seems that only the kind of flame that Miss Jiao has can restrain it." With this in mind, Luo Chang took out a relatively thick tree root from among the others and handed it to Lin Chen. "You can take this tree root as a special material to make some equipment. As for the other tree roots, I need to submit them as soon as possible. Once we return to Magic City, I will apply for compensation for these tree roots for you." Lin Chen nodded and said, "Alright, but you should keep this tree root as well. When we get back, just count it as part of my contribution." Upon hearing this, Luo Chang was first taken aback, then looked at Lin Chen with admiration. Very good. At such a young age, not greedy for credit, strong in ability, the future is promising. Lin Chen smiled, feeling inexplicably pleased. To be honest, he had heard such compliments countless times when he achieved the top score in the college entrance examination in Magic City, so he shouldn't be too moved by it. But clearly, when someone like Luo Chang said it, it felt much more comfortable than when others did, especially since it was the first time Lin Chen heard Luo Chang compliment someone so earnestly. Then, Luo Chang continued, "During this expedition, you have saved our team more than once. If it weren't for you just now, even if we had discovered the danger early, we wouldn't have been able to escape. This favor, I can't repay for now. However, in the future, if you have any needs, just say it. I, Luo Chang, will definitely not refuse." As the two chatted, they walked on, and after a while, they finally left the central area of the dark forest. Outside the central area, the ordinary night cat demons and bull-headed demon beasts began to increase in number. Along the way, they encountered several obstacles. However, they easily resolved all of them. Then, night fell again. This time, Luo Chang did not arrange for the two-person night watch. Because Luo Chang now had absolute trust in Lin Chen's abilities, he would no longer assign someone to watch the night with Lin Chen just because he was a newcomer. At night, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes. It was now his turn to keep watch. After changing shifts, Lin Chen sat by the campfire, feeling that all the team members were asleep. Chimera then walked over. She took out a pitch-black tree root from her pocket. It looked like a giant tree struck by lightning. Lin Chen took the tree root and asked, "Is this what you specially brought back for me?" "Yes. I specially selected the best tree root in my opinion and secretly kept it for the master. I hope the master won't blame me for reporting after the fact," Chimera said, lowering her head like a child who had done something wrong. "It's fine. If you left one, then you left one. Even if you didn't say anything, I would know your thoughts. After all, we have a tacit understanding between us." At this moment, Xiaojiao also came over, looking surprised as she said, "How come this tree root hasn't been completely burned by the heavenly fire?" Chimera pondered for a moment and replied, "There are records that the divine trees of heaven and earth can withstand lightning tribulations and not die. This tree root is very likely a piece of lightning-struck wood. Or it could be a root of the same quality as lightning-struck wood. What use does it have?" Lin Chen asked again. Chimera responded, "If you make it into equipment with other items, it would be a waste. The best method is to refine it directly into equipment on its own, maximizing its use." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded. He had no idea how to make it for now, so he couldn't help but look at Chimera and ask, "Can you make it?" "Not at the moment." Chimera shook her head. Lin Chen then looked at Xiao Chang and Xiaojiao. Xiaojiao also shook her head. Xiao Chang seemed eager to try, but after attempting it, she gave up. Lin Chen found himself in a dilemma as he gazed at the tree root. Suddenly, Xiao Chang spoke up, "Master, why don't we find a place to plant it and see if we can grow a real piece of lightning-struck wood?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth, thinking that Xiao Qing's idea was not very reliable. But then he thought about it, and it seemed that Xiao Qing's idea had some merit. After all, it was a tree root, and it might really grow. Anyway, he currently had no good way to deal with this lightning-struck wood. He then reached out and pinched Xiao Qing's nose, saying, "You really have a lot of clever ideas." Xiao Cheng smiled happily at Lin Chen's words, as if she thoroughly enjoyed his treatment of her. Lin Chen then put the tree root into his storage bag, thinking that when he got back, he would first see if he could make this tree root into equipment. If that didn't work, he would follow Xiao Qing's suggestion and find a place to plant the tree root. The next morning, everyone got ready to set off and began their journey home. After experiencing a series of battles, they finally walked out of the dark forest. They immediately headed towards the cave where they had entered the dark forest. By this time, it was already quite late. They finally arrived near the cave. "Great! We finally made it out. After not seeing the sun for the past few days, I feel like I've become all gloomy. It's indeed very eerie in the dark forest due to the long absence of sunlight." Everyone chatted back and forth, and the atmosphere was very relaxed and harmonious. After all, having exited the dark forest, there were no places for demon beasts to hide on this grassy plain, and it was rare to encounter powerful 4th or 5th tier demon beasts. Most of them were relatively mild-mannered. They entered the cave, preparing to rest. Just then, Luo Chang suddenly spoke up. "Wait, this cave has had other people come in. Upon hearing this, Anna furrowed her brows and asked with some confusion, could it be demon beasts? Or other adventurers who discovered this place? Luo Cheng thought for a moment, then looked around the cave walls and shook his head. No. Every time we leave here, we hide the entrance. Moreover, demon beasts wouldn't come near the dark forest. Besides us, no one else could have come in. Could it be the group escorting Sun Chang back? If it were our people, they would have left a mark, but there are no signs inside the cave. After hearing this, everyone looked around the cave with serious expressions, but they didn't see any signs. At that moment, inside the cave, a cloud of dust appeared, seemingly resembling something like incense. Before long, a wave of dizziness suddenly swept through everyone's minds. Oh no! It's poisonous! One of the team members gave a warning. Someone had released poison gas in the cave ahead of time, but due to already being poisoned, he couldn't finish what he wanted to say. The poison gas was potent and odorless, making it hard to detect in the dim cave. Moreover, the gas had not dissipated in the enclosed space of the cave. Therefore, everyone had already been poisoned the moment they entered. Then, there was a loud bang as someone kicked open the wooden door at the cave's entrance. A gritted voice followed. Humph, it really took me a lot of effort to find you. I didn't expect you to hide for so long in this dark forest. A middle-aged man, around 50 years old, entered with several people wearing Lu family uniforms. Behind them was a young man limping. It was Sun Chang. Luo Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Sun Chang and said, Sun Chang, you betrayed us. Sun Chang lowered his head, looking somewhat embarrassed as he said, I'm sorry, Captain, I didn't want to, but if I don't tell them where you are, they'll kill me. At this moment, Luo Cheng's breathing had become somewhat rapid. He pointed at the middle-aged man leading the group, suppressing his discomfort, and loudly questioned, the Lu family has no grievances with our exploration guild. Why are you attacking us? The moment the man appeared, Luo Cheng recognized his identity. He was Lu Zhan, the head of the Lu family. Hearing this, Lu Zhan coldly glanced at Lin Chen. That's right. My Lu family has no grievances with the exploration guild. But my son, Lu Chun, was killed by this bastard. Luo Cheng looked at Lin Chen in disbelief, then turned to Lu Zhan. Don't spout nonsense. Do you have any evidence? Luo Cheng asked again. Although I have no evidence, the only person who has had a conflict with my son recently is Lin Chen. Moreover, Lin Chen is the prime suspect. As long as I have my suspicions, anyone I suspect deserves to die. Lu Zhan said coldly. You despicable scoundrel. How can you kill the innocent like this? Cough, cough. At this moment, Luo Cheng, like the others, had deepened his poisoning and was nearly out of breath. After a moment, Luo Cheng thought of something and quickly asked, what about my other team members? Your other team members? They were somewhat capable, enduring so much torture without revealing Lin Chen's whereabouts, so I chopped them up and fed them to my spirit pets. Lu Zhan said cruelly with a mocking tone. You, Lu Zhan, aren't you afraid of the tribunal? Ha ha ha. The tribunal? Are you joking? Do you think I would let everyone here go? Lu Zhan laughed heartily. After hearing Lu Zhan's words, Sun Chang suddenly thought of something and asked worriedly, head of the Lu family, you promised me before that you would find me a more powerful spirit pet, that's true, right? You won't kill me, will you? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhan revealed a sinister smile and said, of course, my words count. But that will only be when you meet me in your next life. By then, I will definitely find you a more powerful spirit pet. After saying this, two of Lu Zhan's subordinates suddenly attacked Sun Chang, each wielding a knife aimed at him. Immediately, Sun Chang's eyes widened in disbelief as he fell to the ground. Blood flowed endlessly, and he died with his eyes wide open. At this moment, Lin Chen looked at Lu Zhan with a mocking expression. It was Lu Chun who attacked first. I was just acting in self-defense. Lu Zhan heard Lin Chen's words and immediately understood that his guess was correct. Lin Chen was indeed the murderer of his son, Lu Chun. His expression turned even more sinister. I don't care. My son killed you, that's your honor. Today is the day you accompany my son to the grave. But don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I will chop off your hands and feet and feed them to my spirit pets. Finally, I'll throw you into a blood ant nest, letting you feel the pain of 1,000 insects piercing your heart. Only then can I comfort my son Lu Chun's spirit in the heavens. By the end, Lu Zhan was already hysterical. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen sneered and then said to the three girls beside him, get to it. The quicker, the better. After that, the three girls moved simultaneously. Chimera was the first to pull out her Gatling water cannon and began to spray. The sound of gunfire echoed in the small space. The entire cave was filled with fierce gunfire. Xiao Jiao and Xiao Cheng also unleashed their skills and charged outside. Then, there was a loud boom as the three girls simultaneously burst out of the cave. At this moment, Lu Zhan looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. How are you not poisoned? That was a specially formulated toxin that can paralyze the nerves, even a third-tier monster can't resist it. Lin Chen, however, looked at Lu Zhan with a mocking expression. He certainly wouldn't tell Lu Zhan that he was immune to all poisons. Instead, he took advantage of Lu Zhan's moment of confusion to quickly pull out the antidote that Chimera had given him earlier and administered it to Luo Chang and the others. Earlier, after Lu Zhan and the others appeared, Lin Chen had not immediately ordered the three girls to act because he was signaling Chimera to find the antidote from her storage ring. Once the antidote was in hand, Lin Chen naturally let the three girls take action, and he then went to rescue Luo Chang and the others. Seeing Lin Chen using the antidote to save people, Lu Zhan immediately shouted hysterically, "Kill! Kill! Everyone, go all out!" After commanding the Lu family's subordinates, Lu Zhan also took out his spirit balls. When he acted, he released two. As a 3-star beast master, it was rare for Lu Zhan not to choose to cultivate just one spirit pet. Instead, he was cultivating 2 spirit pets simultaneously. Lin Chen then saw Lu Zhan's 2 spirit pets clearly. Decayed Slug, B-rank 5th tier monster, elemental spirit pet, extremely strong defense, intangible, anyone who comes into contact with its slime will be corroded. Skills, Devour, Decay, Bubble Attack. Mantis Swordsman, the ultimate evolution of the Flying Mantis, B-rank 5th tier monster. The Flying Mantis, in its continuous evolution, finally found its own essence, transforming its scythe-like claws into a long sword in its hand, challenging in the name of a swordsman. Skills, Draw Sword Slash, Strike, Jump Kill, Continuous Slash. Lin Chen looked at the basic information of the Mantis Swordsman and couldn't help but be a bit surprised. He didn't expect the Mantis Swordsman to be in its ultimate form. Spirit pets or monsters that reach the ultimate form are at the pinnacle of their evolution. Some monsters, although powerful in combat, have a very low ceiling for evolution. For example, this Mantis Swordsman has a first-tier form called Flying Mantis. Even at the first tier, it possesses very strong attack power and destructive capability. However, when it evolves to the 5th tier, it can no longer evolve further. This is the ultimate form. Unless it has some significant opportunity to mutate at a certain stage, like Xiaoqing, Xiaojiu, and Chimera, which underwent mutated evolution. Spirit pets in this ultimate form all share a characteristic: after evolving into the ultimate form, there is a qualitative leap in strength. The Mantis Swordsman had just landed, and its eyes immediately turned red. At that moment, Lu Zhan issued a command. He pointed at Lin Chen's location. "Give it your all. Kill him." Lu Zhan's voice had already taken on a hint of hysteria. The Mantis Swordsman charged at Lin Chen, followed closely by the Decayed Slug. The Mantis Swordsman, the first to strike, moved like a true swordsman, fearlessly drawing its sword against Lin Chen. Sword Draw Slash. A curve appeared around the Mantis Swordsman, as if it were about to slice through space itself. Cracks seemed to form in the air. This strike, if faced by any beast below the 4th tier, would have to be avoided, otherwise, it would be instantly slain. However, when the sword draw slash was aimed at Xiaoqing, she showed no fear at all. In fact, Xiaoqing reached out with one hand and caught the strike bare-handed. Upon closer inspection, her hand was already wrapped in layers of snake scales. The scales resembled the best armor in the world, impervious to blades and spears. Just like that, Xiaoqing used one hand to grip the weapon of the 5th tier beast, the Mantis Swordsman. Then, she squeezed hard. With a crack, the Mantis Swordsman let out a scream and fell to the ground. The sword in the Mantis Swordsman's hand was not a weapon but a part of its body transformed. And with that simple squeeze, Xiaoqing crushed the weapon that the Mantis Swordsman took the most pride in. The Mantis Swordsman, in pain, could no longer rise. Meanwhile, the Decayed Slug paid no attention to its companion's fate. Suddenly, the Decayed Slug's body expanded, transforming from a blob resembling slime into a massive net made of liquid. This large net then directly covered Xiaoqing. Seeing this, Xiaoqing couldn't help but frown. Although she was immune to all poisons, the slug's characteristic was not toxin but corrosion. Even with her hard snake scales, she couldn't withstand this trait. So, Xiaoqing decided to observe the situation. However, even though Xiaoqing dodged, it did not affect the Decayed Slug's actions. The Decayed Slug then directly picked up the Mantis Swordsman. Inside the slug's body, the Mantis Swordsman's face twisted in agony. In just a moment, the Decayed Slug had actually corroded and devoured its companion. Then, the Decayed Slug's body grew larger again, expanding from about a meter in diameter to a 3-meter diameter conglomerate. Its tiny eyes, hidden within its body, blinked and scanned the surroundings as if watching its prey. Lu Zhan, standing nearby, suddenly burst into laughter. Whether it was due to the pain of the Mantis Swordsman's death or his own hysterical laughter, his expression looked extremely twisted. Although the Decayed Slug is only B rank, it is formless and intangible, immune to all physical attacks. Moreover, under my training, its combat power and desire to fight are very strong. Right now, it could even be considered A rank. Today, you all will accompany my son Luchun to the grave. Go! Slug, devour them all. Upon hearing Lujan's command, the decayed slug did not hesitate to stretch its body again. Like a snake, it encompassed the area. Everything that touched it was corroded and devoured. Do you see? This is the power of the decayed slug. Lin Chen, do you feel despair now? Lin Chen looked at the crazed Lujan and couldn't help but sigh. Then, Lin Chen immediately raised his hand and snapped his fingers. It's up to you. Xiao Jiao responded with an saying, got it. Master, this guy is really disgusting. I don't even want to eat it. After saying that, Xiao Jiao mimicked Lin Chen and snapped her fingers as well. Suddenly, fierce flames erupted from her fingertips. A pure and scorching energy surged toward the slug in an instant. At first, the slug looked down on it, but upon contact with the heavenly fire, pain immediately spread throughout its body. Logically, as an elemental-type spirit pet, it shouldn't have any pain receptors unless it evolved a physical form like a fire spirit. However, heavenly fire could incinerate everything in the world, whether it be flesh or soul. The decaying slug felt the flames not only burning its body but also scorching the energy it had just absorbed in the soul deep within its flesh. No! The decaying slug tried to split off a part of its body to save itself, like a gecko losing its tail. But Xiao Jiao had already surrounded the decaying slug with heavenly fire, leaving it no chance to escape. In just a moment, the once invincible Lujan fell to the ground in agony. The deaths of two fifth-tier spirit pets had overwhelmed his mental strength. The tearing sensation deep within his soul relentlessly attacked every cell in Lujan's body. No! 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 Lujan kept calling out. Beside him, an old man with a white beard, the Lu family's steward who had followed Lujan for many years, hurried to his side and pulled him up. Master, this Lin Chen is strange, we are no match for him. Saying this, the steward attempted to lead Lujan to escape. You all stop him. Lujan did not forget to give orders to the Lu family's subordinates. However, when Lujan turned around, he found that the Lu family's subordinates had all been mowed down by Chimera's Gatling water cannon. The ground was littered with the bodies of the Lu family's men. At this moment, Xiao Jiao kept snapping her fingers and walked towards Lujan and the Lu family steward with great flair. Meanwhile, Chimera carried her Gatling water cannon, and Xiao Chang, flicking her tongue like a snake, surrounded Lujan and the steward from another direction. The three girls formed a triangle, forcing Lujan and the Lu family steward into a dead end. The steward's spirit pet was a fourth-tier fire-breathing dragon. At this moment, the steward glared at Lin Chen and shouted, Lin Chen, are you really planning to wipe us out? Let our master go, and I will give my life in exchange. Do you think I'm that easy to fool? Lin Chen looked at the old steward with a look of disbelief and retorted. Hearing this, the steward thought seriously for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said directly, Lin Chen, actually, besides our Lu family, there are others who want to kill you. As long as you let us go, I will tell you who else wants to kill you. Upon hearing the Lu family steward's words, Lin Chen couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Oh, in fact, Lin Chen had long suspected that there were others who wanted to kill him. Because this time he left the city, only the Exploration Guild knew, and he hadn't told anyone else. Even if the Lu family had been keeping an eye on him, they couldn't possibly find him here. Unless, just as Lin Chen thought of this, the steward saw that Lin Chen seemed to be ignoring him and spoke again. It's the Lin family. Lin Hai learned of your whereabouts through the city defense army and notified our Lu family immediately. If you let me go, I am willing to testify in court on behalf of the Lu family. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen let out a cold laugh. No need. I will take revenge for my own grievances. After speaking, Lin Chen personally launched a magical missile, which accurately struck both Lu Zhan and the butler. The two didn't even have time to scream before they fell completely silent. Lin Chen was not a pervert, he didn't enjoy torturing his enemies. Moreover, killing them directly would prevent any further trouble, saving him from prolonged nightmares. After Lu Zhan and the butler were dead, Lin Chen lowered his head to check the spoils of this battle. He first rummaged through Lu Zhan's corpse. From Lu Zhan's body, Lin Chen found two storage items. The first storage item contained mostly various potions. Although these potions were quite valuable, they were of no use to Lin Chen. He was so angry he almost cursed. There wasn't even any cash. What a poor wretch. Lin Chen then opened the other storage item. Aside from a notebook, it was empty. Lin Chen took out the notebook and carefully flipped through it. Immediately, he discovered that the notebook recorded all the illegal businesses the Lu family had engaged in over the years. This included, but was not limited to, murder, smuggling, and human trafficking. Lin Chen quickly tucked the notebook away and began searching the butler's corpse. In contrast to Lu Zhan, the butler had a large amount of cash on him. After a rough count, Lin Chen found there was over 200 million. At that moment, Lin Chen felt that this world was somewhat unreal. If he had had so much cash when he was studying, he might have died laughing in his dreams. However, for Lin Chen, who had already embarked on the path of a beast master, such a large sum of money was merely fleeting clouds. Lin Chen then searched the bodies of other members of the Lu family. After confirming that there were no overlooked corpses, he found the antidote in the storage item containing the potions and administered it to Luo Chang and the others. Not long after, Luo Chang and the others recovered. The gas had caused them significant harm, but fortunately, their physical fitness was strong, and their recovery ability was good enough. They were just a bit weak now, but it was nothing serious. Lin Chen then took out the Lu family's ledger and handed it to Luo Chang. After looking at it, Luo Chang was momentarily stunned, then said in astonishment, "They actually..." Clearly, even with Luo Chang's extensive experience, he hadn't expected such a large family as the Lu family to commit so many heinous acts. Soon, Luo Chang understood Lin Chen's intention and immediately assured him, "Lin Chen, don't worry. This matter will be handled by me. The Exploration Guild will definitely use its channels to ensure the Lu family receives the punishment they deserve." Lin Chen nodded in response, saying no more. He didn't intend for Luo Chang and the others to know that the Lin family was also involved in this matter. Firstly, the Lin family's power was too great. If this group got involved, it would be very dangerous for them. Secondly, Lin Chen wanted to take revenge himself. After everyone rested for a while, they set off on their way back to the city. The journey back was uneventful, and they returned directly to the headquarters in Magic City. As soon as Lin Chen returned to Magic City, he headed straight for the Yao family's spirit pet shop. Upon seeing Lin Chen arrive, the sales assistant quickly approached him and politely said, "Esteemed VIP member, how may I assist you?" Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen replied, "I want to sell some things." The sales assistant promptly led the way for Lin Chen. "Please come this way." Then, the sales assistant skillfully guided Lin Chen into the original VIP reception room. It was the same old routine. Lin Chen first brewed tea for himself, and after a while, Yao Lan walked in with a hearty laugh. "Lin Chen, my brother, what good stuff do you have to offer this time?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen unhesitatingly tossed out a storage bag. "These things, can you help me deal with them?" The items were all unnecessary equipment, potions, and materials taken from the people of the Lu family. At first, Yao Lan glanced at them and thought they were just some low-quality items, feeling that this was not worth his personal involvement. However, the more he looked, the more shocked he became. After examining them, Yao Lan placed the storage bag on the table and said, "Lin Chen, where did you get these things?" The implication was clear. "You're not trying to sell stolen goods here, are you?" A discerning person could tell at a glance that these items were obtained through murder and plunder. If that were the case, Yao Lan felt he would need to distance himself from Lin Chen. Lin Chen, without changing his expression, replied, "I encountered some people from the Lu family while exploring the dark forest, and there was a bit of a conflict." Upon hearing about the Lu family, Yao Lan immediately understood. He then laughed heartily. "The Lu family? Humph. That bunch of bullies who prey on the weak deserves a good lesson. Lin Chen, my brother, don't worry. This matter is on me. If that old guy Lu Zhan comes looking for trouble, you can come to me. He wouldn't dare do anything to you." After hearing Yao Lan's words, Lin Chen couldn't help but glance at him. From Yao Lan's tone, he sensed that this old guy was not as simple as he claimed. To speak so boldly was not the demeanor of a business leader. However, since the other party did not actively break this unspoken understanding, Lin Chen was too lazy to dig deeper. Lin Chen then took out a piece of thunderstrike wood from his storage bag. "Can you find a way to turn this into equipment for me?" Yao Lan quickly took the thunderstrike wood and examined it closely. "Good stuff. Really good stuff." Yao Lan exclaimed twice in admiration. However, to turn it into equipment, the price won't be low, and it can't be settled in cash. Lin Chen was not surprised and directly asked Yao Lan, "What do you want?" He knew that in the transactions of beast tamers, once it involved high-level exchanges, it often moved away from ordinary currency, instead using materials, potions, or even spirit pets as mediums of exchange. "If you use it to make equipment, you might not use it all. If you agree to give me the leftover scraps, then that's fine," Yao Lan said seriously while holding the thunderstrike wood. After saying this, Yao Lan thought of something and added earnestly, "Of course. I absolutely won't intentionally reduce the materials to make equipment for you just to keep the leftover scraps. You can rest assured about that." "Okay, I trust you," Lin Chen agreed without hesitation. He already had a foundation of cooperation with Yao Lan and didn't think Yao Lan would deceive him for rare materials. Moreover, the Yao family's spirit pet business had a good reputation. Great! Yao Lan exclaimed joyfully, but this item is very rare. Even if you give me the leftover scraps, I would still be at an advantage. How about this? Lin Chen, my brother, you can take another mid-tier piece of equipment from me. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned upon hearing Yao Lan's words, then he realized what a good deal this was. After pondering for a moment, he said, how about this? Help me find a suitable ranged weapon. Yao Lan thought for a moment, then called over a servant, whispered a few words to him, and sent him out. Moments later, the attendant walked back into the VIP reception room carrying 3 boxes. The attendant respectfully placed the 3 boxes in front of Lin Chen and Yao Lan before leaving. Yao Lan pointed at the boxes and said, the weapons inside these 3 boxes are only mid-tier, but each weapon's attack power and destructive capability are comparable to high-tier equipment. As she spoke, Yao Lan opened the first box. Inside lay a revolver, quietly resting. This gun is called Deadly Assassin. It is crafted from the anger of a C-rank, 4th-tier mechanical creature known as the Furious Squirrel, and can fire 6 shots each time it is used. Each shot's power is equivalent to a full-force strike from a 4th-tier beast. Moreover, there is a chance to deal critical damage, with a locking effect. As long as you hit the first shot, the subsequent shots will hit 100% of the time. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately cast a sidelong glance at the Deadly Assassin. He had to admit, the locking effect was truly extraordinary. A 100% hit rate meant you could hit exactly where you aimed. However, Lin Chen soon discovered a flaw. Although it guaranteed a hit, Yao Lan did not mention whether it would strike vital points. If each shot only hit non-critical areas, wouldn't that be a waste of bullets? Furthermore, the gun's biggest issue was its power. A full-force strike from a 4th-tier beast seemed powerful, but it still capped the Deadly Assassin's potential. It could still be useful for now, but once Lin Chen's strength increased, it would become ineffective. Then, Yao Lan opened the second box. Inside was a sniper rifle, nearly 1.5 meters long. This sniper rifle is called Ripper, made from the 5th-tier beast Pulaski. Its range can reach a terrifying 2,000 meters, and the bullet's power is comparable to that of a 5th-tier beast. However, each time the trigger is pulled, it requires a large amount of mental energy to support it, allowing it to directly strike the target's soul. Lin Chen nodded upon hearing this. Equipment that could directly attack the soul was quite rare. If fired at a critical moment in battle, it could achieve a surprising effect. But the problem was, this was a sniper rifle. If Lin Chen were an assassin, he might choose this gun as his weapon. However, it was clear that Lin Chen did not have such thoughts. He then looked at the third box. Seeing that Lin Chen was not very satisfied with the first 2 pieces of equipment, Yao Lan couldn't help but smile wryly. This piece of equipment. Yao Lan paused for a moment, somewhat disheartened, and said, actually, it could completely be considered high-tier equipment, but no one can use it. As she spoke, Yao Lan opened the box. Inside was a cylindrical, long-tube weapon that looked like a rocket launcher. Its name is Judgment of Sparta, made from the ashes of the 6th-tier beast Sparta. It does not fire ammunition but magic. The more magic you inject into the barrel, the stronger the power. This is a weapon with its own laws. Before battle, it can judge the enemy. Once the judgment is successful, it will automatically lock onto the target until the opponent is dead. Yao Lan introduced it very seriously, her tone tinged with regret. After all, if it weren't for the fact that the Judgment of Sparta required magic, it could have easily become high-tier equipment. Upon hearing the introduction of the Judgment of Sparta, Lin Chen was left stunned. A weapon with its own laws, was this the ability of a 6th-tier beast? At the same time, information about Sparta immediately surfaced in Lin Chen's mind. Sparta, a B-rank demon beast, the judge of nature's gods, a notary walking the world, it may not be kind, but it is certainly fair. Once Sparta judges an enemy and the verdict is established, the enemy's abilities will be significantly weakened. Possessing skills such as judgment, justice, execution, whipping, and imprisonment. Lin Chen felt a shiver run down his spine upon reading this. This ability was truly overpowered. It seemed that the power of Sparta's judgment came from its own judgment and execution. Its projectiles were infused with magic. However, this was completely not a problem for me. With this in mind, Lin Chen turned to the side to look at the chimera. Upon seeing Sparta's judgment, the chimera's eyes sparkled with stars, nearly drooling. This made Lin Chen sigh. Was this little girl's skill tree misallocated? You are a mage. You are not a gunner. Why do you love playing with guns and cannons so much? But since the little one liked it, Lin Chen decided to indulge her. After all, the chimera was his spirit pet, and if he could equip her with something good, he would never give her something inferior. Then, Lin Chen pointed at Sparta's judgment and said, this one. Upon hearing this, Yao Lan clearly did not expect Lin Chen to choose this rocket launcher, his face filled with disbelief. Coming back to his senses, Yao Lan said with some concern, Lin Chen, I know you are a person of strong character and great power, but when it comes to choosing equipment, especially weapons, you should think carefully. Sparta's judgment requires a large amount of magic, which is a significant burden for the user. Yao Lan spoke very tactfully. He did not think Lin Chen's choice was correct. After all, Sparta's judgment was suitable for those who could use a lot of magic. Among humans, those who could use magic were extremely rare. Generally, only beast masters at the general level would be proficient in using magic. Yao Lan felt that Lin Chen currently could not utilize Sparta's judgment at all and would be better off choosing other equipment. Compared to choosing magic-using equipment, Lin Chen would be better off selecting equipment that only consumed mental energy. Most equipment activation required mental energy, and humans had limited mental energy. Aside from controlling spirit pets, there was almost nothing left. This was also why beast masters rarely used equipment to arm themselves. However, even with limited mental energy, it was still simpler than magic. After all, ordinary beast masters did not know magic yet. Lin Chen understood the implication of Yao Lan's words, but he did not say much. Of course, he especially would not take the initiative to mention that he was already a mage. Then, Lin Chen simply smiled, picked up Sparta's judgment, and casually tossed it to the chimera as if throwing away trash. The chimera quickly caught Sparta's judgment. Her eyes had long been fixed on Sparta's judgment, and at this moment, receiving it, the chimera could not hide her joy. Thank you, master. Yao Lan was momentarily stunned upon seeing this scene, then quickly reacted. Yes. Although Lin Chen could not use magic, his spirit pet could. That was a humanoid spirit pet. After giving Sparta's judgment to the chimera, Lin Chen then looked at Yao Lan and said, Thank you, Elder Yao. When can I come to pick up the goods? Lin Chen was naturally referring to the Thunderstrike wood. Yao Lan replied, It will take some time to make. But don't worry, once it's done, I will send someone to deliver it to you. Even if you are in the imperial capital of Yuzhou, I can still get it to you. As for the other materials needed, you can choose from the materials you provided. If there aren't enough, then our Yao family's spirit pet business will provide them for free. Yao Lan Yan implied that the equipment couldn't be made well in a short time. Lin Chen nodded in understanding. After all, using such a rare material as Thunderstruck wood to make equipment was indeed not something that could be done easily. Soon, Lin Chen no longer lingered. After finishing his tea, he got up and left. After Lin Chen walked away, Yao Lan sat in the chair, looking at the piece of Thunderstruck wood, pondering what kind of equipment should be made. Before long, the door to the VIP reception room was suddenly pushed open. Then, Yao Chuanxue hurriedly walked in. Grandpa. Seeing Yao Chuanxue enter, Yao Lan looked at her with a doting expression. Then, pretending to be reproachful, he said, What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? This isn't like my precious granddaughter. Yao Chuanxue, however, replied anxiously, Grandpa, it's bad. The Lu family. At this point, Yao Chuanxue seemed unsure how to express herself. What happened to the Lu family? Seeing Yao Chuanxue's demeanor, Yao Lan knew something must have gone wrong with the Lu family. Yao Chuanxue organized her thoughts and slowly revealed the news about the Lu family. The Lu family is finished. Completely finished. Lu Chen died an untimely death not long ago, and the Lu family kept it a secret. After that, the head of the Lu family, Lu Zhan, for some unknown reason, left the city and hasn't returned since, his life or death unknown. However, just now, the city lord's mansion began a major purge of the Lu family. It seems they have grasped some important information, and now all the people from the Lu family have been taken away by the city lord's men. What did you say? The Lu family is finished? After hearing Yao Chuanxue's words, Yao Lan grabbed her arm, looking at her in disbelief. Then, coming to his senses, Yao Lan slowly sat back down in the chair, lost in thought. After a moment, he suddenly remembered something and quickly took out the storage bag that Lin Chen had given him. He then pulled out all the items inside the storage bag, rummaging through them one by one. But in the end, Yao Lan still couldn't find what he was looking for. Then, Yao Lan suddenly laughed. What a cautious little guy. However, I underestimated you. I didn't expect even that old fox Lu Zhan would fall into your hands. At this moment, Yao Lan was certain the one who caused the complete downfall of the Lu family must be Lin Chen. Seeing Yao Lan grab her arm and then release it for some reason, Yao Chuanxue couldn't help but show a somewhat dazed expression and asked in confusion, Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Why are you so surprised? Haven't the Lu family done enough heinous things over the years? Just the rumors outside are enough for the Lu family to die 10 times. Yao Lan shook his head, putting away his shocked expression. He wasn't shocked by the downfall of the Lu family, A family like the Liu family, which relied on the Lin family for survival yet couldn't keep themselves clean, would eventually be abandoned by the Lin family. What shocked him was that the Liu family could be manipulated by a mere Lin Chen. Yao Lan then looked at Yao Chuanxue and said, Chuanxue, you're an adult now, about to go to university. You can date now. Do you have someone you like? If not, I think that Lin Chen is quite good. If you could trick him into coming to our Yao family, then Grandpa would be able to wake up smiling from his dreams. Upon hearing this, Yao Chuanxue's face immediately turned red. Grandpa, what are you saying? If you keep talking like this, Chuanxue won't pay attention to you anymore. Ha 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 ha, so you can blush too, ha, Grandpa. Yao Chuanxue couldn't help but scold him lightly. But we're not in the same school. Oh, so if you were in the same school, then, Grandpa, I'm not talking to you anymore. After speaking, Yao Chuanxue slipped away as if fleeing. Watching Yao Chuanxue escape in a panic, Yao Lan couldn't help but laugh heartily. He then called for a servant. Go find out why the Liu family was raided. I want all the details. After Lin Chen left the Yao family's spirit pet shop, he headed straight home. This time, his gains were quite substantial. Not only had he seized Lu Zhan's storage equipment, but he also obtained a large sum of cash. Now, he could be said to be singing a song of triumph after turning his fortunes around. Unfortunately, after leaving Magic City, he had no idea when he would return. Just as he got home, Lin Chen's phone rang. He took out his phone and saw it was a call from Lin Qianhui. After answering, Lin Qianhui's magnetic voice came through. Did you kill Lu Zhan? Lin Chen was not surprised that the other party knew he was involved. However, he did not answer directly but instead asked, how did you find out? The whole Magic City is almost going crazy. They say the Exploration Guild has found evidence of the Liu family's crimes, and the upper echelons of the Liu family have all been arrested. A few who escaped are already on the wanted list. But they all know one thing. That is, not long ago, Lu Zhan inquired about your whereabouts at the city defense team, and now, today, Lu Zhan has gone missing, and the entire Liu family has been wiped out. So, how do you think I know? Upon hearing Lin Qianhui's words, Lin Chen was left speechless. He had known that when he handed over the Liu family's account books to Luo Chang, the latter would help him deal with the matter. However, Lin Chen did not expect Luo Chang's efficiency to be this high. He had just returned to Magic City, and the authorities had already acted against the Liu family. Lin Qianhui continued, but you need to be careful. Some members of the city defense team have been dealt with because of this incident, and they are all from the Lin family. Now, someone in the Lin family is already planning to take action against you. Lin Chen frowned at this and asked, Lin Hai? Lin Xiaotian? Lin Chen was not foolish. The Liu family's butler had once told him that his information was relayed by Lin Hai. Thus, it was most likely Lin Hai who would take action against him now. Lin Qianhui did not answer Lin Chen's question directly but pondered for a moment before saying, do you have time? There are some things I need to discuss with you in person. Lin Chen thought for a moment and agreed, okay, wait for me at home, I'll come pick you up. After hanging up, within 20 minutes, a black business car stopped at Lin Chen's doorstep. Lin Chen stepped out, followed by the three girls, Xiao Chang, Xiao Jiu, and Chi Meila. When he opened the car door, Lin Qianhui's stunning face, which was breathtaking in its own right, seemed less remarkable compared to the three girls. This was a particularly spacious luxury business car. Even with all four of them getting in at the same time, it didn't feel crowded. After Lin Chen took his seat, the car slowly started moving. Lin Chen frowned and asked, where are we going? Lin Qianhui replied without hesitation, I'm taking you to meet someone. Hearing this, Lin Chen's body stiffened involuntarily. He thought about who she was taking him to meet. Initially, he felt he would resist, but deep down, a voice reminded him that he still craved that meager familial bond. Perhaps this was the instinctive awareness of Lin Chen's body after his transmigration. Before his transmigration, he might have been seeking this all along. Lin Chen said nothing, merely gazing complexly at the street scenery outside the car window. The vehicle slowly drove out of the most destitute area of Magic City. The shouts of street vendors and the smell of smoke gradually faded away. What replaced them were various office buildings and high-end residences. Finally, there were lush green forests. The car turned a corner and drove into a very grand manor gate. Next to the security guard at the entrance, the mechanical creatures that followed were actually spirit pets of the 4th and 5th ranks. Just driving on the landscaped roads of this manor took half an hour. Eventually, the car stopped in a manor that covered over 10,000 acres. Lin Chen got out of the car and looked at the villa, which was many times larger than their school, and couldn't help but show a cold smile. Lin Qianhui personally led the way in front, and the two walked for a full 10 minutes inside the villa before arriving at a reception room. Lin Qianhui knocked on the door, and an old voice came from inside. Grandpa, I've brought someone to see you. After a good 10 seconds, an excited old voice responded from within. "Come in." The old man's voice trembled slightly. Inside the room, there were also some busy sounds. Upon hearing this, Lin Xianhui obediently opened the door and led Lin Chen inside. As soon as they entered, Lin Chen saw 4 servants helping an old man. The old man looked at Lin Chen with a somewhat complex expression, pushed aside the nearby servant, and stubbornly said, "I'm not that old yet." After saying this, he straightened his body by himself. Lin Chen could see that the old man was very robust, but there was a sense of frailty as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. Then, the old man looked at Lin Chen, his eyes slightly red, and said, "Grandson, where have you been all these years? I've searched for you so hard." After hearing the old man's words, Lin Chen remained expressionless and did not speak. Seeing that Lin Chen did not respond, Lin Badian suppressed his emotions and said, "I know, I am sorry for you and your parents. I won't make excuses, I just want to say I'm sorry." Lin Chen could tell that Lin Badian was not lying. He believed Lin Badian was genuinely remorseful. Only then did Lin Chen slowly speak. "From the moment my parents left the Lin family, our relationship has been reduced to that insignificant bloodline." Lin Chen's tone was incredibly complex, filled with an indescribable sadness. Lin Xianhui could hardly bear to listen. She angrily said from the side, "Lin Chen, Grandpa didn't lie to you. Grandpa sent someone to find you and your father 18 years ago. 15 years ago, your mother brought you back to the Lin family to recognize your roots, but Grandpa had just left the Lin family, and no one mentioned this to him afterward. Lin Xiaotian has always claimed that your whole family died. If it weren't for you becoming the top scholar in Magic City, we wouldn't even know you were still alive. Grandpa has missed your whole family every moment for the past 20 years. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen looked at Lin Xianhui and revealed a cold smile. This smile seemed to mock Lin Xianhui, as well as himself, and more like a mockery of this damned world. Saying these things is meaningless. Now, my life is good, and that's all there is to it. Hearing Lin Chen's response, Lin Badian sighed. Indeed, your personality is just like your father's. Lin Badian smiled without anger. The reason I called you here is that I wanted to see how you've grown, and also to remind you that because of the Lu family, Lin Xiaotian and Lin Hai were implicated and left the Lin family this morning. Moreover, according to my investigation, your father's death is very likely related to Lin Xiaotian. He has done many things behind the scenes to compete for the Lin family's assets. At first, I was unwilling to believe that my brother would disregard family ties and turn against his own, but I underestimated their greed. So, you need to be careful. If you encounter any difficulties, you can come to me anytime, anywhere. Whether you admit it or not, you will always be the young master of the Lin family. Upon hearing Lin Baishan's words, Lin Chen let out a cold snort. Young master? I don't care for that. However, I will personally retrieve Lin Xiaotian's life. Lin Xianhui, hearing Lin Chen's words, said uncertainly, there is still no evidence proving that it was Lin Xiaotian. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's lips slowly curled into a cold arc. Although I have just come of age, my experiences tell me that in this world where people devour each other, as long as I have doubts, it is equivalent to having a reason to kill. This was entrusted to him by the deceased Lu Zhan. He believed he had kept the matter of killing Lu Chun sufficiently secret. Yet, Lu Zhan still came knocking with a simple suspicion, killing to silence him. Even unrelated people would be implicated. Looking at Lin Chen's cold gaze, Lin Badian sighed. Lin Chen understood that in this world of transmigration, he could only survive better by being as decisive in killing as Lu Zhan. Better to kill 1,000 than let one escape. Even if he killed the wrong person, so what? Better to make the world owe me than for me to owe the world. Sigh. Child, I will give you an explanation for this matter. I hope you won't be too impulsive. As he spoke, Lin Badian suddenly seemed to think of something and burst into laughter. Thank you for finding those medicinal ingredients for Grandpa, you saved my life. Lin Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected Lin Badian to bring this up suddenly. Lin Badian then clapped his hands. A servant walked in, carrying a spirit ball. Lin Badian then handed the spirit ball to Lin Chen. Child, this is a gift for our meeting, and also a thank you for saving my life. This is an 8th tier spirit pet. Perfect for you. Before Lin Badian could finish his sentence, Lin Chen coldly interrupted, is there anything else? If not, I'm leaving. With that, Lin Chen turned and left in the direction he had come from. Lin Xianhui, seeing this, hurriedly shouted from behind, Lin Chen. After calling out, Lin Xianhui glanced back at Lin Badian. Lin Baishan's expression, however, showed no change. Go help me see him off. Lin Xianhui quickly chased after Lin Chen. After a while, she caught up to his pace. Why are you leaving so soon, Grandpa? Before Lin Xianhui could finish her sentence, Lin Chen shot her a cold glance. Even though Lin Xianhui had a strong psychological quality from experiencing many storms, Her heart couldn't help but skip a beat at that moment. She felt that if she continued to dwell on this topic, Lin Chen would undoubtedly teach her a lesson without hesitation. Lin Xianhui then fell silent and accompanied Lin Chen as they left. After driving Lin Chen back to his home, Lin Xianhui hurried back to the Lin family villa. "Grandpa, Lin Chen." Before Lin Xianhui could finish her words, Lin Badian raised a hand to stop her. "Send some people to protect Lin Chen. My brother loves to settle scores after the fact. Lin Chen has suffered such a huge loss this time, he definitely won't let it go easily." Lin Xianhui nodded in response. This time, the Lu family's incident also implicated the Lin family. After recovering from a serious illness, the old patriarch Lin Badian revealed his cunning. Taking this opportunity, Lin Badian directly purged Lin Xiaotian's faction. Moreover, he secretly fanned the flames, prompting Lin Xiaotian to leave the Lin family voluntarily. Although Lin Badian had not completely eradicated all of Lin Xiaotian's influence, Lin Xiaotian could no longer threaten Lin Baishan's position. Now, Lin Baishan's intention was to cultivate Lin Chen as much as possible, so that Lin Chen could inherit his position. After a moment of thought, Lin Badian sighed and said, "This is the mistake I made in the past. Now, trying to make this child change his mind is quite troublesome." In order to spite him, he could even decisively refuse an 8th-tier spirit pet. At this moment, Lin Badian could not think of any way to make Lin Chen change his mind. On the other side, after returning home, Lin Chen felt very complicated. On one hand, there was his body's instinctive yearning for familial affection. On the other hand, there was his mockery of his parents' deaths and the absurd fate he had crossed into. Lin Chen had once vowed to live a life worth living, to show those lowly creatures of the Lin family that without them, he could still survive. However, now Lin Badian stood before him, not the unfeeling figure he had imagined, but a kind and benevolent elder. Everything seemed to be a misunderstanding. Seeing Lin Chen's expression, Xiaojiu walked over, gently supporting him, and laid him in her embrace, then took the initiative to massage his head. "Master, if there's anything unhappy, just take a good rest. With me and the sisters here, there's nothing that can't be resolved." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen slowly closed his eyes and smiled. Yes, he already had Xiaojiu, Xiaocheng, Chimera, Ashan. What was there to be entangled about? The next day, as soon as Lin Chen got up, his phone rang. He picked up the phone, and immediately heard Luo Cheng's voice on the other end. "This morning, come to the Magic City branch of the Exploration Guild." Luo Cheng's tone was calm and concise. After having breakfast, Lin Chen set off with the 3 girls to the Magic City branch of the Exploration Guild. The distance from Lin Chen's home to the Magic City branch of the Exploration Guild was not far. Upon arriving, Lin Chen immediately noticed that the atmosphere in the entire Magic City branch of the Exploration Guild was very oppressive. Dozens of team members were all dressed in uniforms, standing in 2 serious rows. In the center of the hall, 5 photos were displayed. Seeing this scene, Lin Chen instantly understood what was happening today. A memorial service for the fallen team members. Soon, Nana walked over and said to Lin Chen, "Go light a stick of incense for the deceased teammates." Lin Chen nodded in response, then walked towards the memorial hall, respectfully lighting a stick of incense and placing it in the incense burner. Then, Lin Chen looked at the family members nearby and said with some guilt, "I'm sorry. It's all because of me that everyone has been implicated." An elderly woman, although her eyes were a bit red and swollen, stood up and patted Lin Chen's shoulder. "Young man, don't blame yourself. In the Exploration Guild, we are all family. Would betraying your own family make you feel better?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was momentarily taken aback. He looked at the elderly woman with gratitude. At that moment, Lin Chen understood why the Exploration Guild, despite being loose-knit, could possess such high cohesion. After thanking the family members, Lin Chen finally saw Luo Chang. Luo Chang then took Lin Chen to a room where no one was present. Lin Chen couldn't help but look at Luo Chang with confusion. "I didn't just call you here for the memorial service. I have some other matters to discuss with you. The Lu family has been completely eradicated, but Lin Xiaotian and Lin Hai, who are behind the Lu family, are still at large. Making them pay the price is not something we can accomplish. The guild will continue to investigate this matter. We must give an explanation to the fallen team members." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen merely looked at Luo Chang and said nothing. Luo Chang continued, "The most pressing issue now is that you need to report to Yuzhou. The journey is not only long but also very dangerous, and we cannot rule out the possibility that Lin Xiaotian and Lin Hai might take action against you along the way." "I'd like to hear your plan," Lin Chen said after pondering Luo Cheng's words. "Initially, I thought about traveling with a merchant caravan to Yuzhou. That would be relatively safer. However, given the current situation, I think if I were to leave openly with the caravan, it could very likely implicate innocent people," Lin Chen added. Luo Chang nodded in agreement. But if you act alone, it will be even more dangerous. Setting aside whether the Lin father and son will retaliate against you, the dangers along the way are not something you can handle alone. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen revealed a meaningful smile. I can indeed act alone, but I won't be using my identity to do so. Luo Chang responded with an intrigued "oh," wanting to know the specifics of Lin Chen's plan. Lin Chen then took out an identification document from his pocket, which prominently displayed the name Chao Wang. Seeing the identification, Luo Chang immediately broke into a knowing smile. You really have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. When did you prepare this? Lin Chen did not hide it. I prepared it about half a month ago. Luo Chang nodded. I will keep this matter confidential for you. After discussing this, Luo Chang added, there's one more thing. The tree roots you brought back are very important, and based on your performance during this exploration, I reported everything to the president. The president is very satisfied with your performance, and your reward has been issued promptly. As he spoke, Luo Chang took out some items from his storage space. Then he said, as a beast master, the stronger your spirit pet, the greater the dangers you will face. Enemies will try every means to attack your true self, so I'm giving you this inner armor. This is a set of inner armor made from the skin of a sharp-nosed crocodile. It doesn't have a name yet, but I think you will find it useful on your way to Yuzhou. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's mind immediately recalled the basic information about the sharp-nosed crocodile. B-level, 4th-tier monster, possesses strong defensive capabilities, and is a natural predator. Skills include rolling attack, frenzied bite, and terrifying scream. Lin Chen understood that this item was quite valuable for him at the moment. Therefore, he did not decline and accepted it directly. This is the president's reward, and then there's the branch's reward. As he spoke, Luo Chang took out 2 boxes. He opened one of the boxes, revealing neatly stacked cash. This is reimbursement for the potions you used during the exploration. I know those potions are not ordinary items, and even money may not guarantee you can buy them, so we are reimbursing you at 120% of the market price. Lin Chen, upon hearing this, had no intention of refusing. He didn't mind having more money. Then, Luo Chang opened the other box. Inside lay a bone dagger. When Chimera saw the dagger, its eyes immediately lit up. Lin Chen, however, looked at Luo Chang without changing his expression. Luo Chang then introduced, this is a bone knife made from the bones of a zombie Tyrannosaurus. Lin Chen suddenly recalled that the zombie Tyrannosaurus was a failed evolution of the Tyrannosaurus. Although it is only a 3rd-tier demon beast, its combat power is extremely strong, and its temperament is brutal, lacking any rationality. It can be said that its fighting ability even surpasses that of a 4th-tier demon beast. A dagger made from one of its leg bones would definitely have considerable lethality. This bone knife is called the Last Madness. When you use it, it will put you into a state of madness, greatly enhancing your attack power and speed, while making you ignore pain. Lin Chen nodded upon hearing this. He knew that this dagger was meant to be used when one was in a desperate situation. Luo Chang then handed the Last Madness to Lin Chen. Now, it is yours. As Lin Chen grasped the Last Madness, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. What is Lin Xiaotian? I'll go chop him up right now. This damned world. It should head towards destruction. From now on, anyone who dares to block my path, I will chop them up. After that, Lin Chen quickly put the Last Madness back into his storage bag. In the brief seconds he held the Last Madness, he felt as if he was about to become an antisocial personality. Luo Chang then asked, when do you plan to leave Magic City? Lin Chen thought for a moment and replied, school starts in a month. The journey to Yuzhou will take about 20 days. I plan to find a merchant caravan heading to Yuzhou soon and leave Magic City immediately. Luo Chang nodded upon hearing this. Alright, then I won't come to see you off. After bidding farewell to Luo Chang, it was already afternoon. Originally, Lin Chen planned to go straight home, but then his phone rang. Lin Chen picked up the phone and found it was an unfamiliar number. He answered the call, and a somewhat familiar female voice came through. Lin Chen? I'm your homeroom teacher. I've been looking for you for a long time. I finally got through to your phone. Lin Chen's homeroom teacher was named Yang Man, a charming and graceful woman. She was also a well-known excellent teacher at Magic City No. 1 high school, and many students from prominent families would use connections to enter her class, but Lin Chen did not have a good impression of her. To some extent, Lin Chen could be considered a descendant of heroes. Both of his parents died on the battlefield, and according to convention, Lin Chen belonged to the category of martyrs' orphans. Not only could he enjoy the benefits for children of heroes, but he would also receive a substantial special hardship allowance. However, Yang Man had never given Lin Chen either of these allowances. Moreover, Lin Chen's allowance was replaced by a girl from a well-off family in the class. In the past, The original owner had sought out young man to inquire about this, only to be reprimanded. The other party even accused Lin Chen of competing with the girl for benefits, which led to the original owner's increasingly reclusive personality. Fortunately, Lin Chen's academic performance was excellent, allowing him to receive a scholarship every year, and with Lin Chen working part-time, he was able to maintain his high school expenses. Therefore, Lin Chen had never had much contact with Young Man. Thus, he naturally did not have her phone number. Receiving a call from Young Man now surprised Lin Chen greatly. "Is there something you need?" Yang Man's voice slowly came through. "It's like this, Lin Chen. Now that we have graduated, everyone is planning to have a farewell dinner. The whole class has been notified, but I couldn't reach you, and I had to find many people to get your number." Lin Chen frowned upon hearing this. The term farewell dinner felt too distant for him. The last time he had a farewell dinner was in his previous high school. When they graduated, due to a job fair, everyone had scattered early. This was one of Lin Chen's great regrets. Unexpectedly, in this second life, the memories that had long since faded away suddenly revived in Lin Chen's mind. However, the current Lin Chen had long lost the youthful spirit of his student days. He thought for a moment and said, "Is that so? But I don't have time. I'm about to set off for Yuzhou." Hearing Lin Chen's words, Young Man pondered for a moment and replied, "The whole class is here, and you're the only one missing. Don't you want to say goodbye to everyone before you leave? Besides, the class is like a big family. If you don't fit in, you'll definitely suffer for it in the future." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Here it comes, the familiar tactic of using collective honor to label others. To be honest, Lin Chen didn't resent the sense of collective honor. On the contrary, he strongly agreed with it. A person without a sense of collective honor or national sentiment would eventually go astray, easily influenced by others, and even brainwashed, becoming an extremist. However, what Lin Chen hated was the tendency to use collective honor to label others at every turn. Therefore, Lin Chen unabashedly scoffed and said, "Is that so? Then it's better if you don't treat me as one of your students. After all, you once said that teaching a student like me was your shame." After saying this, Lin Chen hung up the phone. However, just as he put his phone in his pocket, it rang again. Lin Chen, somewhat impatient, picked up the phone, ready to turn it off. But when he saw the number, it wasn't Yang Man calling. Lin Chen answered the call and asked who it was. "It's me, Yao Chuanxue." "Yao Chuanxue? What do you want from me?" "Nothing much. Graduation is coming up, and I heard from the homeroom teacher that you don't plan to come to the farewell dinner, so I wanted to check if something happened." Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, "Nothing. Just feel like it has no meaning." Upon hearing this, Yao Chuanxue fell silent for a few seconds, as if organizing her words. "Is that so? Then can I invite you? I'm leaving Magic City tomorrow and want to say goodbye to you." After hearing Yao Chuanxue's words, Lin Chen fell into deep thought. After a moment, he agreed. "All right, the time is tonight, and the place is at the State Guest Hotel." After hanging up the phone, Lin Chen checked the time and realized it was about time to head out. So, he went outside and hailed a taxi, taking Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Xiaoqing with him to the State Guest Hotel. As soon as Lin Chen got out of the car, he saw a huge sign at the entrance of the hotel. The sign read, "Farewell Dinner for the Sprint Class of Magic City No. 1 High School." Upon seeing this, Lin Chen immediately revealed a half-smile. They really went all out. It should be noted that the State Guest Hotel is one of the most famous hotels in Magic City and even in the entire Dragon Country. Being able to dine here is enough to prove one's financial power. What astonished Lin Chen was that someone could actually secure an advertising spot at the entrance of the State Guest Hotel. Such advertising spots are usually reserved for social elites who are getting married or holding large mid to high-end gatherings. Lin Chen didn't care much about this. He walked directly into the State Guest Hotel. As soon as he entered, a very beautiful hostess approached him. She looked to be around 20 years old and had a very pure appearance. When Lin Chen stated his name and the private room he was going to, the girl politely led Lin Chen and his 3 humanoid spirit pets inside. The hostess helped Lin Chen and his 3 humanoid spirit pets open the door, but the scene that greeted Lin Chen made him frown. There were a lot of people inside. It wasn't just the students from the sprint class moving around. Inside, there were not only his classmates but also many social figures who seemed unrelated to this farewell dinner. When everyone saw Lin Chen walk in, they were momentarily stunned, and then a middle-aged man whom Lin Chen had never seen before quickly approached him with a smile, saying, "Oh, isn't this our top scholar from the Magic City? Why are you so late? Come in quickly." Lin Chen was unfamiliar with the man and felt a bit confused by his words, unsure of how to respond. Fortunately, at that moment, Yao Chuanxue spotted Lin Chen and hurried over. "You're here. Lin Chen did not hide his curiosity and directly asked Yao Chuanxue, "Didn't they say it was a farewell dinner? Why are there so many outsiders?" Yao Chuanxue, hearing Lin Chen's question, replied helplessly, "I'm not sure. I only know that all these people were invited by Teacher Yang." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded and didn't ask further. At that moment, a stir arose from the crowd. Then, Lin Chen saw a young man stepping out from the crowd, her face glowing as she walked up to the podium. With a proud expression, Yang Man said, "Now that everyone is here, let me say a few words. Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules." At first, Yang Man began with some unnecessary pleasantries. It wasn't until the end that she revealed her true intentions. "Today, we are fortunate to gather at the State Guest Hotel to spend this wonderful evening, and we must thank Mr. Su for his strong support." Following this, a middle-aged man with slicked back hair stood up from a front row seat. At that moment, Lin Chen understood why there were so many outsiders present. This so-called Mr. Su was the famous wealthy man Su Lin from the Magic City. Lin Chen had seen some news about Su Lin before and had heard that he was currently starting a research project related to the awakening of spirit pets. Therefore, Su Lin wanted to invite some recently graduated high school students to participate, as the spirit pets of high school students were generally not of high levels, making them suitable for such research. Thinking of this, Lin Chen immediately had some speculations. Su Lin's appearance here is probably not just for the dinner. Lin Chen couldn't help but murmur to himself, his gaze shifting between Su Lin and Yang Man. To be honest, Lin Chen was somewhat curious about Su Lin and his research team. However, what intrigued Lin Chen was not why they chose high school students, but why they didn't recruit specialized beast tamers for dedicated research. Lin Chen believed that those high-level beast tamers would certainly have a lot of experience in nurturing low-level spirit pets. Choosing high-level beast tamers would definitely be more cost-effective than selecting a bunch of inexperienced high school students. Meanwhile, Su Lin had been invited by Yang Man to speak and began discussing the experimental situation of their research team and the benefits they offered. "Our laboratory is now quite large, and many beast tamers have joined our experiments, but this still falls far short of our requirements. We are currently lacking talented individuals with excellent results, so we invite you to participate. Our compensation is a salary of 1 million per year, and we guarantee that it will not affect your normal life and studies. Moreover, all the spirit pets in our laboratory will be available to you for free. As long as you can successfully sign a contract, they will be yours." The benefits offered by Su Lin's team were indeed generous. As soon as Su Lin finished speaking about the team's benefits, many of Lin Chen's classmates began to waver. Most of the students in their class were high achievers but came from poor families. After all, it was a sprint class, and most of the students had quite good grades. Then, Yang Man stood on the podium and said to the students below, "Thank you, President Su, for your generous support of our class. Now, if anyone wants to join President Su's laboratory, please come up to sign up." As soon as Yang Man finished speaking, several students, who were as academically excellent as Lin Chen but relatively poor, walked up and started chatting with Su Lin. However, Su Lin only exchanged a few simple words with them before asking his assistant to take them aside to fill out their information. The following time was the usual process of a farewell dinner. First, the teachers gave speeches, then the class monitor flattered the teachers, and only then did everyone start to interact. Although Lin Chen was not unfamiliar with such scenes and was even quite accustomed to them, he still felt a bit disgusted. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly rang in Lin Chen's ear. He turned to look, and the speaker was none other than his homeroom teacher, Yang Man. "Lin Chen, come here. I have something I want to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. "Teacher Yang, if you have something to say, why not just tell me here?" Lin Chen was quite familiar with Yang Man, who was very opportunistic. She was someone who wouldn't approach him without a reason. Either she wanted to gain something from him, or she was looking to cause him trouble. Sure enough, after hearing Lin Chen's words, Yang Man glanced at Su Lin, who was not far away. Soon, Su Lin walked over. Once Su Lin stood in front of Lin Chen, Yang Man began to speak. "Lin Chen, I really didn't misjudge you. When you first came to our class, I knew you were a dragon among men. As expected, you've now become the top scholar of Magic City." Hearing Yang Man's words, Lin Chen immediately let out a cold laugh. "Teacher Yang, just say what you want. There's no need to beat around the bush." Yang Man's expression froze at Lin Chen's icy words, but she quickly regained her composure and said, "You, this child, are still so straightforward. Then let me tell you some good news. President Su is very interested in your humanoid spirit pet. As long as you are willing to join his research team, then." At this point, Yang Man lowered her voice and spoke in a tone that only she and Lin Chen could hear. "President Su will offer you a generous salary. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen coldly snorted without changing his expression. Just as expected, Lin Chen finally understood why young man was so kind today to invite him to the farewell dinner. It turned out she was waiting to sell him out. Looking at Yang Man's eager face, Lin Chen said coldly, "Sorry, Teacher Yang, I'm not interested." After saying that, Lin Chen turned to leave. However, Yang Man quickly grabbed his wrist. "Don't go. Lin Chen, I know you are a hard-working child, but everyone knows your situation. With just that little scholarship, you can't afford the tuition and living expenses at Yuzhou Spirit Pet University. You need to understand how much it will cost to raise a spirit pet in the future." As she spoke, Yang Man's gaze shifted to the little Jiao, Chimera, and Xiao Cheng standing beside Lin Chen. Chimera's expression didn't change much, she was just focused on eating from a plate. Little Jiao rolled her eyes at young man with a flirtatious look, as if she didn't want to make eye contact with this old woman. Only Xiao Qing's eyes suddenly turned fierce, startling Yang Man into a cold sweat. Yang Man quickly withdrew her gaze and continued to persuade Lin Chen. "President Su also knows your situation, so after my strong persuasion, President Su agreed to give you a salary of 10 million a year, and all your expenses during university, including raising spirit pets, will be reimbursed by him. How about it? Have you considered it?" Upon hearing Yang Man's words, Lin Chen looked at her with the same expression one would give a fool. "Teacher Yang, if there's such a good opportunity, why don't you go for it yourself? Don't you often say in class that your life is unsatisfactory, asking us to give you gifts, saying that without such things, you can't go on living? I think it's better if you take this good opportunity yourself." Lin Chen remained unmoved, even teasing Yang Man, showing signs of wanting to leave again, not wanting to discuss further. Seeing this, Su Lin, who hoped to facilitate the collaboration and did not want Lin Chen to leave, spoke up. "Lin Chen, don't be so quick to refuse me. The scale of our laboratory might exceed your imagination." Lin Chen, upon hearing this, turned to look at Su Lin, curious about what he would say next. "You have 3 humanoid spirit pets, and their combat abilities are quite impressive. Our laboratory's research direction is to achieve controllable evolution of spirit pets. Your presence is an opportunity for the laboratory. If we can manage to anthropomorphize all spirit pets, then perhaps the survival of humanity can reach a new level. Don't you want to contribute to all of humanity? Don't you want to be remembered by everyone? Don't you want to become a hero for all mankind?" By the end of his speech, Su Lin sounded almost mad, making Lin Chen want to laugh. Lin Chen couldn't help but snort coldly. Here we go again. They were starting to label him. If he weren't an adult who had lived 2 lives, he might really be swayed by their rhetoric. Lin Chen then looked at Su Lin, still refusing to be moved. "Sorry, Mr. Su, humanity's survival has nothing to do with me." Upon hearing this, Su Lin had yet to react, but young man beside him became anxious and hurriedly continued to persuade him. "Lin Chen, how can you think like that? In this chaotic time, a battle between beasts and humans is inevitable, and everyone will step up to contribute. Aren't you positioning yourself against humanity? Moreover, as a rootless drifter, if you don't make some contributions to humanity, how will you achieve social mobility in the future?" Lin Chen's expression darkened immediately upon hearing Yang Man's clearly accusatory persuasion. Here we go again. They were starting to instill this twisted worldview in him again. Lin Chen then looked at young man, his gaze turning icy. In a tone that suggested to keep a distance, he coldly said, "Teacher Yang, let me warn you one last time, don't try to be clever with me again, or else." Just as Lin Chen's words reached this point, a voice suddenly interrupted him. "Lin Chen, so you're here." Although Lin Chen's words were interrupted, he was not angry. He turned to see who had interrupted him and immediately spotted Yao Chuanxue. At that moment, Yao Chuanxue was walking over with a cup in hand. Upon seeing her, Lin Chen's expression softened considerably. He had no bad impression of this old rival he had fought with for many years. He just thought the girl was very strong-willed, even to the point of being a bit overzealous. Yao Chuanxue approached Lin Chen, nodded at him, and then looked at young man and Su Lin. "The Yao family girl has grown up. I didn't expect you to be in college already." Su Lin nodded at Yao Chuanxue. "Mr. Su, you flatter me. I have something to discuss with Lin Chen." Saying this, Yao Chuanxue pulled Lin Chen and quickly left. This left Su Lin and Yang Man exchanging glances, wanting to keep Lin Chen, but knowing that with the Yao family behind Yao Chuanxue, they couldn't openly compete for Lin Chen's attention in front of her, so they could only watch as Lin Chen left with Yao Chuanxue. Lin Chen and Yao Chuanxue then came to the balcony one after the other. It must be said that the view from the balcony of the state guesthouse's private room is indeed excellent. Lin Chen enjoyed the evening breeze while Yao Chuanxue gazed into the distance. For a moment, the atmosphere became eerily quiet. After an unknown amount of time, Yao Chuanxue finally spoke up, "I'm sorry." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen shook his head. "It's fine. Even if you hadn't called me today, I would still put an end to my high school life." Yao Chuanxue, hearing this, shook her head in response. "No. What I meant was, the Yao Lan you met at the Yao family's spirit pet business is actually my grandfather. He is the real leader of our Yao family. My dad, Yao Yu, is the head of the family, but he still has to listen to my grandfather most of the time." Lin Chen, upon hearing this, responded with an "Oh. I know. You know? I guessed it." Yao Chuanxue was so angry at Lin Chen's words that she stomped her foot. "I knew my grandfather couldn't keep it from you. Anyone can see through his personality." Seeing Yao Chuanxue's expression, Lin Chen couldn't help but find it amusing and quickly changed the subject. "Do you know that Su Lin? He's the new rising star in the business circle of the Magic City." As she spoke, Yao Chuanxue began to tell Lin Chen about Su Lin. Recently, Su Lin had indeed been researching the evolution of spirit pets, but it wasn't as good as he claimed. In fact, his laboratory had not produced any significant results. Later, it was unclear who suggested to him that the lack of progress in his research might be due to the reasons related to beast tamers. Thus, Su Lin used this as a basis to secure funding and received a large investment this year, starting to recruit young beast tamers. While it couldn't be said that Su Lin was a fraud, his laboratory often encountered issues, and he couldn't be overly trusted. Anyway, if you go to him, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but you need to be cautious around him, Yao Chuanxue particularly reminded Lin Chen at the end. "Me? Do I look like that kind of person?" Lin Chen retorted directly. "I don't think so. You're so cunning. If you two collaborate, who knows who will outsmart whom?" Yao Chuanxue rolled her eyes at Lin Chen's response. Then, Yao Chuanxue asked about Lin Chen's future travel plans. "When are you setting off?" "The road to Yuzhou is quite difficult." "The day after tomorrow." "Safe travels. Once you get to university, I will definitely defeat you." Lin Chen shook his head, not expecting this girl to still be so naive. "Good luck. I hope you won't be crying then." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Yao Chuanxue immediately raised her little fist and waved it. "Don't mention me crying. Do you believe I'll hit you?" Lin Chen quickly raised his hands in surrender. When this young lady got angry, she could really do something like that. After chatting for a while longer, the two returned to the private room. At this point, Su Lin had already left with his people. The expressions of the other classmates looking at Lin Chen had also changed. Especially Yang Man, who, upon seeing Lin Chen, began to speak in a sarcastic tone. "Oh wow! Our top scholar really has quite the presence. Even President Su personally invited you, but you still wouldn't come. Humph. Now look, so many classmates in our class have been dragged down by you, especially those who wanted to go to President Su's laboratory, now they can't go." Lin Chen frowned upon hearing this. He hadn't expected Yang Man to target him over this matter. Particularly those few classmates who were eager to join Su Lin's laboratory, after hearing Yang Man's words, looked at Lin Chen with eyes filled with resentment, hatred, and even jealousy. The wealthy young masters and young ladies at home looked on at this scene with a mocking attitude. Someone, eager for the spectacle, said, "Don't say that about Brother Lin. Brother Lin has always been a lone wolf at no one high school, that's just his temperament. Ha ha ha. Isn't that right? I usually want to chat with Brother Lin, but I have to watch his expression. So what if Brother Lin rejected Su Lin? When Brother Lin becomes a god in the future, he might even reject the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom." Yao Chuanxue couldn't stand it any longer upon hearing everyone talk about Lin Chen like that. "How can you say that about Lin Chen? He has the right to refuse to join. Why must you forcefully impose moral obligations on him?" "Impose moral obligations? We wouldn't dare, he's the top scholar." Yao Chuanxue wanted to argue further, but was stopped by Lin Chen. Then, Lin Chen looked at these so-called teachers and classmates. "Teacher Yang, you need to realize one thing, my personality today is all thanks to you." With that, Lin Chen finally tore his mask off with Yang Man. "My father is a hero of the Dragon Kingdom. After so many years of schooling, where is my hero's child subsidy? Where is my poverty subsidy?" As soon as Yang Man heard this topic, she immediately felt a bit guilty and hurriedly argued back. "You are already a scholarship recipient, all rewards can't just belong to you alone. All your classmates should share in them." Upon hearing this response, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh. Then, Lin Chen pointed at a student wearing brand-name clothes and shouted, "If I remember correctly, his parents are well-known public figures, right? They stir up emotions online all day, promoting the cherry blossom country, saying they want to go to the cherry blossom country, and yet you give my hero's child subsidy to such a person." Yang Man quickly explained, "Lin Chen, slandering others like this will get you punished. Lin Chen snorted coldly, then directly took out his phone and found a photo from the other person's social media of their family visiting the Cherry Blossom Shrine. Don't you dare slander me. My parents are upstanding citizens. We were just out for a regular family outing. The student immediately retorted in a flustered manner. However, Lin Chen didn't argue with him but pointed to another person. As for this one who took my poverty subsidy, he's even more significant. His home is decorated with high-end raw materials, and he's decked out in top-tier gear, yet he took my poverty subsidy, and it was personally recommended by you, Teacher Yang, am I wrong? Yang Man thought for a moment and quickly explained, Lin Chen, your personality is reclusive, you don't fit in with the class, and you never interact with your classmates. You don't know their specific situations, so you shouldn't make baseless assumptions. My personality is reclusive? I don't fit in? Don't you know why I was isolated? Lin Chen's voice turned cold. Back in the first year of high school, when I received the scholarship, you asked me for a red envelope, and I didn't give it to you. As a result, you told the whole class that I was a wild child with violent tendencies, warning everyone to stay away from me, or they would catch the infectious disease from me. Do you remember? As Lin Chen spoke, his words were powerful and resonant. His mental strength was immense, and his words struck fear into Yang Man, causing her to retreat repeatedly. I never said that. Don't you dare slander me. Yang Man's voice was now somewhat hysterical. Yao Chuanxue looked at Lin Chen, unable to believe it. In her impression, Lin Chen was just a quiet, studious top student. If it weren't for Lin Chen's earlier reminder, she wouldn't have realized how much unfair treatment he had actually endured. Lin Chen then looked at Yang Man's guilty expression and couldn't help but reveal a cold smile. He was going to settle all the scores from the past 3 years today. There's one more thing that everyone in the class should know. Back then, when I didn't attend the tutoring classes you secretly organized, you locked me in a small dark room, deliberately preventing me from taking a part-time job, which led to my dismissal from that job and left me hungry for a month. I don't need to remind you of these things, do I? Every word Lin Chen spoke felt like a slap in the face to Yang Man. It peeled away the layers of her facade as a teacher, exposing her filth to the sunlight. Yang Man could no longer endure it. She slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Lin Chen, don't push your luck. Even if I did those things, so what? It's not like you know how to appreciate kindness. As a teacher, what's wrong with accepting some red envelopes? Am I supposed to live on my meager salary alone? If I didn't have these means, could I have climbed to my current position? Let me tell you, if you want to blame someone, blame your unfortunate birth. If you had been born into a wealthy family, you wouldn't have so many troubles. Do we really need a teacher like me in this sprint class? You are all top students, the best in the entire school and even the city. Even without a teacher, you could still achieve good results through self-study. So why do you still need me? Isn't it just to balance out you poor folks with the rich and powerful students? Wake up! This is reality. People like you will never achieve class mobility in your lifetime. After Yang Man finished speaking, many students were left speechless. They never expected her to say such shameless things. Should good people really be held at gunpoint? Should honest people, children from poor families, be looked down upon? Just then, someone suddenly started clapping. The crowd turned to see a bald old man with glasses slowly walking in from outside. Upon seeing him, Yang Man's eyes widened in shock. Principal Lu, what are you doing here? The person was indeed Lu Jiangwo, the principal of the first high school. When Su Lin invited him today, he had initially refused, but after hearing about Su Lin's words and actions at the farewell dinner for the sprint class through other friends, he felt he needed to come and see for himself. After all, he had heard some things about Su Lin and his laboratory that outsiders didn't know. Just as he arrived at the door of the private room, he overheard the conversation between Lin Chen and Yang Man. Lu Jiangwo never expected that the head teacher of the sprint class, Yang Man, was such a shameless scoundrel behind the scenes. Principal Lu, what I just said was out of anger, please don't take it seriously. Lu Jiangwo raised his hand and directly interrupted her. You don't need to say anything. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. As an outstanding teacher of the first high school, all your words and actions represent our school's image. If you have fallen to such a level, then the one who should reflect is me. I should reflect on why as a principal I have been so derelict in my duties that I have such a shameless subordinate. From now on, the school will establish an investigation team. We will fully investigate any unfairness and discrimination in teaching. If anyone accepts bribes, discriminates against, or bullies students, all matters will be dealt with according to the law. Upon hearing this, Yang Man stared at Lu Jiangwo in disbelief. She knew that this time, she was completely finished. It would have been better if Lu Jiangwo had scolded her or even directly fired her at this moment. such punishments would actually be nothing to her. At worst, young man could rely on her fame to get a job at another private school and continue making money. But Lu Jiangwo had escalated the matter to the level of the school's founding principles and educational philosophy, which meant he had completely torn the facade with her. If young man's issues were laid bare, she might end up facing prison time. Thinking of this, young man hurriedly stepped forward and pleaded with Lu Jiangwo, "Principal, I was wrong. Please give me a chance." However, Lu Jiangwo completely ignored young man and instead addressed all the students. He first glanced at Lin Chen, then sincerely said to everyone, "I apologize to you all. This matter is my fault as the principal. I have failed to choose the right people. It is my incompetence as a principal. I trusted the teachers' abilities too much and did not pay attention to their ethics. I will inform the school committee about this matter, and after it is dealt with, I will also apply for self-punishment to the committee. Please rest assured, I will do my utmost to improve our school's teaching environment and atmosphere." After saying this, Lu Jiangwo bowed to all the students. Upon seeing this, everyone fell silent. After standing up, Lu Jiangwo did not linger but left immediately. Not long after, some people came to take young man away. This so-called farewell dinner ended amidst such a farce. Lin Chen then left the Guobin Hotel aimlessly. Along the way, he and the three girls beside him leisurely admired the night scenery of the Magic City. The group slowly walked towards Lin Chen's home. As they walked, they arrived at a deserted street. Suddenly, some people appeared from both ends of the street. These people directly blocked their way. Lin Chen frowned, looking at the man in military training clothes at the forefront, who had a high-level Beast Master badge on his chest. "Who are you?" Lin Chen asked. Upon hearing this, the man curled his lip. "Kid, don't say we didn't warn you. You've messed with someone you shouldn't have. We've been looking for you for several days and finally found you today. Today, we're going to make you understand that in this world, you better watch where you're walking. Not everyone is someone you can provoke." Hearing the other party's words, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. He had many people he wasn't on good terms with, but the way they looked didn't seem like they were here to kill him. So, they shouldn't be under Lin Xiaotian. Then who could it be that wanted to deal with him? Lin Chen couldn't help but wonder. The high-level Beast Master saw that Lin Chen didn't respond, and even more so, that there wasn't even a hint of fear on Lin Chen's face, which made him a bit angry. "Damn it! Did you not hear me talking? Playing dead, huh? Brothers, go for it, show him some color. First, break this kid's 3 legs, then take him to see our boss." After the high-level Beast Master finished speaking, the intermediate Beast Masters behind him immediately took out their pokeballs. The narrow alley was soon filled with a dozen spirit pets. Most of them were sea-level second-tier spirit pets. Such strength was clearly beyond the capability of an ordinary high school graduate. It was obvious that they knew Lin Chen was the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Therefore, to be absolutely sure, they brought many people and had a high-level Beast Master in charge. Lin Chen looked at these spirit pets, then turned to Xiao Qiang and Xiao Jiao beside him and said, "Which one of you will come?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the high-level Beast Master immediately pointed at Lin Chen in anger and shouted, "You brat, at this time, you're still pretending. Do you really think you can defeat us? Do you think this is still the college entrance exam? Besides, I'm a high-level Beast Master. If we fight together, even 10 of you would be easily defeated. Brothers, don't hold back. Let's go all out. Don't kill those 3 little bitches by his side. The boss said they are still useful." Hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. Could it be that they weren't coming for him, but rather for his humanoid spirit pet? Suddenly, Lin Chen thought of someone, Su Lin. Lin Chen's eyes shifted, and a plan formed in his mind. "Aren't you afraid of being taken away by the security department for fighting in the city?" The high-level Beast Master scoffed. "The security department? Humph. Let me tell you, as long as our boss says a word, the security department will immediately let us go. To be honest, our boss is the famous Su Yalan. You dare to steal Su Xiao's girlfriend? You really must be tired of living." When Lin Chen heard Su Yalan's name, he was momentarily stunned. Although he had some impression of Su Yalan, it wasn't much. For Lin Chen, who had crossed over, his deepest impression of Su Yalan, aside from the fact that he seemed to be a student from another class in the same school, was probably from the Yao's spirit pet shop. Lin Chen remembered how arrogant Su Yalan had been in front of him, and how he had acted like a fool in front of Yao Chuanxue, which formed a stark contrast. Moreover, at that time, Lin Chen didn't have a humanoid spirit pet. If Su Yalan had wanted to attack Lin Chen in the spirit pet shop, it would have been quite troublesome for Lin Chen to deal with him if Yao Chuanxue hadn't intervened. What a narrow path for enemies. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Just as Lin Chen was still pondering, the spirit pets of the intermediate Beast Masters had already rushed over. Seeing this, Xiao Cheng stepped forward slowly, her graceful demeanor seeming less like she was about to fight and more like an actress about to perform, showing no signs of any fierce killing intent. As those second-tier spirit pets charged towards Xiao Cheng, her eyes suddenly turned into vertical slits, her clothes transformed into scales, and her body grew larger, becoming a massive green serpent over 50 meters long. Then, Xiao Cheng directly surrounded those spirit pets in the middle. The intermediate beast masters were taken aback by this sight. They were then shocked to see the serpent's mouth slowly widening. A strong oppressive aura enveloped them from above. They were so stunned that they couldn't move. The high-level beast master, seeing this, shouted frantically, "What are you doing? Hurry up and fight back." Lin Chen nodded in response. As expected of the only high-level beast master, still has some skills. Under Xiao Cheng's pressure, he can remain calm and react. That's already quite good psychological quality. Lin Chen watched as the high-level beast master's third-tier spirit pet began to attack Xiao Cheng, and he couldn't help but admire that the other party had indeed made the most correct response at that moment. But in the end, Lin Chen sighed. Is this kind of attack really useful? Lin Chen couldn't help but retort. Then they saw Xiao Cheng's mouth growing wider and wider, until she directly swallowed all of their spirit pets in one bite. They all let out a simultaneous scream. Some with weaker mental strength even collapsed to the ground, wailing incessantly. The pain of losing a spirit pet struck at the soul. That tearing sensation was beyond description. The high-level beast master also showed a pained expression, but compared to others, he could still endure it. However, the cold sweat on his forehead revealed that he was not feeling well at all. Lin Chen smiled and walked forward, coming to stand in front of him. Take me to see your boss now, or else. After saying this, Lin Chen revealed a meaningful smile, as if he intended to give the other person a memory that would be etched in their mind. No way! You think a lowly scum like you is worthy of meeting the boss? However, before he could finish his words, Lin Chen pulled a bone knife from his pocket and plunged it directly into the other person's thigh. The knife pierced straight through the bone. Then, with a slight twist, Lin Chen heard a crack as the other person's leg bone was snapped. Ah! You bastard! The senior beast master cursed. Lin Chen paid no attention to his words. Holding the bone knife, he spoke in a seemingly harmless tone. I'll give you one more chance. Tell me where Su Yalan is. Otherwise, I'll cripple your legs. The dual torment of soul and body made the senior beast master completely lose his will to resist. At the hot bar. Lin Chen smiled upon hearing this, then patted the other person's cheek and said, "Good for you." With that, Lin Chen left, leaving the other person with a look of terror on his face. Seeing that Lin Chen had walked far away, heading in the direction of the hot bar, he hurriedly took out his phone, intending to warn Su Yalan. But no matter how many times he called, no one answered. The senior beast master couldn't help but angrily throw his phone to the ground. It's over. If something really happened to young Master Su, we would all be in deep trouble. Meanwhile, Lin Chen seemed to be strolling down the streets of the Magic City with three beautifully dressed girls of different styles, enjoying the night scenery. As they walked, a half-basement bar appeared across from them. Above the entrance, it read Hot Bar. A few security guards were organizing the crowd at the entrance. Lin Chen approached the door as if he were an ordinary customer. The security guards immediately blocked his way. You, where did you come from? Go back where you belong. Dressed like a beggar, and you want to enter the bar? You should take a look in the mirror. Lin Chen glanced at his attire, feeling it was quite appropriate. The guard seemed to know what Lin Chen was thinking and disdainfully said, "Just looking at your outfit, it's worth less than $100. Do you know what $100 can buy inside? I'll tell you, not even a glass of beer. Get lost. Get lost. Hurry up and leave. Don't waste the bar's business here, or you'll regret it." After saying this, the guard looked at the three girls behind Lin Chen. These three ladies are quite nice. Dressed with unique flair, even with beast ears, please come in. Saying this, he attempted to invite Xiao Jiao, Chimera, and Xiao Cheng inside. Many bars offer free entry to beautiful girls to attract more customers. In such a place of indulgence, everyone is both the primal hunter and the prey. Men plan to hunt for beauty, and women are no different. Because the bar hoped that beautiful girls would bring in more customers, the security guard's eyes widened when he saw Xiao Jiao, Chimera, and Xiao Cheng. They were all exceptional. If such exceptional girls went into the bar and later found a couple of brothers to shoot a short video to send to the bar's various customer groups, wouldn't that set off a frenzy among those beastly young masters? Wouldn't the earnings for tonight just soar? The other party looked at Xiao Jiao, Chimera, and Xiao Cheng, unable to take their eyes off them. This beast-eared girl dressed as a fox is really beautiful. There's a seductive charm about her, and that girl in the training uniform with rabbit ears is also a top-notch beauty. And the one in Hanfu. As the other party looked at Xiao Qing, she playfully transformed her eyes into slits and stuck out her snake tongue, resembling a man-eating monster, which scared the security guard into retreating several steps. Ah! The security guard was quite frightened, nearly falling to the ground. His companions rushed over, asking, "What happened? Is there a disturbance?" After a series of questions, the security guard shook his head. He then glanced at Xiao Qing with lingering fear, only to find her unchanged, still standing there gracefully, like a fairy untouched by the mortal world. Could it be that I was seeing things? The security guard uncertainly questioned himself. At that moment, he looked at his companions. "Brothers, what do you think of those three girls? Are they top-notch or not?" The other security guards nodded in agreement. "Beautiful. Really beautiful. That woman with the fox ears looks like a real firecracker. She must be a wild one. That girl with the rabbit ears seems quiet and demure, but who knows how wild she is behind closed doors. She could probably wear you out in bed. Ha ha ha. I prefer the one in Hanfu. People nowadays are so extravagant. I like this kind of girl." The group of security guards openly commented on Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Xiao Qing. Lin Chen frowned upon hearing this and stepped forward, slapping the security guard across the face. The slap sent the guard spinning in place. After he finished spinning and sat on the ground, he looked dazed. Moments later, he spat out a few teeth and then reacted. "You dare hit me? Do you know where this is? You dare to make a move here? You're looking for death." Lin Chen, however, coldly smiled and said, "I'm just teaching you a lesson. Keep your mouth clean." Upon hearing Lin Chen's explanation, the security guards instantly erupted in anger. "Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you act wild here? Brothers, beat this kid up, and take the three girls in." After saying that, the security guards charged forward. Although they were ordinary people, they had undergone some training, and their combat ability was not much worse than that of a novice beast master. However, in front of Lin Chen, they were simply not enough. Before Lin Chen could make a move, the three girls took action first. In just a moment, the security guards were on the ground, wailing in pain. Lin Chen didn't even glance at them and walked straight into the hot bar. Seeing this, the fallen security guards realized that Lin Chen might cause trouble in the bar, and they quickly endured the pain, took out a walkie-talkie to contact the bar's security, and shouted, "Quick! Hurry and notify the captain. Have him call the beast masters." After Lin Chen entered the bar, he saw young men and women in the dance floor, wantonly indulging in their desires. They were dressed provocatively, moving boldly, and spending lavishly, completely disregarding tomorrow. In their eyes, there was only the present, only the extravagance of everything they could squander, whether it was material, spiritual, or even their own bodies. Lin Chen remained unfazed and directly grabbed a server. "Where is Su Yalan?" The waiter was taken aback for a moment, sizing up Lin Chen, but when he saw the three girls behind him, it seemed like he suddenly understood something. He quickly pointed in a direction and said, "Young Master Su is in the luxurious private room at the back." Once Lin Chen knew where Su Yalan was, he let go, and the other party left without a care. Lin Chen then led the three girls toward the innermost private room. Inside the room, Su Yalan had one arm around a girl and his other hand resting on another girl's thigh. A little brother beside him quickly said, "Young Master Su, you're about to go to university. You have to take good care of your brothers when you get there. You're one of the top 50 in the college entrance exam in Magic City, definitely a key training target." "That's right. Young Master Su, everyone knows this year's college entrance exam results. Aside from the top 4 freaks, the rest are pretty close." "Damn! Are you insulting young Master Su by saying that? He just didn't want to aim for a high score, he wanted to keep a low profile. Otherwise, how could that Lin Chen even matter?" Upon hearing this, Su Yalan couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Ha ha ha, that Lin Chen won't be arrogant for long." Everyone, hearing Su Yalan's words, couldn't help but step forward to ask, "Oh, what do you mean? Has young Master Su taken action?" Su Yalan snorted coldly. "That guy who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth actually dares to get so close to Yao Chuanxue. I've wanted to get rid of him for a long time." Su Yalan's sycophants quickly chimed in. "Damn! This Lin Chen is really shameless. Doesn't he know that Yao Chuanxue is young Master Su's chosen future wife? Damn it! Does young Master Su need us brothers to bring a few people tonight to take him out? Exactly. How dare he steal young Master Su's woman? That Lin Chen is really tired of living." The two girls beside Su Yalan, upon hearing his words, immediately spoke up unhappily. "Young Master, what's so good about Yao Chuanxue? Is she better than us?" "Young Master, I've learned a few new moves. Let me show you tonight. I guarantee you'll be more satisfied than with Yao Chuanxue." Hearing these words from the two girls, Su Yalan couldn't help but feel very pleased as he took advantage of them. "Ha ha ha. Yao Chuanxue is different from you, she's the only daughter of the Yao family. Marrying her means gaining the Yao family. As for that Lin Chen, he's just a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Just wait. Tonight, I'll make him kneel before me, begging me to spare him. Just as Su Yalan finished speaking, the door of the luxurious private room was kicked open with a loud bang. The entire door flew out and hit one of the sycophants behind it. Su Yalan was shocked and immediately shouted, "Who the hell doesn't know this is my territory?" As soon as he finished speaking, a charming and alluring woman walked in. That woman was, of course, Xiao Jiao. At this moment, Xiao Jiao was casually draped in a large cloak. The glimpses of her chest and thighs, as she moved, were tantalizing, making one's imagination run wild. Everyone couldn't help but swallow hard, wanting to pull open the girl's cloak to see if she was truly bare underneath. Then, Chimera walked in with her hands in her pockets, seemingly unfazed. She had a lollipop in her mouth. Anyone who saw such a youthful girl would involuntarily call her a gem. Finally, Xiao Chang walked in gracefully, like a fairy stepping out of a painting, untouched by the chaos around her. Soon, the three who had entered the luxurious private room, Xiao Jiao, Chimera, and Xiao Chang, leaned against the door, waiting for their master to come in. Lin Chen then walked into the luxurious private room under the gaze of everyone. The moment Su Yalan saw Lin Chen, he immediately exclaimed in surprise, "Lin Chen, how could it be you?" Su Yalan never expected that after sending his subordinates to capture Lin Chen would come to him instead. "What's wrong? Aren't you welcoming me? Didn't you send people to look for me everywhere?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Su Yalan's expression changed instantly. He wasn't foolish and quickly understood the implication of Lin Chen's words. "Where are my subordinates? Why didn't they come with you?" Su Yalan couldn't comprehend why only Lin Chen appeared here. Lin Chen, upon hearing this, revealed a meaningful expression. "Because your subordinates should all be in the hospital now." "Hospital? What did you do to them?" Su Yalan realized the seriousness of the situation upon hearing Lin Chen's words. He knew Lin Chen was not to be trifled with, which was why he had sent more people, even dispatching a high-level beast master to back him up. However, even with such a lineup, they had failed to defeat Lin Chen, who had single-handedly dealt with them and sent them all to the hospital, which was truly beyond Su Yalan's expectations. Su Yalan did not doubt that Lin Chen was lying, as Lin Chen's strength made it unnecessary for him to do so. Therefore, after realizing Lin Chen's power, Su Yalan's voice trembled slightly. Struggling against his fear, Su Yalan looked at Lin Chen and said, "What do you want? I tell you, this is the territory of the Su family. If you dare to cause trouble here, the Su family will never forgive you." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately showed a cold smile. "Didn't you want to find me? I'm here to ask you what you want to say to me." Lin Chen stepped forward slowly and pulled out a chair. At this moment, someone had already noticed that the atmosphere was off and stood up to scold Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, stop pretending. Offending our young master Su, you should hurry up and apologize, or do you want us to?" However, before the person could finish, he felt a blur in front of him. Then, with a loud smack, he was heavily slapped. Xiao Jiao immediately retracted her hand, watching as Su Yalan's lackey spun around several times before finally collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Xiao Jiao didn't have the same restraint as he did. If she was happy, she would directly incapacitate someone. If she was unhappy, she would directly kill them. Especially if the other party disrespected Lin Chen, Xiao Jiao would be even less polite. Of course, it wasn't just Xiao Jiao, Chimera and Xiao Qing were the same. Just now, Lin Chen had stood up for the three sisters, so they wouldn't allow anyone to disrespect him. At that moment, several security guards suddenly rushed in at the door. The leader had a high-level beast master badge on his chest. As soon as he entered the room, he arrogantly shouted, "Damn it! Who dared to cause trouble on my turf and hurt my subordinates?" As he spoke, he spotted Su Yalan in the private room. Immediately, he showed a sycophantic demeanor and hurried to Su Yalan's side, speaking in a low and submissive tone. "Oh, young Master Su, you're here. My subordinates just encountered a few small thieves, saying they came to your private room. Are you all right?" Upon seeing this high-level beast master, Su Yalan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Su Yalan laughed heartily, "Ha ha ha, you finally came. Shanggu, it's this guy. The one who offended me last time was him. And this time, the one causing trouble is still him. Today, you must kill him for me, no matter what." After seeing Brother Chang enter the private room, Su Yalan's other lackeys finally relaxed their tense hearts. Someone quickly exclaimed excitedly, "Although Brother Chang is a high-level beast master, his true strength has already reached the star level, he just hasn't participated in the rating. With Brother Chang here, I wonder how Lin Chen can still be so arrogant." "That's right. I've also heard that Brother Chang could have reached the star level a few years ago, but for some reason, he never went for the rating. Don't you understand? Brother Chang just doesn't want to be targeted by the authorities. Isn't it good to be a wild beast master? Upon hearing Su Yalan's words, Brother Chang immediately looked at Lin Chen and revealed a cruel smile. You are the top scholar from Magic City? I've heard you're quite ungrateful, daring to compete with young Master Su for women. Today, I will teach you a lesson. You'll know that when you see young Master Su in the future, you should keep your tail between your legs. After hearing Brother Chang's words, Su Yalan finally gained some confidence. He then took out his pokeball, and with a loud boom, a ball of flame flew out. Immediately, a fire dragon-like spirit pet stood in the arena. Brother Chang, let's attack together. Let him see the power of fire-type spirit pets under my enhanced fire element talent. Upon hearing this, Brother Chang chuckled and also threw out his pokeball. Brother Chang's spirit pet was also fire-type, a bird resembling an ostrich with flaming wings. Lin Chen's mind also displayed information about the two spirit pets. Blazing Dragon, B-rank second-tier spirit pet, a fire-type spirit pet with extremely strong attack power. Skills: Explosive Flame, Fireball Technique, Frenzied Bite. Fire Ostrich, C-rank 4th-tier spirit pet, a bird that feels inferior because it cannot fly, dreaming of becoming a divine bird like a phoenix, with extremely strong attack power. If not properly tamed, it has a certain chance of launching indiscriminate attacks, including on its own master. Skills: Flame Impact, Fire Rain, Lava Attack. When Lin Chen saw these two spirit pets, his eyes lit up. If he remembered correctly, when he met Su Yalan before the college entrance examination, Su Yalan's spirit pet was still a little fire dragon. Now, the little fire dragon had evolved into a blazing dragon. Such a rapid evolution speed proved that Su Yalan was indeed a capable beast master. It seemed that Su Yalan had reasons to be proud. As for the fire ostrich, its level was much lower, being just a C-rank spirit pet, and it could even backfire on its master, making it quite an awkward spirit pet. At this moment, Su Yalan and Brother Chang both looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, if you surrender now, I might spare your life. Otherwise, I will leave you here forever. Su Yalan glared at Lin Chen, coldly commanding. Beside him, Brother Chang was already poised to strike, waiting for Su Yalan's order. Lin Chen looked at Su Yalan and Brother Chang, his expression unchanged, and casually said, "You two can come at me together. If I take a step back, that counts as my loss." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Su Yalan immediately cursed angrily, "Damn it! Even at death's door, you're still pretending with me." Blazing Dragon. Explosive Flame. As Su Yalan angrily commanded the attack on Lin Chen, the fire ostrich simultaneously used flame impact against him. It should be noted that Su Yalan's talent was fire element enhancement, and under his talent's boost, the blazing dragon's attack power was comparable to that of a third-tier demon beast. Instantly, the luxurious private room became extremely hot, with two strong streams of flames surging directly toward Lin Chen. Just as Lin Chen was about to be engulfed in flames, the two streams of fire suddenly vanished. This left Su Yalan and Brother Chang both puzzled, as it was truly unexpected for them. Their spirit pet's attacks had just vanished like that? Blazing Dragon, Fire Ostrich, why did you cancel your attacks? Hurry up and burn this bastard to death. Su Yalan couldn't help but curse at his and Brother Chang's spirit pets. Although Brother Chang didn't speak, his bad expression clearly indicated that he shared the same attitude as Su Yalan. However, the Blazing Dragon and Fire Ostrich showed no response to Su Yalan's words. They huddled together like quails, as if they had seen something terrifying. Seeing this, Su Yalan and Brother Chang instinctively looked in the direction of their spirit pet's gaze. They soon saw Xiaojiao snapping her fingers, and in her hand, a brilliant spark flickered in and out of visibility. Although Su Yalan didn't know what kind of flame Xiaojiao held, his talent allowed him to sense an extremely dangerous feeling. Brother Chang, though not as talented as Su Yalan, also felt that something was off. The two quickly urged their respective spirit pets. Realizing something was wrong, Brother Chang hurriedly called out to his fire ostrich. Attack! Attack! Su Yalan even kicked the blazing dragon's rear. What good are you? You useless thing! There was a flame on the blazing dragon's tail, but under the suppression of the heavenly fire, the flame had shrunk significantly. At that moment, Su Yalan, consumed by anger, completely ignored the small flame and was instantly burned, gritting his teeth in pain. Lin Chen glanced at Xiaojiao. Alright, stop playing. Upon hearing this, Xiaojiao nodded. She then stepped forward, her fiery red cloak billowing, revealing glimpses of the scenery. She approached the blazing dragon and fire ostrich, both known for their violence, now completely turned into timid quails. Xiaojiao revealed a charming smile, then suddenly opened her mouth, and a torrent of flames erupted from it. The flames engulfed the two spirit pets, and when the fire dissipated, the blazing dragon and fire ostrich were nowhere to be seen. Xiaojio then patted her belly, letting out a satisfied burp. Meanwhile, Brother Chang and Su Yalan immediately clutched their heads, starting to wail in pain. However, Brother Chang could still endure it. As for Su Yalan, he was already rolling on the ground, babbling nonsense. The others were instantly struck dumb by the scene before them. It was simply too bizarre. Lin Chen had effortlessly eliminated a B-rank second-tier spirit pet and a C-rank fourth-tier spirit pet, leaving not even a corpse behind. Lin Chen then walked forward, looking at the dazed Su Yalan with disdain. He casually picked up a bottle of liquor nearby and splashed it on Su Yalan's face, which brought him back to his senses a bit. Lin Chen then squatted down, coldly staring at Su Yalan. "Are you still looking for trouble with me?" Su Yalan, upon hearing this, looked at Lin Chen in terror, not daring to speak. At that moment, someone wanted to save Su Yalan, fearing Lin Chen, and shouted from the side, "Lin Chen, don't get too happy too soon. Young Master Su is the son of Su Lin, a wealthy man in our magic city. Mr. Su has partnerships with many schools. If you dare to touch young Master Su, even the Spirit Pet University of Yuzhou won't be able to protect you." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and then looked at Su Yalan. "So Su Lin is your father?" Su Yalan, hearing this, seemed to grasp a lifeline, quickly forcing himself to appear calm as he threatened, "That's right. Su Lin is my dad." "What? Are you scared now?" Lin Chen heard Su Yalan's words and immediately sneered. Then, he took Su Yalan's phone out of his pocket. Su Yalan, seeing this, felt a sense of unease, not knowing what Lin Chen was up to. Soon, he saw Lin Chen throw his phone at his face, saying, "Now, right away, call your dad and tell him you're in my hands, and he needs to bring money to redeem you." Ha! Everyone was stunned, not understanding what Lin Chen was trying to do. However, at this moment, Su Yalan couldn't care less about Lin Chen's intentions. He quickly dialed the number, hoping his father, Su Lin, would come to rescue him. "Dad, I've been beaten. Hurry and save me." Su Lin, having been rejected by Lin Chen earlier that day and already in a bad mood, immediately changed his expression upon receiving Su Yalan's call. "Save. Save. Save your head. All you do is cause trouble outside. If you can't handle it, just die out there." With that, Su Lin hung up the phone. Su Yalan, hearing this, looked at his phone in disbelief. He had been on speakerphone, so everyone in the room heard Su Lin scolding. They had thought that upon hearing his son was being bullied, Su Lin would rush over to take revenge. Instead, it turned out like this. Now, everyone could only stare at each other in shock. "Could it be that I dialed incorrectly?" Su Yalan, still not giving up, dialed again. This time, Su Lin was already furious. "You ungrateful brat. If you dare to cause me more trouble, I'll send you to my lab as a specimen." Su Yalan ignored his father's threats and cried out, "I'm serious. I'm being controlled by Lin Chen. He wants you to bring money to redeem me, right at the hot bar." Su Lin was about to curse again, but upon hearing Lin Chen's name, he froze. "What did you just say?" "I'm being controlled. Hurry and save me. At the hot bar." "Wait, who did you say is controlling you?" "Lin Chen, the top scholar from this time in the Magic City. He's right next to me, and it's him who wants you to bring money to redeem me." Su Lin fell into deep thought upon hearing this. After a moment, he said, "All right, tell Lin Chen not to act recklessly, I'll be there soon." Hearing Su Lin say he would come to save him, Su Yalan felt a surge of confidence. He then arrogantly shouted, "Lin Chen, just wait to die. No one is leaving this room until my dad arrives. I want all your little spirit pets. I'll make them my playthings. I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs." Lin Chen, upon hearing this, shrugged nonchalantly, then kicked Su Yalan in the head, causing him to faint instantly. Finally, it's quiet. Lin Chen then turned to Brother Chang. "What? You want to say a few words too?" Brother Chang had intended to say something fierce, but after seeing Su Yalan's fate, he quickly shut his mouth. Lin Chen then looked at the other eager lackeys of Su Yalan. Upon meeting Lin Chen's gaze, they quickly took a step back, some even covering their mouths, signaling with their actions that they would remain quiet. Seeing this, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction and found a place to sit down. Xiaojio then sat down beside Lin Chen, very thoughtfully, and gently asked, "Master, what would you like to drink?" Lin Chen glanced at the drinks on the table, most of which had already been opened and squandered by this group. Then Lin Chen caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, just in time to meet Brother Chang's gaze. Upon seeing Lin Chen's expression, Brother Chang's body immediately stiffened as if electrocuted, and he hurriedly chuckled twice. "I'll go get the drinks." Lin Chen nodded in response. "Go ahead. Just bring the most expensive drink in the bar." Upon hearing this, Brother Chang's body stiffened again. The most expensive drink? If they sold the most expensive drink on a regular day, they would definitely earn a hefty bonus. However, given the current situation, the cost of these drinks would have to be borne by the bar, and it might even have to be shared among everyone. Lin Chen looked at Brother Chang's hesitant demeanor and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Do you have a problem?" Brother Chang quickly shook his head. "No problem. No problem. I'm going right now." After saying that, Brother Chang dashed out of the private room. At the door, a few of Brother Chang's underlings, who had just witnessed everything inside the room, hurriedly approached and asked, "Brother Chang, what do we do now? Should we go get help?" Brother Chang, upon hearing this, couldn't help but slap one of the underlings on the head in frustration. "You fool! The boss is coming. Are you going to get help now? By then, it won't be help, it'll be a ghost army. Then what should we do? Are we supposed to run? That Lin Chen guy's fighting power is just too strong." After hearing this from his underling, Brother Chang sighed. "This time we're done for. What we need to do now is ensure young Master Su's safety." After saying that, Brother Chang walked to the bar, grabbed a few bottles of the most expensive drinks, and headed towards the luxurious private room. To be honest, Brother Chang felt a pang in his heart at the thought of giving those expensive bottles to Lin Chen. After all, that was money. However, for the sake of his own future in life, Brother Chang had no choice but to go all out. When Brother Chang returned to the room, he saw that Su Yalan had already regained consciousness. Now, Su Yalan had clearly calmed down a lot. He finally understood that Lin Chen truly did not regard his life as valuable and might really kill him. Brother Chang quickly placed the bottles of alcohol in front of Lin Chen. Without needing Lin Chen to say anything, Xiaojiu casually picked up a bottle, opened the cap, and poured a small cup for Lin Chen. Although Lin Chen didn't like drinking, due to work reasons before his rebirth, he often had to socialize and had some knowledge about the quality of alcohol. However, in the private room, he couldn't see the bubbles or smell the aroma, so he could only taste it first. Then, Lin Chen downed it in one go. Brother Chang watched as Lin Chen drank the alcohol, feeling as if his heart was bleeding. As a result, Lin Chen wrinkled his nose and said, "Why does this taste so bad?" Brother Chang quickly explained, "This is a famous wine from Austria-Hungary. It needs to be adjusted before it tastes good." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen unhesitatingly kicked the bottle aside. The bottle shattered on the ground, and Brother Chang felt as if he had lost half his life from that kick. Lin Chen didn't dislike foreign wine, he just didn't like this flashy way of drinking. Then, Xiaojiu opened another bottle for Lin Chen. Lin Chen drank it all again. However, he felt it still had no flavor. "This is sake from Sakura country." Lin Chen then kicked that bottle aside as well. "It's a dogtail following a mink. It's not even as good as beer." Brother Chang was almost in tears at this point. If Lin Chen kept kicking, he would go bankrupt. Xiaojiu then opened another bottle for Lin Chen. After downing it, Lin Chen finally nodded, looking quite satisfied. As a result, Brother Chang's mouth twitched. He felt that Lin Chen might as well smash this bottle too. This bottle was actually just a regular strong liquor, the cheapest one. But unexpectedly, Lin Chen actually took a liking to that bottle of strong liquor. Not long after, the door to the luxurious private room opened again. A man in a suit walked in from outside. It was Su Lin. As soon as Su Lin entered, he felt that the way he opened the door seemed off. The moment he opened the door, he saw his son's group of friends standing against the wall, lined up like princesses in a KTV waiting for customers to choose their favorites. However, their expressions looked more like they were being scolded by a teacher. Their gazes were all fixed on the ground. Following their line of sight, Su Lin's mouth twitched. He saw Su Yalin lying on the ground like a corpse, looking up at the ceiling with a pained expression. His group of friends seemed to be attending his funeral, standing in silence. Upon seeing Su Lin enter, Su Yalin quickly got up from the ground, tears on his face, and said, "Dad, you finally came. You have no idea how outrageous Lin Chen is." Su Lin ignored him and looked expressionlessly at Lin Chen, who was drinking. "Mr. Su, please sit." Lin Chen pointed to a small stool across from him, as if he were the host. Su Lin glanced at the somewhat insulting small stool and immediately sneered. However, he didn't care and sat down on it. Suppressing his anger, Su Lin said, "Speak. What exactly is going on?" Lin Chen first downed his drink in one gulp, then spoke in a nonchalant tone, "Your son sent someone to kill me, did you know that?" Su Lin's pupils suddenly dilated upon hearing this. Although he knew Su Yalin was a jerk, he didn't expect him to be this much of a jerk. So, Su Lin quickly looked at Su Yalin. Su Yalin, feeling a bit guilty, said, I just wanted to teach him a lesson. Who told him to steal my girlfriend?" When Su Lin saw Su Yalin's expression, he knew this matter had to be true. After all, the Su family had indeed done similar things in the past. It was very likely that Su Yalin didn't have the intention to kill Lin Chen, but his subordinates wanted to take things too far. However, Su Lin was more curious about Su Yalin's claim that Lin Chen had stolen his girlfriend. After all, Su Yalin was never short of women around him. When did he suddenly have a girlfriend? Girlfriend? Who is it? Su Lin couldn't help but ask Su Yalin. Yao Chuan Xue, the only daughter of the Yao family. Put. Su Lin almost spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing Su Yalin's words. Yao Chuan Xue could actually take a liking to such a useless person like you? However, Su Lin finally understood what had happened. It must be that Su Yalin saw the close relationship between Yao Chuan Xue and Lin Chen, which sparked his jealousy, leading him to send someone to trouble Lin Chen. As a seasoned player, Su Lin had already guessed the facts quite accurately. However, Su Lin was not someone to be trifled with. He wouldn't let Lin Chen lead him by the nose because of this matter. Su Lin then coldly said, "It's just a small conflict between you young people, but you took it too far. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Su family?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen snorted coldly. "The assassins sent by your Su family have all been dealt with by me. Moreover, he just said he wanted to kill me and take my spirit pet for himself." Lin Chen then put down his glass and looked at Su Lin, his aura not losing any ground. At this moment, as Su Lin negotiated with Lin Chen, the aura of a superior began to emanate from him. "Oh, then you should report it to the authorities. Besides, you caused trouble in our Su family's bar and injured my son. This debt cannot be settled so easily. And besides, you beat my son to this state. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to walk out of this door?" As soon as Su Lin finished speaking, Xiaojiao, Chimera, and Xiao Qing all revealed fierce expressions simultaneously. This primal beastly nature and killing intent, even Su Lin, who had long been in a high position, could not withstand. Moreover, these three girls all possessed divine-level bloodlines. Su Lin nearly fell off his chair. However, the tremor of his body had already made him look foolish. Lin Chen couldn't help but sneer at this scene. "You say, if something really happens to me, causing me to be unable to report to Yuzhou Spirit Pet University, who do you think the authorities will investigate first?" Lin Chen said this lightly, but his eyes held a hint of mockery. Su Lin naturally understood the meaning behind Lin Chen's words, and immediately, he glared at Lin Chen with twitching eyes, angrily cursing. "I advise you not to stir up trouble." Just a moment ago, Su Lin had been at odds with Lin Chen over the laboratory issue, and now his son had sent someone to trouble Lin Chen. It could be said that no matter what happened to Lin Chen now, everyone would point their fingers at Su Lin. Moreover, Lin Chen likely had the support of the Yao family behind him. Su Lin understood that if the Yao family wanted to oppose him, things would become even more troublesome. Seeing Su Lin's expression, Lin Chen pretended to comfort him. "Mr. Su, don't be so agitated. I'm the easiest person to talk to." Lin Chen stood up, his gaze cold as he looked at Su Lin, slowly moving his steps. "I'm here today with no other intention but to settle this matter." Settle? How to settle? In fact, Su Lin had already guessed something, but he still wanted to hear Lin Chen's thoughts. Lin Chen didn't beat around the bush with Su Lin. "It's simple. Either you pay 10 billion as an apology for your son, or we'll see how it goes." Lin Chen's voice was not loud, but every word struck Su Lin's heart. Su Lin was so angry he was gasping for breath. 10 billion? Do you think your life is worth that much? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but sneer. "I need to correct a misconception of yours. This 10 billion isn't to buy my life, but to buy the lives of your entire Su family." At this point, Su Lin could no longer hold back. He hadn't encountered a young person who dared to speak to him like this in many years. Su Lin's expression twisted as he shouted, "Lin Chen, the reason I invited you into my laboratory is that I think highly of you. Geniuses like you die too young. Even the geniuses who have died at my hands are too many to count. I just don't know if you will be the next one." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen patted Su Lin's shoulder and said, "I don't have the ability like you to kill someone without facing consequences. It's just that the last person who said the same thing to you was that old man Lu Zhan." Su Lin's body suddenly stiffened at these words, and then he turned sharply to look at Lin Chen's back, asking, "You killed Lu Zhan?" It was known that Lu Zhan had left the city with the core members of the Lu family and never returned, which was something everyone in Magic City knew. After the Lu family was wiped out by the authorities, Lu Zhan had not been placed on the wanted list, so the only explanation was that Lu Zhan had been executed or had met his end. However, whether it was execution or demise, the authorities would have issued a report. Therefore, the upper echelons of Magic City had always been curious about how Lu Zhan had died. Yet now, Lin Chen had taken the initiative to bring this matter up. Lin Chen did not answer Su Lin's question but casually said, "It's not a big deal. It was just a small conflict between me and his son Lu Chun, but now it's all resolved." As he spoke, Lin Chen glanced at Su Yalan, who was trembling beside them. After hearing Lin Chen's words, Su Lin fell into deep thought. He couldn't understand how someone as poor and destitute as Lin Chen could possess such immense power. Even the authorities stood by Lin Chen's side, flattening the Lu family. Could it be that the Yao family had intervened? At that moment, Su Lin felt that his understanding of Lin Chen was too superficial. After today, he would definitely investigate Lin Chen's past thoroughly. Looking at Lin Chen's back, Su Lin thought for a moment and twitched his mouth in agreement. Alright, I promise you. Lin Chen naturally knew what Su Lin's promise referred to. Then, Lin Chen snapped his fingers. Thanks for the hospitality. This bottle of wine is nice. Remember to transfer the money to my account. After that, Lin Chen left with Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Xiao Chang. As Lin Chen departed, Su Yalan rushed over. Dad, are you just going to let Lin Chen go? Aren't you going to take revenge for me? I'm your only son. Su Lin looked at his disappointing son, and his mouth twitched again. He then raised his hand and slapped Su Yalan. I told you not to cause trouble. I told you not to cause trouble. Ouch. Dad, stop hitting me. Dad, I was wrong. If you hit me again, I might fight back. You dare to fight back. The entire luxurious private room soon became chaotic because of the Su father and son. After Lin Chen left, he didn't dwell on what had happened that day and went straight home. The only reason he pressured Su Lin today was that this person was very dangerous to him. In a world where the strong preyed on the weak, Lin Chen dared not entrust his life to the kindness of others. Su Lin's grand display at their class's farewell dinner made Lin Chen believe that the other party's anger was not merely due to his refusal to join their team, but that he was likely targeting Lin Chen directly. Everything Su Lin had done before was just a facade. At most, Su Lin would give young man some benefits to cover up his true intentions. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have left immediately after Lin Chen's refusal. Therefore, when Lin Chen learned that Su Yalan was Su Lin's son, he decisively decided to pressure Su Lin and see if the other party would expose himself in a fit of rage. As for the danger, Lin Chen felt that Su Lin wasn't foolish. Even if Su Lin wanted to take action against him, he wouldn't do it on the spot. A seasoned player like Su Lin would surely look for an opportunity to eliminate Lin Chen without anyone noticing, just like in a land battle. However, Lin Chen underestimated Su Lin's patience. Aren't you angry at all? Lin Chen felt a bit disappointed. But thinking about the 10 billion he would soon receive, he felt relieved. With that thought, Lin Chen happily fell asleep. Early the next morning, Lin Chen took Luo Chang's introduction letter and went to the task registration office. This time, Lin Chen made a special disguise for his visit. During this time, he was surprised to find that Xiaojiu was actually a master of disguise. After she effortlessly worked on him for a while, Lin Chen could no longer recognize his original appearance. Lin Chen couldn't help but ask Xiaojiu in confusion, "Is your nine-tailed fox clan skilled in disguise?" Xiaojiu didn't answer directly but instead smiled and asked, "Master, have you ever heard the saying that a fox's tail will eventually be revealed?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen exclaimed, "Oh," and immediately understood Xiaojiu's meaning. Then, Xiaojiu continued, "The disguise techniques of the fox clan all have flaws. Once someone discovers the flaw, they will completely fail. Master, you must be careful." Lin Chen nodded in understanding upon hearing this. Then, Xiaojiu, Chimera, and Xiao Qing also appropriately disguised themselves. There was no choice, the three of them were simply too recognizable. If they didn't disguise themselves, no matter how much Lin Chen tried to conceal his identity, others would easily see through it. After entering the task registration office, Lin Chen took out the letter of introduction and handed it to a steward nearby. "We were sent by Captain Luo Chang and would like to find a merchant caravan heading to the imperial capital of Yuzhou." The steward glanced at the contents of the letter, confirmed its authenticity, and then registered Lin Chen and the others' identities. He then stood up and said to Lin Chen, "Follow me." However, whether the organizer of the caravan will accept you depends on how much face Captain Luo has. Lin Chen naturally had no objections, nodding in agreement. Following the steward through a maze of corridors, Lin Chen finally arrived at a small room behind the registration office. Inside, the sound of cards being played could be heard. After entering, the steward shouted, "Old Lu. Is Old Lu here?" Moments later, a middle-aged man in his 50s, with graying hair at the temples, walked out. The 4-star Beast Master badge gleamed brightly on his chest. However, he did not look at Lin Chen but instead began to joke with the steward. "What's up? My luck is good today. If you delay me from winning money, I'll be mad at you." The steward then handed Old Lu the information about Lin Chen and the others, along with Luo Chang's recommendation letter. "What do you mean? Someone else wants to squeeze into my caravan? Let me tell you, not just anyone can enter my caravan. Even if the city lord Bai Yi came, I wouldn't give him face." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen became curious about how this person could be so arrogant. The steward smiled and said, "Don't worry. It's a recommendation letter personally written by Captain Luo. As soon as old Lu heard this, his eyes lit up, and he immediately took the recommendation letter and began to read it carefully. After a few breaths, old Lu turned to Lin Chen. What is your relationship with Luo Chang? Lin Chen was curious. This person didn't ask about Lin Chen's purpose for going to Yuzhou but instead inquired about his relationship with Luo Chang. It seemed that Luo Chang had quite a bit of influence. Lin Chen followed the pre-arranged script and said, I interned under Luo Chang, and I'm going to Yuzhou to escort students to school. Old Lu responded with an "oh," then stuffed the recommendation letter into his pocket, smiling as he said, Good. I can trust someone recommended by Captain Luo. Gather here at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Alright. The next day, early in the morning, Lin Chen brought Xiaojiao, Chimera, and Xiaoqing to the meeting point. Upon arrival, Lin Chen saw more than 30 people waiting. Some were lightly equipped, while others carried large and small bags of luggage, and there were even some who arrived riding their spirit pets. Old Lu looked at the gathered crowd and said, Most of you are old friends, so I won't say much. For this trip to Yuzhou, we'll follow the old rules and plan the itinerary based on a month's travel. We will pass through Suyang of the Two Huai Road, Hanzhou of the Two Rivers Road, Guangzhou of the Two Rivers Road, and finally arrive at the imperial capital of Yuzhou. If all goes well, we can reach the capital in 20 days. The fees are the same as usual, 500,000 for each adult, 1 million for caravan members, and 100,000 for students. Upon hearing the fee structure, Lin Chen nodded, feeling it was quite reasonable. He even thought that old Lu, as the organizer of this caravan, would end up losing out on this trip. At his level, money had already lost its meaning for him. Just then, someone looked at Lin Chen and suddenly asked, Who is this person? I've never seen him before. He looks pretty unfamiliar. Where did he come from? Can we trust him? Old Lu, you're not taking private jobs outside, are you? If he's not strong enough, he won't keep up with our team, and if he drags us down, don't blame the brothers for not giving face. The implication was clear. They wanted Lin Chen to show his credentials. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. He hadn't expected to encounter such a situation when he arrived. And if they wanted him to reveal his spirit pet, he actually had none to show at the moment. Xiaojiao, Chimera, and Xiaoqing were all disguised as students, wearing masks and looking harmless. Meanwhile, the only spirit in Lin Chen's pokeball was an evolving Ishan. At this moment, old Lu said very straightforwardly, Don't worry. He was introduced by one of our own, a high-level beast master named Chao Wang. Upon hearing high-level beast master, the person who spoke paused to think. A high-level beast master on the way to Yuzhou? That's a bit lacking. He then looked at Lin Chen with a face full of distrust and said, Kid, what's your spirit pet? If it's not strong enough, you might as well leave. Our team doesn't welcome dead weight. Lin Chen frowned even deeper at this and replied calmly, No comment. The other person became even more curious upon hearing Lin Chen's words. Oh, you've got quite the temper. Looks like I need to show you a thing or two. With that, he lunged directly at Lin Chen. Lin Chen hadn't expected that the other party hadn't even summoned his spirit pet. Immediately, the opponent threw a punch at Lin Chen's face. The punch was incredibly fast and powerful. Lin Chen was sure that even a second or third-tier spirit pet wouldn't be able to match such force. At that moment, Xiao Jiao was about to step in to block the punch for Lin Chen. Lin Chen glanced at her, which immediately made Xiao Jiao abandon that thought. Instead, she watched with great interest to see how Lin Chen would respond to the attack. In the blink of an eye, the punch was right in front of Lin Chen. However, Lin Chen didn't dodge. Instead, he slowly raised his hand. Old Lu watched this scene with a half-smile. One person beside him said with interest, Gao Peng's punch is comparable to a third-tier monster. This kid is in for a tough time. Old Lu shook his head at this. Not necessarily. The person introduced by Captain Luo can't be that simple. Just as his words fell, there was a loud bang, and Lin Chen directly caught Gao Peng's fist. Gao Peng, who had been smiling, suddenly found himself restrained by Lin Chen. First, he looked incredulous, then his eyes filled with wild joy. Kid, not bad. Take another hit from me. With that, Gao Peng tried to pull back his fist to launch another attack at Lin Chen. However, just as he had that thought, he was shocked to find that he couldn't retract his fist. What? He said, looking incredulous. Lin Chen slowly raised his other hand. Alright, you've had your turn, now it's my turn. At this moment, Gao Peng had a vague feeling that something bad was about to happen, and he quickly began to backtrack. Brother, it's all a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding. I was just testing you. However, it seemed Lin Chen didn't hear his explanation, as his fist loomed larger in Gao Peng's vision. Moments later, the caravan had set off. Except for Lin Chen, everyone else was basically familiar friends. Many people looked at Gao Peng, whose eye was swollen like a panda, and they all switched to a mode of gloating. Old Lu, as the organizer and leader of this merchant group, soon came to Lin Chen's side, laughing heartily as he patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. "Kid, I didn't expect your physical training to be this good. That's quite rare in this day and age." Lin Chen smiled at the remark but didn't say much. The reason for his strong physique was mainly due to the nurturing power of the celestial fox. However, mere brute strength was definitely not enough. Fortunately, Lin Chen had scored full marks in every subject during his time at school, including the combat class. The two aspects complemented each other, resulting in a synergy that was greater than the sum of its parts. This made Lin Chen's physical training unmatched by ordinary people. Old Lu then thought of something and explained for Gao Peng, "Our merchant group is different from others. Most of us are unorganized beast tamers, and if something happens, no one will come to collect our bodies. Therefore, everyone is very cautious, especially when newcomers appear in the group." Lin Chen understood Old Lu's words very well, so he didn't harbor much dislike for Gao Peng. He had already noticed that Old Lu's merchant group was indeed somewhat different. The people in the group did not have the backing of large families. Moreover, many of them didn't even have storage equipment. This indirectly proved that their status was not high. Of course, this didn't rule out the possibility that they had some connections with large families. After registering at the city gate of Magic City as planned, the merchant group finally left the city. Looking at the Magic City growing more distant, Lin Chen felt a sense of loss. Having lived here for 18 years, he rarely felt a sense of belonging to this city. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh, wondering how long it would be before he could return. The merchant group headed north, and soon Lin Chen figured out the composition of this group. The people led by Gao Peng were all wild beast tamers. Gao Peng was a peculiar case. No one had ever seen his spirit pet. In every battle, Gao Peng would charge in and engage in hand-to-hand combat with the monsters, and now he had reached the level of a one-star beast tamer. Another small group consisted of backpackers. They all had somewhat opaque backgrounds, attached to large families but not part of their inner circles, led by two-star beast tamer Wang Tao. The last group consisted of bounty hunters, the role Lin Chen was currently playing. Some of them were escorting goods, while others were escorting students to school or taking on collection tasks. Because they had tasks at hand, most of them kept a low profile. Lin Chen was just a bit curious about how Old Lu managed to gather this group of people together. With so many people, they couldn't use transportation in the wild. This group had no spirit pets to serve as transportation, and after walking for an hour, the merchant group had only covered 5 kilometers. Lin Chen calculated that at this pace, the group would cover at most 50 kilometers in a day. At such a speed, it was impossible to reach the imperial capital within a month, right? Lin Chen couldn't help but ask Old Lu about his doubts. Upon hearing Lin Chen's concerns, Gao Peng, who had just been punched by Lin Chen, immediately took the initiative to explain. "Brother Chao Wang, you might not know this. Don't be fooled by how slow the merchant group is moving now. Once we pass through Hangzhou and Guangzhou, the number of people in the group will decrease significantly. At that time, everyone will be able to speed up." Lin Chen responded with an "oh," indicating that he understood. As they walked, the sun rose to the top of their heads. In the southern region during July, it was still quite hot. Looking at the midday sun, Old Lu couldn't help but curse under his breath, then said to everyone, "Take a half-hour break." The crowd quickly sat down on the ground, some resting while others ate. At that moment, Gao Peng leaned over to Lin Chen's side and casually patted him on the shoulder. "Brother, your skills are impressive. I've roamed the rivers and lakes, but it's the first time I've been at a disadvantage in close combat. Seeing how strong you are in hand-to-hand fighting, your spirit pet must be quite powerful too, right?" Lin Chen, chewing on a piece of biscuit, didn't look at Gao Peng and casually replied, "Not really. It's just that my spirit pet is rather average, so I had to focus on training my physical body instead. After all, we can't just wait around to die." Hearing Lin Chen's response, Gao Peng burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Indeed, we are kindred spirits. To be honest, my spirit pet is also a weakling. Back when I took the college entrance exam, I awakened a decent talent, but my family was poor, so I ended up signing a contract with a low-tier spirit pet, which meant I couldn't beat anyone afterward. After failing the college entrance exam, I thought, since my spirit pet can't beat others, I'll find a way to defeat them for my spirit pet, right?" Gao Peng rambled on about his past glories. Lin Chen didn't interrupt him, playing the role of a very good listener. However, Lin Chen didn't believe a word of what Gao Peng said. He had already formed a certain understanding of this merchant group. Among the 30 people, aside from a few students who had just enrolled in college, the rest were all star-level beast masters. A star-level beast master's spirit pet, even if it was weak, wouldn't be lower than tier 4. How could a tier 4 spirit pet be as useless as Gao Peng claimed? At that moment, a girl who also looked like a student slowly stood up. She walked alone towards a nearby small river, holding a water bottle, seemingly preparing to replenish her water supply. Arriving at the riverbank and looking at the clear water, she first placed the water bottle into the river to fill it up. Then, she bent down, lowering her head, ready to wash her face. Just then, the river suddenly surged. Following that, a massive, gaping mouth shot out from the water, directly lunging at the girl's head. That enormous mouth looked like it could easily swallow half of the girl's body. It was a chilling sight. The girl let out a startled cry and froze in place. At that moment, a gust of wind blew past. A wave of cold air suddenly enveloped the little girl from behind. Then, there was a loud bang. A large ice block, half a meter wide, smashed right into the gaping mouth in front of the girl. The owner of that big mouth immediately let out a howl. It was then that everyone realized it was actually a crocodile. Lin Chen merely glanced at it, and the basic information about the crocodile appeared in his mind. Hidden Big Mouth Beast, C-Rank Tier 3 Monster, possesses powerful biting force and unexpected hiding abilities, a natural assassin, but with a single attack method and a preference for living in groups. Has the skill, Frenzied Bite. After being rescued, the girl was about to leave the dangerous area. She quickly stepped back a few paces, then patted her chest, letting out a sigh of relief. Finally safe, she murmured to herself. However, was it really safe? How could there be absolute safety in the wild? Just as she relaxed her guard, the river surged again. This time, more than a dozen hidden big mouth beasts simultaneously leaped out of the water. These were Tier 3 monsters. How could a freshly graduated high school student deal with them? She was instantly terrified and at a loss. As the secret big-mouthed beasts continued to approach, the girl was on the verge of losing her life. At that moment, 3 figures appeared behind her. One of the figures was a snow-white ball of flesh, another was a large beetle, and the last figure was Gao Peng, a living person. Ice Snow Chinchilla, a type of chinchilla that lives in extremely cold regions, a 5th-tier monster, prefers cold places to avoid warmth, can use ice and snow magic, is not good at hand-to-hand combat, but has extremely high defense. Moreover, the reproductive ability of the Ice Snow Chinchilla is very weak, with only 1 baby per litter, making it very rare. Skills include Ice Making, Blizzard, and Ice Ball Strike. Horn General, a D-class 3rd-tier monster, has very strong defense, can fly, but its flying ability is average, and its main attack method is still on the ground. Skills include Gladiatorial Attack, Earth Escape, Noise Attack, and Phantom Clone. The 2 summoned spirit pets, one at the 4th tier and one at the 5th tier, posed a complete dimensional strike against the 3rd-tier secret big-mouthed beasts. Logically, this should have been a massacre. However, the secret big-mouthed beasts showed no fear of these 2 high-tier spirit pets and charged directly at them. Boom! Boom! 2 large ice balls smashed down on the 2 secret big-mouthed beasts simultaneously. The Horn General even used its long horns to push aside several secret big-mouthed beasts. Seeing this, Gao Peng shouted, "Run! What are you waiting for?" The girl finally reacted and hurriedly ran back. At that moment, 2 secret big-mouthed beasts appeared from the side, and Gao Peng kicked one of them away. But the other secret big-mouthed beast had already charged towards the girl. The girl fled in a panic, not knowing how she ended up running in Lin Chen's direction. Lin Chen sighed at this sight. What a hassle. He originally wanted to minimize his chances of intervening to avoid exposing his trump card. Otherwise, once he was recognized, his plan to secretly enter the imperial capital would be ruined. At the very least, in Magic City and even in the Tuhuai Road, Lin Chen tried not to expose himself. Once he left the area where his enemies could reach, he wouldn't have to be so cautious. Fortunately, the one charging at him was just a 3rd-tier monster. At that moment, someone shouted, "Chao Wang, run! Protect your employer!" The reminder was correct. According to common sense, all bounty hunters or bodyguards should protect their employer at the first opportunity. However, Lin Chen was different. If a fight really broke out, it was uncertain who would protect whom between him and the 3 so-called employers behind him. When the girl saw Lin Chen, it was as if she had found a lifeline, and she quickly rushed over, hiding behind Xiaojiu. Lin Chen frowned at this. Between Xiaojiu and the secret big-mouthed beast was Lin Chen. The secret big-mouthed beast opened its large mouth and lunged at Lin Chen the moment it saw him. Without saying a word, Lin Chen let a bone knife slip from his sleeve. This bone knife was the last madness that Luo Chang had given him. The moment Lin Chen grasped the hilt, he felt as if the whole world was beneath his feet. Even if the King of Heaven came, he would have to kneel before him. Fortunately, Lin Chen's mental strength was powerful, and he quickly managed to suppress the madness of the bone knife. Then, Lin Chen thrust the knife out, and blood splattered everywhere. He directly split the secret big-mouthed beast's head in half. The beast fell to the ground, completely lifeless. At this point, the battle had already entered its final stages. The secret platypuses, realizing they were no match for the merchant caravan, immediately chose to flee. As soon as they returned to the water, they became invisible. Some sank like decayed wood, others like stones to the bottom, and some simply burrowed into the mud. It was only then that the girl peeked out from behind Xiaojiu. She looked worried, glancing around with lingering fear, and upon realizing there was no danger, she patted her chest and stepped out. Approaching Lin Chen, she politely said, "My name is Lu Weiwei. Thank you for saving me. If it weren't for you today, I might have died here." This series of sweet words, combined with the girl's eyes full of admiration and gratitude, was like the prelude to a romantic encounter. Seeing this, Gao Peng immediately whistled. "Wow, brother Chao Wang, not bad. You come out to take a mission and get to be a hero saving a beauty, meeting such a pretty girl." However, Lin Chen looked at Lu Weiwei and said expressionlessly, "If there's nothing else, go back to your spot. Don't disturb us here." Upon hearing Lin Chen's response, the others in the caravan were instantly speechless. Damn! How much of a straight man is this guy? How can he be so clueless? A freshman, huh? Why can't I encounter such good fortune? What a wasted opportunity. It's really feast or famine. Even old Lu touched his thinning hairline and said, "Hey, I was the one who saved her first. Why isn't she thanking me?" Lu Weiwei was somewhat at a loss for words after Lin Chen's remark. After thinking for a moment, she quickly said, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to Yuzhou for school. Are we going the same way?" Old Lu slapped his forehead. He thought to himself, "It's over, this girl is really falling for it, asking such a question? In this caravan, who isn't going the same way?" Yet, Lin Chen didn't even glance at her. Not on the way. The others in the caravan were once again at a loss for words. Some who had been smiling awkwardly now looked at Lin Chen with disappointment, wanting to help him out. "Brother, seize the opportunity. She's a pure girl." Lu Weiwei couldn't help but clench her small fists, unwillingly turning to leave. Lin Chen held the last frenzy in his hand and began to dissect the secret platypus with the bone knife. He first skinned it, as this was a very rare material that might be useful later. Then, Lin Chen broke down the platypus's meat and packed it into his storage equipment. It wasn't that Lin Chen hadn't brought enough food. Rather, Xiaojiu and Xiaoqing needed to consume the blood and flesh of the demon beasts to enhance their strength. He didn't want the two girls to keep eating human food. In fact, the reason he was so cold towards Lu Weiwei was that he had keenly noticed that she wasn't as innocent as she appeared. First, when being chased by the secret platypus, Lu Weiwei didn't head towards the stronger old Lu but chose to go on her own, which might have had some element of chance. However, she just happened to hide behind Xiaojiu. This clearly indicated that she was using both Xiaojiu and Lin Chen as her meat shields. On the surface, Xiaojiu was Lin Chen's employer. Therefore, Lu Weiwei's actions were essentially forcing Lin Chen to intervene. Moreover, during this process, Lu Weiwei didn't even summon her spirit pet and even tried to get close to Lin Chen at the first opportunity. Overall, Lin Chen still felt it was better to keep a distance from Lu Weiwei. After confirming that no one in the caravan was injured, old Lu waved his hand and signaled everyone to get back on the road. This little incident did not actually affect the overall progress of the caravan. On just the first day of travel, the caravan encountered 3 attacks of varying sizes, one of which resulted in injuries. After a whole day of traveling, the sun began to set, and evening finally arrived. Old Lu ordered everyone to set up camp on the spot and lit a bonfire in a clearing. Before setting out, Lin Chen had purchased a tent. After setting up the tent, Lin Chen sat down with everyone around the bonfire, which gave him a feeling of brewing tea by the hearth. After the night watch schedule was assigned, everyone entered their free time. Cao Ping then walked over to Lin Chen, holding a bottle of liquor and shaking it in front of him. "Want a drink?" Lin Chen casually took the bottle offered to him and tilted his head back to take a big swig. This was not Lin Chen showing off. He had no need to be wary. It was because Lin Chen had a body immune to all poisons, which also meant he could drink without getting drunk. Cao Ping watched as Lin Chen downed more than half the bottle as if it were water, his mouth twitching slightly, then he gave a thumbs up and said, "Bro, you have a great capacity for alcohol. This is 52-degree vodka." Saying this, Cao Ping took the bottle back and took a small sip. "You seem to have a strong bias against that girl from earlier?" Lin Chen did not directly answer Cao Ping's question. "I'm on a mission. I won't pay attention to anything that affects the progress of the mission." Upon hearing this, Cao Ping once again gave a thumbs up. Truly professional ethics. "But I must remind you, that girl is not an ordinary person." Lin Chen raised his eyebrows in interest at this. "What do you mean? Is she from some big family?" Cao Ping shook his head and leaned closer to Lin Chen's ear. "She's not from a big family, on the contrary, she's just the daughter of an ordinary civilian, studying at Sanzhong. When she first enrolled, her grades were very average, but for some inexplicable reason, she caught the eye of Guanishan, a young master from the Guan family in the capital, who was here for study abroad, and became his girlfriend. Guanishan left her with a lot of cultivation resources, effectively turning her into a top seed player at Sanzhong. After hearing this, Lin Chen felt no waves of emotion and thought it was quite normal. Because not to mention Sanzhong, even in their own school's elite class, such melodramatic things happened. Those rich second-generation kids, which one of them wasn't built up by resources? Cao Peng shook his head. Don't be indifferent. If things stopped here, there really wouldn't be much to say. But this girl is playing both sides at Sanzhong. Each one of them is wealthy and powerful. The worst of them is also a seed player at Sanzhong. Have you heard of Chen Feiyang? Lin Chen initially wanted to say he knew, but thought it didn't quite fit the identity he was currently portraying. So, Lin Chen remained silent and waited for Gao Peng to continue. Sure enough, Gao Peng, being the sociable guy he was, continued on his own. He is the top student at Sanzhong, ranked 4th in this year's college entrance examination. If it were in previous years, he would definitely be first. But this year, there are too many geniuses in Magic City, and with that freak Lin Chen, he could only settle for 4th. Lin Chen looked at Gao Peng, who was rambling on without getting to the point, feeling a bit of an urge to tease him. Gao Peng then shifted his tone. Chen Feiyang is Lu Weiwei's boyfriend. Lu Weiwei's cultural classes were personally tutored by Chen Feiyang, and it was because of Lu Weiwei that Chen Feiyang missed the precious opportunity for trials before the college entrance examination. Otherwise, the top scholar in the Magic City might not have been determined yet. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised upon hearing this, and the image of the stern and seemingly cold Chen Feiyang quickly surfaced in his mind. He remembered that the other party ultimately gave up on university and chose to go to the military. He never expected that even someone like him could be taken down by Lu Weiwei, which showed that Lu Weiwei was indeed extraordinary. Lin Chen nodded and casually said, "So what? It's not like I'm the one being cheated on." Gao Peng, hearing this, suddenly choked on the vodka he had just taken a sip of. "Bro, don't you understand what I mean? I'm saying be careful of this girl giving you a hard time. Haven't you heard that it's hard to raise a small person or a woman? Offending a small person or a bully, at most, they'll fight you to the death, but if you offend a woman, they have all sorts of ways to make your life worse than death." Lin Chen certainly knew about the outrageousness of certain women, especially having experienced the era of female martial artists in his past life, where every martial artist's combination of moves could be deadly. If it were in his past life, as a small-time player, he would definitely be cautious. But now, in this world where everyone raised beasts and the strength of beast tamers was paramount, would Lin Chen still fear a green tea like Lu Weiwei? Lin Chen did not hide his sarcasm and laughed. Isn't she afraid that all her boyfriends will blow up on each other? Cao Peng, with a look of someone who had never seen the world, explained to Lin Chen, "Little brother, that's where you're ignorant. If you were a woman and were two-timing, how would you make your suitors believe you were devoted to them?" Lin Chen didn't understand, so he could only wait for the answer. It's simple, treat him well. This Lu Weiwei consolidates all the money and resources from the men she has, then buys a relatively expensive gift for one of them, claiming she saved up for it. That man will treat her even better, thinking this girl is sincere to him, and then she takes the gift he gave her and gives it to someone else. Just like that, it snowballs, and she arranges everyone clearly. If the other party discovers the trick, she'll say that a certain someone is the son of her parents' company boss, who pursued her relentlessly, and she was afraid her parents would be hurt, so she didn't dare to refuse, adding a few tears. In that case, the other party will feel even more sympathy for her, pitying her. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim internally, "Wow, this is no different from the gold diggers in his past life. Moreover, she's a great compassionate female bodhisattva." Lin Chen couldn't help but give Lu Weiwei a thumbs up in his heart. Gao Peng glanced in Lu Weiwei's direction, then smirked and said, "So you need to be careful. Today, you embarrassed her, and she won't let it go easily." Lin Chen looked at Cao Peng, curious, and asked, "How do you know all this?" Cao Peng's expression immediately fell. "Do you think I want to know? If she weren't my client and I wasn't sending her to the imperial capital of Yuzhou, why would I investigate her background?" Lin Chen responded with an "Oh. Since you know she's hard to deal with, why take this business? There should be plenty of clients wanting to enroll in school at this time, right?" Gao Peng's face fell even more. "Isn't it because the money from the big boss is too much for me to refuse?" Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh at this. After advising Lin Chen, Gao Peng left directly. Lin Chen didn't expect Gao Peng to voluntarily reveal so much explosive information to him. After entering the night, Lin Chen immediately went into his tent to rest. In the middle of the night, Lin Chen, along with Xiaojiao, Chimera, and Xiao Chang, suddenly opened their eyes together. Lin Chen couldn't help but make eye contact with Xiaojiao, Chimera, and Xiao Chang. Then, Xiaojiao planned to go out and check the situation. However, Lin Chen stopped her and crawled out of his sleeping bag, discovering that old Lu was at the entrance, looking at him with a half-smile. Old Lu was a rugged man with a full beard, but Lin Chen didn't think this person was someone to be underestimated. Lin Chen asked in confusion, "What's the matter? It's not my turn to keep watch yet." Old Lu nodded and then reminded Lin Chen, "It's nothing. Just came to tell you a little something." Lin Chen, curious, looked at old Lu. "What is it?" "Be careful of Gao Ping. That guy is not reliable." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. Before setting off, Lin Chen had known that all the guards in this caravan were people they had vetted. How could they be unreliable? Old Lu seemed to know what Lin Chen was curious about, and he smiled as he said, "Don't ask me why, it's the rule. Anyway, everyone here has their own selfish motives." Lin Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. In fact, Lin Chen had known before coming that many people in this group had their own backgrounds. Even those wild beast tamers could have been secretly bought off by those big families. They might be doing some shady work for them or providing intelligence. Lin Chen thought of something and then asked, "Why are you telling me this?" Old Lu chuckled. "You're someone introduced by Captain Luo. Captain Luo has done me a favor, so of course, I have to help you." After hearing this explanation, Lin Chen fell silent. Just then, a gust of night wind blew by, and Lin Chen immediately furrowed his brow. Then, old Lu quickly picked up a whistle hanging on his chest, put it to his mouth, and blew. "Enemy situation," old Lu shouted while blowing the whistle. The others in the caravan quickly emerged from their tents. In an instant, 9 spirit pets appeared around the camp. Yet, neither Gao Ping nor Lin Chen summoned their spirit pets. They remained on high alert, empty-handed. Behind Lin Chen were Xiaojiao, Chimera, and Xiao Chang, 3 young girls who seemed very scared but were actually not nervous at all. In fact, they were even chatting and laughing among themselves. Soon, several footsteps emerged from the dark night. Bang! 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 This sound in the darkness made many in the caravan feel fear. Then, a dozen large gorillas appeared around the camp. They had just surrounded everyone. Lin Chen felt that these gorillas looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen them. Soon, information about these gorillas appeared in his mind. Clever gorilla, C-grade tier 3 monster, an evolved form of the curious gorilla, likes to live in groups, always appears in large numbers, and their combat power doubles when fighting as a team. They are very vigilant. Every time they attack, they weigh the pros and cons. If they can't be absolutely sure, they won't act blindly. At tier 2, they simply like to imitate humans. Upon evolving to tier 3, they begin to think about human behavior, seeking the intent behind every action, with very strong observational skills. If a group has a tier 4 or even tier 5 monkey king, their combat power will reach another level. They possess skills such as Meatball War Chariot, Frenzied Biting, Collective Charge, Smashing, and War Drums. Lin Chen quickly remembered that he had encountered these familiar gorillas during the college entrance examination. At that time, the curious gorillas had caused quite a bit of trouble for the students. Now, these evolved and intelligent gorillas would obviously be even more formidable. As Lin Chen looked at the dozen or so clever gorillas, he felt that something was off. At that moment, Gao Ping, somewhat disinterested, said, "I thought it was some beast. Turns out it's these gorillas. This group of guys can bully lone wolves in packs, but a large merchant convoy like ours has nothing to fear from them. Moreover, we have a full 10 4th-tier demon beasts. Isn't this just handing us experience and materials?" Upon hearing Gao Ping's words, Lin Chen immediately realized what was wrong. These intelligent creatures would not recklessly attack such a large merchant convoy. Although most of the people in the convoy were not strong fighters, there were 12 beast tamers guarding the goods. The others were not necessarily defenseless ordinary people either. However, these clever gorillas still took the initiative to attack. The leading gorilla suddenly began to pound its chest, activating the war drum skill. As the sound of the war drum echoed, the other gorillas' eyes turned red, their expressions became fierce, and they charged toward the merchant convoy. Although there were many clever gorillas, there were also quite a few people on the merchant side. Gao Ping laughed heartily and rushed forward to engage them in close combat. Old Lu and the other beast tamers also sprang into action simultaneously. Fighting 4th tier against 3rd tier, even with the opponent having buffs, victory was easily within reach. Then, old Lu suddenly shouted, "Attack that gorilla leader. If we kill it, those guys won't dare to harass us anymore." Gao Ping had wanted to do this for a long time, but he had to protect his employer, so he had held back. However, now that old Lu had spoken, he no longer wanted to suppress his fighting spirit and immediately lunged forward. Before setting off, Gao Peng had glanced at Lin Chen out of the corner of his eye. Chao Wang, if you don't make a move soon, I might just take care of all these guys myself. Why don't you bring out your spirit pet for a stroll? Lin Chen completely ignored Gao Peng, seemingly very concerned about his employer's safety, remaining still without any action. But the Monkey King, like an eel, did not rush to escape. Instead, it weaved back and forth between the crowd and the gorillas. The opponent seemed to be in a panic, but inadvertently, it had already turned the battlefield into chaos. Seeing this, Lin Chen quickly shouted, "Be careful of a trap." Gao Peng, however, replied nonchalantly, "Don't worry. Chao Wang, this guy is just slippery, but he can't escape my grasp. Once we catch him, we'll feast on monkey brain together." But just as Gao Peng finished speaking, he caught a glimpse of something round and plump falling from the Monkey King. As soon as it hit the ground, there was a loud bang. A thick cloud of smoke erupted, enveloping everyone and the gorillas. Lin Chen quickly waved his hand, signaling the three women to hold their breath. Then, he immediately began to retreat. At that moment, Old Lu's voice rang out. "It's a shell-removing powder. Everyone, don't breathe. Avoid letting the poison enter your body." Damn! How could these beasts have such equipment? It shouldn't be. The crowd murmured, and then they heard a series of howls coming from the nearby woods. Soon, a larger gorilla emerged from the trees with a bang. Bang! Bang! On the shoulder of that gorilla sat a girl. The girl was dressed in a sharp training uniform, but her top and bottom did not match. She was also laden with various pieces of equipment, seemingly cobbled together from different sources. As the smoke gradually cleared, the girl noticed that very few people were left standing on the ground, and a faint smile appeared on her face. Aside from Gao Peng, Old Lu, and Wang Tao, Lin Chen was surprised to see that Lu Weiwei was also unharmed. However, Lu Weiwei was now lying on the ground, looking very weak, but Lin Chen could tell she was merely putting on an act. Wang Tao then angrily shouted, "Damn it! A bunch of useless fools, we should have all attacked together just now and killed these beasts outright. Now look, everyone has been disarmed." A merchant convoy with so many star-level beast masters was almost wiped out by a single poison that disarms. If this gets out, people will laugh their heads off. However, when Wang Tao finished speaking and looked at Lin Chen, he was somewhat incredulous. He never expected that both Lin Chen and his employer were unharmed. Lin Chen then looked at the gorilla that the girl was sitting on. Juvenile King Kong, sea-level, 5th-tier monster, already possesses human-like intelligence, but is a beast that exists outside the human world, a legendary creature with A-level King Kong bloodline. As its level increases, the purity of its bloodline will become stronger, and at higher levels, it can transform into a King Kong, possessing extremely powerful physical attack capabilities, even able to physically exorcise demons. It has skills like Earthquake, Tear the Earth, Meat Shield, Frenzied Bite, and Intimidation. Lin Chen did not expect this to be a King Kong. Although it was still a juvenile, its strength was impressive. He remembered reading in books that this was a creature capable of slaying dragons, but due to its average talent and the need to live in groups at lower levels, it was very difficult to tame, and thus often overlooked. The girl then commanded the juvenile King Kong to move forward. Old Lu, upon seeing the girl approach, finally got a clear look at her and exclaimed in surprise, "It's you, the A-level wanted criminal from Magic City, the cannibalistic witch Li Yan." The girl, called Li Yan, couldn't help but chuckle at this. "Don't say it so harshly. We're all just trying to survive. You people just happen to become my prey." Upon hearing this, Old Lu snorted in anger. "Beast! In these years, dozens of beast masters have died at your hands. How can you have the face to say such things?" Li Yan shrugged her shoulders. "What can I do? It's just my talent." Lin Chen was also somewhat astonished because he had seen Li Yan's wanted notice at the task registration office. Li Yan, age 49, talent unknown, spirit pet unknown. 30 years ago, after awakening her talent, she did not take the college entrance examination and subsequently disappeared. 3 years later, someone spotted her in the wild, and that same year, she was discovered to be kidnapping beast masters and eating people. The authorities dispatched 3 enforcers to investigate, but only one returned. The other 2 were killed by Li Yan. Over the past 30 years, Li Yan had committed countless crimes, and the Dragon Kingdom issued a wanted notice, offering a reward of 100,000 yuan for any information leading to her capture. If someone could kill her and bring back her corpse or head, the reward was 30 million. If she was killed but the body was not brought back, yet there was a sufficiently trusted third party to verify, the reward was 10 million, otherwise, it would be deemed invalid. Looking at the girl before him, no one would expect she was an A-level fugitive, a notorious wild beast master near Magic City, a famous murderer. Li Yan then slowly spoke, "My talent is to absorb the essence blood of beast masters. The higher their level, the faster I grow. Just right, I absorbed your vital essence and then fed the corpses to these little guys. As she spoke, Li Yan patted the head of the juvenile gorilla beneath her. Old Lu, extremely angry, said, "Alright, brothers, let's go together. Let's kill this old witch who has turned back into a child, and then we'll split the bounty." With that, everyone prepared to act. However, Li Yan disdainfully replied, "Do you think you're the only ones with helpers?" After she finished speaking, the juvenile gorilla let out a loud roar. Immediately, a dozen clever gorillas pounced forward. They were already numerous, and with the buffs they provided each other, their combat power instantly rose to another level. Although Old Lu also had a 5th-tier beast, he was still suppressed by the advantage in numbers. But the main force on the other side, that juvenile gorilla, hadn't even made a move yet. Li Yan loved this feeling of strategizing. She enjoyed forcing a group of travelers into a corner and then slowly breaking their will. 30 years of wilderness life and constant killing had completely twisted this woman into a psychological monster. Then, in front of everyone, Li Yan looked at Lu Weiwei and smiled, "I love young and beautiful girls like you the most. After eating you, I can maintain my youth forever." After saying this, Li Yan pointed at Lu Weiwei and told the juvenile gorilla, "Little gorilla, go bring her to me." The juvenile gorilla immediately obediently extended its arm, which was over 2 meters long, reaching for Lu Weiwei. "Help! No!" Lu Weiwei immediately stood up and hurriedly ran away. Seeing this, Li Yan was not angry. She thoroughly enjoyed this cat and mouse game. "Run! Let's see how far you can get." With that, Li Yan jumped down from the juvenile gorilla's shoulder, and at the same time, the gorilla sprang forward. It was like a starving cat hunting its mouse. Realizing escape was hopeless, Lu Weiwei quickly took out a piece of equipment from her pocket and threw it at the juvenile gorilla. At the same time, she closed her eyes. After a loud explosion, the entire area was engulfed in blinding white light. Even Li Yan was in pain, covering her eyes. "Damn it! It's a flash bomb." The flash bomb, a disposable piece of equipment similar to a flashbang, made from the butt of a Bulbasaur, emitted a dazzling light like the blazing sun. This flash bomb exploded in the crowd, further devastating Old Lu and the others, who were already affected by the poison gas. They immediately lost their combat effectiveness, and even their spirit pets were harmed. However, those thick-skinned gorillas, accustomed to harsh environments from years of living in the wild, were not too affected. Old Lu wanted to curse, and when the white light dissipated, he looked for Lu Weiwei's position. To his surprise, Lu Weiwei had already run to a safe distance and was now not far from Lin Chen and the others. "You little bitch! Dare to hurt my eyes? I will execute you by slicing you alive and use your flesh and blood to make porridge." After saying this, Li Yan no longer held back and ordered the juvenile gorilla to use all its strength to capture Lu Weiwei. Seeing this, Lu Weiwei immediately shouted in anger, "Why are you only targeting me, a girl? Look at those 3 girls, they are all prettier than me." With that, Lu Weiwei pointed to Xiaojiao, Chimera, and Xiao Chang nearby. Li Yan's gaze immediately fell on Xiaojiao, Chimera, and Xiao Chang, and she instantly showed a look of ecstasy. Although Xiaojiao, Chimera, and Xiao Qing had already disguised themselves and were wearing masks and baseball caps, the beauty revealed in their brows and eyes was enough to captivate anyone who saw them. Moreover, someone like Li Yan, a beast master with exceptionally strong mental power, could discern their beauty far more keenly than an ordinary person. Li Yan immediately assessed that Xiaojiao, Chimera, and Xiao Qing were all stunning beauties. She firmly believed that if she could have these 3 young girls, she would surely remain youthful forever. "Ha ha ha, good! My trip here has indeed been worthwhile. I've encountered these 3 exceptional girls, it seems I'm in for a treat." After saying this, Li Yan commanded the young Vajra, "Go and capture those 3 young girls for me. Remember not to harm them, I want them alive. As for that man, he can be your dinner reward." "Ha ha!" Li Yan laughed wildly, as if she already considered Xiaojiao, Xiao Chang, and Chimera to be hers, a meal on her plate. The young Vajra howled twice and then pounded its chest repeatedly, producing a bang, bang sound. This drum-like noise seemed capable of intimidating anyone. Xiaojiao was about to step forward to block the beast, but Lin Chen waved his hand and shook his head at her. Seeing this, Li Yan laughed even more maniacally. "Little girl, are you reluctant to part with your little boyfriend? I love watching such tragic separations." Then she shifted her tone. "That little brother, if you hand over your little girlfriend to me, I'll let you go. How about that? Am I being generous?" Upon hearing Li Yan's words, Old Lu immediately shouted at Lin Chen, "Don't believe this female demon, she loves to manipulate people." Li Yan paid no heed to Old Lu's warning. TSK, you figured that out. But, little brother, don't worry, I can't eat that many people. I never intended to kill you all, I'm most interested in the blood of powerful beast masters. Considering your young age and that you're just a high-level beast master who hasn't entered the star realm yet, I'm not very interested in you. Just hand over those 3 young girls, and I'll let you go." Hearing Li Yan's words, everyone's heart sank. It seemed that the 3 clients Lin Chen was protecting were truly in grave danger, especially facing a 5th-tier spirit pet. No matter how strong Lin Chen was, he couldn't possibly be a match. Lin Chen, however, merely smiled coldly. "Don't waste your breath. Put away your tricks. Today is the day you, old hag, meet your end." At first, Li Yan didn't take Lin Chen's refusal seriously. After all, she was just playing around when she said that. If Lin Chen agreed, she would have killed him for other reasons. According to her plan, she never intended to let anyone here go. However, when Lin Chen called her an old hag, a very sensitive nerve in Li Yan was completely severed. "What did you just say?" "I said, old hag, don't waste your breath." "Good, good, good." Li Yan repeated the word good 3 times, then she glared at Lin Chen with gritted teeth, wanting nothing more than to execute him on the spot to quell her rage. Immediately, Li Yan pointed at Lin Chen and angrily shouted orders to the young Vajra. "Vajra, kill him. Since he's seeking death, I'll feast on him first today. I want to slice him up and make sashimi." Li Yan had been a very beautiful student in school, with many suitors. However, her talent had driven her thirst for human blood to an unbearable peak. She had also tried the essence of other creatures, and while it was effective, it could not compare to the allure of human essence. She had once made her suitors offer their essence, but after tasting it, she became uncontrollable, unable to stop. Thus, she drained her suitors dry. Since then, she had used her beauty to kill countless admirers, but one day, she suddenly found herself hideously ugly, no longer resembling her former self. Unable to accept her transformation, she thought of using the essence and flesh of young girls to nourish her appearance, hoping to cover up her ugly heart. However, Lin Chen's earlier remark of old hag had completely torn open the wounds in her heart. Kill him." The juvenile gorilla, sensing its master's anger, charged at Lin Chen like a mad beast. Upon seeing this, Lin Chen revealed a cold smile. "Is that all you've got?" After saying this, a pokeball at Lin Chen's waist flickered. Then, a silver-gray snow wolf leaped out, riding the night wind. Just moments ago, Lin Chen had felt a Shan's call, and upon entering the pokeball with his mental energy, he discovered that a Shan had successfully evolved. So, Lin Chen communicated with a Shan, asking her not to appear in human form. A Shan immediately agreed. As soon as a Shan landed, a stream of information appeared in Lin Chen's mind. "Congratulations, host, for successfully collecting the SSS level tier 3 spirit pet, the princess of the underworld. Bloodline, nature god SSS level, talent, nature power SSS level. As a bloodline of the nature god, the princess of the underworld possesses abilities that are most in harmony with nature. She can not only gather various information from nature but also summon her servants through nature's power. Skills, Gale, Wind Power, Group Buff, Summon Wolf Pack, Claw Attack, Frenzied Bite, Nature Call. Wind Power, when fighting without companions, the princess of the underworld can call upon Wind Power to grant herself a buff. Summon Wolf Pack, the princess of the underworld can summon her tribe through spatial rifts. If her tribe has perished, the Wolf Pack will appear in the form of spirits. If her tribe still exists, the Wolf Pack will descend directly. Nature Call, the nature god has helped many tribes. He is the guardian of all creatures in nature. Animals that have once received the nature god's grace will be awakened by the call of nature, provided their habitats are within the calling range. Lin Chen looked at this series of information, feeling as if he were reading the update log for Dota 2. He never expected that the upgrade from Tier 2 to Tier 3 would bring such a significant change. At this moment, Ashan was already engaged in battle with the juvenile gorilla. The juvenile gorilla was also one of the creatures with a special bloodline. It belonged to a curious species of gorilla that awakened its bloodline after reaching Tier 3. If it had not awakened the gorilla bloodline, it would have evolved in another direction. Moreover, the opponent was a Tier 5 monster, and when it first fought alongside Ashan, it truly felt like a collision of meteors. The sounds of flesh colliding, biting, and beastly roars echoed at the scene. Surprisingly, the juvenile gorilla began to fall into a disadvantage. However, the opponent belonged to a tribe that had existed for over 10,000 years on Blue Star, a true beast, and after being injured, its combat power actually increased rather than decreased. Lin Chen knew that this was the characteristic of gorillas. The more they were injured, the angrier they became, and that anger would enhance their fighting ability. To defeat it, one must strike decisively and kill it in one go, otherwise, it will become increasingly difficult to handle. Lin Chen thought of this and immediately said to Lu Ashen, "Alright, stop playing around. Let's finish this quickly." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Ashen let out a howl and charged forward again. Ashen's entire snow wolf form became even more excited than before, attacking the juvenile gorilla until its skin was torn and bleeding. Witnessing this, Li Yan became even angrier. What are you doing, gorilla? Can't you even defeat this kind of creature? Useless. Get your companions to join in. The juvenile gorilla clearly felt humiliated by such orders, but it dared not disobey its master's command. Thus, it hurriedly summoned its kin to attack the troublesome snow wolf together. Soon, the other gorillas all abandoned their own enemies and pounced towards Lin Shen's direction. Seeing this, Ashen quickly kicked off and created distance from the juvenile gorilla. The latter, however, showed no intention of resting and charged at Ashen again. But taking advantage of the distance, Ashen let out a long howl. Then, a spatial rift appeared behind the snow wolf. From within came the sound of howling wolves, and one by one, prairie wolves rushed out. Lin Shen was somewhat surprised to see those prairie wolves. He noticed that they had all evolved compared to before. Ashen's father, the prairie wolf king, had also evolved to the 4th tier. Silver Ash, a C-grade 4th tier beast, it is the ruler of the prairie, revered as a deity by the prairie herders. It punishes those who defile the prairie while aiding the devout herders who protect it. Skills: Frenzied Bite, Claw Attack, Call of the Wolf King, Death Gaze, Wind Blade. Group Skill: Wind of the Pack, Wind of the Prairie. Death Gaze: prey targeted by the Wolf King will gradually succumb to fear under its gaze. The longer the gaze lasts, the more intense the fear becomes. Lin Shen couldn't help but nod. It seemed Ashen's father had made significant progress during this time. The evolution of Ashen's father also led Lin Shen to speculate that Li Jun had released it from the mouth of the Tianghu. As a result, it had gained evolution. With the overall combat power of the 4th tier Wolf King's pack, they had stepped up to another level. As soon as they leaped out of the spatial rift, they engaged in battle with the gorillas. With the Wolf King as their backbone and their sudden appearance, the situation was overwhelmingly in their favor. Moreover, Ashen had a group buff that further suppressed the juvenile gorilla, and she was almost toying with it. This made the juvenile gorilla even angrier, causing its body to swell several sizes. Its combat power also increased, leading anyone watching to believe that it might successfully counterattack. However, the dozens of wounds on its body revealed a different message: it was close to collapsing. At that moment, 2 gorillas squeezed through the gaps in the wolf pack and charged directly towards Lin Shen. Seeing this, Gao Peng shouted, "Chao Wang, be careful!" Lin Shen had already noticed those 2 beasts. Just as they reached Lin Shen and raised their claws to strike, he finally moved. The bone knife in his hand slipped into his palm. There was no blinding flash of the blade, nor were there any fancy moves. Lin Shen simply thrust repeatedly in a straightforward manner. Soon, several holes appeared in the bodies of the 2 gorillas. Then, blood gushed forth. The 2 gorillas fell to the ground like 2 beehives. This scene instantly sent a shiver through everyone present. Although Lin Shen's moves were not very sophisticated, the visual impact was even more terrifying. At that moment, everyone in attendance realized that the seemingly unremarkable young man, Chao Wan, was not as simple as he appeared. He was a born warrior, a ruthless and decisive beast master. As Lin Shen dealt with the 2 beasts, the battle finally reached its conclusion, and the gorillas were utterly defeated. They were being torn apart by the wolf pack. Seeing this, Li Yan took the opportunity to flee while the young gorilla was still not completely dead, and the mental backlash had not yet set in. However, no one expected that old Lu would immediately assess the situation and command his ice snow chinchilla to block Li Yan's escape route. Li Yan was taken aback and turned pale. Her eyes darted, and she quickly knelt down to beg for mercy. "I'm sorry, please let me go. I just want to survive, I beg you." As she spoke, Li Yan was bowing her head to old Lu. Seeing the regretful expression on Li Yan's face, old Lu, who initially did not want to give her a chance, inexplicably felt a twinge of compassion. He actually hesitated at that moment. This was completely unlike a seasoned caravan organizer who had faced countless storms and challenges. Suddenly, Li Yan sprang up and lunged at old Lu, holding a short knife in her hand. "Ha ha ha, did you not expect this? I still have soul-distracting incense." Hearing this, everyone remembered that Li Yan had many unknown items hanging from her. Among those items, there must have been the soul-distracting incense. No wonder old Lu had hesitated earlier. It must have been because Li Yan secretly used the incense while begging for mercy. As old Lu saw Li Yan lunging at him, he thought to himself that it was bad news. Fortunately, Gao Peng suddenly appeared and kicked Li Yan away. She rolled on the ground, landing right next to a mirror that had fallen, its surface facing up. Li Yan's current appearance was reflected in the mirror. At that moment, half of her face had become hysterical and distorted, while the other half was swollen from Gao Peng's kick, looking extremely terrifying. "Ah, this isn't me. Who is this old hag? This isn't me." As she spoke, Li Yan attempted to smash the mirror. Just then, Gao Peng's voice came through. The person in the mirror isn't you, who is it? If it's not me, who could it be? I can't possibly be that ugly. I won't accept it. You're lying. Li Yan completely lost her mind. She couldn't accept her current appearance and directly took her short knife to slash her own face, revealing a gruesome wound. Then came the second cut, the third. Just like that, she disfigured herself. Following that, Li Yan committed suicide with the knife. After Li Yan's death, her spirit pet, the fifth-tier young gorilla, also died completely due to the backlash of the contract and having its neck bitten off by a shan. The entire scene was littered with the bodies of over a dozen gorillas, resembling a hell on earth. Lin Chen then stepped forward and patted a shan's snow wolf head. You've worked hard, but you'll have to endure a bit longer. A shan responded with a howl, and with the help of natural power, Lin Chen understood her meaning. It's okay, master, but still, you'll have to endure a bit longer. A shan howled again, indicating it was fine. Then, she lowered her snow wolf head and bit onto the young gorilla's corpse, dragging it over. Its brain is very tasty. Would you like to try it, master? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth and waved his hand. You eat it. You've been in the pokeball for so long, you must be really hungry now. Ashen didn't immediately enjoy her late-night snack. Instead, she turned to look at her father. The silver-gray wolf softly called out twice. Through their shared perception, Lin Chen understood that the old Wolf King was saying, "Now, you are the Wolf King. The pack can only start eating after the Wolf King has finished." Ashen no longer hesitated. This was not her being ungrateful, nor was it forgetting her roots. It was simply the instinct of animals. Everyone was watching Ashen eat. At that moment, Gao Peng suddenly leaned over, putting his arm around Lin Chen's shoulder. Wow! Brother Chow, your spirit pet is so impressive. What kind of spirit pet is it? What level? How many stages? It actually took down that gorilla. And did it summon all these wolves? Gao Peng fired off a series of questions. Lin Chen, however, was too lazy to respond and ignored him. Just then, Ashen's thoughts shifted, and a spatial rift appeared in the sky. The rift gradually widened, eventually forming a vortex. The wolf pack was drawn towards the vortex, slowly flying into it. Lin Chen knew that the time for the skill call of the pack was coming to an end. The old Wolf King looked at his daughter with some reluctance and let out a howl. Ashen's eyes glistened with tears, and she quickly threw the unfinished body of the juvenile gorilla into the vortex. Then, she tossed in several more bodies of large gorillas. Finally, after seeing the vortex disappear, Ashen stopped her actions. Lin Chen sensed Ashen's emotions were a bit down and proactively suggested she could return to the Pokeball. He couldn't help but sigh and comforted Ashen, saying, "If you miss your father, just summon him alone next time. I think if you just summon a member of the wolf pack, it should last longer." Hearing Lin Chen's comfort, Ashen's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. Her large snow wolf head immediately rubbed against Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen quickly joked, "Are you going to use a rocket headbutt on me?" Ashen felt a bit shy and was finally recalled into the Pokeball by Lin Chen. Looking at the several gorilla bodies on the ground, Lin Chen immediately turned to Xiaojiao, Chimera, and Xiao Chang. After thinking for a moment, he decided to take only one gorilla body to keep as reserve food. As for the distribution of the other bodies, Lin Chen then looked at Old Lu. Everyone can share a bit, save it for eating on the road. Old Lu, upon hearing this, didn't hold back. Thanks, but we can't take too much. Once everyone can move, let's treat it as a late-night snack. Most of the people had just been knocked out by the shockwave, and only a few could still move. The rest were mostly merchants and backpackers, and some students might not even have storage equipment. Merchants did have storage equipment, but to transport goods, their storage was packed full. So, everyone didn't have much meat to take away. The remaining meat could only be sliced on the spot, cooked over a fire, and prepared for the pot. When the others woke up and learned that Lin Chen had single-handedly saved everyone, they hurried over to build a rapport with him. Lin Chen had no time to deal with these people and instead took his bowl to find Xiaojiao, Chimera, and Xiao Qing to eat. Afterward, Old Lu approached with a wine glass. Lin Chen did not refuse him. "Brother Chao Wang, I came to discuss the bounty for Li Yan with you." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen looked at Old Lu. "Is there something going on?" Old Lu did not hide anything. "There is an unwritten rule in the caravan: if we encounter a fugitive, after killing him, the bounty must be shared equally among everyone in the caravan." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen did not get angry, nor did he feel there was anything wrong with it. He simply gestured for Old Lu to continue speaking. Seeing Lin Chen's expression, Old Lu couldn't help but feel even more satisfied with him. He nodded in approval, saying, "This young man is calm and collected. He will surely achieve great things in the future." After that, Old Lu finally expressed his thoughts. I discussed it with everyone, and since you contributed the most in dealing with Li Yan, and we were all saved by you, we decided that you should take the largest share of the bounty this time. 20 million will go to you, while Gao Pang, Wang Tao, Lu Weiwei, and I will split 6 million, and the remaining 4 million will be divided among them. Of course, part of it is to compensate for the caravan's losses. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. Old Lu, noticing Lin Chen's expression, quickly explained, "Don't think we're taking advantage of the situation. This is the distribution method everyone agreed upon after weighing the pros and cons. I believe you must have seen the contract when you joined the caravan. It clearly states that the brothers all know this time is a favor to you for saving everyone." At this moment, Lin Chen waved his hand, realizing that old Lu had misunderstood, and quickly explained, "I saw that clause in the contract, so I didn't think there was anything wrong. I just didn't expect you all to be so generous and give me such a large bounty." After hearing this, old Lu burst into hearty laughter, patting Lin Chen on the shoulder, saying, "As expected of someone recommended by Captain Luo, you're straightforward. I recognize you as my brother." Lin Chen did not continue the conversation. He was just a bit surprised that Lu Weiwei would also receive 1.5 million in bounty. It should be noted that this girl's performance was somewhat. Lin Chen thought of this and looked over at Lu Weiwei, who was chatting with everyone on the other side of the camp. She seemed very good at socializing, surrounded by 3 young men. The 4 of them were laughing and chatting, creating quite a lively atmosphere. Perhaps sensing Lin Chen's gaze, Lu Weiwei turned her head and looked over at him. However, at that moment, Lin Chen had already shifted his attention elsewhere. Lu Weiwei thought for a moment, then stood up and walked over to Lin Chen's side. She bit her lip, tugging at her clothing, looking as if she were very upset. Upon seeing Lu Weiwei approach, old Lu immediately turned around and distanced himself from Lin Chen. Once old Lu left, Lu Weiwei timidly said to Lin Chen, "I'm sorry." Lin Chen seemed to have not heard her at all and ignored her. Seeing this, Lu Weiwei's expression became even more distressed. Soon after, her eyes turned red, as if tears were about to fall. With her delicate face, she truly looked like a little wife who had suffered a great injustice, evoking a sense of pity. "Xiao Wang, are you really so heartless that you won't even look at me?" Upon hearing Lu Weiwei's words, Lin Chen was left utterly bewildered. What was going on? Then, he heard Lu Weiwei, with a face full of grievance, say, "As a girl out here, I'm terrified, but I have no one to rely on. The moment I encountered danger, I just wanted to find someone who could help me. I thought Brother Xiao Wang, you were strong and kind, and out of trust in you, I sought your help. But I didn't expect you to dislike me so much. Your heart only has those 3 sisters. I know they are prettier than me and more well-behaved, and they won't cause you trouble. I was wrong. I'm sorry." Upon hearing Lu Weiwei's words, Lin Chen's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He never expected Lu Weiwei would come at him like this. What was this? Is this a real-life version of Empresses in the Palace? The ultimate green tea has indeed made quite an impression. Xiaojiao, Chimera, and Xiao Cheng paid no attention to it at all. They were happily eating on the side, completely ignoring their master's social demise. The 3 beast tamers who had just been chatting with Lu Weiwei rushed over when they saw her crying. "Why is Weiwei crying like this? Don't cry. What's there to cry about? Yeah, cheer up." The 3 quickly began to comfort Lu Weiwei. Someone immediately pointed the finger at Lin Chen, and the other 2 chimed in. "What's wrong with you? Weiwei is just a girl. How did she provoke you? Is it wrong for her to seek your help when she's in danger?" "Exactly. Look, you've made Weiwei cry. You should hurry up and apologize to her." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It turns out that no matter the world, there are always sycophants. The online mobs he encountered before crossing over, who blamed the victims, infuriated Lin Chen. Anyone could just shed a few tears and write a little essay online, and they would be in an uproar. They would expose others online, and when the truth came out and it backfired, this group wouldn't have to bear any legal responsibility, not even an apology. However, the trauma they inflicted on the victims was permanent. In this world, it was the first time Lin Chen encountered such people, and even more absurdly, it was happening to him in real life. Lin Chen suddenly felt that this world seemed a bit magical. He thought for a moment, put down the food in his hand, stood up, and showed a mocking smile to the 3 boys who were defending Lu Weiwei. The 3 of them took a few steps back as soon as Lin Chen looked at them. "What do you want to do? Do you want to fight? I'll tell you, causing a conflict in the caravan will get you expelled." "Exactly. Don't think that just because you killed Li Yan, you can do whatever you want." Lao Lu, Gao Pang, and Wang Tao were watching the show from the side, chewing on the freshly roasted meat. Lin Chen didn't hide his sarcasm and shouted at the 3. "Have you 3 never seen a woman before? Don't tell me you're all grown men and still virgins? You don't even think before you speak. Seeing a young girl crying makes it seem like you've been cuckolded. Lin Chen's words left the three of them dumbfounded, and even Lao Lu, Gao Pang, and Wang Tao nearby spat out their roasted meat. Who are you talking about? Bullshit. You. This is slander. I want to duel you. The three were immediately furious, rebutting Lin Chen, and feeling unsatisfied, they even took out their pokeballs, ready to engage in a real man's battle with Lin Chen. At this moment, Lu Weiwei finally spoke. Three big brothers, Brother Chao Wang, please stop arguing. It's all my fault. I know I'm weak and can only run away when I encounter difficulties, but Brother Chao Wang is not obligated to protect me. He's not my guardian, he has his own people to protect. I know, I'm not as pretty or sensible as the three sisters. I won't trouble Brother Chao Wang again in the future. Here it comes. The top-tier green tea is back. Then, Lu Weiwei looked at Lin Chen. Brother Chao Wang, will you forgive me? This time, Lin Chen looked at Lu Weiwei calmly and then revealed a very bright smile. Seeing Lin Chen smile, Lu Weiwei immediately showed her joy. Brother Chao Wang, are you finally willing to forgive me? The three people watching this scene immediately felt a pang of sourness in their hearts. Lin Chen's smile had not yet faded when he decisively said, I refuse. Everyone was taken aback by Lin Chen's response. Although the three beast tamers felt happy inside, they were more filled with righteous indignation. Chao, what do you mean? That girl Weiwei has already lowered herself so much. You idiot, how can you be so emotionally clueless? Can't you let the girl have her way a bit? I think you've never seen a woman before. Someone like you will never have a girl like you. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Is that so? I don't care. Then, Lin Chen shouted, you just said no girl would like me, right? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was dumbfounded to see Lin Chen's three beautiful employers quickly stand up and shout in unison. If there isn't, then there isn't. It's a bargain for us sisters. Let's not pay attention to them anymore. Let's go back to the tent and rest. Master, Brother Chao Wang is the best. Saying this, Xiaojiao, Chimera, and Xiaoqing rushed over to Lin Chen, surrounding him, and then they returned to their own tent to rest. The onlookers in the camp, witnessing this, all showed expressions of sourness. Old Lu couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Lin Chen's back. Awesome! He completed the mission and hooked up with the sponsor, and he did it all at once with three. This is the first time I've seen this. Unprecedented, never to be repeated. Wang Tao also expressed his feelings of inferiority. The three beast tamers were left dumbfounded, not knowing what to say to cover their embarrassment. At that moment, they really wanted to find a hole to hide in. Lu Weiwei glared at Lin Chen's tent, gritting her teeth, and then said in a voice only she could hear, slut. All night until dawn, the next morning, everyone prepared to set off. After counting the losses from last night, old Lu finally set out. As the organizer and leader of the caravan, it was his responsibility. Fortunately, he wouldn't earn less from this trip. In the following days, the journey was relatively smooth. Even Lu Weiwei, who particularly liked to stir up trouble, did not cause any more incidents. However, she always walked with those three sycophants. The four of them were always chatting and laughing, forming a stark contrast to Lin Chen's side. Although the caravan encountered some attacks from demon beasts, they ultimately managed to turn danger into safety easily. Despite the fact that one of the demon beasts was a fifth-tier beast, it was still not enough to contend with the numerous and powerful caravan. In the end, those demon beasts became materials for the caravan's reserves. As they walked, old Lu took out a map to look at, then pointed to a nearby forest and said, the area ahead is called Falling Phoenix Slope. After we pass Falling Phoenix Slope and walk for another day, we will reach Suyang City on the Lianghuai Road. Lin Chen had heard of Falling Phoenix Slope. It was rumored that a divine bird resembling a phoenix had fallen here, hence the name. This divine bird was the infamous S-rank 9th-tier demon beast, Fire God. At that time, Fire God led a beast tide to attack human territories. The Dragon Kingdom had 10 divine beast tamers, the most in the entire Blue Star. To resist this beast tide, the divine beast tamers of the Dragon Kingdom all mobilized, ultimately defeating the beast tide at the cost of half of their number, killing Fire God. Since then, the entire southeastern coastal area became stable, leading to the establishment of large cities like Magic City and Suyang City. Otherwise, this land might still be in a state of devastation. As they walked, Lin Chen and the others arrived at the territory of Falling Phoenix Slope. At the entrance of Falling Phoenix Slope stood a massive stone tablet. The tablet depicted 5 valiant humans battling a bird made of flames. Beneath their feet lay countless corpses of monsters and humans. Although it was just a stone tablet, Lin Chen could sense the brutality of the battle that had taken place years ago. Upon seeing the tablet, old Lu stepped forward, removed his hat, and paid his respects, then brushed off the dust and weeds around the tablet. After that, old Lu returned to the group. Lin Chen looked at old Lu with some surprise. Old Lu knew that his actions were wasting the team's time, so he explained to those who seemed confused, "We must show necessary respect to our predecessors." Lin Chen didn't believe this was old Lu's true reason. He simply chose not to press further. Then, Gao Peng walked over and whispered to Lin Chen, "Old Lu's ancestor also participated in that battle." After saying this, Gao Peng pointed to the carvings on the tablet. Lin Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected old Lu's ancestor to be so formidable. Looking at old Lu's back, Lin Chen was curious about how a descendant of such a legendary beast master could end up organizing a merchant caravan and being a team leader. Gao Peng continued to explain, "Don't be fooled by old Lu's current situation. His ancestors were once wealthy. It's just that their family values are quite strict, and the legendary beast master from the Lu family fell during the battle against the fire god 100 years ago. The Lu family didn't rely on their ancestors' protection to gain fame. They expanded through their own efforts in the Dragon Kingdom. Unfortunately, the Lu family's luck ran out, and by old Lu's generation, they had already fallen on hard times." Lin Chen nodded upon hearing this. At least they had good family values, much better than those descendants of powerful figures who only knew how to bully others. The caravan continued its journey, entering Falling Phoenix Slope. The so-called Falling Phoenix Slope was a canyon with a gentler incline. To pass through here, one could either take the small mountain path below or risk climbing up. The caravan chose to climb. Old Lu said that if they took the small path below and encountered high-level monsters, there would be nowhere to escape. However, while climbing was dangerous, once they reached the top of the slope, the open view and flat terrain would allow them to spot dangers early and respond effectively. Everyone trusted old Lu, so they all supported the climb. The entire caravan slowed down. Although their pace was slow, the climb was relatively smooth. After half a day's time, the caravan finally reached the top of Falling Phoenix Slope. Looking out, the view was boundless, a beautiful sight that made one marvel at the wonders of nature. However, at that moment, Lin Chen's instincts were suddenly triggered. The power of nature heightened his senses, especially in such an environment. He suddenly looked up at the sky. Everyone else was still resting, chatting with each other. Only Lin Chen frowned, gazing towards the dome above. Old Lu walked over and patted Lin Chen's shoulder. "Chao Wang, what are you looking at?" Lin Chen's pupils dilated suddenly. "Be alert! There are flying monsters." However, on this vast high slope, there was nowhere to hide. Everyone could only look up, standing ready. Just then, someone who had just looked up found nothing in the sky and felt a bit puzzled. Old Lu also looked at Lin Chen with curiosity and asked, "Chao Wang, what did you discover?" The three people who had previously clashed over Lu Weiwei and Lin Chen also spoke up in succession. "You're just making a fuss. I think you're going crazy. This wolf is coming trick won't give you any sense of presence, it will only make you a clown. I think everyone should just do what they need to do, don't." Just as the three were saying this, a fireball suddenly fell from the sky, landing right beside one of them. With a loud boom, the person who hadn't finished speaking was blown away by a fireball spell. "Ah!" The person let out a terrible scream. However, there were still no signs of any monsters or enemies in the sky. Only attacks like a rain of fire continued to fall. Old Lu was the first to react. "Scatter! This guy wants to take us all out at once." As he spoke, old Lu immediately summoned his spirit pet, the great horned bug. Then, seeing that Gao Peng had not moved, old Lu couldn't help but shout angrily again. "Damn it! Gao Peng, how long are you planning to hide? Where's your flying spirit pet?" Hearing this, Gao Peng sighed. He had originally wanted to keep hiding a bit longer. Then, Gao Peng took out his pokeball. After a flash of white light, Lin Chen finally saw Gao Peng's spirit pet. It was a griffin with enormous wings. Jilu Jelly, an A-level Tier 4 spirit pet, possesses strong carrying capacity but average combat power. It can carry 1 to 2 people on its back to fight in the sky, and it can also attack actively, doubling its attack power against airborne units. At the same time, it is a social animal with a certain ability for coordinated combat. It has skills, riding, accelerated flight, volley, and aerial net. Volley: when the number of Jilu Jelly reaches a certain scale, the power of the arrows will increase when shot simultaneously. Lin Chen looked at the griffin, which had wings but also 4 legs and 2 hands, and couldn't help but nod. This creature was a natural mount. To be honest, Lin Chen had always had one regret: he still couldn't fly. Every time he saw the chimera standing on a magic circle, firing cannons in the sky, he thought about how he wished he could do the same. So, Lin Chen had always wanted to find a flying monster that could serve as a mount, but he had never been given the opportunity. If I can't find a suitable flying spirit pet, then when I get to the imperial capital, I'll just buy one myself. Lin Chen secretly made up his mind. At this moment, Gao Peng had already mounted Jilu Jelly's back. Then, the griffin let out a howl, and its four hooves suddenly pushed off the ground, leaping into the air with great height. It was only at the highest point that its wings began to flap. Just like that, Jilu Jelly carried Gao Peng up into the sky. Seeing Gao Peng riding Jilu Jelly fighting in the air, Lin Chen understood why Gao Peng didn't like to bring out his spirit pet for battle. This creature was highly effective in aerial combat, but its lethality against ground enemies was too low. It was even less effective than Gao Peng fighting barehanded. After flying to a high altitude, Gao Peng surprisingly took out a long spear from his spatial equipment. He actually intended to engage the monster in close combat. Even Lin Chen felt a bit out of place in such a scene. Then, Gao Peng and Jilu Jelly flew to a height that was difficult to discern with the naked eye. Everyone could only see a black dot in mid-air, constantly circling. "Where is it? I can't find that beast," Gao Peng shouted in the sky. Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. Could it be that this monster had the ability to hide its form? Immediately, Lin Chen searched for relevant information in his mind. Flying monsters possess fire attribute attacks and the ability to conceal themselves. Suddenly, Lin Chen recalled something he had read in extracurricular materials. That was the fire god. But there couldn't possibly be a 9th-tier monster here, right? If that were the case, wouldn't everyone be doomed? Lin Chen thought for a moment and immediately had an idea. He said to Gao Peng, "Brother Gao Peng, you retreat first." Although Gao Peng didn't quite understand, he had come to trust Lin Chen immensely, so he quickly complied. Then, Lin Chen glanced at Chimera. Chimera understood immediately and quickly took out a Gatling water cannon from her storage ring. Then, with great skill, she loaded it and began to spray the sky. Suddenly, the sound of D-D-D gunfire echoed across the wilderness. The dense bullets from the Gatling water cannon poured into the sky like a tidal wave. Gao Peng initially didn't understand what Lin Chen was planning, but when he saw Chimera's actions, he couldn't help but curse, "Damn! Shoot after I get further away." However, it seemed Chimera didn't hear him at all and continued her carpet-style shooting. Gao Peng quickly flew a bit further away, just managing to avoid the attack. At that moment, a bright light in the sky, appearing to merge with the sun, emitted a bird's cry. Then, that bright light suddenly changed. Soon after, a magnificent large bird appeared in the sky. Lin Chen's mind instantly filled with the basic information about the bird. Ancient bird, A-class, 6th-tier monster, one of the subspecies of the phoenix, naturally attuned to flames, with a certain chance of awakening the phoenix bloodline. It is a natural predator, capable of burning everything. The flames at its tail not only burn its enemies but also consume its own life force. If it cannot control the flames at its tail and is engulfed by them, it will enter an evolutionary state, either successfully evolving and being reborn in flames as a 7th-tier monster, or it will perish. Skills: sky burning, fire rain, earth burning. Lin Chen looked at the introduction of the ancient bird and fell into deep thought. This monster actually had no physical attack skills, all were magical attacks. Then, Lin Chen used his own eyes to see the reason. It turned out that the claws of this ancient bird had already been burned by flames, making it impossible for it to have any physical attack capability. At this moment, Gao Peng had already spotted the ancient bird and fearlessly charged towards it. Lin Chen thought for a moment and quickly shouted to Gao Peng, "Brother Gao Peng, all of this beast's attacks are magical ranged attacks. Don't let it kite you. It has no close combat ability. Find a way to cut through its middle." Upon hearing Lin Chen's warning, Gao Peng couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Ha ha ha. Brother Chao Wang, you truly are a kindred spirit. You noticed the trick right away. I thought you were going to remind me that it's a 6th-tier monster and that I should run." Lin Chen understood what he meant. He knew the habits of this ancient bird. He couldn't help but marvel at how experienced these veterans were. It seemed they had fought these monsters more than once. Seeing Gao Peng charging straight at it, the ancient bird immediately began to maneuver in the sky, trying to create distance. However, Jilujiali was a standout among griffins, and griffins were known for their agility and speed. There was no way to escape its pursuit. But the ancient bird was no pushover either. It stopped attacking the people on the ground and repeatedly unleashed fire skills at Gao Peng. Every time Gao Peng attempted to get close for an attack, a large wall of fire like magic appeared in his path. Damn! This beast is really tough to deal with. Lin Chen then directly took the Gatling water cannon from Chimera's hands, aimed it at the ancient bird in mid-air, and began to shoot. The sound of the submachine gun "D-D-D" rang out again, drawing everyone's attention. They then saw the ancient bird caught off guard by Lin Chen's attack. In the sky, fiery red blood flowers and feathers continuously appeared. Gao Peng couldn't help but laugh heartily. Well shot. Taking advantage of Lin Chen's shooting, he moved to the side of the ancient bird. He raised his 3-meter-long spear and thrust it towards the ancient bird. The ancient bird let out a miserable cry, struggling to dodge in midair, avoiding a fatal blow from Gao Pang. However, the ancient bird, a subspecies with the bloodline of a phoenix, would not tolerate such humiliation. After dodging that deadly strike, it took advantage of the distance between itself and Gao Pang to directly trigger the skill Burning Heaven. Gao Pang cursed loudly, "Damn! Is this beast out of its mind?" The reason was simple: this attack would harm itself as much as it harmed the enemy. Although the ancient bird was fire-affine, it was not fireproof, and it would still be injured after being burned. Just as Lin Chen had seen in the data, if its flesh was completely burned away, it would be time for it to break through to a 7th-tier spirit pet. In midair, Gao Pang, as if performing a magic trick, pulled out a shield and held it in front of him. Boom! The skill Burning Heaven exploded. A sea of flames appeared in the sky. However, on one side of the firestorm, there was a gap created by Gao Pang's shield. Even so, Gao Pang's screams of pain echoed in everyone's ears. "So painful! So hot! This guy is crazy!" Fortunately, the raging flames did not last long. Just a few breaths later, the fire disappeared. At this moment, the ancient bird looked extremely disheveled, like a plucked bald chicken. However, it took this opportunity to distance itself from Gao Pang. The ancient bird turned to flee. But Gao Pang was already prepared for this. He patted the head of Jilu Jelly. "Net!" Immediately, Jilu Jelly threw out a large net made of spiritual power. Capture in the air. This was a universal skill of Jilu Jelly, or rather, all griffins. This skill could ensnare beasts in the sky with a spiritual net and forcibly drag them down to the ground, helping other companions to attack. Generally, it could be considered a rather useless divine skill. However, in team battles or wild hunts, this super control skill was truly divine. As long as this skill hit, it could completely turn the tide of battle. The downside was that once the target was caught, the griffin could not attack, nor could it move, becoming a living target. The current situation was the same. Jilu Jelly remained still in the sky, continuously casting the spell. Fortunately, Gao Pang, riding on Jilu Jelly's back, could take full advantage of this opportunity. He raised his spear and hurled it towards the ancient bird. The ancient bird screeched, watching as the spear grew larger in its pupils. Then, it let out an angry roar. Already at the end of its strength and about to be forced to evolve, it was now on the verge of being killed by a tiny human. This humiliation turned into rage, pushing it to the brink of losing control. Thus, it made a mad decision. It ignited its entire body. The blazing flames directly burned through the great net of spiritual power, and the creature, regaining its freedom, could finally move as it pleased. It first circled in the sky, dodging the long spear. Gao Pang shouted in alarm, for he had no weapon left in his hands, and his armor had been destroyed by the ancient bird's heavily burning skill moments ago. Thus, Gao Pang couldn't help but shout, "Run!" However, the ancient bird did not look at Gao Pang but fixed its gaze on Lin Chen, the instigator who had put it in danger. Then, the ancient bird, engulfed in flames, charged at Lin Chen in a suicidal attack. It intended to take Lin Chen down with it. Upon witnessing this, Lu Weiwei quickly shouted, "Run! Everyone, don't stay here, that bird has gone mad." Yet, old Lu rushed over recklessly at that moment. "Everyone, come help Chao Wang withstand this blow. As long as we endure this strike, that beast is doomed." Two different choices, two completely different arguments. However, Lin Chen paid no mind to the ancient bird's final frenzy. He snapped his fingers. "Chimera, take it down." Hearing this, Chimera responded with a hymn. Then, she took out the judgment of Sparta from her storage ring. "Because you dared to lay a hand on my master, Chao Wang, your sins are unforgivable. I will eliminate you in the name of the moon." With that, the judgment of Sparta suddenly shone brightly, signifying the activation of the judgment. Its suppression ability manifested, slowing the ancient bird's flight speed and diminishing the flames on its body. Next, the judgment of Sparta locked onto the ancient bird, and at that moment, Chimera pulled the trigger. The rocket, charged with magical power, transformed into a massive magical missile. With a loud boom, the magical missile struck the already burning body of the ancient bird. It let out a terrible scream. At the same time, the oversized magical missile contained a massive amount of frost elements. This directly extinguished the flames on the ancient bird, freezing its body. Then, with a loud bang, the ancient bird fell to the ground. Lin Chen glanced at Xiaojiu, who understood immediately. She bowed to Lin Chen and charmingly said, "Thank you, brother Chao Wang." The way she said it was so sweet and cheesy that it sent shivers down people's spines. Xiaojiu then stepped forward and directly collected the body of the ancient bird. This was the flesh of a 6th-tier fire elemental beast. If she could absorb it all, her strength would rise to a new level, and reaching the 3rd tier would be just around the corner. After witnessing this, everyone was somewhat incredulous. What the hell? What just happened? If I'm not mistaken, that seemed to be a rocket missile bird. This is a real-life version of using a cannon to kill a mosquito. After Gao Peng flew down from the sky, he first stored away the Jilujiali beneath him, then ran to Lin Chen's side, looking at Chimera. At this moment, Chimera had already put away the Judgment of Sparta and the Gatling water cannon. Brother Chao Wang, what's the background of this girl? She's too violent. She actually used a cannon to kill a mosquito. I almost feel sorry for that ancient bird. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle at this. A 6th-tier beast, it's better to be safe. Gao Peng immediately gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Gao Peng actually had another question he didn't voice, which was about the origins of those two pieces of equipment that could turn a 6th-tier ancient bird into a turkey. They couldn't possibly be of low rank, right? But what he didn't know was that the Judgment of Sparta was only 5th tier, and the Gatling water cannon was merely 2nd tier. It can be said that it was very low-end equipment, and the reason it had such great power was entirely due to the high magical damage from the Chimera. However, that no longer mattered. In the eyes of everyone in the merchant caravan, the Chimera was just a little rich lady with powerful equipment. Moreover, this rich lady had been taken into the harem by that beast, Lin Chen. Everyone immediately felt envious and jealous, wondering why they had not encountered such an employer. At that moment, Lu Weiwei returned to the crowd, flanked by the two men who had been following her. Lin Chen didn't even glance at her but said to old Lu, "Thank you." Old Lu, upon hearing this, didn't care at all. "We're all part of the same caravan, you paid, and I'm responsible for your safety." "That's only right." Lin Chen nodded. He then looked at Gao Peng. "I want the corpse of that ancient bird. I wonder what compensation you want." Gao Peng had also fought the ancient bird earlier and had even damaged his shield, so he had put in a lot of effort. At this moment, Lu Weiwei chimed in. "Yes. Brother Gao Peng was in such danger just now, holding out for so long in that sea of fire. Shouldn't the corpse of that flaming bird go to Brother Gao Peng?" Gao Peng glanced at Lu Weiwei, then turned his head, thought for a moment, and said, "A corpse of a 6th-tier monster is worth about 100 million. However, if it weren't for your cooperation, I might have died up there too. How about this, you give me Li Yan's head?" The so-called head of Li Yan was not just a literal head but rather her bounty. Lin Chen thought for a moment. 20 million was a fair price. "All right." Lin Chen immediately nodded in agreement. Then, Gao Peng looked to the other side. Meanwhile, Lin Chen turned his gaze to another part of the group, where there was a charred corpse. It was one of the young beast tamers who had previously quarreled with Lin Chen for Lu Weiwei. In fact, logically speaking, this beast tamer should not have died. But unexpectedly, just moments ago, fire rain had suddenly fallen from the sky, leading to his death. Lu Weiwei had just been at the spot where the fire rain fell. Faced with the fire rain, she had immediately pulled that man over as a shield. However, all of this happened in an instant, and everyone's attention was drawn to the fire rain, so no one noticed how Lu Weiwei had murdered someone. But people were not fools. When faced with such matters, there would always be someone to raise other objections. "Wait a minute. I saw this guy wasn't in the range of the fire rain before. How could he have died inexplicably?" As he spoke, the other person immediately turned his gaze to Lu Weiwei. It was clear that he had already caught on. Lu Weiwei felt a bit guilty under his gaze. She rolled her eyes and immediately started to cry. "Woo, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Brother Zhao died saving me. I was targeted by a fire rain, and I was so scared that I didn't know how to dodge. Brother Zhao pushed me away to save me, but I was saved, and Brother Zhao was hit by that fire rain." As she spoke, Lu Weiwei cried even more tragically, slowly squatting down. Upon hearing this, everyone thought, "Wow, this is too tragic. Dying just for his beloved?" However, old Lu frowned and did not speak. Meanwhile, another admirer of Lu Weiwei hesitated to say anything. Wang Tao, who was more straightforward, looked at that person and said, "If you want to say something, just say it." The person, named Lu Debao, had just wanted to say something, but when he caught a glimpse of Lu Weiwei looking at him, he thought better of it and shook his head. "It's nothing. I feel a bit regretful about Zhao Xi's death." Wang Tao sighed. "Well, for those of us in this line of work, life and death are very common occurrences. Until the day humanity can truly tame the demon beasts and reopen the life of the technological civilization era, there will be no more sacrifices." Lu Dabad nodded at this, falling silent. However, his peripheral vision still lingered on Lu Weiwei. Lu Weiwei sensed his gaze but did not shy away. Instead, she looked at Lu Dabad and revealed a seemingly friendly smile. Then, old Lu said to Gao Peng, "This time, the loss of the caravan will be borne by you, no objections?" Gao Peng nodded in response, showing no dissent. Afterward, the group lifted Zhao Xi's body and found an open area to burn it. Old Lu then explained to Lin Chen, in the wild, there are various demon beasts, and perhaps the inconspicuous bugs we see in the soil are actually very troublesome demon beasts. If we bury a companion's body in the wild, the most likely outcome is that it will be dismembered by demon beasts. Therefore, to ensure they can rest in peace after death, we always take their ashes back home. Lin Chen nodded after hearing this. He recalled the adventure with the Exploration Guild and Luo Chang, where after the 5 companions died, Luo Chang collected their bodies and stored them in a storage space. Although Sun Chang's body was not brought back and was buried in a random place, it was likely due to similar considerations. After everyone finished with Zhao Xi's body, they set off on their journey again. However, just as they were about to leave, Xiaojiu suddenly chased after Lin Chen's clothing corner. Lin Chen looked at her, knowing that Xiaojiu wouldn't seek him out for no reason. Xiaojiu lowered her voice and said to Lin Chen, I have a premonition, I sense a familiar aura. Lin Chen frowned at her words. Is there danger? Xiaojiu shook her head. No, just a feeling of closeness. Lin Chen closed his eyes, extending his spiritual power to the maximum, connecting the natural force with the vast grassland here. After a moment, Lin Chen still did not sense anything. He thought for a moment and asked, can you sense a specific direction? Xiaojiu nodded, pointing to a circular basin at the very bottom of Luofeng slope. Rather than a basin, it was more like a large pit with a diameter of over 100 meters. Lin Chen calculated the distance and estimated that it would be dark by the time they reached there. Thinking of this, Lin Chen immediately said, let's move out at night. Soon, night fell again, and the entire caravan's campsite was conveniently located near that basin. Old Lu warmly introduced the place to those who were here for the first time. This is where the fire god fell. At that time, the 5 great beast masters of the Dragon Kingdom perished together with it, right here. Everyone looked at the basin, which still resembled charcoal, and expressed their sentiments. Truly, they were 9th-tier demon beasts and god-level beast masters. The destructive power was beyond their imagination. 100 years had passed, yet this land remained charred and barren, as if it had been bombed by a nuclear weapon. Lin Chen sensed the area and found that it still emitted a kind of explosive aura, like a precursor to a volcanic eruption. However, he knew very well that there were no volcanic earthquake zones nearby. This meant that the impact of the fire god's death on this place might take hundreds of years to dissipate. In front of that large pit, Lin Chen paid his respects, expressing his reverence for the ancestors who once fought to save the civilization and survival of the Dragon Kingdom. Once upon a time, there was a group of lovely people in his past life, who fought tirelessly for that distant kingdom of his former existence. At this moment, Lin Chen felt a resonance between his past and present lives. Slowly, the night faded away, and Old Lu had already arranged for the night watch. Most chose to team up in small groups to keep watch, which helped avoid laziness or problems. However, Lin Chen chose to keep watch alone. Old Lu thoughtfully scheduled Lin Chen for the latter half of the night because Lin Chen had mentioned he preferred peace and quiet. The night passed without incident, and in the early hours, Lin Chen was awakened to take his turn. He sat by the campfire, time ticking away. After checking the sky and sensing the activity in the camp, Lin Chen felt the moment was right and said to Xiaojiu inside the tent, we can move now. Xiaojiu immediately got up, and the chimera had already been transformed by Xiaojiu to resemble Lin Chen in shape and appearance. Like Lin Chen, the chimera sat quietly by the campfire, not uttering a word. Meanwhile, Lin Chen and Xiaojiu took advantage of the night to enter the large pit where the fire god had fallen. Then, following her instincts, Xiaojiu slowly moved in a certain direction. As they walked, Xiaojiu suddenly stopped and looked around the area. It's right here. After finding the spot, Lin Chen couldn't help but glance at the surrounding terrain. This was not the bottom of the pit, nor was it a special place, it was just an unremarkable slope. It didn't seem to have anything special about it. Lin Chen thought for a moment and activated his natural power. However, while he did not sense any friendly energy, he did feel a dangerous aura. This was the warning ability of his natural power. The source of this danger was coming from beneath their feet. There's something underground. Without hesitation, Lin Chen stomped his foot with force. Although the ground was very hard, under the enhancement of his Tianhu power, he managed to break through. Then, a surge of intense heat rose from below, and Lin Chen finally sensed that familiar aura. It was the aura of heavenly fire. Lin Chen and Xiaojiu exchanged a glance. However, neither of them said anything further. Instead, they directly lifted the ground and discovered a massive underground cavity several meters wide. Inside the cavity, the aura of heavenly fire continuously surged outward. At the same time, Lin Chen's unease grew stronger. Nevertheless, he chose to go inside. One reason was that heavenly fire had no effect on him, and another important reason was that Xiaojiu seemed to desperately need what was inside the cavity. He had never seen Xiaojiu so eager. The two of them crawled into the cavity. Flames danced everywhere, so there was no need for illumination. The rock walls of the cavity did not appear to be naturally formed. They looked more like they had been forcibly excavated by some powerful beast or human. Lin Chen pondered and said, "Why does this place feel like the habitat of some powerful beasts?" Xiaojiu nodded in agreement. "Exactly. I sense a familiar aura, it's very violent." The two continued deeper into the cave, and the temperature inside grew increasingly hot. Fortunately, both had the ability of heavenly fire, which gave them a natural affinity for flames, so they did not feel the heat. As they moved further in, Lin Chen suddenly stopped and looked at the walls around them. "Wait, two creatures used to live here." Lin Chen pointed at the smoother scratches on the wall and said, "Look there." Xiaojiu looked up in the direction Lin Chen was pointing, only to see that it appeared as if some enormous body had trampled over the area. "It seems like something robust has rubbed back and forth here. Look over there." Lin Chen pointed to another direction. "Those are clearly claw marks." Xiaojiu pondered for a moment and said, "Master, could it be a beast like a dragon or a lizard?" Lin Chen thought for a moment after hearing this. "Not quite. If it were such a beast, their distribution should be more uniform, but the traces here are more like they came one after the other." Xiaojiu nodded in agreement. "Master, you're so smart. If only I could be as clever as you." Lin Chen immediately laughed and tapped Xiaojiu on the forehead. "You're the only one who knows how to talk." Xiaojiu pretended to be in pain. "Master, that really hurts." Xiaojiu's appearance became even more enchanting. If Lin Chen weren't exceptionally composed, he might not have been able to withstand the latter's charm. The two continued walking forward. As they walked, the area ahead suddenly opened up. Lin Chen saw a vast space, at least as large as several football fields. At the very center of this space was something resembling a hut. It was made of an unending flow of heavenly fire. In the middle of the heavenly fire was a fiery red spirit egg. The surface of the spirit egg was engraved with intricate patterns. It looked like flames, yet also like feathers. Just looking at those patterns made it hard for Lin Chen to tear his gaze away. Xiaojiu was also drawn in by that strange power. The two slowly approached the spirit egg. Just as they immersed themselves in it, Lin Chen suddenly felt a bone-chilling coldness. It was an unprecedented sense of crisis. Lin Chen immediately snapped back to reality and quickly turned to grab Xiaojiu. The moment Xiaojiu was pulled by Lin Chen, he also regained his senses. "Master!" Lin Chen made a shushing gesture and then quickly pulled Xiaojiu, leaping into a crack in the mountain wall of this space. Then, a rumbling sound came from outside. A giant snake, at least 100 meters long, slithered in from outside. What was different was that a flesh tumor had appeared on the snake's head. This was a sign of it transforming into a jiao. Lin Chen's mind then filled with the basic information about this snake. Xiaoyu, S-rank 6th tier beast, possesses Jiao Dragon bloodline, S-rank, is an extremely malevolent existence, and its every appearance signifies disaster, whether it be a mountain flood or a river diversion. It is very greedy and must be offered sufficient sacrifices to prevent the outbreak of disaster. Otherwise, even if you cut it down, you may not be able to stop the disaster from coming. It has a strong physique, sharp reflexes, and an extremely hydrophilic ability. Skills: Cataclysmic Flood, Fire Arrow Hammer, Devour, Treasure Hunt. Lin Chen did not expect that the opponent was actually an S-rank beast, and a 6th tier one at that. This was the first time he had seen such a legendary creature up close. Then, Xiaoyu began to circle around the spirit egg. Xiaojiu couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Master, what is it doing? Is that its child?" Whether or not Xiaoyu heard Xiaojiu's confusion, it surprisingly spoke human words. "I never expected that your ancient bird guardian was actually killed by humans. Now, I wonder who can protect you. Is it just those flames around you? Ha ha ha. Just wait to become my meal. If I eat you, my bloodline can further evolve, and I will become a purebred Jiao dragon, even a member of the dragon clan." After saying this, Xiaoyu let out a howl and lunged at the spirit egg. Then, Lin Chen and Xiaojiu heard a scream. Xiaoyu was burned by the heavenly fire, his skin split and flesh torn, suffering serious injuries. Why, even without that damned ancient bird, do you still have this layer of protection? At this moment, Lin Chen finally understood that the ancient bird must be the mother of this spirit egg. The bird had gone out to forage and ended up encountering their caravan, ultimately dying outside. But why did this spirit egg have the protection of heavenly fire? Upon seeing this, Xiaojiu couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Master, he's so stupid." "Who?" Xiaoyu suddenly raised his massive head and looked in Lin Chen's direction. Xiaojiu shrank her neck a bit, then decided not to hide anymore. She lifted her head and squeezed out from the crevice, hanging her feet on the mountain wall. "Are you looking for me?" As she spoke, Xiaojiu swayed her two lovely, beautiful jade legs. Xiaoyu then looked at Xiaojiu and sneered, "Humans? You dare to come here? And two of you. It seems I can have a feast today. Since I can't deal with whatever is inside that spirit egg for now, I'll make you two my appetizers." After saying this, Xiaoyu let out a loud boom, and his entire serpentine body shot towards Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu quickly dodged, and Lin Chen jumped down from the mountain wall. Just as they left, Xiaoyu smashed the ground where they had been standing into pieces. The two landed on the ground, looking at Xiaoyu's massive body from either side. It was over 100 meters long, with a body as thick as a car. With such a size, let alone a small spirit egg, even an elephant would not be enough to fill its gaps. Yet, this enormous and hard body was restricted by heavenly fire. This was also why Lin Chen and Xiaojiu dared to pop their heads out from the mountain wall to confront it. Thus, Lin Chen and Xiaojiu simultaneously unleashed heavenly fire without hesitation. Lin Chen snapped his fingers, and a ball of heavenly fire erupted from his body, directly pouncing towards Xiaoyu. Xiaojiu was even more direct. Her body transformed into a mass of crimson flames, using her physical form as a lure to grab at Xiaoyu. Caught off guard by their heavenly fire, Xiaoyu let out a miserable cry. "Ah! You bunch of ants! You filthy bugs! Why can you use this strange flame too? Are you in cahoots with that ancient bird?" After saying this, Xiaoyu's body shook. Then, a rumbling sound echoed from the cave. It almost made Lin Chen mistakenly think an earthquake had suddenly occurred. Fortunately, the rock walls here were very hard, and nothing collapsed. Following that, a chill continuously emanated from Xiaoyu's body. Xiaoyu's body then began to crush towards Xiaojiu. If it were someone else, it would likely be flattened into a meat patty. Even a light bump from Xiaoyu would result in broken bones and torn muscles. However, Xiaojiu possessed the power of the celestial fox. Though the celestial fox appeared delicate, its body was among the strongest in nature, with immense strength. Xiaojiu directly withstood Xiaoyu's attack. At this moment, Lin Chen leaped onto the mountain wall, looking down at Xiaoyu from a high vantage point. Then, Lin Chen revealed a cold smile. "Finally, I have the chance to use my full strength." Since crossing over, all the battles had been resolved by Xiaojiu, Chimera, Ashan, and Xiaochang, and he had never had the opportunity to fight with all his might. This time, he could finally take action. Lin Chen clasped his hands together, forming a strange incantation, then aimed at Xiaoyu and shouted, "Open!" Following this, a magical array appeared behind Lin Chen. Above the magic array, waves of magical energy slowly emerged, eventually coalescing into the shape of a magical missile. However, Lin Chen's magical missile was not the same as Chimera's. His was engulfed in heavenly fire that burned slowly. Indeed, Lin Chen had infused heavenly fire into the magical attack inherited from the Chimera. Then, a dozen or so modified magical missiles exploded on the body of the eel. The eel was caught off guard by Lin Chen's strike. Its entire body was blasted with several gruesome wounds. Meanwhile, Xiaojiu was not holding back either. She swayed her body and revealed her true form. The eel then saw a two-tailed fox, standing a full 3 meters tall, suddenly appear before it, leaving it in disbelief. "What? You are actually of the fox clan." The only response to the eel was the flames spewed by Xiaojiu. The eel was once again severely injured, its anger evident. It knew that if this continued, it would undoubtedly die. So, it decided to take drastic measures. A flood of water. It prepared to fill the entire cave with water, intending to drown Lin Chen and Xiaojiu here. But just as it was about to unleash its skill, Xiaojiu suddenly emerged from the heavenly fire, staring directly at it. When the eel locked eyes with Xiaojiu, it unexpectedly found her eyes filled with something. It was like an endless abyss, drawing it in. At that moment, it felt as if it were being captivated by Xiaojiu. This fox was enchanting, embodying the image of the companion it had long sought. This was no longer about race or species, it was simply because she was too beautiful. But in the next moment, it jolted in shock. "What am I doing? How could I be attracted to this fox spirit? Could it be?" Thinking this, it suddenly looked around. It discovered that the space around it had already been shackled. Heavenly fire descends. Lin Chen then unleashed the strongest attack skill that Xiaojiu had bestowed upon him. The only drawback of heavenly fire descends was its long preparation time, requiring someone to help control the target. Otherwise, one could only rely on prediction to attack. But now, with Xiaojiu's enchanting power, Lin Chen could finally use heavenly fire descends perfectly. Suddenly, a bolt of heavenly fire descended from the sky. It was as if it had traversed time and space, arriving in this world as divine punishment, directly striking the eel. The eel immediately let out a wail, its body burned into 2 segments by the heavenly fire. At that moment, it no longer wished to continue fighting, not even harboring the desire to kill Lin Chen and Xiaojiu. It only thought of escaping quickly, recuperating after fleeing, and then seeking revenge on the two detestable beings. However, how could Lin Chen and Xiaojiu allow it to escape so easily? Xiaojiu, nearly 3 meters tall, blocked its only escape route. Then, Xiaojiu transformed her body into flames once more. Lin Chen had already begun to cast a spell, and a magic array appeared beneath the eel. Within that magic array, countless tentacles and withered hands emerged. These unclean entities, seemingly crawling out of hell, grabbed hold of the eel's body, rendering it immobile. "Let me go! Let me go! I am the eel. I am destined to transform into a dragon. I cannot die here." But the only response to the eel was Xiaojiu's burning flames. After a series of anguished cries, the eel's body finally fell silent. After an unknown amount of time, the heavenly fire dissipated. On the ground, there was no longer a nearly 100-meter-long body. Only a snake skin about a meter long, a snake gall the size of a basketball, and a 1-meter-long venomous fang remained. Lin Chen looked at the three items and couldn't help but frown. Xiaojiu then explained to Lin Chen, "Master, the heavenly fire not only has the ability to burn all things in the world, but it can also refine spiritual objects. This loach has awakened its bloodline and can even speak human words, which proves it has gained intelligence. So, I refined it. Its hydrophilic properties were refined into this snake gallbladder. The dragon species is non-toxic, but this snake fang is the most aggressive part of its body, and this snake skin is also the hardest part of its body." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen responded with an "oh," then put away the snake fang and snake skin, and handed the snake gallbladder to Xiaojiu, saying, "You should eat it. After eating it, you should be able to evolve." Xiaojiu looked at the snake gallbladder, thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, "Master, leave it for Xiaocheng. She needs the snake gallbladder more than I do." Lin Chen raised his eyebrows at Xiaojiu's words. "Why do you say that?" Xiaojiu replied without hesitation, "The reason is simple. I am a member of the Celestial Fox clan, and the Celestial Fox symbolizes beauty and disaster. Every time the Celestial Fox appears, it is accompanied by..." At this point, Xiaojiu did not continue. She quickly changed her words, saying, "Our inheritance is the inheritance of flames, so the snake gallbladder is not suitable for me. Although eating it would increase my strength, it would waste its water attribute. But Xiaoqing is different. Xiaoqing is originally a hydrophilic beast and also belongs to the dragon species, so it would be much more effective for her to consume it." Lin Chen nodded, patting Xiaojiu's head, saying, "Very good. You even think of your sister, that's commendable." Xiaojiu did not mind Lin Chen's gesture. On the contrary, she leaned closer to Lin Chen's hand. "Xiaojiu wants a reward." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, "What reward do you want?" Xiaojiu chuckled. "Xiaojiu wants the master." Xiaojiu's enchanting gaze almost made Lin Chen lose control. "Go away. You're getting more and more mischievous." Lin Chen pretended to be angry and pushed Xiaojiu aside. Xiaojiu was not angry. Instead, she laughed and playfully wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's, swaying back and forth. At this moment, Lin Chen and Xiaojiu turned to face the spirit egg. The heavenly fire continued to burn steadily. Xiaojiu examined it closely, ignoring the presence of the heavenly fire, and stepped into the area of the heavenly fire. The heavenly fire seemed to recognize its kind and did not harm Xiaojiu at all. Xiaojiu approached the spirit egg, bent down to take a closer look, then picked it up and returned to Lin Chen's side. "Master, look." Lin Chen gazed at the intricate patterns on the spirit egg, deep in thought. He then called out to the system in his mind. "System, can you determine what kind of spirit egg this is?" The response was the mechanical, cold voice of the Beast Encyclopedia. Response to host's question, "Cannot determine." Lin Chen frowned upon hearing this. Why can't it be determined? This spirit egg has mutated and is currently in an unstable period. Lin Chen responded with an "oh." At the same time, he keenly noticed two key phrases, mutation and unstable period. So, Lin Chen continued to ask, "What will happen if I take it away now?" This spirit egg has mutated due to the burning of the heavenly fire. If the host takes it away, the mutation will stop, and the life inside the spirit egg will begin to nurture life. Lin Chen nodded and continued to ask, "If I continue to feed it with heavenly fire, will it continue to mutate?" He then received a positive answer. Yes. Not only that, but if the host feeds it properly, the life inside the spirit egg will mutate even more thoroughly and efficiently than here. Lin Chen nodded and then looked at Xiaojiu. "Put away the spirit egg. Do you have any way to continuously feed it with heavenly fire?" Upon hearing this, Xiaojiu nodded and said, "Actually, for this mutated spirit egg, as long as you feed it heavenly fire every day when it eats, that's enough. It doesn't need to be roasted over the fire all the time, because if it's roasted for too long, it can easily be cooked through." Hearing this, the corners of Lin Chen's mouth twitched. This celestial fox's inheritance felt oddly knowledgeable. Lin Chen then said to Xiaojiao, "Then I'll leave this matter to you." Xiaojiao responded with an and then directly placed the spirit egg into her storage space. Then, with a wave of her hand, all the heavenly fire in the area disappeared. Only then did the two of them walk out of the cave. Xiaojiao then remarked with some emotion, "It turns out this cave was created by the battle between the eel and the ancient bird." Lin Chen nodded as well, but with a hint of lingering fear, he said, "However, the battle between these two sixth-tier monsters was indeed quite formidable." To be honest, Lin Chen always had a feeling that the secrets here were not just this. His sense of danger kept reminding him to leave quickly. The two then headed towards the camp. They had already spent a long time in the cave. On the way, Lin Chen and Xiaojiao suddenly looked in the same direction and immediately concealed their figures. Moments later, two figures approached Lin Chen and Xiaojiao's vicinity. Although the night was hazy, Lin Chen, relying on his powerful mental strength, still clearly saw the identities of the two. Those two figures were actually Lu Weiwei and Lu Daba. "Brother Bao, I'm really sorry. It was indeed my mistake, but I didn't want this to happen. I want to live too." Lu Daba looked at Lu Weiwei with a face full of pity upon hearing her words. "Don't worry, Weiwei, I will keep your secret. I believe that even if Zhao Si is not dead, he will understand you." Lu Weiwei then slowly leaned on Lu Daba's shoulder. "Brother Bao, you are so good to me. I think if Brother Zhao is alive, he will understand us." "Yes. The situation was so urgent at that time, if you hadn't done that, you would have been the one to die. You can only blame Zhao Si for not being lucky enough." Lu Weiwei then lifted her head, looking at Zhao Daba with dreamy eyes, and asked, "Brother Bao, if one day, would you die for me?" Zhao Daba looked at the beauty in his arms and quickly replied, "I would. I definitely would." Lu Weiwei's gaze then became even more dreamy. "Thank you, Brother Bao, having you around really makes me feel safe." After saying this, Lu Weiwei slowly straightened up, stood on her tiptoes, and gently kissed Zhao Daba on the lips. Zhao Daba's eyes widened in shock. He never expected that such a goddess would under his advances. At that moment, he felt like the happiest person in the world. He even thought of names for the children he would have with Lu Weiwei in the future. However, he suddenly felt a slippery tongue invade his mouth. Then, he sensed a bitter, fishy taste. This taste made him feel nauseous. Soon, he realized that his limbs were starting to go numb. Then, his body stiffened, and his mind went blank. He felt his life force beginning to drain away. He immediately pushed Lu Weiwei away. "You!" Lu Weiwei took out a tissue, wiped her lips fiercely, and then spat. "So disgusting. In order to make you willingly eat this Luo Wangsha, this high and mighty goddess actually has to have close contact with a lowly commoner like you, which truly makes me feel unprecedentedly disgusted." Lu Weiwei deliberately emphasized her level of disgust. Then, with a face full of disdain and mockery, she stared at Lu Daba, saying, "You, a toad, wouldn't really think that a little fairy like me would lower myself to be with you, would you?" Lu Daba never expected to receive such a response from Lu Weiwei. He immediately took out his pokeball, wanting to resist. However, he found that his mental power could not connect with the spirit pet inside his pokeball. Lu Weiwei then stepped forward, a cold smile on her face, and said, "Are you trying to kill me? How ridiculous. I just want to kill you to silence you, and yet you want to resist. You men. Truly pathetic. No wonder you can't find a girlfriend." Lu Daba pointed at Lu Weiwei, his eyes filled with hatred. "Let me tell you, this Luo Wangsha is made from the venom of killer bees, which can paralyze your nerves and soul, making you lose control over your spirit pet. So, give up on the thought of dying together with me. Go find that loser below. If it weren't for needing you to protect me these days, I wouldn't waste so much time talking to trash like you. Do you even deserve it?" Every word from Lu Weiwei pierced Lu Daba's heart. In the end, Lu Daba slowly closed his eyes in unwillingness and despair. Lin Chen watched this scene without saying anything. His eyes held only indifference and mockery. He felt no anger at Lu Daba's plight. He simply wanted to know how long someone like Lu Weiwei could live and how many benefits she could gain. To harm her own companions for personal gain was enough to make Lin Chen dislike her. Although one should look out for oneself, people like Lu Weiwei would eventually die for the same ridiculous reasons. Lin Chen then made a gesture to Xiaojiao. "Let's go." The two of them ignored Lu Weiwei and returned to the camp. At this time, there was no one on night watch in the camp. Lin Chen deduced that the person on watch must be Lu Weiwei. That was why she could brazenly go out alone with Lu Daba and find an opportunity to kill him to silence him. It should be known that harming companions during trade and exploration is a major taboo, and without just cause, one would face judgment. Just as Lin Chen and Xiaojiao crawled into the tent, they heard a rumbling sound. Lin Chen quickly looked towards the direction of the distant cave. The sound was coming from there. Then, the entire ground began to tremble. Everyone in the camp immediately crawled out of their tents. They felt the ground starting to shift. Fortunately, they were at a certain distance from the epicenter, and everyone quickly ran towards the outer circle. Some slower runners were directly buried as the ground collapsed beneath them. However, just moments later, the earthquake finally subsided. In front of everyone, a huge pit appeared, and Lin Chen looked at Xiaojiao. They both saw surprise in each other's eyes. Because based on their judgment, the cause of the collapse was the very pit they had just crawled out of. Could it be that the underground structure, which seemed to be crafted by ghostly hands, was destroyed just like that? Old Lu looked at everything in front of him in disarray. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Let's see if there are any survivors." Just moments ago, their team of 30 had now directly lost 12 people. Lin Chen and the others also did not idle, starting to help search for clues about the living. Moments later, someone exclaimed, "There's someone here. She's still alive." Everyone immediately gathered around, and then they discovered Lu Weiwei from the cracks in the ground. At that moment, Lu Weiwei looked extremely disheveled, resembling a dirty-faced monkey. Lin Chen could tell that her appearance was not an act. She had genuinely fallen into the fissure caused by the ground collapse. Lu Weiwei struggled to say, "Hurry and save me." Everyone scrambled to try to pull Lu Weiwei out. However, the crack in the ground was too narrow, and there was a risk of further collapse. Old Lu thought for a moment and immediately released his spirit pet, the great horned bug. Although it was just a brute force creature, it was excellent at digging. As soon as the great horned bug appeared, it eagerly threw itself into the digging process. Moments later, Lu Weiwei was pulled out by the great horned bug. The crowd laid Lu Weiwei flat on the ground. "Check if there are any other people around." Old Lu quickly instructed Lu Weiwei. However, she grabbed his hand. "Captain, this place is not safe to stay. There's a risk of another collapse at any moment. We should leave quickly." After Lu Weiwei said this, everyone frowned. Just moments ago, when she was seeking help, she had been urging them to hurry because she couldn't hold on any longer. Yet now, having just been rescued, she wanted to abandon the chance for other teammates to be saved. Lu Weiwei continued, "We need to take advantage of the calm ground and escape quickly. Only then can we ensure our safety. Captain Lu, those buried below are basically dead. We can't give up the living for a group of corpses." When Lu Weiwei said this, her voice was choked with tears, making it seem like she genuinely cared for everyone. However, upon reflection, it was clear that her words were not as she claimed. They couldn't be sure if there were any other survivors. What if someone was still alive? Moreover, according to the caravan's rules, the living must see the living, and the dead must see the dead. Old Lu fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, Lin Chen paid no attention to the commotion. He was surprised to find that the dangerous feeling that had made his heart race had vanished. It had disappeared during the brief period when the sky and earth had collapsed. Lin Chen was somewhat puzzled. Could it be that I was too sensitive? Or is there a connection between the cave's collapse and that sense of danger? He pondered and judged to himself. Just then, another rumbling sound of the ground shifting echoed. Following that, another crack appeared, and someone fell into the fissure without realizing it. Old Lu was just about to go to the rescue when Lu Weiwei suddenly shouted to everyone, "Run! This place is no longer safe. As long as we escape this area, we can survive." Immediately, under Lu Weiwei's urging, everyone began to run toward the outskirts of the collapsed area. Among them, one person was carrying Lu Weiwei as they ran. Lu Weiwei kept urging that person to run faster. Old Lu looked at the companion trapped in the crack and fell into a dilemma. Just then, a figure suddenly flashed past him. Lin Chen stepped into the crack in the ground and reached out, grabbing that person's clothing. With his other hand, he was pulling up the little nine. Little Nine held onto Chimera, while Little Ching tightly hugged Chimera's waist. They all pulled together with all their might and quickly dragged the person trapped in the crevice out. Lin Chen threw the person up with force, and Old Lu joyfully caught him. "Brother, let's run together." For some reason, what was originally a very awkward statement now sounded powerful coming from Old Lu. They rushed towards the edge of the collapse, and behind them came another round of crumbling. The entire falling phoenix slope had been leveled. Finally, they escaped the dangerous area and ran out of the falling phoenix slope's range. There were 30 people when they arrived, but after reaching the falling phoenix slope, 11 had died, and with Zhao Si who had died earlier, only 18 people were left in the group. Among them, 2 were injured. It was truly tragic. After witnessing this, Old Lu jokingly said to himself, "I've been escorting goods all my life, and this time I've lost my reputation." Lin Chen heard this and patted Old Lu on the shoulder. "At least you didn't abandon your companions. I think everyone will understand you." After Lin Chen finished speaking, everyone looked at Old Lu with grateful eyes. The person who had just been rescued limped over to Lin Chen. "Thank you, Brother Chao Wang, I owe you a life. My name is Sun Haiban, a collateral member of the Sun family from the capital. If you need anything, you can find me at the Sun family. Although it may not be of much use, if I can help, I will definitely do so." Lin Chen waved his hand, indicating that as long as the other person was fine, that was enough. They then counted their total losses. 11 people were missing. Although there were losses in supplies, fortunately, no important items were lost. Old Lu thought for a moment and then said, "Let's hurry up. Ahead is Suyang City. Once we get there, we can replenish our supplies." According to regulations, for natural disasters and force majeure, Old Lu was not required to compensate. However, with so many people missing, Old Lu felt a bit guilty. After half a day's journey, Lin Chen and the others finally saw the outline of Suyang City. They hadn't encountered any attacks from monsters along the way, possibly due to the ground collapse, and everyone had progressed very smoothly. This improved the previously gloomy atmosphere of the caravan. Along the way, everyone chatted and laughed. However, Lin Chen did not share this sentiment. "What's wrong? Brother Chao Wang, why do you look so glum?" Wang Tao then walked over to Lin Chen and asked. Lin Chen looked at the path they had taken and said with some concern, "You guys have often escorted goods outside. When have you ever encountered such a calm journey?" Wang Tao thought for a moment and replied, "It's not that it hasn't happened, but it's very rare." Lin Chen then looked at Suyang City. "Is the forest near Suyang City safe?" After pondering for a moment, Wang Tao said, "It's never safe. Suyang City is not like Magic City. Magic City has specialized exploration teams that mark safe areas and regularly check them. Because of a lack of manpower, there has never been such a department here in Suyang City, so the monsters in the suburbs run rampant. Only near Suyang City is it a bit safer." Lin Chen nodded upon hearing this. "So, with everything being peaceful along the way, I can't shake the feeling that something big is about to happen." Wang Tao then patted Lin Chen's shoulder carelessly. "You're just worrying too much. Brother Chao Wang, you have to know that with such a significant ground collapse, those monsters have long been scared away. It's not surprising that no monsters have attacked us. Besides, we're not far from Suyang City now." After saying this, Wang Tao pointed to the outline of Suyang City in the distance. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. "I hope so." After a moment, everyone finally arrived at the city gate of Suyang City. There were no guards at the gate. Instead, they were chatting and joking around, completely neglecting their duties, and there was no one to handle the entry registration. Lin Chen took out his identification, but the guard at the gate impatiently said, "Register yourself, don't bother us." It seemed that Old Lu and the others were already aware of the guard's behavior. Before the guards could say anything, they went ahead and completed the registration themselves. "Are you a merchant caravan?" "Yes," Old Lu replied naturally. "Do you have anything that shouldn't be brought into the city?" Upon hearing this, Old Lu immediately threw out a stack of cash without hesitation. The guard glanced at the thickness of the cash and then gestured for Old Lu and the others to hurry inside. Old Lu then called everyone to enter Suyang City. Lin Chen frowned as he observed the guards at the gate. Could this group really protect Suyang City? Old Lu seemed to notice Lin Chen's concern and smiled, saying, "Our Magic City is a coastal city, facing the cherry blossom country across the sea. Therefore, the pressure on the guards in Magic City is much greater than here. But Suyang City is different. There isn't much external pressure here. As long as it isn't overrun by a large beast tide, there won't be any danger. Moreover, the crossbows on the city walls are no joke. They are specifically designed to deal with beast tides." Lin Chen nodded at this and then looked at the crossbows on the city walls. Legend has it that they were a standard equipment invented by a god-level beast master from the Dragon Kingdom, manufactured uniformly by the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone found a decent hotel to stay in. Initially, they planned to share rooms 2 by 2, which would be just enough for the 4 girls to stay together. However, Xiao Chang, Chimera, and Xiao Cheng insisted on sharing a room with Lin Chen. The 4 of them booked a large suite, which left Lu Weiwei feeling a bit awkward on her own. Lu Weiwei clenched her fists and gritted her teeth, saying, "I can have a room by myself." That afternoon, some of the injured went out to find a hospital to check their injuries, while the others went to the mall to replenish supplies. Lin Chen, however, had no such need. They had 5 storage devices filled to the brim. In the room, everyone watched as Xiao Qing consumed the snake gallbladder. Soon, Xiao Qing opened her eyes. "How do you feel?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing replied very satisfactorily, "Master, thank you. The pure water element contained in this snake gallbladder is the most important supplement for me." Then, Xiao Qing expressed some concern, saying, "However, this eel has some disaster energy on it. The ground collapse earlier was likely caused by the eel. At this moment, Lin Chen recalled the information about the eel. Wherever it appeared, various natural and man-made disasters would follow. Perhaps, as Xiaoqing said, the previous ground collapse was indeed caused by the eel. That night, Lin Chen took the three girls to stroll around Suyang City. It is known that Suyang City is a very famous tourist city, with beautiful scenery and a particularly famous dish called Suyang vinegar fish. As a result, after spending a large sum to buy one, Lin Chen found it hard to swallow and felt it was a waste of food. They then visited some attractions within the city. Xiaoqing couldn't help but exclaim, "The scenery here is indeed beautiful, and so peaceful. If I had grown up here, I might not have gotten separated from my sister." The others looked at Xiaoqing with some surprise. "Xiaoqing has a sister?" Xiaoqing nodded in response. "Of course. My sister is incredibly beautiful, she's a white snake." Everyone continued to be astonished. "What kind of creature is that little Qing's sister? Why is she a white snake?" Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing shook her head. "I don't know. Since I was born, I've been wandering with my sister. My sister is incredibly strong and very beautiful, but on our journey, we encountered a very despicable person. He wanted to capture both of us as spirit pets for himself. To protect me, my sister faced him alone, and in the end, my sister and I got separated." Xiaojiao then came over and hugged Xiaoqing. "Don't worry, your sister will be fine. Besides, you have us sisters." Xiaoqing then hugged Xiaojiao back and said, "What my sister said is true. With you all here, I'm not afraid of anything." Seeing the deep sisterly bond before him, Lin Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this was no longer a battlefield. Lin Chen recalled the pain he felt when Ashan first joined this team. The entire Suyang city was very peaceful. As Lin Chen felt the tranquility here, he thought that finding such a city to live in seclusion in the future might not be a bad idea. Just then, an alarm suddenly rang out, and the people of Suyang City immediately became agitated. Lin Chen also looked towards the city gate. Then, several signal flares appeared in the sky. Following that was a minute-long air raid siren. "Beast tide! Beast tide! This is the signal for a beast tide." Upon hearing the words beast tide, everyone in the city was stunned. Because the term beast tide had been far removed from the city for a long time. Lin Chen furrowed his brows. Then, a large number of city defense troops and guards rushed towards the city walls. Lin Chen then looked at Xiaojiao, Chimera, and Xiaoqing. "Let's go. We need to return to the hotel now." The four hurried back to the hotel. As soon as they returned, they saw that the other members of the merchant team had gathered with serious expressions in Old Lu's room. Lin Chen immediately stepped forward and asked, "What should we do now?" Old Lu lowered his head in thought and then said, "We still don't know the scale of the beast tide. I hope it won't affect our plans." At this moment, someone beside them asked, "Captain Lu, can't we leave the city early? What if the city can't withstand the beast tide?" Old Lu shook his head and said, "No. According to the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, once a beast tide occurs, all beast tamers and ordinary people in the city cannot act independently, they must wait for the unified dispatch of the city defense. Moreover, even the supplies in the city cannot be sold casually." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded in agreement. This rule had been instilled in them since childhood and was even part of their exam preparations. After all, in the values of the Dragon Kingdom, the world is vast, but the family and country are the most important. However, at this moment, Lu Weiwei expressed her concerns, saying, "But what if the city guards can't hold back the beast tide?" Old Lu shook his head. "The city guards cannot fail to hold back the beast tide. If the beast tide is too fierce, we beast tamers will need to go up on the city walls to reinforce our combat power and hold out until reinforcements arrive." Upon hearing this, Lu Weiwei became worried, and there was even a hint of fear in her eyes. "But I'm just a high school student with no combat experience." The implication was that she wanted to escape. However, everyone present took her words lightly. Old Lu then replied very seriously to Lu Weiwei, "But you are already a beast tamer now. It must be said that the people of the Dragon Kingdom never waver in matters of family and national duty." Lu Weiwei heard this and looked at everyone's reactions, immediately falling silent. "All right, everyone, return to your rooms and stand by. I will contact the city guards." The crowd ceased their chatter and returned to their respective rooms. At this moment, on the walls of Suyang City, a stern-faced officer was watching the line of beasts in the distance. "Damn it! What's going on? These brutes!" he shouted angrily. "There are actually 3 6th-tier monsters, and 1 7th-tier monster. I was wondering why it has been so peaceful lately. I thought it was due to the earthquakes outside. Now it seems that this group of beasts has high-tier monsters commanding them, planning to launch a beast tide, which is why it has been so quiet recently." He raised his binoculars and looked into the distance. At the farthest point he could see, a massive creature engulfed in flames was pounding the ground, as if issuing commands to the terrifying beast tide. The officer thought for a moment and then said to his subordinates, "Prepare to strike with all our might. Concentrate all firepower on that beast in the front. We must not let it approach the city walls, or the consequences will be unimaginable." Yes, the beast he referred to was the lizard-like creature covered in flames. Then, in the next moment, the flaming lizard let out a sudden roar, a sound reminiscent of a dinosaur from legends. Following that, hordes of monsters charged towards Suyang City. The entire ground began to tremble. Fire the divine crossbows. On the city walls, dozens of divine crossbows fired simultaneously, their momentum no less fierce than the collective charge of the beast tide. These divine crossbows were crafted from the sinews of fifth-tier serpents, possessing immense power. Moreover, the greatest advantage of the divine crossbows was that they did not require particularly strong strength to operate. As long as one reached the mental power of an intermediate beast master, it was sufficient. Each bolt fired had the power comparable to a full-strength attack from a sixth-tier monster. The only drawback of the divine crossbows was the long reloading time after each shot. Yet, even so, the simultaneous firing of 50 crossbows posed a significant threat to the beast tide. Each bolt could pierce through dozens of low-tier monsters. Just then, among the beasts, a monkey over 4 meters tall suddenly leaped out. The monkey was carrying a massive stone. Then, it hefted the enormous stone and hurled it towards the city wall of Suyang. A B-grade 6th-tier monster, the double-elbow giant monkey. Its arms were unlike those of ordinary primates, each arm having 2 elbows, and its arms were very long, with exceptional climbing and throwing abilities. It possessed skills such as throwing mastery, object projection, spinning attack, frenzied bite, double-handed smash, and earthquake. The beast tide was still over 500 meters away from the city wall of Suyang. However, the massive stone thrown by the double-elbow giant monkey traced a precise arc and fell towards the city wall. Upon seeing this, the soldiers on the city wall were momentarily dumbfounded. However, the officer merely snorted coldly. "A trivial skill. How dare you show off here?" With that, the officer flipped his hand, and a flash of light from a spirit ball appeared. Immediately, a gigantic cannon appeared atop the city wall of Suyang. A 6th-tier spirit pet, the Heavenly Might Cannon. However, the Heavenly Might Cannon was not a mechanical creation but a strange fish. The Heavenly Might Cannon glared angrily at the flying boulder. Its eyes bulged, and the cannon barrel it was biting suddenly emitted a burst of white light. Then, there was a loud boom, and a blinding white lightning struck the giant rock. The rock shattered into pieces, scattering like a meteor shower around the ground. But at the moment the rock broke apart, a petite figure appeared behind it. It was a gecko with bat-like wings. However, seeing the disproportionate body of this gecko, no one would think it could fly. It simply moved with incredible agility, a sea-level 6th-tier demon beast, a lizard that couldn't fly. It suddenly darted out from behind the rock and headed straight for the city wall. Its mouth continuously emitted a sound of ee-ee-ee-ah, which was a highly disruptive sound wave. The city guards on the wall immediately showed expressions of great pain upon hearing it, especially the soldiers operating the city crossbows, who all stopped their work and covered their ears. Only the Titan cannon remained unaffected. "Launch the control net." At the command of its officer, the Titan cannon's brow furrowed even tighter. Then, the Titan cannon chewed a couple of times and spat out another cannon barrel, aiming at the non-flying lizard, and fired again. Immediately, an enormous net suddenly spread out, crackling with electric arcs. The massive fishing net enveloped the non-flying lizard, rendering it completely immobile. The officer then shouted, "Concentrate fire. Fire all arrows." His voice, bolstered by his mental power, resonated in the hearts of all the city guards, like the sudden beating of war drums in a battle. The city guards, who had just been affected by the demon beast, instantly rallied. "Hurry! We must seize the opportunity." At this moment, someone shouted angrily. Then, some of the mentally strong city guards quickly got up and returned to their crossbow positions. Whoosh! 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 Following that, a barrage of over a dozen crossbow bolts was launched. The bolts shot straight at the non-flying lizard. Immediately, the non-flying lizard let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground. Its body was now pierced like a hedgehog, its life unknown. Seeing this, the officer couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, we took the initiative and eliminated one of their top combatants. Now, let's see what happens below. Saying this, the officer looked towards the tall flame lizard in the distance. At this moment, its body resembled a flaming Godzilla. The flame lizard seemed uninterested in the cries of its subordinate, merely watching everything with indifference. It was as if it were a supervisor in a battle. Only if someone dared to retreat would it unleash its full power to annihilate the deserters. The city guards had now regained their composure and returned to their posts. The reason humans could contend with powerful demon beasts was their unparalleled creativity. They could enable weak spirit pets to unleash greater potential and allow ordinary equipment to exhibit stronger combat power. Now, the 50 crossbows on the city wall were the best proof. Just the crossbows made from 5th-tier demon beasts, through rounds of volleys, could kill a 6th-tier demon beast and countless lower-tier ones. The officer watched the distance of the beast tide and urged continuously, "Find a way to keep the beast tide beyond 500 meters. Once they enter within 500 meters, we will lose our advantage." Beside him, a city guard leader shook his head. "No, the number of demon beasts is simply too many, and that 7th-tier demon beast hasn't made a move yet. Once it does, we..." The other party's words were just reaching this point when a whoosh sound was heard. A feather arrow made of feathers flew in from a distance. The two immediately dodged at the same time. Then, the officer saw a pure white hawk circling in the sky above. "It's a 5th-tier demon beast, the arrow hawk. How could it be this creature? This time, we're in big trouble." The commander of the city guard then said with an extremely serious expression, "This thing is not only a flying demon beast, but it also excels at area attacks. This is the biggest headache for our city defense forces." Sure enough, after the arrow hawk circled in the sky for several rounds, it began to whoosh, 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 and shot out several waves of feather arrows, directly scattering the originally orderly defensive formation of the city defense forces. Seeing that the arrow formation of the city guard was already in disarray, the demon beasts below surged even more frantically towards Suyang City. The officer sighed, then decisively ordered several city guard commanders beside him, "Go inside the city and call for reinforcements." The other city guard commanders present immediately nodded in agreement. Yes. After that, some city guard soldiers ran out to find other beast tamers in the city. However, this time the call for help did not use a broadcast notification. The reason was simple. Once a citywide broadcast was used, ordinary citizens might panic due to not knowing the truth of the situation. This was not the scene the city guard wanted to see. But even so, news of a large number of beast tamers heading towards the city wall still leaked out. "Did you see that? Many beast tamers are heading towards the city wall. Could it be that Suyang City can't hold on? Who knows? We ordinary folks can only wait for news. Anyway, for us, life and death are fated, and wealth and honor are in the hands of heaven. I heard that this beast tide is attacking from the eastern city wall. Why don't we just run west and escape through the west city gate? There might still be a chance when the city falls. I think that's a good idea." With this group of useless city guards, how could they possibly hold back the beast tide? Rumors began to spread in the streets as 3 people turned into tigers. Even though the city guard came forward to clarify and encourage, people were still unwilling to believe that the city guard could hold Suyang City. Lin Chen, Xiaojiao, Chimera, and Xiao Chang were in their room waiting for news. Suddenly, someone knocked on their door. As Lin Chen opened the door, he saw a familiar figure. The other party was taken aback upon seeing Lin Chen and looked at him in surprise. You are. Then, the city guard suddenly remembered. "You are Lin." Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Chen pulled him into the room. "Lin Chen, how did you end up here? And you even disguised yourself. I saw the name on the registration was Chao Wang." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately covered his face. "How did you recognize me?" The person who came to inform Lin Chen was Li Feng, who had crossed paths with Lin Chen during the college entrance examination. Seeing that it was indeed Lin Chen, Li Feng was overjoyed. After all, Lin Chen was an extraordinary combat force. Others might not know Lin Chen's strength, but he had experienced it firsthand before. Then, Li Feng revealed a sincere smile and said, "My talent is the true eye. I can see the essence of many things." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but deliberately say, "Oh, so that's why you were assigned to be the chief examiner for the college entrance examination." Li Feng's expression changed immediately upon hearing Lin Chen's words, as if he were a cat whose fur had been ruffled. "Who said that? It's because of my outstanding strength that I was assigned to be the chief examiner for the college entrance examination. I'm just short of military merit, and I can be promoted," Li Feng argued fiercely. Lin Chen, who was beside him, nodded repeatedly. Right. Li Feng felt as if he had suddenly been mocked and insulted, but he had no evidence at the moment. Then, Li Feng changed his tone and questioned Lin Chen. "Let me ask you, why are you using a fake identity to come to Suyang City? Do you believe I will report you right now?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately put his arm around Li Feng's shoulder. "Come on, we're all old friends here." However, Li Feng sneered coldly. "Don't try that with me." Yet, his voice grew quieter. because at that moment, Xiaojiao, Chimera, and Xiao Chang had already surrounded him completely. The expressions on the three girls' faces were not friendly at all, as if they regarded Li Feng as a meal, making him shiver a little. Ah, alright, we're all old friends. Don't make it so tense, I was just joking. Li Feng quickly tried to make up for his earlier mistake. I ran into some trouble and was targeted by a certain big family, so I had to use a pseudonym to report to the capital. Lin Chen then explained. Upon hearing this, Li Feng immediately responded with an "oh," and then said with a worried expression, "Then I won't waste time here. The situation outside is very tense, let's all go to the city wall to support. If we can't hold back this beast tide, then we're all done for." Lin Chen frowned upon hearing this. Is the situation in Suyang City that tense now? Yes. Li Feng nodded and then recounted the tense situation outside. Lin Chen then looked at the other three girls and saw the fighting spirit on their faces. 7th-tier demon beasts, can you really fight them? Looking at the three girls, Lin Chen showed an uncertain expression. Then, to be safe, in case of fighting 7th-tier demon beasts, Lin Chen had Xiaojiao, Chimera, and Xiao Qing remove their disguises. They all revealed their true forms. Even Ishan was released from the pokeball by Lin Chen. Seeing this lineup, Li Feng couldn't help but swallow hard. You have a new humanoid spirit pet? Lin Chen nodded in response. Wasn't that obvious? Li Feng was starting to feel a bit breathless. He possessed the Eye of Truth and could now sense the terrifying aura emanating from the four women. However, Lin Chen's presence felt even more mysterious. During the college entrance examination, Lin Chen's strength was average, so he hadn't given Li Feng this sense of pressure. But just now, when Lin Chen released his fighting spirit, Li Feng almost lost his composure. Now, Lin Chen seemed overwhelmingly oppressive to Li Feng, even more so than this seasoned veteran. Lin Chen didn't notice Li Feng's expression and said seriously, I'm going to the city wall to participate in the battle now. Li Feng nodded, I'll go mobilize the other beast tamers. After that, Li Feng left the room, while Lin Chen, along with Xiaojiao, Chimera, Ashan, and Xiao Chang, jumped out of the window together. To avoid attracting attention, Lin Chen couldn't use the hotel's main entrance. Fortunately, the city defense registration in Suyang City was not very strict. To evade the Lin family's retaliation, it was not impossible for Lin Chen to hide his identity on the city wall. After they rushed to the city wall, Old Lu, Wang Tao, and Gao Ping had already begun fighting. The aerial spirit pets were simply too rare. Moreover, the aerial beasts are the most difficult to deal with. Therefore, at the first moment, Gao Ping rode his griffin and flew into the sky, intending to compete with the arrow hawk. Meanwhile, the others had already begun their attack on the beast tide. At this time, the beast tide was only about 100 meters away from the walls of Suyang City. It could be said that Suyang City was in imminent danger. The crossbow bolts had already lost much of their effectiveness. Everyone was preparing for close combat. Just then, Lin Chen looked at Xiaojiao, Chimera, Ashan, and Xiao Chang. We're going to the city below. Lin Chen said this without any hesitation. He knew that with his and his spirit pet's characteristics, they could not exert their full strength on the city walls. Although there were formations on the walls that could provide a buff to their allies, it also limited and wasted Lin Chen and his spirit pet's abilities. Lin Chen immediately prepared to climb over the wall. At that moment, someone suddenly grabbed him. Hey, young man, what are you doing? Hurry up and get ready on the city wall to face the beast tide. Lin Chen looked over and found that the speaker was an officer. Beside him was a strange fish. The fish had a huge cannon barrel in its mouth. Heavenly Might Cannon, C-rank, 6th-tier beast, a guardian beast living in Heavenly Might City, very irritable, and always quick to fire at anything it finds displeasing. The cannon barrel in their mouths is not a mechanical creation but their mouthparts, yet this is not the true killer move of the Heavenly Might Cannon. Their real lethal weapon is the poisonous stinger on their foreheads, capable of killing anything. Skills: Thunder Net, Furious Strike, Charged Cannon, Poison Stinger Attack. Remembering some information he had learned before coming to Suyang City, Lin Chen immediately understood the officer's identity. He was none other than Chen Kankai, the overall commander of the city's defense, along with his spirit pet, the Heavenly Might Cannon. Lin Chen glanced at Chen Kankai and then said in a cold tone, "There are too many people here, it affects my performance." Upon hearing this, Chen Kankai couldn't help but twitch his mouth. It was the first time he had encountered such a headstrong young man. "No, it's too dangerous down there. You can die fighting on the city wall, but I won't allow you to go outside and die. I won't permit it. And why are you 5 young people not even bringing your spirit pets?" Lin Chen looked at Chen Kankai and then helplessly signaled to Chimera. Chimera understood immediately and snapped her fingers. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared beneath Chen Kankai's feet, and several tentacles emerged from it. "Oh no! There's an enemy attack." they've managed to sneak up to the city wall. Then, the tentacles covered Chen Kankai's mouth and, with a strong throw, sent him flying away. The heavenly might cannon, seeing its master treated this way, immediately glared in anger, ready to unleash a furious strike. However, in response, it was also thrown away forcefully, sent flying alongside its master. Lin Chen then nodded to the other girls. However, at that moment, Chen Kankai got up from the ground and ran over. "Stop those young people. Don't let them do anything foolish." The next moment, Chen Kankai saw Xiaojiao, and with a whoosh, flames erupted around her. Then, a completely fiery two-tailed celestial fox jumped out of the flames and charged straight into the beast tied below. Xiao Qing transformed directly, her body becoming a snake with a human face, looking very eerie. Then, Xiao Qing silently swam down along the walls of Suyang City. As for Ashan, her movements were much more pronounced. She let out a long howl towards the sky and transformed directly into the form of a wild wolf. Then, a spatial rift appeared behind Ashan. Following that, more than a dozen similarly large prairie wolves jumped out from the rift. Only then did Ashan leap down from the city wall amidst the gasps of the crowd. At the same time, the Chimera was already standing on a magic circle, looking down at the earth from the sky, and then it cast an even larger magic circle that enveloped everything below. Magic missile modification. Raining pear blossoms. The entire sky suddenly seemed to be pouring down a torrential rain of magic. The attacks streaked across the night sky like a meteor shower. Chen Kang's words were now stuck in his throat. He looked at Lin Chen with disbelief. "They are spirit pets?" Lin Chen nodded in response. "Then you won't also turn into some beast and jump down, right?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen shot a dark look at Chen Kang. "I am human. They are all my spirit pets." "Your spirit pets? Human-shaped spirit pets? You can't be." Lin Chen did not answer but jumped down alongside them. Although he couldn't fly like the Chimera, he was light as a swallow. After landing steadily, Lin Chen immediately followed behind Xiaojiao and rushed into the tide of beasts. On the city wall, Chen Kong watched Lin Chen's back and murmured to himself, "I think I know who he is. The one causing a stir throughout the Lianghuai region, the top scorer of the Magic City College entrance examination, Lin Chen." Then, Chen Kong hurriedly shouted to those around him, "Quick, quick, quick, everyone, cover Lin Chen. No matter what, we must not let anything happen to Lin Chen." Chen Kong was even more agitated now. Not long ago, Li Guanjuan had called him, saying that if Lin Chen came to Suyang City, they must ensure his safety at all costs. If someone favored by Li Guanjuan had an accident in Suyang City, it would be a huge problem for him for the rest of his life. He estimated that Li Guanjuan's little shoes could be worn by him for the next lifetime. At this moment, Xiao Jiao had turned into a ball of flames, weaving in and out among the first group of beasts in the tide. Just by herself, she was holding back the charge of the beast tide. The Chimera continuously released magic missiles and elemental attacks from the sky, helping to cover Xiaojiao. At that moment, a feathered arrow suddenly flew towards the Chimera. The arrow hawk swooped down from the high sky. The sky was its domain. It aimed to kill the Chimera here. It could sense a strange energy fluctuation emanating from the Chimera. If it could devour the Chimera, it would soon rise to a new level. Thus, the arrow hawk decisively charged towards the Chimera. Upon seeing the feathered arrow flying towards her, the Chimera had no intention of dodging. The arrow hawk was ecstatic as it saw the feathered arrow about to hit the Chimera. "This damned human actually intends to withstand my feathered arrow. Watch me swallow you whole." The arrow hawk immediately launched a diving attack towards the Chimera. The speed of the arrow hawk was considered very fast among all flying demon beasts. Its diving attack curled its body into a ball, with its beak becoming like a bullet's tip. It shot towards the Chimera like a rocket. The arrow hawk hid behind the arrow to confuse the Chimera. However, the Chimera completely ignored this. Suddenly, the magical fluctuations around the Chimera turned icy cold. Then, the water molecules in the air condensed, and an ice wall rose up right beside the Chimera. The arrow struck the ice wall, producing a ding-ding-dang-dang sound. At this moment, the arrow falcon had already adjusted its speed to the maximum. It could see the scene of the Chimera being pierced, blood and flesh in disarray. As a result, a semi-transparent ice wall suddenly appeared between the two. The arrow falcon had no time to slow down and crashed into the ice wall with a bang. The ice wall only had slight cracks, but the arrow falcon was already bloodied and dead beyond recovery. Its body then fell from the sky to the ground. On the other side, Xiaojiao was engaged in a fierce battle with the beast tide. Ever since she transformed into human form beside Lin Chen, she had never experienced such a thrilling fight. After fully activating the heavenly fire and merging with herself, she was almost forgetting her own nature. At that moment, a giant rock was suddenly thrown at her from the opposite side. Seeing this, Xiaojiu quickly dodged. Then, several more giant rocks, like cannonballs, accurately targeted her. In response, Xiaojiu chose to continue dodging. The rocks then flew towards the city wall behind her, creating a boom 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 sound. At this point, the true form of her opponent finally revealed itself. It was a giant monkey over 4 meters tall with double elbows. In its hands, it held several car-sized stones, always ready to attack Xiaojiu. Xiaojiu shouted and charged directly at the double-elbow giant monkey. The giant monkey was not foolish. Primates always utilized their greatest advantage in such battles. That was attack distance. It quickly distanced itself from Xiaojiu, maintaining a range that allowed it to keep attacking her from afar. While throwing stones and tree trunks as weapons, it made ee-ee-ah sounds, which, upon closer inspection, contained a mocking energy. Anyone who heard it would feel a surge of anger. Xiaojiu was no exception. She knew that if this continued, she would be dragged down by her opponent. Therefore, without hesitation, she transformed her body into flames, aiming to catch her opponent at the fastest speed. However, a large number of demon beasts blocked her path. Just then, a Shan arrived with her wolf army. Each wolf had blood at the corners of its mouth, as if it had just feasted. The wolf pack immediately helped Xiaojiu fend off the lower-tier demon beasts, allowing her to finally reach the double-elbow giant monkey. Then, Xiaojiu extended her claws from the flames and grabbed the latter's arm. However, the strength of the giant monkey's arms was too great, and Xiaojiu couldn't control it at all. But she wasn't anxious, as Xiaojiu was not alone. Wind power. It should be noted that a Shan's buff for her teammates was not only targeted at the wolf clan but at all companions. With the enhancement of wind power, Xiaojiu's speed suddenly increased by a level. In an instant, she circled behind the double-elbow giant monkey and opened her mouth, biting down on its neck. Then, the power of heavenly fire erupted completely, surging into the giant monkey's body through Xiaojiu's mouth. The double-elbow giant monkey immediately felt pain, flailing its arms vigorously and throwing Xiaojiu away. However, a human-like expression appeared on Xiaojiu's beautiful fox face. Goodbye. With a loud boom, a surge of flames erupted from within the double-elbow giant monkey, causing its body to explode. Logically, upon seeing their commander so easily killed by Xiaojiu, the demon beasts should have been filled with fear. However, the fire lizard at the back of the line was filled with wild joy, because it sensed a familiar aura from Xiaojiu. That is the heavenly fire. That is the aura of the flame god. The fire lizard let out a wild howl. The entire lizard stood up, resembling a Godzilla cloaked in flames. Its body, towering at 5 meters, became even more imposing as it stood. Then, it swung its short, thick forelimb with force. While it looked comical, no one dared to laugh. Because that was the horn of the beast tide's full-scale attack, the signal for the decisive battle. All the demon beasts immediately halted their charge towards the walls of Suyang and turned to rush towards Xiaojiu, Lin Chen, and the others, like a swarm of locusts. On the walls of Suyang, Chen Kong and the others, who had been on high alert, were momentarily stunned by this scene. What's going on? Why has the beast tide stopped its attack? Is it that our Suyan city is unworthy, or is the resources within the city not appealing? Chen Kong couldn't help but voice such doubts. But upon seeing the beast tide turning to attack Xiaojiu, Chen Kong finally reacted. He realized that the target of the beast tide had changed. With his years of combat experience, he understood this was a sign of the beast tide leader's desperation. He felt a surge of anxiety. On one hand, Li Jun Champion had once told him that Lin Chen was a young man he had his eye on, and on the other hand, there was the safety of the citizens in the city. But regardless of which aspect went wrong, Chen Kong felt that his career was at an end. Thus, he fidgeted, unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, near the west city gate of Suyang, a crowd was gathered, clamoring loudly to leave the city through the west gate. Don't give me that nonsense. The soldiers guarding Suyang city are utterly useless. At the slightest disturbance, they flee faster than we ordinary people. Exactly. Open the city gate quickly. Let us leave. We don't want to wait here to die. A massive crowd pressed against the west city gate, mostly wealthy individuals and prominent families. They brought their families and most of their assets with them, having pulled every connection they could find, all to escape before disaster struck. Li Feng stood before the west city gate, looking exhausted. He watched these opportunists with a deep-seated hatred. Why is this happening? They hold most of the wealth in Suyang City, yet when disaster strikes, they are the first to run. Do they have no gratitude for this city? The shouts at the West City gate grew more intense. Damn it! If the gate isn't open soon, we'll have to break through. Don't expect us to fight the demon beasts on the city walls. My life is precious. I don't want to die before I've spent all my money. Exactly. Let the commoners do the desperate stuff. We just want to get to a safe place. Open the city gate quickly. "Brothers, since these big shots want us dead, let's make them pay." Just as this was said, someone attempted to storm the checkpoint. At that moment, Li Feng, who was in charge here, suddenly received a phone call. He spoke a few words into the phone, then immediately showed a look of surprise. After hanging up, Li Feng turned to all the soldiers under his command and said, "Everyone, follow me to the East City Gate." Then, he looked at the wealthy individuals and their beast tamers trying to escape and said, "I'll give you one last chance. Go to the East City Gate and fight alongside us, or bear the consequences." Upon hearing Li Feng's words, those people immediately showed disdainful expressions. "Go to hell. Old man has money, wherever I go, I'm the boss. Brothers, this group of big-headed soldiers is going to their deaths, we need to escape quickly. Hurry up and lift the door bolt, we'll run west, and it will be easier to talk once we reach the next city." After Li Feng finished speaking, he led the city guards to the city wall. Meanwhile, the wealthy people opened the city gates themselves and surged out in a rush. Among them, a young figure was sneaking through the crowd, secretly slipping out of the city. This person was Lu Weiwei. "I don't want to die here. I still want to achieve a class leap through my own efforts." Watching the crowd swarm out of the West City Gate, Li Feng turned to a city guard beside him and asked, "Have you recorded the information of those who ran out?" "According to your instructions, everything has been recorded." Li Feng nodded in response. "Let's go. Commander Chen said something important is happening in the east, and we all need to go support." With that, Li Feng led his subordinates towards the eastern city wall of Suyang City. Outside the city, on the battlefield, a large number of demon beasts had surrounded Lin Shan and the others. Even the chimera in the sky was besieged by a dozen flying demon beasts. However, the chimera's ice walls and magic formations were truly both offensive and defensive, preventing even those demon beasts from getting close. The demon beasts could only glare at the chimera with resentment, but it was of no use. Around Lin Shan, a large number of demon beasts had also gathered, but he remained completely unperturbed. Seeing this, Xiao Cheng immediately helped Lin Shan by clearing away the flies around him. Her body began to spin, releasing toxic gas. Her entire serpentine form was like a meat grinder, rampaging through the area. Rolling dragon wall. Any demon beast that came into contact with her would be shredded. The few demon beasts that were lucky enough to survive were poisoned and could no longer rise. The demon beasts around Lin Shan were instantly cleared away. However, soon more demon beasts began to gather towards Lin Shan again. It was as if they were endless. Behind them, the flame lizard finally began to move, dragging its massive body towards Xiao Jiu. The beast tide finally reached its climax. They charged towards Lin Shan and the others one after another, even unafraid of death. Seeing this, the chimera immediately activated her largest magic formation to help lighten the burden on Lin Shan and the others as much as possible. On the city wall, Chen Kong saw this and couldn't help but clench his fists. Life and death, wealth and honor, all hinge on this move. Are all the city guards of Suyang City assembled? They are assembled. All the city guards behind him shouted in unison. Many beast tamers were also mixed in among them. Good. Now everyone follow me out of the city, let's clean up these beasts. Upon hearing this, the city guards all looked ahead with bright eyes. Yes. Then, they all let out a thunderous shout, fully revealing their determination to leave the city and kill the demon beasts, as well as their resolve in the face of impending death. Meanwhile, the beast tamers behind them looked completely bewildered. What's going on? Going out of the city to deal with the beast tide? Have these city guards lost their minds? However, upon seeing the expressions of the city guards, they realized that they were not joking. Old Lu and Wang Tao exchanged glances. If we can really go out of the city and take down these demon beasts, it would definitely set a precedent for humanity's fight against the beast tide. Throughout history, humanity has only been able to shrink back and passively endure the might of nature. The beast tide was no different. So far, humanity has had no other way to defend against the beast tide except by relying on cities and fortifications. You ask where the god-level beast tamers have gone? Why aren't they leading humanity out? That's because the god-level beast tamers need to confront some powerful demon beasts and cannot move freely. But today, Suyang City has made such a crazy decision. If successful, it would undoubtedly be a miracle in the history of human civilization. Are we going or not? Cao Ping looked at the scene before him, feeling a bit hesitant. Let's see how it goes. Old Lu didn't know what to do either. To be honest, he felt that the current situation was a bit too far-fetched compared to having him confront the beast tide head-on. However, at this moment, Chen Kong was already issuing orders. Everyone, charge with me. Let's fight these beasts. After saying that, Chen Kong was the first to run forward. His heavily made cannon was under his feet, its two wheels creaking with a creak-creak sound. Behind him were thousands of city guards and their spirit pets. Demon beasts had invaded humanity for thousands of years, and this was the first time humans had taken the initiative to attack. The reason for the attack was actually a recently graduated high school student. Lin Chen didn't expect the city guards to take the initiative to leave the city. He looked at the city guards behind him, his face showing a look of surprise. Wow! I didn't expect it to get this big. However, after seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile sincerely. He then turned to Xiao Jiao and the others. Let's not underestimate the brothers in the city guard. We need to step up our efforts. After saying that, Lin Chen threw himself into the battle. His combat power was not to be underestimated either. At this moment, a flame lizard had approached Lin Chen. Immediately, Xiao Jiao took the initiative to engage it in a fierce bite. What surprised Lin Chen was that the flame lizard actually possessed a trace of heavenly firepower. Moreover, Lin Chen sensed a strange aura from it. That aura was the same dangerous feeling he had sensed earlier in the cave. In other words, the collapse of the cave was due to this flame lizard. At this time, the voice of the 7th-tier flame lizard reached Lin Chen's ears. It's you! You destroyed the fire element habitat I finally found. As long as I absorb a bit more heavenly fire energy, I can evolve into an 8th-tier demon beast. But you directly drew away my purest heavenly firepower. I'm going to kill you now and absorb all of you. Hearing the thoughts conveyed by the flame lizard, Lin Chen finally understood why it had suddenly ordered the beast tide to attack them. The flame lizard had originally been in the cave, absorbing heavenly firepower. However, after Lin Chen and the others took the spirit egg, the heavenly firepower disappeared. Thus, it could only execute its original plan, directly launching the beast tide to attack Suyang City. It just didn't expect to encounter Lin Chen and Xiao Jiao outside the city. Lin Chen was certain that whether the flame lizard had absorbed the heavenly fire or not, the result would be the same. It would definitely launch the beast tide to attack Suyang City. It was just that Lin Chen had accelerated its plan this time. We must leave this beast here. Lin Chen thought to himself. This flame lizard was not only cunning but also very vengeful. If they couldn't kill it this time and it escaped, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, the demon beasts had completely gone mad. Faced with the slaughter-like attacks from Xiao Jiao and the others, they had lost all fear, leaving only madness behind. Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine after witnessing this. It seems we can only capture the leader first. At that moment, Chen Kong was already leading his men over. The distance of over 100 meters vanished in an instant. Lin Chen, we're here to help you. Humanity appeared somewhat fragile under the might of nature. The number of beasts in the tide was overwhelming. The thousands of city guards seemed so insignificant in the face of the beast tide. Kill these beasts. Damn it! How can there be so many of them? We can't kill them all. Find a way to hold them off. Commander Chen has joined Lin Chen to deal with the flame lizard. As long as we kill the leader of the beast tide, we can drive them back. Everyone encouraged each other with words. However, the numerical disadvantage could not be compensated for by sheer force. Lin Chen furrowed his brow upon seeing this. At that moment, Chen Kong had arrived by his side. Lin Chen, I'll use the heavenly might cannon to control this beast. You find a way to kill it. Otherwise, we will all die here. After hearing Chen Kang's shout, Lin Chen suddenly thought of something and revealed a meaningful smile. Commander, find a way to get our people off the battlefield. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm risking everything to fight alongside you, and you want us to leave the battlefield? Chen Kong shouted back. Lin Chen shook his head at this. Just temporarily. You all better find a high ground to stay on. After saying that, Lin Chen pointed to a nearby small hill and said, over there. Take your men to that hill and wait for my signal. Seeing Lin Chen's serious expression, Chen Kong quickly waved his hand. Everyone, follow my orders and come with me. The city guards, though confused, understood that obeying orders was crucial at this moment. Those beast tamers lagging behind either moved slowly on purpose or quickly followed up the hill, with hardly anyone left trapped in the heart of the battlefield. Lin Chen only revealed a meaningful smile after seeing that everyone was safe. He then looked at Xiao Chang and gave the command. Xiao Chang, let's flood the beast tide. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing's green eyes sparkled with a bright light. The scales on her body began to writhe, and she transformed into a human form, her green dress floating in the air. She positioned her fingers like swords in front of her chest, continuously chanting something. Suddenly, large dark clouds appeared above her head. Then, a torrential wind and rain covered the entire battlefield. Boom! The heavy rain poured down, drenching the battlefield. The beasts that had been desperately attacking Lin Chen and the others were suddenly scattered by the unexpected flood. At first, they stumbled around, but eventually, they were all swept away by the flood. After witnessing this, everyone on the hill felt a chill run down their spines. If they hadn't retreated from the battlefield in time, wouldn't they now be tossed into the water like those beasts, feeding the fish? The beast tamers who had thrown themselves into the battlefield couldn't help but swallow hard. It was truly terrifying. Is this the power of the dragon clan? Xiao Jiao and Ashan had long led the wolf pack to a high ground, avoiding the flood. Lin Chen, riding on Xiao Jiao, watched with a half-smile as the flood swept away the beast tide. Just then, with a whoosh, a flash of red appeared beneath the flood. The flame lizard suddenly emerged from within and lunged directly at Lin Chen and Xiao Jiao. Some powerful 5th and 6th tier demon beasts had also stabilized their forms at this moment. They then charged towards Xiao Qing together, directly pouncing on her. Xiao Qing's spell was interrupted, and the flood naturally came to an end. However, among the beast tide, only 3 to 5 demon beasts were still able to fight. As for the others, they had already been swept downstream. Brothers, Lin Chen has dealt with most of the demon beasts, we can't just sit and wait. Seeing Lin Chen and Xiao Jiao battling the flame lizard, Chen Kong was immediately decisive. Let's all go together and help Lin Chen take down the flame lizard. Yes, Commander. Over 2,000 city guards simultaneously launched an attack on the flame lizard. Some even went to help Ashan deal with a few other stragglers. In an instant, the beast tide defense battle turned into an annihilation battle. Humans became the active attackers. In the center of the battlefield, Lin Chen looked at this scene with some surprise. Over 2,000 people were besieging a 7th tier demon beast. At that moment, all kinds of attacks were directed at the flame lizard. Doesn't this look like everyone is fighting a boss? Lin Chen felt as if he was playing a game. Chen Kong stepped on the heavenly might cannon, launched the heavenly net. Boom! A massive net shot out from the mouth of the heavenly might cannon, covering the body of the flame lizard. The flames on the flame lizard suddenly intensified, and in just a moment, they burned the net to ashes. But that little time was enough for Lin Chen to seize the opportunity. Xiao Jiao transformed into heavenly fire and directly crashed into the flame lizard's embrace. The flame lizard let out a painful cry. Then, Xiao Jiao bit down on the flame lizard's slick surface, which was actually very hard inside, at its neck. The two massive creatures began to grapple with each other. Next, Lin Chen looked up at the chimera in the sky, which was now shouldering the judgment of Sparta, continuously injecting magical power into it. Launching the beast tide, attempting to harm the master, you are guilty. The charges were established. The judgment began. Boom! A cannonball struck the flame lizard's scales, directly blasting a wound in its originally tough defense. After witnessing this, both Lin Chen and the city guards were filled with excitement. Attack that wound together. This beast has broken its defense. Thousands of attacks, large and small, surged towards the flame lizard's wound. Xiao Jiao also raised its head, aimed at the wound, and breathed out heavenly fire, which made the flame lizard scream in agony. The flame lizard wanted to escape, but Lin Chen had already made arrangements nearby, continuously blocking its escape routes. In the end, the flame lizard could only let out a desperate howl and collapse to the ground. Its body was continuously burned by the raging fire. When the flames finally died down, Xiao Jiao picked up a heart still glowing with fire. Then, the world fell silent. The demon beasts that were still waiting for an opportunity to move, upon seeing their leader had fallen, all fled in panic. Seeing this, Chen Kong was overwhelmed with joy and tears. Humanity's first proactive strike, successfully repelling the beast tide, was accomplished. We won! All the soldiers cheered, and although the ordinary beast tamers had not contributed much, they also felt a sense of pride. Did we really do it? Old Lu looked incredulously at the cheering city guards, feeling that everything that had just happened was completely unreal. Wow! That was a 7th tier demon beast. This is enough for me to brag about for half my life. Ha ha ha. Just you? You didn't contribute much, did you? What if I didn't contribute much? Anyway, there's my spear projected onto that 7th tier beast, right? Cao Ping, the battle maniac, had almost charged to the front just now. If it weren't for the crowd ahead, he would have directly engaged the fire lizard in hand-to-hand combat. In the end, Cao Ping had no choice but to throw his spear, which struck the fire lizard. Wang Tao, watching the figure riding on Xiao Jiao, murmured thoughtfully, "Why does that Lin Chen look so familiar?" That day, all news segments around the world featured a trending story. Shocking! The city guard of Suyang City in Dragon Country took the initiative to fight against the beast tide, killing 1 7th tier fire lizard and 3 6th tier beasts. The footage showed Chen Kong leading the city guard charging at the beast tide. Next, there was Lin Chen on Xiao Jiao, killing the fire lizard. Oh my god! This person actually dared to fight a 7th tier beast at such close range. He's really bold. This young man is so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Dragon Country. Awesome! A large number of netizens from Dragon Country felt very proud of this event. However, there were also some rather disappointing comments online. Damn! It's just a 7th tier beast, look at how excited you all are, it's not even a 9th tier beast. If they encounter a 9th tier beast, they'll probably have to sacrifice lives again. Dragon Country just has a lot of people, losing a few more is a good thing. Facing such sarcastic remarks, netizens from Dragon Country had long gotten used to it. After all, this group of anti-nationalists acted like giants online, constantly blackening others, while in reality, they were all low-tier losers struggling to make ends meet. Thus, another round of online bickering began. Meanwhile, foreign netizens had mixed opinions about the event, leading to the usual international insults. Oh my god, Dragon Country can actually take the initiative to repel the beasts? That leader looks so handsome. He must be a warrior from our country who ended up in Dragon Country. We need to find a way to bring him back. Ha ha ha. The people from our country are starting to steal from others again. Netizens from Sakura Country particularly enjoyed mocking the people from the other country. The whole universe belongs to our country. But they also like to acknowledge their ancestors. In ancient times, they were grandsons of Dragon Country, and in modern times, they were grandsons of our Sakura Country. Exactly. The things from their country are actually ours. Seeing the Sakura Country netizens mock them so, the netizens from the other country could no longer sit still. What are you short and ugly people from Sakura Country talking about? Ha ha ha. Is that wrong? Your king has already pledged allegiance to our king, thanking us for our past colonization. The netizens from the other country were completely defensive, turning their anger towards their own king. Watching all this, the netizens from White Elephant Country laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. These 3 East Asian countries are arguing fiercely over a Dragon Country person who went out to face the beast tide, completely unaware of our White Elephant Country's might. Exactly. Our White Elephant Country is the strongest in the universe. The beast tide is just our plaything. Right. We are completely unafraid of the beast tide. Just as they were saying this, a news report emerged from White Elephant Country. Due to too many people standing on a city wall, a serious collapse occurred, allowing the beast tide to surge into the city without resistance, resulting in heavy casualties in this city of White Elephant Country. Upon seeing this news, the netizens from White Elephant Country suddenly couldn't sit still. Oh my god! The people from White Elephant Country actually trampled the city wall. They must not be devout enough, and they probably haven't drunk enough Ganges water. This is the first time I've heard of a country trampling its own city walls. Should we say their walls are too shabby, poorly constructed, or that they have too many people? Only the White Elephant Kingdom would have such a thing happen. Of course, the news from the White Elephant Kingdom couldn't compare to the news of Suyang City successfully fighting against the beast tide. The former was known only as a joke, while the latter shocked the entire world. After all, even those who were sarcastic about Suyang City's success could only do so because they were shocked by it. Their dissatisfaction stemmed from the impact of the event. At this moment, in Long Country's Suyang City, Lin Chen seemed to have vanished after the city successfully repelled the beast tide. Neither the Lord's mansion nor the city guards could find him. When old Lu heard about Lin Chen's disappearance, he immediately showed a look of longing. Wow! How does Lin Chen manage to appear and disappear like that? Such strength at only 18 years old. And after repelling the beast tide, he just vanished. For someone like old Lu, who was older, had seen many storms, and organized numerous caravans, Lin Chen's actions were beyond his expectations. Cao Pang also found it hard to believe. Who wouldn't? Lin Chen must be injured and has found a hidden place to recover, right? Xiao Wang, what do you think of Lin Chen? Cao Pang then looked at Lin Chen. After killing the fire lizard, Lin Chen immediately returned to their room with Xiao Jiao and the others, then disguised himself again, acting as if nothing had happened. He even ignored the invitations from the Lord's mansion and the city guards. When old Lu and the others returned from outside the city and saw Lin Chen safe and sound, they assumed he hadn't gone out to fight. Lin Chen didn't explain either. They then regrouped and set off northward. The journey was quite smooth. After all, most of the monsters had gone to participate in the beast tide, making the area around Suyang City a safe zone. Lin Chen and the others enjoyed the peace. As night fell, the caravan found a sheltered corner to set up camp. Lin Chen changed to a larger tent in Suyang City. Inside the tent, Lin Chen looked at Chimera with a speechless expression. At that moment, Chimera was holding a giant crossbow that was 2 meters wide. It turned out that when Chimera returned to Suyang City, she directly took a crossbow from the city wall and stored it in her storage ring. This left Lin Chen with a black line on his face, curious about why this girl was becoming increasingly fond of mechanical weapons. Lin Chen then took the crossbow in his hands, preparing to examine it closely. Suddenly, a cold and crisp mechanical prompt sound appeared in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host possesses a crossbow, meeting upgrade conditions. Would you like to upgrade? Lin Chen was taken aback by the system's prompt. This thing could actually evolve and upgrade? Curiously, Lin Chen asked, System, why can't the Spartan Judgment and the Water Arrow Turtle Gatling upgrade? Even the various storage equipment Lin Chen had obtained before did not trigger any upgrade prompts from the system. Then, the system's emotionless prompt came through. Ding! System upgrades require certain conditions. This crossbow was personally designed by a god-level beastmaster. It is not something that can be upgraded by just any scrap metal or random item. Lin Chen nodded upon hearing this. Alright, then upgrade it now. Ding! Evolution upgrade in progress, please wait. 1%, 2%, 3%, 98%, 99%, 100%. Upgrade successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a Divine Competition crossbow. The Divine Competition crossbow, a heavy crossbow, possesses the power to break mountains and cities. It does not require pulling the bowstring, simply infuse it with spiritual energy to automatically load arrows. If used with special materials for arrows, its power will double. Special effects of the Divine Competition crossbow: armor piercing, weak point attack, rapid fire, city destruction. Armor piercing: when facing heavily armored units with high defense, it can unleash an armor-piercing attack, increasing its power through continuous charging. Weak point attack: during rapid fire, there is a chance to trigger a weak point attack, allowing the user to find and aim at the enemy's weak point. Once hit, the next shot will have a 100% hit rate. Rapid fire: after a long charging period, multiple arrows can be shot simultaneously. City destruction: after using physical arrows, the Divine Competition crossbow will trigger the city destruction effect, meaning one arrow can break a city. Lin Chen never expected that the crossbow arrows Chimera casually picked up from the city wall. Oh no! They were actually found, would be this powerful. Moreover, after the upgrade, the Divine Competition crossbow transformed from over 2 meters wide into a regular-sized hand crossbow, losing all its previous bulkiness. Lin Chen then tossed the Divine Competition crossbow to Chimera. If you like it, keep it. Chimera's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing the newly refreshed Divine Competition crossbow. Although she thought this was a very simple matter for Lin Chen, the occurrence still left her somewhat astonished. Thank you, Master. The other girls, like Chimera, also did not find it strange that Lin Chen enhanced the Divine Competition crossbow with a wave of his hand. It seemed like the most normal thing. However, they were not like Chimera, who had personally experienced this event today. Otherwise, if they had witnessed it themselves, even knowing Lin Chen had such abilities, they would have been just as shocked as Chimera. Then, Lin Chen took out a pokeball. This pokeball contained a large amount of pure fire element. After Xiao Jiu absorbed the heart of the flame lizard, she entered an evolutionary state. Fortunately, before falling asleep, she had prepared disguises for Lin Chen and the others. Otherwise, Lin Chen and the others would not have known how to follow the merchant caravan on their journey. Thankfully, everything went relatively smoothly. Moreover, old Lu did not ask too many questions when he saw one less client with Lin Chen. After all, every time the caravan passed through a city, someone would leave the group upon reaching their destination. Especially when they passed through Suyang City, everyone had personally experienced the beast tide situation. At that time, some might feel the road ahead was too dangerous and choose to leave the group voluntarily. After leaving Suyang City, the caravan originally had 19 members, but now only 15 remained. Lu Weiwei and another beast master had already left the group. The caravan members did not have specific news about these two, but they believed it was highly likely that they ran away after realizing the danger posed by the beast tide. As for the other beast masters' escape, the caravan members could not be sure. However, they were almost certain about Lu Weiwei's escape. After all, her attitude during the beast tide in Suyang City clearly indicated her desire to flee. Another backpacker in the caravan had reached his destination after arriving in Suyang City. After completing his journey, he left the caravan. A night passed without incident, and the next morning, the caravan continued on their journey. Not long after the caravan set off, a thin figure suddenly emerged from a thicket near the road the caravan had traveled. The figure stared at the caravan that had already moved far away, immediately revealing a smug smile. Ha ha ha! A prey has appeared, I must quickly report this to the boss. After saying this, he took out a satellite phone and dialed a number. After explaining the situation on this side to the person on the other end of the line, he promptly received the next orders. Following the instructions, he carefully trailed behind the caravan, continuing to gather intelligence. Lin Chen was following the caravan when he suddenly glanced back and exclaimed, "Ha!" He slowly approached old Lu and pointed behind them. There's a tail behind the caravan. Lin Chen then reminded. Old Lu was surprised upon hearing this, but he did not turn around to check. Instead, he greeted Gao Pang, who immediately understood. With a quick movement, Gao Pang slipped into the bushes by the roadside. The small, thin tracker was cautiously following behind the caravan. Suddenly, a tall man appeared in front of him. The man immediately flashed a meaningful smile at him. "Kid, how long have you been following us?" The thin man shouted in alarm upon seeing Gao Pang, then took out a pokeball from his pocket, ready to resist. However, Gao Pang was quicker, kicking him in the chin, causing his vision to go black as he lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he found himself tightly bound and thrown onto the ground where the caravan was. At that moment, Old Lu, Gao Pang, Lin Chen, and others were surrounding him. "Speak! Who sent you to follow us? What is your purpose?" Old Lu asked directly. Upon seeing the 4-star Beast Master medal on Old Lu's chest, the thin man sneered coldly. "I advise you to let me go quickly. This mountainous area is under the protection of our boss. If anything happens to me, my boss will definitely kill all of you to feed the monster beasts." Gao Pang, seeing the man so defiant, kicked him again in anger. This time, the kick landed on the man's lower abdomen, causing him to double over in pain, curling up like a shrimp. "Damn it! Just wait. My boss will not let you off." Old Lu then searched the man and found a satellite phone, expressing his concern. "They must already know about our presence. Moreover, my identity as a 4-star Beast Master hasn't instilled any fear in them. It seems their background and power are not to be underestimated." Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, "This guy is so defiant, I think we might as well just kill him. We can't keep him around, he would just be a burden." Wang Tao nodded in agreement. "Exactly. We don't need to waste our breath on this guy. All right. You go kill him, and I'll dig a pit. We can just bury him directly." Remember to check if he has anything valuable on him before burying him. Don't waste it." The two of them exchanged words as if they were truly going to take action in the next moment to kill the thin male tracker before them. The thin tracker, frightened by Lin Chen and Wang Tao's words, especially since they didn't seem to be joking, couldn't help but plead for mercy. "Wait, don't act yet, I'll talk." Gao Pang, upon hearing the other party plead for mercy, immediately slapped him across the face. "You can't drink the toast and then refuse the punishment. Speak! Who is your boss, and what conspiracy are you plotting?" The stalker, upon hearing this, suddenly seemed unafraid and revealed a mocking smile. "You'd be scared to death if I told you. My boss is Li Sanpao." Upon hearing the name Li Sanpao, even Lao Lu, who had experienced many storms as an organizer of merchant caravans, changed his expression. Gao Pang and Wang Tao both immediately showed serious looks. "Now you know fear, right? This mountain road is all under our boss's territory. Anyone who comes here has to give him some face. If you know what's good for you, send me back respectfully and leave some toll money. Maybe I can persuade our boss to spare your lives." Lin Chen then looked at Lao Lu with a puzzled expression. "Lu team, who is this Li Sanpao? Is he famous?" Lao Lu nodded in response. "I don't know Li Sanpao's real name, everyone in the underworld just calls him Li Sanpao. 10 years ago, he became a wild beast tamer, and he formed a powerful team in the wild, constantly hunting strong demon beasts to sell in the merchant shops." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but think, this Li Sanpao can hunt demon beasts. He doesn't sound like a bandit. The current beast tamers can roughly be divided into 3 types. The first type is the officially registered beast tamers like Lin Chen. They are trained by various universities and are likely to enter the military or work in various guilds in the future. The biggest characteristic of this type of beast tamer is that they are officially recorded, have beast tamer medals and ratings, and occasionally receive tasks issued by the authorities. The second type is the beast tamers who serve various families. They should also be officially registered, but often the families hide some of their information to preserve their strength, even preventing others from knowing of their existence, like Chao Wang, who once served as a guest elder in the Lu family. The last type is the wild beast tamers. These beast tamers have generally broken away from the control of the authorities and families for various reasons and have established their own territories in the wild. Of course, there are also some who live among the people but do not follow official arrangements. Although they are not officially recorded, it cannot be said that they are necessarily illegal. Hearing about Li Sanpao's past deeds, Lin Chen felt that Li Sanpao was at most just a wild beast tamer who did not follow official arrangements. However, Lao Lu continued, "Who would have thought that in these 3 years, Li Sanpao had friction with a family named Yu in Suyang City? That Yu family, I don't know what means they used, but they pinned an unfounded crime on Li Sanpao, making him a fugitive, and even sent enforcers to hunt him down. The authorities originally wanted to give Li Sanpao a chance to explain, but the enforcers sent were bribed by the Yu family, and the two sides immediately clashed, leading to Li Sanpao becoming an outlaw." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but say, "Oh, So that's how it is. This sounded just like the story of Lin Chong being forced to Liangshan, right? With that, Lin Chen didn't say anything more. At this moment, Gao Peng said with some difficulty, according to this guy's account, Li Sanpao should be nearby. It's really a troublesome matter that we've been targeted by him. Why don't we negotiate with them? Someone suggested. Exactly. Everyone contributes some money, it's better to avoid trouble. Do you think Li Sanpao will let us go? He has already killed several batches of merchant caravans, but we can't just sit here and wait for death. Do you expect us to confront Li Sanpao head-on with just us? Then what are we still thinking about here? Let's hurry up and escape. Everyone then shared their thoughts, but the suggestions sounded increasingly unreliable, with nothing suitable to act on. Wang Tao then looked at Cao Pang, who in turn looked at Old Lu. Old Lu thought for a moment and then looked at Lin Chen. Do you have any suggestions? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen revealed a meaningful smile. Instead of sitting here waiting for death, we might as well take the initiative. Take the initiative? Old Lu asked back, somewhat confused. Lin Chen then looked at the captured skinny male follower and walked over with a mischievous grin. Come on, tell me, where is your boss Li Sanpao hiding? The skinny male follower looked at Lin Chen in astonishment. What are you going to do? In response, Lin Chen's harmless, smiling face suddenly pulled out a bone knife and stabbed it directly into the follower's thigh. The skinny male follower let out a scream of pain. If I ask you a question, you just need to obediently answer, no need for so many whys. Lin Chen said this with a calm expression, as if he were doing something completely ordinary. This scene made Old Lu and the others feel a chill run down their spines. At that moment, a phrase involuntarily surfaced in their minds. This Chao Wang is truly a ruthless and decisive person. The skinny male follower continued to scream, realizing that the caravan in front of him was not made up of normal people. He immediately begged for mercy, saying, "Stop torturing me. I'll tell you, he's in a cave deep in that dense forest." While speaking, he pointed towards a patch of dense forest in front of the caravan's clearing. Lin Chen and Old Lu exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of doubt on the other's face. Immediately, Lin Chen stabbed his bone knife into the follower's other thigh. I'm asking you to tell the truth, not to play tricks in front of me. The skinny follower couldn't help but cry out in pain again. I'm not lying to you. Lin Chen sneered upon hearing this. A cave deep inside? Do you think a cave deep inside would have satellite phone reception? The skinny follower's face twisted into a smile that was worse than crying. I'm just a small underling of the boss, how could I report directly to him? We came here specifically to look for prey, I was trying to contact my teammates. Lin Chen realized that the other party was not lying and let out a meaningful "oh." In other words, the skinny follower was just a scout, not even qualified to contact Li Sanpao. However, if that were the case, it was even better. The smaller the character, the less likely they were to attract attention. Old Lu then looked at the skinny follower and asked Lin Chen, Chao Wang, what should we do with this guy? Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, kill him. Just to be safe, if the news leaks, that would be bad. When Lin Chen said this, it was as if he were discussing something completely ordinary. Even Old Lu, a seasoned veteran, could sense a cold indifference towards the enemy in Lin Chen's tone. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the skinny follower immediately began to scream in fear. You can't kill me. My companion will be here soon. I can be your messenger. I can help you plead. As soon as he finished speaking, the satellite phone that had been searched from him suddenly rang. Old Lu naturally picked up the phone. The thin stalker immediately quieted down, looking nervously at Old Lu. Once the call was connected, a sharp voice came from the other end. Damn! Wang Wu, where are you now? We're nearby, tell me, when is the right time for us to act? Upon hearing this, Old Lu immediately looked at Lin Chen. In that instant of their eyes meeting, they understood each other's thoughts. Old Lu then smiled and said into the phone, Hello, I'm Old Lu from the caravan. If you want to act, we're ready anytime. Upon hearing Old Lu's voice, the other side suddenly fell silent. After a moment, the voice on the other end coldly sneered, I advise you to take good care of my brother, otherwise, I will kill all of you bastards. After saying that, the person hung up the phone. Subsequently, Lin Chen quietly took Xiao Chang and Chimera, and stealthily left the caravan while the thin stalker Wang Wu was not paying attention, then ambushed nearby. The moment Lin Chen and Old Lu's eyes met had already given them the idea to hide their strength first and then respond according to the situation as it developed. At this moment, Wang Wu was extremely panicked, not really paying attention to his surroundings. He just wanted his companions to show up quickly and try to rescue him. Not long after, 8 people walked out from the front of the open space where the caravan was located. When they saw Old Lu and the others, they all showed surprised expressions. They hadn't expected that Old Lu, the leader of the caravan, was actually a 4-star beast master. This was the same level as their boss, Li Sanpao. When Wang Wu saw the person who came out, he hurriedly shouted, "Third brother, save me, be careful of them." However, before Wang Wu could finish his words, Gao Peng immediately kicked him in the stomach. Wang Wu was in so much pain that he almost fainted, and he bit his teeth, inhaling to ease the pain. The person referred to as third brother immediately shouted, "Shut up! You useless piece of trash, you can't even find a prey. If it weren't for the fact that you seem a bit clever, I would have killed you long ago." Upon hearing this, Wang Wu immediately fell silent, only able to endure the pain caused by Gao Peng's kick. Then, the person called third brother stepped forward and clasped his fist towards old Lu. "Brother, let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Baisong. You probably know who I am." Upon hearing the name Chen Baisong, old Lu looked at him in surprise. "Oh, it's rumored that you are a beast master raised by the Wang family of Suyang City, yet you killed your master and ran away. I didn't expect you to be a dog for Li Sanpao now?" Upon hearing Wang family of Suyang City, Chen Baisong immediately showed a disdainful expression. "Damn! If it weren't for my lack of strength back then, I would have killed his whole family." Old Lu sensed something was off with Chen Baisong's words and couldn't help but speculate, could there be more to this? However, old Lu had no intention of pursuing the matter further, and directly pointed at Wang Wu, who was tied up like a rice dumpling and was trying to ease his pain, saying, "How to deal with him? Draw a line." Chen Baisong laughed heartily upon hearing this. "This matter, I can't decide, we have to wait for our big brother Li Sanpao to make the decision." Upon hearing this, old Lu immediately showed a cold smile. "Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? Once Li Sanpao arrives, there will be no way to negotiate on equal terms, we will just be the fish on your chopping board." Chen Baisong's expression first stiffened, then he showed a face full of disdain. In fact, he really thought so. When he first reported to Li Sanpao told him to wait a bit, feeling that he had too few people on his side, so he sent over their second-in-command along with some others to support them. Especially now that his little brother Wang Wu had been captured by the merchant group led by old Lu, he had to eliminate old Lu's group no matter what, otherwise, they would be looked down upon by their peers. Chen Baisong's face immediately hardened. "What? Do you dare to lay a hand on our brothers here?" However, as soon as Chen Baisong's words fell, he saw Gao Peng beside him, holding a long gun, stepping forward directly. Chen Baisong looked at Gao Peng and couldn't help but mockingly say, "Brother, what era is it? You still bring a long gun to fight hand-to-hand? Do you think we are gangsters?" Just as his words fell, he saw Gao Peng twist his wrist, and then Gao Peng thrust the gun directly into Wang Wu's heart. Following that, Gao Peng flicked the gun, throwing Wang Wu's corpse towards him. This clearly indicated that both sides had torn off the mask of civility. "Damn! You really dare to kill my brother. Everyone, attack! Let's take them down!" Seeing this, Chen Baisong couldn't help but rage, quickly ordering his subordinates to take action. Then, 8 people simultaneously took out their spirit balls and threw them at Gao Peng. Immediately, all sorts of spirit pets appeared before the merchant group. Chen Baisong's spirit pet was a B-grade, 5th-tier demon beast, the Nightmare Clock. It looked like a pig, but it had 2 pointers above its nostrils. Once the 2 pointers pointed to the same location, all living beings within its sight would be forcibly pulled into a dream. In the dream, the Nightmare Clock's power would be greatly enhanced. To break free from the dream, one would either have to wait for the 2 pointers to separate or kill the Nightmare Clock. However, the 2 pointers of the current Nightmare Clock were clearly not in the same direction, which meant its attack power might not even be as strong as an ordinary 5th-tier demon beast. The spirit pets of Chen Baisong's other subordinates were all 3rd and 4th-tier demon beasts. Such a lineup, under the attack of old Lu and his group, immediately fell apart, and soon, people were injured and killed. Seeing this, Chen Baisong couldn't help but shout, "Damn it! How come everyone in this merchant group is so strong?" He noticed that the strength of everyone in this merchant group was not weaker than that of high-level beast tamers, most of whom seemed to be 1- or 2-star beast tamers. He had originally thought to drag out the time until the Nightmare Clock's rule skill triggered, then he could kill that 4-star beast tamer. However, Chen Baisong did not expect his subordinates to be almost wiped out so quickly by the opponent. "Run! Don't linger! These people are not simple." After saying that, Chen Baisong was about to lead his surviving subordinates to retreat. However, at that moment, Wang Tao appeared from behind Chen Baisong, blocking the only path for him and his subordinates. Moreover, Wang Tao's bullhorn general charged like a wild bull, sending one of Chen Baisong's subordinates flying. "Damn it! It's an ambush! Brothers, we can't escape. Let's fight these people." But human strength is limited. Even if they wanted to fight to the death, their strength wouldn't allow it. How could a group of rabble compete with the powerful beast tamers on old Lu's side? Soon, only Chen Baisong was left standing alone. Old Lu immediately looked at Chen Baisong and shouted, "Put down your resistance now, and I'll give you a quick end. If you do as we say, I might consider sparing your life." Upon hearing Old Lu's words, Chen Baisong immediately sneered, "Bah! I'd rather die than betray my brothers." After saying this, Chen Baisong prepared to fight Old Lu and the others. Just then, a series of gunshots rang out from the distant jungle, bang, bang, bang. Fortunately, even though Old Lu and his group had just defeated Chen Baisong and the others, they remained vigilant. When the gunfire erupted, they reacted quickly, either using their physical advantages to dodge the bullets or relying on their spirit pets to evade the gunfire. Thus, they managed to escape the danger of being shot. Wang Tao, while dodging bullets, inadvertently created a path that allowed Chen Baisong to escape successfully. Just as Wang Tao was about to pursue, he and the caravan members saw 5 more people appear in the distant jungle. The leader had a fierce-looking scar on his face. "Second brother, you finally made it," the scar-faced man spat upon seeing the corpses scattered on the ground. "Damn it! So many brothers have died." Chen Baisong quickly reminded him, "Second brother, be careful. There's a 4-star beast master in this caravan, and most of the others are also star-level beast masters. They're tough to deal with." The scar-faced man, however, looked disdainful and said, "Third brother, do you really think I'm a fool? I set everything up before I came." Saying this, the scar-faced man looked at Old Lu, Gao Pang, Wang Tao, and the others in the caravan, then snapped his fingers. "Now you'll see the power of my mole assassins." After the scar-faced man finished speaking, the ground beneath Lin Chen and the others suddenly shifted. Then, a mole-like creature suddenly darted out, directly lunging for Gao Peng's throat. Seeing this, Gao Peng quickly dodged. The mole-like creature moved with the speed of a 6th-tier demon beast. Even Gao Peng, who was the strongest in close combat, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The scar-faced man was also taken aback by this. "Oh, quick reaction, huh? But can you dodge this strike and the next one?" After the scar-faced man finished speaking, the mole assassin burrowed back into the ground and began to dart around the group. The scar-faced man laughed heartily. "Did you see that? My mole assassins have already set up their burrows near you, which is why I arrived so late. As long as the terrain is favorable for the mole assassins, their attack power is comparable to that of a 6th-tier demon beast. With my mole assassins, one of them can kill all of you and your spirit pets." Upon hearing this, someone immediately looked at Old Lu. "Old Lu, what should we do now? Should we split up and escape?" Old Lu, being an experienced veteran, immediately saw through the scheme. "No, that's exactly the opportunity he's waiting for. If we split up, he can pick us off one by one, at the very least depleting a large portion of our fighting strength. We must stick together, each of us watching a different direction, and be cautious of the mole assassin's attacks." The scar-faced man laughed again upon hearing this. "Ha ha ha, you're really clever to think of that. But what if we all attack at the same time?" After saying this, the other 4 beast masters beside him revealed their spirit pets, 3 third-tier demon beasts and 1 4th-tier demon beast. This configuration was quite meager. But once their formation was broken by them, the gopher assassins could strike at the opportune moment and deliver a fatal blow. Chen Baisong, seeing this, couldn't help but ask with a hint of complexity in his eyes, "Second brother, since you came so early, why didn't you save the brothers just now? They all died." The scar-faced man snorted coldly at this. "Why save a bunch of useless people? Besides, this merchant caravan is so large and powerful, I'm not a fool. If I had jumped out just now, it would have been like asking for death." Chen Baisong was left speechless by this. "Alright, third brother, I know you have a good relationship with the brothers. Later, I'll let you kill these scum yourself to avenge them." After hearing the scar-faced man's words, Chen Baisong nodded with a complex mood. Is this the fate of a wild beast master? These people are already at death's door, not a single one can be spared. However, just as the scar-faced man finished speaking, Old Lu suddenly shouted, "They should have no backup left. Chao Wang, you can make your move now." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 people emerged from behind a large tree in the distance. They were Lin Chen, Xiao Chine, and Chimera. At this moment, Chimera was carrying a crossbow about a meter long. Upon seeing this, the scar-faced man was first taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, you guys really know how to joke. This is actually your backup? But you let 2 students and a high-level beast master ambush me? I see you look down on us." After saying this, the scar-faced man looked at one of his underlings, who was accompanied by a 4th-tier monster. Can you take care of all 3 of them by yourself?" The man nodded eagerly. "Don't worry, second brother, I can kill 30 of them by myself. But second brother, I have one request." The scar-faced man, puzzled, asked, "What request?" "Those 2 young ladies look quite charming, could you leave them for me?" At this point, he suddenly changed his tone. After enjoying them with the three brothers, let me have my fun. Upon hearing this, the scar-faced man carefully looked at Xiao Chang and Chimera, and his eyes immediately lit up. Ha ha ha. Your eyes are indeed sharp. Even from this far away, you can tell these two girls are extraordinary. They are even prettier than the lady we captured a couple of days ago. Alright, it's as you wish. After saying this, the man, along with his fourth-tier spirit pet, approached Lin Chan and the others. Did you hear that? Two lovely ladies, you are now our people, he said arrogantly to Xiao Chang and Chimera. However, Xiao Chang and Chimera didn't take his words seriously at all. Chimera then looked at Xiao Chang. Xiao Chang, do you want to take him down? Xiao Chang immediately shook her head. Too weak. He's not worth my effort. Chimera, hearing this, helplessly glanced at the precious crossbow in her hand. Not worth using such a valuable bolt. Xiao Chang, hearing this, replied with a blank expression, that bolt isn't even one you found yourself, it's clearly conjured with your magic. Upon hearing this, Chimera helplessly pointed the bolt at the man. The man, seeing this, burst into laughter. Because his fourth-tier monster was a spirit pet known for its defense. In his view, he had nothing to fear from the bolt in Chimera's hand. The B-grade fourth-tier monster, Shield General, was a land crab with a massive claw. Moreover, this claw could be used as a shield, possessing very strong defensive power, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a fifth-tier monster. Moreover, the higher the destructive power of the attacks on the claw, the stronger the counterattack damage of that claw. The other claw of the Shield General was responsible for attacking, though its attack power was slightly weaker, its attack speed was very fast. It possessed skills, powerful strike, swift grab, shield bash, and counterattack damage. One could say that this Shield General was a presence that harmed 1,000 enemies while injuring itself 800. Chimera then took her divine crossbow and aimed at the Beast Master. She slowly pulled the trigger. Whoosh! An arrow made of magic flew out from the divine crossbow, heading straight for the Beast Master. Upon seeing this, the Beast Master wore a disdainful expression. Just a trivial skill. I'll let you know the power of my Shield General right now. After saying that, the Shield General raised its claw shield and positioned it in front of its master. However, just as the arrow was about to strike, a crack sound was heard. The surrounding crowd hadn't even had time to see what was happening when the Shield General's massive shield had already shattered into pieces. The Beast Master looked down in disbelief at the blood hole in his chest. Then, his entire body slowly collapsed to the ground. This scene happened far too quickly. Even the nearby Scarface and Chen Baisong didn't have time to react before they saw their companion already unconscious, dead beyond recovery. What? That damn bitch is actually holding an offensive equipment. Someone immediately realized something and exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Scarface also reacted, greedily eyeing the divine crossbow in Chimera's hands. After pondering for a moment, he said to Chen Baisong, "Third brother, leave this to me. You go deal with those three people, and remember, be careful of that crossbow." Although I don't know what level of equipment that girl has, since that crossbow can so easily pierce the Shield General, it at least proves that it's at least a 7th tier, or possibly even an 8th tier crossbow. If we brothers can get that crossbow, we'll be set for life. Chen Baisong clearly understood that Scarface was speaking the truth. Therefore, after hearing Scarface's suggestion, Chen Baisong quickly agreed, saying, "Alright, second brother, be careful. Once I deal with those three, I'll come help you." However, before Chen Baisong could finish his sentence, he felt a tingling sensation on his scalp and quickly dodged to the side. Immediately, a magical arrow from the divine crossbow flew past, barely grazing his scalp. If Chen Baisong hadn't dodged in time, that arrow would have surely pierced through his head, taking his life. Damn! Good thing I dodged quickly. Chen Baisong was still grateful that he had escaped a disaster when he heard a scream behind him. He quickly turned around to see one of the companions brought by Scarface had been shot through by that very arrow. That damn woman actually. Chen Baisong felt a chill run down his spine. He never expected that Chimera was aiming for a 2-for-1. Even if that arrow hadn't taken him down, Chimera would have taken out someone else. However, the terrifying events for Chen Baisong were not over yet. Although Chimera pulled the trigger again, she did not fire the arrow. Upon closer inspection, one could see a wave of magic fluctuations appearing in the arrow chamber. After about 10 seconds of brewing, the magical fluctuations then whoosh, 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 shot out a dozen magical arrows in rapid succession. At this moment, the Chimera seemed to be wielding a submachine gun, aiming at them and starting to spray bullets. Damn! How can this thing fire continuously? Chen Baisong and Scarface, along with the others, were caught completely off guard by the Chimera's attack. In the chaos, someone was even shot and died on the spot. Their team, which had 6 members just moments ago, was now down to 4. What the hell? How can this merchant caravan have so many experts? After dodging another magical arrow, Scarface couldn't help but curse repeatedly. However, before he could finish his words, a shadow suddenly appeared above him. Scarface quickly looked up and saw Galpang thrusting down with his long spear. Although Scarface had no close combat skills, his physical fitness was not to be underestimated. He quickly rolled and dodged, narrowly avoiding the attack. Just as Galpang's strike landed, missing Scarface, he immediately shifted his attack direction to pummel Scarface like a drowning dog. However, the ground beneath Galpang suddenly cracked open, revealing an eye that was staring intently at him. Seeing this, Galpang couldn't help but curse, "Not good." He hurriedly prepared to dodge, but it was already too late. The groundhog assassin burst forth from the earth and charged directly into his arms, its sharp claws less than half a foot from his heart. There was no time for anything now. After all, the groundhog assassin was incredibly fast. Just then, a makeshift ice wall formed from frost suddenly appeared in front of Galpang's chest. Although this ice wall was nothing compared to the high-intensity ice wall the Chimera had created, which was over 2 meters tall and nearly a meter thick, it was enough to buy Galpang some time. The groundhog assassin's attack paused upon hitting the ice wall. Then, it quickly began to smash against the ice wall, producing cracking sounds. It looked like it was about to shatter, but that moment of delay was enough for Galpang to react. He quickly rolled to the side and, out of the corner of his eye, saw that it was indeed old Lu's other spirit pet, the ice snow chinchilla, casting a spell towards him. Galpang immediately raised his long spear and aimed it at Scarface. By this time, Scarface had already created a safe distance between himself and Galpang, causing Galpang's attack to miss. The groundhog assassin then burrowed back into the soil, preparing for its next attack. At that moment, Lin Chen shouted from a distance, "Everyone, get away from that area." Upon hearing Lin Chen's voice, old Lu immediately realized that this was the best time to escape danger. But how could Lin Chen deal with that troublesome groundhog assassin? Old Lu didn't have time to think further. He waved his hand and shouted to the caravan members, "Scatter." Although the caravan members were not a professional army and lacked discipline, they still listened to old Lu's orders. They quickly ran in all directions, trying to escape the area. To prevent the groundhog assassin from attacking them again, they did their best to leave, hoping to escape the maximum range of the tunnels the groundhog assassin could dig. Seeing this, Scarface couldn't help but smirk coldly. "Don't you know that the groundhog assassin excels at ambushing from behind?" After saying this, Scarface pointed directly at the panicked figures of the caravan and said, "Groundhog assassin, take them out one by one, then find a way to kill those strong ones." As soon as the scar-faced man finished speaking, the mole assassin burrowed up from the ground again, rushing towards one person's back. Just as it was about to succeed, the hairs on its body suddenly stood on end. The mole assassin felt as if it had been targeted by something terrifying. Then, it heard Lin Chen's voice. "You, intending to kill others. Sparta judges your death penalty." After saying this, there was a loud boom, and Lin Chen, shouldering the judgment of Sparta, aimed at the mole assassin and pulled the trigger. A flash of fire immediately erupted across the wilderness. Seeing this, the scar-faced man shouted in alarm, "Mole assassin, quickly hide, this rocket launcher is a high-level weapon." The mole assassin, known for its agility, quickly burrowed back into the ground. But the next moment, the magic shell fired by Lin Chen suddenly changed direction and shot straight at the scar-faced man. The scar-faced man widened his eyes in disbelief. How could this happen? At that moment, he remembered what Lin Chen had just said. When Lin Chen was reading the judgment of Sparta, he hadn't specified who the subject was, which meant that the person he had just judged was not the mole assassin, but the scar-faced man himself? Then, a brilliant flash of fire exploded before the scar-faced man's eyes, engulfing him in the blast. The mole assassin, which was about to burrow into the ground, suddenly froze. Then, it clutched its head in pain and fell down. The master dies, the servant perishes. The spirit pet contracted with a human is like this. As long as their master dies, they will also lose their life. Seeing his second brother killed by Lin Chen's shot, Chen Baisong immediately showed a sad expression. Although he often criticized the scar-faced man's ways, he had to admit that the days spent relying on each other in the mountains gave him a sense of belonging. Immediately, Chen Baisong looked at Lin Chen with great anger and shouted, "It's all because of you. You killed my second brother." As if sensing its master's anger, the expression of the nightmare clock also began to turn ferocious. At that moment, the two hands on the tip of the nightmare clock's nose suddenly overlapped. Then, the entire battlefield became eerily quiet, as if all sound had vanished. Accompanying this were the members of the merchant team collapsing one after another. Even Lin Chen, Chimera, and Xiao Chang, although they had held on longer than others, felt their heads growing heavy and could not suppress their drowsiness. Soon, they closed their eyes and fell asleep. When Lin Chen opened his eyes again, he found that the world before him had turned black and white. Although old Lu and the others had awakened, they looked dazed, as if they were sleepwalking. Seeing the state of the merchant team, Lin Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. At that moment, a sound of an alarm clock came from afar. Hearing the sound, the members of the merchant team finally came to their senses. Why can I wake up faster than others in the dream created by the nightmare clock? Lin Chen pondered carefully in his heart and soon formed a judgment. Could it be because my mental strength is stronger than others? Then, Lin Chen remembered that he was the last person dragged into the dream, which further convinced him of his judgment. Just then, the distant mountains suddenly seemed to collapse like a house, raising a huge cloud of dust. Then, the nightmare clock, which originally had the size of an ordinary pig, suddenly transformed into something as large as a small mountain, charging towards them from a distance. Upon witnessing this, everyone in the merchant group, except for Lin Chen, displayed expressions of terror. God! How did this thing become so terrifying? It wasn't this big just a moment ago. With a body this size, if it crushes us, we will undoubtedly die. Can anyone tell me what to do? Do I have to commit suicide in this dream to escape? At this moment, Lin Chen spoke up to remind everyone. Dying in the nightmare clock's dream means you will also die in the real world. The only way to escape is to defeat it or wait for its spiritual power to be exhausted, passively breaking this dream. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, someone immediately clutched their head in despair. Impossible! Impossible! How could we defeat such a powerful thing? It could crush us with just one hand. Hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown again. This group of people in the merchant team clearly weren't the type to speak such pessimistic words. Why were they so negative in this dream? Even old Lu had lost his usual calm demeanor, looking troubled and saying nothing. Lin Chen couldn't help but look at the approaching nightmare clock. In his mind, information about it quickly surfaced. Nightmare clock, nightmare state, strength comparable to a 6th-tier monster. In the dream created by the nightmare clock, it becomes everyone's nightmare, plunging all into fear. Skills: Nightmare Assault, Fear Descends, Fear Burns. Nightmare Assault can use the influence of nightmares to infinitely amplify the enemy's deepest fears. Fear Descends: once the enemy's fear reaches a certain level, the nightmare clock can bring such fears into the dream world. Fear Burns: when the enemy's fears completely occupy their heart or shatter their will, taking over their soul, the nightmare clock can ignite this fear and annihilate their soul. Lin Chen, seeing such powerful skills, was not surprised but rather puzzled. Such strong skills were all aimed at the soul and mental power, with none targeting the physical body. Why was that? At this moment, the nightmare clock had come close to the crowd. Its mountain-like body brought an unparalleled sense of oppression. Then, it let out a howl, a sound reminiscent of a whale, which was even more shocking. Following that, it stomped heavily on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. The ground cracked continuously, and the upheaved soil sent everyone flying in different directions. Although Lin Chen was also in a precarious situation, he managed to land steadily on the ground. He continuously used his mental power to check his condition and found everything stable. At the same time, he tried to contact Chimera and Xiao Qing. However, Lin Chen was unexpectedly unable to reach Chimera and Xiao Qing, which left him very surprised. Moreover, he was even more astonished to find that he couldn't use his storage bag and couldn't take out his pokeball. It should be noted that inside his pokeball was a battle-ready Asha, who he hadn't released. For Lin Chen, who was currently in this dream, Asha would definitely be a significant help. As long as he released Asha, she could handle the nightmare clock in close combat. Lin Chen understood that to defeat the colossal creature before him, he needed to rely on the power of his spirit pet. Otherwise, are we going to let Lin Chen go up and wrestle with the nightmare clock? Wouldn't that mean he would be crushed to death by the opponent? Just at that moment, another person fell beside Lin Chen, a backpacker from the merchant team. This person had previously set his sights on Xiao Jiu, but after being stopped by Lin Chen, he had no further interactions with him. Now, he was desperately kowtowing, pleading for someone's forgiveness. It seemed he was affected by some ability of the nightmare clock and couldn't break free. As he continued to kowtow, his entire body suddenly ignited. Moments later, he turned to ashes. Lin Chen frowned at this sight. After a moment, it seemed Lin Chen thought of something, and his eyes brightened. He finally understood the secret of the nightmare clock. Although everyone had been pulled into this dream, their physical bodies remained in the real world. Even the body of the nightmare clock was left outside, so if it wanted to kill everyone, it could only do so through some form of mental attack. The intensity of the mental attack was clearly proportional to the strength of the mental power itself. Lin Chen's mental power had been enhanced by the Chimera's feedback, making him unmatched at the same level. Even the nightmare clock could not compare to Lin Chen. This was why Lin Chen had not been affected at all. With this thought, Lin Chen immediately made a judgment. In other words, if he wanted to escape from here, he just needed to launch a mental attack on the nightmare clock. Lin Chen quickly concentrated his mental power, and then a phantom book appeared in front of him. As the book flipped open, it stopped on a certain page. At the same time, Lin Chen was silently reciting some obscure incantations. Suddenly, Lin Chen opened his eyes and unleashed a magical skill at the nightmare clock. Heaven's punishment. Thunder strike. Boom, boom, boom. Dark clouds immediately appeared in the sky, followed by intense lightning striking down. The lightning, carrying the might of heaven's punishment, struck directly at the nightmare clock. The nightmare clock, which already feared this power of punishment, was struck head-on and let out a terrible scream as its body began to burn. Then, its body kept shrinking until it disappeared. Subsequently, the surrounding world transformed from a colorless black and white realm into a vibrant, colorful one. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide, realizing he had returned to the real world. Beside him, the Chimera and Xiao Chang were both lying on the ground, sleeping soundly. Meanwhile, other members of the merchant team had expressions ranging from grimaces to signs of pain. However, fortunately, everyone's complexion had improved, except for one backpacker who had completely lost his life. Lin Chen looked at the backpacker and immediately recognized him as the man who had been burned by the nightmare clock due to fear. Lin Chen sighed and planned to wake the other members of the merchant team. Just then, he suddenly felt a killing intent behind him. Reacting to the danger, Lin Chen quickly turned and kicked something behind him. He then heard a muffled grunt. Turning around, he saw Chen Baisong clutching his stomach in pain. Despite the severe pain, Chen Baisong still tightly gripped a dagger in his hand. It seemed he had intended to ambush Lin Chen from behind. Why? How can you break the nightmare clock's dream world? Lin Chen looked at Chen Baisong and did not answer his question. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, the bone knife immediately slid into his palm. Speak! Do you have any last words? Chen Baisong, in the nightmare clock's dream world, realized after being killed by Lin Chen that he was undoubtedly doomed. Originally, the backlash from the soul contract had caused him immense pain, and Lin Chen's combat power was indeed formidable. In the end, Chen Baisong could only sigh. I was the one who fell. It's a pity I can't take revenge myself. Lin Chen looked at Chen Baisong with indifference and couldn't help but retort upon hearing this. Are you still hoping for me to avenge you? Chen Baisong, upon hearing this, smiled self-deprecatingly. Why would I have such unrealistic thoughts? Besides, with you alone, you could never be a match for the Lin family. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. Your enemy is the Lin family? Chen Baisong nodded immediately. That's right. 20 years ago, my sister was abducted, and it took me a full 20 years to find out that it was all orchestrated by the Wang family of Suyang City. So, I joined the Wang family as a wild beast tamer. Then, I sought revenge against the Wang family. But I soon discovered that the Wang family was merely the pawns of Lin Xiaotian and his son from the Lin family. So, I devised a scheme against Lin Xiaotian. But how could I, a mere frog at the bottom of a well, compete with someone from such a large family? In the end, I could only use the nightmare clock's dream world to drag everyone into a dream and escape. After hearing Chen Baisong's account, Lin Chen couldn't help but ask in surprise, what did you say? Lin Xiaotian is very strong? Chen Baisong nodded. That's right. Lin Xiaotian is incredibly strong, terrifyingly so. When facing my 5th-tier beast, the nightmare clock, he didn't even need to exert his full strength to toy with me. If it weren't for the special ability of the nightmare clock, I would have probably died in front of him long ago. After listening to Chen Baisong, Lin Chen nodded. Do you have any other information about the Lin father and son? Upon hearing this, Chen Baisong shook his head. Alright, you can rest easy now. Don't worry, I will take care of the Lin father and son for you. Chen Baisong looked at Lin Chen in disbelief upon hearing this. Do you have a grudge against them too? Lin Chen did not answer, only raising the bone knife, signaling that he was about to act. Seeing this, Chen Baisong let out a bitter laugh. Alright, I understand. Only the dead can keep secrets. With that, Chen Baisong opened the middle door and stood in front of Lin Chen, allowing him to take action. Lin Chen then directly stabbed the knife into his heart, and Chen Baisong immediately ceased to breathe. Just as Chen Baisong's body fell to the ground, among the merchants lying on the ground, someone slowly let out a painful groan. Lin Chen turned to look in that direction and found that old Lu was the first to wake up. He hurried over to check on old Lu's condition and found that he was not seriously injured, just a bit dazed. However, his strength was not weak, and within a few breaths, he had mostly recovered. Then, Wang Tao, Gao Peng, and others also woke up, and their conditions had improved as well. Only a few were still experiencing some fear due to the influence of the nightmare clock. After learning about what had happened, Old Lu looked at Lin Chen in disbelief. You killed the nightmare clock? What method did you use? Lin Chen then told a lie that couldn't be more truthful. I'm not quite sure. I just fought chaotically with him in the dream, and then he died. Old Lu, upon hearing this, couldn't help but touch his own head, nodding in disbelief. It really is the young people. At that moment, Wang Tao suddenly asked, Old Lu, what do we do now? We've already eliminated these people, should we leave immediately, or go? As he spoke, Wang Tao pointed towards the depths of the dense forest. Clearly, he was referring to Li Sanpao. After all, Li Sanpao was currently deep inside a cave in the forest. Old Lu thought for a moment and then looked at Lin Chen. Brother Chao Wang, what do you think? Lin Chen did not answer the question directly but looked at the corpse of the backpacker nearby and said, we have a team member who died. Should we take revenge for this? Upon hearing this, Old Lu immediately broke into a smile and pointed at Lin Chen from a distance. Ha ha ha. Young people are quick to seek revenge, no grudges last overnight. Saying this, Old Lu stood up from the ground. Let's go. We need to bring back Li Sanpao's head. After finishing, the three of them headed straight towards the depths of the forest. This time, they did not bring many people, only Lin Chen, Old Lu, and Wang Tao went. Gao Pang was left in the merchant caravan to stabilize the emotions of the others. Xiao Chang and Chimera were also left in the caravan because Lin Chen did not want Old Lu to suspect their identities. However, not being able to fight alongside their master made Xiao Chang and Chimera somewhat unhappy. Seeing this, Old Lu remarked sarcastically, Brother, your two clients are a bit too clingy. This is a big taboo for us who are in the business of escorting and trading. Lin Chen, upon hearing this, remained non-committal and did not respond. As they walked, Lin Chen suddenly raised a hand, signaling everyone to stop. Old Lu looked at Lin Chen with some confusion. Lin Chen then pointed to a relatively hidden branch on a tree ahead. Old Lu nodded and released his big horned bug. The body of the big horned bug was small, making it hard to detect in such a jungle environment. The big horned bug quickly approached the branch, moving cautiously. Then, a scream was heard, and a person fell from the tree. The three rushed forward and found that the person had merely fainted. Old Lu skillfully checked the individual. No spirit ball. It seems the other party is not a beast master. Not necessarily. Maybe the spirit pet has already died, so it has no value and was taken by Li Sanpao to be a patrol. Very likely. Wang Tao then made a judgment. In fact, there were many people who had lost their spirit pets. Just among their caravan, there were several such backpackers. At this moment, Old Lu signaled Wang Tao with his eyes, and Wang Tao immediately understood. He took out some smelling salts and let the person sniff it. The individual immediately coughed a few times and then woke up. Cough, cough, cough. As soon as he opened his eyes, Wang Tao covered his mouth, and Old Lu took out a dagger, pressing it against the person's throat. I can give you a chance to live. You answer my questions, or you'll meet the king of hell. The latter's eyes widened in terror upon hearing this. Old Lu then signaled Wang Tao to let go so the person could answer. Speak, where is Li Sanpao? But just as Wang Tao was about to release his grip, the person hurriedly opened his mouth, intending to shout for help. However, Wang Tao was already prepared for this. He quickly covered the person's mouth again, stifling his voice. Then, Old Lu directly stabbed the person's thigh with a knife, threatening him with a fierce gaze. Damn it! You dare to play tricks on me? It seems you're asking for punishment instead of a toast. I'll tear you apart right now. The other person's face turned ashen, wanting to scream to relieve the pain, but was unable to make any sound because Wang Tao had covered his mouth. Seeing Old Lu so agitated, Wang Tao quickly spoke up to dissuade him. Old Lu, forget it. I see he doesn't have a pokeball on him. He's probably just an ordinary person. If he knows what's good for him, let him go. Hearing Wang Tao's advice, Old Lu immediately turned to the man. I'll give you one last chance. If you dare to play any more tricks on me, I'll kill you. The man, enduring the excruciating pain, quickly nodded in agreement. Tell me, where is Li Sanpao? Who is with him now, and what is his spirit pet? What abilities does it have? At this point, Wang Tao had released his grip on the man's mouth. He's near a cave up ahead, but he's not inside the cave, he's in a thatched hut outside. Thatched hut? That's right. Li Sanpao said the cave isn't safe, it's easy to get cornered and ambushed, so he moved his supplies into the cave but lives outside. Upon hearing this, Old Lu nodded. What else? The man knew what Old Lu wanted to know, so he quickly added, Li Sanpao is very suspicious, he usually doesn't have many people around him. This time, his brothers all went out hunting, so he only has 5 people left with him. 4 of them have 4th-tier spirit pets, and there's also a captive woman. Captive woman? That's right. She's a high school girl they captured a few days ago, and Li Sanpao has her locked up in that thatched hut. Keep talking, old Lu commanded. Li Sanpao has a 6th-tier monster, but I really don't know its name. Hearing this, old Lu couldn't help but frown, then slapped the man on the head. Damn it! What good are you to me? After saying this, old Lu was about to kill him directly. The man, seeing old Lu's fierce expression, begged for mercy repeatedly. I really don't know what kind of monster it is, but I can describe what it looks like. After saying this, seeing that old Lu hadn't killed him, the man hurriedly continued, it's a monster that looks like a ball of light. You can't see its face, it usually floats around, and whenever it appears, it surrounds Li Sanpao, attacking people by calling forth magical missiles. Upon hearing this, old Lu was momentarily at a loss. After asking a few more questions, he realized that he couldn't extract any more information from the man. The man then pleaded, I really don't know anything else. Please let me go. I just wanted to come out and earn a meal, but after being caught by Li Sanpao, I had no choice but to become his lackey. Upon hearing this, old Lu let out a cold laugh. All right, I'll let you go now, and set you free. Really? Then thank you, sir, for sparing my life. However, as soon as the man finished speaking, old Lu stabbed him in the chest. After being stabbed, the man looked down at his chest in disbelief. I'm really sorry. Only the dead can be trusted. If I let you go, I can't be sure you won't tip him off. The man then pointed at old Lu in despair before collapsing. After confirming that the man was dead, old Lu turned to Wang Tao and Lin Chen. Do you know what kind of spirit pet he was talking about? Wang Tao shook his head repeatedly. I've never heard of such a monster. It sounds like a ball of light. Could it be some kind of insect? A firefly? Lin Chen thought for a long time before finally speaking up, I have a guess. Hearing this, old Lu and Wang Tao focused their attention on Lin Chen. Lin Chen then stroked his chin and said, I heard that in ancient legends, there is a type of demon beast called the Spirit Clan. Once, Captain Luo Chang and I encountered a fire spirit that had transformed into human form in a dark forest. Spirits are life forms formed by the aggregation of pure elements. Based on what we just heard, Li Sanpao's demon beast is likely a spirit made up of light material. Upon hearing about the Spirit Clan, old Lu and Wang Tao exchanged glances. Spirit demon beasts? That's a very rare type of demon beast that only exists in legends. I've heard that many prominent figures are willing to pay a high price to acquire such a beast. Lin Chen nodded at this, not refuting. Since leaving the dark forest, Lin Chen had spent considerable effort researching spirits. He knew that spirits not only possess strong combat abilities, but also, because their bodies are formed from elemental aggregation, their characteristics are very extreme. If a spirit could be cultivated into a special spirit pet, it could potentially yield great results in terms of growth and evolution. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and then said, if Li Sanpao's demon beast is indeed a spirit, then it should be relatively easy to deal with. The only uncertainty is what element the spirit belongs to. Hearing Lin Chen's words, old Lu and Wang Tao immediately felt more confident. Alright, let's go now. With that, the three of them headed towards Li Sanpao's stronghold. Soon, they saw a cliff in the distance. Below the cliff, there was a faintly visible cave, which was where Li Sanpao stored his supplies. Not far from the cave, there was a very concealed thatched cottage. Moreover, this thatched cottage had been camouflaged. If the three of them hadn't known about this in advance, they would have found it very difficult to discover the cottage and wouldn't have realized that someone lived there. Old Lu couldn't help but curse angrily. Li Sanpao is really cunning. He made the cave so large, yet lives so secretly. He's afraid someone will find his hiding place and uses this cave as bait. Wang Tao then nudged old Lu, pointing to a fire pit near the cave. At that fire pit, four beast tamers were currently using their weapons to threaten several women, forcing them to prepare lunch. What's going on? Didn't they say there were only 5 people here? Maybe other merchants were kidnapped by them. Old Lu nodded in agreement. That's very possible. After thinking for a moment, old Lu said, let's find a way to deal with those 4 beast tamers first, and then we can tackle Li Sanpao together. However, Lin Chen shook his head at this suggestion. Look at the position of that thatched cottage. As soon as we make a move, Li Sanpao will definitely rush out to support them. Then what should we do? Wang Tao asked Lin Chen. Lin Chen candidly replied, you two go ambush those 4 beast tamers. With your strength, it should be relatively easy for you to take out 1 or 2 of them in an instant. Meanwhile, I'll lie in wait outside the thatched cottage and deliver a fatal blow to Li Sanpao. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, old Lu and Wang Tao exchanged glances and nodded in unison, saying, you're really devious. Alright, we'll follow your lead. With that, the 3 of them split up. Old Lu and Wang Tao cautiously approached the 4 beast tamers. General Niu Zhao and the ice snow lynx made no sound as they slowly crept closer to the 4. Damn it, you bunch of stinking women, why aren't you working properly? Otherwise, you'll all go hungry tonight. Shit. Do you know what your status is now? You're our slaves, and if you want to survive, you have to work. Damn. A group of pampered rich ladies and little princesses. Never thought you'd end up in our hands. Ha, ha ha ha. I've lived this long, and it's my first time dealing with these wealthy ladies from a big family. So damn fresh. That scent is really something. The four beast tamers were speaking nauseating words without restraint. Those wealthy women, who usually lived in luxury, could only lower their heads, lacking even the courage to glare back. Not long ago, they had escaped from Suyang City with their families, planning to flee to a nearby city. Who would have thought that their group would encounter this gang of wild beast tamers, who directly killed all the combatants in their group, including all the men? Even though these people were wealthy and promised them large sums of money, Li Sanpao didn't give them a chance to survive. In Li Sanpao's words, money could buy life, but it would also expose his location. A man as cautious as Li Sanpao would never allow his whereabouts to be revealed and discovered by the authorities. As a result, most of the people in the group were killed, leaving behind only a few attractive women as slaves. However, this group of women had not completely escaped danger. If anyone showed signs of health issues or attempted to escape, or if they couldn't work properly in Li Sanpao's lair, he would kill them without hesitation, leaving them no chance to become mere tools for his and his men's desires. All the wild beast tamers under Li Sanpao were fierce individuals who licked blood on the edge of a knife. They had suppressed their desires and spirits in the wild for years, and now that they had a chance to vent, these women would naturally be tormented to the brink of death. In these days, Li Sanpao's subordinates had not had such freedom to release themselves for a long time. When they looked at these women, there was not a trace of pity in their expressions. It was as if they were looking at their pets. Whenever they wanted, they could torment these rich ladies and little princesses, even kill them outright. The four of them were still reminiscing about which woman had brought them more joy last night and which one they would continue to torment tonight, completely unaware that danger was closing in. Wang Tao saw that the opportunity was almost ripe and immediately issued an order to General Bullhorn. Attack! The horns on General Bullhorn's head suddenly grew a bit larger, and then it unleashed all its power, charging at one of the beast tamers who had their back turned. At the same time, the ice snow lynx transformed into a meatball war machine and rolled out. However, unlike an ordinary meatball war machine, the ice snow lynx's body was wrapped in ice crystals. This not only increased physical damage but also added a certain amount of magical damage. It attacked from the blind spot of a nearby beast tamer. At the moment the two engaged, someone immediately shouted in alarm, "Enemy attack!" After that, the companions of the two beast tamers quickly released their spirit pets to help their comrades withstand the damage. During the charge, General Bullhorn was blocked by a stone man that emerged from the ground. A loud boom echoed in its ears. The stones on the stone man were shattered and splattered by the impact of the horned bug. Moreover, the opponent was severely injured. As for the ice snow lynx, a strange doll with a heavy head and light feet also appeared beside it. Its hands and feet were covered in broken threads. The threads wrapped around the ice and snow cat, but the opponent seemed to underestimate the attack power of the meatball war machine. A few of the threads were directly snapped by the ice and snow cat. The ice and snow cat crashed directly into the Beastmaster, who was still trying to roll and dodge. However, in the face of absolute power, there was no chance to escape at all. In a single encounter, one was dead and one was injured. The original target of the Horned General, after narrowly escaping disaster, immediately took out his pokeball and released the spirit pet inside. It was a butterfly that was more than half a person tall. Its wings fluttered, looking very beautiful. However, the colors on the butterfly's wings were exceedingly strange. If a person looked for too long, they would feel quite uncomfortable. Wang Tao couldn't help but curse. Damn it! It actually failed. Fortunately, the stone man was severely injured. With the suppression of the ice and snow cat's 5th tier level, 2 against 3 still had the upper hand. Then, they directly got into a brawl. During the first moments of the battle, the captured women had no idea what to do. They stood there in a daze, even having the mood to watch the commotion. If it weren't for someone almost getting hurt by the aftermath of an attack, they might have stayed to watch until the battle ended. At that moment, old Lu shouted, "What are you waiting for? Find a safe place to hide." Only then did the women respond with an "oh," and hurriedly flee towards the cave. Meanwhile, inside the thatched cottage, there was no movement at the first sound of battle. However, Lin Chen, hiding in the shadows, could clearly feel a pair of eyes watching from the window. It seemed the other party was observing something. Then, the door of the thatched cottage suddenly opened. A glowing orb emerged, floating above the ground. Surrounding it were 5 small light orbs. These light orbs spun continuously, as if satellites orbiting a main star. Lin Chen's mind then filled with information about this spirit pet. Light Spirit Guardian, S-Rank 6th tier spirit pet, the purest collection of light energy. Its own attack power is not high, but its continuous damage is very strong. At the same time, its healing ability is also very strong, and all attack damage against dark attribute monsters is doubled. Skills include Soul Chain, Healing Link, Light Stars, and Light's Embrace. Soul Chain, the 5 stars on the Light Spirit Guardian can transform into chains, shooting out to bind enemies and inflict mental damage that can reach the soul. Healing Link, the 5 stars on the Light Spirit Guardian can transform into chains, linking to friendly units for healing. The amount of healing is determined by the state of the Light Spirit Guardian and the mental power of its master. Light Stars, the 5 stars on the Light Spirit Guardian automatically begin to spin, targeting anyone who approaches. The stars will attack in a rotational manner, causing damage. Light's Embrace, the Light Spirit Guardian can burn 1 star to emit a large amount of light energy, launching indiscriminate attacks on all targets within a 360-degree area for an extended duration. After the skill ends, the Light Spirit Guardian can replenish stars by absorbing energy. After learning about the Light Spirit Guardian's information, Lin Chen felt somewhat surprised. It truly was an S-rank spirit pet. He just didn't expect it to have such a strong attribute panel. Moreover, the opponent's skills were indeed extraordinary. The Soul Chain can be said to be a dual skill that balances both attack and control. The Healing Chain is an even more terrifying skill with no upper limit on healing. Just imagine, if Li Sanpao had the same mental strength as Lin Chen, then as long as Li Sanpao wanted to defend, his companions would have no chance of dying. He could provide them with infinite healing. And the Light Star is an absolute defense. Moreover, this absolute defense also has decent attack power. Although Guangpu Dadi is still unclear about the damage, an S-Class 6th tier monster can only obtain such a skill through sacrifice, so no matter what, the attack power must be considerable. As soon as the Light Spirit Guardian appeared, it immediately shot out 3 stars from its side, targeting its 3 companions. It's obvious it wanted to provide healing to its companions. However, not all the stars flew out. One transformed into a chain and attacked the ice snow lynx. As for the last star, it began to circle around the Light Spirit Guardian. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but curse under his breath. What a cunning old fox. As soon as Li Sanpao made a move, it was clear he was a seasoned player. Not only did he attack the ice snow lynx immediately, but he also protected his companions and even left 1 star for defense. If it were anyone else, they would truly have no way to deal with him. However, Lin Chen was not so easy to handle. He understood one principle: to catch the thief, first catch the king. Since Li Sanpao was hiding in the thatched house and dared not come out, Lin Chen decided to find a way to lure him out. He then threw out his pokeball, and a Shan flew out from inside. Suddenly, a massive silver-gray snow wolf over 2 meters tall appeared, startling even the Light Spirit Guardian. Then, a Shan opened her mouth, and a fierce wind emerged. The entire area turned into the attack range of the fierce wind. The thatched house, already very rudimentary, had its roof blown away by the powerful wind. Not only that, but the earthen walls of the thatched house were also shaking uncontrollably. A Shan locked onto her target and once again increased the power of the fierce wind. With a loud bang, the earthen wall collapsed, revealing the scene inside. There, a one-eyed man with his upper body naked and only wearing a pair of pants appeared. At his feet lay a completely naked woman, her body twisted. The woman had clearly been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable, barely breathing. The man then looked at Lin Chen and couldn't help but curse, "Damn it! What the hell?" Then he saw the tall snow wolf and pointed at it, shouting, "Light Spirit Guardian, take it down." As soon as he finished speaking, the Light Spirit Guardian floated towards a Shan. At that moment, it had only 1 star, which was continuously attacking a Shan. The star spun rapidly, and its trajectory was unpredictable. Some attacks inevitably hit a Shan. Although a Shan had no visible wounds, Lin Chen and a Shan were in sync, and he could clearly feel that a Shan's injuries were increasing. Lin Chen immediately gave a Shan an order. "Attack with all your strength." Upon hearing this, a Shan let out a howl, and the fierce wind blew up again, directly targeting the Light Spirit Guardian. The body of the Light Spirit Guardian clearly swayed, but it was not affected. The fierce wind passed through its body and struck the ground behind it. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. He understood that this guy was elementalized, and ordinary physical attacks simply couldn't target it. At this moment, Li Sanpao was also laughing heartily. "Ha ha ha. I really don't know what courage you all have to dare to come after me. You should know that even those big families and the authorities can't do anything to me. Do you think a few rotten fish and shrimp like you can take me on? But this is good too. If I kill you, I can gain quite a bit of income from you." Lin Chen listened to the other party's words, completely unconcerned. He just wanted to kill Li Sanpao and would not give him the chance to kill him. Since the Light Elemental Guardian was an elemental light spirit, he decided to attack the Light Elemental Guardian based on the concept of the mutual generation and restraint of materials. Lin Chen's brain was working frantically, pondering what the nemesis of light elements was. Many people believed that the nemesis of light elements was dark elements, but that was a huge mistake. Dark elements only restrain light elements when they form an absolute suppression. Once the two are evenly matched, light elements naturally restrain dark elements. However, Lin Chen had another idea. Since dark elements can't restrain light elements, then I'll put the Light Elemental Guardian completely in darkness, which would allow dark elements to form an absolute suppression and restrain light elements, right? With this thought, Lin Chen immediately extended a hand and summoned an illusory book in front of his chest. The book began to flip continuously and finally stopped at a certain page. Lin Chen started to chant some obscure and difficult words. That was the inheritance of the Chimera, elemental magic. Once Lin Chen finished chanting, the ground began to tremble. A massive earthen wall rose up around them, enclosing Lin Chen, Li Sanpao, the Light Elemental Guardian, and Ishan within. Seeing this, old Lu and Wang Tao couldn't help but shout in surprise, "Xiao Wang, what are you doing?" The two of them had already fallen at a disadvantage due to the continuous healing support from the Light Elemental Guardian for the three beast masters on the other side. However, once Lin Chen used the earthen wall to separate the battlefield, the connection of the Light Elemental Guardian was directly severed. The three beast masters had lost Li Sanpao's support and instantly turned back into lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Yet, Lin Chen alone risked himself to confront Li Sanpao, who had an S-class spirit pet. This made old Lu and Wang Tao extremely anxious. Quickly finish the battle, then go support Xiao Wang. After the earthen wall completely wrapped Lin Chen, Li Sanpao, and their spirit pets, their entire world seemed to suddenly plunge into darkness. Lin Chen then coldly recited the name of the spell. Earth Prison. Inside the Earth Prison, there was only the Light Elemental Guardian as a light source, illuminating the entire area. At this moment, Li Sanpao looked at Lin Chen. "I thought you had some clever tricks. Turns out you just want to save your companions. I see this as a complete waste." Li Sanpao's voice was very hoarse, and his expression towards Lin Chen carried a hint of mockery. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen looked at Li Sanpao with a face full of sarcasm. "Really?" After saying that, Lin Chen snapped his fingers. Then, a pure flame appeared in the palm of his hand. Seeing that flame, Li Sanpao's expression changed immediately. He hadn't clearly seen how Lin Chen summoned the Earth Prison earlier and thought Lin Chen was using some special equipment to do so. But now, seeing the flame in Lin Chen's palm, Li Sanpao finally understood that things were not as simple as he had thought. Lin Chen then recalled Ishan into the spirit ball and coldly said to Li Sanpao, "Now, I want you to know what despair really is." After saying that, Lin Chen maximized his heavenly fire ability. This was the first time he had done this. Suddenly, his entire body was engulfed in flames. Then, Lin Chen floated into the air like a being made of fire. The air around Lin Chen began to boil from the heat he emitted. The temperature in the entire space started to rise. Next, the flames on Lin Chen's body exploded violently, filling the space with a fierce aura. Seeing this, Li Sanpao hurriedly ordered the Light Spirit Guardian to use the healing chains to heal himself. But it was too late. In an instant, Lin Chen's heavenly fire enveloped the entire space. Li Sanpao was turned to ashes in the blink of an eye. The Light Spirit Guardian, lacking a supply of light elements, shrank under the scorching heat until it vanished completely. It was as if Li Sanpao and the Light Spirit Guardian had never existed in this world at all. Outside, old Lu and Wang Tao had finally dealt with the three beast tamers they were fighting. Gasping for breath, old Lu said, "Quick, go help Xiao Wang. Li Sanpao's Light Spirit Guardian is not easy to deal with." So, old Lu and Wang Tao rushed to the outside of the earthen wall. "Find a way in." After saying this, old Lu released his other spirit pet, the horned bug, to dig a hole. The horned bug began to repeatedly strike the earthen wall until it finally managed to dig a small pit. As a result, both old Lu and Wang Tao felt a powerful heat surge erupting from the small pit. They quickly dodged away. "What is that? Xiao Wang can't be dead inside, can he?" Wang Tao said uncertainly. Then they saw the earthen wall gradually lowering in height, slowly collapsing into the ground. Lin Chen then strolled out from within. Old Lu and Wang Tao, who had been uncertain about what was happening inside the wall, stood ready. When they saw Lin Chen appear before them, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, even so, they did not dare to let their guard down. "Where is Li Sanpao?" Wang Tao asked, puzzled. Lin Chen looked at the charred ground around them and the rocks melted by heavenly fire, then said, "He's dead." "Dead?" Old Lu and Wang Tao exclaimed in unison. How long had it been since Li Sanpao died? How did he die? This question arose in both of their minds. However, upon seeing the devastation, especially the ground burned black and the rocks melted, they fell into silence. Lin Chen's combat power had exceeded their imagination. Lin Chen noticed the women peeking into the cave and said, "Let's go check on those people." Old Lu and Wang Tao nodded in agreement. Then, Old Lu seemed to remember something and looked towards the direction of the collapsed thatched house. Inside the almost ruined thatched house, there lay a severely injured woman. When Old Lu stepped in to take a look, his eyes widened in shock. "How could it be you?" Hearing Old Lu's words, Lin Chen and Wang Tao also entered the thatched house. After careful examination, they realized that the person was actually Lu Weiwei. Lu Weiwei had been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable, her body covered in scars from Li Sanpeio's beatings. Even beneath her, the flesh was a bloody mess. Her chest was grotesquely swollen, as if she had been subjected to cruel torture. Some of her organs had even deformed. Such a horrific sight would make anyone feel uneasy. Old Lu then took out a healing potion from her pocket and gave it to Lu Weiwei. After a while, Lu Weiwei slowly opened her eyes. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Old Lu, and Wang Tao, she seemed a bit incredulous. "Where is this? Is it hell?" Old Lu sighed and said, "You've been saved." After saying that, Old Lu found a piece of clothing and draped it over Lu Weiwei. Then, he helped her up and supported her as they walked towards the cave. The earthen walls of the thatched house had collapsed beyond recognition, and Old Lu wanted to find a rock wall for Lu Weiwei to lean against, so she could be more comfortable. However, just as they reached the entrance of the cave, the women inside, upon seeing Lu Weiwei, were filled with resentment and hatred. Old Lu sensed something was off and couldn't help but ask in confusion, "What's with those looks?" "We're here to save you." The women remained silent, only gazing at Lu Weiwei with predatory eyes. "What are you all doing? Hurry up and help save her." Wang Tao asked curiously, looking at the expressions of the women. "Why are you looking at this woman like that? What grievances do you have with her?" A woman who appeared regal spoke without holding back. "Grievances? Bah! It's a hatred that cannot coexist." After that woman spoke, the others followed suit. "Woo woo, my husband and son were killed by this woman. I want to swallow her whole. She's the one who harmed my daughter. This kind of shameless woman shouldn't be allowed to live." Lin Chen, Old Lu, and Wang Tao exchanged puzzled glances. Finally, Lin Chen spoke up. "Please don't rush. Can you tell us what exactly happened?" Hearing Lin Chen speak, one of the women began to recount the story. It turned out that when the beast tide appeared in Suyang City, some prominent families feared that if the beast tide breached the city, there would be heavy casualties, and their families would be in danger. Even if Suyang City could hold out, it would surely be a Pyrrhic victory, and the Lord's Mansion and city guards would likely demand contributions of manpower, money, and equipment from the prominent families. This would definitely deplete their assets. They believed that using such methods to protect the civilians would be a losing proposition for them. Therefore, they planned to leave Suyang City. As the prominent families began to act, the smaller families that caught wind of it naturally followed suit, along with the middle class in Suyang City, and even some ordinary people who feared for their lives. Thus, the entire middle and upper middle class of Suyang City planned to abandon the city and flee. After Li Feng left the West City Gate, they opened the gate without permission. They then began to flee towards the Lianghua Road. However, how could the strength of the small families and the middle class, or even ordinary people, compare to that of the prominent families? The prominent families had their own vehicles, some were their spirit pets, and others were special equipment. Once they left the city gate, they ran away swiftly. The smaller families also had their own resources and used various means to break away from the main group. The remaining middle class and some ordinary people could only tremble and rely on their own two legs to escape towards Lianghua Road. They didn't know what the situation was like on the other side of Lianghua Road. They only felt that it was closer to the inland and should be free from the beast tide. Moreover, they had heard that there were god-level beast tamers in Lianghua Road. If a beast tide appeared, surely a god-level beast tamer would intervene, making it much easier to deal with the beast tide. So, although the journey was arduous, those middle-class and ordinary people still pressed on, supported by a kind of ignorant belief. However, such a flight would undoubtedly lead to chaos without a strong order to maintain it. Soon, some fell behind, some died on the road, and others were killed by their companions. The scene along the way was truly unbearable. Lu Weiwei, halfway through, first gained the trust of these women by playing the victim. She preached that women should help women, brainwashing these middle-class women. After earning their trust, she began to live a life of plenty. Then, she used her body to seduce the husbands of these middle-class women, gradually replacing their positions. Just like that, these so-called sisters began to break apart. In fact, Lu Weiwei even took matters into her own hands and killed several women who sought revenge on her. But if things had only developed to this point, it wouldn't have been much. Unfortunately, their group soon encountered Lee Sanpao and his band of beast tamers. Originally, their team had already paid the toll, and Lee Sanpao intended to let them go. However, he spotted Lu Weiwei among the crowd. Lee Sanpao was immediately captivated by Lu Weiwei's beauty. Lu Weiwei knew she couldn't escape, so she resorted to betraying her companions in hopes of gaining a slim chance of survival. She revealed all the assets of everyone she knew to Lee Sanpao. Moreover, Lu Weiwei suggested to Lee Sanpao that he shouldn't let this group go. Instead, he could imprison them and have them build a base for him. These women were wealthy and powerful, and could serve as tools for his men's desires. She even disclosed where their husband's storage equipment was located. Upon learning this, Lee Sanpao was overjoyed and immediately killed all the men in the group to retrieve those storage items. The remaining women were all captured by Lee Sanpao's beast tamer bandits and taken to the base, becoming slaves. Day and night, they were subjected to relentless training by the beast bandits. Some women even had to work for the beast tamer bandits. Meanwhile, Lu Weiwei became the ruler of these slaves. Anyone who disobeyed her faced severe punishment. In fact, many children were killed by Lu Weiwei for crying too loudly. Lu Weiwei's actions could be described as the most venomous of a woman's heart. However, Lu Weiwei thought that this would earn her Lee Sanpao's favor, which was clearly impossible. For a ruthless bandit like Lee Sanpao, once the affection faded, it would undoubtedly turn into a nightmare for Lu Weiwei. Her current state was proof of that. Old Lu listened in disbelief to all of this, then looked at the now recovered Lu Weiwei. Is what they said true? Lu Weiwei initially wanted to feign innocence, but she was startled by the murderous gazes of the crowd. She braced herself and said, "I didn't mean to do this. I just want to survive. I'm a victim too. Look at what I've been through. How could I do such things? These wealthy women are just jealous of my youth and beauty, so they slandered me. They sold me to Lee Sanpao." Lu Weiwei's words plunged old Lu into deep thought. At that moment, a woman cried out and took out a mobile phone. "I risked my life to film this. You'll know once you see it." After saying that, the woman handed the phone to old Lu. The images on the phone could only be described as unbearable. It showed Lu Weiwei tormenting a 7-year-old girl, shouting, "Let you cry. Let you cry." Then, Lu Weiwei told the girl's mother, "If you don't serve these gentlemen well today, I'll feed your daughter to the dogs." Putting down the phone, old Lu immediately closed his eyes, unable to accept such a reality. At that moment, the still alluring mother suddenly rushed out and lunged at Lu Weiwei. "Give me back my daughter's life." Then, another woman said to old Lu, "You should go take a look inside the cave. After you see it, you'll know just how vicious Lu Weiwei really is." Immediately, old Lu, Wang Tao, and Lin Chen entered the cave. Inside the cave was a warehouse filled with various supplies. It was clear that these supplies were all stolen, as they were packaged very simply, mostly consisting of necessities like food and clothing meant for travel. As they walked further in, they found some straw mats that seemed to be for people to sleep on. However, as they continued deeper, a foul odor wafted out. The three focused their eyes and discovered that there were more than a dozen corpses lying in disarray, all of them female bodies that had been tortured beyond recognition. There were even children's bodies. Moreover, it was evident that all these corpses had been beaten to death. At that moment, a woman who had followed them in said, "Lu Weiwei, in order to please Lee Sanpao, never regarded these people's lives as lives. She has killed many in various ways. Some were tortured to death simply for speaking ill of her. Her methods are extremely cruel, some were even made into." At this point, she let out a retch and vomited. Lin Chen and the others could guess what the woman was about to say and could only sigh in despair. Back outside the cave, looking at Lu Weiwei, who was now unrecognizable, old Lu threw a dagger to the ground. "Do whatever you want with her." After saying that, old Lu, Lin Chen, and Wang Tao re-entered the cave. They were too lazy to see how Lu Weiwei would be treated by those women. They only heard the women behind them, now seemingly mad, shouting as they rushed towards Lu Weiwei. Soon, Lu Weiwei's agonizing screams echoed into the cave. The three arrived at the storage room and looked at the supplies. These supplies were quite abundant. After all, they were the entire wealth of some small families and the middle class in Suyang City. Only a little bit belonged to the ordinary people who had escaped from Suyang City. However, all these supplies had ultimately been seized by Lee Sanpao alone. Old Lu first took out a portion of the funds, saying, "This is for our expenses on the road in compensation for the deceased. The remaining part will be for the women outside as compensation. I will organize them to come and claim it. They will claim the remaining supplies, and then we will split it evenly." Lin Chen had no objections to this. Wang Tao also trusted old Lu completely, following all of his arrangements. Afterward, the three left the cave and went to the ruins of the thatched hut where Lee Sanpao lived. They found 3 storage containers inside, filled with various supplies. However, those supplies were worth a bit more than those in the cave, classified as strategic materials. At this point, Lu Weiwei had already been dismembered by those women. Lu Weiwei's body lay on the ground, a bloody mess. The insidious and venomous bad woman will eventually receive her just desserts. The 3 of them then helped those women carry the bodies of others out of the cave. After that, they dug a pit and buried these bodies. A total of 27 corpses. Only 8 women survived. Among them were university teachers, renowned scholars, movie actresses, and even well-known entrepreneurs. These individuals shared a common trait: they had no family background. When the members of various families left the city, they completely disregarded women like them and hurriedly fled in various ways. To put it bluntly, women like them were merely cannon fodder used by those families to pressure Li Feng into opening the west gate of Suyang City. Once the gate was truly opened, women like them would have no value left. The families that could quickly leave Suyang City would not care about the lives of others. Subsequently, old Lu brought out the supplies from the cave and placed them in front of the 8 women. He then said to them, "Ladies, please come forward to claim any supplies that belong to you." Most of the 8 women were young, with the oldest barely in her 30s. When they approached to claim the supplies, it felt almost like shopping in a mall. The 8 women then mentioned some items they recognized, which were nothing more than daily necessities, luxury goods, and money. Even when someone clearly intended to take advantage of the situation and grab a little more, old Lu did not expose them but distributed the supplies according to their descriptions. After the distribution, old Lu said to the 8 women, "I will help you notify the authorities and the city guards of Suyang. I believe they will send someone to come and take you back. You just need to go to a safe place and wait for the authorities to arrange for the city guards to rescue you." The city guards of Long Country have always had a tradition: as long as someone is in danger in the wild, they will come to the rescue. Moreover, this rescue is free of charge. However, the premise is that the authorities must arrange for the city guards to conduct the rescue, and those responsible for the rescue must be able to locate your exact coordinates. If the area you are in is an unexplored unknown land or has powerful monsters, making it inaccessible to humans, then the city guards will not come to rescue you. After all, who told you to go to such places? It was clear that this was neither an exploration area nor a dangerous zone. Even Li Sanpao intended to establish a base here. Old Lu then said to Wang Tao and Lin Chen, "You two should head back first and continue moving forward with the caravan. I will take care of these victims here, and when the city guards arrive, I will hurry back to meet up with you." Lin Chen and Wang Tao had no objections to this. However, Lin Chen had some doubts as he was leaving. He remembered clearly that when old Lu signed the contract with him, there was a clause stating that no matter what happened, the caravan's travel plans would not be affected by anyone. Even when Lu Weiwei fell behind in Suyang City, old Lu did not stop to look for her. Why was old Lu now voluntarily offering to help these victims? However, old Lu's words also indicated that he would not affect everyone's travel plans and that he would quickly catch up with the group afterward. Since old Lu had said so, Lin Chen decided not to dwell on it any longer. Upon returning to the caravan, Wang Tao felt no sympathy whatsoever for the plight of those victims. He was chatting and laughing with Lin Chen and Gao Ping, discussing the gains from this extermination of Li Sanpao and his group. The belongings of the middle-class people in Suyang City were quite a fortune. Although they didn't have much equipment and materials related to beast tamers, there were still many gains that they couldn't refuse. After the merchant convoy set off, everyone continued to move ahead. As they walked, Lin Chen suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He couldn't help but shout, "Hide!" The others were puzzled, but Gao Ping and Wang Tao also sensed the danger after Lin Chen. So, they quickly followed Lin Chen's lead and called everyone to hide in a thicket. Lin Chen then raised his head and looked into the sky. He saw a giant monster, at least 70 or 80 meters long, flying above their heads. Lin Chen estimated its height and roughly judged its body shape and length. "That's a dragon at least 100 meters long." Lin Chen was astonished. The creature resembled the dragons from Western legends, entirely black and covered in dense scales. Soon, basic information about the dragon appeared in Lin Chen's mind. Demon Dragon Napoloi, S-Class Entangled Demon Beast, SSS Class Dragon Bloodline, S-Class Talent of Demonization, Dragon Bloodline, Western Dragon Species, Demon Dragon Type, possesses the ability to corrode all things. The area it inhabits will turn into a wasteland, and even without its pollution, no life can grow in the wasteland. To restore vitality to the wasteland, one can use blessing magic to bless it, or purify it with purification magic, or use natural forces or similar abilities to restore life. In the wasteland, Napoloi's combat power will increase, and even light abilities can suppress it. If any creature lives in the wasteland for too long, it will be cursed and become an undead creature or a demon. Napaloi can create undead creatures and demons. The undead creatures and demons it creates have no sense of pain, only the cursed instinct to kill, and they will instinctively seek out living beings to kill and feed on. Undead creatures leave no corpses upon death, while demons do have corpses. Napaloi can resurrect demons using their corpses, and the resurrected demons are part of Napaloi, obeying only its commands. The appearance of Napaloi signifies the arrival of a great disaster. Skills: Demonization, Death Entanglement, Death Aura Spread, Curse, Ashes Rebirth, Deathfire, Summon Undead Creatures, Demon Descent, Devil Descent. Demonization: Napaloi can merge with demons. Death Entanglement: entangled by Napaloi's demonic aura, if one cannot break free in time, they will turn into a pile of dead matter. Death Aura Spread turns a certain area into a wasteland. Ashes Rebirth explodes surrounding corpses and undead creatures, causing massive damage. Deathfire, a special flame that uses life as its fuel. Once contaminated, it will burn away a vast amount of life force. Demon Descent summons demons to assist Napaloi in battle. Devil Descent: Napaloi can contact the demon realm to summon demons to itself. Lin Chen looked at this long list of basic information about the demon dragon Napaloi and nearly lost his composure. It was simply too powerful. Is this what they call a 9th-tier demon beast? Is this the 9th-tier demon beast that only a god-level beast tamer can deal with? Moreover, it was an S-class dragon demon. The pressure it exerted was simply unparalleled. If it weren't for Lin Chen's strong will, he wouldn't even dare to look up. The others in the caravan all showed expressions of shock at that moment. Some had already fallen to the ground, too afraid to look up. Lin Chen then turned to Gao Peng beside him. "Gao Peng, did you see that just now?" Gao Peng nodded in response. "Was that a dragon that just flew by?" As he spoke, there was still a hint of disbelief on Gao Peng's face. Of course, it wasn't just Gao Peng. The others in the caravan also couldn't understand why a dragon would fly by here so recklessly. After all, a blatant flight like that of the Nabaloi would soon be discovered by the Dragon Kingdom, which would send a divine beast master to confront it. If possible, the Dragon Kingdom would not sit idly by and would directly slay it here. The Dragon Kingdom would not allow any unstable factors to exist within its territory. However, Lin Chen's thoughts ran deeper than the others. The last time that Choyu appeared, the Beast Encyclopedia had warned him that Choyu signified disaster. Once Choyu appeared, a large number of living sacrifices were required, otherwise, calamity would surely follow. Thus, the beast tide in Suyang City had emerged. And this time, an S-rank 9th-tier demon beast, the magic dragon Nabaloi, had appeared. Did that mean an even more terrifying disaster awaited him? Lin Chen felt that his upcoming university report would definitely be quite dangerous. However, the corners of Lin Chen's mouth slowly curled up. Since I can't avoid it, I might as well enjoy it. I just wonder whose life is tougher. Lin Chen slowly clenched his fists. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of Xiao Qing out of the corner of his eye. He noticed that there was no fear in Xiao Qing's eyes, instead, they were filled with greed. Lin Chen couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Xiao Qing, what do you think of that dragon?" Xiao Qing lowered her head, thought carefully, and then shyly replied to Lin Chen, "I think it must be very delicious." Upon hearing Xiao Qing's words, Lin Chen instinctively covered her mouth with his hand. He couldn't understand how the girls around him had all developed such peculiar tastes. They were all top-notch beauties, yet they all seemed to be foodies? Their first reaction upon seeing any demon beast was that it must be very delicious. Xiao Qing then wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth and whispered in a voice only she and Lin Chen could hear, "Master, I'm really not joking. The bloodline of that magic dragon is very mixed and dirty. It doesn't belong to our dragon lineage, so I don't feel any bloodline suppression. Moreover, I can be sure that if I could eat it, it would definitely be very beneficial." Lin Chen looked at Xiao Qing, who was serious, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Soon, he understood why Xiao Qing would say that. Nabaloi was a Western magic dragon, while Xiao Qing belonged to the dragon lineage. There was fundamentally no relationship between the two. It was like humans and gorillas, both are primates, but gorillas can only be kept as animals, while humans are the kings of the world. The gorilla is akin to the Western magic dragon. Once discovered, it would definitely be hunted down, or else it would cause trouble. However, the dragon lineage was different. Although the dragon lineage also had its share of wrongdoing, once a dragon transformed into a river dragon, it could protect a region's waters and lands. Lin Chen nodded and jokingly said, "In that case, when I have the chance in the future, I'll get you a few Western magic dragons to snack on." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Xiao Qing looked at him with a beaming smile. "Master, you must keep your word." Lin Chen immediately responded with a face full of "I will definitely do it." Because Xiao Qing's voice was very soft, Wang Tao and Gao Peng did not hear her words, they only heard Lin Chen say he would catch a few Western magic dragons to fill everyone's teeth. Instantly, they couldn't help but smile. "Brother Chao Wang, you really know how to talk. I'm not as bold as you." "Yeah, I wouldn't dare to catch that dragon either." After that, the caravan continued on its way. In the following days, the caravan progressed very smoothly, encountering no dangers for 3 consecutive days. Along the way, there were some reckless monsters that attacked them, but they were all easily dealt with, and even a backpacker managed to capture a spirit pet. This was a cause for celebration for that backpacker. Afterward, Old Lu caught up with the caravan. When Old Lu returned, everyone was very happy. "Old Lu, why did it take you so long to catch up? I thought you were being kept by some rich woman." As soon as Gao Ping saw Old Lu, he immediately wore a teasing expression. Old Lu was already used to such jokes and would take the opportunity to self-deprecate, thus lifting the mood of the caravan and making everyone lively. "Ah, a man at 40 is like a flower. Those rich women are just too enthusiastic. I wanted to come back sooner." Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Then, Old Lu took out a few bank cards. "This time, after sending those women back, I took the opportunity to go to the city lord's mansion and exchange the bounties for some fugitives killed by this caravan." After saying that, Old Lu handed Lin Chen a bank card. "Chao Wang, your bounty is the second highest." Then, Old Lu tossed a bank card to Gao Ping. "Yours is the highest." This was within Lin Chen's expectations. After all, Lin Chen had previously made a deal with Gao Ping, exchanging Li Yan's bounty for the corpse of a 6th-tier monster, the ancient bird, which was very profitable for Lin Chen. This meant that Gao Ping had the most cash. After receiving the bank card, Gao Ping kissed it with his mouth. "Ha ha ha. With this money, I can live worry-free for the next few years." Wang Tao quickly reminded from the side, "Your spirit pet and cultivation methods are very expensive. I advise you to take on some tasks whenever you can." Gao Ping held the bank card, thought for a moment, and said, "We'll see. Living a life on the edge these past few years has been quite exhausting." At this moment, Old Lu suddenly interjected, "Gao Ping, if you complete this task perfectly, you won't have to worry about food and drink in your next life." Upon hearing this, Gao Ping sighed and said with a hint of melancholy, "Old Lu, you're giving me a tough problem." At this point, Gao Ping fell silent, as if caught in a dilemma. Lin Chen found Gao Ping's words somewhat puzzling but did not ask further. The caravan then continued to move forward. A few days later, they finally saw the outline of Hanzhou City on the Liangjiang Road. Old Lu glanced at the distance to Hanzhou City and said, "Today, we won't rest in the wild. We aim to enter Hanzhou City before dark." After saying that, he led everyone to increase the caravan's speed. In fact, everyone in the caravan was somewhat tired of the wilderness and wanted to hurry into Hanzhou City, find a hotel to take a good bath, enjoy some delicious food, drink some fine wine, and rest a bit. During this time, the continuous battles in the wild and the hardships of sleeping outdoors had put considerable pressure on many people's spirits. Especially after the battle in Suyang City against the Beast Tide, they initially felt excitement and joy after their victory, which supported them to continue their journey, but once the joy faded, only exhaustion remained. After everyone's efforts, the caravan finally arrived at the city gate of Hanzhou. The city guards at the gate formed a stark contrast with those in Suyang City. Although the guards here were not overly formal, they were very diligent in checking everyone's documents. The caravan then smoothly entered Hanzhou City. As soon as Lin Chen stepped into Hanzhou, he sensed that this city was extraordinary. It turned out that Hanzhou City was located in the basin of 2 rivers, with the Lang River flowing directly through the city. Unlike other bodies of water, although there were many underwater monsters in the Lang River, for some unknown reason, these monsters had not entered Hanzhou City. Instead, they swam away from a fork far from the city. Even those few underwater monsters that accidentally wandered into Hanzhou City would quickly flee as if avoiding some danger. Some speculated that this was due to the city lord, Tianwen, being the only god-level beast master in the Dragon Kingdom who had entered the world. Others speculated that there was a huge magic circle beneath Hanzhou City, which had a powerful suppressive force that deterred these aquatic monsters from approaching. However, these were merely speculations, and no one could confirm them. Lin Chen was naturally curious about this, but he did not know the specific reasons. The caravan members then found a hotel and completed the check-in procedures. Old Lu immediately said, "I've thought about it, and we need to report what we saw regarding the Western Demon Dragon." After saying this, Old Lu directly looked at Lin Chen. "Chao Wang, come with me." Lin Chen nodded in response and followed Old Lu to the city lord's mansion. Following Old Lu, Lin Chen quickly arrived at the city lord's mansion. Old Lu stepped forward and rang the doorbell, and after a moment, a staff member walked out from inside. The city lord's mansion was similar to the functional departments Lin Chen was familiar with before his journey. Inside, there were not only the city lord's office but also many official departments working simultaneously. After old Lu exchanged a few words with the staff member, the latter nodded and entered the mansion to report. After a while, old Lu and Lin Chen were invited inside and taken to the reception room. A servant brought 2 cups of tea and placed them in front of the two, then left. After that, no one came to attend to them. They did not know how long it had been when finally a staff member walked in, looking slick and polished. "This is Zhou Mingwei, the reception officer of the city lord's mansion. If you have any matters, you can report to him." As Zhou Mingwei entered, he glanced at Lin Chen and old Lu's attire. It was clear that they were caravan escorts living in the wild. Thus, a hint of disdain appeared in his eyes. However, since they were in the city lord's mansion, Zhou Mingwei still greeted them warmly, saying, "Where are you beast masters from? Do you have any discoveries to report to the city lord's mansion?" Old Lu quickly replied, "We are a caravan from the demon city, and we just encountered." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Zhou Mingwei. "Oh dear. You came from the demon city? That's quite far. Moreover, I heard that the road is not safe, with many fugitives roaming in these mountains, especially with the beast tide appearing near Suyang City." Hearing Zhou Mingwei's words, old Lu frowned, swallowing his previous words, and quickly engaged in small talk with him. "That's right. The journey has indeed been perilous. Our caravan has gone from 30 people down to 16. So many dead? That's quite a loss. I really admire you people who escort goods. I can't do it. I can only live a plain life in this lord's mansion." After saying this, the other party actually showed a face full of admiration. Lin Chen frowned at the other person's attitude, but he also knew he couldn't keep joking around. "The purpose of our visit to the lord's mansion is to report some intelligence." Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingwei couldn't help but feel curious. "Intelligence? What intelligence? Have you found the whereabouts of some fugitive? Do you want to exchange it for a reward here at the lord's mansion?" Old Lu shook his head and said, "No. We saw a dragon in the wild." "A dragon?" Zhou Mingwei immediately frowned upon hearing old Lu's words. Comparatively, there are many records of dragons in this world. Moreover, many dragons live among humans. For example, Su Yalan's little fire dragon and Yao Chuanchua's ancient beast both belong to the dragon clan. Not only that, but there are also other elemental spirits and monsters, such as fire and water elements, which are actually part of the dragon clan. Therefore, dragons are not uncommon in this world. Zhou Mingwei clearly did not understand why old Lu and Lin Chen came to report after seeing a dragon. In fact, in Zhou Mingwei's view, old Lu and Lin Chen were completely wasting his time. Old Lu thought for a moment but didn't know what to say, so he let Lin Chen explain. Lin Chen nodded, then continued from old Lu's words, saying seriously, "The dragon we are talking about is not an ordinary dragon species, but the demon dragon Napoloi, a 9th-tier monster." At first, when he heard demon dragon Napoloi, Zhou Mingwei was somewhat confused and didn't realize what was special about this dragon. However, when he heard 9th-tier monster, his brows immediately shot up. "What did you say? 9th-tier monster?" At this moment, Zhou Mingwei couldn't believe it. How could this be possible? It should be known that all 9th-tier monsters within the Dragon Kingdom are recorded. He had never heard of a 9th-tier monster named Napoloi. "Are you sure you're not lying?" Lin Chen did not answer. Old Lu, however, said firmly, "We're sitting right here. Why would we deceive you?" Seeing old Lu's serious demeanor, Zhou Mingwei immediately stood up and began to pace back and forth. After a while, Zhou Mingwei nodded and said, "You wait here. I need to report this matter." After saying this, Zhou Mingwei quickly walked out. After an unknown amount of time, the door to the reception room opened again. Zhou Mingwei hurriedly jogged in, holding the door and making a gesture of invitation. Seeing his demeanor, Lin Chen felt as if he were watching an ancient eunuch from a drama before his time. "Lord Tianwen, please this way." At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly felt that the sun outside seemed to dim slightly. A tall middle-aged man walked in. He was dressed in a sharp suit but without a tie. 2 buttons of his shirt were undone, revealing a glimpse of a tattoo on his body. His thick long hair naturally draped over his shoulders, yet he exuded no hint of effeminacy. Instead, there was a raw masculinity about him. He stood at a height of nearly 2 meters, with a square head, big ears, a broad nose, and bell-like eyes, not fitting the mainstream aesthetic of handsomeness. However, he possessed a kind of domineering beauty. Lin Chen immediately recognized that this man was Tianwen, the lord of Hanzhou City, whom he often saw in various news reports. Lin Chen and old Lu quickly stood up to pay their respects to Tianwen. However, Tianwen waved his hand. "All right, don't bother with unnecessary formalities. I just want to ask you one question. Did you really see a 9th-tier demon beast?" Lin Chen keenly detected the subtle information in the other party's words. Tianwen did not ask if it was a dragon, but directly inquired if it was a 9th-tier demon beast. This indicated that either Tianwen did not regard the dragon as significant, or he did not believe that this matter was true. Old Lu then glanced at Lin Chen. Lin Chen quickly spoke up, "Absolutely. Many people in our merchant group saw that dragon, just 2 days' journey from Hanzhou City. At that time, Nabaloyi flew right over our heads. It is a Western magic dragon, approximately 80 to 100 meters in size." As Lin Chen spoke, he also shared some information about Nabaloyi to enhance the credibility of his account. Tianwen closed his eyes, pondered for a moment, and then said somewhat dismissively, "According to your description, that creature is so large that as a god-level beast master, I should have sensed it. However, I heard not a whisper of it in Hanzhou City. What reason do you have for me to believe you?" Tianwen's words did not deny Lin Chen's statement but sought to have Lin Chen prove the authenticity of his experience. Tianwen continued, "Do you know why I am stationed in Hanzhou City?" Lin Chen did not hesitate to share what he knew. All the god-level beast masters of the Dragon Kingdom are confronting 9th-tier demon beasts. Since you are in Hanzhou City, it proves that there are also 9th-tier demon beasts nearby. Upon hearing this, Tianwen nodded. Exactly. So, you need to understand that if what you say about Nabaloyi is true, what kind of impact it would have on the current situation in the Dragon Kingdom. Can you afford the risk of spreading rumors? Lin Chen was taken aback by this statement. After all, Tianwen was presenting him with a difficult problem. Old Lu was also sweating profusely. He was beginning to regret coming to the Lord's mansion with Lin Chen. Lin Chen then sighed helplessly and asked, "May I ask, Lord Tianwen, can you trust the people around you?" Upon hearing this, Tianwen raised an eyebrow and then seemed to think of something, waving his hand to Zhou Mingwei, "You can leave for now." Zhou Mingwei quickly nodded, "Yes, Lord." After Zhou Mingwei left, Lin Chen turned to Old Lu and said, "Team Lu, could you please step outside for a moment?" Although Old Lu did not know what other plans Lin Chen had, he still stood up and left the reception room. Tianwen then looked at Lin Chen with great interest. "What? Do you still want to pull some tricks in front of me?" His tone was calm, but there was no hint of sarcasm. It gave the impression that this was how someone in Tianwen's position should speak. This was the demeanor of a god-level beast master. Lin Chen did not refute but extended a hand, making a grabbing motion in front of him. Suddenly, an ethereal book appeared before Lin Chen. Upon seeing this, Tianwen immediately furrowed his brows. He instinctively took a step back, not out of fear, but to stand in a safer position. As a result, Tianwen realized that the magical fluctuations in front of Lin Chen were not directed at him, which put him at ease. It is important to note that as a god-level beast master, even though he stood at the pinnacle of the world, the entire world was watching him. Many hostile nations had been trying to find ways to undermine the god-level beast masters of their opponents. For example, the Sakura Nation, those Foot Basin chickens, had colluded with the Lighthouse Nation 20 years ago to orchestrate a tragic incident, murdering a god-level beast master from the Dragon Kingdom. This was also the biggest hidden loss for the Dragon Kingdom in nearly 20 years. Although afterward, the Dragon Kingdom successfully retaliated against the Foot Basin chicken, everyone knew that the fall of a god-level beast master was an immeasurable weakening for the Dragon Kingdom. At that moment, the illusory book in front of Lin Chen stopped on a certain page, and a ripple of water floated out. Elemental Magic, Mirror Replay. The so-called mirror replay is a water element magic that presents a segment of memory on the surface of the water through light and shadow. The image in that mirror was precisely the scene where Lin Chen and the others encountered the demon dragon Napaloi outside Hanzhou City. After seeing this, Tianwen immediately furrowed his brows. With his knowledge, he could completely judge the authenticity of this image and the danger level of Napaloi. Instantly, Tianwen fell into deep thought. After a moment, Tianwen looked at Lin Chen very seriously. "Who exactly are you?" Lin Chen, hearing this, casually replied, "Me? I'm just an ordinary freshman." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Tianwen sneered. "A freshman? Would a freshman have such strong mental power to control magic of this intensity?" After saying this, Tianwen suddenly looked at Lin Chen, his aura overwhelming. Lin Chen knew that if he didn't clarify his identity, Tianwen would never let him go. So, Lin Chen unabashedly said, "My name is Lin Chen." Upon hearing Lin Chen introduce himself, Tianwen was first taken aback, then burst into laughter. "I thought who it was? So it's you. That guy Li Guanjuan specifically told me to take good care of you if you came to my territory." Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Why was Li Guanjuan so persistent? It seemed like this guy had seen through his movements. Then, Li Guanjuan would arrange for his people in any city. He was trying to escort him all the way to the imperial capital of Yuzhou. Tianwen looked at Lin Chen and didn't ask him why he was disguised, but instead said to Lin Chen, if that demon dragon really exists, then things are serious. Lin Chen then asked, can't we report it directly to the higher-ups? Tianwen shook his head. Right now, Hanzhou City is in turmoil. Recently, some extremists have infiltrated. They want to release the one sealed in Hanzhou City. I suspect the demon dragon was attracted by them. Is there something terrifying sealed in Hanzhou City? At this point, Lin Chen suddenly thought of that rumor. It was said that the reason Hanzhou City could establish a city on the Lang River was that it had a powerful seal, sealing a 9th-tier monster. Tianwen nodded. That's right. There's a seal here that holds. However, as he spoke, Tianwen realized he should be cautious in front of Lin Chen. So, he promptly stopped his words and smiled at Lin Chen, saying, all right, thank you for the information. You should go back now, and leave Hanzhou City as soon as possible. Lin Chen nodded upon hearing this. He didn't continue to ask but decisively chose to leave the Lord's mansion. Just as he walked out of the reception room, Lin Chen saw old Lu waiting for him nearby. Why are you out? Did Tianxin believe what you said? Lin Chen nodded and didn't hide anything from old Lu. Tianxin told us to leave Hanzhou City quickly, saying it's not safe here. Old Lu, upon hearing this, didn't think much of it, assuming Tianwen was preparing to deal with that demon dragon, so he didn't ask further. After the two returned to the hotel, old Lu rearranged the upcoming itinerary with everyone. Old Lu announced to everyone that after they finished purchasing enough supplies the next day, they would set off overnight that evening. No one understood why old Lu arranged for everyone to set off overnight the next day, knowing that the wild outdoors at night was countless times more dangerous than during the day. However, old Lu explained that the area around Hanzhou City was very safe, and as long as everyone was careful, there would be no problems. Habitually trusting old Lu, no one raised any objections and they all prepared to purchase supplies the next day before setting off at night. After a night of silence, Lin Chen got up early the next day and took Xiao Chang and Chimera out to explore the city. For Lin Chen, who had 4 storage items, his supplies were already well prepared. The main purpose was to take these 2 girls out to experience the scenery of a human city. Although all 3 were disguised, they were still quite attractive, drawing the attention of passers-by along the way. They wandered through various attractions, eating and drinking, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Lin Chen was quite satisfied with this way of life. After all, one cannot always be licking blood off a knife, can they? The 3 of them soon arrived at a well-known local restaurant. Seeing that it was about time, Lin Chen planned to take the 2 girls for lunch. As soon as Lin Chen sat down, he casually ordered quite a few dishes. The waiter looked at the menu and said, "Sir, you've ordered quite a lot. I'm afraid the 3 of you won't be able to eat this much. Would you like to change 2 of the dishes?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen shook his head. "No need. Just pack the extra 2 dishes. I want to take them to my friends." The waiter quickly complied. Watching the waiter go to serve the dishes, Xiao Qing hurriedly asked, "Master, are you going to give them to Sister Jiao and Sister Aishan?" Lin Chen nodded. "Master, you are so good to us. I was wondering how to explain to Sister Jiao and Aishan when they come out of the pokeball. It turns out you always remember them." Lin Chen smiled at her words but said nothing. Soon, the dishes were served. Xiao Qing looked at the table full of food and was instantly dazzled. "Master, all these dishes look so delicious." Lin Chen glanced at Xiao Qing's gluttonous expression and smiled. The most famous thing about the Dragon Kingdom is its food. Every city has its own specialties. Just as he said this, Lin Chen felt an inexplicable tension in his heart. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw 5 people slowly walking out from an upstairs private room. The 4 surrounding them looked like a group of ordinary tourists, but each of their gazes was somewhat erratic, as if they were on guard against something around them. In the center of these 4, another person was surrounded, looking like a prisoner being escorted. At first, Lin Chen didn't feel anything was wrong, but the natural power within him suddenly gave him a sense of danger. An indescribable feeling of danger began to surface in Lin Chen's mind. A voice in his heart kept roaring, "Run! Run! You will die! Get away from here! This is the most terrifying person in the world." Lin Chen suppressed the turmoil in his heart and continued to eat the food on the table with Xiao Chang and Chimera. After the 5 people walked away, Lin Chen finally took a serious look at them. He saw that the person in the middle was wearing a black hoodie, with the hood covering his face. His walking posture was somewhat stiff, as if he were being led by the other 4. Once the 5 disappeared at the restaurant's entrance, Lin Chen's sense of danger finally calmed down. Chimera noticed something was off with Lin Chen and quickly asked, "Master, what's wrong?" Lin Chen shook his head, signaling that he was fine. Now, Lin Chen was starting to consider whether to leave Hanzhou City early. This city always gave him a very terrifying feeling. He then thought of the appearance of the magic dragon, a harbinger of disaster. A 6th-tier demon beast could bring a beast tide capable of destroying a city, so what would a 9th-tier demon beast bring? Lin Chen could hardly imagine it now. After finishing his meal, Lin Chen had no desire to continue shopping. He had already experienced everything he wanted to buy and play with. He then planned to head straight back to the hotel and wait for old Lu and the others to return. Carrying the packed meals, Lin Chen, along with Xiao Chang and Chimera, returned to the hotel. Lin Chen glanced at Xiaozhou's evolution status and found it still far from completion, so he could only silently wish Xiaozhou good luck in his heart. As for the 2-pack meals, Lin Chen could only take out the pokeball, release A Shan, and let her enjoy the 2 portions of food alone. So much delicious food. Master is so nice. So tasty. Ashan happily enjoyed the 2 portions of food until she was fully satisfied and then entered the pokeball. Next, Lin Chen prepared to leave Hanzhou City early and wait in the wild for old Lu and the others to come out and meet up with them to continue their journey. He quickly packed his luggage. However, just as he opened the door, Lin Chen was confronted by a person in a black hoodie, their face obscured by the hood, standing stiffly at his room's entrance. This person was clearly the one who had made Lin Chen feel danger at the restaurant. Lin Chen immediately thought it was bad and was about to close the door to take action. However, the person pushed against Lin Chen's chest, shoving him back into the room. At the same time, Xiao Qing's snake tongue flicked out, her neck transformed into a snake body, her fangs bared, and her beautiful face revealed a sense of determination. She lunged directly at the figure in black. Meanwhile, Chimera had already conjured a magic array, ready to strike. But at that moment, Lin Chen timely stopped their actions. Everyone, stop! The danger alert in Lin Chen's heart kept reminding him not to act rashly. He calmed his emotions and looked coldly at the figure in black, saying, "Who are you? What do you want with me?" The person did not answer, merely staring intently at Lin Chen. Lin Chen then signaled to Xiao Chang, who immediately transformed back into her human form and closed the door. At this moment, the figure in black spoke in a voice that sounded like grinding teeth, saying, "You made a very wise decision." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown, looking coldly at this strange person. "Who exactly are you? What do you want?" The person again spoke in that grinding voice, saying, "Hee, you may not even realize how special you are." Special? Lin Chen, hearing this, looked somewhat puzzled at Chimera and Xiao Qing on either side of him. "Can you feel what makes me special?" Both women shook their heads in response. The figure in black then sneered coldly. "You are young and already have 2 shape-shifting demon beasts as spirit pets. Isn't that special enough?" Lin Chen was immediately confused. These 2 humanoid spirit pets were entirely benefits brought by his golden finger. How could that be related to him? The figure in black then said with a cold smile, "Since you are so clueless, it's for the best, to avoid bringing unnecessary trouble to you and me." Lin Chen, feeling somewhat impatient, replied, "What do you want? If there's nothing important, please leave. My companions and I are in a hurry to travel. I want to make a deal with you. All you have to do is take me out of Hanzhou City." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen casually said, "I'm not interested." The figure in black snorted coldly, revealing an unabashed killing intent. "If you refuse me, I don't recommend you become my food." After saying this, he removed his hood, revealing a deformed face. Lin Chen felt his scalp tingle and his heart race the moment he saw that face. It was a completely asymmetrical face. He, or rather she, had a snake-like head, with 3 eyes on one side and a mouth on the other. There was a horn like a ram's on one side of the forehead, while the other side had a cow's horn. Where the mouth should have been was an insect's mouthpart, and at the top of that mouthpart was a nose used for breathing. Below the neck, the skin was a messy mix of scales and fur, looking very rough. Immediately, Lin Chen's mind displayed the basic information about the entity. The will of the Earth Immortal, S-Class 9th Order Monster Beast, a product of failed evolution of a 9th Order Monster Beast. Some 9th Order Monster Beasts retain a very strong will after death, influencing the thoughts of surrounding beasts. They may even fight fiercely over the corpses and residual wills of 9th Order Monster Beasts, even devouring each other, ultimately forming different wills of the Earth Immortal. If among the attracted monster beasts, there are those with strong mental powers that can suppress the will of the 9th Order Monster Beast, then its spirit will become the main body of this conglomerate. Conversely, the 9th Order Monster Beast will be revived within this conglomerate. Since the 9th Order Monster Beast has already failed in evolution and its will cannot escape, its strength can only stagnate. Over time, the will of the Earth Immortal will inevitably become insane, leading to continuous slaughter and devouring of everything around it. It is recommended that the host immediately leave its line of sight, otherwise, find an opportunity to eliminate it. Skill possessed, unknown. After learning about the entity, Lin Chen suppressed the urge to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead and looked at it calmly. How do you plan to escape? Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, the entity merely sneered. That's not something I should be thinking about. Just remember, if you can't take me out of Hanzhou City before dark, then you and these two humanoid monster beasts beside you will become my food. Lin Shen nodded in response. He then glanced at the time. It was only 2 in the afternoon, with 5 hours until dark. After a moment's thought, Lin Shen asked, why don't you just break out? The will of the earth immortal put the hood back on. I don't want to meet that old guy yet. Who is that old guy? Tian-1? Upon hearing this, Lin Shen couldn't help but speculate in his mind. According to Tian-1's previous words, there was a 9th order monster beast sealed beneath Hanzhou City. Could that 9th order monster beast be the former self of this ugly creature before him? Lin Shen really couldn't think of any other 9th order monster beasts that could appear in Hanzhou City. The dangerous aura from the will of the earth immortal receded somewhat, and then Lin Shen walked out of the room. However, the will of the earth immortal asked warily, where are you going? Lin Shen, as if nothing was wrong, replied, I'm going to greet my companions. I'll wait for them outside the city. Lin Shen arrived at the door of Gao Peng's room, where Gao Peng was currently fast asleep inside. He had gone to a bar in Hanyang City last night, got completely drunk, and even spent a lot of money hiring 2 attractive female card partners to play cards with him. This trip had been a big moneymaker for Gao Peng, suddenly transforming him from a poor guy into someone who struck it rich. Those socialites and female college students who usually looked down on him in the bar scene immediately turned into his sycophants upon seeing the stacks of cash. The 2 female card partners devoted themselves to accompanying Gao Peng, playing cards all night long. Lin Shen knocked on the door several times before Gao Peng, still bleary-eyed, opened it. What's going on? Aren't we meeting tonight? Upon seeing Lin Shen, Gao Peng didn't pay much attention. Lin Shen smiled and said, go tell old Lu that I ran into an old friend and need to leave the city early. I'll be waiting for you outside the city tonight, and ask old Lu to help me collect the bounty. Gao Peng nodded, still worried about any details he might have missed, and asked, is your bounty all with old Lu? Lin Shen nodded in response. I've given the body and the information to old Lu, just remind him not to forget. I paid a heavy price for that. After saying this, Lin Shen left Gao Peng's room without closing the door. Once back in his own room, Lin Shen didn't linger but left the hotel directly with Xiao Qiang, Chimera, and the will of the earth immortal. Gao Peng, still half asleep, watched Lin Shen's retreating figure and shouted, make sure you don't fall behind tonight. Lin Shen didn't turn back but waved his hand behind him, signaling that he understood. After Lin Shen left the hotel, Gao Peng's previously sleepy expression suddenly turned serious. He quickly took out his phone and dialed old Lu. Old Lu, something's wrong. Just now, Xiao Wang came to my room and said something strange. He said he's leaving Hanzhou City early and asked me to tell you to help him collect the bounty. Old Lu was immediately taken aback. Haven't we already divided Xiao Wang's bounty? I'm not sure. He just came to find me and said he met an old friend. Old friend? Old Lu began to ponder the situation. Soon, he seemed to realize something and exclaimed, no way. Lin Shen hasn't encountered that thing, has he? Just as old Lu said this, the city guards of Hanzhou City suddenly mobilized, and the city gates were closed. A commanding voice echoed from above Hanzhou City. All citizens of Hanzhou City, listen. Return to your homes and stay put. Imperial spies have been discovered in Hanzhou City, and the city guards are conducting arrests. Anyone found outside may be mistakenly harmed, and the city guards will not be held responsible. As soon as this announcement was made, panic spread throughout Hanzhou City. What? There are spies? That can't be possible, right? Hanzhou City is inland, not a border city like Magic City. Could there really be spies? What are they doing in Hanzhou City? Are they after that rumor? Citizens began to whisper among themselves, speculating about what had happened. At that moment, a figure was quickly making its way toward the Lord's mansion. It was old Lu. Old Lu had just run a short distance when he was stopped by 2 city guards. Stop! Where are you going? Old Lu hurriedly explained, gentlemen, I have urgent business to see Lord Tian. The 2 guards frowned and said sternly, see the Lord? Not right now. The Lord is busy with important matters and cannot meet anyone. If you can't wait, report to us, and once the Lord is done, we will naturally pass your message along. Upon hearing this, old Lu's expression changed. He knew something serious must have happened at the Lord's mansion. However, the information Lin Shen had left him was likely related to the safety of all Hanzhou City. After pondering for a moment, old Lu's eyes lit up with a plan. He said with a serious face, you 2 soldiers, this matter concerns the safety of all Hanzhou City. If it gets delayed, can you bear the responsibility? The 2 city guards were also acting on orders. Upon seeing old Lu's unyielding expression, they immediately took out their pokeballs. Whether we can bear the responsibility is our business, and it has nothing to do with you." As they spoke, they were about to confront old Lu. Seeing this, old Lu shouted loudly, "This matter is related to the safety of all the citizens of Hanzhou City." Old Lu's voice was so loud that even the shop owners nearby, who were closing their doors, heard him and poked their heads out to watch the commotion. The two city guards felt somewhat troubled after hearing this. Just then, a lazy voice came from behind them. "What's going on?" Old Lu looked over and found that it was the reception officer from Lord Zhou Mingwei's mansion. However, Zhou Mingwei now looked completely different from when they had met at the Lord's mansion. At that time, Zhou Mingwei had given old Lu the impression of being a smooth-talking bureaucrat, but now, he exuded the image of a capable beast master. Zhou Mingwei then walked up to them. "What was that about? What are you arguing about?" Reporting to the officer. Before the two city guards could report, old Lu interjected, "Officer Zhou, I have an urgent matter to report to the Lord." Zhou Mingwei looked at old Lu in surprise, then suddenly remembered his identity. "You are the one who came with Chao Wang." Old Lu nodded, confirming his identity. "What is it? You can tell me first. There's a major incident happening in Hanzhou City right now, and the Lord may not have time for you," Zhou Mingwei asked. Upon hearing this, old Lu looked troubled and said, "This matter may be beyond your authority. I must see the Lord immediately. Otherwise, my brother Chao Wang might be in trouble." When Zhou Mingwei heard that Chao Wang was in trouble, he initially wanted to dissuade him further, but then he thought of something and quickly changed his tone. "Really? Chao Wang is in trouble?" Old Lu shook his head uncertainly. "I'm not sure. It's just that Chao Wang left me a message indicating he might be in trouble. Moreover, the message is related to the Lord's mansion, which is why I need to see the Lord." Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingwei immediately said to old Lu without hesitation, "All right, follow me." Moments later, on the city wall of Hanzhou, old Lu stood before Tianwen with a serious expression. Did Chao Wang say this before he left? Lin Chen and the Will of the Earth Immortal had walked around the street twice when they heard the city-wide broadcast. The Earth Immortals will then spoke in a voice that sounded like grinding teeth. "You don't think I'll let you off just because you're dawdling here, do you?" Lin Chen, upon hearing this, pointed to the sky. "You heard the broadcast just now. The whole city is under martial law. If you plan to attract the attention of the city guards, you can certainly join me in breaking through the city gate. At that time, life and death will be up to fate. Of course, with your strength, you should be able to break through." The Earth Immortals will snorted coldly at this. "Anyway, if you can't get me out of here before dark, I'll be the first to kill you." Lin Chen, hearing this, asked with a puzzled expression, "Why are you making things difficult for me? I'm just an ordinary college student." The Earth Immortals will then spoke in an even hoarser voice, "It seems you really don't know how special you are." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's curiosity was piqued. "What exactly is special about me? Since you hold me in such high regard, why not just say it? I can change, can't I?" The Will of the Earth Immortal did not continue on this topic. It glanced at the sky and then said flatly, "There are still 4 hours left." Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided to escape. However, the Will of the Earth Immortal said without turning back, "If you want to run, I won't stop you, but you must have the strength to escape." At that moment, Lin Chen looked down at his feet and found that his shadow had already merged with the Will of the Earth Immortal. Lin Chen tried to break free and discovered that the farther he was from the Will of the Earth Immortal, the more his shadow was stretched. When Lin Chen's shadow was stretched to a certain extent, he felt a very dangerous palpitation. Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. When had he been controlled by the Will of the Earth Immortal? He had no memory of it at all. Moreover, this method of controlling someone else's shadow was something he had never seen before. To Lin Chen's dismay, at that moment, the complete Beast Encyclopedia could not help him at all. It couldn't analyze the specific information about this skill. Lin Chen could only helplessly follow the Will of the Earth Immortal. "I can tell you that my skill is called Dark Capture. As long as you are within my line of sight, your shadow can be preserved. If you disappear from my sight, then your shadow will break, and your life will." At this point, the Will of the Earth Immortal did not continue but left Lin Chen to fill in the blanks himself. On the surface, Lin Chen appeared very helpless, but inside, he began to calculate. From his experience with the Dream of the Nightmare Clock, he could determine that all skill mechanisms had a prerequisite: the mental strength must be strong enough. Otherwise, the target of the spell could interfere with, modify, or even destroy the caster's skill through their own powerful mental strength. So, could he use his strong mental strength to break free from the control of the Will of the Earth Immortal? Lin Chen pondered this in his mind. Just then, he caught a glimpse of Chimera winking at him from the corner of his eye. Lin Chen immediately understood and took out his phone. He found that Chimera had sent him a message. The message contained only one sentence. "I can." Seeing the message from Chimera, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. Still reliable, my beast girl. He then strode forward to catch up with the will of the Earth Immortal. Noticing Lin Chen approaching, the will of the Earth Immortal coldly asked, "Have you thought about how to get out of the city?" Lin Chen smiled and replied, "Can you enter a pokeball?" Upon hearing this, the will of the Earth Immortal immediately shot him a hostile look, making Lin Chen's hair stand on end. Entering a pokeball is a disgrace for any beast. Lin Chen shrugged in response. But if you don't enter a pokeball, how can I take you out? That's your problem. Lin Chen felt that the will of the Earth Immortal's aversion to pokeballs was not something that had developed overnight, it was deeply ingrained, which puzzled him. After all, a pokeball was the best resting place for spirit pets and was very beneficial for their recovery. Lin Chen then thought for a moment and said, "Since you don't plan to enter a pokeball, you should at least disguise yourself, right? If we disguise well, it will be much easier for us to sneak out of the city." Upon hearing this, the will of the Earth Immortal finally withdrew its predatory gaze. They arrived at a shopping mall, and Lin Chen bought a set of loose clothing for the will of the Earth Immortal, replacing the black hoodie it was wearing. Then, Lin Chen put a wig and a mask on the will of the Earth Immortal, perfectly covering its terrifying face. However, just as they left the mall, Lin Chen saw the four men who had arrived with the will of the Earth Immortal walking in. The will of the Earth Immortal quickly dodged to the side, intentionally avoiding them. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh and ask, "You're so powerful, why are you afraid of them?" In fact, Lin Chen's underlying question was whether those four had some special equipment or magical treasures that could target it. However, the will of the Earth Immortal coldly sneered, "Humph, am I afraid of them? I'm just worried that if I kill them here, it will attract that person from the city lord's mansion." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen let out a long "oh." However, he did not expose the other's lie. If that were the case, why would the will of the Earth Immortal need to hide? Wouldn't it be better to confront them head-on? Thinking of this, Lin Chen's eyes turned, and he suddenly smiled, saying, "Then let's go to the city gate now. Let's find a way to slip out." The will of the Earth Immortal followed closely behind Lin Chen, not at all afraid that Lin Chen would make any small moves. But it didn't realize that on this scorching summer day, wearing the long coat Lin Chen had bought for it and a mask was already a very conspicuous act. The four men, from a distance, spotted the will of the Earth Immortal and quietly followed. Of course, Lin Chen had bought such an outfit for the will of the Earth Immortal to report its whereabouts to the city lord's mansion. After all, at such a critical moment, it was quite easy to find a conspicuous target in the city. Upon arriving at the city gate, there was indeed a large crowd gathered. Among them were people from various families in the city, merchants rushing to leave, and ordinary people simply out to watch the commotion. Similarly, among these people were also spies and traitors with guilty consciences. "Why can't we leave the city? This is an infringement of our human rights. We want to leave the city. We don't care if there are spies. Damn it! If you delay my chance to make money, do you believe I will wipe out you dogs of the city lord's mansion?" They cursed recklessly and loudly. Little did they know, the so-called lowly city guards they were insulting were actually doing this for their safety. Otherwise, Han Prefecture City might have been flattened long ago. Soon, a person who looked like a city guard commander hurried over. Then, the commander said to everyone, "Everyone, I know you want to leave the city, but there are spies in the city right now. To ensure they don't escape, please cooperate with us. Wait a moment, we will verify your identities one by one and register you. Once we confirm everything is correct, we will let you go." After saying this, the city guards began organizing everyone to line up for registration. With the endorsement of the city lord's mansion, everyone began to comply with the law. Watching as the first person in line was actually released after registration, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, the four strange men were not far behind Lin Chen. They appeared very inconspicuous, as if deliberately concealing their figures, trying their best not to let the will of the Earth Immortal notice their movements. At this moment, Lin Chen arrived at the registration desk, smiling as he said, "My name is Lin Chen, here is my identification." This time, Lin Chen did not use Chao Wine's identification for registration. Instead, he took out his own identification and handed it to the registering city guard. Then, Lin Chen pointed to Xiao Chang and Chimera, saying, "These are my humanoid spirit pets." While speaking, Lin Chen also pointed to the will of the Earth Immortal. "This one too." The other party carefully examined Lin Chen's identification, then lowered his head and seemingly casually said, "You're a university student heading north, right? That road isn't safe right now. You'd better head west for a while after leaving the city. The monster beasts over there were recently dealt with by the city guards." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded as if in gratitude. "Thank you for the reminder. I'll remember that." After saying this, Lin Chen and the will of the Earth Immortal planned to leave the city. However, at that moment, the four strange men behind them suddenly sprang into action, directly lunging at the will of the Earth Immortal. The four of them simultaneously threw something resembling a pokeball, then surrounded the will of the Earth Immortal from the four cardinal directions. The will of the Earth Immortal, however, immediately surged with an overwhelming aura. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but curse, "Damn it! Why does something have to go wrong at this moment?" Then, Lin Chen heard a loud boom. The body of the will of the Earth Immortal suddenly grew larger, transforming into a monster nearly 10 meters tall. This monster was neither human, nor snake, nor cow, nor wolf. It could be said to be the ugliest creature Lin Chen had ever seen among all the monster beasts in his life. Its body had several heads, each with a different animal's skull on top. It looked as if its body was stitched together from numerous chunks of flesh, with different creatures seemingly trying to crawl out from within. Those waiting to leave the city were stunned upon witnessing this scene. The slightly better off among them hurriedly fled in a panic. However, their shadows were ensnared by the will of the Earth Immortal and dragged into that body. Lin Chen, Chimera, and Xiaozhou's shadows were similarly entangled, being pulled toward the creature's body. Seeing this, Chimera quickly summoned an illusory book, flipping through it while reciting incantations. Moments later, Chimera suddenly opened her eyes wide. Cut! In an instant, the shadows of Lin Chen, Chimera, and Xiao Qing returned to their original state. Then, Lin Chen felt a strange sense of restraint and his mental power suddenly vanish. Meanwhile, the shadows of the others remained under the control of the will of the Earth Immortal. At this moment, Chimera showed a somewhat fatigued expression. This magic was a soul-retrieving spell, and for Chimera now, it was still quite burdensome. Therefore, Lin Chen unhesitatingly turned to the same page as Chimera and discovered the existence of the soul-retrieving spell as well. He then began to recite the incantation, activating the spell. At this time, many people around had already been pulled into the body by the will of the Earth Immortal. Their physical bodies were devoured by the will of the Earth Immortal, and their spirits were assimilated. The sounds of their screams sent chills down one's spine. Everyone instinctively resisted the fate of being devoured, but in front of a ninth-tier monster beast, they were utterly insignificant. Despair filled their hearts. However, at that moment, Lin Chen's shark shout interrupted their despair, pulling them back to reality. Chimera looked at the scene before her in disbelief. Master, he actually saved so many people? Chimera knew that this spell wasn't particularly difficult. The challenge lay in the caster's mental power being unable to bear the soul-retrieving effects for so many people. Yet, Lin Chen could easily complete the soul retrieval for dozens of people. One could imagine how powerful Lin Chen's mental strength was. Meanwhile, the four strange men remained unaffected, surrounding the will of the Earth Immortal without a hint of fear. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. Baka Yoru! How could this guy go crazy? The god-level beast master from the Dragon Kingdom will definitely come over soon. What should we do now? Another voice cursed, Fool! We are in front of His Majesty the Emperor, and we have made a military oath. If we can't bring back the will of this Earth Immortal, then we all have to commit seppuku to apologize. For the dignity of our great core underworld clan, we will fight to the death. Fight to the death. The four men simultaneously made a generous expression as if they were ready to die. Then, they threw dozens of strange pokeballs at the will of the Earth Immortal. Those pokeballs seemed to have been specially modified, as if they would absorb something from the Earth Immortal's will upon contact. Over time, the strength of the Earth Immortal's will began to decline continuously. After witnessing this, Lin Chen finally understood what they were trying to do. They want to steal the will of this Earth Immortal. From the language and content spoken by the others, it was easy to judge that they were likely from the Cherry Blossom Nation. As the will of the Earth Immortal sensed its body growing weaker, it couldn't help but roar in anger. It was as if dozens of different creatures and hundreds of different humans were simultaneously producing different syllables. The sound was maddening. Just with that one roar, the four beast masters from the Cherry Blossom Nation were instantly sent flying, appearing to be severely injured. But they completely ignored their injuries and continued to manipulate the pokeballs, absorbing the energy of the Earth Immortal's will. The will of the Earth Immortal is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. As long as we bring you back, I believe our Cherry Blossom Nation will rise again. The four men then crazily absorbed energy from the will of the Earth Immortal. The will of the Earth Immortal was originally a failed product of a ninth-tier monster's evolution, a remnant of its will. It had the realm of a ninth-tier monster but lacked its combat power, quickly falling into a disadvantage. Seeing this, the four men from the Cherry Blossom Nation burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! We are finally going to succeed. We originally wanted to bring your true body back intact, but it seems this result is also good. At that moment, a sudden explosion was heard from afar. With a loud boom, the entire city wall of Hanzhou began to move. The city wall of Hanzhou, which was 7 or 8 meters high, transformed into a long stone giant snake, winding and coiling, slowly rising up. Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine. At the same time, a piece of information about a monster appeared in his mind. Stone Dragon Viper, S-rank 9th tier spirit pet, possesses the bloodline of the Stone Dragon. After calming his thoughts, Lin Chen was no longer disturbed by the stone giant snake and focused on checking the information about the Stone Dragon Viper in his mind. Stone Dragon Viper, S-rank 9th tier spirit pet, possesses the bloodline of the Stone Dragon. The Stone Dragon bloodline is not a dragon bloodline, but a special elemental life form that can repair itself by absorbing the power of the earth after being injured. For every 100 zhang in length, it can have an additional heart, and if its body is severed, the independent hearts will survive as independent entities, continuously searching for their other bodies until they remerge. It possesses the S-rank talent of earth suppression, naturally serving as a formation eye, sealing beasts. Within the range of earth suppression, as long as it is not a monster of a higher tier, it will be firmly suppressed by it. It has skills: Earth Devour, Earth Suppression, Earth Power, Earth Bite, Earth Dragon Roll, and Mountain Moving. Earth Suppression, the innate skill of the Stone Dragon Viper, creating a sealing array based on itself to trap the target creature inside, rendering it unable to turn over. To break free from the seal, one must either shatter it from the outside or wait for the sealed object to die naturally, at which point the seal will automatically become ineffective. Earth Devouring, under the Earth Suppression, all Stone Dragon Vipers can absorb the energy of the sealed object to nourish themselves. The absorption speed is determined by the strength of the sealed object. Stronger entities are absorbed more slowly. Power of the Earth, the Stone Dragon Viper gains greater strength in areas rich in earth elements. Earth Dragon Turn, the Stone Dragon Viper can upheave the soil like a tsunami to attack the target. Mountain Moving, altering the buried earth, reshaping the terrain. Bite of the Earth, the Stone Dragon Viper pulls the target into the soil, changing the soil's density to make it incredibly hard, tearing and crushing the enemy. After reading this series of basic information about the Stone Dragon Viper, Lin Chen couldn't help but be astonished. A 9th tier monster, terrifying indeed. He never expected all of the Stone Dragon Viper's skills to be so perverse, not only capable of moving mountains and filling seas but also involving changes to the terrain and landscape. This was directly comparable to a natural disaster. At the same time, Tianwen's voice came from the sky. He was hovering in midair, standing on a flying monster. Due to the distance, Lin Chen couldn't clearly see what kind of monster it was. Then, Tianwen's voice slowly transmitted down. Everyone on site, evacuate immediately, or bear the consequences. This voice was extremely intimidating, and no one dared to dispute Tianwen's warning. After all, this was the aura of a god-level beast master. However, at that moment, the will of the earth immortal emitted an angry voice. Tianwen, for the past 90 years, I have been suppressed beneath Hanyang City by you. It has been so hard for me. Originally, I planned to escape from here, recuperate, and then come back to settle the score with you. It seems that will no longer be necessary. Today, let us come to an understanding. After speaking, all the heads of the Earth Immortals will open their eyes, and it seemed as if beams of terrifying light could shoot out from their eyes. It felt as if merely being stared at would result in the loss of one's soul. Lin Chen, relying on his strong willpower, resisted this feeling. However, the other ordinary beast masters around him were not so fortunate. Some were directly controlled by the will of the Earth Immortal, frantically attacking their surroundings. Others released their spirit pets and then bit at their own pets, as if they were starving ghosts wanting to have one last meal before reincarnation. Some even attempted to merge with their spirit pets. But regardless of the situation, as their madness intensified, the aura of the Earth Immortals will become even more explosive. Tianwen, from above, immediately shouted, "Why aren't you all leaving quickly? Otherwise, you will all die here." Although Tianwen had just said he would not be responsible for life and death, as the city lord, how could he allow the will of the Earth Immortal to harm the civilians? Tianwen then commanded the Stone Dragon Viper to charge at the will of the Earth Immortal. The latter's body was several dozen kilometers long. Although it had coiled up, Lin Chen still couldn't see the end of it at a glance. Then, Lin Chen looked at his companion, Xiao Qing. "Xiao Qing, when will you be able to have such a long body?" Xiao Qing thought for a moment, blinked her eyes, and responded cutely, "Master, if I shed my skin a few more times, I might be longer than it." Lin Chen was left speechless. He almost forgot that inside Xiao Qing's body was not some stone dragon bloodline, but a genuine true dragon bloodline. At this moment, the 4 men from the Sakura country were sneaking towards the door. They wanted to take this opportunity to escape quickly. However, Tianwen, who was looking down at everything from above, snorted coldly at that moment. You think you can come and go as you please? Do you think my dragon kingdom is so easy to bully? After saying this, Tianwen waved his hand, and the body of the stone dragon viper immediately rolled over, blocking the path of the others. The 4 men from the cherry blossom country stepped back a few paces upon seeing this. Their leader was Matsushita Yodai. At that moment, Matsushita looked around and immediately said to the others, "Don't be afraid. Tianwen can take care of the will of the Earth Immortal, but he can't take care of us. We just need to find a way to escape around him." Then, the 4 of them immediately scattered, planning to use this method to evade the stone dragon viper's blockade. Seeing this, Tianwen revealed a cold smile. "Do you really think you can escape from my grasp?" After saying this, with a wave of his hand, the body of the stone dragon viper suddenly split into 5 parts, and then a new type of viper, about 10 zhang long, appeared. The other 4 parts transformed into 4 separate bodies. Once they detached from the main body, they immediately changed shape, becoming 4 different creatures. One looked like a tiger, another like a giant, one like a crawling lizard, and the last like a long snake with legs. They then charged towards the 4 men from the cherry blossom country. Lin Chen, witnessing this, couldn't help but be amazed. Is this what a god-level beast master is like? With Lin Chen's insight, he could immediately tell that Tianwen's method involved utilizing the many characteristics of the stone dragon viper's heart, actively severing its own body. This was supposed to be a survival tactic of shedding a tail, but Tianwen used the elemental transformation characteristic of the stone dragon viper's body to reshape them, allowing them to detach from the main body and exist as avatars to fight the opponents. At this moment, Lin Chen couldn't help but admire in his heart. Indeed, a god-level beast master. To invent such a skill. This skill was not recorded in the complete Monster Beast Compendium, which surprised Lin Chen. At the same time, it also rang alarm bells in his mind. This meant that in the future, when encountering a powerful beast master, the opponent might very well create new skills themselves, which was not an uncommon occurrence. On the contrary, an excellent beast master could completely cultivate their own spirit pets to create beast master skills that suited them. At this time, the will of the Earth Immortal had charged to a certain extent, and its body had grown from a few meters tall to nearly 20 meters, even exceeding the height of the city walls. It had already engulfed many of the surrounding residents. Many people within its control range had been devoured. All the heads on its body had opened their eyes and mouths, as if it was holding back some great move. Upon seeing this, Lin Chen immediately felt a strong sense of crisis arise within him. Seeing the state of the Earth Immortal's will, Tianwen in the sky also sensed that something was wrong. Soon, he realized what was happening. Tianwen shouted, "Beast! You actually want to eat everyone in Han Prefecture City to satisfy your appetite." At that moment, the common people of Han Prefecture City were in a panic, some fleeing in terror, some hiding at home too scared to go out, while others boldly came out to watch the commotion. There were even some with ill intentions, preparing to take advantage of the chaos to loot the city. However, all this disorder was quickly stabilized by the swift arrival of the city guards. The city guards first controlled those who were taking advantage of the situation, then went to calm those who were panicking and lost. Some city guards even released their own spirit pets to calm the panicked citizens. Just then, they heard a loud boom. The sound was as if something was crashing into the earth. Then, another massive noise followed. The entire ground began to tremble. They soon discovered that the enormous stone dragon had burrowed directly into the ground. Immediately, they felt a tremor, and the whole city of Hanzhou started to shake. Is there going to be an earthquake? Is the world going to end? Is the entire city of Hanzhou really going to be swallowed by that beast? Many people felt something was wrong, and terrifying thoughts surged in their minds. However, the next moment, they realized that Hanzhou city had not been destroyed, nor had an earthquake occurred. Instead, the entire city of Hanzhou had actually begun to move. The whole city had shifted a full 10 kilometers from its original position. Meanwhile, the will of the Earth Immortal remained in place. Although 10 kilometers is not much for a city, perhaps just a few more presses of the gas pedal and a taxi, it was just enough to allow the influence of the Earth Immortal's will to escape the range of Hanzhou city, preventing innocent people from being harmed. This was the power of a god-level beast master, capable of changing the world with a mere gesture. Even Lin Chen was shocked by Tianwen's grand move. Initially, Lin Chen himself had no idea how to escape this danger zone. Yet, in the next second, he found himself 10 kilometers away. It was as if the hundreds of thousands of people in Hanzhou city had all stepped onto a 10-kilometer-long conveyor belt together. Moreover, this had all happened in a very short time, moving a full 10 kilometers. Even the buildings in the city showed no signs of collapse. Only a portion of the city walls had fallen due to the appearance of the stone dragon viper. At that moment, Tianwen's voice came through. All city guards, go assist the ordinary citizens. Specialized personnel must be assigned to guard the collapsed city walls of Hanzhou, and be cautious of a beast tide attacking the city. Additionally, all beast masters in Hanzhou city must fully cooperate with the actions of the city guards. After saying this, Tianwen fell silent, and the people within Hanzhou city had no objections. The beast masters obediently emerged from their rooms, actively seeking out the city guards or the lord's mansion to ask how they could help. One must admit, this was the influence of absolute power. Just think of the previous Suyang city, which was on the brink of disaster, yet many beast masters there were still preoccupied with how to save themselves. In contrast, Hanzhou city, under Tianwen's command, saw all the beast masters completely obeying him. At that moment, the 4 members of Matsushita had released their spirit pets. Lin Chen's expression grew serious. The spirit pets they unleashed were actually A rank, 7th tier Kappa, A rank, 7th tier Nightmare, A rank, 7th tier Flying Ghost, and an S rank, 7th tier Green Face. Such a lineup was nothing short of luxurious. It is known that while a 7th tier beast is relatively easy to find, an S rank, 7th tier beast is rare and hard to come by. Lin Chen could immediately confirm that these 4 men from Sakura country were undoubtedly star-level beast masters. Although the 4 spirit pets only had 7th tier strength, they coordinated exceptionally well, engaging in a fierce battle with the 4 avatars of the stone dragon viper. Tianwen, entangled with the will of the earth immortal from a distance, had no time to contend with them. This gradually allowed the spirit pets of the 4-star level beast masters from Sakura country to gain the upper hand in the battle. 4 avatars of the stone dragon viper were now fighting purely on instinct, lacking any combat experience or will. They were on the verge of being overwhelmed. At that moment, a synchronized sound echoed from afar. A large number of city guards and their spirit pets were rushing toward this direction. Among the city guards, there were not a few skilled fighters. Matsushita Yodai, seeing this, quickly shouted to his 3 subordinates, "Now is the time for us to sacrifice ourselves for the country. Everyone, follow my orders and attack that group of city guards together. Although we cannot kill Tianwen or take away the will of the earth immortal, we can use our lives to prove ourselves to the world. Let us sacrifice for the emperor. Long live the emperor." The other 3 immediately echoed, "Long live the emperor." After saying this, the 4 of them simultaneously commanded their spirit pets to burn their lives alongside them. Their spirit pets then unleashed a powerful aura that had never been seen before. The entire area was swept by the spiritual storm brought about by their life burning. Everyone around them dared not approach at that moment. Matsushita Yodai couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Do you see? These Dragon Kingdom people are afraid of us. Charge! We will perish together with them." Then, Matsushita Yodai led his subordinates to charge toward the city guards. Zhou Mingwei, witnessing this, immediately cursed, "Damn it! These crazy people from the Cherry Blossom Nation." After saying this, he waved his hand. "Scatter! These guys are already at their last gasp, let them fend for themselves." With Zhou Mingwei's keen eye, he recognized that the 4 men from the Cherry Blossom Nation were using their usual life-burning suicide attack. The city defense forces had long been mentally prepared for the suicide attack power of the Cherry Blossom people. They quickly distanced themselves and sent their more defensively strong spirit pets to the front line to draw the enemy's attack. At the same time, their ranged attack spirit pets were continuously wearing down Matsushita Yodai and his companions in areas where their spirit pets could not reach. Just then, a loud boom echoed. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to the distant Tianwen and the will of the earth immortal, a 9th-tier demon beast. Although it was a full 10 kilometers away, and the specific details could no longer be seen with the naked eye, some individuals with strong mental power could still discern certain details. That was, the will of the earth immortal and the stone dragon viper had both disappeared. Only Lin Chen, relying on his powerful mental strength, had already observed the entire situation. Just moments ago, the will of the earth immortal had gone completely mad, beginning to devour everything around it, including the stone dragon viper. However, the stone dragon viper did not retreat. Instead, it created a safe distance. It chose a more aggressive approach. The stone dragon viper coiled its seemingly endless body and then used a sealing technique to pull the will of the earth immortal into the earth, sealing it away and using the power of the entire earth to suppress it. At that moment, the ground in that area began to churn, and even magma erupted, looking as if boiling water was continuously rolling. However, the magma, upon contact with the air, had not yet cooled before it quickly returned underground. Soon, that area began to shake. Then, everyone watched as the battlefield 10 kilometers away began to collapse. Moreover, this range was continuously expanding, slowly spreading toward Hanzhou City. Upon witnessing this, everyone was taken aback. Zhou Mingwei shouted urgently, "We need to evacuate the crowd quickly. If not, this place might be completely flattened." Just as he finished speaking, the sky collapsed and the ground sank, rapidly approaching Zhou Mingwei. The 10-kilometer distance seemed to vanish in an instant, and even the walls and gates of Hanzhou City had caved in a section. Matsushita Yodai and his men, having burned their lives, were now in a panic. On one side was the constant loss of life, and on the other, a scene akin to a natural disaster. They were all facing death, yet now the city defense forces were keeping their distance, on guard against them, leaving them with no chance to perish together with others. Fortunately, Matsushita Yodai's eyes darted, and he quickly said to the other 3 subordinates, "Let's attack the civilians. We must drag a few down with us." The other 3 men from Sakura country burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Ha ha ha. Good. We'll attack the civilians. Those people have no combat ability, it's easy to kill them, and once the higher-ups find out, they'll definitely credit us with the kill count." "Right. Let's do it. Go. Let's kill the civilians." It must be said that the foot-washing chickens from Sakura country were truly shameless. Seeing these men from Sakura country set their sights on the common people, Zhou Mingwei couldn't help but curse in anger. "Damn it! These bastards! Brothers, let's go! We swear to protect the people." With that, Zhou Mingwei had no choice but to lead the city guards into battle. From a position of active defense, they shifted to an offensive stance. And thus, they fell into Matsushita Yodai's trap. They were waiting for the city guards to charge in, and now they finally found their target. So, these 4 demons burning their lives clashed with a group of fearless guardians. In just one encounter, a city guard was injured. "Ha ha ha. Die for me." Matsushita Yodai was about to deliver the final blow to the city guard he was fighting. But just then, a magical missile suddenly appeared from the side. Immediately, they saw Chimera had maximized her magic circle not far away. In her hand, she held the judgment of the magical Spartan. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was wielding a Gatling water cannon, aiming at the 4 men before opening fire. The sound of bang 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 from the gunfire, accompanied by the whoosh 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 of rocket fire, painted a beautiful arc in the night sky. At the same time, Xiao Cheng used her massive body to continuously charge at Matsushita Yodai and his 3 men. Even Ashan was lurking nearby, constantly launching attacks against them. In an instant, the 4-star beast masters from Sakura country, who could have easily slaughtered ordinary city guards, found themselves completely at a disadvantage. Upon seeing this, Matsushita Yodai quickly pointed at Lin Chen and said to his 3 subordinates, "Let's take that guy down together. It seems he and his humanoid spirit pet are very dangerous." The 3 subordinates of Matsushita Yodai immediately responded, "Yes, sir." They had heard Lin Chen mention at the city exit registration that Xiao Chang and Chimera were his humanoid spirit pets. Therefore, now that Lin Chen's humanoid spirit pets were so powerful, they understood that eliminating Lin Chen first would be highly advantageous for them. Subsequently, Matsushita Yodai's 3 subordinates began to burn their last bit of life and charged towards Lin Chen. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but sneer. Immediately, a 2-meter-thick ice wall appeared around his body, blocking the 3 men from Sakura country outside. The 3 men crashed against the ice wall with bang, bang, bang. But surprisingly, they didn't even leave a crack on the ice wall. At this moment, Zhou Weiming rushed over, wanting to support Lin Chen. For a time, all the attention of the city defense forces was focused on Lin Chen. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Matsushita Yodai, who had just been filled with righteous indignation, suddenly stopped burning with life. Then, he took a smoke bomb from his pocket, threw it to the ground, and vanished without a trace. The commander ran away? Matsushita Yodai's 3 subordinates were instantly dumbfounded. They had been prepared to sacrifice themselves alongside Matsushita Yodai for their noble cause. Who would have thought their spiritual pillar would flee at such a critical moment? In fact, it was no longer surprising for the commanders of Sakura country to abandon their posts. Back during the First Patriotic War, the invaders from Sakura country had employed this tactic extensively on the land of Long country. Wealthy and powerful officers brainwashed soldiers, sending them to the front lines to die. If they couldn't win, they would exchange lives. When soldiers questioned the commanders, asking why they weren't going to die, the commanders would respond, "Because I have more important matters to attend to. You are different. Your mission is to sacrifice for the emperor." This tactic had indeed deceived thousands of beast masters from Sakura country, leading them to their deaths one after another. And today, such a thing was happening again. Lin Chen, upon seeing the commander of Sakura country flee, remained calm, for he had no intention of letting the other side go. He then closed his eyes, using the power of nature to sense his surroundings. Soon, Lin Chen discovered the other party's trail. After that, he waved his hand, and Asha jumped over. Lin Chen grabbed the fur on Asha's neck, mounted her, and pointed in a direction, prompting Asha to chase after it. Xiao Cheng transformed into a snakewoman form, following not far behind. Chimera hovered in the sky, surveying the ground, striving to ensure the enemy had no chance to escape. Matsushita Yodai was currently hiding cautiously in a thicket. Although he had just used a smokescreen and hadn't burned his life force, he was still significantly injured. Not to mention that a portion of his life force had been absorbed by the will of the Earth Immortal. He had also been wounded during the battle with the Stone Dragon Viper's clone. Now, while Matsushita Yodai was not at his last gasp, it was impossible for him to exert all his strength. The person he most wanted to kill was that young man who had suddenly appeared. If it weren't for that young man, he could have created an opportunity to escape after sacrificing his 3 subordinates. If all had gone smoothly, he might have already been on a ship back to his country. However, the sudden appearance of that young man had completely disrupted his plans, especially since the young man's 3 humanoid spirit pets were also incredibly powerful. He had not expected that the young man's humanoid spirit pet would be so large if it transformed into a beast. Moreover, he had not anticipated that the young man's humanoid spirit pet could unleash powerful magic. What was most infuriating was that the young man's equipment was all offensive, none were defensive. At this moment, Matsushita Yodai couldn't help but curse. Baka Yoru. Once I return to my country, I will definitely investigate your information and send assassins to kill you. Matsushita Yodai never imagined that on this trip to Long Country, he had not only failed to kill his arch-nemesis Li Junquan but had also gained another enemy. However, as his murderous intent surged, Lin Chen's natural power sensed his malice immediately and accurately determined his direction. Over there, Lin Chen said, directly aiming the Gatling water cannon at the thicket where Matsushita Yodai was hiding. Baka Yoru. Matsushita Yodai exclaimed in anger upon seeing this, and then hurriedly ran out from the thicket. The place where he had been hiding was immediately turned into a mess by the Gatling water cannon. After seeing this, Matsushita Yodai couldn't help but curse again and prepared to attack Lin Chen to vent the anger in his heart. Baka Yoru. You're forcing me to take action against you. However, Matsushita Yodai hadn't had the chance to strike Lin Chen yet. At that moment, Chimera had already initiated the Spartan judgment against him. Attacking the master, I sentence you to death. After Chimera finished speaking, it forcefully pulled the trigger. The cannon of Spartan judgment then erupted with a blazing light, flying towards Matsushita Yodai. Seeing this, Matsushita Yodai let out a cold laugh. Humph, just a trivial skill. With a simple turn, Matsushita Yodai easily dodged Chimera's attack. You young brat, you know nothing about the power of our great core underworld clan. After saying this, the blue face emerged from behind Matsushita Yodai. At the same time, information about the blue face appeared in Lin Chen's mind. Blue Face, S-rank Tier 7 monster, it is a mutated product of the famous scam master Miyamoto Musashi from Sakura Country, fused with his spirit pet after death. Miyamoto Musashi, a scam master from Sakura Country, was originally an average warrior and beast master, but through his scamming techniques, he packaged himself as an unparalleled warrior and beast master. Moreover, no one who could see through his disguise exposed him. Instead, they tacitly helped him act, leading to his rising fame. After his death, his spirit pet, the dog mask, fused with his physical body, evolving into the blue face. The blue face possesses a strong ability to confuse. Being a very special spirit pet, it cannot act independently but must rely on its beast master. The beast master's understanding determines its strength. The stronger the beast master believes they are, the higher its potential. If the beast master's vision is limited, its potential will also be constrained. Skills: Fusion, Absolute Defense, Flame Spray. Fusion: the blue face can merge with the beast master, granting the beast master Miyamoto Musashi's abilities. Absolute Defense: after enlarging, the blue face can become a shield to protect the beast master. Flame Spray: a prominent fire attack that reduces the intelligence, perception, and vitality of those burned, making them easily gullible. After seeing the basic information about the blue face, Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This spirit pet is simply too bizarre. Ultimately, it's a spirit pet that relies on boasting to deceive itself, thereby increasing its strength. No matter if I'm strong or weak, as long as I can boast convincingly and someone believes it, then I am that strong. Lin Chen looked at the 8-star Beast Master badge on the opponent's chest and couldn't help but think, this guy's Beast Master level can't be a scam too, right? Then he saw the blue face automatically float in front of Matsushita Yodai. Baka Yoru. The Dragon Kingdom actually sent just you, a mere junior, to chase me. This is an insult to me. I will take your head to retaliate against the Dragon Kingdom." After saying this, the blue face opened its mouth and spewed out dark red flames, which flew directly towards Lin Chen, Chimera, Ashen, and Xiao Chang. Lin Chen knew the special effect of the flames spewed by the blue face. They had low lethality but a very peculiar effect of reducing intelligence. No matter who got hurt, it wouldn't be a good thing. What if this kind of intellectual damage was irreversible? Therefore, Lin Chen quickly said, "Don't touch those flames. There's something wrong with them." Both Lin Chen and Xiao Jiao had the presence of heavenly fire, and if Lin Chen said there was a problem with this flame, then Chimera, Ashen, and Xiao Chang would definitely not underestimate its existence. So, they quickly dodged. After that, Lin Chen used the Gatling water cannon and began to shoot continuously. Seeing Lin Chen's attack, Matsushita Yodai quickly raised the blue-faced mask in his hand, which immediately enlarged, transforming into an exceptionally large mask, resembling a shield, protecting its master. Upon witnessing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. So, the other party's way of protecting himself was to turn into a big face. How embarrassing. Was his absolute defense strength really just relying on a thick-skinned face? Lin Chen couldn't help but scoff again. Then, he said to Ashen, "Ashen, use the Gale Wind Tornado." At this moment, Ashen had already revealed its true form. Upon hearing Lin Chen's command, it let out a howl and howled to the sky. Soon, a whirlwind appeared in the sky. This whirlwind grew larger and denser. Eventually, it formed a tornado. Initially, Matsushita Yodai didn't take it seriously. However, soon the entire sky was enveloped by the tornado. It should be noted that this tornado was made of gale winds, the purest winds between heaven and earth, capable of dispersing all malevolent winds, a nemesis to evil spirits and monsters. As soon as the gale winds appeared, they directly blew the blue face around chaotically. That enormous face twisted in pain, even opening its mouth to begin wailing. Seeing this, Matsushita Yodai knew he had to find a way to escape from this gale wind tornado, otherwise, he would surely die inside. Thus, without hesitation, Matsushita Yodai said, "Blue face, break through with me." Hearing his master's call, the blue face immediately understood. "Got it, master." It spoke human words, then in midair, it flipped over, shrinking to the size of an ordinary mask, which had then dawned on Matsushita Yodai's face. Matsushita Yodai's aura suddenly became deep and elusive. Then, with a loud boom, a strong aura began to emanate from his body. This aura was so thick that it was comparable to the aura of Tianwen, directly dispersing the gale wind tornado. Even Lin Chen leaped far away to avoid the pressure of this aura. Lin Chen frowned, looking at Matsushita Yodai, who was now wearing the mask. "You forced my hand. Since you want to die, I'll give you a quick end." After saying this, Matsushita Yodai took out two samurai swords of different lengths from his storage space. He tucked the shorter sword under his armpit and inserted the longer sword into his waist. Then, with great ceremony, he drew the samurai sword. After that, Matsushita Yodai solemnly said to Lin Chen, "You are very lucky to force me to use this demon sword." As soon as the sword left its sheath, a faint sound of ghostly wails echoed in the sky, as if a woman was crying in the air, accompanied by the sound of the wind. Strangely, there were no ghosts or monsters in the sky. At this moment, Lin Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. Why was he suddenly so strong? He clearly only had the strength of an 8-star beast master, and even the blue face was merely an S-class 7th-tier monster. Yet this aura was overwhelmingly powerful. So powerful that it made Lin Chen feel a sense of danger. Suddenly, Lin Chen recalled the introduction of the blue face. It was a spirit pet that grew through the self-hypnosis of its beast master. Its strength was very uncertain. In other words, as long as Lin Chen exposed the beast master's lies, he could significantly reduce its strength. But how could he expose the lies of the Sakura country beast master in front of him? With this thought, Lin Chen fell into deep contemplation. At this moment, Matsushita Yodai swung his sword towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen immediately focused his mind, concentrating on dealing with the beast master from Sakura country before him. Matsushita was about to leap high, as if he were a general leading thousands into battle, exuding an aura as if he were entering a realm devoid of enemies. Lin Chen knew that in midair, his opponent couldn't change his form, he was just a live target. However, the sense of danger in his heart kept telling him to flee quickly, or else he would surely die a terrible death. Without a second thought, Lin Chen dodged immediately, turning to the side. Then, he heard a loud boom behind him, as if he had been bombarded by a cannonball. Following that, Matsushita turned and charged at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's danger alert was going off wildly, urging him to escape. But this time, Matsushita's speed was even faster, his movements swifter. Fortunately, at that moment, the green snake transformed from Xiao Cheng had already floated over. Its body, as thick as a water barrel, directly blocked in front of Lin Chen, taking the blow for him. Lin Chen was taken aback. Based on his opponent's strength, that strike could have severed Xiaoqing's body. However, the demon blade did not cut through Xiaoqing's body, but where it made contact with her scales, a sound of metal clashing rang out. With a crack, although Xiaoqing's scales were damaged, her flesh remained unharmed. Matsushita, holding the demon blade with both hands, looked at Lin Chen. Although his face was covered by a green mask, he revealed a human-like expression, as if he were disdainfully looking at a defeated foe about to be killed by him. "How is it? Kid, are you scared now? You should know that I, Matsushita, am the strongest warrior of Sakura country, a hero of our nation. To die by my blade is already your honor. You should feel fortunate." Lin Chen did not respond to the taunts but instead touched Xiaoqing's already split scales, revealing a pained expression. Xiaoqing then transformed back into her human form. Lin Chen gently asked her, "Are you hurt?" Xiaoqing shook her head and pointed to the torn edge of her blue robe, saying, "It's just a small hole, it's nothing." Lin Chen looked at the hole in her clothing, roughly the size of a fingernail, and felt even more heartbroken. "That was so close. It almost hurt your body." Xiaoqing shook her head at his words. "Master, that's not what you should say. Protecting you is my duty." Lin Chen, hearing this, shook his head and said, "No. You and your sisters are all mine. Hurting you is like hurting me. Don't worry, I will help you get your revenge." Xiaoqing was touched by Lin Chen's words. Master is so good to Xiaoqing. Then, Lin Chen turned to look at Matsushita. At this moment, the mockery on Matsushita's face was even more pronounced. "Humph! How dare you flirt with your spirit pet in front of me? Everything that just happened was your overestimation of yourselves. When I kill you all later, you can meet in hell." After saying this, he prepared to strike again, but Lin Chen interrupted him. "You just said your name is Matsushita, right? What about it? You said you are the strongest warrior in Sakura country's army? So what? Do you have any objections?" Matsushita said, looking quite pleased with himself. Lin Chen, seeing this, revealed a meaningful smile. He suddenly thought of how to expose Matsushita's lies. Then, in front of Matsushita, Lin Chen took out his phone and began to operate it. Matsushita, seeing this, looked bewildered. Who plays with their phone during a duel? Little did he know, after Lin Chen had been operating for half a day, he suddenly turned the phone screen around for Matsushita to see. "Sorry. Next time you boast, make sure to prepare a draft in advance. The first warrior of the Foot Basin Chicken Army is not you, you are merely a deceitful clown. The true first warrior is named Yagyu Kamen." Upon hearing this, Matsushita's heart sank. "Why, you're talking nonsense. What's said online is all fake. I already have the strength of a god-level beast master, and once I go back, I can challenge Mr. Yagyu." However, Lin Chen had no intention of letting him off the hook and continued to press on. "Oh, so now that you've been exposed, you refuse to admit it? The Foot Basin Chicken ranks are strict. If a subordinate dares to slander their superior, they will face a military tribunal. If I'm not mistaken, Yagyu Kamen allows you to lie in battle, even to slander him, because you and your spirit pet are both a pair of great deceivers. The strength you've been pretending to have from the very beginning is not yours. You must finish quickly, otherwise, your mental power is insufficient to support the excessive use of strength far beyond your own. So, as long as I hold you here, your true form will soon be revealed." Although Lin Chen spoke slowly, every word struck deep into Matsushita's heart. Moreover, Lin Chen's relentless pressure did not cause him to retreat. Instead, he stepped closer to Matsushita, creating immense pressure on him. Matsushita felt increasingly guilty under Lin Chen's words, and it seemed he was about to crumble. However, he was a seasoned veteran. His psychological defenses could not be easily breached by Lin Chen. Soon, Matsushita revealed a cold smile. "Oh, you've seen through me?" He quickly adjusted his mindset, changing his expression and posture, mimicking a sword drawing stance. "But have you forgotten something? Although you've uncovered the secret of my spirit pet, I am indeed a genuine star-level beast master. Therefore, killing you, this inexperienced brat, is still quite simple for me." After saying this, Matsushita stepped forward, and his body suddenly vanished into thin air. Then, he reappeared not far from Lin Chen. Sword drawing slash. Matsushita chose to directly attack Lin Chen's main body. However, as he attacked, he suddenly sensed a dangerous aura. He quickly dodged. At the same time, beneath his feet, there was a loud explosion. "What's going on?" Matsushita looked up, and just above him, a shell was flying towards him. Seeing this, Lin Chen smiled and said, "Once the judgment of Sparta deems you guilty, all its attacks will target your main body." Of course, Lin Chen had other things he didn't say, which was that Matsushita's personal strength would also be weakened. Then, Lin Chen snapped his fingers. Next, the chimera, already floating in midair, made the judgment of Sparta in her hand shine brightly. The chimera began to pull the trigger repeatedly, boom boom boom. A full dozen magical shells of the judgment of Sparta flew towards Matsushita. Meanwhile, Xiao Cheng did not transform into her main body but opened her delicate, alluring lips and exhaled a cloud of green gas. This gas was clearly highly toxic, filling the entire surrounding space. On the outer layer, Asha also stirred up a whirlwind. Suddenly, the gale force wind tornado merged with the poison gas from Xiao Cheng, transforming into a gale poison dragon tornado that trapped Matsushita Yodai inside. Matsushita Yodai attempted to break through the wind barrier of the gale poison dragon tornado twice, but was repelled by the terrifying snake venom. However, before he could adjust his mindset and think of a way to break the deadlock, Chimera's magic projectile had already arrived before him. Matsushita Yodai knew that being hit by this magic projectile, while it wouldn't kill him, a genuine expert, would still cause him serious injury. Meanwhile, Lin Chen slowly raised one of his hands. Then, an illusory book appeared before him. The book began to turn its pages on its own, and Lin Chen started to recite the incantation without any hesitation. His voice echoed within the tornado. Faintly, Matsushita Yodai felt that something bad was about to happen. Just then, while all his attention was focused on Lin Chen, he heard a whoosh. Under the cover of Lin Chen's incantation, an arrow was silently loaded and then shot, hitting Matsushita Yodai squarely in the shoulder. Matsushita Yodai was not unaware of the arrow, on the contrary, he tried to dodge it. However, he realized too late and could only watch helplessly as the arrow struck him. What? He pulled out the magic arrow, which transformed into specks of starlight and scattered into the air. If you had shot my heart, it might have posed a real threat to me. Matsushita Yodai regarded this wound as merely a superficial injury. However, he did not know that this arrow had the special effect of the divine crossbow, which was armor-piercing. Once hit by this arrow, his defense would be significantly reduced, even to zero. Then, he saw Chimera load another arrow, and another magic arrow appeared in the crossbow slot. The divine crossbow began to shoot continuously. Matsushita Yodai's earlier judgment about the divine crossbow did not make him pay any attention to Chimera's continuous shooting. He was now focusing more on the gale poison dragon tornado and those magic projectiles. As for the arrows, he planned to block them directly with his demon blade. But then, he heard a thud, and an arrow pierced directly through his body. How is this possible? Matsushita Yodai looked in disbelief at the blood hole in his body. Then, the sound of blood splattering followed in succession. His body was shot through with several large holes. However, thanks to his strong physical constitution, he managed to hold on and did not fall directly to the ground. But at that moment, the magic projectiles released by Lin Chen after reciting the incantation arrived as expected. The continuous explosions completely engulfed Matsushita Yodai. Is it over? Lin Chen muttered to himself. No, it wasn't. Lin Chen's natural power was giving him frantic warnings. Then, he saw a sword light shooting out from the dust. Lin Chen quickly dodged. He then saw Matsushita Yodai's body continuously shrinking and aging, as if he were being possessed by another person. Roar! I didn't expect that after so many years, I would come back to life. This body is not bad, but it can't bear all my power. It's really a bit of a pity. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was somewhat astonished. This was actually another skill of the green-faced one fusion. It seemed that Matsushita Yodai had merged with Miyamoto Musashi. But he never expected that this kind of fusion was akin to possession, relinquishing control of Matsushita Yodai's body. Truly worthy of being the foot basin chicken of the cherry blossom country. Even the skills of the spirit pets are so wicked. Miyamoto Musashi then looked at Lin Chen. This is the body you want to kill me with, right? It looks so young. But that's fine, let your blood celebrate my rebirth. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen looked at Miyamoto Musashi with a face full of sarcasm. Any skill is fundamentally the same, since the vessel of Miyamoto Musashi's body is Matsushita Yodai, his strength cannot exceed that of Matsushita Yodai. Otherwise, the opponent's mental power and body would have collapsed long ago. So, Lin Chen glanced at Ashen and immediately snapped his fingers. Ashen understood, and the poisonous gas in the gale suddenly dissipated. Then, the gale tornado began to shrink, leaving Miyamoto Musashi nowhere to escape in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Miyamoto Musashi laughed heartily. You think you can kill me with such a skill? Watch me cut through this gale with a single sword. Lin Chen, however, was unconcerned and said, keep talking nonsense. Poof! Miyamoto Musashi suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. How can this body be so fragile? Lin Chen couldn't help but sneer. Once hit by the city-destroying and armor-breaking effects of the divine competition crossbow, even an 8-star Beastmaster can't withstand its attack. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Miyamoto Musashi immediately shouted in anger. I am the first warrior of the Cherry Blossom Country, capable of slaying dragons. How can you commoners compare to a noble warrior like me? The Cherry Blossom Country is a society with a very strict hierarchy, where all commoners work for the samurai and the general's house. Ordinary people wishing to rise in class must first become ronin or soldiers, winning in various battles, and then be judged by the general's house. Once recognized by the general's house and awarded the title of samurai, their status would be completely elevated. Miyamoto Musashi is such a figure. He did not participate in various battles to earn the title of samurai but instead relied on boasting and fabricating stories to gain the general's recognition. Now, he attempted to use the same method again, trying to portray himself as the top master of the Cherry Blossom Country. Who would have thought that Lin Chen would directly curse him out? Shameless brat! How dare you babble here? Your nonsense is absurd, unheard of, and I've never seen such a brazen person. Miyamoto Musashi was so insulted by Lin Chen that he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Lin Chen felt the time was right and signaled to Ashen. Immediately, Ashen's gale tornado began to shrink, directly pulling Miyamoto Musashi into it. Then, from the center of the tornado, the miserable voice of Miyamoto Musashi could be heard. He had not taken this tornado seriously at all. But the gale is the purest wind between heaven and earth, the nemesis of all demons and evil spirits. He, a dead man occupying the body of a living person, was precisely restrained by the gale. In just a moment, Miyamoto Musashi's soul was torn to pieces by the gale, disappearing from Matsushita Yodai's body. The storm calmed, leaving a scene of devastation. There were craters left by explosions everywhere, along with various signs of battle. Lin Chen approached Matsushita Yodai, who at this point had a vacant expression, looking as if he was out of breath. Matsushita Yodai still wanted to attack Lin Chen, but at this moment, he could no longer lift his sword. The green-faced spirit pet is a very peculiar one. It can enhance its owner's strength, but this enhancement comes at a cost. After it ends, Matsushita Yodai must endure a backlash that he cannot fully accept. Now, his pupils were dilated, and his life had entered a countdown. Matsushita wanted to draw his sword and escape from the Dragon Kingdom, returning to the Sakura Kingdom. I don't want to die yet. After I go back, I'm about to be promoted, and once promoted, I can earn more money and sleep with more high school girls. Lin Chen couldn't bear to listen any longer. He couldn't understand what these officers from the Sakura Kingdom were thinking. Without hesitation, Lin Chen took out his bone knife and plunged it into the other person's body, giving him a swift end. For an enemy nation like the Sakura Kingdom, Lin Chen would never give him a chance to survive. The reason was simple. After crossing over, Lin Chen had thoroughly studied the memories of this body. There was a piece of history that left a deep impression on him. The Sakura Kingdom had once launched a war against the Dragon Kingdom. It was known as the First National Defense War of the Dragon Kingdom. This war was extremely brutal. At that time, the main forces of the Dragon Kingdom were restrained by 9th-tier demon beasts and could not free themselves. The Sakura Kingdom took this opportunity to aggressively annex the territory of the Dragon Kingdom under the leadership of their god-level beast tamers, killing the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. In the end, with the determination of the Dragon Kingdom to be shattered like jade rather than remain intact, they launched a full counterattack and defeated the Sakura Kingdom. However, the aftermath was that 9th-tier demon beasts ran rampant, and it took the Dragon Kingdom over 100 years to quell these beasts and rebuild its society. This debt was not something any citizen of the Dragon Kingdom would forget. Lin Chen believed that one day, they would make the Sakura Kingdom pay the price. Then, Lin Chen bent down and began to check the items on Matsushita. Soon, he found Matsushita's storage equipment. It turned out to be a pouch, seemingly handmade. Lin Chen's consciousness merged with it, and just with a glance, he almost exclaimed, "Holy crap!" Inside the storage pouch, there was actually over 10 billion in funds. This was something Lin Chen had never expected. He knew that he had killed some heads of major families before, but even those people wouldn't carry more than 1 billion in cash. Yet Matsushita had over 10 billion in cash, making Lin Chen's total assets unimaginable. This might be a problem of Lin Chen's habitual thinking. Due to the national ideology of the Sakura Kingdom, the entire country served the officers, who were the most powerful institution in the nation and naturally enjoyed the highest treatment. Moreover, almost all the officers in the Sakura Kingdom used their power to amass wealth. Therefore, as long as one became an officer in the Sakura Kingdom, they would have endless resources and money at their disposal. Lin Chen set the cash aside and began to examine other items. What caught his eye was a mountain of high-level materials. This included not only the essence extracted from deceased spirit pets but also spirit cores from demon beasts, and even a large amount of rare ores. Many of these ores were high-tier ones that even Lin Chen, a well-informed scholar, had never seen before. Next, there were a large number of medicines. Lin Chen casually glanced and found many precious medicines of the 7th and even 8th tiers inside. These medicines were rare and hard to come by, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they could save lives in critical moments. Lin Chen couldn't help but let out a sigh. The harvest this time was too much. Then, Lin Chen found a safe in the storage pouch. He took it out and examined it carefully. He discovered that the design of the safe was very clever. Despite trying several methods, he couldn't find a way to open it. Lin Chen then looked at Chimera. "Let's give it a shot." Chimera nodded at the words and, from a distance, lifted the judgment of Sparta. After a moment's thought, Chimera immediately pronounced the verdict. "You refuse the master's inspection, which shows your guilt. You are guilty." Then, Chimera pulled the trigger. Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth at Chimera's rather forced and unconventional verdict. Soon after, he heard a loud boom. The safe was blown up to a height of 5 or 6 meters. However, when it landed, the safe was still intact. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. The more it was like this, the more he wanted to see what was inside that safe. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen said to Chimera, "First use a weak point attack, then use armor piercing." Upon hearing this, Chimera nodded and used a weak point attack on the safe. After the arrow hit the safe, a white dot indeed appeared on its surface. Then, near this white, the divine crossbow marked a relatively weak spot, which was the safe's weakness. Next, Chimera switched to an armor-piercing arrow and shot it at that weak point. Since the armor-piercing arrow hit the weak point directly, the safe's armor was reduced to almost zero. Immediately, Lin Chen raised his bone knife. A surge of violent energy rushed into Lin Chen's mind. What kind of broken thing is this? It actually made me exert so much effort? Just watch me smash this broken box and stuff you into the anus of Matsushita. If you remain so stubborn and don't open, I'll throw you into the cesspool and let you soak for a few hundred years. Instantly, dozens of furious messages surged into Lin Chen's mind, transforming into attack power that heavily struck the safe. With a loud bang, Lin Chen cut a gash into the safe with his knife. Lin Chen suppressed the impulse to destroy the safe, forcefully twisted the blade, and then tore at it fiercely. With a rip, the safe was finally torn open by Lin Chen, revealing everything inside. To his surprise, it was just some documents. A quick glance showed dozens of property certificates and some shares. Goodness! I can't believe it! Lin Chen was somewhat at a loss for words. He had originally thought the safe contained something extraordinary, but it turned out to be just some yellow and white items. He couldn't possibly live in Sakura country, so these property certificates and shares were naturally not going to be liquidated in his hands. Helpless, Lin Chen could only disappointingly put away these property certificates and shares, letting them gather dust in his storage bag. However, while Lin Chen was carefully sorting through those documents, he discovered 4 special file bags mixed in among them. When Lin Chen opened the first file bag, he was immediately astonished. "I didn't expect this to be the military secrets of the Foot Basin Chicken targeting the Dragon Country." Inside the first file bag were some military secrets of the Foot Basin Chicken concerning the Dragon Country. The first page of the document detailed the true purpose of Matsushita and others' current operation. Lin Chen began to read carefully. It turned out that the Foot Basin Chicken was researching a special type of artificial monster. They drew inspiration from mechanical creations, aiming to invent a weapon that could evolve infinitely by utilizing the characteristic of monsters being able to devour each other. However, ordinary monsters could only strengthen their own power by devouring each other, much like humans eating and drinking. The products of failed evolution from 9th-tier monsters, however, had a different will. They could genuinely fuse with other monsters. Thus, they embarked on a worldwide search for the will of the Earth Immortal. Not long ago, Matsushita Yodai, who was attempting to infiltrate the territory of the Dragon Kingdom on the outskirts of the Demon City, suddenly received information from a spy about a sealed 9th-tier demon beast in Hanjo City of the Dragon Kingdom. This 9th-tier demon beast was already on the brink of death. In a few decades, it would likely exhaust its lifespan. The higher-ups of the Foot Basin Chicken speculated that if they were to release the sealed 9th-tier demon beast and exploit its desire to survive despite its impending death, it might fight desperately to evolve. After all, this 9th-tier demon beast could only escape aging and death through such a method, but there was a significant risk that it might perish during the evolution process, thus giving rise to the will of the Earth Immortal. Consequently, Matsushita Yodai led 3 others to stealthily infiltrate the territory of the Dragon Kingdom. With the help of an insider who had already penetrated the upper echelons of the military in Hanjo City, the 4 made contact with the core of the seal and established communication with the 9th-tier demon beast. They not only incited the demon beast, making its mind agitated and excited, but also instilled hatred within it, fueling its unwillingness to die. As expected, their plan succeeded. Although it was a probabilistic event, the Foot Basin Chicken truly struck luck, thus obtaining the will of the Earth Immortal. They utilized the characteristics of the seal buried underground to lure the demon beasts in the Langjiang River into the seal, allowing the will of the Earth Immortal to devour those demon beasts that wandered near the seal. In this way, they unknowingly created the will of the Earth Immortal. All of this proceeded smoothly with the help of the insider. Then, they created a breach in the weak point of the seal, allowing the will of the Earth Immortal to escape. During this process, the Foot Basin Chicken tried to weaken the strength of the will of the Earth Immortal as much as possible and attempted to control it. To avoid detection, they also created an energy body to replace the will of the Earth Immortal. Although everything was progressing very smoothly, they miscalculated the determination of the will of the Earth Immortal. The will of the Earth Immortal could not be controlled by anyone. After all, it was originally a 9th-tier demon beast, a unique existence between heaven and earth. Thus, the will of the Earth Immortal escaped and even injured their people. Subsequently, Lin Chen was inexplicably drawn into the situation. Lin Chen looked at the information on the document and fell into deep thought. There are actually insiders from the Cherry Blossom Nation in Hanzhou City? It seems the other party's level is not low. It might even be a high-ranking official from the city lord's mansion. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to access the seal of Hanzhou City. Lin Chen made a judgment immediately, then quickly put away the document and began to review other materials. The second document was about the Cherry Blossom Nation's plans for the coastal mines of the Dragon Kingdom. That location happened to be near the Demon City, a place the will of the Cherry Blossom Nation wanted to contend for, but since it was within the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, they could only annoy the Dragon Kingdom and the surrounding areas. Lin Chen was aware of this, as it was frequently reported in the news and was well known in the Dragon Kingdom. Then, Lin Chen took out the third document. The contents revealed a list of insiders provided by the Cherry Blossom Nation to assist Matsushita Yodai's operation, who were lurking in Hanzhou of the Dragon Kingdom. This list was astonishingly thick, equivalent to a whole notebook. It contained the names of over 1,000 individuals. This was just for the city of Hanzhou. Lin Chen merely glanced through it and found that most of the names on the list were officials from the city lord's mansion, teachers from various universities, social elites, internet celebrities, media personnel, entrepreneurs, and artists. In other words, most of them are successful individuals. And behind these successful people, surprisingly, is the support from the Sakura Nation. This immediately sent a chill down Lin Chen's spine. If a city like Hanzhou has already been infiltrated like a sieve, then what about the entire Dragon Country? Lin Chen then put away the list and opened the last document. It was a research report from the Sakura Nation, filled with experimental data. Lin Chen examined it closely. Although the content had little to do with the Dragon Country, it was intriguing enough for him. The report stated that a 9th-tier monster had appeared in the Sakura Nation. Moreover, this 9th-tier monster was different from other monsters. It was mutated, possessing a very strong adaptability, and was an amphibious creature. When it was asleep, it lived in the sea, but once it awakened due to hunger, it would venture into the coastal areas of the Foot Basin Chicken, even crawling onto land to hunt. Ultimately, during one of its foraging trips, it was injured by a god-level beast master of the Foot Basin Chicken. It was this battle that caused its mutation, turning it into a special 9th-tier monster. Its existence brought significant economic losses and a national security crisis to the Foot Basin Chicken. Thus, the Foot Basin Chicken devised a combat plan to kill it the next time it came ashore to forage. After reading this information, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. He didn't expect the Foot Basin Chicken to have such grand tastes. However, killing a 9th-tier monster was not that simple. Even when the Dragon Country killed the Flame God at Luofeng Slope, it cost them 3 god-level beast masters. Did the Foot Basin Chicken really have that kind of strength? Unless this 9th-tier monster had a very obvious weakness, or its talent level was not high. Lin Chen couldn't help but make this judgment in his heart. Just then, a familiar powerful aura flew towards Lin Chen from a distance. Upon sensing that aura, Lin Chen quickly looked in the direction it was coming from. When he realized that the aura carried no killing intent, he knew it must be Tianwen coming over. Soon, Tianwen arrived, riding his flying spirit pet, and landed in front of Lin Chen. Tianwen looked at the corpse that Songxia was carrying and the mess on the ground, his expression as calm as a still pond. Then, he turned to Lin Chen and asked lightly, "Did you kill him?" Lin Chen nodded in response. Upon hearing this, Tianwen fell into deep thought for a moment, then smiled faintly. If Li Jun Champion knew that you killed his archenemy, he would probably be greatly affected. Lin Chen smiled but did not respond to Tianwen's words. Instead, he placed all 4 documents in front of Tianwen. Looking at the 4 documents, Tianwen couldn't help but ask curiously, "What is this?" Lin Chen did not answer directly. "You'll know when you look." Tianwen took the 4 documents and initially just skimmed through them. However, after just a glance, he couldn't take his eyes off the contents. After carefully reading through it, he closed his eyes, as if trying to calm his emotions, but also as if replaying the information in his mind. After a long while, Tianwen let out a sigh. "All right, I understand this matter now. Consider it a credit to you." He emphasized the last word credit through gritted teeth, as if he was suppressing his inner anger. Clearly, in that list, Tianwen saw many names he could hardly imagine, even some of his old acquaintances. This made Tianwen feel a sense of betrayal, and he was seething with anger. The higher the position, the more arrogant they become, especially regarding their own decisions and their ability to judge others. They tend to habitually use their own experiences to assess a person's worth. This experiential wisdom is their confident experience. However, once someone betrays them, it shatters their confidence and frustrates their self-esteem. This is something that no superior can tolerate. After that, Tianwen looked at the body of Matsushita Yodai. "Did you kill him?" The implication in Tianwen's words was asking Lin Chen why he killed him instead of leaving a live witness. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, "Scum like him can't provide anything useful." Upon hearing this, Tianwen nodded in understanding. Indeed, most spies from Sakura country who are active in the outside world don't actually know much. People like Matsushita Yodai, who carry top-secret documents, are extremely rare. Tianwen could also guess that Matsushita Yodai probably only knew the contents of those documents. Subsequently, Tianwen did not linger here but hoisted Matsushita Yodai's body. Then, he removed the 2 samurai swords from Matsushita Yodai and tossed them to Lin Chen. Finally, Tianwen turned and left. Lin Chen watched Tianwen's back and immediately showed a satisfied expression. He really knows how to handle things. Lin Chen looked at the 2 samurai swords of Matsushita Yodai in his hands. The shorter wakizashi looked very delicate, but it did not trigger any alerts from the system. This indicated that the sword did not meet the system's requirements. Then, Lin Chen looked at the other sword and saw that the blade was inscribed with the characters Muramesa. Upon seeing this, Lin Chen raised his eyebrows. "This is actually the famous cursed sword Muramesa?" Lin Chen sighed. No wonder the system didn't give an upgrade prompt. The so-called cursed sword Muramesa is not some extraordinary sword but a very sharp blade. The current internet has exaggerated the samurai swords of Sakura country, which is largely due to their external propaganda. One must admit that Sakura country's promotional skills are impressive, able to turn a pile of dung into a sky full of stars. The so-called samurai sword is actually a rather impractical weapon. It has strong destructive power but poor practicality because it requires 2 hands to wield, which affects the attack range. The curvature of the blade also results in weak armor-piercing capability. So why do we always see samurai swords slaying hundreds or thousands of enemies in various materials? The reason is simple: they have no armor, making it easier to kill on the battlefield. Moreover, the samurai of Sakura country are short, unable to wield more lethal 2-handed swords or single-handed swords. Because they can't handle them, they might even be shorter than their swords, so samurai swords are completely out of place on the international battlefield. However, samurai swords are very beautiful and make great display pieces. Muramesa is a representative of such impractical weapons. It is called a cursed sword not because it is too sharp, but because it is too famous. Famous generals and samurai all sought to purchase it, leading to many daimyos or generals meeting their demise under the Muramesa blade, as if Muramesa had a grudge against the daimyos. Thus, everyone habitually referred to it as a cursed sword. Now, Lin Chen, holding this Muramesa in his hand, fell into deep thought. Although this thing is quite impractical, it is still a decent weapon. Lin Chen then flicked the blade of Muramesa. The blade emitted a ding sound. It seems that the material used to forge this blade is quite exceptional. One must say that the craftsmanship of Sakura country's swordsmiths is indeed admirable. To make the blade so sharp and the body so beautiful, Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided to keep the cursed sword Muramesa. It might come in handy in the future. Then, Lin Chen looked at the small and exquisite wakizashi. Once Xiaojiu evolves successfully, it can be used by Xiaojiu, Lin Chen thought to himself. Then, he took another look at the storage pouch he was going to take with him and found that it was still like a bottomless pit, so he gave up on it. He decided to sort through it slowly later. Lin Chen felt that if he wanted to organize everything inside now, it would probably take until next year. After that, Lin Chen waved to Chimera, Ashan, and Xiao Chang. "Ladies, back to the city." Then, Lin Chen led the 3 girls back. By the time they returned to Hanzhou City, the entire city was slowly moving. However, this time the speed of movement was much slower than during the battle, as if they were sitting on a large teleportation path. 2/3 of the city wall had already disappeared. Lin Chen judged that this part of the wall, aside from the sections that had been destroyed during the battle, also included part of the body of the stone dragon viper. However, at this moment, the stone dragon viper had vanished. Lin Chen speculated that the stone dragon viper was currently underground, moving the city. Although it was not impossible to continue living in the areas where Hanzhou City had moved, the city had previously spanned over the Lang River, and many docks were still usable. If Hanzhou City was not transported back, those docks would need to be abandoned, and it might lead people to speculate whether Tianwen's abilities had declined. Lin Chen then changed back into Chao Wang's appearance, stored a shan away, and walked into Hanzhou City. He did not go directly back to the hotel but first headed to the Lord's mansion. At that moment, in the Lord's mansion, Zhou Mingwei was handling official business. Lin Chen could see that Zhou Mingwei was already somewhat overwhelmed. Although they had won this special ambush battle, the losses in Hanzhou City were significant, completely an unwarranted disaster. The Lord's mansion had previously been surrounded by a large number of confused citizens, and after Zhou Mingwei calmed them down and sent them away, he still had to address each of their complaints. Upon seeing Lin Chen arrive, Zhou Mingwei immediately put down his work and hurriedly smiled as he approached Lin Chen. "Lin, brother Chao Wang, you finally came. I just happened to have something to find you for." From Zhou Mingwei's words, it was clear that he was aware of Lin Chen's situation. Lin Chen, however, did not pay attention to the change in address and directly asked Zhou Mingwei, "You have something to find me for? What is it?" Zhou Mingwei then pulled Lin Chen aside and carefully took out a box from his pocket. "Because you killed Matsushita Yodai and provided important information at a critical moment, the Lord has given you a special commendation." After saying this, Zhou Mingwei opened the box. Inside, there lay a medal quietly. "Special commendation?" Lin Chen raised his eyebrows at the mention. The medal had a strange pattern engraved on it. Lin Chen recognized it as the emblem of the military. He couldn't help but look at Zhou Mingwei with some confusion. "What is this? A military commendation?" Zhou Mingwei said enviously, "You must keep this medal safe. It's very important." After Lin Chen picked up the medal and examined it carefully, he asked with a puzzled expression, "What is the use of this medal? What benefits does it have for me?" Zhou Mingwei, however, showed a look of longing. "This? I can't say yet, you need to confirm it yourself with the military." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. He did not like such empty promises. He preferred more tangible rewards, even cash would be fine. Seeing Lin Chen's expression, Zhou Mingwei seemed to sense Lin Chen's confusion. He looked around and then lowered his voice to say to Lin Chen, "Trust me, although you might not need it right now, it will definitely be of great use in the future. We have regulations that prohibit casually discussing the purpose of this badge with others. If you do, there will be consequences. You can only confirm it yourself at the military department." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen nodded, understanding that Zhou Mingwei had his own reasons for not elaborating. He then asked Zhou Mingwei, "What about Tianwen? I have something to report to him." Zhou Mingwei pointed out a path for Lin Chen, who immediately went to find Tianwen. The Lord's mansion was in disarray due to the movement of the entire city. Although Tianwen could protect the buildings and people within the city from the damage caused by the movement, human effort has its limits, and some things were still not adequately protected. Moreover, the Lord's mansion was currently busy handling official matters and had no time to tidy up, yet the officials had already begun working on site. Lin Chen looked at these dedicated individuals and couldn't help but sigh at Tianwen's difficulties. Not only did he have to handle official duties like the Lord, but he also had to manage the ceiling. Soon, Lin Chen saw Tianwen dealing with official matters. At that moment, Tianwen was comparing the list Lin Chen had given him, discussing how to handle the people on the list with two trusted subordinates. When he saw Lin Chen walk in, Tianwen put down his work and asked, "What can I do for you?" Lin Chen thought for a moment and then took the initiative to speak, "I have a request." Tianwen raised an eyebrow at this. "Oh, what request?" Lin Chen said to Tianwen, "The death of Song Xia should not be made public for now." Tianwen looked puzzled upon hearing this. "Why?" Lin Chen pointed to the materials he had given Tianwen and said, "I think if possible, we can make something of this situation." Tianwen thought for a moment and couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Ha ha ha. Good. You young people have ideas. I agree to your request." Lin Chen smiled and bowed slightly, then turned to leave. However, Tianwen called out from behind him, "With your talent, you could completely skip university and go straight to the military department. While you can grow in university, it's not worth it." Lin Chen shook his head and said, "Entering Yuzhou University is my mother's dying wish." After saying this, Lin Chen left the Lord's mansion. Just as he reached the door, he ran into the busy Zhou Mingwei again. Zhou Mingwei hurriedly approached Lin Chen and said, "Xiao Wang, there's something I forgot to tell you." Lin Chen looked at him with curiosity. "The companions from your merchant team have already left ahead of time. They told me they would wait for you at the Langjiang ferry. Due to the beast tide in Suyang City, your journey has been delayed by a day, so they decided to take the water route instead. They will wait for you at the small ferry for 3 days. If they don't see you within 3 days, they will leave early." Lin Chen frowned upon hearing that his teammates had already left. He glanced at the sky. Today was just the morning of the 3rd day since the merchant team arrived in Hanzhou City. Previously, old Lu had briefed everyone on the upcoming itinerary. Although time was indeed tight, it hadn't overly affected their plans. Could something have happened? Lin Chen muttered to himself. He took out a map and found the location of the small ferry. It was about 3 days' journey from Hanzhou City, and if the journey went smoothly, he could reach it within 2 days. The next stop after leaving Hanzhou City is Guangzhou City in the Lianhe Road. If they switched to the water route, they could arrive about 3 days earlier, but the cost would increase significantly. It's important to note that in this world, there are demon beasts rampant everywhere. Although traveling by land means encountering various demon beasts and wanted criminals, at least it is much safer than traveling by air or water. After all, water routes and air transport cannot hide one's movements. Moreover, many deep waters are unexplored by humans, hiding countless high-level demon beasts, far exceeding those on land. Therefore, if they want to take the water route, they might have to spend 10 or even 100 times the fare, paying a considerable amount for the boat to reach their destination. This is not something a group trade caravan would typically do. However, Lin Chen soon thought of something. That is the bounty everyone had received. If Lin Chen remembered correctly, during this trip, Gao Peng earned over 10 million, and old Lu was not far behind. This was higher than their previous year's income combined. It could be said that they were in a very satisfied state, and under such circumstances, spending a large sum to speed things up was not impossible. But Lin Chen did not believe old Lu would agree to such wasteful behavior. Lin Chen then organized his thoughts and smiled, saying, "All right, I understand." After saying that, he left with Chimera and Xiao Cheng. Just as they walked out of the city gate of Hanzhou, Lin Chen released a Shan from the pokeball. Upon seeing the light of day again, a Shan let out a howl and excitedly jumped in a circle before directly pouncing into Lin Chen's arms. "Master, I missed you so much after just leaving you for a short while." Lin Chen couldn't help but laugh and patted a Shan's little head. Go, go, go. Didn't I just let you out during the battle? Don't act all fake here." Ashan, however, still clung to Lin Chen. "No, battle is battle. Ashan just wants to stay with Master." Lin Chen then pushed Ashan away. "All right, with your 2 sisters here, are you still afraid I'll be taken away?" Upon hearing this, Ashan still wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's arm and acted spoiled. "I don't care. I just want to stay by Master's side." Looking at Ashan's spoiled demeanor, Lin Chen smiled and said, "We've already passed halfway. After one more town, I can let you out." The next town Lin Chen mentioned was Guangzhou City. During this trip, Lin Chen was most worried about Lin Xiaotian's revenge. Based on his and Luo Cheng's judgment, as long as they passed Guangzhou City and Lin Chen hurried on his way, he wouldn't have to worry about Lin Xiaotian coming back for revenge. On the road, Ashan transformed back into her original form, and Lin Chen lay on Ashan's back, resting his head on Xiao Qing's lap. It looked incredibly comfortable. Xiao Qing was massaging Lin Chen while asking, "Master, is it comfortable?" Lin Chen responded with a soft looking like he was about to fall asleep. Soon, Lin Chen suddenly remembered something, sitting up sleepily. He then took out the storage pouch he was supposed to bring and threw it to the floating Chimera. "Take a look inside this storage pouch and see if there's anything you can use." Chimera received the storage pouch and didn't say much, instead probing her consciousness into it. After a moment, she opened her eyes, landed on the ground, and Lin Chen and the others did not continue moving forward. Chimera first took out some useless medicines from the storage pouch. "Master, these medicines are of no use to you. Most of them are for enhancing mental strength and some detoxifying agents. You can find an opportunity to sell them." After speaking, Chimera took out some materials and ores. "These materials and ores are of decent quality. We can keep them to forge some equipment." At this point, Chimera pointed to some other ores. "And these ores are all good stuff." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately raised an eyebrow, listening to what Chimera would say next. "Oh, in ancient times, these were the magic stones used for cultivating magic, and they are the central materials for spells and magic formations." Lin Chen responded with an "oh," and then he heard Chimera continue explaining. "The most basic use of these magic stones is that they can be absorbed by wizards to replenish their magical power, but doing so would be a waste. Even in the ancient times when magic was flourishing, these magic stones were not renewable. Most wizards would use these magic stones to draw magic mechanisms. Instantly, an explanation about magic mechanisms from Chimera's inheritance surfaced in Lin Chen's mind. It was a fixed, self-operating large magic formation, somewhat similar to a human engine. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Matsushita Yoda isn't a wizard. Why would he have such things? He pondered for a moment, then thought of something and took out the land deeds and stock certificates that Matsushita Yoda had. After searching for a while, he found information about a magic stone mine among them. Lin Chen couldn't help but stroke his chin. I must get my hands on this mine if I get the chance. Subsequently, Chimera mentioned some things that made Lin Chen feel a bit ashamed. He didn't expect that Chimera had managed to categorize and organize the items in Matsushita Yoda's storage space in such a short time. Then, Lin Chen took out all the valuable items from his storage bag and handed them all to Chimera. From now on, you can be the money manager of our family. Upon hearing this, Chimera looked shocked. All for me? At this moment, Xiao Chang, who was beside them, giggled and said, Sister Chimera, managing money in a family is a sign of being the head of the household. You mustn't bully the master or the younger sisters. Chimera quickly waved her hands. No, no, no. The head of the household is still determined by the master. I wouldn't dare. Moreover, the sisters are all led by Sister Jiu. I wouldn't dare overstep my bounds. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately showed a serious expression. No one is more suitable than you. Even if Xiao Jiu were here, she wouldn't say anything. Seeing that Lin Chen had said so, Chimera could only accept Lin Chen's property according to his words and began to sort and categorize it on her own. After gently patting Chimera's little head, Lin Chen lay back down on Xiao Qing's lap. They continued on their journey. Ashan was actually not walking very fast. But even so, they arrived at the small ferry a whole day earlier than expected. One reason was that Lin Chen had been too tense during this time and had suffered some major battles, so he wanted to take some time to relax. The second reason was that Lin Chen wanted to review the recent events. If he returned to the caravan too early, it would affect his thinking. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Qing's stomach suddenly growled with hunger. Lin Chen rolled off Ashan's back and took out food from his storage bag to share with everyone. They sat together and began to eat. However, Lin Chen noticed that both Ashan and Xiao Qing seemed a bit disinterested in their food. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but ask in confusion, "What's wrong? Don't you like to eat?" The food Lin Chen was giving them now was all human food. For Ashan and Xiao Qing, this food was merely enough to fill their stomachs, but it did not satisfy their cravings. In other words, Ashan and Xiao Qing were feeling greedy. With this thought, Lin Chen couldn't help but glance at the Chimera. Is there a beast crystal core in the storage pouch that Matsushita is bringing? The Chimera nodded in response. However, Xiao Qing suddenly said, Master, those crystal cores, while they can replenish our essence, are no longer fresh. They have no taste at all and can only serve as snacks. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. His spirit pets were indeed a bunch of foodies. If only Xiaojiu had already evolved and come out of the pokeball, otherwise, these three Xiaojiu, Ashan, and Xiaochang would eventually eat him poor. Now, aside from the Chimera, the three girls were all third-tier beasts, and they needed at least fifth-tier beasts to whet their appetites. Fifth-tier beasts. Just the corpses alone cost millions each. At this moment, Lin Chen finally understood why Matsushita needed to carry so much money with him. It simply wasn't enough. Lin Chen then helplessly said to Ashan, "Go into the forest and hunt some game." Upon hearing this, Ashan immediately let out a howl and joyfully jumped up from the ground. "Sister Xiaochang, wait for me to come back. I promise to find a prey that will satisfy you." With that, Ashan dashed into the woods. For Ashan, who possessed the power of nature, searching for prey in the forest was second nature. The strong life force was evident everywhere. Coupled with Ashan's extraordinary sense of smell, her prey was even less likely to escape her notice. Soon, the forest stirred again, but Ashan returned empty-handed, frowning. Lin Chen, seeing this, couldn't help but ask in confusion, "What's wrong? Didn't you find any prey?" Ashan shook her head. "Was the prey too strong, and you couldn't catch it?" Ashan shook her head again and then spoke, "Master, I encountered something very strange." She then recounted to Lin Chen what had happened after she entered the forest. It turned out that shortly after entering, Ashan quickly discovered a fourth-tier beast. However, the beast had a strong sense of danger and had intended to hide in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to ambush Lin Chen and the others. But when Ashan spotted it and showed her intent, it fled immediately. Ashan could only chase after it. Eventually, the beast turned a few corners and ran into a strange house. Just as Ashan entered the house, the beast's life force vanished completely. Coincidentally, Ashan had just arrived nearby. Looking at the strange house before her, Ashan chose not to enter directly but instead returned to report to Lin Chen. After listening to Ashan's account, Lin Chen furrowed his brow. After some thought, he said, "Let's go. We need to check it out." Lin Chen and his group then followed Ashan to the peculiar house. Observing the wooden house surrounded by a fence, Lin Chen fell into contemplation. Why is there such a house here? It seems the owner of this house has quite the taste. After saying this, he looked at the surrounding terrain and was somewhat surprised. To Lin Chen's astonishment, the house faced a large mountain directly. The layout of opening the door to face the mountain is not considered good feng shui. However, the scenery and style of the house were top-notch, which seemed contradictory. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and took a step forward. Is anyone in there? After about a dozen breaths, there was still no response. Then, Lin Chen knocked on the big door. Still, no one answered. At this moment, Ashan pointed at the door and said, "Master, I saw that fourth-tier monster crawl in here." At that time, this door could be pushed open directly. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen responded with an "oh" and then pushed hard. Immediately, they heard the door creak with the sound of years of neglect, and it slowly opened. Lin Chen looked at the open door and said, "This house seems like it hasn't been lived in for a long time." Then, he led the three girls inside. Just as they stepped in, they heard a bang, and the door automatically closed behind them. This sudden occurrence caught them off guard, and they quickly turned to check. However, after realizing that nothing strange had happened, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Chen, however, looked around. "Strange. What's wrong, master?" Xiao Cheng asked Lin Chen in return. "Look at the surroundings of this room. The time is exactly noon, 12 o'clock, when the sunlight outside is the brightest. Moreover, the windows in this room are clearly large and spacious, yet no light is coming in." At this point, the three girls looked around and found that, indeed, the room was dim and devoid of light. Although the outside was bright, the windows seemed to block a significant amount of light. The thin gauzy curtains further filtered out the remaining light. It looked as if a thin mist of light had seeped in, just enough for them to see the path inside the room without bumping into anything due to the darkness. Curiously, they began to examine the furnishings in the room. In front of them was a moderately sized entrance hall. On the shoe rack beside them, several pairs of shoes were haphazardly placed. There were adult shoes, children's shoes, men's shoes, and women's shoes. This place should have housed a family of 4, Lin Chen deduced, then picked up one of the men's shoes. He examined it closely, frowning as he said, "Strange. This shoe is clearly free of dust, yet it is already in tatters, as if no one has worn it for decades, or even a century. Could someone have cleaned this room in the past 100 years? Lin Chen checked the other pairs of shoes and found that none had dust, but all were worn out. Some of the lower quality shoes, while still very clean, had already weathered. When Lin Chen lightly touched one, it crumbled into pieces. As they left the entrance hall, the wooden floor beneath their feet creaked with a creak. This jarring sound always made one feel uneasy. As they walked, Xiao Qing's foot suddenly made a crack sound. They quickly looked down to see that Xiao Qing had accidentally stepped on and broken a floorboard. Ashan even revealed her fangs and nails, thinking an enemy had appeared. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh and said, "Everyone relax. This house has been around for who knows how many years, it's really too dilapidated. If we're not careful, it might just collapse with a little more movement." Upon hearing this, the three girls immediately nodded like chicks pecking at rice, and even Chimera floated up, no longer touching anything in the room. Lin Chen then walked into the living room. As soon as he entered, he felt a modern vibe. Although the overall structure was still wooden, the room was equipped with a television and air conditioning. Lin Chen tried to turn on some of the appliances in the room, only to find that they were all out of power. The sofa had weathered over the years, with the leather surface and the inner sponge showing varying degrees of damage. Lin Chen examined it carefully and soon discovered a production certificate on top of the air conditioner. Upon closely checking the production date, Lin Chen was astonished to find that this place had existed for 200 years. He looked around other areas and found that any evidence proving the existence of this place indicated that the house and everything inside it were all from 200 years ago. This ruled out the possibility that someone had moved in later and filled the house with furniture. Then, Lin Chen stroked his chin and said, "It's been 200 years, some of the furniture here has also weathered. Even the finest wood would rot due to years of neglect. But this house can still stand here without any beast occupying it. That's not scientific. A house built in the wild, even if it were a villa, would be taken over by beasts no matter how good the building materials were." Lin Chen had also checked the building materials here and found that they were not of high quality, which only suggested that there was something fishy about this house. Just then, Ashan suddenly sniffed the air. "What is that smell? It's so fragrant." The others quickly looked towards the direction of the living room door and indeed found a strange aroma wafting in, as if someone was cooking. They immediately followed the source of the fragrance into the kitchen. At that moment, the kitchen door was closed, but they could still smell that the aroma was coming from there. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen pulled open the kitchen door. The three women stood ready, waiting for some beast to jump out and engage in battle. However, as soon as they opened the kitchen door, they were surprised to find a woman in a classical maid outfit cooking food inside. She was clearly startled by Lin Chen's action and exclaimed, "Why you? Who are you?" Lin Chen and the three women were completely at a loss for what was happening. They exchanged glances, looking bewildered. Finally, looking at the most familiar-looking Xiao Cheng, he stepped forward and said, "Miss, hello, we are travelers passing through here. We thought this house was uninhabited, so we came in to take a look." Upon hearing Xiao Cheng's explanation, the maid immediately relaxed. "You scared me. How could you make no sound at all? You just appeared at the kitchen door." Seeing this, Xiao Cheng continued to explain. "We thought this house was empty, so we were startled by the sudden fragrance." The maid sighed in relief upon hearing Xiao Cheng's explanation. "I see. I'm really sorry. I've been living here with my master for many years, and aside from my master's card-playing friends, no one else has visited. You are the first guests." After saying this, the maid stirred the ingredients in the pot and then covered it with a lid. However, Lin Chen keenly noticed that the ingredients in the pot seemed to be the head of some beast, and it still had its skin and fur on. Then, the maid smiled and said, "You came at just the right time. My master is playing cards with his friends, and after the game, they will hold a banquet in the villa. If you don't mind, you can join us for a meal." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen frowned. They had just entered, and it was just past noon, which meant it was time for afternoon tea. Logically, they shouldn't be having a meal, but when Lin Chen glanced out the window, he was unexpectedly surprised to find that the sun was already slanting westward, and it looked like it was about to set. Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Could it be that the flow of time here was different from the outside world? Or had they unknowingly spent an entire afternoon in this room? Lin Chen slowly turned to look at Chimera beside him. However, Chimera shook her head. In Lin Chen's team, Xiao Qing rarely spoke up, while Ashan was single-minded, only thinking about fighting. The one most worth discussing and deciding with was Chimera. Not only was she knowledgeable, but ever since her evolution, she had carried an air of mystery. Lin Chen deduced that it must be Chimera's inheritance that allowed her to receive some strange information. At that moment, he missed Xiaojiu so much, because although Xiaojiu seemed the least serious and always teased him step by step, trying to make him commit some lifestyle mistakes, she was the one who could give him the best advice. Seeing Chimera shake her head, Lin Chen understood that she was reminding him not to act rashly. He then stepped forward and politely said, "Miss, where is your master? Can we pay a visit? We'd like to observe their card game as well." The maid nodded immediately upon hearing Lin Chen's words and pointed in a direction, saying, "You can follow this corridor to the end, there's a staircase that leads down to the game room." Lin Chen nodded in response and led the three girls downstairs. As they walked, Lin Chen felt that something was off. It seemed he had forgotten something. Soon, he arrived at the staircase and heard the sounds of mahjong from inside. Occasionally, cheers and shouts could be heard from within. "Ha ha ha! I won! Pay up! Pay up! What the heck? You lucky guy! Your luck today is really bizarre. You actually won! Your luck is really good." Just by listening to the sounds, it was clear that the people inside were deeply engrossed in their game. As Lin Chen descended the stairs, he felt as if he had entered another world. This was no mere game room, it was clearly an underground palace. To the left of the entrance was a pavilion woven from bamboo, inside which was a large tea table carved from heavy wood, looking very secluded and tranquil. To the right was a ground cage woven from some kind of precious red wood, seemingly a health platform used for warmth and moisture removal in winter. Directly opposite was a large dance studio and KTV. Further inside was the game room. Inside the game room, 3 men and 1 woman were playing cards, while a boy and a girl were playfully running around. The 2 children chased each other, occasionally glancing at the players' cards. The entire game room was filled with a peaceful atmosphere. Lin Chen seemed to be infected by this atmosphere and couldn't help but walk towards the game room. As he walked, Lin Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked down at his feet. It was a very exquisite solid wood floor, clearly expensive. Lin Chen squatted down and reached out to touch it. I've never seen such a wooden floor before. Lin Chen had grown up in the slums of Magic City until he was 18. Surrounded by ordinary families, even impoverished households, this was the first time he encountered such luxurious wooden flooring. Based on Lin Chen's knowledge and judgment, he estimated that just the wooden floor in this room could buy him a house in the place where he lived. At that moment, two small feet suddenly appeared in front of Lin Chen. "Big brother, what are you looking at? Is there something on the ground?" Lin Chen stood up. "There's nothing on the ground, big brother just passed by your house to pay a visit." The child looked surprised for a moment, then excitedly shouted, "Daddy! Daddy! Someone came to visit us!" After speaking, the four people at the card table simultaneously turned their heads and looked at Lin Chen and his companions. At that moment, Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine, but soon he saw the four adults smiling at him very kindly, saying, "Oh, it's quite an event for someone to visit my humble abode." Then, the woman at the card table chimed in, "Yes. Honey, how long has it been since anyone came here? I remember the last time someone came was when you ordered takeout, and after that restaurant closed, no one wanted to come here to deliver food anymore." Hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. Deliver food? This place was remote, and even if he walked here, it took him half a day. Who would come here to deliver food? Lin Chen was very curious at that moment. Then, the owner of the house stood up and approached Lin Chen. "Since you four are just passing travelers, you must be very tired from your journey. Why not join us for dinner? If you don't mind, you can rest here for the night, we have plenty of empty guest rooms upstairs." Lin Chen thought for a moment and then said, "Okay." Upon hearing this, the male host immediately smiled, as if he were very pleased with Lin Chen's arrival. The two children also jumped up and down, cheering enthusiastically, giving Lin Chen a feeling akin to children buying new clothes during the new year. After a while, the maid from the kitchen came down from upstairs and politely said to the male host, "Master, the meal is ready, you can dine now." The male host nodded in response. "Good. Then let's go eat." After saying this, the male host led the way, guiding everyone out of the entertainment room and up to the dining room. The dining room upstairs was right next to the living room, not far from the kitchen. Inside the dining room, there was a very luxurious long table. Lin Chen looked at the long table, the cloud silk tablecloth spread over it, the atmospheric candles made of unknown materials, the leather-wrapped chairs, the large marble countertop, and the crystal chandelier. Every detail unmistakably showcased the wealth of the house's owner. Lin Chen sighed and sat down. Then, Chimera, Ashan, and Xiao Cheng also sat down with Lin Chen. Next to sit were the two card friends of the host, and after the hostess settled the two children, she took her place at the head of the table beside the male host. Watching the order in which they took their seats, Lin Chen suddenly thought of a TV show he had seen before, where Western nobles arranged their seating like this, a form of noble etiquette. Many years ago, many people from the Dragon Kingdom, in their eagerness to flatter the West, brought such outdated ideas back home, and many wealthy merchants imitated them, which was quite laughable. When it comes to etiquette, no one understands it better than the people of the Dragon Kingdom. The etiquette of the Dragon Kingdom is not only solemn and sacred but also universal. Every gesture has a different meaning and can even express different intentions. In contrast, the purpose of Western etiquette is not for courtesy. It is merely to showcase the host's status, a form of class distinction. Just then, the male host gently pressed a bell, and upon hearing the chime, the maid seemed to receive a signal and pushed a dining cart out from the kitchen, coming to the side of the dining table. She then slowly uncovered the cart, revealing the corpse of a monster. After a simple cooking process, she divided the monster's body into several portions. Then, the maid placed a portion on each person's plate. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. In this world, especially in the current environment, many wealthy people consume the meat of demon beasts to enhance their physical condition. After all, the bodies of demon beasts contain a large amount of spiritual energy, which, although not directly absorbable by the body, can still improve one's constitution with long-term consumption. Additionally, those who have survived in the wild for extended periods often eat the blood and flesh of demon beasts to replenish their energy. However, there is no custom of simply cooking the meat of demon beasts, casually cutting it, and serving it to people. Especially when it comes to the wealthy, who are very particular about their food, it is unthinkable to serve it this way, especially in front of guests. If such a thing were done, it would surely lead to ridicule. Noticing Lin Chen's increasingly furrowed brow, the hostess keenly observed this and suddenly turned her face towards him, asking, "What's wrong? Does the guest not like the food?" Lin Chen suddenly had a bad premonition, but he did not show it on the surface. Instead, he smiled and replied, "No. I'm just curious about how this meat is prepared and what ingredients are in it. It smells so unique." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the host burst into laughter. "What did I tell you? Our maid's cooking is one of a kind. I couldn't get used to it at first, just looking at it made me lose my appetite. But after trying it, I loved it." He then looked at the other two card players. Even these two friends didn't want to eat at first and even refused on the spot, which embarrassed me. But after the maid fed them, they also grew fond of the taste. "Look at how happy they are eating now." Hearing this, Lin Chen turned to the two card players and immediately saw them devouring a whole piece of demon beast meat, bones and all, chewing vigorously, even crunching the bones, making it crunch, crunch sound. Lin Chen then turned back to Chimera and noticed that her brow was also tightly furrowed, as if she were deep in thought. When Ishan noticed Lin Chen's gaze, she leaned closer and said, "Master, that's the demon beast I saw running in at noon." In an instant, it felt as if something had clicked open in Lin Chen's mind. He suddenly realized something important. No, it wasn't that he had forgotten something, it was that he had overlooked it. He had been deliberately manipulated into ignoring it. Lin Chen pondered what he had overlooked. Soon, he raised his head and looked at the chandelier above. He scrutinized the antique-style chandelier. In an instant, he noticed a detail: the light bulb had an engraved trademark, expiration date, and production date. Although staring directly at the incandescent bulb was blinding, Lin Chen's mental strength allowed him to easily see through the light and read the production date. It read, 200 years ago. Suddenly, Lin Chen understood many things. He realized what was wrong. When they entered, the entire villa was dilapidated, yet after they caught a whiff of the cooking aroma, the room had become as good as new. Inside the house, all the appliances were clearly old and out of order, and even the basic power supply was gone, yet the entertainment room downstairs was brightly lit, and the air conditioning was even on. Moreover, they had entered at noon, but how had it turned into night? It still needed some light to illuminate. At this moment, Lin Chen realized that they had unknowingly fallen into a trap. He then put down the knife and fork in his hand. Seeing Lin Chen's actions, the male host frowned and asked, "Guest, why aren't you eating? Don't you like it?" As soon as he finished speaking, everyone else turned to look at Lin Chen. Their gazes had turned unfriendly, even showing a hint of murderous intent. Even the two card players who were enjoying their meal were now staring at Lin Chen as if they wanted to swallow him whole. Lin Chen smiled and shook his head, saying, "I am very interested in the delicious food you provided, so I would like to visit the kitchen and see how this delicacy is made." Hearing Lin Chen's honest praise of the food, the male host's face immediately lit up with joy. He then called for a maid from the villa. "Quickly show the guest how you cook, what ingredients you put in. The guest is very satisfied with your food, so don't hide anything, understood?" Upon hearing the master's command, the maid immediately showed a clear look of difficulty. The male host, seeing this, immediately changed his expression to one of severity. He was clearly unhappy and kicked the maid in the stomach. The maid gasped and fell to the ground. However, the male host still felt it was not enough to vent his anger and continued to stomp and kick the maid. While hitting her, he spoke in a lecturing tone, "Are you not listening to what I said? Have you forgotten that I am the master of this house?" Meanwhile, the female host also became cold-hearted. "You are just a maid, our private property. Do whatever we tell you. If it weren't for your good cooking, we would have fired you long ago." Tears welled up in the maid's eyes. She wiped her tears and then stood up, nodding and saying, "Okay, master." After saying that, the maid turned to lead Lin Chen to the kitchen. Anyone witnessing such a scene would not stand by and would definitely stop this family's actions, but Lin Chen did not do so, because Lin Chen knew that there was something wrong with this house, and everyone inside it had issues. If he acted carelessly, he, along with Chimera, Ashan, and Xiao Chang, would all die here. After the maid finally wiped her tears away, Lin Chen glanced at her expression and found that she had no complaints, not even a hint of grievance on her face, but rather a sense of relief. It was as if her master had merely beaten her and had no other means to punish her. This outcome seemed to make her very grateful. Seeing her like this, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel surprised, because this was too illogical. After everyone arrived in the kitchen, Lin Chen was surprised to find that the male host and female host did not follow, they merely stayed in place and continued dining. The male host felt Lin Chen's gaze and smiled, explaining, "We are old aristocrats, it would be undignified to follow the maid into the kitchen." Lin Chen nodded, and at that moment, the maid opened the kitchen door. Lin Chen had been here before, so he was not unfamiliar with the layout inside. The kitchen was simple. As soon as you entered, there was a countertop for preparing ingredients placed in the center of the kitchen. On the left side was a vegetable washing sink, and on the right side was an old-fashioned refrigerator. Beyond the countertop were the stove and oven, with a huge window in the middle. At this time, it was already evening outside the window, and the moon had risen. The moonlight streamed in through the window, not bringing a sense of tranquility, but rather a hint of the eerie. The maid first pointed to the workbench. "This is where I handle the ingredients. First, I wash them clean, and then I prepare them for cooking." Lin Chen couldn't help but think of the food served with fur and skin, feeling a wave of nausea. Next, she approached the refrigerator, pulled open its large door, revealing a vast array of ingredients. To her surprise, most of them were snakes, insects, mice, ants, poisonous frogs, toads, spiders, and centipedes. She took out a bird that had been dead for who knows how long, followed by a rotting toad and a desiccated spider, saying, "These are the seasonings for the ingredients." Lin Chen fought back the urge to vomit and asked, "How do you handle these ingredients and seasonings?" The maid suddenly displayed a troubled expression, as if she didn't want to answer. Seeing this, Lin Chen's eyes shifted. "If you don't speak, it means you're disobeying your master's orders. In that case, your master will surely be angry and might even fire you." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the maid's face turned anxious, and she hurriedly pleaded, "Please don't tell my master. I'll show you how to cook right now." With that, she picked up the bird's corpse and, in front of everyone, put it in her mouth, biting down on the bird's head and then yanking it off with force. With a loud pop, the bird's head was torn away. Then, she placed the toad and centipede in her mouth, chewing incessantly, producing a nauseating crunching sound. Soon, perhaps having chewed the two items into bits, she spat them out, mixed with the bird's head, into the pot. Then, she added a foul-smelling unknown liquid to fry it, followed by some water, and turned to Lin Chen. "Whatever the ingredient, just throw it all in to cook." Lin Chen frowned and remained silent, while Xiao Chang and Chimera turned their faces away, unable to continue watching. Only Ashan, quick to speak, asked with a look of disgust, "Can this really be eaten? Is it tasty? Won't it kill us?" To her surprise, the maid beamed with pride at Ashan's words. "Of course it's delicious. My master kept me because he enjoyed my cooking. This recipe took me a long time to perfect. Anyone who eats it will say it's good. They become addicted and come to my house every day. If you don't believe me, just look at my master's two card-playing friends. They used to be afraid to eat it, but after I found an opportunity to force my cooking into their mouths, they couldn't get enough of it and have stayed in the villa ever since. In fact, they play cards with my master every day just to eat my dishes. You should hurry and eat too. Once you finish, you can live forever in this house." With that, the maid looked impatient and took another piece of food from the pot, presenting it to Lin Chen. "Guest, you must eat. Hurry up." The maid's demeanor suggested that if Lin Chen didn't eat quickly, she would shove it into her mouth herself. Lin Chen made no move, but Chimera was the first to conjure a magic circle, striking the maid's face with a protective attack. With a loud bang, the maid's head shattered into pieces. However, to Lin Chen's astonishment, the maid's head healed itself within a few breaths. Her expression remained unchanged. "Don't hesitate. Eat quickly." "Guest, do you want me to feed you?" "That's fine, I love feeding guests." After saying this, the maid lunged at Lin Chen. She was still holding ingredients in her hands. Judging by her demeanor, her intention was clear, to stuff something into Lin Chen's mouth. Seeing this, Lin Chen quickly dodged away. "Escape!" Hearing Lin Chen's command, Ashan punched the window, trying to break it to escape. However, for some unknown reason, the glass of the window remained completely intact. Lin Chen and the others were surprised. They hadn't expected the window's glass to be so tough. Even Ashan's fist was slightly reddened. Everyone knew Ashan's strength. Among the four spirit pets Lin Chen currently had, aside from Xiaojiu, Ashan was the strongest. Yet now, Ashan was helpless against the glass of the villa. In desperation, Ashan tried to make a dent in the wooden wall, but it was still ineffective. How is this possible? The structure here should collapse with just a slight touch. How can it be so hard? At this moment, Lin Chen, along with the three girls, was avoiding the maid and quickly retreating from the kitchen. He said to the three girls, "This must be due to the power of the laws. If I'm not mistaken, this is the work of a cursed beast, and we must find it. Otherwise, we won't be able to break the rules here." Lin Chen suddenly recalled the last question from his college entrance exam, which was about cursed beasts. It was only when Lin Chen found the true form of the beast that the situation improved, turning defeat into victory. Upon hearing this, the three girls immediately followed Lin Chen out of the kitchen. At that moment, the male host had finished his meal and was coming over with the female host and two card friends. "Guests, it's your turn to eat. If you don't eat now, it would be disrespectful to me, so you must eat immediately." As they spoke, they all rushed over with plates, determined to force food into Lin Chen's mouth. Lin Chen's eyes darted, and he immediately led the three girls upstairs. When they reached the staircase, Ashan and Xiaoqing suddenly stopped. "Master, you hurry and find the true form of the beast. We'll hold them off here." Lin Chen didn't hesitate and jumped up to the second floor of the villa. As soon as he arrived, he saw that the entire second floor was composed of 5 rooms. Lin Chen entered the first room, kicked the door open, and found it to be a guest room, clean and tidy, showing no signs of anything unusual. Then he went to the second room, which had the same arrangement. The third room was a children's room. Inside, there were all kinds of stuffed dolls. It looked very cozy. However, just then, those stuffed dolls suddenly came to life, and they all revealed human-like expressions. Guest, it's time to eat. After saying this, they lunged at Lin Chen. Lin Chen quickly shut the door, but with a loud bang, the stuffed dolls crashed through the door and surrounded Lin Chen like rabid dogs. However, Lin Chen didn't pay any attention to their attacks. After gaining the power of the celestial fox, his body had undergone extreme optimization, and combined with the combat techniques he learned in school, even a 5th-tier beast would be easily defeated by him. In front of the chimera, a virtual book appeared, and she began to chant a spell. Soon, a massive magic circle appeared on the ground, encompassing Lin Chen and the stuffed dolls. Then, within the magic circle, numerous tentacles emerged, restraining the stuffed dolls in place. Master, you must leave quickly. Don't linger in battle. Find a way to locate the source of the curse here first. Lin Chen responded with a sound of acknowledgement, without hesitation, and immediately jumped out of the magic circle. Then, he hurriedly ran towards the innermost part of the room. That was the master bedroom of the villa. However, just as he reached the doorway, Lin Chen found himself frozen in place. He suddenly recalled something and carefully replayed everything they had just experienced in the villa. The owner of this house was clearly a wealthy person who had admired the lifestyle of Western nobility 200 years ago. Such people loved to replicate and learn from the ways of Western aristocrats. However, it was impossible for Western nobles to have maids cook for them. According to Western aristocratic tradition, each master in the villa would be assigned a personal servant, and all household chores would be divided among them. For example, there would be a dedicated laundry maid, a maid for miscellaneous tasks, and even a dishwashing maid. All these servants would obey one person's orders, the butler. However, when this noble model was brought to the country, many people reduced their need for servants due to high expenses. For instance, laundry and household chores would be handled by the same servant. The work of the dishwashing maid would be shared by the chef and his assistant. Chef. As Lin Chen thought of this, he suddenly realized something was off. That's right. The chef. Maids were not allowed to participate in food preparation, only one person could, and that was the head chef. Yet, there was no chef in this house. Where had the chef gone? With this thought, Lin Chen quickly reacted. That's right. The room of the chef. The living quarters of the chef and the servants were not the same. Generally, personal servants lived on the opposite side of the master bedroom, which helped them respond quickly to their master's commands. The chef, on the other hand, often lived on the lowest level of the villa, in the room closest to the kitchen. With this in mind, Lin Chen promptly turned around, abandoning the idea of checking the master bedroom. He swiftly leaped over the cloth dolls and quickly arrived at the staircase. At that moment, Ashan was engaged in a fierce battle with the owners of the house. Xiao Qing had even revealed her snake scales and tail. Due to the small space, both girls were unable to show their true forms. The male owner's head was already floating in mid-air, connected to his body by a spine. His body had transformed into the shape of ginseng spider legs. The female owner's half-body had turned into that of a bird. With every movement she made, large feathers fell from her body. These feathers were all poisonous and corrosive, making a rustling sound as they stuck to the floor. Seeing this, Lin Chen directly flipped over and jumped down from the second floor, landing steadily on the wooden floor of the first floor. Upon seeing Lin Chen jump down, the two children had already transformed into toads, continuously croaking, "Goo, goo." Upon spotting Lin Chen, they opened their mouths and leaped towards him. As they opened their mouths, two slimy tongues shot out towards Lin Chen. Faced with these two tongues, Lin Chen knew without needing to touch them that if they made contact, he would be unable to escape, and it could even threaten his life. Lin Chen quickly sidestepped to avoid them, then rolled and reached the staircase leading to the underground entertainment room. After that, Lin Chen leaped down to the lowest level of the villa. Looking around, he saw the luxurious entertainment room, but Lin Chen knew there must be a hidden door here. He turned and came to the bottom of the stairs, only to discover that there were actually two hidden doors beneath the stairs. Immediately, a smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. He did not rush to open the doors because he knew that all the secrets lay here. Thus, he activated his magic, simultaneously releasing two magical missiles while opening the two doors. As the doors swung open, Lin Chen saw that one of the rooms was empty, save for countless strange creatures' corpses. They were all, without exception, snakes, insects, mice, and ants, identical to those in the refrigerator in the kitchen. The moment he opened the door, those snakes, insects, mice, and ants began to move. Each creature seemed like a wronged soul. They all spoke in human language, with human expressions, casting resentful glances at Lin Chen. Then, they all started to crawl out of the room, wanting to devour Lin Chen. "I want to eat you. Hurry up and become our companion. Ha ha ha. As long as you become our companion, we can be resurrected. Eat him. This fresh human is the tastiest." Seeing this, Lin Chen stepped directly into the second room. As soon as he entered, he quickly closed the door, trapping those ingredients outside. Then, he looked around the room he was in. Instantly, Lin Chen smiled. Because he was right, he saw a man nailed to a giant cutting board. One of his hands held a kitchen knife, while the other held a spatula. His stomach had been carved out, with intestines spilling everywhere. Even more horrifying, his wounds were covered in teeth. These teeth were biting into each other, while his mouth had been sewn shut with fishing line. Lin Chen's mind then displayed the basic information about this monster. Cursed Chef Pelosa, S-Class Level 6 Cursed Beast. He was originally the head chef of a large hotel, renowned for his exceptional skills. Later, he was noticed by a famous local wealthy businessman, who hired him to be the chef at his home. Since the master was a gourmet, Pelosa held a very high position. Thus, Pelosa could manage all the servants in the villa, and one maid caught his eye, though she was clumsy and incompetent. One day, Pelosa decided to fire her, but the maid knelt and begged for mercy, spinning many lies, which led Pelosa to give her one last chance. However, the maid did not feel grateful. Instead, she harbored resentment towards Pelosa and obtained a recipe for a voodoo dish through a sacrificial ritual. Anyone who ate her cooking would become addicted and unable to eat anything else, causing the master to distance himself from Pelosa and relieve him of his chef position. After discovering the truth, Pelosa tried to expose the maid's scheme but was framed by her, ultimately having his heart dug out and his belly opened, becoming a sacrificial offering. But the villa's bad feng shui caused Pelosa's resentment to grow, and he eventually became a cursed beast, turning the entire villa into a cursed place where everyone inside would meet a tragic end. Even in death, they could not be reborn, living their lives in the villa relying solely on instinct. Skills: corrosion, bite, frenzied slash, cooking, flame burn, curse. Just as Lin Chen finished checking Pelosa's basic information, he heard it crack. The cutting board behind Pelosa suddenly shattered. Then, with a loud thud, Pelosa's body fell to the ground. He slowly raised his head, and on his belly began to wriggle like a mouth. Then, Lin Chen heard a sound that made his teeth ache. "Ah, you are also the helpers that the stinky woman found, right? Ha ha ha. Since that's the case, you all can die." After saying this, Pelosa swung a kitchen knife and chopped down directly. Lin Chen dodged just in time, but heard a loud bang as the door was cleaved open by the blow. The snakes, insects, rats, and ants outside rushed in as soon as the door opened, immediately pouncing towards Lin Chen. Seeing this, Lin Chen coldly sneered without a care. "Damn it! Since you want to collude with that bitch, then I'll grant you your wish." After Pelosa finished speaking, he wielded the spatula in his hand, scooped up a centipede, and placed it into the mouth on his belly. That huge mouth chewed a couple of times before spraying out a large amount of venom with a puff. Lin Chen quickly dodged, and the venom splattered against the wall, instantly corroding a massive black hole into it. However, Lin Chen could see that the wall was not harmed, it was merely the nature of the venom. Then, Pelosa continued to stuff things into his belly. Pelosa sneered, "A fragile human dares to oppose me. I will drown you in these poisons." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen showed an expression of indifference. "Really? Then bring it on." Then, he saw the mouth on Pelosa's belly open wide, and a strange black flame shot out from within. Lin Chen sensed two attributes from that flame, explosive and malicious. Pelosa shouted, "Die! Go die with that bitch!" At the same time, a massive amount of crimson flames surged from within Lin Chen's body. This flame was the purest and noblest of all flames in the world. The moment it touched the venomous fire, Pelosa's toxic flames seemed to wither as if they had encountered the heavens. The snakes, insects, rats, and ants that had been reveling before all retreated to the corners, trembling in fear. Then, the entire world seemed to turn into an ocean of flames. With a loud boom, the flames exploded, filling the entire space. The snakes, insects, rats, and ants all fled in panic towards the door. However, it was already too late for them to escape. The flames surged from the basement into the hallway, forcing all the villa's occupants back. Then, the flames climbed to the second floor, incinerating all the cloth dolls. After that, the flames slowly dissipated. A woman appeared, dressed in a red cloak, her soft chest half bare, her snow-white skin like exquisite jade, and her graceful neck resembling the most perfect artwork. Even without seeing her face, one could tell she was a stunning beauty. Looking up further, a perfect and enchanting face seemed to declare to the world who the most beautiful person was. Just a glance would leave one feeling unable to resist. She was truly a captivating temptation. 3 fiery red tails swayed behind her, constantly moving. Then, a clear and enchanting voice came from Xiaojiu. "Yo ho ho! How dare you speak to the master like that, you ugly thing, you really are shameless." After saying this, Xiaojiu's untainted jade-like feet landed on the ground. Lin Chen looked at Xiaojiu's back and smiled. you finally evolved successfully. Upon seeing Xiaojiu, Lin Chen's mind immediately filled with her basic information. The nine-tailed celestial fox in its three-tailed state, an SSS-level spirit pet, possesses the bloodline and inheritance of the celestial fox. After evolving into three tails, the nine-tailed celestial fox's attributes of bringing disaster to the nation will begin to reveal themselves. Wherever she appears, it could be a sign of good fortune or a natural calamity. Her power undergoes a qualitative change, and every word she speaks carries weight, capable of influencing everyone around her. She possesses skills: seduction, enchantment, precious words, heavenly fire, celestial fox power, and destruction of heaven and earth. Seduction can communicate through words to entice opponents. Precious words: any precious words spoken under any conditions can affect the opponent's mind. When used in conjunction with enchantment and seduction, it can enhance its power, proving particularly effective against enemies with weak mental fortitude. Destruction of heaven and earth can mark an enemy in advance, and after a 5-second chant, heavenly fire will explode beneath the marked enemy's feet. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised upon seeing Xiaojiu's attributes. In a certain sense, the enhancement in attack power from Xiaojiu's evolution was not significant, but the improvement in her own strength and realm was simply unimaginable. Aside from gaining the skill destruction of heaven and earth, which required a 5-second chant to use, there were no other enhancements. However, the chant time for this skill was rather impractical. Yet, when used in conjunction with Chimera's control skills, it could achieve instant kills. On the other hand, the enhancement of Xiaojiu's other skills represented a qualitative leap. Whether it was precious words or seduction, these skills were chilling and nearly impossible to defend against. Lin Chen couldn't help but think to himself, why does Xiaojiu's evolution seem more and more like Daji from the myths of my past life? Every one of her skills clearly aimed at bringing disaster to the nation. But before Lin Chen could calm his emotions, the system's prompt echoed in his mind once again. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully collecting the three-tailed form of the nine-tailed celestial fox. You have received system feedback: charm enhancement, destruction of heaven and earth, celestial fox power. Charm enhancement: the host's personal charm will further increase, making the already striking host even more capable of bringing disaster to the nation. Celestial fox power has further enhanced, improving physical attributes once again. Hearing the system's prompt, Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. What exactly is this feedback? If only you could give me a feedback on skills like seduction or precious words, then I could also achieve a qualitative leap. But what use is enhancing celestial fox power? I won't personally engage in hand-to-hand combat with others. What's the point of increasing my charm? Am I supposed to become a gigolo for rich women? Lin Chen felt somewhat helpless. However, better than nothing, he was too lazy to complain. At this moment, Perosa looked at Xiaojiu, his face flushed. He had never encountered such a beautiful woman, either in life or after death. Every smile and frown from Xiaojiu captivated him completely. The non-human features of Xiaojiu, her fox ears and tail, became exceptionally enchanting under her charm enhancement. Perosa greedily stepped towards Xiaojiu. However, Xiaojiu beckoned to Perosa with her finger. If you submit to me now, I might consider giving you a complete corpse. Upon hearing this, Perosa suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, but he could not shake off the greed within him. He suppressed his impulse to submit to Xiaojiu and swung his large kitchen knife. I will turn you into the most delicious dish and savor it slowly by myself. With that, he brandished his knife and spatula and lunged forward. Seeing this, Xiaojiu did not panic. She covered her mouth and giggled. Hee hee. They say curse-type monsters are all pitiful creatures. I think they may not be pitiful, but they are certainly laughable. They've already revealed their true forms and still don't know whether they live or die, so let me send you on your way. After saying this, Xiaojiu's delicate fingers gently twirled, and a strange flame lotus appeared. Then, with a light flick, it flew towards Pelosa. Pelosa then raised his kitchen knife and struck the flame lotus. Following that, there was a loud boom, and the flame lotus exploded. Pelosa's hand holding the knife suddenly broke apart. Then, Xiaojiu's large cloak quietly slipped off. Just as the spring light burst forth, she turned around, grabbed the hem of her cloak, and wrapped it around herself. The originally loose cloak barely covered her private areas, then transformed into a very fitted martial arts outfit on her body. Immediately, Xiaojiu pushed off the ground with one foot, fire appearing in her hand, and punched Pelosa's body, producing a dull sound. Bang! 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 Then, Xiaojiu continued to throw punches at Pelosa. Lin Chen, witnessing this, couldn't help but twitch his mouth. If he were to give Xiaojiu a voiceover, he would definitely choose aura. This little fist pounding on your chest exuded the aura of Jotaro Kujo. After that, Xiaojiu lightly pointed at Pelosa's forehead. Pelosa's body suddenly fell to the ground. Xiaojiu quickly turned around and walked slowly towards Lin Chen. With a loud boom, Pelosa's corpse exploded. Then, Xiaojiu stepped on the flames and walked up to Lin Chen, kneeling on one knee and resting her head on the back of his hand. "Master, Xiaojiu is back. Are you satisfied?" Lin Chen suppressed the fluttering in his heart, rubbed Xiaojiu's head, and thought to himself, what a little fairy. In just her frown and smile, she displayed the enchanting charm of the celestial fox clan. If it weren't for Lin Chen's strong mental power and composure, he would have probably lost control and done something inappropriate with his spirit pet. Lin Chen gently stroked Xiaojiu's head and said, "You've worked hard. The evolution must have been very dangerous. Let's go see your other sisters." As the two of them just stepped out of the room, they found that Xiao Chang and the others had already run down. "Master, the danger has been eliminated." Then they looked at the exceptionally beautiful Xiaojiu. "Sister Xiaojiu, how come you've become even more beautiful?" "You sisters are just as beautiful, it's just that I'm a bit more flamboyant." Hearing Xiaojiu's words, Lin Chen nodded immediately. Xiaojiu was absolutely right. The reason Xiaojiu was so dazzling was entirely because the celestial fox possessed the ability of charm. Naturally, Xiaojiu would attract the attention of everyone around her. As for the other three girls, Chimera looked youthful and energetic, Ashan was full of wildness, while Xiao Chang was classical and graceful. They were all top-tier beauties, and even placed next to Xiaojiu, they would not be overshadowed. Lin Chen then thought of something and couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Sigh. Having too many spirit pets really tests one's composure. Being a beastmaster is truly troublesome. He really didn't know if anyone else heard this and would scold him for being a master of Versailles. At this moment, flames had also erupted from the upper floors of the villa, and the already shaky villa began to collapse. Without hesitation, everyone immediately ran upstairs. During the run, Lin Chen took a special glance at the surrounding environment. He discovered that the family of four and the card players inside the room had now turned into dry bones. Moreover, judging by their appearance, they should have been dead for 100 or 200 years. The once splendid and luxurious furniture and decor had now turned into the dilapidated state they encountered when they first entered the villa. At this moment, the fire had become fierce, and Lin Chen hurriedly led the four girls to rush outside. As they stepped out of the villa's main door, a blazing sunlight flooded Lin Chen's eyes. He clearly remembered that it was already evening when they were having dinner inside the villa. It seemed that the flow of time within the villa was indeed different from the outside world. Just then, the already precarious structure of the wooden villa suddenly shook and then collapsed with a loud crash. Lin Chen looked at the smoke and dust from the flames and the debris of the house, and couldn't help but sigh, saying, "Let's go." Just as Lin Chen was about to leave, a sudden intuition struck him. He turned back to carefully examine the ruins of the wooden villa and said to Xiaojiu and Xiao Qing, "Find a way to put out the fire." Although the two girls had no idea what new discovery Lin Chen had made, they executed his orders without hesitation. Xiaojiu extended her hand, using her heavenly fire to suppress the flames to a minimum. Then, Xiao Chang immediately summoned a heavy rain that targeted only the villa, extinguishing the fire. Seeing the flames completely extinguished, Lin Chen returned to the ruins. He meticulously searched through everything in the debris. At that moment, Xiaojiu approached him, puzzled, and asked, "Master? What's wrong?" Chimera also floated curiously beside Lin Chen. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chen said with a serious expression, "I have a feeling that something is off about our adventure this time. Just now, I suddenly thought of a key issue. Although Perosa was cursed, he is not a monster, he is a living person." Upon hearing this, Ashan scratched the back of her head, as she wouldn't actively think about anything, just waiting for Lin Chen to reveal the answer. Xiaojiu and Chimera clearly sensed something was amiss. "Master? Are you saying that?" Lin Chen nodded and then lifted the wooden debris off the ruins of the villa, revealing the staircase leading to the basement. With a serious expression, Lin Chen said, "That's right. When we first encountered a cursed beast, although it seemed that the beast's true form was a duke, it was actually a demon frame. The duke was merely the external vessel of the demon frame. However, Perosa is different, he is a living person. Although we defeated him, we did not truly destroy the source of the curse. If you say Perosa is the source of the curse, I don't believe it, unless Perosa himself is not a human but a humanoid beast." At this point, Lin Chen had already descended the stairs. The stairs had been burned, with only parts of the structure precariously hanging in mid-air. Lin Chen jumped down directly into the basement. The four girls followed suit, jumping down after him. Lin Chen found Perosa's charred corpse and fell into deep thought. After a moment, Lin Chen said gloomily, "Let's look for any noteworthy clues in this villa." Thus, they began to search separately in the remaining basement of the villa. Soon, Chimera was the first to speak up, "Master, come quickly and see what this is." Lin Chen went to where Chimera was and discovered something resembling a camera. He approached to examine it and immediately found the camera very strange. It seemed to be a surveillance device, but there were no data cables extending from its machine. Moreover, its design is not like that of digital products from 200 years ago, and this is not a model that can be bought in modern society. Lin Chen looked at the camera with a serious expression, then reached out his hand to take it down for a closer look. As soon as his hand touched the camera, it suddenly shattered, its parts uncontrollably falling to the ground, and Ashan quickly reached out to catch them. However, those parts dissipated in mid-air, turning into black smoke and disappearing from everyone's sight. Lin Chen frowned, looking at the spot where the camera had vanished, and couldn't help but sneer, a mere trick. He knew that the curse within the villa must have deeper implications, but this answer might only be known by the master behind the camera. He was just about to lead the girls away when he suddenly heard Xiaoqing calling him from upstairs. Master! Master! Come look at this! Lin Chen and the others quickly jumped to the first floor, where they saw a row of weathered bones laid out in front of Xiaoqiang. Xiaojiao asked in confusion, "What did you find?" Xiaoqing pointed at the bones and said, "You can see for yourselves." Lin Chen lowered his head to look at the neatly arranged remains and soon noticed something amiss. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Why are there only 5? Clearly, even the oblivious Ashan noticed something was wrong at this moment. Could it be that you missed one? Ashan asked Xiaoqing in disbelief. Lin Chen glanced at the ruins that Xiaoqing had just cleared, and it was evident that she had searched every corner. Whose bones are missing? Lin Chen then asked. It's the mistress's. Lin Chen couldn't help but be surprised. He had originally thought it was the maid's bones that were missing, but it turned out to be the mistress's. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the woman who seemed the most amiable, always trying to dissuade the master from losing his temper. She was so unremarkable. Lin Chen frowned and then said, "Let's go. There's nothing worth noting anymore." However, Lin Chen always had a feeling that the camera would likely appear again. After this incident, Lin Chen's journey was delayed by several hours. They found some more demon beasts as food, fed them to his 3 carnivorous spirit pets, and then continued on their way. In the evening, Lin Chen lay in Xiaojiao's embrace, with her 3 fluffy tails beneath him. Lin Chen comfortably stretched and prepared to sleep. At that moment, Chimera suddenly said to Lin Chen, "Master." Lin Chen asked in confusion, "Is there something wrong?" Chimera pondered for a moment and then uncertainly said, "I have a hypothesis that hasn't been confirmed, and I'm not sure if I should say it." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen smiled and nodded. "Feel free to speak." Chimera sat down, hugging her knees and said, "In the memories I inherited, I clearly remember a person who was once renowned alongside the god of law, named the god of food, Luo Tao. He was a gourmet and also a top chef, capable of creating dishes with any flavor, each with different effects, such as healing injuries, controlling the mind, altering taste, and so on." Lin Chen frowned upon hearing Chimera's words. "What do you mean? I suspect that what happened in that wooden villa might be related to him. What does it matter who the god of food or the god of thunder is to me? If he is friendly to us, I wouldn't mind tasting his dishes. If he wants to be my enemy, then I'll turn him into a dish and feed it to the pigs." The 4 women immediately burst into laughter upon hearing Lin Chen's words. Chimera covered her mouth and laughed, finally managing to steady her breath. "Master, you can't take him to feed the pigs, you have to leave him for the sisters to eat. What if the food god is also a high-level demon beast?" Lin Chen nodded at her words. "I'm just afraid he won't taste good. Ha 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 ha." The 4 girls couldn't help but burst into laughter again. They then slowly fell asleep amidst the sounds of joy and laughter. Early the next morning, Lin Chen and his group set off on their journey to the small ferry. Thanks to Ashan's relentless pace, Lin Chen could see the small ferry from a distance after just over half a day. Although it was called a small ferry, its scale was anything but small. Legend has it that this ferry was developed by a prominent family in Hangzhou City for their trade. Later, for reasons unknown, they joined forces with other prominent families in Hangzhou City, expanded the scale of the ferry, and hired the city guards from the Lord's mansion for security measures with 30% of the profits, resulting in its current size. Lin Chen looked towards the distant ferry, which resembled a small town. He jumped off Ashan and let her return to her pokeball. Little Nine also bowed to Lin Chen, then disguised herself before walking into the small ferry alone. Lin Chen then led Chimera and Little Qing in another direction. Unlike the main city of Hangzhou, there was no one at the entrance to register. Instead, it seemed bustling with people, as if everyone was strolling through a market. Of course, that was the actual situation now. The current small ferry was essentially a large market. Since the actual control of this place was in the hands of the prominent families in Hangzhou City, it had formed a black market outside the control of the Lord's mansion. Many wild beast tamers, after gaining their harvests in the wild, would come here to sell their spoils. As soon as Lin Chen and the two girls entered the small ferry, they attracted everyone's attention. After all, the three of them were exceptionally beautiful. Although the two girls were disguised, they were still very captivating. Lin Chen, not to mention, exuded a strong masculine charm enhanced by the buff from the celestial fox, making anyone interested in him even fascinated. Lin Chen didn't rush to find old Lu and the others. Instead, he first sat down with little Chang and Chimera at a restaurant and leisurely enjoyed a meal. "Where are you guys from? You look unfamiliar. Are you here for the ghost market too?" While Lin Chen was eating, he overheard someone nearby chatting continuously. "Who isn't coming to the small ferry for the ghost market these days? Who says otherwise? This time the ghost market has made such a big stir. I heard someone in Hanzhou City got a crystal core dropped by a 9th-tier demon beast after it died. Is that true? No way. Hanzhou City is under the protection of the god of fields. If such a good thing existed, shouldn't he be the first to discover it? How could it be sold at the ghost market? You don't know this, do you? A while ago, a 9th-tier demon beast sealed in Hanzhou City broke out, but it actually escaped secretly. To do so, it left a clone behind in the seal. The god of fields later killed the main body and took the crystal core it dropped, but after the clone died, it also formed a crystal core, which was later taken out by someone." Lin Chen listened while eating. After finishing his meal, he settled the bill and left, as if he hadn't heard anything. As soon as the three of them left the restaurant, Lin Chen immediately hailed a taxi. Once inside, he transformed his demeanor, resembling a young master out for a leisurely excursion. He casually told the driver, "To the ghost market." The driver was momentarily taken aback and looked at Lin Chen with surprise. "Boss, the ghost market isn't open yet." "Oh, when does it open?" The ghost market. Just from the name, you know it only opens at night." Lin Chen nodded upon hearing this. "I heard while I was eating that there are good things for sale at the ghost market. I wonder if it's true. How can I participate when the time comes?" Every move Lin Chen made seemed like that of an ordinary traveler, not someone with ulterior motives. The driver, quickly deceived by Lin Chen's youth and performance, earnestly advised, "Young man, I know you young people are curious, but I advise you not to go to the ghost market." Lin Chen became intrigued and asked, "Oh, why do you say that?" Every city's driver is like a streetwise sage, relishing the chance to sound profound, believing there's nothing they can't discuss, because you won't be able to handle it. Lin Chen was puzzled. The driver looked at Lin Chen's youthful yet friendly face, speaking with the kindness of an elder. The ghost market is actually a large trading market, similar to a village fair. But everything traded at the ghost market is based on skill. It's all about mutual consent. You pay and receive goods at the same time. Even if you get scammed, it's your own problem, and you can't blame the seller. Moreover, while the security measures at the ghost market are good, once you leave, if anything happens to you, no one will take responsibility. You should understand what I mean. Lin Chen nodded in response. In other words, trading at the ghost market is purely based on one's own ability. Even if you die, no one will come to collect your body. Lin Chen thought for a moment and then asked, "So how do you get into the ghost market?" The driver parked in front of a hotel and pointed to it, saying, "The location of the ghost market is always by the riverbank of Langjiang, but you need a recommendation from this hotel to participate. Once you go in, just tell the front desk your purpose, and they will arrange it for you." Having received the information he wanted, Lin Chen nodded, then paid, and got out of the car with Chimera and Xiao Chang. Lin Chen entered the hotel, where a polite receptionist stepped forward. "May I ask if the three guests are checking in or dining?" Lin Chen, looking like a wealthy second-generation traveler, casually replied, "I'm here to attend the ghost market." Upon hearing the term ghost market, the receptionist's expression remained unchanged, treating Lin Chen and the others like ordinary guests, guiding them to the front desk for check-in and handover. The entire process appeared very normal and smooth, with no surprises, as if the hotel was completely accustomed to receiving guests like Lin Chen. Once everything was ready, a female server approached. "Please follow me, guests." The server politely addressed Lin Chen, Chimera, and Xiao Chang. Lin Chen nodded and followed her. They took the elevator together and arrived at a private room upstairs. "Guests, please wait here for a moment. After it gets dark, when the time comes, our hotel will arrange for you to go to the ghost market," Lin Chen said with a smile, nodding at the female attendant to indicate he understood. "All right, wishing you a pleasant journey." After saying this, the female attendant left the room and closed the door behind her. As soon as she left, the playful expression on Lin Chen's face turned serious. He snapped his fingers, and Chimera and Xiao Chang immediately understood, quickly starting to check the room. Once they confirmed that nothing had been tampered with, Lin Chen took out his phone and began searching for information about the hotel. According to the information he found, the small dock was controlled by the prominent families of Hangzhou. If a place like the Ghost Market truly existed, he should have received some news about it while in Hangzhou City. However, it seemed that the city lord's mansion of Hangzhou was unaware of anything regarding it. At the very least, if Zhou Mingwei or Tianwen knew, they would have surely warned him. The fact that the city lord's mansion of Hangzhou was still oblivious to the Ghost Market either meant that it had not yet been discovered or that it had been discovered long ago, but the mansion simply did not take it seriously. Nevertheless, Lin Chen felt he needed to proceed with caution. After all, it was quite strange that such a ghost market was not under the jurisdiction of the Hangzhou city lord's mansion. Soon, he found news related to the small dock. However, to Lin Chen's surprise, the hotel was backed by the Wang family of Hangzhou, a family he had not heard much about. He pondered for a while but could not recall any memories regarding the Wang family. He then searched for other news related to the Wang family and quickly discovered that they had connections with many other families, including the Lin family from Modu. After putting down his phone, Lin Chen fell into deep thought. Although the Lin family was quite large, it was still far from being able to dominate the entire dragon country. It should be noted that families as large as the Lin family were quite common in any region or province of the dragon country. But why was it only the Lin family from Modu that seemed so peculiar? Was it because the Lin family had the veteran Lin Batian? Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a mix of confusion and admiration. He then searched for news about other prominent families related to the small dock, all of which were publicly available information online. Soon, Lin Chen put down his phone and began to meditate with his eyes closed. He started to compile all the information in his mind. He didn't know how long it had been when someone knocked on his door. "Is this Mr. Chao Wang? The ghost market is about to start, and I am here to guide you there." Upon hearing the voice, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, and at that moment, his gaze was clear, as if he had figured something out. He quickly transformed back into the carefree rich second generation he had been during the day, accompanied by his two female companions, and went to the door. Upon opening it, he saw a female attendant holding 3 cloaks and 3 white masks. "Please change your attire before heading to the ghost market. All transactions in the ghost market are conducted anonymously, so we ask for your cooperation." Lin Chen shrugged nonchalantly at her words, then, along with Xiao Chang and Chimera, donned the cloaks, pulling the hoods over their faces, and put on the plain white masks. The female attendant then led the way, guiding the 3 of them out of the hotel through the back door. After navigating through streets and alleys, they arrived at the banks of the Lang River. The Lang River is a waterway that runs through the Dragon Country. Its source lies in an unknowable region. After stretching for tens of thousands of kilometers, it finally flows into the sea. One could say it spans the entire Dragon Kingdom. Among them are Han State City and Suyang City. However, it suddenly veers south in Suyang City and does not flow into the sea at Magic City. Only a small tributary passes through Magic City. Arriving by the riverbank, the waitress suddenly stopped in her tracks. She turned to Lin Chen and said, "3 of you, please pay attention. You only have one chance to enter the ghost market. After purchasing the items you want, do not leave the boundaries of the ghost market lightly, because once you leave, you will never be able to enter again." After saying this, she gestured with a please towards the empty space ahead. Lin Chen exchanged glances with the other 2 girls, then stepped forward in the direction indicated by the waitress. Immediately, they felt a dizzying sensation, as if they had penetrated some kind of barrier and directly entered another world. Just a moment ago, they were still by the banks of the Lang River enjoying the river breeze, and the next second, they found themselves in an ancient and quaint world. Everything here was arranged as if it were a tourist attraction. Although it was very distinctive, Lin Chen felt it was quite ordinary. After all, in any ancient city from his past life, there was always such an ancient town, looking completely uniform and lacking novelty. Within this ancient city, every house was brightly lit, filled with various vendors calling out their wares. If Lin Chen hadn't known in advance that this ancient town was the ghost market, he would have thought these scenes were quite lively. At this moment, many people had already surged into the ghost market. Lin Chen then followed the crowd into the first shop. This shop sold the corpses of demon beasts. Selling the corpses of 7th-tier demon beasts, General Crocodile, 50 million each. Consuming it can enhance your physique. Lin Chen immediately looked at Xiao Chang, but Xiao Qing shook her head. "We prefer to eat the prey we catch ourselves." Lin Chen nodded at this and decided not to buy food for his spirit pets. He continued walking forward and discovered that the goods sold in the ghost market were indeed unusual. While not everything found in many spirit pet shops was available here, nearly all the substitute items could be found. Moreover, the prices of these substitute items were considerably cheaper than those in spirit pet shops. Not only that, but there were also many items that could not be purchased in spirit pet shops. For example, information on certain wanted criminals, relics of beast tamers found in the wild, and materials that are not allowed to be sold on the market. It could be said that everything one could think of was available. However, the latter often had a markup compared to market prices in the ghost market. Furthermore, there was no institution here to authenticate the truth, so whether buyers would be deceived depended entirely on their own discernment and luck. Lin Chen looked around and couldn't help but curl his lip. For most of the items sold in the ghost market, he actually had substitutes in his storage bag. Those substitute items included not only the gifts from the head of the Liu family but also the generous offerings from Matsushita. It was because of their contributions that Lin Chen had gained so many substitute spoils. One could say that Lin Chen's current worth might be more substantial than that of many small families. As he walked, Lin Chen arrived in front of a shop selling materials. The shop was quite unremarkable, with hardly any customers lingering at the entrance. However, the goods sold inside piqued Lin Chen's interest. Selling mechanical hearts. Lin Chen looked at the items displayed in the other party's store, furrowing his brows before stepping inside. "Boss, how much is this mechanical heart?" Lin Chen's tone remained the same as before, treating himself like a cynical rich second generation, even his speech carrying a hint of frivolity. At that moment, Lin Chen appeared completely naive, like a foolish son of a landlord going out with a lot of pocket money, unsure of what to buy. The boss was also dressed in a white cloak, and his mask was different. The merchant's mask was black, exactly the opposite of the customer's mask. The boss glanced at Lin Chen and then awkwardly smiled, letting out a laugh that was old and somewhat toothaking. He. So the customer wants to buy a mechanical heart. Mine are all cheap, those right by your hand are all $1 million each, or you can exchange them here for an equivalent value in metal materials. Those over there are 100,000 each. Saying this, the boss pointed to his side. And my mechanical hearts are more valuable, costing 5 million each. Lin Chen stared at the mechanical hearts the boss pointed to, momentarily stunned, then asked with a teasing tone, "Boss, isn't the price of your mechanical hearts off?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's response, the boss directly countered, "Oh? It seems you have some knowledge about mechanical creations?" Lin Chen did not answer directly. In fact, his method of judging the prices of these mechanical hearts was quite simple. He compared them to equally valued spirit pets to arrive at a rough conclusion. However, Lin Chen wouldn't answer that way, as he wanted to avoid showing any weakness. Instead, he casually said, "How would I know anything about mechanical creations? I just have a bit of understanding." The boss snorted coldly at this. "Humph. Then why are you asking me for prices? Are you here just to amuse yourself? Wasting my time? Get lost. Get lost. Get lost." Lin Chen found this strange. Was the boss not planning to do business? He then smiled and retorted, "Oh? What? Is it not okay for me to buy a few mechanical hearts to play with?" Lin Chen mimicked the image and tone of those rich second generations and foolish sons of landlords as he spoke. The boss was somewhat taken aback by Lin Chen's words. New money, playing the lute to a cow. Seeing that his words had some effect, Lin Chen pressed on, "What? Are you selling or not?" The boss looked at Lin Chen's face hidden beneath the mask and then gritted his teeth. "I will sell. But do you know what the mechanical heart is used for?" To his surprise, Lin Chen replied, "I don't know. Teach me." The boss took a deep breath upon hearing this. The mechanical heart is the core of mechanical creations, which can fuse with demon beasts or spirit pets to form mechanical creations. After hearing the boss's explanation, Lin Chen sneered. "You're talking nonsense." The boss was stunned by Lin Chen's interruption. "Humans have tamed demon beasts for so many years. Have you ever seen anyone make mechanical creations themselves? The origin of mechanical creations has always been a mystery. You actually say your mechanical heart can fuse with demon beasts? What nonsense! Utter nonsense!" When Lin Chen said this, he wasn't intentionally looking for trouble. The emergence of mechanical creations has never been conclusively determined, aside from the legend of Dr. Benjamin. There are many versions of the tale, but none have been verified. It's just that Dr. Benjamin's rumors are the most persuasive. Lin Chen also knew that the boss was trying to fool him, but he discovered that among those mechanical hearts, there was actually one that caused a reaction in the entire Monster Beast Encyclopedia. First tier mechanical heart, initial form, potential development SSS level, ability, unknown, function, unknown, source, unknown, can merge with certain monster beasts to form mechanical creations. Aside from that mechanical heart, the others did not trigger any reaction in the Monster Beast Encyclopedia. Lin Chen wanted to know where the other party got these mechanical hearts, so he deliberately tried to provoke him into revealing the truth. Sure enough, the boss fell for it. He looked at Lin Chen, his tone carrying a hint of hostility. "You fool, are you buying or not? If not, then get lost. I was planning to buy, but now I want to expose you. Since this is my first time in the ghost market and I run into a scammer like you, I have to show you my power." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the boss realized he was dealing with an amateur and could only helplessly twitch his mouth, saying, "All these mechanical hearts are developed by me. Do you think I don't know if they work or not?" After saying that, he took out a pokeball. Then, with a ding, a beetle about the size of a palm flew out from the pokeball. This was a first-tier E-level monster beast beetle, one that didn't even have combat capabilities. The boss then took out one of his mechanical hearts and placed it on the beetle, and immediately, the mechanical heart made a series of click, click sounds, then fitted itself onto the beetle. The beetle instantly transformed from a pretty little creature into a majestic and powerful one. Moreover, its previously clumsy body seemed to be able to fly now, even attempting to flap its body. Xiao Qing couldn't help but exclaim "wow," looking completely amazed. "Master, I want one," Xiao Qing then eagerly said to Lin Chen. Hearing this, Lin Chen looked at Chimera. Chimera nodded in agreement. Lin Chen then looked at the two girls and shrugged. "Alright, since you both want it, I'll buy each of you 2 mechanical hearts." Upon hearing Lin Chen say he would buy 2 mechanical hearts for each of them, the boss was initially a bit displeased, but eventually agreed reluctantly. "Fine. Which 4 mechanical hearts do you want?" Lin Chen casually pointed to 2 mechanical hearts, then picked up the one he had already set his sights on, and finally looked at the mechanical heart on the beetle, saying, "Besides the 3 mechanical hearts I've chosen, give me the one on the beetle too." The boss quickly shook his head upon hearing Lin Chen's request for the beetle's mechanical heart. "That mechanical heart can't be sold for now. Once a mechanical heart is used, it can't be removed. I need to go back and use the lab's tools to take it off." Lin Chen shrugged and said, "Alright. In that case, find me another good mechanical heart." The boss immediately nodded and then took out a mechanical heart from the counter and handed it to Lin Chen. "For mechanical hearts, a total of 12 million. Upon hearing this number, Lin Chen didn't blink on the surface, but inside, his heart was bleeding. For these 4 worthless things to cost 12 million, it took him several months to earn 10,000 when he was studying. Although he had already made quite a bit of money through continuous seizures, 12 million was not much for him now, yet he still felt a pang of pain. However, Lin Chen did not let his thoughts show on his face. He casually took out a sufficient amount of cash from his storage space and directly tossed it onto the counter before immediately turning to leave. He appeared very carefree. The boss hurriedly called out behind Lin Chen, saying, "Thank you for your patronage." Once Lin Chen had walked far away, the boss chuckled and took out the beetle. Then, he casually yanked at it, and with a crack, the mechanical heart that had already been used by the boss fell off the beetle. The beetle then dropped to the ground, looking utterly lifeless. A shopkeeper from a nearby store saw this and immediately smiled, giving the boss a thumbs up. "Really impressive. You tricked him again." Hearing the shopkeeper's words, the boss who sold the mechanical heart to Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Only a naive son of a landlord who has never seen the world would fall for this, and it's a mutual agreement. One is willing to be deceived, and the other is willing to deceive. There's nothing to be done about it. Saying this, the boss immediately began to close his shop and leave, not caring about the other customers who came to buy things. He had always been very cautious in business. After deceiving one person, he would never deceive a second. Because people who come to the ghost market are unlikely to return a second time, when the ghost market opens next time, he would rent another shop to deceive again. After all, the ghost market is special, and there are quite a few merchants like him who might only rent for a few days or even just one day. Moreover, what he said and did was not entirely false, because those mechanical hearts were indeed genuine, and he had poured a lot of effort into them before. However, these mechanical hearts could not stabilize and merge with the demon beasts. Just a short time after contact, they would collapse. At the same time, the demon beasts that merged with the mechanical hearts would die from bearing such a heavy burden. After a lifetime of research, his funding had long been stretched thin, yet he had not made much progress, which left him utterly disheartened and disappointed with his research results. Until now, he had fallen to the point of being a con artist in the ghost market. He had already packed all his things and left the ghost market with his burden. A full 12 million in cash, enough for me to live carefreely for the rest of my life. In this world, 12 million is enough for an ordinary person to live without worries for a lifetime. However, if one were to raise spirit pets or study mechanical creations, it might not last even a few days. On the other side, after leaving the storefront, Lin Chen did not rush to check the items he had bought but instead said to the little green beside him, "Have you both marked them?" Little green nodded in response. "I have already released snake venom on that cache. We can just follow the scent to find it later." Chimera also nodded and said, "I have marked the cache as well. We can use tracking magic to pinpoint his location later." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen smiled. This is good. In fact, he had long seen that the boss was a fraud, but he did not expose him. One reason was that the mechanical heart that could merge with spirit pets was something he had always wanted. The second reason was that he wanted to know more about the mechanical heart. And the third, which was the most important point, was that for a miser who was afraid of being poor, if he could get something for free, he would definitely take it. The three of them walked a bit further and found the area ahead bustling with people. Lin Chen pulled over a passerby and asked what had happened ahead. The passerby looked at Lin Chen's white mask. "Brother, you must be new here, right? Don't you know there's an auction house in the ghost market?" Lin Chen shook his head at this. The other person helplessly pointed in that direction and said, "That's the open-air auction house of the ghost market, the place where the most valuable items are auctioned. All the good stuff is over there, but the prices." He shrugged, somewhat helplessly. "They're really not pretty." After saying that, the person turned and left. Looking at his back, there was a hint of loneliness. It was probably because he wanted something but couldn't afford it. Upon hearing about the auction house, Lin Chen quickly shifted his gaze over. Then he squeezed in with Xiao Chang and Chimera. Just as they were about to enter the innermost part, they were stopped by a staff member wearing a red mask. According to the rules of the ghost market, merchants wear black masks, customers wear white masks, while the staff and security personnel wear red masks. Only the managers of the ghost market wear painted masks, and different colors represent different positions. The staff member in the red mask extended his hand to block Lin Chen. "This is the VIP area, you can't enter casually." Lin Chen frowned upon hearing this. "What do I need to enter?" The person glanced at Lin Chen and said emotionlessly, "You need 10 million in cash." They were talking about cash, not equivalent items. In the world of beast tamers, valuable items are mostly traded through barter, and very few people use cash transactions. This has led many high-level beast tamers to become poor. Either they have nothing to show for themselves, or they are left with nothing but money. However, in a place like the ghost market, it's different because only by using cash to purchase VIP access can you demonstrate how wealthy you are. Upon hearing the other person's words, Lin Chen showed no hesitation on the surface. He slightly tilted his head, signaling Chimera to take out the money. This action was very suave, causing those around to gasp in surprise. But inside, his heart was bleeding. A full 10 million. That was a whole 10 million. But when it came to expenses like this, Lin Chen never held back. In his past life, if you had enough savings, you could live without worry for the rest of your life, even benefiting your descendants. But in this world, saving money is actually the most useless thing to do. Only by making it work to its fullest can you gain greater benefits. Chimera then took out a full 10 million in cash from her storage ring and piled it in front of the staff member. The other person was also startled by Lin Chen's action. "What's going on? Does this guy want to bury me in money?" That was 10 million in cash. Even in this world, where the denominations are larger, that's still a small mountain. If buried in it, it could really lead to trouble. However, fortunately, he had decent mental fortitude. He immediately coughed twice and then extended his hand. Suddenly, the ring on his hand glowed faintly, and then the cash disappeared before everyone's eyes. Lin Chen recognized at a glance that the ring the other person wore was a storage item. However, this storage ring was made rather crudely and couldn't compare to the one Chimera had. It seemed that the other person's storage ring could only hold cash and similar items, not powerful high-level materials. After that, the other person immediately made a pleased gesture to Lin Chen. Then, Lin Chen was led by him into the innermost part of the auction site. After entering, Lin Chen looked around at the layout. If one had to say what this place resembled, it would be a theater from a past life. All VIP customers could participate in the auction from a spacious area, while ordinary people could only squeeze together on the outskirts to watch the show. It was truly a matter of watching a performance. According to the rules here, only items that failed to sell could be bid on by non-VIP customers. After Lin Chen took his seat, the staff immediately handed him a bidding paddle, and if he wanted to bid, he just needed to raise this paddle. Lin Chen nodded in response. Xiao Chang and Chimera nestled on either side of Lin Chen, causing those nearby to swallow hard and curse the decline of societal values. It must be said that although Xiao Chang and Chimera were wearing cloaks, their curvaceous figures sparked the imagination, leading to deep envy and jealousy towards Lin Chen. Shortly after Lin Chen and the others took their seats, the auction had already progressed to the second round. The next item brought up for auction was an S-rank first-tier demon beast. Although the beast had excellent innate talent, it still paled in comparison to Lin Chen's 4 spirit pets. Moreover, the beast had no special bloodline, and after a few glances, Lin Chen lost all interest. Yet, even so, an S-rank demon beast was auctioned off for a staggering 1 billion. This is the allure of a talented demon beast for a beast master. Even an S-rank talented demon beast would be so fervently sought after. One wonders if these people would curse Lin Chen for being ostentatious if they knew his thoughts. After the third item was brought up, it was merely an A-rank demon beast, but it was a very rare flying demon beast. However, this did not stir any waves in the VIP area, and it ultimately went unsold, later taken by a backpacker on the outskirts. Although called a backpacker, these individuals are not mere travelers. In Long Country and even worldwide, there exists a peculiar profession known as itinerant merchants. Initially, these people were called mobile merchants. Later, because they liked to carry travel bags while wandering between major cities, selling their goods before moving on, they were collectively dubbed backpackers. With the invention of storage equipment, the number of true backpackers carrying travel bags has dwindled. Additionally, due to the flow of commerce and the continuous expansion of human exploration into the wild, the survival of backpackers has become increasingly difficult. Eventually, these backpackers could only roam between small towns or even in the wilderness. Later, they began to serve large families, helping them find goods they needed. Gradually, they formed another mode of survival. The backpacker who took the A-rank demon beast clearly had no background. When he obtained the A-rank demon beast, he was unusually overjoyed and hurriedly left the ghost market with it. The subsequent items all found their buyers. Lin Chen remained inactive. Finally, when the 10th item was presented, Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The auction house had brought out a gun this time. It was a golden handgun, appearing quite large. Its body was made of a silver metal, while its bolt was made of a golden metal. Overall, it had a very artistic feel. Meanwhile, the host continued with the introduction. Dear guests, this gun is called Neil's Fury, crafted from a bone of the 7th-tier demon beast, the ancient dragon Neil, and its bolt is made of a very rare metal, making it exceptionally sturdy overall. Moreover, the attributes of this gun are truly extraordinary. As he spoke, the host suddenly took Neil's flame into his hands and began to charge it into the gun. Then, he aimed at the sky and pulled the trigger. Immediately, there was a loud boom. The sound of the gun was immense, as if a grenade had exploded. The magical bullet then burst forth from the barrel, exploding in the sky. The host smiled and said, "The attribute of Neil's angry bullet is determined by the user's magical affinity. If you are closer to the fire element, the bullet fired will be fire attribute. If it's the water element, you might shoot ice or water attribute bullets." Upon hearing this, everyone straightened up, their gazes fixed on Neil's anger. The host continued his introduction. The power of Neil's anger is not growth type, but its upper limit is very high. Even I, a 6th-tier beast master, can only use 3 bullets at most when fully powered. Hearing this, many who were interested in Neil's anger changed their expressions to serious ones. It seemed they were conflicted about whether to bid. The host then waved his auction hammer. "Now I announce that the starting bid for Neil's anger is 10 million. Let the bidding begin. I bid 100 million. As soon as the words were spoken, someone eagerly announced their price. Lin Chen looked over and saw it was a person in the front row. The individual appeared somewhat overweight and was accompanied by several bodyguards. However, under the cloak and mask, Lin Chen couldn't see the fat man's face clearly. Lin Chen then glanced at the chimera beside him. He noticed the chimera's eyes were shining with excitement. Even through the mask, Lin Chen could feel her anticipation for the gun. Seeing Lin Chen look over, the chimera immediately grasped his arm but shyly asked him to buy her something. Lin Chen smiled and ruffled her little head. Then, without hesitation, he raised his bidding paddle. 200 million. The previous bid of 100 million by the fat man had already caused an uproar in the crowd. Just as the fat man was feeling pleased with himself, Lin Chen's voice suddenly rang out, plunging the scene into awkwardness. All the onlookers' gazes turned to Lin Chen. The fat man then stood up, turned to look at the self-satisfied Lin Chen, and couldn't help but laugh. Good. Since you want to play, I'll play with you. I bid 300 million. Upon hearing this, the scene erupted again, with everyone discussing the value of Neil's anger. Wow! Neil's anger has actually been bid up to 300 million. Even a living 7th-tier monster would be around this price, right? What nonsense are you talking? Can you catch a 7th-tier monster? From my perspective, the value of Neil's anger is actually quite significant. But don't forget, it's just a gun. Are you really going to charge into battle with a monster as a beast master? Do you think you're a god-tier beast master? That's right. If that's the case, this thing is just a toy for the rich. It seems it's worth at most 300 million. Thus, in just a few exchanges, everyone had determined the value of this handgun. At this point, many believed Lin Chen would not continue to raise the bid. To their surprise, Lin Chen raised his paddle again, unfazed. 500 million. Wow! The entire venue erupted in astonishment. After Lin Chen said this, the entire venue immediately erupted. Damn! Is this the game of the rich? I can't imagine what use spending 500 million to buy such equipment would have. The key is that this gun isn't even a growth type. Yeah, 500 million could buy an S-class top-tier monster. Everyone cast shocked glances at Lin Chen, unable to understand why he would bid such a high price. Many people thought of something and looked at Lin Chen with a hint of something unusual in their eyes. The way they looked at Lin Chen was as if they were looking at the foolish son of a landlord. It seems this guy is just a rich second generation with money to burn. He sees something good and wants to buy it, without considering the market value at all. What will he do when better items appear later? Exactly. No matter how angry Neil is, this gun is not worth 500 million. It's true that when it's not your own money, you don't feel the pain. I wonder if his father will be so angry at his wastefulness that he might die from it. The fat man in the front row became even angrier after Lin Chen raised the bid again. Good. 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 Since you want to play with the Lin family, then I'll accompany you to the end. Saying this, the fat man raised his bidding paddle. I bid 550 million. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen, however, said nonchalantly, I bid 600 million. You! Although the fat man's face was covered by a mask, Lin Chen could already feel his body trembling slightly. The look in his eyes had turned predatory. But in the end, he snorted coldly and sat back down. It seemed he was ready to give up. The auctioneer saw that the bidding had finally ended and immediately struck the auction hammer. Then, someone came over with a tray to bring Neil's fury to Lin Chen. Lin Chen knew the rules here. One hand pays, the other hand delivers. Since every auction house takes a commission, and this part is fully paid by the buyer, Chimera, the little manager, immediately followed the rules and pulled out a total of 720 million in cash from her storage ring. With a loud boom, the 700 million in cash fell to the ground, forming a small mountain. This caught the staff member holding the tray completely off guard. The person was directly buried under the cash. From within the cash, cries for help began to emerge. Help! Help! Someone's going to die. Because 700 million in cash was just too much. If it were in Lin Chen's previous life, it would weigh about 8 tons, enough to fill an entire villa. In this world, if all 700 million were in 1,000 denomination bills, it would be enough to fill an entire room. Soon, many staff members rushed over, and some even released their spirit pets to rescue the trapped staff member. Lin Chen estimated the strength of these auction house staff and felt that even if he were to rob them here, no one would be able to stop him. He just didn't know if there were any strong individuals stationed at this auction house. If not, these staff members alone would not be able to control the beast tamers coming here. After the staff member was rescued, he still held Lin Chen's Neil's fury in his hand. After receiving urgent treatment from his companions, he finally recovered and handed Neil's fury to Lin Chen. This is your item. Lin Chen reached out to take Neil's fury and, in front of everyone, tossed it to Chimera as if it were an inconspicuous toy. Yours. Chimera's small face, hidden beneath the mask, instantly blossomed with joy. At that moment, she looked like a child who had finally received their beloved toy, burying her head deep into Lin Chen's embrace. Thank you, master. You are so good to me. Lin Chen, hearing this, gently patted Chimera's little head but said nothing. This scene left the onlookers around them utterly astonished. They were already shocked by Lin Chen's actions, spending over 700 million in one go. Especially the 72 million in cash, which nearly buried a living person beneath it, almost crushing them. Such a visual impact was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Who would have thought that the more than 700 million Lin Chen spent was merely to elicit a smile from a beauty? This immediately caused many who had just called Lin Chen a spendthrift to feel somewhat defensive. Because even if one were to waste money, it was nothing compared to how Lin Chen did it. However, they did not know that the reason Lin Chen was willing to spend 72 million to buy Neil's anger was that this gun was absolutely worth that price for him, or more accurately, for Chimera. Because this firearm, capable of using magical bullets, could allow both Lin Chen and Chimera to fire infinitely as long as its limits permitted. Both of their magical and mental powers were extraordinarily strong, not to mention that this gun could use elemental bullets. Wouldn't that mean that if this gun were in Lin Chen's hands, its potential could be limitless? It was just a pity that Neil's anger could not be evolved by the system, otherwise, it would surely elevate Lin Chen's combat power to another level. However, the audience around Lin Chen was unaware of this. They only knew that Lin Chen had spent double the price to buy what looked like a powerful weapon but was actually quite useless, as a gift for his companion. Instantly, those who had just called Lin Chen a spendthrift felt like fools. Lin Chen didn't care about that money at all, and yet they called him wasteful? Meanwhile, the host brought out another tray. The auction item on the tray was covered by a red cloth. Ladies and gentlemen, next up for auction is the final item of the evening, and it is the highlight of this auction. Upon hearing this, everyone present couldn't help but perk up in anticipation. Most of these people had come specifically for this item, and even many in the VIP area were feeling a bit excited. This item is. With a swish, the host pulled away the red cloth and shouted, "The crystal core of a 9th-tier demon beast's avatar." Inside the red cloth was a black, writhing sphere sealed by a strange magical array. Wow! Is this really the crystal core of a 9th-tier demon beast? What exactly is this thing used for? It looks extremely volatile. If I make this into equipment, can I be invincible below a god-level beast master? Not necessarily. But if you make it into a pill, it would be enough for you to become a 9-star beast master. I just wonder who will end up buying this thing. The crowd immediately began to whisper among themselves, openly discussing the 9th-tier demon beast's crystal core. Although it was just a crystal core of a 9th-tier demon beast's avatar, it was enough to create a huge stir. At this moment, Lin Chen was curious about who had brought this crystal core to the auction. Just then, the chubby man with the surname Lin, who had previously competed with Lin Chen in bidding, couldn't wait any longer and stood up. He didn't even raise his bidding paddle, shouting at the host, 1 billion. I bid 1 billion. I bid 1 billion 1. I bid 1 billion 2. Before the host even announced the price, the guests attending the auction had already started bidding frantically, driving the price up in leaps and bounds. Moreover, the increments in their bids were absurdly high. After just a few rounds of bidding, the price of the crystal core from the 9th-tier demon beast's avatar had already soared to an astonishing 50 billion. After all, this could be a crystal core comparable to that of a deity. Although it was merely the crystal core of a 9th-tier demon beast's avatar, if properly refined and utilized, it could very well elevate a small to medium family into a prominent one. Lin Chen stood by, watching as the crowd bid up to 50 billion, and soon, some began to back off. He then revealed a smile. It was about time for him to make his move. Seeing the timing was right, Lin Chen raised his bidding paddle. I bid 100 billion. Boom! Some people present were so shocked by Lin Chen's quoted price that they lost their balance and fell from their chairs. What? 100 billion? Impossible. In the ghost market, auctions require cash payment. Where would he get 100 billion? Exactly. Even some powerful families, if their liquid funds aren't sufficient, wouldn't be able to produce that much cash at once. Is he lying? Can this guy really come up with that much money? Immediately, some gasped and began to question whether Lin Chen had that much money. The host was also stunned upon hearing Lin Chen's bid. After regaining composure, the host thought for a moment and couldn't help but remind Lin Chen. Sir, our auction house in the ghost market does not allow credit. Even bartering is not permitted. Are you sure you want to bid 100 billion? Facing the host's inquiry, Lin Chen nodded and said nonchalantly, "Isn't what I said clear enough?" Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately became agitated. What? 100 billion? That could be the total earnings of some major families for a year. Nonsense. Our dragon country can only earn over 10 trillion a year. Do you know what 100 billion means? Some major families might not even have 10 billion in reserve funds. Most of their money is actually fixed assets, and they don't have that much liquid capital. Exactly. Only top families like the Lin family would have that much money. Those who just bid tens of billions probably don't have that much. They likely used their own assets or some special materials as collateral with the ghost market. The crowd began to assess the financial strength of various families, each chiming in. In fact, they weren't wrong. The financial strength of major families was indeed not robust, and the liquid funds they could produce at once were limited. However, each major family had its own inherent advantages in talent cultivation. This was also due to the values of the dragon country, which emphasized sustainability, unlike foreign countries. The upper echelons of foreign nations are a group of devils who would devour others without spitting out bones. For instance, Matsushita could run around with 200 billion in cash, and once he had taken the benefits he could scrape together, he wouldn't care about the lives of others. Lin Chen later estimated that the value of the items in Matsushita's storage pouch was at least 500 billion. With such assets, one could easily establish a medium-sized family and ensure that family would be worry-free for many years. Therefore, 100 billion was nothing to Lin Chen at this moment. Although Lin Chen liked money and seemed like a miser, he never hesitated to spend when it came to necessary expenses. The crystal core of this 9th-tier demon beast is definitely worth taking back for research. At that moment, the chubby man with the surname Lin gritted his teeth and stared at Lin Chen. "Who are you? Why do you have so much money?" Lin Chen looked at the chubby man with disdain, as if he were looking at a fool. "Do I need to tell you?" The chubby man was choked by Lin Chen's words, unable to speak for a long time. Then, gritting his teeth, he said, "Fine." Saying this, he took out a spirit ball from his storage equipment. "This is a spirit pet I just bought, and it hasn't signed a contract with anyone yet, making it very difficult to tame. It is an S-class spirit pet, the Holy Gun Ranger. Anyone who knows about it should have heard of it." Upon hearing the name Holy Gun Ranger, the crowd erupted in astonishment once again. "What? Holy Gun Ranger? Isn't that the spirit pet used by the legendary gun god?" "That's right. It can't be wrong." Gun god Shockley, the military big shot guarding the westernmost part of the Dragon Kingdom, is also the strongest beast master in the Dragon Kingdom. His spirit pet, the initial form of the S-class 9th-tier spirit pet One-Eyed, is the Holy Gun Ranger. I didn't expect the Lin family to even obtain the Holy Gun Ranger. It seems their family will soon have another god-level beast master. Lin Chen was also somewhat surprised when he heard the name Holy Gun Ranger. It is known that although the Holy Gun Ranger is only S-class now, its combat power is extremely strong, making it arguably the strongest among S-class spirit pets. It is precisely for this reason that Shockley has the title of the first god-level beast master of the Dragon Kingdom, and he has even been written into textbooks, becoming a household hero. Then, the chubby man with the surname Lin sneered and said, "I will pawn this Holy Gun Ranger to the ghost market for 5 billion, that should be fine, right?" Although the ghost market does not allow any transactions with anything other than cash, guests attending the auction can use the materials or goods they already have to pawn for equivalent cash. Although this practice seems no different from directly using non-cash items for payment, it is not redundant, because not every guest will get the ghost market's approval to pawn materials or goods. If the ghost market directly allowed transactions with non-cash items, it could face the risk of being cheated with counterfeit goods, as it cannot guarantee that those items are genuine. However, if guests are allowed to pawn materials or goods for cash, the people of the ghost market can cut off the possibility of guests using counterfeit goods to pawn from the source. After all, for unfamiliar individuals, the people of the ghost market can completely refuse to accept pawns. Among the acquaintances of the ghost market, if anyone uses counterfeit goods on site without being discovered, once the ghost market finds out later, they can directly go to recover their losses. Clearly, this chubby man with the surname Lin knows the ins and outs of the ghost market very well. Moreover, it doesn't stop there. Since the Lin family is also a shareholder of the small fairy and the ghost market, even if he pawns it, he can do so at a premium and later receive a portion of the profits, which is a win-win situation. The host on stage frowned upon hearing what the chubby man said. However, since he was from the Lin family, he couldn't say anything. After pondering for a moment, he nodded in agreement. "Okay." The chubby man looked quite pleased. With that, he had a full 12 billion in cash. Seeing his expression, everyone couldn't help but curse this guy from the Lin family for being shameless in their hearts. Although the Holy Gun Ranger is valuable, one must also have the strength and luck to cultivate it. Moreover, cultivating an S-rank spirit pet is incredibly difficult. It's practically a money-devouring beast. With just a slight misstep, one could ruin their account. Therefore, the market price for such a thing is at most 2 billion, yet this guy could actually mortgage it for 5 billion, clearly indicating some backdoor dealings. Consequently, the Lin family fat man, who originally had only 70 billion in cash, suddenly amassed a total of 120 billion in funds by temporarily purchasing a Holy Gun Ranger from other places in the ghost market to compete for the crystal core of this 9th-tier demon beast. After the staff took the Lin family fat man's Holy Gun Ranger's pokeball and handed him 50 billion in cash, he immediately raised his bidding paddle high. "I bid 101 billion. He opened his mouth and directly added 1 billion to the original amount. However, such an increase was clearly not something Lin Chen would take seriously. Lin Chen looked at the Lin family fat man's twitching body and understood that this guy was probably on the verge of breaking down. He then raised his bidding paddle again. 110 billion. Wow! The crowd gasped in surprise upon hearing this. Lin Chen had directly added another 9 billion. Everyone began to speculate about who Lin Chen was, which prominent family he belonged to, and how he could be so wealthy. The Lin family fat man was nearly left speechless when he heard Lin Chen raise the bid again. He had thought that with 120 billion, he could secure the 9th-tier demon beast's crystal core, but seeing Lin Chen's bidding demeanor, it was clear that 120 billion was not enough. He couldn't help but point at Lin Chen, his finger trembling as he questioned, "You don't play dumb here. If you can't come up with that much money, the entire ghost market will be after you, and your family will be ruined because of you." Lin Chen, while enjoying a massage from Xiao Chang beside him, casually replied, "Cash on the table, goods in hand, no credit." His words left the Lin family fat man speechless. After thinking for a moment, the Lin family fat man gritted his teeth and stomped his foot. "I bid 120 billion. This 120 billion was all his wealth. Moreover, even in the Lin family, it was a considerable sum. Even if he successfully secured the 9th-tier demon beast's crystal core, he would inevitably face punishment from the elders in his family for spending so much money. But at this moment, he was completely blinded by greed. His life of luxury had left him unaccustomed to setbacks. In the past, whatever he wanted, he would get. But today, a Lin Chen had appeared, making him very unhappy. As soon as he finished speaking, he fixed his gaze on Lin Chen. The Lin family fat man wanted to see what Lin Chen would say in the face of the 120 billion bid. To his surprise, Lin Chen simply added, 150 billion. Put. Upon hearing Lin Chen's bid, the Lin family fat man immediately spat out a mouthful of old blood. He never expected Lin Chen to raise the bid so decisively and significantly, as if he had never considered him a threat. The other guests present, upon hearing Lin Chen's offer, all fell silent, showing no intention of bidding. One reason was that the Lin family fat man had made his identity clear from the start. The other reason was that the auction information was very tight. Just 3 days ago, something had happened in Hanzhou City, and now someone had managed to obtain the crystal core of a clone and was in a hurry to auction it off. It seemed that the other party must have received some news, which is why they were eager to flee. Some speculated that the seller of this 9th-tier demon beast might be an insider acting as a spy for Sakura country within Hanzhou City. Due to the time constraints, many large families did not receive the news about the 9th-tier demon beast's avatar crystal core. However, this chubby man with the surname Lin was relatively lucky. He happened to be nearby, which is why he brought a large amount of cash to the ghost market to participate in this auction. But what he thought was already in his pocket was suddenly intercepted by Lin Chen, leaving him somewhat devastated. A full 12 billion could not buy the 9th-tier demon beast. The chubby man with the surname Lin couldn't help but wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, then pointed at Lin Chen and shouted hysterically, You're lying. How could you possibly have so much cash? You must be lying. Host, I request to verify the other party's assets." The host, hearing this, felt a bit troubled and thought for a moment. Given the seriousness of the situation and the fact that Lin Chen's reported amount was indeed too high, it was better to confirm it. So, the host looked at Lin Chen and said, "This buyer, because the item is too valuable, we have the right to ask you to cooperate and confirm your actual financial situation." This was not an overstep of the rules. Many people impulsively purchase auction items they cannot afford. Generally, auction houses rarely conduct transactions where money is exchanged for goods simultaneously. Usually, buyers participating in the auction take the items first and then pay in installments. This is also a form of trust the auction house has in its members. However, some people cannot pay, leading to items being unsold, and the auction house has to bear the loss. There are even those who simply refuse to pay, and in such cases, the auction house has to find other ways to resolve the issue. The ghost market, due to its uniqueness, does not have a long-term membership system, which is why transactions are done with cash exchanged for goods. But even so, if Lin Chen couldn't afford the money, it would lead to the item being unsold and could even affect the reputation of the ghost market. Therefore, the host requested Lin Chen to demonstrate his financial capability to confirm whether he could afford the payment. Lin Chen, upon hearing this, did not care. He casually took a grape from Chimera's hand and leisurely popped it into his mouth. Then, Lin Chen simply gestured casually to Chimera. Seeing this, Chimera immediately understood and gently waved her hand. Suddenly, all the VIP participants in the auction felt as if a great mountain had risen before them. It should be noted that the VIP area was quite affluent. There was enough space between each person to avoid mutual interference and to protect both parties' privacy. As a result, Lin Chen suddenly produced a full 18 billion in cash, filling the space around him without any preparation from those nearby. This caused those sitting close to Lin Chen to suffer. They were directly buried under the mountain of money that Lin Chen had conjured up. Cries for help and screams of despair immediately echoed throughout the auction house. What was originally a perfectly normal auction had turned into an alternative disaster relief effort, saving wealthy individuals who were nearly crushed by money. Soon, a large group of auction staff, accompanied by their spirit pets, rushed out. They all thought someone was causing trouble in the ghost market. However, upon their arrival, they saw a towering mountain of money at the auction site, leaving them utterly bewildered. Among these people, some with good skills managed to escape the dangerous area first, but those who were less skilled were not so lucky. They hurriedly summoned their spirit pets for self-rescue. The host, seeing this, quickly took out his storage equipment, collecting the cash while shouting, "Sir, no need. No need. We believe you have the financial means." However, Chimera had not finished gathering the money yet. Cash continued to rain down from above. Considering the commission fee that Lin Chen was supposed to pay to the auction house, collecting the total of 18 billion in cash would take quite some time. The host's speed in collecting the money was completely outpaced by Chimera's ability to pull out cash. Before long, the mountain of money grew even taller. The clients trapped beneath were on the verge of losing consciousness. Seeing this, the host could only shout in desperation, "What are you all waiting for? Hurry up and collect the money." After he spoke, the other staff members also took out their storage equipment and hurriedly began to gather the cash. Although many hands make light work, collecting money was still quite a struggle for everyone. After an unknown amount of time, the 18 billion was finally collected. Some people even filled their own storage equipment to the brim and could only gaze longingly at the remaining cash. Several clients buried beneath were in a sorry state. Some with poorer physical conditions nearly succumbed to the pressure of the money mountain and had to be carried away by medical personnel. The chubby man from the Lin family was escorted to a safe distance by his bodyguards. Watching Lin Chen leisurely flirting with two girls, the chubby man's mouth twitched, and he snorted coldly before leaving. Lin Chen caught a glimpse of him out of the corner of his eye and fell into deep thought. Why were the Lin family members here? Moreover, the other party was a high-ranking individual capable of carrying so much cash. Lin Chen never overlooked any details. In this dog-eat-dog world, if one wasn't careful, death could be waiting. At this moment, the host had already brought down the crystal core of the 9th-tier monster and respectfully presented it to Lin Chen. "Sir, this is your item." Lin Chen made no move, but Chimera directly took it and placed it in her pocket. Xiao Cheng didn't even glance at it, simply giving Lin Chen a massage. Lin Chen couldn't help but let out a comfortable sound. The host was furious. Is this the joy of the wealthy? Spending 187 billion with a wave of the hand while remaining at ease. Who exactly is this young master? Could he be a descendant of the top figures in the Dragon Kingdom? He couldn't even begin to imagine. The auction ended, and Lin Chen was able to leave the ghost market as he wished. According to the rules of the ghost market, anyone who came on the night of the auction could leave at any time. However, once they left the ghost market, they could not return, whether they were sellers or buyers. Lin Chen didn't care at all, striding boldly out of the ghost market's edge. Along the way, countless eyes were watching him. The guests present whispered among themselves, discussing Lin Chen's true identity. Who is this guy? How can he be so wealthy? Yeah, he doesn't even care about the Lin family's face. I bet he'll be dealt with by them. You don't understand. Such a big family is likely on the same level as the Lin family, so of course, they aren't afraid. I doubt it. After all, this is the Lin family's territory. Look at this guy, he seems unfazed. Either he's overconfident or hasn't realized the seriousness of the situation. The Lin family is known for their vendettas. Yeah, let's see how he leaves the ghost market. Lin Chen turned a deaf ear to these voices. He then strolled through the ghost market with Chimera and Xiao Qing, buying gifts for his 4 spirit pets before leaving the ghost market in a deserted corner. Just as he reached the edge of the ghost market, Lin Chen felt a dizzying sensation. Fortunately, both he and his spirit pets had strong mental powers, making them adept at handling such spatial spells. When they landed, Lin Chen felt no discomfort at all. If it had been someone else, they might have collapsed and vomited uncontrollably. After they landed, the cloaks and masks they wore vanished into thin air. Lin Chen thought of something and nodded slightly. So that's how it is. He had noticed a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy when he put on the cloak, indicating that someone had tampered with the cloak and mask. It was likely that some spirit pets with spatial teleportation abilities had locked onto these cloaks and masks using their characteristics. Once the person wearing the cloak and mask left the ghost market, it was equivalent to losing the spirit pet's control over them. The 3 of them looked around, found the way back to the small dock, and leisurely headed towards it. At that moment, Lin Chen couldn't help but smirk. So they really came? Soon, the sound of whoosh 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 reached his ears. In no time, 5 people appeared before Lin Chen. The leader was the chubby man with the surname Lin. Without the cloak's concealment, Lin Chen could finally see the chubby man's figure clearly. Although he looked bulky, he exuded a powerful presence that suggested he possessed great explosive strength and aura. Damn it! You're the one who stole my stuff, right? Lin Chen looked at the chubby man indifferently. What? You don't have money to buy it, so you come to rob me? Lin Chen's words immediately left the chubby man speechless. His mouth twitched, but he didn't know Lin Chen's background and didn't dare to act rashly. After all, Lin Chen had taken out a staggering 18 billion. With such financial power, it was hard to say how deep Lin Chen's background truly was. What if he was a descendant of some old-timers from the Dragon Country? That would be troublesome. The chubby man then looked at Lin Chen with a serious expression. Speak, brother, let's make a deal. If I say I want this 9th-tier demon beast's core, what will you offer in exchange? We're all from prominent families, we might see each other often in the future, and perhaps we can become friends. Just give me some face. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen looked at the chubby man and revealed a disdainful smile. You don't need to test me. I'm not from any prominent family, all my money comes from hunting in the wild. The chubby man was taken aback. Hunting? In the wild? He wasn't completely clueless and quickly realized that Lin Chen meant his money came from hunting and looting in the wild. Are you kidding me? Which family can earn hundreds of billions from hunting? Did you rob a cash transport vehicle from the Dragon Country's bank? Instantly, the chubby man was filled with rage, feeling that Lin Chen was insulting his intelligence. However, every word Lin Chen said was true. After all, his money did come from hunting in the wild, and he wasn't trying to mock the chubby man. If you don't believe it, then forget it. After saying that, Lin Chen showed a helpless expression. Seeing Lin Chen like this, the chubby man was so furious that he trembled all over. From being crushed by Lin Chen's wealth at the beginning, to being publicly humiliated, and now being teased in this manner, he felt his self-esteem was being shattered into pieces. The chubby man's mouth twitched. Alright, good. Since that's the case, then you can go die. I want to kill you and throw you out to feed the beasts. At this point, the chubby man named Lin waved his hand. Kill him for me. As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 beast tamers he brought out simultaneously took out their respective pokeballs. The pokeballs flashed with light, and 4 spirit pets immediately landed on the ground. Blazing Flame Dragon, A-Class Level 6 Spirit Pet. The little fire dragon finally gained the ability to fly after evolving to level 6. The flames on its tail represent its vitality, burning even in water. Skills: Sky Demon Flame, Tail Attack, Fire Rope, Fire Breath Attack. Totem Divine Bull, A-Class Level 6 Beast. Cattle have had a close connection with the earth since ancient times, able to easily harness the power of the land. Skills: Totem, Savage Charge, Earth Whisper, Earth Tear, Gravity Acceleration. Totem: the totem on the Totem Divine Bull is a gathering of the cattle tribe's faith in the earth. Each time the totem is used, it can increase its own attack power, but the buff cannot stack. Earth Whisper: the Totem Divine Bull can sense the earth's consciousness through its connection with the land, and feed back its voice, though the effect of this sound is not fixed. Magical Engineering Vehicle, A-Class Level 6 Spirit Pet. It is an alchemical product of the Great Mage, looking like a mechanical creation, but it is not. It was once a tool used for experiments by the Great Mage, and after continuous modifications, it developed its own consciousness and life, eventually becoming an independent life form with the help of the Great Mage's magic. Skills: Morphing, Savage Impact, Rocket Hammer, Exploration, Continuous Fire, Grasp. Savage Impact: in shovel mode, the magical engineering vehicle can charge at all creatures in front of it. Rocket Hammer: in shield mode, the magical engineering vehicle can use its drill to strike a designated target. Exploration: in octopus mode, it can move in any terrain. Continuous Fire: in battle vehicle mode, it can scatter fire at a designated target. Grasp: in mechanical arm mode, it has a mechanical arm that combines offense and defense to grasp a designated target with a very high hit rate. Saber-Toothed Tiger King, A-Class Level 6 Beast. A saber-toothed tiger that can lead a pack of tigers, possessing strong leadership abilities, and its attack power can increase with the help of companions. Skills: Claw Attack, Tiger Roar, Collective Tracking, Surround and Kill. Lin Chen looked at the 4 spirit pets before him, not overly concerned about their strength. Only the magical engineering vehicle piqued his interest, so he took a closer look. He was very curious about how this mechanical-looking thing could be a spirit pet. However, the opponent did not give Lin Chen time to ponder. The saber-toothed Tiger King was the first to launch an attack. It let out a roar and immediately activated the Tiger Roar skill. Instantly, a wave of sound echoed in Lin Chen's ears, attacking his spirit. If it were someone with average mental strength, they might become unsettled or even faint from the sudden roar of the chubby man named Lin. Then, the magical engineering vehicle immediately changed its form, and a ka-ka-ka sound was heard, followed by a submachine gun appearing on the roof of the vehicle. After aiming at Lin Chen, the magical engineering vehicle began to spray bullets. At the same time, the Totem Divine Bull lowered its head towards Lin Chen. Then came the bang 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 sound of the Totem Divine Bull's hooves striking the ground, causing the entire earth to tremble. At this moment, the totem divine bull charged towards Lin Chen. Rocket hammer! The flame dragon opened its mouth and continuously spewed flames, attempting to block the directions where Lin Chen could evade. It was evident that the coordination between these four individuals and their spirit pets was exceptionally harmonious. If it were ordinary people, they would surely be caught off guard by their teamwork. Even in a confrontation with equal numbers, just their initial encounter could lead to their opponents suffering casualties or injuries. However, they were now facing Lin Chen. Lin Chen stood still, showing no intention of moving. Suddenly, a massive green serpent appeared behind him. The serpent immediately wrapped around Lin Chen, who then looked down at them from a higher vantage point. At that moment, the little green serpent suddenly expanded, revealing its true form. Then, all the attacks from their four spirit pets struck the little green serpent, only to be blocked by its hard scales. Everyone was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. They had considered that Lin Chen might have help and that he could possess powerful spirit pets, but they never expected that the girl beside him was actually his spirit pet. The chubby man with the Lin surname was clearly shocked by the scene before him. But the situation was not over yet. Chimera then raised the anger of Neil that she had just acquired. She aimed at one of the beast tamers and pulled the trigger. Bang! An ice blue bullet shot out, heading straight for the beast tamer's head. The opponent was already startled by the little green serpent revealing its true form and had not anticipated that Chimera would decisively shoot at him. His head was hit, and he jerked back. However, the entire process did not result in a spray of blood. This was because his head had been frozen by the ice element magic bullet. Next, his body parts. Until finally, his frozen corpse emitted a crisp sound like shattering glass, completely breaking apart into ice shards. With his death, his spirit pet, the saber-toothed Tiger King, immediately fell to the ground in response. With its master dead, the saber-toothed Tiger King could not withstand the mental shock and died instantly. It didn't even manage to whimper a few times. Then, Chimera aimed Neil's anger at another beast tamer. That person was instantly horrified. He had never expected that the two seemingly delicate girls beside Lin Chen were all ruthless individuals. One was a humanoid spirit pet, and the other could so easily wield Neil's anger. He hurriedly commanded his spirit pet, the flame dragon, to come protect him. Once the flame dragon arrived by his side, he felt reassured and immediately sneered. "Humph, even if you have ice element bullets, they are still countered by the fire element of the flame dragon. I don't believe you can hurt me." The corners of his mouth curled up. As long as he could hold off Chimera, his two companions could deal with that humanoid spirit pet. With that, they would surely be able to take care of Lin Chen and the others. At that moment, Chimera pulled the trigger again. Bang! A black bullet shot out, directly hitting the flame dragon. Then, the black bullet transformed into a tentacle. The living tentacle immediately bound the flame dragon. Binding bullet. A bullet created by Chimera's binding technique. Initially, Chimera had only wanted to try it out, but she never expected it to be so successful, which made her even fonder of Neil's anger. Then, a magic circle appeared, and a tentacle emerged from it, grabbing the flame dragon and flinging it aside towards the little green serpent. The enormous mouth of the giant snakehead belonging to Shao Qing suddenly opened wide and bit down on the explosive flame dragon. With a loud gulp, Shao Qing swallowed the explosive flame dragon whole. This scene was so visually shocking that it left the chubby Lin and the other beast tamers present dumbfounded. Soon after, the beast tamer of the explosive flame dragon felt a wave of dizziness, a backlash from the death of his spirit pet. He tried everything to regain his composure. However, before he could think of a solution, he heard a bang as the Chimera pulled the trigger again. A bullet, radiating flames, struck him. Then, his body exploded violently, creating a brilliant firework display in the night sky. The other two beast tamers, witnessing this, shouted in alarm and hurriedly commanded their spirit pets to attack Lin Chen directly. The totemic divine bull raised its hooves high and then slammed them down onto the ground. Gravity acceleration. This was a very peculiar skill. The heavier the totemic divine bull, the faster it became. After applying this buff to itself, the totemic divine bull's previously clumsy body became extraordinarily agile. It charged towards Lin Chen. Along the way, the totem behind it suddenly lit up, applying another totem buff to itself. With this, its attack power increased geometrically. It was determined to break through Shao Qing's defenses. Unfortunately, it was indeed unable to breach Shao Qing's defenses. It should be known that Shao Qing's snake scales could withstand even an 8-star beast tamer like Song Xiao without breaking, and it was merely a 6th-tier monster. Shao Qing's tail aimed at its head and swung forcefully. With a boom, the totemic divine bull was sent flying by Shao Chang. The burden on its body from the high speed then erupted completely. There were sounds of bones cracking, crack, crack. The totemic divine bull could not move at all, only lying on the ground, watching its master being poisoned to death by Shaoqing's venom. Meanwhile, the magical engineering vehicle transformed into shield boring mode and charged directly at the chimera. As a seemingly mechanical life form, it was not afraid of bullets at all. Therefore, it thought that even if Neil was angry, he couldn't do anything to it. Even if it was turned into a sieve, what could it do? However, the chimera still raised its hands, aiming the gun at it. Upon seeing this, the magical engineering vehicle couldn't help but feel delighted. It seems I really have a chance to take down this woman. However, behind the chimera, a magic circle appeared. Within that magic circle, 3 tentacles emerged. One tentacle held a Gatling water cannon, another wielded an RPG rocket launcher shaped like Spartan Judgment, and the last one had already drawn back the string of a divine crossbow. At that moment, the magical engineering vehicle felt that the world was a bit unreal. What was happening? Where did all these weapons come from? Why did every weapon look so difficult to deal with? Before it could finish its complaints, it saw the chimera pull the trigger. At the same time, the 3 tentacles behind the chimera also aimed and fired at it. In an instant, the sounds of the rocket launcher, the Gatling water cannon, the whistling of crossbow bolts, and the gunfire created a beautiful symphony in the night sky. Those sounds were both beautiful and terrifying. Soon after, the magical engineering vehicle was sent to its demise by the chimera. In a short span of time, Lin Chen easily defeated all 4 of Lin's subordinates. The chubby man with the surname Lin was taken aback by the scene before him. After all, he had brought the top beast tamers of the Lin family, each possessing an A-level, 6th-tier spirit pet. Yet, even so, these individuals did not last a minute against Lin Chen's spirit pets. In fact, it seemed that Lin Chen's spirit pets won quite easily. The chubby man stared at Lin Chen in astonishment, and soon, a thought struck him, and he realized Lin Chen's identity. You are Lin Chen. Hearing this, Lin Chen let out a cold laugh. How do you know me? The chubby man quickly concealed his earlier shock and revealed an excited expression. Ha ha ha, how do I know you? Don't you realize how valuable you are right now? If I kill you, I can get a full 5 billion in cash. Not to mention the top cultivation resources of the Lin family. Right now, you are the hottest prey in the entire Lin family. Oh, Lin Chen frowned, realizing that this chubby man might also be from the Lin family, and he couldn't help but ask in surprise, has Lin Batian encountered trouble? Lin Chen still remembered the expression Lin Batian had when facing him. It didn't seem feigned. It was clear that he genuinely hoped his grandson would return to the family. Lin Qianhui's feelings towards him were also complex. As Lin Beixian's adopted granddaughter, she very much wanted her so-called non-blood-related brother to return to Lin Beixian's side, fulfilling her grandfather's wish. However, she was also somewhat afraid that Lin Chen would disappoint Lin Batian. Upon hearing this, the chubby man immediately displayed a mocking smile. Lin Batian? That old guy is doing just fine. It's just that Grandpa Xiaotian used some means to make all his people lose power. Now, Lin Batian can only retire in Magic City. He can't participate in any matters concerning the Lin family. Lin Chen's expression grew serious upon hearing this. It seemed that the Lin family was indeed in trouble. However, this no longer concerned Lin Chen. He would never return to the Lin family. Not in this lifetime. Ever since he and his mother were kicked out by the Lin family, even if Lin Batian was unaware, or even if he was misled, he would not acknowledge himself as a member of the Lin family. The reason was simple. He wanted to live a life that would show the Lin family, who once looked down on their family of 3, that even without the Lin family's protection, he could still become someone extraordinary. Lin Chen then let out a cold laugh. What did you just call Lin Xiaotian? Grandpa? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the chubby man proudly raised his head. That's right. I am Lin Xiaotian's grandson. Lin Hai is my uncle. My father is Lin Shan, and I am also a genius of the younger generation of the Lin family. My name is Lin Hu. Lin Chen nodded upon hearing this. Good. Very good. Since that's the case, I should send you on your way. Consider this a warning to Lin Xiaotian. Don't think that just because you have the Lin family name, you can do as you please. Lin Hu couldn't help but laugh heartily at Lin Chen's words. Just you? Do you think your humanoid spirit pet is that impressive? Let me show you my spirit pet. With that, Lin Hu's pokeball slipped from his hand. Soon, a strange creature resembling an E.T. alien appeared before Lin Chen. Information about this spirit pet immediately appeared in Lin Chen's mind. Cosmic Traveler, S-level, 7th-tier monster, possesses the innate memory palace. The Cosmic Traveler is an alien traveling through the universe, capable of surviving on any planet it lands on. After fully mastering the civilization of this planet, it will embark on its journey once again. Memory Palace, because cosmic travelers need to master the civilization of a planet, they must survive silently on this planet. Once discovered, their lives will be threatened. Therefore, they will make those who see through their true nature change a segment of the other's memory unconsciously, in order to preserve themselves. Skills possessed: mind alteration, mental attack, sinister voice, cosmic rays. Mind alteration: in battle, all your thoughts will be displayed before the cosmic traveler, allowing them to alter your consciousness to achieve victory. Mental attack: the cosmic traveler can brainwash enemies, causing them to give up resistance. Sinister voice: the cosmic traveler can emit sounds not of this world, leading enemies to become lost in their voice. Cosmic rays: the cosmic traveler can use cosmic rays to alter the enemy's body. Lin Chen looked at the cosmic traveler's attribute panel, his brows furrowing even deeper. The cosmic traveler's abilities were somewhat outrageous, not because they were particularly powerful, but because these abilities were truly terrifying. Imagine, while you are unconscious, the other party alters your memories and consciousness. You clearly want to kill them, yet they can change your subconscious to make you feel very friendly towards them. The other party obviously wants to kill you, yet they can make you unconsciously give up resistance, feeling that being killed by them is quite good. Just imagining such abilities sends chills down one's spine. However, as Lin Chen thought of this, he couldn't help but fall into deep contemplation. Was there really no way to counter such outrageous abilities? If not, wouldn't that mean even an SSS-level monster couldn't compare to it? Wasn't that a bit too outrageous? Just then, a strong mental attack exploded directly in Lin Chen's mind. At the same time, Lin Hu's voice reached Lin Chen's ears. Ha ha ha! In front of the cosmic traveler, all your attacks will be in vain, you simply cannot withstand their abilities. Give up! Otherwise, you won't even leave a whole corpse. Such a voice, such consciousness, continuously impacted Lin Chen's mind. Meanwhile, the cosmic traveler's mouth began to move slightly. As a sound that did not belong to this world erupted in Lin Chen's mind, he felt no harm from it, which left him somewhat surprised. What's going on? What are you doing? Singing and dancing, rapping? Lin Chen curiously retorted, looking at the now hysterical Lin Hu and the bewildered cosmic traveler. Lin Hu, who had been laughing maniacally, was interrupted by Lin Chen's words and looked at him in confusion. How can you be unaffected by the cosmic traveler's mental attack? Why can you still talk to me normally? Feeling the negligible impact in his mind, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel disdain. You call this a mental attack? After saying that, Lin Chen's mental power erupted, directly expelling the foreign mental force from his mind. At the same time, the cosmic traveler's head suddenly swelled, looking as if it might burst. The cosmic traveler clutched his head in pain, emitting cries that did not sound like those of a blue star creature. Ow woo! Ow woo! Ow woo! Although Lin Chen couldn't understand the cosmic traveler's words, he could feel the meaning behind them. So painful! So painful! Blue star is too dangerous. I want to go back to space. How can there be such a terrifying person? His mental power is so strong. I want to go home. Let me go home. After Lin Chen sensed the emotions of the cosmic traveler, he finally understood why the cosmic traveler's attacks were ineffective against him. It was precisely because Lin Chen's mental strength was simply too strong. The cosmic traveler's attacks were all mental attacks, and their effectiveness depended on the traveler's mental strength being higher than that of the enemy. As a result, the usually infallible cosmic traveler had encountered the anomaly that was Lin Chen this time. Thus, the cosmic traveler was directly backfired. Upon seeing the cosmic traveler's miserable state, Lin Chen lost interest in further exploring its mysteries. He then waved his hand, and Chimera immediately understood, firing a shot that struck the cosmic traveler's massive head. The latter exploded, brain matter splattering everywhere. The battlefield became utterly disgusting, green blood everywhere. Lin Chen glanced at the now humanoid Xiao Chang and curiously asked, "Why don't you eat it?" Xiao Chang leaned her head on Lin Chen's shoulder, frowning. "It doesn't look tasty." Lin Chen looked at the green blood and the extremely repulsive corpse, nodding in agreement. "It is indeed a bit disgusting." On the other side, Lin Hu had collapsed, holding his head with both hands, his body trembling uncontrollably. Logically, someone who could control an S-class 7th-tier beast shouldn't suffer such a severe backlash. However, the cosmic traveler was too special. Its mental strength was incredibly powerful. Lin Hu had worked hard to form a contract with it and had cultivated it to the 7th tier, which was already a heavy burden on Lin Hu's mental strength. Now, with the backlash, he was almost turned into an idiot. For spirit pets, the most challenging aspect of evolution wasn't raising them, nor was it cultivating them. It was the mental pressure that the evolved spirit pets placed on their owners. The owner's mental strength must be stronger than that of the spirit pet to control it. Otherwise, if the spirit pet's mental strength surpassed the owner's, it would become the master. When the spirit pet becomes the master, humans become slaves. However, many spirit pets lack intelligence and are driven solely by instinct. Once freed from human constraints, they may become even more brutal and bloodthirsty. This is also why when an owner dies, the spirit pet immediately suffers backlash and dies. But when a spirit pet dies, the owner only suffers from the loss of mental strength. Watching Linhu, who was holding his head and crying, Lin Chen smiled and squatted down. His voice was calm, as if two long-lost old friends or relatives were peacefully sharing their experiences after reuniting. "Why did you come to the small ferry?" Linhu ignored Lin Chen. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't play dumb with me. I know your consciousness is still quite clear, you haven't lost the ability to answer questions." Upon hearing this, Linhu's body trembled slightly, and then he shook his head, saying, "Just kill me. I won't tell you anything." Hearing this, Lin Chen immediately sneered, pressing one hand firmly on Linhu's head while his other foot was already on Linhu's knee. "Alright, then I want to see how tough your mouth is." With a crunch, Linhu's knee was crushed under Lin Chen's foot, and he let out a painful scream. "Ah, Lin Chen, I won't let you go." Lin Chen disregarded him, pressing his head firmly into the ground and then stepping on his other knee. "Looks like you have some backbone. What if I do this again?" Then, with another crunch, Linhu's other knee was also broken by Lin Chen. This time, Linhu could no longer hold on. His entire body trembled, teetering on the edge of collapse. "I really don't know. I really don't know. My dad, Lin Shan, called me and told me to come to the ghost market at the small ferry to buy the 9th tier demon beast crystal cores. Later, suddenly there was another task that required me to pick up someone and complete a mission. But I still don't know the details of this task. As for everything else, I really don't know anything." Lin Chen looked seriously at Linhu's expression, confirming that Linhu was definitely not lying. Lin Chen then found Linhu's phone in his pocket, unlocked it, and checked the chat history, confirming that Linhu was indeed telling the truth. This time, Linhu really came to the small ferry just to buy the 9th tier demon beast crystal cores at the ghost market, and then was temporarily notified to come here to pick up someone and complete a task. If that's the case, then who is the person Linhu was supposed to pick up? And what is the task that needs to be completed? Didn't Lin Shan tell you who to pick up? Linhu shook his head, indicating that he really didn't know. "I really don't know anything. I was just ordered to come. Please, Lin Chen. We both have the surname Lin, and you are my cousin, just let me go. I can give you all my money." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen revealed a harmless smile. "That's really great. Thank you, cousin." After saying that, there was a crack sound as Lin Chen directly snapped Linhu's neck. Linhu's pupils immediately dilated. He never expected Lin Chen would kill him so decisively. Lin Chen's expression then returned to calm. He felt no moral burden for killing Linhu. After all, Linhu's grandfather, Lin Xiaotian, was the culprit behind his mother's death and his tragic childhood. Killing Linhu was equivalent to avenging a small part of that. Moreover, through his earlier conversation with Linhu, Lin Chen keenly realized that there must have been changes within the Lin family during this time. Lin Xiaotian, who had already lost power, somehow managed to turn the tables and directly sideline Lin Batian, and had already placed a bounty on Lin Chen's head. However, currently, the bounty on Lin Chen was only within the Lin family. Lin Chen understood that Lin Batian had been sidelined, and now, wanting the Lin family to stop the bounty on him was something no one could hope for. It seemed he would have to be more cautious in his actions from now on. With this in mind, Lin Chen began to check the spoils of this battle. He first took everything valuable from Linhu, just like before. However, Lin Chen was somewhat surprised to find that Linhu had no equipment on him at all. No wonder, any equipment required mental energy to operate. Linhu's mental energy was barely enough to control a cosmic traveler, let alone have any spare mental energy to manipulate equipment. Then, Lin Chen looked at Linhu's storage equipment. Upon opening Linhu's storage equipment, Lin Chen couldn't help but curse him as a miser. Because there were no high-level materials in Linhu's storage equipment, only 12 billion in cash. Due to the large amount of cash, it had to be stored separately, so Linhu had placed his personal storage equipment in the Lin family's property at the small ferry for safekeeping. After all, Linhu, a pampered rich third generation, had no need to carry so many things when going out. As a result, he directly fell victim to someone else's ambush. This cash was originally prepared by Linhu to buy the 9th tier demon beast crystal cores, and 50 billion of it was cash Linhu obtained after buying the Holy Gun Ranger elsewhere in the ghost market and then mortgaging it at the auction house. Now, of course, it all belonged to Lin Chen. As for the 4 beast tamers who followed Linhu, they were all poor wretches, otherwise, they wouldn't be serving the Lin family. Lin Chen didn't gain anything good either. He couldn't help but let out a helpless sigh, tears in his eyes as he handed over the 120 billion cash to Chimera. All that's left is money. Where can I go to reason this out? Seeing Lin Chen's bitter face, Chimera and Xiao Cheng immediately covered their mouths and giggled. Then, Lin Chen, with a reluctant expression, looked at Chimera and Xiao Cheng and said seriously, "No, I must get it back. Let's go. We need to find that scammer." Upon hearing this, Chimera and Xiao Cheng exchanged glances, then remembered the shopkeeper who had scammed their master. In the night, 3 figures were moving swiftly. Xiao Cheng led the way, following the scent left by her poison gas, constantly searching for the shopkeeper's trace. Soon, they arrived at a dilapidated residential building in a corner of a small dock. From the looks of this building, it seemed no one had lived there for many years, and there wasn't even a shadow of a homeless person around. However, the scent of the poison gas suddenly disappeared beneath the building. Xiao Cheng looked around and frowned, saying, "It seems the other party is very cautious and has set up a barrier here that can automatically erase traces." Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately thought of something and hurriedly said, "Oh no, we need to go up quickly. Otherwise, he might escape." Hearing Lin Chen's words, Chimera quickly began to locate the position of her magical mark using magic. This kind of mark couldn't be activated casually, because once activated, the other party would know they had been marked, and they might abandon the money, making it impossible to find any clues later. In fact, after the shopkeeper returned home, the first thing he did was clean the money. It wasn't that he was afraid Lin Chen would come looking for him, but rather a precaution he had developed over the years. After confirming that the money was fine, he packed up all his belongings, planning to move to another city. However, just as he was about to escape from the small dock, a bright light suddenly shone from the bundle on his back. This light shot straight up into the sky, looking just like a mark. Seeing this, he couldn't help but curse, "Damn it! Those 3 bastards actually put a mark on the money that I can't trace." After cursing, he was about to abandon the money and flee, but faced with so much cash, he hesitated. So, he quickly opened his luggage, found the marked money, and immediately threw it far away, then repacked his luggage, planning to escape right away. He estimated that there was still some distance from the ghost market to his hideout, and even if they chased after him, it would take some time. By then, he would have long disappeared without a trace. What a bunch of nonsense, rich second generation. The foolish son of a landlord. If you want to trouble me, do it in your next life. He hummed a little tune and leisurely walked towards the main road. Daylight was about to break, and he would just arrive in Hanzhou City. Once it was light, he would find a caravan heading to Guangzhou City or Suyang City, and by then, even if that buyer came back to trouble him, it would be impossible for them to find him. He had pulled off such tricks countless times, and it had never failed him. But little did he know, Lin Chen was already at his hideout, less than 10 meters away in a straight line. After confirming the direction of the mark, Lin Chen took just a few turns and arrived right in front of him. The old scammer was dumbfounded when he saw 3 handsome men and beautiful women appear before him. Because of his temperament, he could tell that these 3 men and women were the ones he had scammed out of 12 million. "Why are you in such a hurry? Where are you going?" Lin Chen looked at the old conman with a half-smile. The old conman took a couple of steps back, feeling a bit guilty. "Ah, ha ha ha, do we know each other? I've never seen you before. I have things to do, I'll be leaving now." After saying that, he tried to turn and sneak away. Immediately, Xiao Qing grabbed the luggage behind him and tossed it aside. The old conman fell over, landing on his back. "Ouch! You 3, if you're here to rob me, I can give you all my money, just don't kill me, please let this old man have a way to live." After saying that, he pretended to pull out a crumpled few thousand from his pocket and respectfully handed it to Lin Chen and the others. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He didn't expect that even at this point, the old conman was still trying to deceive them, hoping to muddle through. Lin Chen then reached out and took the 4 mechanical hearts from Chimera's hands. Without exception, they were all broken. In fact, when Lin Chen was in the old conman's shop, the other party hadn't given him the mechanical heart he had his eye on. When Lin Chen bought the mechanical hearts, the old conman had swapped out the one Lin Chen wanted the most. Later, when Lin Chen was at the ghost market, he had already tested the 4 mechanical hearts he bought. He had purchased 4 low-tier spirit pets and fused them with those 4 mechanical hearts. As a result, all 4 spirit pets died because they couldn't bear the pressure of the mechanical hearts. Subsequently, the 4 mechanical hearts also broke down. Lin Chen and Chimera carefully examined them and found that the reason for the spirit pets' deaths was that the 4 mechanical hearts had problems from the start. Even swapping for an SSS-level spirit pet wouldn't help. Lin Chen understood that the old conman must have planned this scam long ago. The mechanical heart that the old conman had been holding on to was the one he wanted the most. Upon seeing the 4 mechanical hearts Lin Chen threw out, The old conman immediately felt guilty and hurriedly begged for mercy. "Oh, young masters and young ladies, I really didn't deceive you. These 4 mechanical hearts are truly usable. It must be that your spirit pets have issues. It's really not my fault. If you don't believe me, you can try mine." Lin Chen looked at the old conman, who was on the brink of death, still talking nonsense in front of him. Helpless, he pretended to be angry and said, "Is that so? Then why don't you try it yourself?" The old conman was instantly dumbfounded. "Me? How do I try it?" Lin Chen immediately showed a harmless smile, pointed at the old conman's head, and said, "Just use your body to fuse with these mechanical hearts and see if you can become a robot." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the old conman was finally at a loss for words. "Spare me! Spare me! You can't use a person for experiments. Human experimentation is taboo. These mechanical hearts are indeed failed products, but I had no choice but to survive by scamming." Seeing that the timing was right, Lin Chen looked at the old conman and asked seriously, "Tell me, where did these mechanical hearts come from?" The old conman had already been broken down psychologically by Lin Chen and dared not hide anything anymore, quickly answering Lin Chen's question. "These mechanical hearts are really products I designed after conducting experiments." Hearing the old conman's words, Lin Chen frowned, feeling doubtful about what he said. The old conman noticed Lin Chen didn't believe him, so he hurriedly pulled out a very worn-out document from his pocket and handed it to Lin Chen. "I used to be a researcher at a research institute of a large family, specializing in how to cultivate mechanical creations. For ordinary spirit pets, successful cultivation is simply a matter of following the theory and evolving normally. But mechanical creations are different. There has yet to be a specific cultivation direction for their evolution. Later, someone suggested that we could work on the materials of mechanical creations, so our research institute devoted all its efforts to tackling this problem, but we never achieved any results. During the research process, I discovered a phenomenon: mechanical creations and living beings can survive for a period after separating from each other. But it's only for a few dozen seconds, or even a few minutes, before they both die. Some people say that mechanical creations and living beings are a whole. Once they lose each other, they will die immediately. But I hold a contrary view. I believe that those surviving seconds prove that the mechanical heart and living being can independently survive after separation, but it requires a specific method or condition. Thus, my viewpoint diverged from the mainstream, leading to my isolation in the research institute, and eventually, I was even barred from entering the laboratory. Later, I resigned. I wanted to prove my viewpoint myself. However, no one believed in my perspective, and no research institute or laboratory wanted me. In the end, I could only rely on my own accumulation, continuously conducting independent experiments. But now, decades have passed, and although I have made some progress, it is far from enough to support my viewpoint. Lin Chen listened to this and couldn't help but closely observe the old conman's desolate expression. His mental strength was strong, and with his 2 lifetimes of experience, he could clearly see that the emotions the old conman displayed at this moment were genuine. Everything he said was the truth. Lin Chen then looked at the old conman and slowly spoke. "So, you started to deceive people?" The old conman wiped away a tear. "I spent all my savings, used up all the connections I could find, and in the end, I was completely blacklisted in the research community, yet I still couldn't get the results I wanted. Eventually, I ran out of money. I could only sell the defective products from my experiments to some uninformed people and then continue my experiments." Hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth, then said with a pained expression, "So you took the money you scammed and continued to experiment, producing defective products to scam again?" The old conman, hearing this, blushed a bit and nodded. Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "What a clever way to close the loop." He then looked at the old conman very seriously. "Can I see your actual research results?" The old conman looked at Lin Chen in surprise, not understanding why this foolish son of a landlord, whom he had just deceived, wanted to see his research results. But now his life was in danger, so he could only comply. He then took out a book from his pocket. It turned out to be a storage device. Who would have thought that a conman so poor he had to deceive others would possess a high-quality storage device? The old conman then took out a mechanical heart from that storage book. Lin Chen asked at that moment, "What stage have you reached in your research?" The old conman then demonstrated the function of the mechanical heart to Lin Chen. He took out an F-grade spirit pet from his pocket to use as a laboratory guinea pig. Then, he placed the mechanical heart and the spirit pet together. Suddenly, a series of click, click, click sounds came, and the two combined together. Lin Chen looked at the scene before him, unable to help but stare at the old conman as if he were a fool. "Didn't you say you could prove that the mechanical heart and living beings could survive separately? But this isn't what you claimed your research was about?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the old conman quickly explained. This is called reverse deduction. If the mechanical heart can merge with any random living being to ultimately form a mechanical creation, then can't we use this method to produce a large number of mechanical creations? Wouldn't that prove my point? The word struck Lin Chen like a wake-up call, and he immediately understood the old conman's perspective. He couldn't help but look at the old man very seriously. This old guy definitely wasn't as out of touch as he appeared. He not only wanted to prove his theory but also aimed to directly change the current landscape of spirit pets and mechanical creations. If he succeeded, it could very well change the world. Lin Chen looked at the old conman and then took the mechanical heart from him. After a moment of thought, Lin Chen said, "Give me a few of these mechanical hearts." The old conman, upon hearing this, looked bewildered and quickly begged for mercy. "Sir, please let me go. These are the fruits of my decades of labor. If I give them to you, I won't even have a reason to live anymore." Lin Chen then asked, "Can you still produce this kind of mechanical heart?" The old conman thought for a moment and replied, "It costs over 2 million to make one of these mechanical hearts. Where would I get that kind of money?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. How shameless. He just scammed him out of 12 million and now claimed he had no money. Lin Chen then said with a cold smile, "How about this? I will sign a contract with you to buy your mechanical creations for that 12 million and all your future research results will belong to me." The old conman could hardly believe his ears. What? All of his experimental results would belong to you? Sir, you must be joking. Lin Chen, hearing this, nodded very seriously. I'm not joking. Remember, what buys your life today is your experimental results. The old conman fell into thought for a moment, then lowered his head and said, "Then I have one condition." Lin Chen's voice was devoid of any emotion as he replied, "You have no right to propose any conditions to me." The old conman quickly waved his hands. No. I'm not asking for benefits, I just want to publish a paper in my name if my experiment succeeds, so that those old stubborn ones who once marginalized me know I was right. Looking at the old conman as he spoke of those old stubborn ones in the paper, Lin Chen could see the flames and light in his eyes, reminiscent of the courage he had in his youth to stand by his beliefs against the entire laboratory. Lin Chen couldn't help but nod. All right. When that time comes, I will make them apologize to you. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the old conman's eyes seemed to be reignited with flames. Then, Chimera immediately drafted a contract. Although Chimera did not have the ability to notarize, she had the judgment of Sparta. Sparta was known as the most upright beast, inherently possessing the ability to notarize. With the medium of Sparta's judgment, the contract between Lin Chen and the old conman was quickly notarized, engraved into both of their souls. It was only at this moment that Lin Chen learned the old conman had a very poetic name, Yufangza. The instant the contract was signed, Lin Chen felt that the mechanical heart he coveted already belonged to him. After signing the contract, Lin Chen, in front of Yufangza, picked up the mechanical heart and asked the system in his mind, "System, can I upgrade this thing?" The system's voice slowly came in response. Ding! Answering the host's question, "This item cannot be upgraded at the moment." Upon hearing the system's words, Lin Chen couldn't help but frown. What do you mean by temporarily? Because this item is still just a semi-finished product. If the host can turn it into a finished product, then it will meet the upgrade conditions. Lin Chen was immediately taken aback. After all, the system was very picky about upgrading equipment. Even the demon blade Muramasa had not caught the system's eye. Yet, facing a semi-finished mechanical heart, the system actually said that as long as it was completed, it could be upgraded. Thus, Lin Chen couldn't help but ask Yufangza, have you ever thought about the fact that you already have a specific research direction, and your semi-finished research results can prove your ideas? Why not just make a finished product directly? Hearing this, Yufangza let out a sigh. Boss. Now, Yufangza had already regarded Lin Chen as his benefactor. He said helplessly, what use is a semi-finished product? In today's research community, if you don't have solid research results or groundbreaking inventions, who will pay attention to you? Those old-timers who dominate the research community will use their connections to drown you in criticism in an instant. As long as you have any dirt on you in their hands, they will find a way to ruin your reputation. So, I can only grit my teeth and research, not giving them any reason to refute me. Lin Chen sighed. This was no different from those professors in his previous life who, for personal gain, held authority in the research community. It was clear that in this world, whoever had the bigger fist had the final say. No matter how brilliant Yufangza's research was, without a voice in the research community, he couldn't prove his ideas. Lin Chen then said, I can give you a direction. First, create a finished mechanical heart, then hand it over to me, and I'll help you look for opportunities to see if anyone is willing to accept you. Lin Chen's underlying intention was to help Yufanza find investment. After all, as long as there was profit, someone would be willing to invest in Yufanza. Hearing this, Yufanza said uncertainly, "You mean, why should we be obsessed with recognition from the academic research community? Why not seek market recognition directly?" Upon hearing this, Yufanza suddenly understood, realizing that Lin Chen wanted to use market recognition to force the academic research community to bow down. "Great! So how will I contact you, boss?" Lin Chen replied, "It's simple. You can come to Yuzhou Spirit Pet University to find me, or just send it over." After saying this, Lin Chen wrote down his address and contact information and handed it to Yufanza. Upon seeing the name Lin Chen, Yufanza suddenly thought of something and widened his eyes in disbelief. "You are this year's top scholar from Magic City? What? Am I famous in Liangjiangdao?" Hearing Lin Chen's words, Yufanza couldn't help but smile. "Of course you're famous. You're the biggest news from this year's college entrance examination, with a humanoid spirit pet. This is the #1 topic in the academic community. If it weren't for someone holding them back, those old guys might really come looking for you to do research." Lin Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "So there really are people who want to study me?" After that, Lin Chen explained a few more things to Yufanza before parting ways. He didn't leave Yufanza with much more money. The reason he invested this money in Yufanza was merely a casual attempt to see if it could eventually grow into a forest. After all, what if it really could? After bidding farewell to Yufanza, Lin Chen finally let out a sigh of relief. He did not return to the hotel he had previously stayed at, but instead took out a note. Glancing at the address on it, Lin Chen headed straight for that location. At this time, the sky was already lightening, and the sun had risen above the horizon. Lin Chen found the place recorded on the address. It was a small inn that looked like it had been around for a while. When Lin Chen walked in, the young man at the front desk was dozing off. There was no one to greet him inside the inn, making it seem somewhat cheap. Lin Chen then walked up to the counter and knocked on it. The front desk clerk, who had probably worked the night shift, struggled to open his eyes a crack. "Who is it? Coming to stay so early?" Lin Chen did not show any anger at the clerk's impatience, but politely said, "I'm here to find old Lu." This was something old Lu had arranged in advance. Upon hearing old Lu, the clerk yawned, forcing himself to wake up, and then looked Lin Chen up and down. "You must be Chao Wan?" Lin Chen nodded in response. "Old Lu is in the innermost room. They've been waiting for you for 2 days." Lin Chen smiled and said thank you, then headed straight for old Lu's room. Arriving at the door of old Lu's room, Lin Chen gently knocked 3 times. After more than a minute, old Lu's voice came from inside. "Who is it?" "It's me, Chao Wang." Lin Chen's tone was calm, and old Lu, upon hearing Lin Chen's words, was clearly taken aback. After a few seconds, old Lu hurriedly replied, "Is it my brother Chao Wang? How did you get to the small ferry so quickly?" Old Lu had agreed with Lin Chen on a 3-day timeline, and it would take at least 2.5 days to get from Hanzhou City to the small ferry. Previously, old Lu thought Lin Chen would arrive by the afternoon at the earliest. Who would have thought Lin Chen arrived more than half a day early? Old Lu opened the door, and Lin Chen walked into the room without any hesitation, sitting down at the table in old Lu's room. There was no other option. The room had no chairs, just a table by the window. "Why did you suddenly choose to take the water route?" Old Lu was caught off guard by Lin Chen's question, and after a moment of hesitation, he organized his thoughts to respond. "We've already traveled half the distance, but the time has exceeded the originally estimated 3 days. Taking the water route to reach the next target city, Guangzhou City, can get us there 3 days earlier, which would make up for the delays we had before." After listening to old Lu's words, Lin Chen nodded. It must be said that considering the overall itinerary of the caravan, this was indeed old Lu's style of doing things. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen then asked, "How many people are left in the caravan now?" Lin Chen clearly remembered that there were 31 people when the caravan set out from the Magic City. After experiencing the beast tide in Suyang City, only 18 remained, and by the time they reached Hanzhou City, there were just 16 left. Upon hearing this, old Lu couldn't help but sigh. This caravan hasn't gone smoothly. Quite a few people have died, and some had Hanzhou City as their destination, so now we only have 7 people left. Lin Chen was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected there to be only 7 people left in the caravan. Old Lu then said somewhat helplessly, "The incident in Hanzhou City caused 3 members of our caravan to die, and this loss in compensation is not small. You should know, in my previous escort missions, at most only 3 people would die. This time, nearly 10 people have already died, and I've lost all the income from this escort mission. But fortunately, with you, we've gained quite a bit from rewards aside from the escorting." The implication was those bounties. In that case, not only did I make a huge profit, but my reputation in the circle has also soared. Do you know what they say about me? Lin Shen looked at old Lu, who was talking to himself. They all say I've made it, encountering so many wanted criminals without being wiped out. So, this group of people plans to stick with me wholeheartedly from now on. Hearing this, Lin Shen couldn't help but smile. I actually hope to never encounter a fugitive again. Old Lu laughed at this. Have you had breakfast? Later, I'll go with you to find Gao Pang and Wang Tao, and we'll have breakfast together. Then you can rest well, and we'll set off in the afternoon. Lin Shen, upon hearing this, looked at old Lu with some confusion. Didn't you say time was tight? Why not just set off this morning? Old Lu was taken aback at first, then helplessly said, we thought you wouldn't arrive here until this afternoon, so we booked the tickets in advance. Who knew you would arrive early? Lin Shen nodded, indicating he understood. Alright then. Just in time, I haven't slept all night and need to rest. After hearing Lin Shen's words, old Lu immediately leaned in closer. Seeing that Xiao Chang and Chimera weren't paying attention, he lowered his voice and asked, so, you look so tired, did you? With those two beautiful college student clients on the way? As he spoke, old Lu wore a knowing expression. Lin Shen couldn't help but smile helplessly. What are you thinking? I was rushing here all night. You guys go have breakfast, I won't go. I need to rest properly. After saying that, Lin Shen lay down directly on old Lu's bed. He indeed hadn't slept all night. But in reality, he wasn't tired, as Lin Shen's mental strength was beyond what ordinary people could comprehend. However, he still really enjoyed the feeling of sleep, especially after having Xiaojiu, Ashan, Chimera, and Xiao Cheng around. He liked sleep even more. After all, with his spirit pets by his side, he could rest without any burden. Old Lu, seeing Lin Shen being so unreserved, angrily scolded, "Don't take my bed. I haven't had enough sleep yet." But Lin Shen was already asleep, his breathing reaching old Lu's ears. Thus, old Lu glanced at Chimera and Xiao Chang. The two women shrugged. Seeing this, old Lu could only helplessly cover his face, put on his coat, and go out for breakfast. At the door, he called Gao Pang and Wang Tao. After hearing that Lin Shen had returned, they didn't speak, afraid of disturbing him. It was clear that even though they had only shared one journey, their bond was already very strong, like old comrades who had fought together for many years. After old Lu left, Lin Shen's eyes moved, as if he had opened them to deeply look at old Lu's departing figure. Lin Shen slept straight until the evening. When he got up, he found old Lu. At that moment, old Lu was playing cards with Wang Tao and Gao Pang, a classic game of 2 against 1 in Do Di Zhu. All three of them were millionaires, even billionaires, yet the total chips on the table barely added up to $100. Lin Shen smiled and said, "Playing so small, are you afraid of your wife checking the accounts when you go back?" Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, everyone burst into laughter. Old Lu's wife is a tigress. However, old Lu made a lot of money this time, and when he goes back, his wife will probably reward him with a bedroom set. Among the three, Gao Pang had the most cheerful personality. After he said that, all four of them laughed. Lin Shen looked at the time and then asked, "What time does the ship leave?" Old Lu quickly checked the time and said, "It's about time. Let's pack up and we can go." Soon, 7 people arrived at the dock. They were all part of old Lu's trading team. At the dock, people were coming and going, and it was clear that there were still many wealthy individuals traveling by water. Most of them were dressed very lavishly, but it was quite rare to see people like Lin Shen and old Lu, who were dressed simply. In this world, those who are willing to spend money to travel by ship are still a minority. It's just too expensive. Moreover, the risks are significant. The risks are high because the monsters in the water often take on unknown forms. And it's expensive because all ships that can navigate the water usually have their own special designs and very powerful bodyguards. These bodyguards are at least star-level beast tamers. Therefore, both the shipping fees and security costs add up to a considerable amount. This makes ordinary people feel intimidated. Furthermore, many who are willing to travel by ship come from large families. They also have their own bodyguards, which indirectly increases the safety of traveling by ship. As long as they don't encounter very strong 8th or even 9th tier monsters, they can often turn danger into safety. Lin Shen and his group then went up to the deck. Looking at the large ship, Lin Shen felt a bit curious. It was his first time on a ship in this world, and it felt very different from his previous life. First of all, the shape of the ship. The hull of this ship was very sturdy, but the waterline was not deep. Moreover, there was a huge red octopus covering the bottom of the ship. According to the information from the Complete Monster Encyclopedia, Lin Shen learned that this octopus was actually called a red floater, a D-class 4th tier monster. Unlike other octopuses, the red floater is a very docile creature. They like to lie on something smooth and remain motionless. Additionally, they can change their buoyancy according to their own size. Although their color looks bright, they can hide their form in the sea. Therefore, the gentle and lazy red floaters have been favored by many ship merchants, who use them as tools to protect their ships. Imagine if your ship doesn't draw water and just floats on the surface of the sea. Moreover, if the bottom of the ship accidentally gets submerged, it can be hidden by the red floater. How high would the safety factor be? On the deck of this ship, all the workers were spirit pets and mechanical creations. All the crew members on the deck were also beast tamers. However, their levels varied, and Lin Chen estimated that their strengths were also uneven. Old Lu then led everyone to find their room. Lin Chen was quite surprised that Old Lu had booked a very large suite. Old Lu then said somewhat embarrassedly, because the price for each person to have their own room is just too expensive. So, I booked a large suite. At night, we'll just have to squeeze together, and if we can't sleep comfortably, we'll have to sleep on the floor. Upon hearing this, Gao Peng couldn't help but give Old Lu a thumbs up. You're really something. You've saved money to this extent.